I am a poor boy from the mountains, but the wealthy families are competing to marry their daughters to me. However, I have no interest in this and am determined to find the ordinary girl with whom I made a marriage agreement. When I went to propose with the marriage certificate, my fiancée not only tore the marriage certificate with her own hands, but also scolded me as a country bumpkin, saying that I was not worthy of her, the phoenix of the city. At this moment, a woman sitting in a wheelchair couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Ruyan, you've gone too far. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of me, with a figure even more beautiful than Lu Ruyan, I was stunned. Alas, Lu Wanfeng, you, a useless person from the Lu family, how dare you speak ill of me? You better show me some respect in front of me, otherwise I will immediately have Dr. Dong stop your medicine. Just as she was speaking, Lu Ruyan suddenly thought of something, smirked cunningly. Lu Wanfeng, why don't you marry him for me? After all, you are a useless person who can only spend your life in a wheelchair. Marrying a country bumpkin from the mountains suits you well. Lu Ruyan's words were originally meant to provoke Lu Wanfeng, but Lu Wanfeng took it seriously. Fine, I'll marry him if that's what you want. As she spoke, Lu Wanfeng looked at me sincerely. Su Wen, will you marry me? I looked at the peerless woman sitting in a wheelchair in front of me, both stunning and elegant, and instinctively wanted to refuse. But suddenly, I remembered the words of the old man Su Wuhui when we descended the mountain. Remember, only by marrying a woman from the Lu family can the 9 yang pulse in your body be safe from danger. I looked at Lu Wanfeng. Are you from the Lu family? Yes, my name is Lu Wanfeng. Lu is the willow tree, and Wanfeng is the gentle evening breeze. Lu Wanfeng smiled and nodded charmingly. Her smile was beautiful, like sweet spring water. I was a bit distracted by this scene, but quickly regained my composure and said solemnly, since you are from the Lu family, then I will marry you. Okay, Su Wen, you said it yourself. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait any longer, and said, I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate, so that you, a hillbilly from the mountains, won't change your mind and bother me. Half an hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jinling City, Miss Ruyan, your cousin and Mr. Su's marriage certificate has been processed. Thank you. Lu Ruyan threw a stack of money over, and at the same time, her anxious heart was finally at ease. Su Wen, now that you have married Lu Wanfeng, there is no possibility between us. I'll give you a piece of advice. Sparrows have their own destiny. Live a good life with Lu Wanfeng. As for dreaming of climbing up to the phoenix, that's just a fool's dream. Just then, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. Yes, Grandma, they have already obtained the certificate. Okay, I'll take them over right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruyan glanced lightly at Lu Wanfeng. Mr. Xiao is coming to the Lu family as a guest later, and all the members of the Lu family must be present. Mr. Xiao is, I curiously asked. Mr. Xiao is the only martial arts master in Jinling City. For matters concerning such a prominent figure, it's best for a hillbilly like you to ask less. Less trouble comes from your mouth. Lu Ruyan scolded. After returning to the Lu family, Su Wen, what have you been holding in your hand all this time? Suddenly, at this moment, some elders of the Lu family saw the black cloth bag in my hand. This is a special product of the Shunlong Valley, the red truffle. It was given to me as a gift when I visited my master. However, now that I am married to Miss Wanfeng, let's consider this truffle as a betrothal gift. After some thought, I handed the black cloth bag to the old lady of the Lu family. Zhao Shanglan, there are a total of 20 red truffles in the bag, each priced between 2 to 3 million. Moreover, they are priceless. So, 20 red truffles are worth around 50 million. This betrothal gift is not light. On the side, Lu Ruyan glanced over and smirked strangely. Su Wen, are you vain or not? Rotten mushrooms are just rotten mushrooms, and then there's red truffle. I've only heard of white truffles and black truffles. What is red truffle? Did you invent it? If you can't afford it, don't give it. Don't pretend to be a big shot. Fortunately, I didn't marry you. Otherwise, if outsiders knew that my betrothal gift was actually rotten mushrooms, how could I face people in the future? I was just about to say that red truffles are for longevity, but then I saw Mrs. Lu casually handing a black cloth bag to a servant of the Lu family. I heard that Mr. Xiao loves wild vegetables, so you can take Su Wen's betrothal gift and make a chicken stew with mushrooms. Seeing this, I was speechless, but Lu Wanfeng gently took my hand and said, Su Wen, I really like your betrothal gift. Thank you. She said this to prevent me from feeling inferior. As soon as the words fell, a woman in an OL uniform came to the Lu family. Miss Ruyan, why are you the only one here? Where is Mr. Xiao? Zhao Shanglan asked curiously upon seeing Mr. Xiao's personal assistant approaching. Grandma Lan, Mr. Xiao has an urgent matter to attend to. The master is looking for him. He will come later. He asked us to eat first. Upon hearing the word master, Zhao Shanglan immediately dared not ask again. Soon, the servants of the Lu family began to serve dishes, including delicacies such as mountain treasures, lobsters, and king crabs, saying that it was not an exaggeration to call it a full Manchu feast. However, when I saw the red truffles stewed with wild chicken, I couldn't help but shake my head. Red truffles are best enjoyed raw, but when stewed with dishes, the taste is rather inferior. Su Wen, what kind of look is that? Stew a few rotten mushrooms for you. See how heartbroken you are. Are you guys in the mountains so poor? Treating mushrooms as treasures. Have you never seen anything good? Seeing Su Wen staring at the chicken stewed mushroom all the time, Lu Xianyi said with a look of contempt, a hick is a hick. It's hard to be elegant. If you're heartbroken, I'll go to the market tomorrow and buy you 1,000 pounds of rotten mushrooms. Alright, there are guests here. You say less. Old Mrs. Lu glared at Lu Xuanyi. Following her, she smiled and said to Miss Smoke, Miss Smoke, these are the wild mushrooms my granddaughter-in-law brought from the mountains. Try them. No, I don't like mushrooms. Ms. Smoke smiled back, and when Lu Xianyi took a bite of the red truffle, she immediately spit it out. Yuck yuck. What crap. Why is it so unpalatable? No wonder they say that poor villages produce unruly people? How many good people can eat this kind of stuff all day long? Lu Xianyi, you've gone too far, haven't you? Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Xuanyi and said, Su Wen kindly brought wild mushrooms from the mountains for you to eat, and you're still picking and choosing? I'm picking and choosing? Lu Evening Feng, don't be ridiculous, okay? Are people eating such awful food? Lu Xianyi threw her chopsticks as she directly dumped the bowl of red truffles in the trash. Dogs don't even eat it. Whoever likes to eat it can eat it. You. Lu Evening Feng forced himself to hold back the fire and said, if you don't eat it, I'll eat it. As he spoke, Lu Evening Wind picked up the red truffle and passed it to his mouth. The red truffle was a little dry in the mouth. It did not indeed taste like mushrooms, and while it wasn't awful, it wasn't exactly tasty either. It was hard, like chewing flavorless sugar cane. Soon, a pot of 20 red truffles, except for the one that Lu Xianyi threw away. Lu Evening Feng alone ate the remaining 19. TSK, you can finish such a tough mushroom? No wonder you, Lu Evening Wind, and Su Wen are family. Lu Xianyi scornfully mocked. The other Lu family members couldn't help but laugh. And just then, a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and glasses that looked literal came to the Lu family villa. Mr. Autumn, you're finally here. When she saw the middle-aged man with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, Zhao Shanglan hurriedly greeted her attentively. Mr. Xiao, being able to come to my Lu family is really the fortune of my Lu family. Meet Mr. Autumn. Hello Master Autumn. Lu Xianyi and the others saluted and greeted Mr. Xiao. After all, if they could flatter a martial arts master, they would be able to struggle for at least 30 years less. I've kept you all waiting. Mr. Xiao smiled apologetically. The Jiangnan Prefecture's Secretary Chen suddenly approached me, and I really didn't dare to refuse. It should be. Lord Secretary's business takes precedence. Our Lu family can afford to wait. Old Mrs. Lu complimented, and then she warmly greeted. Mr. Xiao, you sit first. I'll have my subordinates serve a new banquet. No, I'll just have a couple simple bites. There are important things to do later. As Mr. Xiao was talking, suddenly, his afterglow unintentionally saw the trash can at his feet, followed by his entire gaze. Mr. Autumn, what happened to you? Seeing that Xiao Fulong didn't take his seat for a long time, old Mrs. Lu couldn't help but ask, but today's dishes don't suit your appetite? Why don't I remove these Shuzhou dishes? This is such a valuable thing and you guys just throw it in the trash? Xiao Valong, as if he hadn't heard Mrs. Lu's words, he instead stared dead at the half of the red truffle in the trash can. That way, it's as if the heart is dripping blood. Valuable things? Mr. Autumn, I don't know if you're talking about. The crowd of Lu clan members could not help but show a bewildered look. It's this red truffle. Autumn Voltron's trembling hands picked up the red truffles in the trash can. He washed them with water and it was actually eaten in one bite in front of everyone. Such a scene directly dazzled the crowd of Lu family members. Lu Xianyi even instantly blushed in shame. The red truffle that Xiao Vang ate, but she just spit it out. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Old Mrs. Lu was also surprised by Xiao Fulong's actions. A grandmaster of martial arts. One master of the Jinling, would eat rotten mushrooms from a garbage can? Oh, let all of you laugh. It is really life-extending things in the 9 states can be encountered. I was lucky to come across the red truffle. A moment did not hold back. Autumn Voltron was in a good mood. Extended life? Hearing this, the Lu family was confused again. A red truffle can prolong life for half a month. This kind of mountain and wild curiosity is not cheap. One less than 3 million. And there is a price without a market. It is also in your Lu family. Otherwise, with my identity, I am afraid are not qualified to eat this one red truffle. Autumn Voltron laughed. $3 million? Extend your life by half a month? Chiu Fulong's words were like sharp swords, piercing the hearts of all the Lu family members present. But the next second, swish, Lu Xianyi and the others looked at Lu Eveningfeng in the wheelchair again in unison. Because, previously, Lu Eveningfeng had eaten 19 red truffles alone. Mr. Autumn, are you sure that this red truffle can prolong life? It's not a joke? Undeterred, Lu Xianyi once again asked Chiu Fulong. Truly she could not understand it. How could Su Wen, a hillbilly, come up with a bride price worth $10 million? If Su Wen was so capable, would he willingly marry a disabled woman he had never met in his life? How dare you? Where did you, a little person from Jiangnan, get the courage to question Mr. Chiu? Without waiting for Chiu Fulong to open his mouth, Miss Smoke beside him coldly and angrily rebuked Lu Xuanyi. Xianyi, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chiu. Old Mrs. Lu even snapped a slap over. Offend Autumn Voltron. Tomorrow the Lu family will have to disappear from Jiangnan province. Autumn, Mr. Autumn, I'm sorry, I was reckless. I shouldn't have questioned you. Lu Xianyi was like a frightened cat. She even warily bowed her head to make amends. Those who don't know are not guilty. After all, with your Lu family status, you're not qualified to have access to mountain wonders like red truffles. Chiu Fulong didn't blame Lu Xianyi. He took his seat and simply ate 2 mouthfuls of Shuzhou dishes. Then he got up with the intention of leaving. Gentlemen, I still have things to do, so I won't keep you company. You guys eat. I'll see Mr. Autumn off. Old Mrs. Lu got up to see her off, but Chiu Fulong shook his head. No need. When he walked to the Lu family's entrance, Chiu Fulong but then suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back to old Mrs. Lu and said, Zhao Shanglan, for the sake of the red truffles before, I'll give your Lu family a heads up. In the future in Jiangnan province, pay more attention to a young man known as Yama. I have heard that he has come to the southern province to seek a marriage. If you can gain his friendship, not to mention the 13 cities in Jiangnan, in the entire 9 states, your Lu family can walk sideways. Master Yan? Old Mrs. Lu curiously followed up. Mr. Chiu, may I ask what Master Yan is? Is he very powerful? Awesome? Chiu Fulong couldn't help but laugh. Even the 9-state Xinguo war god is like a moth to a flame in front of Lord Yan. It's unbearable. If there is an end to martial arts, in my opinion, Yama is the end of the martial arts path. Autumn Voltron had a face of longing and yearning. Mr. Chiu, I wonder what the full name of Master Yin is, and where is he from? Seeing that Chiu Fulong worshipped Master Yin so much, Lu Xianyi was immediately interested. I don't know Yan's followers either, but it seems that Secretary Chen called Yin Mr. What? Autumn Voltron said ambiguously. After Chiu Fulong and Miss Smoke left, the Lu family members present fell back into deep thought. The Zhenguo war god is like a moth to a flame? This Yama is so scary? Thinking of that legendary female war god of the northern border, Lu Xianyi suddenly blushed. How wonderful would it be if you could marry the king of hell? Suvan, what's with that red truffle? Just then, a Lu family elder scolded with a sullen face. Such an expensive life-extending item. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you let the old lady take it to stew the chicken? Are you deliberately trying to disgust our Lu family? At this moment, the gazes of the people looking at Lu Eveningfeng were somewhat envious and jealous. Third uncle, don't blame Suwen. Maybe Suwen didn't know that the red truffle could prolong his life either. Without waiting for Suwen to speak, Lu Eveningfeng in the wheelchair laughed at himself. There simply won't be anyone who would waste tens of millions of dollars in bride price to marry a disabled person like me. That's right. That red truffle must have been dug from the mountain by Suwen's fluke. If he really knew the value of the red truffle, would he give me up to marry Lu Eveningfeng? Only if he knew he wasn't good enough for me would Suwen compromise. Lu Xianyi had the same disdainful look on her face. It's a pity that Lu Eveningfeng is just a wasted person. Even if she can live for 1.5 more years, what's the use? It's simply a waste. That is to say, Nightwind, why don't you go wash your intestines? See if you can wash out a few undigested red truffles for us to eat? A Lu family elder proposed. That's a great idea. The other Lu family members' gazes also lit up. Gentlemen, you guys are overdoing it, aren't you? Looking at the greedy Lu family members, Suwen murmured with a sullen face. Lu Eveningfeng is my wife. If you guys dare to harm her, don't blame me for being impolite. Suwen, look at you. It's just a bowel wash. How can it be harm? A Lu family member retorted. But Suwen was unmoved. Alright, third uncle, what's the point of arguing with Suwen? A country bumpkin? I won't eat what's in the belly of this handicapped Lu Evening Feng. What if he infects me with the handicap then? Lu Xianyi skimmed her mouth in disgust. If Sister Xianyi doesn't eat it, then I won't eat it either. It's only half a month of lifespan. I don't care. Another Lu family junior said. Alright, all of you. Stop arguing. What's there to miss about a few rotten mushrooms? By the time you guys go for a bowel cleansing, Lu Evening Feng will have digested them long ago. At this time, old Mrs. Lu spoke. While the Lu family is here today, I have something to announce. Half a month ago, the Shu family from Nanling came to Jiangnan intending to invest in an international music school. Which one of you is going to talk to the Zhu family about cooperation? If the cooperation comes to fruition, I'll give them the Moon Festival Villa by Xiang Lake. Wow. When these words came out, Lu Xianyi and the others were shocked. Villa Luna. That's one of the Lu family's core industries. Grandma, I've studied music since I was a child, and I want to represent the Lu family to talk to the Nanling Zhu family about the cooperation of an international music school. A calm voice suddenly rang out. The person who opened his mouth was no other than Lu Evening Feng, who was sitting in a wheelchair. You're going to talk to the Nanling Zhu family about cooperation? Hearing Lu Evening Wind's voice, Lu Xianyi beside her first froze, followed by her pfft laugh. Lu Evening Wind, are you not awake? The Nanling Zhu family is a super powerful family in Shuzhou province, with the county king of Shuzhou behind them, not to mention Mr. Xiao. Even the Minister of Justice can't afford to offend them. To negotiate cooperation with such a big power, the Lu family must at least send a business elite or a martial arts practitioner. You want to represent the Lu family with a disability? Isn't this making people look at you as a joke? That's a good point. Evening Wind, a disabled person like you shouldn't meddle in the family's affairs. If the people of Shuzhou see you going to talk about cooperation, they'll probably think that my Lu family is a lowly power. A Lu family elder wearing a suit beside him also said seriously. In the face of the crowd's opposition, Lu Evening Wind wanted to say something, and finally she looked at old Mrs. Lu for help, hoping that her grandmother would give her a chance. Unfortunately, old Mrs. Lu directly ignored Lu Evening Feng's gaze and said in a cold voice, No. Okay, Grandma, I can do this, please give me a chance. Lu Evening Wind pleaded with red eyes. It's really, Villa Luna is really important to her. It's where she made a pact with her late father. Likewise, Moonlight Villa also contained Lu Evening Wind's entire childhood. If not for her father's death, it is possible that Lu Evening Wind is still living in the Moon Season Villa. Saying no means no. You're a disabled person, not qualified to represent the Lu family. Old Mrs. Lu impatiently chided. Sniffing, Lu Evening Feng cried at once. Looking at his Choo-Choo's lovely but helpless and sad wife, Su Wen suddenly said to old Mrs. Lu, Grandma Lu, is it true that as long as Evening Wind's leg can be cured, you guys are willing to let her talk about cooperation with the Nanling Zhu family? Not bad. As long as Lu Evening Feng's leg can be cured, I'll let her represent the Lu family to talk about cooperation with the people from the Zhu family in Nanling. Zhao Shanglan looked condescendingly at Su Wen. Then, I'll cure Evening Wind's leg now. Although Su Wen didn't know why his wife was obsessed with representing the Lu family to talk about cooperation with the people of the Nanling Zhu family, but the two are married. He would help Lu Evening Wind fulfill his wish. You're going to cure Lu Evening Feng's leg? Looking at the chesty Su Wen, old Mrs. Lu froze. Lu Evening Feng also looked at Su Wen incredulously. But don't wait for Su Wen to make a move. Lu Xianyi then laughed coldly with her hands clasped on her chest. Su Wen, in broad daylight, what are you talking about? Do you know anything about medicine? Even Dr. Dong, the No. 1 TCM doctor in Jinling City, couldn't cure Lu Evening Feng's leg, but you can? I have studied in the Shenong Valley since I was a child, and I am familiar with the art of healing. As Su Wen was speaking, Lu Xianyi ruthlessly interrupted. Alright, Su Wen, you don't mention anything about Shenong Valley to me. Don't think that I don't know that you and your master are Jianghu liars. When my grandfather took me to Shenong Valley to seek treatment, what happened? I came back with a high fever for 3 months. I vomited everything I ate. But if you don't go to Shenong Valley, you're already dead, Su Wen coldly said. Back then, Lu Xianyi was suffering from the disease of heavenly sorrow. This disease, in the whole of Kyushu, only Su Wuxia and Su Wen can cure it. Let your ass go. If this young lady hadn't gone to Shenong Valley in the first place, I would have gotten better a long time ago. Lu Xianyi was screaming and cursing, but she saw that Su Wen had already placed a hand on Lu Evening Feng's slender jade leg. Mom, do you really want Su Wen to mess up? A Lu family member beside him asked Zhao Lanxiang. Let him heal. Zhao Shanglan didn't block it. In fact, she was also curious in her heart. Why? Back then, did Elder Lu keep insisting on sending Lu Xianyi's marriage certificate to Shenong Valley? if Suvan really has a few tricks up his sleeve. Without waiting for Zhao Shanglan to think more, he saw Suwan frown and remove his hand from Lu Evening Feng's jade leg. Cure it, Suwan. Why don't you cure it? Looking at Suwan, who had an ugly face, Lu Xianyi sneered. Didn't you say that you wanted to cure Lu Evening Feng's leg? Why is my cousin still limping? What a clown. You have no skills and you have to jump out and clown around? Don't you know what's going on in your own heart? Luckily I stuck to myself and didn't marry you. Otherwise, how can I, Lu Xianyi, still be a person in Jinling City? In the face of Lu Xianyi's counting, Suwan only stood in place without saying a word. He thought that his wife was just a simple disability, but he didn't expect Lu Evening Wind to be hit by the heavenly disability compulsion on the side of Ningzhou province. This compulsion, with Su Wen's means, he could easily wipe it out. But the problem was that Su Wen had discovered that the heavenly remnant compass had been parasitizing Lu Evening Feng's body for at least 20 years, and the two destinies had been linked together. Once he obliterates the heavenly compass, Lu Evening Wind would then suffer the pain that tore his heart and dug his bones. If he were someone else, Su Wen would not hesitate to make a move. But Lu Evening Feng was his wife, and Su Wen could not bear his wife to suffer, because he still had other ways to erase the heavenly dismemberment compulsion and would not make Lu Evening Wind suffer. It just needed some time. Su Wen, why don't you heal? At this time, even old Mrs. Lu on the high seat opened her mouth to ask, but nowadays, her deep gaze however held a few disappointments. Looks like Su Wen was nothing more than a mediocre mountain man, and she shouldn't have unrealistic fantasies. Grandma Lu, please also give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will definitely cure Evening Wind. Taking a deep breath, Su Wen seriously said to old Mrs. Lu, 3 days? Humph, that's if I give you 3 years. 30 years. You won't be able to cure Lu Evening Feng. Lu Xianyi scoffed condescendingly. How can a country bumpkin who came to the city to climb up the ladder know medicine? Taking a step back, even if you Su Wen knows medicine, you are still a mediocre country doctor. Your medical skills are hardly elegant. Lu Xianyi, what's wrong with Su Wen being a country doctor? He was kind enough to treat my leg. Why do you look down on him? Lu Evening Wind said to Lu Xuanyi with some anger. I just despise this kind of country bumpkin who is incapable and still wants to pretend to be something else. Lu Xianyi snorted. And healing legs? Can he cure Su Wen well? What if I cure the evening breeze? Su Wen raised his eyebrows at Lu Xianyi. Memory. Lu Xianyi is the first love girl who once made his heart throb, but nowadays Lu Xianyi is. Is it okay for me to do your laundry and cook for you and be your slave after I'm cured? Hillbilly? Lu Xianyi said contemptuously. No need. After curing Lu Evening Feng, I only hope that the Lu family will give her a chance to talk to the Nanlingzhu family about cooperation. Su Wen said one word at a time. 9 o'clock at night. The Lu family dinner is over. Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng went home together. Su Wen, my house is a bit small. Don't mind if I do. Looking at the somewhat humble 2 rooms and 1 hall, Lu Evening Wind buried his head in embarrassment and said, because my mom has lost money doing business over the years. So, that's okay. Su Wen smiled and shook his head. I will let you and Auntie live a good life in the future. Aha. Lu Evening Wind nodded shyly. I trust my family, man. What man? Suddenly, a middle-aged beautiful woman with curly hair and wearing a long silk dress walked out from the room. When Li Guifang saw Su Wen, she immediately questioned Lu Evening Wind. Evening Wind, who is this man? Why did you bring him home? Because Li Guifang is not a Lu family member. So, she didn't attend the Lu family banquet. Not to mention that she didn't know that her daughter had married. Mom, he's Suvan. He's my husband. Lu Evening Wind told his mother truthfully what had happened today. What did you say? You married this hillbilly? You're confused. This is obviously a hole that Lu Xianyi dug for you. She throws you a man she can't see. What does she take you for? A trash can? Why are you so stupid? Li Guifang painfully said. Alright, Mom, stop it. Su Wen is quite good. I even ate the red truffles he brought from the mountains today. Lu Evening Feng said with a serious face. And I didn't think about how good I want to marry. I'm not a phoenix girl. How can I expect my other half to be so good? Su Wen doesn't mind that I'm disabled. And I don't mind that he grew up in the mountains. Li Guifang was furious. But she also knew that this was the Lu family's decision and she could not change it. Alas, I suffer. My husband died early and my daughter married a mountain boy. It looks like there's no way for me to get ahead in this life. Li Guifang was lost in thought and sat on the sofa grumbling. Seeing this, Lu Evening Wind only playfully spat her tongue at Su Wen. My mom has always been like this. Don't take it personally. Day 2. Su Wen stirred from the couch. No, don't leave me. Wow. One eye open. Su Wen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Did you do that nightmare again? Su Wen frowned. And that's when. A miserable scream rang out. Daughter, What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Li Guifeng hurriedly ran to Lu Eveningfang's room, and instantly she saw Lu Eveningfeng fall to the ground in a sorry state. Mom, I'm fine. It's just that the old disease on my leg flared up. Looking at her mother who had a worried face, Lu Eveningfeng squeezed out a smile. Another attack? Where's the medicine Dr. Dong prescribed for you? Li Guifeng rummaged through Lu Eveningfeng's room. The medicine has run out. Lu Eveningwind explained. Why didn't you say earlier when you ran out? Go, I'll take you to Dr. Dong's clinic now. As she spoke, Li Guifeng picked up her daughter and placed her in a wheelchair. Mom, I'm not going to the clinic. Lu Eveningwind shook her head. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Dong isn't cheap. And Suwen said he will cure my leg. Suwen? Did he really say that? Li Guifeng was slightly stunned. Aha. Lu Eveningwind nodded heavily. Seeing Suwen come into Lu Eveningfeng's room, Li Guifeng coldly asked, Suwen, you still know medical skills? She thought to herself, if Suwen knows medicine, then it seems not bad for her daughter to marry him. A slight understanding. Suwen humbly said, actually, medicine is not my strong point. Show me your license to practice medicine. Li Guifeng interrupted Suwen. I am not licensed to practice medicine. Suwen shook his head. The Ghost Valley healing technique belongs to the yin and yang metaphysical techniques, and is not in the realm of healing techniques at all. No? Humph. I knew that you were lying to my daughter. I've seen a lot of people like you who read a few countryside medical books and then brag about their knowledge of medicine. If you were truly capable, would Lu Xianyi not marry you? Li Guifeng glared at Suwen. Following her without giving Suwen a chance to explain, she directly brought her daughter to the Runji clinic in Jiling City. In the clinic, there are a lot of patients seeking treatment. Suwen was afraid that something would happen to his wife, so he came along. Dr. Dong, you're busy? Come into a VIP double room. Li Guifeng saw a white man with glasses and a clerical appearance who was giving an old man a needle. In the bed beside the old man lay another patient in a tang suit, and besides them, there were also a number of patients' families standing in the ward. So it's Auntie Li, but the old disease on Eveningwind's leg has flared up again? Upon seeing Li Guifeng, Dong Changhai asked courteously. Yes, Dr. Dong, quickly show my daughter what's going on. In the last half a month, the attacks of the old disease on my daughter's leg are becoming more and more frequent. Li Guifeng said anxiously. After I've given Mr. Wang and Mr. Li the needles, I'll give Miss Eveningwind a consultation. Okay? Dong Changhai used a consultative tone. Mr. Wang and Mr. Li are suffering from wind chill. I'll cure them soon. Okay then, I'll wait for you. Li Guifeng nodded, as he watched Dong Changhai pick up the silver needle and stick it on General Wang. Suwen on the side said coldly, Dr. Dong, you're sticking the needle in the wrong place. How dare you? Dr. Dong is treating a patient. Who are you to point your finger here? Without waiting for Dr. Dong to speak, a high-strung woman beside him scolded Suwen. If my father has an accident because of your nonsense, I will not spare you. You're the patient's family? Suwen gave her a look. Not bad. I'm the vice president of the Wang Group. Wang Qianqian superiorly said. Since you're a family member, let me remind you that your father and the uncle next to him don't have wind chills, but rather a cold poison entering their bodies. Suwen indifferently said. This kind of disease cannot be cured with acupuncture. Otherwise, one's life will be in danger. Suwen, shut up. You don't know medicine. What are you babbling about here? Seeing Suwen pointing at Dong Changhai, Li Guifeng became furious. Dr. Dong is the #1 Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiling City. In front of him, what qualifications do you have to show off your medical skills? Just based on the fact that you've read a few countryside medical books? Mom, Suwen he's just. You be quiet. Li Guifeng glared at her daughter. Do you know that talking nonsense in the hospital will kill you? For Li Guifeng's accusation, Suwen didn't refute it. He only said to himself, cold poison entering the body is mostly manifested as anorexia and excessive dreams, especially at midnight. There will be pain in the 3 inches of the lower abdomen, accompanied by, enough. Without waiting for Suwen to say more, the high and cold Wang Qianqian beside him ruthlessly interrupted. I don't need you to repeat my father's condition. If you are a doctor, please take out your license to practice medicine. I'm not licensed to practice medicine. Suwen shook his head. No license to practice medicine? Then why are you pretending to be a miracle doctor here? Wang Qianqian let out a giggle, and immediately afterward, she looked at Dong Changhai Dao. Dr. Dong, there is no need to pay any attention to this jumping clown. Please also perform the needle on my father. Good. From the beginning to the end, Dong Changhai didn't even look squarely at Suwen as he directly picked up the silver needle and stabbed it on Mr. Wang. 19 stitches in a row. Dong Changhai smiled and withdrew the needle. Mr. Wang, how do you feel? I feel better. Mr. Wang smiled and said, worthy of being Dr. Dong, he is truly a wonderful doctor. Mr. Wang is overstating it. I'm far from being a divine doctor, Dong Changhai said modestly, and then he looked at the old man in tang suit on the other hospital bed. Mr. Li, next, I will perform the needles for you. Dr. Dong, wait for a moment. Before the old man in the tang suit could say anything, the sweet-looking woman on the side looked at Su Wen and said, little brother, you said just now that you can't use acupuncture for this kind of disease of my father, so how should it be cured? It's no wonder that Julia Li is suspicious. It's really... Su Wen's description of the symptoms of the cold poison entering his body matched his father's symptoms perfectly. What? Wen Jingli, you don't really believe this kid's words, do you? Seeing Li Wenjing walking in front of Su Wen, Wang Qianqian, who had a high and cold stance, had a look of contempt. If he is really capable, why would he bring his wife to see a doctor? Remembering that we are peers, I'll give you a piece of advice. Use your brain more in everything. I do things and have my own judgment. Li Wenjing glared at Wang Qianqian, followed by her gaze straight at Su Wen. Little brother, do you have a way to save my father? Cold poison entering the body is a type of evil symptom. Want to save your father? Simple. Su Wen said. He walked to the old man in tang suit, and under everyone's gaze, he used his finger to draw a ghostly pattern on the latter's brow. Alright, you mean, my father's illness has been cured? Li Wenjing had a complicated expression. Nice. Su Wen nodded. As a result, the next second, poof, Wang Qianqian burst out laughing once again. Li Wenjing, see? Such an obvious liar. And you still believe him? You're such a silly white girl, who heals by drawing charms. This, in the face of Wang Qianqian's ridicule, Li Wenjing could only look hard at Dong Changhai. Dr. Dong, my father Ms. Li, since you don't believe in my medical skills, please find another doctor, Dong Changhai said with an expressionless face. I know. Li Wenjing had a bitter look on her face, thinking that she had not only looked away, but had also offended Dong Changhai, so it was not worth the loss. The old man in the tang suit on the hospital bed also sighed. He got up and said to Dong Changhai that he was in trouble, and then said to Wang Qianqian's father, Mr. Wang, I'll see you at the board tomorrow. But Su Wen suddenly said, Mr. Wang's cold poison has entered his 5 organs. He won't live through tonight. So Mr. Li, you won't be able to see him tomorrow. Kid, what are you talking about? You dare to curse my father? Wang Qianqian immediately cast a malicious gaze. Forget it, Qianqian. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? Mr. Wang waved his hand as he said to Wang Qianqian, let's go home. Wait for Wang Qianqian and the others to leave. The big ward. Just Su Wen, Lu Evening Feng, Li Guifeng, and Dong Changhai were left. Dr. Dong, this son-in-law of mine has a brain problem. Don't bother with him. You should first show my daughter what's wrong with her leg. Seeing Dong Changhai frowning and glaring at Su Wen, Li Guifeng hurriedly said curtly. Nowadays she didn't even want to bother with Su Wen. Brains? Dong Changhai let out a light laugh. Why don't you go cure your brain problem? Alas, don't mention it. Su Wen is from the mountains and has no money to cure it. Li Guifeng said in disgust. How much money can a farmer have? Upon hearing this, Dong Changhai smiled and said no more as he began to examine Lu Evening Wind's condition. Auntie Li, Miss Evening Wind's leg has indeed deteriorated severely. Let's put it this way. I'll prescribe a few medicines to try first. Seeing Dong Changhai handing over a prescription, Su Wen said expressionlessly, these herbs can't cure Evening Wind. I can cure her leg. Give me a little more time. By then. Su Wen, are you finished or not? Li Guifeng finally couldn't stand it anymore. She directly rebuked angrily. Su Wen, get out of here right now. Otherwise you will never see my daughter again in your life. She was afraid that later on, Lu Evening Feng would be rejected for treatment by Dong Changhai, just like Mr. Li. Su Wen was about to open his mouth, but Lu Evening Feng gently tugged him. Alright, Su Wen, you go home first. Otherwise my mom is really going to hit someone. Saying that, she playfully spat out her tongue. I know. Looking at his wife who looked sweet and had a smile as warm as the wind, Su Wen turned around and left the hospital room. Outside the ward, Su Wen didn't take 2 steps before he saw 2 small nurses organizing the medicine cabinet. Is that the purple cloud lotus? There's actually a purple cloud lotus in Jiangnan province? That's a coincidence. For Evening Wind's leg, the purple cloud lotus can cure it radically, and there won't be any pain. Thinking about this, Su Wen directly walked towards the medicine cabinet of the Renji clinic. Excuse me, how can I sell this purple cloud lotus? 200,000. The doctor in front of the medicine cabinet smiled and said, "Purple cloud lotus is a top-quality herb for gout disease, so it's not cheap." Suwon was about to pull out the money, but he suddenly remembered that all these years, the money he spent on treating people in Shinong Valley was on old man Su Wuxia. He is now penniless. Hesitate. Suwon was embarrassed and asked, "May I ask where this purple cloud lotus was picked?" He knew that there was no way to artificially grow the purple cloud lotus. It was all wild herbs, so he wanted to take his chances. Purple Sun Lake. The doctor at the medicine cabinet didn't hide it. Soon, Suwon came to Xiang Lake. The lake, countless lotus flowers gathered together like clouds of neon. Unfortunately, Suwon didn't see the purple cloud lotus. It should have been picked up long ago. Just as Suwon was planning to leave, a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind Suwon. "Suwon, why are you here?" "Xian Yi, do you know this rustic guy? Could it be the child of one of your distant relatives?" A group of handsome men and women walked up to us. One of the young men wearing a Givenchy suit asked curiously, and the eyes he looked at Lu Xianyi had more than a little bit of adoration in them. "He's the Suwon who wanted a toad to eat swan meat. In the end the swan meat didn't get eaten, and he ate a piece of disabled meat," Lu Xianyi said with a wry smile. "So it's him." The man in the suit with a talented appearance looked at Suwon with contempt. Then he teased, "Kid, I, Zhuge Chen, have been chasing Lu Xianyi for 3 years without success. Do you think you are the ugly duckling in the fairy tale? Do you think you can change your fate by climbing on Lu Xianyi with a marriage certificate? Become a white swan? Zhuge Chen, what's the point of talking nonsense with a country bumpkin? Don't you want to compete with me in archery? I've already chartered the archery center next to Xiang Lake. Let's go." Lu Xianyi didn't bother with Suwon. Young Master Zhuge, you're a professional archer actually competing with Sister Xianyi in archery. Isn't that bullying?" A tall beauty beside her sniffed, and she immediately said in a delicate and discreet manner, "Who in Jinling City doesn't know that you, Zhuge Chen, were the last archery champion of Jiangnan province?" "Archery champion?" Lu Xuanyi froze. "Zhuge Chen is so powerful?" She really didn't know that Zhuge Chen had such an honor. "The archery tournament in Jiangnan province is nothing but a small competition, and my best result in the national championships was the top 4. Zhuge Chen pretended to be modest. "National championship?" Lu Xuanyi looked high at Zhuge Chen twice while she glared at Suwon with contempt, thinking that even one of his suitors is so good. Where did this Suwon get the face to climb her? Who gave him the courage? Think about it. Lu Xianyi suddenly said to Suwon, "Suwon, since you've been living in the mountains since you were young, you must know archery and hunting, right? How about you and Zhuge Chen compete in archery?" "Sister Xianyi, Zhuge Chen is a genius archer, and he, Suwon, an amateur, isn't even qualified to rub young Master Zhuge's arrows. How are you going to let them compete?" The tall beauty beside her looked puzzled. In response, Lu Xianyi only said intriguingly, "I just want Suwon to understand the gap between him and Zhuge Chen. Even one of my suitors is 10,000 times better than him. Suwon, and this country bumpkin is still presumptuous enough to want to take me as his wife? Maybe, as soon as Suwon has an inferiority complex, he'll take Lu Evening Wind and run back to the mountains to farm, saving me the trouble of seeing it. Suwon, Sister Xianyi is mercifully letting you compete with a professional archer in archery. Why don't you hurry up and go pick out an archery bow?" Seeing Suwon standing still for a long time, the tall Jiang Ziki couldn't help but urge her on. "But why should I compete with him in archery?" Suwon lightly glanced at Zhuge Chen as he asked rhetorically, "Winning him is nothing more than a waste of time for me. It's meaningless at all. Just you? How can you win against young Master Zhuge? Are you dreaming? He's a talented archer who's in the top 4 of the national championship." Jiang Ziki despised it. "Suwon, you just said that competing with me in archery is meaningless. Could it be that you still want to add some color?" Suddenly, Zhuge Chen frowned and stared at Suwon. "Nice, that's what I meant." Suwon stretched out 2 fingers. "You lose. Give me this number. $20 million? Zhuge Chen frowned slightly. Although he was a rich second generation, his pocket money for a month was only $5 million. 20 million. But it's 4 months of his savings. Suwon, you've never seen money before, have you? Open your mouth and ask for $20 million. You." Just as Jiang Ziki was about to chastise Suwon, she saw Suwon shaking his head. "I mean 200,000. 200,000. Just in time to buy the purple cloud lotus that cured his wife's leg injury." "But, so it's $200,000? Jiang Ziki's accusation that reached her mouth couldn't help but turn into a sneer. "A hick is really a hick. I thought you were going to ask for a lion's share of the money, but as it turns out, this, Ziki, you don't understand. To us, $200,000 is just a meal, but to Suwon, $200,000, that's the harvest of his farming for several years." Lu Xianyi compassionately said, The starting point of our birth is the end point that he, Su-won, could not even look up to in his entire life, mocking at the same time. Lu Xianyi was even more certain in her heart that the red truffle must have been picked up by Su-won from the mountains by chance. Otherwise, if Su-won could take out a bride price of tens of millions of dollars, would he gamble with Zhuge Chen for 200,000? Su-won, 200,000 is a small amount of money. This young master has bet with you. Zhuge Chen looked at Su-won with a smirk. But, if you lose, I don't want your 200,000. You only need to shout 3 times I am a toad. As Zhuge Chen's words fell, Zhang Ziki next to him laughed softly. Young master Zhuge, you're too kind, aren't you? After winning Su-won in archery, you still want to help him recognize himself? It's just a different circle, and I, for one, have never been a fan of bullying hillbillies, Zhuge Chen said as he made his way to the archery hall and towed the line. Su-won, later on, I'll let you shoot 5 arrows first. Whoever gets 100 points first, wins. What do you think? No need. Su-won shook his head. I'm afraid that after shooting 5 arrows, you've already lost. Su-won, aren't you sick? Do you know the rules of archery? 1 arrow gets 10 points at most. Even if you hit the bullseye with all 5 arrows, it's only 50 points. Tell me how young Master Zhuge loses? Zhang Ziki cursed. Zhang Ziki, if you talk to Su-won, a country bumpkin, about the rules of archery, does he understand? He usually shoots arrows and hunts in the mountains. Doesn't he rely on Mang? Lu Xuanyi sneered while she looked at Zhuge Chen. Zhuge Chen, you shoot arrows first. It's just right for Su-won to learn the rules of archery. Then I'll offer it up. As Zhuge Chen spoke, he directly picked up a shooting bow. The bow is fully drawn and the arrow is on the string. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and hit the bullseye 30 meters away. Yes, worthy of being the archery champion of Jiangnan province, the first arrow scored 10 points. Su-won, if I look at it, you should stop competing as well and hurry up and admit defeat. What's the point of competing here? Do you want to humiliate yourself? Zhang Ziki and the others scoffed snarkily. However, Su-won didn't pay any attention to them. Soon, Zhuge Chen finished his 10 arrows. 7 of the arrows hit the bullseye. 2 scored 9 points, and 1 scored 7 points. Total 95 points. My god, it's actually 95 points? Young Master Zhuge, I remember that you only scored 94 points at the national championships, right? Zhang Ziki said with a look of adoration. Because Xianyi was there today, I went overboard, Zhuge Chen said with eyes full of deep emotion. Could this be the power of love? Someone laughed and flirted. However, Lu Xuanyi was unmoved. She instead glared at Su-won. Su-won, Zhuge Chen has already finished shooting 10 arrows. Next, it's your turn. Su-won let out an oh-so-subtle sound as he casually took a wooden bow. Shooting arrows with a wooden bow? Kang Ziki had a strange expression on her face. Zhuge Chen similarly laughed uncontrollably. Su-won, what kind of person uses a wooden bow to shoot arrows? Wooden bows are notoriously fragile. They can't be used with much force. Do you want to get another one? If you're like this, I won't be able to win. No need. Su-won shook his head. Humph. He, Su-won, must have known that he was inferior to young Master Zhuge, so he deliberately chose a wooden bow so that even if he lost, he would have a leg to stand on. Zhang Ziki looked like she had seen through Su-won's mind. Su-won, you haven't even shot your arrow yet, and you're starting to make a fool of yourself? Lu Xianyi's face grew cold and said, aren't you too ashamed? Luckily I didn't marry you, or I was saying. Whoosh! Su-won had already shot his first arrow. With a poof, the bullseye 30 meters away was pierced by the arrow. Gio, it's actually 10 points? Su-won, a country bumpkin, can shoot 10 points? Zhang Ziki looked towards the distant arrow target as she was filled with disbelief. Humph, he Su-won is just lucky. If you let him shoot another arrow, he'll definitely miss. Lu Xianyi snorted, but respond to her. Instead, it was Su-won's 4 consecutive arrows that pierced the bullseye. This? Shooting for all 10s? Zhuge Chen's face changed slightly, but that's when Su-won suddenly put down the wooden bow in his hand and stopped continuing to shoot arrows. What? Su-won, you don't dare to shoot arrows anymore? Afraid that good luck won't always favor you? Zhang Ziki sneered conspiratorially. I've already won. I don't need to shoot any more arrows. Su-won replied without a ripple on his face. Win. Zhang Ziki was stunned at first, then she laughed out loud and said, Su-won, are you not awake? Young Master Zhuge scored 97 points, and you only scored 50 points, so how are you going to win? How can you win with your mouth? Who told you I only had 50 points? Su-won walked forward as he moved the arrow target 30 meters away. Next, Lu Xianyi and the others then saw that on the bullseye 50 meters away, it was actually shot by Su-won with 10 points as well. Su Wen is actually killing two birds with one stone? How is this? How is this possible? He's a mountain boy, but he's so good at archery? He can beat a national championship archer? Ginger couldn't accept this reality. Available at the arrow on the bullseye 50 meters away. However, she was not allowed to take it. Zhuge Chen, willing to gamble, give me $200,000. At this moment, Su Wen walked up to the frustrated Zhuge Chen, and he calmly extended a hand. Although Zhuge Chen is not willing, he also understands that he has lost, and losing without dignity. Su Wen, you're good. I'll remember you. $200,000. Take it. Throwing a bank card to Su Wen, Zhuge Chen left with a gray head. After he left, Lu Xianyi walked to Su Wen in annoyance and said, Su Wen, did you cheat? You're a country bumpkin. What makes you able to win against Zhuge Chen? Originally Lu Xianyi let Su Wen and Zhuge Chen than archery, is to see Su Wen make a fool of himself, but did not expect Su Wen actually hit it out of the park. This made her heart very unconvinced. What made a mere bumpkin who farmed in the mountains stand out in her Lu Xianyi's circle? Pity. In the face of Lu Xianyi's insensitive questioning, Su Wen ignored her and instead left without looking back. This guy, how dare he ignore me? Lu Xianyi was so angry that she stomped her feet. Sister Xianyi, it must be that Su Wen is weak from cheating. That's why he doesn't dare to face you. Jiang Ziki said soothingly, taking a step back. Even if Su Wen is really good at archery, so what? He's the archery champion of the national championships, and he still has to be a slave to the hoi polloi? Not to mention comparing it to young Master Zhuge. The day young Master Zhuge doesn't work, his father will put $5 million into young Master Zhuge's bank card. And Su Wen? A 20-something-year-old who doesn't even have $200,000. What can he accomplish in his life? Sister Xianyi simply made the wisest choice by not marrying him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi was in a much better mood as she said to Jiang Ziki, let's go eat. Same time, Wang's group, Wang Qianqian finished the meeting with her father. Dad, I have a party tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Wang Qianqian spilled the beans. Then you go home early. We have a project to talk about with the Li group tomorrow. Wang Qianqian's father admonished. What's there to talk about with Li's group? I get annoyed every time I see that Li Wenjing, thinking herself to death all day long and actually letting a foul-mouthed liar cure her father? It's really ridiculous. I grew up so big. I have never seen someone draw a charm to cure the disease. Simply big speechless, but also said, what father, you cannot live today. It is best not to let me meet that liar in the city of Jinling, or I. Wang Qianqian was saying. Suddenly, with a poof, the body of Mr. Wang in front of her fell to the ground in one fell swoop, covered with black and blood spots. Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, don't scare me. Seeing that her father was not breathing, Wang Qianqian lost her face in fear. Jinling City. Li's group. Dad, it's not good. Something's happened to Wang's group. Li Wenjing found Li Donglu with a complicated face. What happened to the Wang group? Li Donglu asked subconsciously. It's Wang Qianqian. Her father died suddenly. As Li Wenjing opened her mouth, she couldn't help but remember what Su Wen had said earlier at the Renji Medical Center. How did the old king die? Li Donglu couldn't believe it. The autopsy report said that it was a wind chill that killed. Li Wenjing said weakly. Wind chill? Li Donglu was silent for a moment, because he remembers. Before in Renji Medical Center, Dong Chonghai clearly cured Mr. Wang, both so. How could Mr. Wang die because of wind chill? Dad, you don't think we've really met a miracle doctor, do you? After a short silence, Li Wenjing was suddenly a bit thankful. Perhaps what Uncle Wang has is not wind chill, but cold poison entering his body. This, after Li Donglu thought about it, he said with a serious face, Wenjing, immediately go to the hospital with me for a checkup. When the hospital's inspection report was obtained, Li Donglu and Li Wenjing were shocked at the same time, because now, the cold sickness within Li Dong's fluid had actually really disappeared. Dad, it's the divine doctor. We've really met the divine doctor. Li Wenjing said excitedly. I knew that my vision wouldn't be wrong. It's ridiculous that she, Wang Qianqian, even said that I met a liar. Serves her dad right. Okay, no gloating. Li Donglu seriously interrupted his daughter. However, he was thinking in his mind, how to befriend a divine doctor like Su Wen in the future. The other end. When Su Wen came to the Renji Medical Center again, his wife Lu Eveningfeng had already left with Li Guifeng. Spending $200,000 to buy the purple cloud lotus, Su Wen was ready to go home and treat his wife for the heavenly crippling compulsion. But that's when, instead, there was a medical emergency at Renji Medical Center. Dong Chonghai, you quack, didn't you say you cured my father? But why? He'll die of wind chill? Dong Chonghai, get your ass out here. A hysterical woman's wail grew louder. Suwon looked sideways and followed him to see Wang Qianqian, who was wearing mourning, kneeling in front of the door of the medical center and shouting angrily. Alas! If I had known it would come to this, why would I have bothered? Sighing, Suwon was about to turn around, but Wang Qianqian saw him. Wait! Stop right there! Wang Qianqian madly ran over to stop Suwon. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Why didn't you save my father in the first place? Why? If the girl doesn't believe me, how can I save her?" Suwon calmly asked back. "In your eyes, am I not a liar?" I. Wang Qianqian opened her mouth. She was powerless to retort, and in the end, she could only despair and squat on the ground and choke. She repented. She was chagrined. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. Half an hour later, Suwon returned to his wife's home. "Suwon, you're back." Lu Evening Wind looked at Suwon in a gentle and moving manner. "My mom and I's anger in the hospital has subsided, and she even bought ribs, so we'll eat braised ribs tonight." Those ribs aren't for Suwon. Li Guifang was unsympathetic. "Suwon, our family doesn't keep idle hands. You're married to Evening Wind. When are you going to look for a job? Didn't you claim that you know medicine? Can it be that you still want my daughter to support you for the rest of your life?" Suwon was about to say that he would look for a job tomorrow, but suddenly, Lu Evening Feng's phone rang. "What? Is third aunt seriously injured? Okay, I know. We'll go over right away." After hanging up the phone, Lu Evening Wind hurriedly said to Li Guifang, "Mom, third aunt had a car accident." "Your third aunt? Lu Qinxin? Isn't she abroad?" Li Guifang froze. "Third aunt went back to China with her cousin today, and it turned out to be." Lu Evening Wind said as she dressed. "Suwon, you should also come with us to the hospital. Third aunt often took care of me when I was a child, and now that she's had a car accident, I have to visit her." Good. When Suwon and his group arrived at the Jinling City Hospital, the Lu family was gathered around a hospital bed with sad faces. "Mom, what did the doctor say? Can my leg still be cured?" On the hospital bed, the Cheongsam woman with comminuted fractures in both legs looked at old Mrs. Lu, her voice both helpless and choked. "I don't want to live in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. I don't want to be a disability. Xin Xin. The doctor in the city hospital told me that your leg has been completely wasted. Trying to cure it is impossible, unless with a prosthetic limb." Old Mrs. Lu looked at her paralyzed daughter, and she was equally very distressed. "I thought it was a day for family reunions. I didn't expect it, but prosthetics? Nah, I don't use prosthetics. I just want to be normal. I don't use prosthetics." As Lu Qinxin spoke, she actually burst into tears. Seeing this, Lu Evening Feng beside Suwon was sympathetic. As a disabled person, she could better understand Lu Qinxin's despair at this moment. Actually, besides prosthetics, there are other ways to cure anti-Xin Xin. Suddenly at this time, Suwon, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. "Suwon, what business is it of yours? Who gave you permission to talk too much?" Lu Xianyi in the crowd glared at Suwon in dissatisfaction. "He is?" Lu Qinxin's family had never seen Suwon before, and they cast puzzled gazes. "Third aunt, he's Lu Evening Wind's husband. Suwon, a country bumpkin from the mountains," Lu Xianyi said carelessly, stopping her mouth from mentioning that she and Suwon had a marriage contract. "Lu Evening Wind's husband?" Lu Qinxin sized Suwon up twice, following her with anticipation. "Little one, you just said that there are other ways to cure me. I don't know what way you are talking about." "It is." Suwon took out the purple cloud lotus that he bought from the Ringji Medical Center. The purple cloud lotus could not only cure the heavenly disability compass, but any disability or fracture. "You're saying that this lotus flower can cure my leg?" Lu Qinxin's expression froze for a moment, and the next second, Lu Xianyi then laughed out loud. "Suwon, you are starting to be funny again, aren't you? You couldn't cure Lu Wanfeng when I asked you to do so, and now you're trying to cheat my third aunt? You don't even have a license to practice medicine. Can you stop?" "Suwon, stop in moderation. This is a hospital, not a place for your claptrap." The other Lu family members also coldly rebuked. Upon learning that Suwon didn't even have a license to practice medicine, the anticipation on Lu Qinxin's face instantly turned into a cold reprimand. "Suwon, you're deliberately trying to disgust me, aren't you? Whose family uses lotus flowers to treat disabilities? This lotus flower can really cure disability. Why don't you give it to your wife? Taking me as a guinea pig to do experiments, isn't it? And you, Lu Evening Feng, who wouldn't you marry but a liar? Are there no men left in Jinling City?" Facing the aggressive Lu Qinxin, Lu Evening Feng only retorted with a red face. "Third aunt, Suwon is not a liar. When he said that, he was probably just being kind and trying to comfort you." At this very moment, after seeing the lotus flower in Suwon's hand, Lu Evening Feng also realized that perhaps Su Wen really didn't know anything about medicine. The other party's previous statement that he could cure his disability was nothing more than comforting words, because if Su Wen is really a very powerful doctor, how would the other side marry a disabled woman like herself? I don't need his comfort. He's not qualified to comfort me either, Lu Qinxin said in a cold voice. Su Wen, quickly put away your lotus flower. A mountain boy. Have to run to the city to disgrace yourself? What? You obviously don't know medicine. Why do you have to play the big-tail wolf? Lu Xianyi scoffed conspiratorially. Who says I don't know medicine? I'll cure Evening Breeze right now and save you the trouble of being dog-eared. Su Wen sneered as he directly crushed the purple cloud lotus in his hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Transparent lotus water fell from the lotus leaves of the purple cloud lotus and was caught by Su Wen in a crystal cup. Soon, Su Wen filled the 2 crystal cups with lotus water, while the purple cloud lotus in his hand began to slowly wither because the lotus water was harvested. Su Wen, aren't you treating Lu Evening Feng's leg? What are you doing fiddling with a lotus flower? Is it because you have a weak heart? Seeing Su Wen's actions, Lu Xianyi once again sneered contemptuously, saying that I'm dog-eyed? Is it a lie that you don't have the ability? It's useless if you just know how to shoot arrows. You are the national archery champion. You can't afford me either. Su Wen ignored the towering Lu Xianyi. He only poured the lotus water from one of the crystal cups onto Lu Evening Feng's lap. Do it all. Su Wen placed another crystal cup in front of Lu Qinxin. Auntie Qinxin, on account of the fact that you took care of Evening Wind when you were a child, I'll give you this cup of lotus water. It can cure your leg injury. As for whether you use it or not, boo. Not waiting for Su Wen to finish his sentence, Lu Qinxin sneered and slammed the crystal glass on the ground. With a click, the crystal glass was split into pieces. Lotus water and glass dregs scattered all over the place. This crap can cure disability? Do you think I'm as brainless as Lu Evening Feng? Looking at the lotus water seeping into the ground, Su Wen only shook his head inside, not saying anything. On the contrary, it was Lu Evening Wind in the wheelchair who fought for Su Wen. Third aunt, even if you don't believe in Su Wen, you don't have to smash that cup of lotus water. Alright, Lu Evening Wind, shut your mouth. You're limping yourself, and you're still speaking for Su Wen. A liar? Lu Qinxin coldly interrupted Lu Evening Feng, followed by her glaring at Li Guifeng. Li Guifeng, can you control your son-in-law properly? Do you have to let him clown around in the hospital? Su, what? One more word out of your mouth and you're out of my house. Being scolded by Lu Qinxin, Li Guifeng didn't dare to be angry at the Lu family. She could only vent her anger on Su Wen. At the same time, Li Guifeng became more irritated in her heart. How is it that your own daughter, married to a foul-mouthed hick? Mom, don't be mean to Su Wen. He's just being kind. Lu Evening Breeze talks back to his mother. Kindness? Humph. I think it's because you don't have good intentions, right? And you, Lu Evening Wind, what kind of drug have you been given by Su Wen? Why are you always on his side? Can't you learn from Lu Xianyi? People know that mountain children can't marry. You. As Li Guifeng was talking, she saw Lu Xiaofeng's eyes reddening. Mom, what's wrong with Su Wen being a mountain boy? Why do you have to hate the poor and love the rich? I'm not a phoenix girl. How well do you want me to marry? I have never expected my other half to be good. Su Wen is quite good. He has never disliked my disability. Why can't you be more tolerant of him? After a pause, Lu Evening Feng added, at least I don't regret marrying Su Wen. No. Afterward, regret. You. Looking at the stubborn and obstinate Lu Evening Feng, Li Guifeng raised her hand to slap her daughter, but a few Lu family members beside her stopped her. Alright, Li Guifeng. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. Lu Evening Feng doesn't care about marrying Su Wen. So what are you in a hurry for? That's right. Sparrows have their own lives. Not all women are Lu Xianyi. I understand that you want to find a golden son-in-law, but the question is, does she Lu Evening Wind have that condition? These Lu family members you a word in a sentence. Listening to Li Guifeng groundless, hate to find a crack in the ground. And that's when Lu Xuanyi also came over to Li Guifeng and said, Auntie Feng, it's already not easy for cousin Evening Wind to be able to get married, so you really shouldn't ask for too much. After all, these days, it's not easy to find someone with a disability. Although Su Wen loves to talk big and always brags about his medical skills, but at least, he can still shoot arrows, right? Knowing how to shoot arrows is useless. Li Guifeng was so angry that her body trembled. Archery can be a meal? Why can't I? Isn't archery a way to hunt pheasants and rabbits in the mountains for food? Lu Qinxin scoffed mercilessly. You guys. Li Guifeng couldn't stand the sarcasm of these Lu family members, and she indignantly said to Lu Evening Feng, Daughter, let's go. Let's go home. Auntie Feng, don't be in a hurry. Didn't he? Su Wen, Say that he would cure Lu Evening Wind's leg? Let me take a look at him. Lu Xianyi's face just showed a teasing gesture. The result is the next second. She then opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Except for her. The old lady Lu. Lu Qinxin and others in the hospital room also stared at Lu Evening Wind in disbelief. Evening Wind, your leg. At this very moment, the lotus water on Lu Evening Wind's leg had already dried up, and the striking black blood spots on her leg were starting to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood spots are gone? Evening Wind, could it be that your leg is healed? Li Guifan lost her voice and exclaimed. No, it can't be. It must have been Su Wen who used lotus water to cover up the blood spots. It's a chemical reaction, just like invisible ink. Anyway, I don't believe Lu Evening Feng's leg is healed. Lu Xianyi bit out. As long as I've grown up, I've never heard of lotus water curing disabilities. That's right, it's impossible for Lu Evening Feng's leg to be cured. It must be Su Wen who is confusing us. How could he possibly know about medicine? And how could lotus cure the disability? Lu Qinxin also said in a chilling voice. Unless she, Lu Evening Feng, stands up now. That's right, Nightwind, why don't you try standing up? None of the other Lu family members believed that Lu Evening Feng's leg was better. Someone who has been disabled for over a decade. How can you live half your life in a wheelchair and suddenly have your legs healed? Seeing that the Lu family's eyes were all on him, Lu Evening Wind was cowed, because she's scared. If he can't stand up for himself, Su Wen will suffer cynicism again. Evening Wind, don't dilly-dally. If your leg is really better, then stand up. Even old Mrs. Lu stared at Lu Evening Wind and said, Su Wen, can I? Lu Evening Wind thought about it as she bit her thin lip and asked Su Wen. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Su Wen. Rather, lotus water for disability is really too much of a pipe dream. Nightwind, you can do it. Stand up. Su Wen softly said to his wife. Your past life may have been dim and painful, but after today, I will definitely make you happy, and make you the happiest woman in the world. Aha! Lu Evening Feng nodded heavily. Then she took a deep breath, and even lifted herself up from the wheelchair in front of the eyes of everyone in the Lu family. Tap, tap, slow, sluggish footsteps echoed through the hospital. When she saw Lu Evening Feng's stumbling walking appearance, Li Guifang actually cried with her eyes red. Oh, God bless, God bless. My daughter finally doesn't have to be a disabled person. This, Lu Evening Wind's leg is really healed? I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Xianyi and the others forced their hearts to hold back the shock. And when Lu Qinxin saw Lu Evening Wind walking on the ground, the teacup in her hand even fell to the ground with a bang. Su Wen, is it really true that the lotus water cured Evening Wind? Or what? Su Wen asked back with an expressionless face. Xiao Wen, do you have any more of that lotus water? Can you give some more to Third Aunt? Third Aunt, I don't want to be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Lu Qinxin turned from her previous vitriol to bitter pleading, but Su Wen was not impressed and said, Auntie Qin Xin, I'm really sorry, I don't have the lotus water anymore. I gave you a copy before, but nah, you don't know how to cherish it. Looking at the long-gone lotus water on the ground, Lu Qinxin instantly broke down. How could this happen? Why is my life so bitter? No, I don't want to be a cripple for the rest of my life. I don't want to. Why was I so stupid? Why didn't I trust little man? Right, Lu Xianyi, it's all your fault. It's all because you said bad things about Xiao Wen. I'll fight you. Looking at the emotionally out of control Lu Qinxin, a short-haired woman next to her with red eyes comforted. Mom, calm down a bit. Yes, Third Aunt, calm down. You don't really think that it was that lotus water that cured Lu Evening Feng, do you? Lu Xianyi coldly hummed. Lu Xianyi, what do you mean? I saw with my own eyes that Lu Evening Feng's leg is healed. Is this a lie? Lu Qinxin asked angrily in return. Humph, that's because Lu Evening Feng went to Dr. Dong's clinic today. This is the text message that Dong Changhai sent me. See for yourselves. Lu Xianyi disdainfully handed her cell phone to the crowd. Learning that Lu Evening Feng had even visited Dr. Dong before, Lu Qinxin was also a bit uncertain. Third Aunt, you don't think about it. If he, Su Wen, was really a miracle doctor, would he willingly marry Lu Evening Feng, a disabled person? Lu Xianyi said in a serious tone. Also, yesterday when Lu Evening Feng didn't go to see Dr. Dong, he, Su Wen, couldn't cure Lu Evening Feng. But today when Lu Evening Feng went to Rinji Clinic, Su Wen cured Lu Evening Feng. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinxin's gaze flickered out of gloom. Xianyi, do you mean to say that the person who actually cured Lu Evening Wind was Dr. Dong? Isn't it obvious? Lu Xianyi grunted in a conspiratorial manner. Hearing her words, Lu Evening Feng, however, was very angry. Lu Xianyi, My leg was cured by Suwon. Who are you to turn black and white upside down? Maybe that lotus water is Suwon's unique secret recipe. Yes, whatever you say. Lu Xianyi shrugged her shoulders. She didn't care and said, Suwon is your husband. What does it have to do with me if he's good or bad? If he's really capable, go and cure third aunt's leg as well. Yes, little one, quickly heal San aunt's leg and prove yourself. Lu Qinshin couldn't wait, but Suwon stood still and did nothing. Third aunt, you see? Suwon, doesn't dare to treat your leg. He just has a weak heart. Lu Xianyi struck while the iron was hot, while her words had just fallen. Old Mrs. Lu's phone rang. What? Mr. Autumn, you're serious? Good. I know. Wait for old Mrs. Lu to hang up the phone. A group of Lu family members cast their gazes. Mom, what is Mr. Xiao looking for you for? Old Mrs. Lu took a deep breath as she held back her excitement. Didn't the Nanlingzhu family plan to invest in an international music school in Jiangnan before? Fang gave me the word from Mr. Autumn. The person from the Nanlingzhu family who came to Jiangnan province is Zhu Lingtian. When the words Zhu Lingtian were said, old Mrs. Lu's voice was a bit solemn. It's actually the legendary patriarch. Zhu Lingtian? How did that big shot from Shu province come to my Jiangnan? I did hear that Zhu Lingtian was seriously injured early on and wouldn't live past the age of 60. I'm only afraid that he came to Jiangnan this time to return to his roots, because Zhu Lingtian's mother is from our Jiangnan. While the crowd was whispering, old Mrs. Lu ruthlessly interrupted. Silence. Legendary masters are in a position of power. How can you allow such an existence to be discussed behind your backs? Do you want to bring about the destruction of my Lu family? One moment. The whole ward became dead silent and no one dared to speak again. At this time, old Mrs. Lu continued. Earlier, I said that whoever can negotiate a partnership with the Nanlingzhu family for an international music school, I'll give him the Moon Festival Villa by Xiang Lake. But now, I've changed my mind. Whoever can negotiate a partnership with the Xu family will be the next head of the Lu family. Hiss. This statement was made. Lu Qinshin and the others had their bodies shaken. Grandma, are you serious? Lu Xianyi's gaze set off a little ripple. Originally, she didn't dare to be interested in this cooperation with the Xu family of Nanling, but now it was different, because Lu Xianyi had dreamed of becoming the head of the Lu family. Have I, Zhao Shanglan, ever lied to you? When old Mrs. Lu's words fell, Lu Evening Feng beside Suwon spoke. Grandma, I will do my best to talk to the Zhu family about cooperation. You go and talk? Oh, Lu Evening Feng, are you being funny? What kind of status does Zhu Lingtian have for our Lu family to negotiate a cooperation? At least it has to be a female CEO of a listed company like Lu Xianyi, or a martial arts practitioner like your cousin, or even worse, a talented overseas student like your cousin. What kind of identity do you take to talk about cooperation with the Zhu family? A hobo? A Lu family man beside him rebuked unkindly. Lu Evening Wind was dumbfounded by the dislike, but that's when Suwon beside her, however, said with a cold face, Lu Xianyi, before I made a bet with you, as long as you cure Evening Wind's leg within 3 days, your Lu family will let her go to talk about cooperation with the Nanlingzhu family. And now that Evening Wind's leg is fine, your Lu family wants to go back on their word? What a joke! Did you cure Lu Evening Wind's leg? Lu Xuanyi said in a conspiratorial manner. It was clearly cured by Dr. Dong. You can call Dong Changhai over to confront him and ask him if he's capable of doing that. Suwon sneered. Shouting is fine. Afraid of you? Lu Xianyi was about to call Dong Changhai, but old Mrs. Lu grunted. Alright, what's all the noise about? All the Lu family members can go and talk to the people of the Nanlingzhu family about cooperation. Whoever negotiates a partnership will be the next head of the Lu family. When Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng returned home, suddenly, wow! Su Wen's arms were soft, and the faint fragrance of a woman came to the surface, such as orchids are elegant and fragrant. Nightwind? You? Looking at Lu Evening Feng, who had tiptoed up and jumped into his arms, Su Wen was slightly stunned. Even this moment, the two were close together, and he could still feel his wife's proud figure in curves. Hubby, thank you for curing my leg. Although Lu Xianyi and the others said that it was Dr. Dong who cured me, in my eyes, it was you who cured me. In the future, I will take good care of you. Burying her head in Su Wen's arms, Lu Evening Feng blushed and shyly said, actually, back at the hospital. The moment Lu Evening Wind got up, she wanted to hug Su Wen, but it was crowded. Lu Evening Feng was really embarrassed, but now that she was back home, she didn't have to worry about anything. You and I are husband and wife. What are you talking about? Thanks. To say care, it should also be me. Su Wen was talking, but at that moment, Li Guifang's voice came coldly from behind him. Lu Evening Feng, do you still want to be shameless? Can't you be reserved as a girl? Besides, was your leg cured by Su Wen? Why not? That lotus water must be Su Wen's unique recipe. Lu Evening Breeze took a bite out of it. Unique secret recipe? Humph. I think it's a secret recipe for shit. Su Wen really has a secret recipe. He doesn't take it and sell it for money? Instead, he picked up a few rotten mushrooms from the mountains as a bride price? Shame on you. Li Guifang snorted. Even if Su Wen doesn't have a secret recipe, he's my husband. So what's wrong with me hugging him? Lu Evening Wind still said forcefully. Husbands can't hug either. Li Guifang yanked Lu Evening Feng away from Su Wen's arms. The good man in his arms left. Su Wen couldn't help but feel a bit empty. But suddenly, he actually realized that the 9-yang absolute vein in his body was flickering with signs of healing. The 9-yang Jedi vein has actually been suppressed? Su Wen's face was horrified. All these years in the Shinnong Valley, his Jedi vein had never been suppressed. But I didn't expect to come to the Lu family soon after. No wonder Master said that I can only live if I marry a woman from the Lu family. So it turns out that a woman from the Lu family can suppress my 9-yang Jedi vein. Early the next morning, Lu Evening Feng, who had lightly drawn on her makeup, arrived at the Dragon Lake 3000 Court in Jinling City. Longhu 3000 Court is the top luxury residence in Jiangnan Province. The Nanlingzhu family lives here. May I ask who you're looking for? At the entrance of the Longhu 3000 Court, several middle-aged men in black long shirts stopped Lu Evening Feng. These middle-aged men had a thick pace and the power of qi and blood in their bodies was powerful. At a glance, it was clear that they were people who practiced martial arts. Hello, I'm Lu Evening Feng from the Lu family in Jinling. I'd like to talk to the Zhu family about the International Conservatory of Music. Without waiting for Lu Evening Feng to finish his sentence, one of the men in black indifferently said, I'm sorry, the Zhu family won't see any guests today. I know. Lu Evening Wind wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned around in disgrace. Yo, Lu Evening Feng, you really have the guts to come to the 3000 Court of Dragon Lake to look for the Zhu family? Suddenly at this time, a red Porsche stopped in front of Lu Evening Wind, only to see Lu Xianyi, wearing a Chanel high-grade evening dress and stepping on Valentino high heels, rolled down the window and flirted. How about it? Did you eat a closed door? The Zhu family can't see you? If I say, you'd better give up. Don't come to Longhu 3000 Court to disgrace yourself. I'm not giving up. Lu Evening Wind spoke decisively, and she left without looking back. Xianyi, that woman just now? In the Porsche limousine, Zhuge Chen, who was sitting on the co-pilot, looked at Lu Evening Feng's back, and his eyes lit up slightly. What a beautiful, innocent woman. Compared to Lu Xianyi's generous beauty, Lu Evening Wind was like a lotus flower that hadn't bloomed yet, and simply didn't carry a hint of earthly flavor. She is my disabled cousin, Lu Evening Wind. Lu Xianyi introduced herself disdainfully. Disability? Zhuge Chen froze. Oh, yesterday Lu Evening Wind's leg was cured by Dr. Dong, and she is now no longer disabled. As Lu Xuanyi spoke, she asked with a smile. What? Zhuge Chen, do you have eyes for my cousin? Without waiting for Zhuge Chen to reply, Lu Xianyi said to herself, if you have your eyes on Lu Evening Feng, you can try. You can't catch up. But retreating and chasing a Lu Evening Feng is still not a big problem. But isn't she married to Su Wen? Zhuge Chen hesitated. Su Wen? Che, a hillbilly from the mountains. Can he compare to you? Besides, don't you men like married women? Lu Xianyi plays with flavor. Ahem. Xianyi, don't say it so directly. Men are not the same as men. I'm still very simple. Zhuge Chen laughed. Lu Xuanyi didn't bother to break him down. Instead, she turned her words around and said, Zhuge Chen, you said before that you have a way to help me meet the Zhu family. How do you plan to help me? In the 3000th Court of Longhu, an old man clad in white sable was playing chess with a young girl in green. The young girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She had a ponytail and looked quirky. Grandpa, you lost this game of chess again. Xu Wenju dropped the white pieces in her hand. She playfully spat out her tongue. Grandpa is so stupid. He can't even win a game of chess against me. Maybe it's Grandpa's age. Zhu Lingtian looked at the black sun in his hand, his gaze falling into past memories. Grandpa is only 59 years old. Where is he old? Just as Zhu Wenju's words fell, a sound of footsteps came from the courtyard behind her. Miss Wenju, Lu Xuanyi from the Jinling Lu family is visiting. Looking up at the sexy and flirtatious woman walking towards him, Xu Wenju asked expressionlessly, what is it that Miss Lu is looking for me for? Miss Wenju, it's like this. I've heard that the Nanlingzhu family wants to invest in an international music school in Jiangnan province, and my Lu family has the credentials to do so, so I want to. When facing Zhu Wenju, Lu Xuanyi's attitude was respectful and polite, but not before she finished her sentence. Zhu Wenju, who was dressed in green, then shook her head and said, "Miss Lu, please go back. I just want to play chess with Grandpa today. I don't want to talk about official business. So can we leave each other business cards?" Lu Xianyi asked in a curt tone. It was really because Zhu Wenju's status was too high and the other party was the granddaughter of a legendary patriarch, so she had to lower her posture. However, Zhu Wenju coldly said, "There is no need. You and I are not from the same world, and after today, it is even more likely that we will not cross paths again." After saying that, Zhu Wenju directly said to the subordinates on the side, "Send off the guests." Being belittled in public, Lu Xianyi didn't dare to be angry in the slightest. She instead compensated by squeezing out a smile. "I'm bothering Miss Wenju." Until Lu Xianyi left, Zhu Wenju then let out a delicate hum. "Why is it that every day there are some cats and dogs that come to disturb Grandpa's purity? What a nuisance." In response, the sable-clad old man in front of the chess game only smiled and shook his head. "Wenju, when you stand high enough, there are some things that are inevitable." "Humph, what's so inevitable? They're all just little people who want to climb up to Grandpa's level. If it were me, I'd definitely make an example out of them, so that those mole crickets wouldn't dare to bother people again." Zhu Wenju said indignantly. "Don't move and fight. Don't forget, this is Jiangnan province, not Suzhou province. In someone else's territory, you and I are better off keeping a low profile." Zhu Lingtian's words had just fallen, when suddenly, his face turned pale for a while. Immediately, a mouthful of ebony blood was spat out in a pft. "Grandpa! Zhu Lao!" Zhu Wenju and the subordinates next to him were startled. "I'm not in the way. I'm just having a flare-up of an old disease." Zhu Lingtian wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was just about to pacify his granddaughter, but he ended up fainting with his eyes blackened. "Grandpa?" Looking at the collapsed Zhu Lingtian, Zhu Wenju madly said, quickly go and invite the divine doctor." Results: several miracle doctors came from Jiangnan province, but in the end, they couldn't cure Zhu Lingtian. Before one of the divine doctors left, he even sighed. "Elder Zhu's 5 organs are withered. He is destined to not live past the threshold of 60 years old. This is destiny, not a disease." Hearing this, Zhu Wenju instantly paralyzed on the ground and cried for a long time. For crying out loud, another Zhu family subordinate found Zhu Wenju. Li Wenjing from the Li group in Jinling City is visiting. "Miss Wenju, I heard that the Nanling Zhu family wants to invest in an international music school in Jiangnan province." So, as Li Wenjing was speaking, she heard Zhu Wenju curse like crazy. "Get out! You get out! It's all because you little people from Jiangnan came to disturb my grandpa's purity that my grandpa had an attack of his old illness. Get out of here! I won't work with you people." Looking at the stormy Zhu Wenju, Li Wenjing realized afterward that it turned out to be Zhu Lingtian's old illness that had struck and fainted, and even the divine doctors were unable to do anything about it, which was why Zhu Wenju was furious. Ugh! Sigh. Li Wenjing thought to herself that she had come at a really bad time. She bowed and said to Zhu Wenju that she was disturbed and turned around to leave. But before leaving, Li Wenjing suddenly thought of something again, and she saw her hesitantly say to Zhu Wenju, "Miss Wenju, your grandfather's old illness is not incurable." "What did you say?" Zhu Wenju swished and looked at Li Wenjing. "Could it be that you have a way to cure my grandfather's illness? I know someone who might be able to cure Elder Zhu." Li Wenjing told the story of Su Wen's drawing a talisman to cure the sick at the Rinji Medical Center. Drawing charms for healing? Zhu Wenju frowned slightly, as even she had never heard of such a bizarre means of healing. "You go and bring that man here. If he can really cure my grandfather, my Zhu family will definitely thank him properly," Zhu Wenju said casually. Among other things, she had known in her heart for a long time that no one in the whole of Kyushu could save her grandfather from his illness, but she was still unwilling to give up. At least, she didn't want to have regrets. Same time, Suwon is looking for a job at the job market, because yesterday Li Guifang said that their family doesn't keep idle people, and Suwon doesn't want to be kept by his wife for the rest of his life. So, he felt he should get a decent job to support his family. "Little brother, I finally found you." Suddenly at this time, a silver Audi stopped in front of Suwon. "It's you?" Seeing Li Wenjing step down from the car, Suwon curiously asked, "What do you want to see me about?" "Little brother, it's not me looking for you. It's the Nanling Zhu family." Li Wenjing told Suwon about Zhu Lingtian's old illness, but Suwon shook his head. "Sorry, I'm looking for a job right now. I don't have time to heal people." "Little brother, you're confused. If you cure Elder Zhu, what kind of job can't you find? Maybe Miss Wenju will give you a public company once she's happy. At that time you will be the boss yourself. Isn't it better than working for someone?" Julia Li lost her smile. "Oh." Suwon weighed his options and he nodded. "Sounds good. Lead the way." Half an hour later, Suwon arrived at the Dragon Lake 3000 court. MS. Wenju. I've brought divine Dr. Su. Li Wenjing bowed to Zhu Wenju in a formal manner. He's what you call the miracle doctor who draws charms to cure the sick? His eyes sized up Su Wen twice. Zhu Wenju had a complicated expression. It's him. Julia Li nodded heavily. Zhu Wenju didn't answer. It's really. Su Wen looked too young. Mind you, the youngest of the divine physicians she knew was in his 50s. And Su Wen? He was not even 30 years old. So young. Even if Su Wen really knew about medicine, how much skill could he have? Miss Wenju, why don't we let divine Dr. Su consult Elder Zhu first? Seeing that Zhu Wenju was speechless for a long time, Li Wenjing guessed that the other party might be questioning Su Wen's medical skills, so she took the initiative to propose. That's just it. Let him try. Zhu Wenju pinched his eyebrows and nodded. In fact, after seeing Su Wen's age, she had no more expectations in her heart. Results. After Su Wen placed a hand on Zhu Lingtian's brow, the originally fainted Zhu Lingtian actually opened one eye. Grandpa? Oh, Grandpa, you finally woke up. I thought I would never see you again. Seeing Zhu Lingtian open one eye, Zhu Wenju immediately couldn't stop crying, but Su Wen shook his head. Your grandfather hasn't woken up yet. He's showing signs of returning to his senses. Back to the light? Zhu Wenju couldn't help but ask. Then can my grandfather still be saved? Could be. Su Wen nodded. Then I'm counting on you. Dr. Su. Looking at Su Wen's confident appearance. At this moment, Zhu Wenju couldn't help but raise hope in his heart. The minutes ticked by. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. During this period, Zhu Wenju and Li Wenjing were holding their breaths as the two women quietly observed Su Wen drawing talismans on Zhu Lingtian's 5 viscera. Phew! Suddenly, Su Wen let out a long breath. He removed his hand from Zhu Lingtian's 5 viscera, and at the same time, buzz, buzz, dazzling white light suddenly blipped out from Zhu Lingtian's 7 orifices. Next, Zhu Lingtian's fingertips began to overflow with black blood, looking bizarre to the extreme. What's going on with my grandfather? Noticing that Zhu Lingtian's breathing was weak for a moment, Zhu Wenju, who originally still had high hopes for Su Wen, suddenly changed his face abruptly. Your grandfather is detoxing. Su Wen calmly said. Your grandfather's injuries were not light in the past, but he couldn't find a good prescription, so he could only suppress his injuries with the astral fire. I don't know. The astral fire is extremely harmful to the 5 viscera. Just now when I looked inside your grandfather's body, I saw that his 5 viscera were exhausted and the fire poison was all over the place, so I need to extract the poison of the astral fire. Only then will he be able to renew his life. The words fell at the same time. Boo! Zhu Lingtian's body trembled as he actually lost his breath on the spot. Grandpa! Realizing that Zhu Lingtian's traces of life were gone, Zhu Wenju madly accused Su Wen. Quack doctor, didn't you say that my grandfather was detoxifying? Why? Why is he dead now? It's you! You're the one who killed my grandfather. If you hadn't treated my grandfather, he wouldn't have died so quickly. As he spoke, Zhu Wenju cried out in despair. In the midst of the cries, several martial arts practitioners immediately surrounded Su Wen. One of them even shouted angrily in a chilling voice. Thief! Senior Zhu died because of you. This life of yours, it's better to stay. This? Next to her, when Li Wenjing saw Su Wen rule Zhu Lingtian to death, she looked flustered. To know, Su Wen was introduced to her. As the saying goes, a fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. Only fear. After Zhu Wenju finished liquidating Su Wen, it was her turn next. But just as Li Wenjing was at a loss for words, she saw Su Wen calmly say to Zhu Wenju, Miss Zhu, is this how your Zhu family treats its savior? What lifesaver? You healed my grandfather to death and you still. As he was speaking, Zhu Wenju's voice came to an abrupt end. It's not just her. The others present also looked at Zhu Lingtian with wide eyes, only to see that the old man, who had no signs of life a second ago, was now sitting up with a flushed face. What kind of cure is this? People who were obviously dead are now actually alive again? Julia Li was dumbfounded. She has seen Chinese medicine looking, sniffing and checking and Western medicine instrumental diagnosis, but he had never seen a doctor who could raise the dead like Su Wen. Grandpa, you're not dead? After Zhu Wenju came back to her senses, she jumped into the old man's arms with tears of joy. Okay, Fumitsu, don't cry. Zhu Lingtian pacified his granddaughter for a couple of sentences, followed by him getting up and saluting Su Wen. Many thanks to little friend for saving my life from the ghost gate. Fong Su Wen detoxed. He had then woken up, but his body was not listening to him, not able to move a single muscle. Grandpa Zhu doesn't have to be polite. I didn't save you for nothing. Su Wen smiled and opened his mouth. I don't know what little friend wants. In Jiangnan, I, Zhu Lingtian, have many friends. Money, status, fame, women. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Zhu Lingtian's tone was sincere, but Su Wen shook his head. All these, I don't need. No? Zhu Lingtian froze, and without waiting for him to say anything else, behind him, Li Wenjing flattered. Elder Zhu, divine Dr. Su actually only wants to find a job. Looking for a job? These words not only caught Zhu Lingtian by surprise, but Zhu Wenju on the side was also very puzzled. With Su Wen's medical skills, which hospital wouldn't rush to keep him? Finding a job is simple. Before my mother passed away, she had left me a chamber of commerce in the Jiangnan province, and from now on, little friend is the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Lingtian said as he handed Su Wen a chamber of commerce transfer document. Su Wen didn't think much about it as he directly signed the document. When the contract was signed, Zhu Wenju also handed Su Wen a bank card. Divine Dr. Su, this is my thanks. No need. Su Wen shook his head. Your grandfather already gave me the consultation fee. My grandfather is my grandfather. I am me. And, just now I questioned the medical skills of Dr. Su Shen. I am really sorry. Zhu Wenju apologized from the bottom of his heart, but Su Wen still didn't confiscate the bank card. He only smiled and said to Zhu Lingtian, Grandpa Zhu, can I go take over the Luyu Chamber of Commerce now? Of course. I've already sent a message to Chen Baifu of the Foothill Moon Chamber of Commerce. He'll be waiting for you downstairs. Zhu Lingtian nodded his head. It was only after Su Wen and Li Wenjing left that Zhu Wenju looked at Zhu Lingtian in puzzlement. Grandpa, the Shu family also has quite a few small companies in Jiangnan province. Why did you give the Luyu Chamber of Commerce to Dr. Su Shen? That's a chamber of commerce that was founded by great-grandma. And after all these years, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is already one of the top 4 chambers of commerce in Jiangnan. A small company? Oh, with divine Dr. Su's status, I'm only afraid that he may not even look at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. So how can I be so kind as to just send him a small company? Zhu Lingtian lost his smile and said, it is said that there are people outside of the people in the 9 states, and there is a sky outside of the sky. In the past, I was shrinking in Shuzhou without realizing it, but now, I've kind of seen what it means to be a person of high standing outside of the world. Grandpa, do you mean to say that Dr. Su Shen is not small? Zhu Wenju's voice tightened. However, Zhu Lingtian lamented, can't see through, I can't see through divine Dr. Su. Grandpa, could it be that divine Dr. Su is the person that Jiangnan's minister Chen is looking for? Suddenly, Zhu Wenju thought of something. Then who knows? Secretary Chen is guarding me like a thief. Ask him anything and he won't say anything. Always looking sneaky. Really petty. Zhu Lingtian sighed darkly, followed by his gaze, regardless of whether divine Dr. Su is the person that Secretary Chen is looking for or not. In any case, our Zhu family cannot afford to cross paths with him. I understand. Grandpa. After leaving the 3000th court of Longhu, Li Wenjing kept casting envious glances at Su Wen. It was only when Su Wen inquired that he learned. It turned out that the Luyu Chamber of Commerce that Zhu Lingtian had given him was not an ordinary company, but one of the 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan province. It is important to realize that there are 13 cities in Jiangnan province. The fact that the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce was able to sit on the throne of the 4 great chambers of commerce was enough to illustrate the terrifying nature of the underpinnings. Even the powerful Lu family of Jinling City, in front of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, it was nothing more than a small witch, completely worthless. After separating from Julia Li, Su Wen arrived at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Luyu Chamber of Commerce is located in the center of Jinling City, covers an area of hundreds of acres. The office building is 70 floors, is considered a landmark building in Jinling City. At this moment, downstairs of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and a Rolex watch was waiting respectfully. Upon seeing Su Wen walking, the middle-aged man in a white suit immediately greeted him curtly. But, Mr. Su Wen? It's me. Su Wen nodded. Mr. Su, please come inside. Elder Zhu has already explained that starting today, you are the new president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Chen Baifu said as he brought Su Wen to the chairman's room of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce and handed over a document. Mr. Su, this is all the assets and projects under the name of our Luyu Chamber of Commerce so far. Also, from now on, I'm your personal assistant. Here's my business card, and my phone is on 24 hours a day. You, without waiting for Chen Baifu to finish his sentence, Su Wen said without a ripple on his face. I know. You go down. Wait for Chen Baifu to leave. Su Wen familiarized himself with the work environment, and following that he planned to go home and tell Li Guifeng that he had found a job. It hadn't even gotten out of the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce's office building. On her way came a cold woman dressed in a sexy dress with a tall figure. It was Lu Xianyi's best friend, Zhang Ziki. Yo, isn't this country bumpkin Su Wen? You don't go to the mountains to shoot arrows and hunt. What are you doing in our Luyu Chamber of Commerce? Looking at Jiang Ziki, who had a snarky face, Su-wen said expressionlessly, I'm here to find a job, can't I? Looking for a job? Jiang Ziki was first stunned, followed by her puffing with a hilarious laugh. Ha ha, Su-wen, are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my flowers? Just you? You're still looking for a job in our Luyu Chamber of Commerce? What do you think the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is? A shelter in Jinling City? I'm telling you, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is one of the 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan province. Even the cleaning staff of our Chamber of Commerce are all highly talented students who have studied abroad. And you, a country bumpkin, still want to look for a job in the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Are you not awake? You clean the toilets for my Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Our Full Moon Chamber of Commerce can't even look at you. Saying that, Jiang Ziki threw the Starbucks cup she had just finished in her hand in front of Su-wen. Su-wen, don't say I don't take care of you. For the sake of you being abandoned by Sister Xianyi, pick up the cup yourself and sell it for money. A hick like you is only worthy of being a trash-picking sweeper. Upon hearing this, Su-wen said with an icy gaze, Jiang Ziki, it seems like I haven't messed with you, right? Why are you humiliating me? What's wrong with me just humiliating you? Jiang Ziki raised her voice and said, I'm just humiliating you. The ugly duckling with no self-knowledge. A poor boy from the mountains? You still want to climb up Sister Xianyi's ladder? Are you worthy? Whether I am worthy or not has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ziki, the marriage contract was set by Lu Xianyi's grandfather. I only followed the contract of the marriage contract to come to the Lu family. Also, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Our Chamber of Commerce. We don't need a stupid woman with dog eyes like you. Su-wen said one word at a time. But, Su-wen, what are you pretending to be a big-tail wolf here again? You still won't let me come to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Do you think you're the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Ziki sneered. If you Su-wen were really so capable, would Sister Xianyi not marry you? It's okay to lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. A redneck like you is just. As he was talking, suddenly, Chen Baifu came over from the distance. Manager Chen. Seeing Chen Baifu, Jiang Ziki changed her sneer when she faced Su-wen. Instead she took the initiative to welcome forward and waved her hands and gestured. Manager Chen, are you free tonight? I know a bar. While saying that, Jiang Ziki boldly leaned her body towards Chen Baifu. But Chen Baifu pushed Jiang Ziki away. He was curious instead. Ziki, you know Mr. Su-wen? Well, I know him. Jiang Ziki fell. He is a mountain. Not waiting for Jiang Ziki to finish her sentence, Chen Baifu smiled and said, Ziki recently you have performed well in the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. I intend to let you be the manager of personnel. What do you think? Really? Jiang Ziki's gaze was delighted. Personnel manager? That's the core top of the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. No kidding. After today, she, Jiang Ziki, would be able to turn her life around, and even Lu Xianyi would have to call her sister Ziki when she met her. A gentleman is a gentleman, so you'll go over to Xiao Lu's side for your promotion later. Chen Baifu's willingness to allow Jiang Ziki to be promoted was entirely due to Su-wen's face. After all, Su-wen was the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce that Zhu Ling Tian had arranged for. If he flattered Su-wen, he would be able to climb up to the Zhu family in Shuzhou in the future? Wouldn't his life be a step to heaven? Thank you, Manager Chen. Thank you, Manager Chen. I will definitely perform well in the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce in the future and live up to your trust. As Jiang Ziki spoke, she raised her eyebrows again and glared at Su-wen. Su-wen, why are you, a country bumpkin, still sticking around our Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Let me tell you, I am now the personnel manager of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. If I don't nod my head, no one in the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce would dare to let you stay and work here. You, get lost and go pick up garbage. Hiss. Jiang Ziki just opened her mouth, and next to her, Chen Baifu froze. But without waiting for him to explain, Su-wen coldly said, Chen Baifu, what do you mean? I just wanted to oust Jiang Ziki from the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, and you promoted her. Could it be that you want to go against me? No, Mr. Su, it's all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I thought Jiang Ziki was your friend. Chen Baifu was so scared that he fell to his knees. At the same time he snapped another slap on Jiang Ziki's face. Jiang Ziki, you are a bitchy whore, and you dare to call Mr. Su a country bumpkin? Tell him to get out of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? What kind of thing are you? Someone come, slap Jiang Ziki's mouth for me. I'll make her dog's mouth spit out ivory and offend Chairman Su. As soon as Chen Baifu's words fell, a few security guards ran in the distance. These security guards raised their hands and started slapping Jiang Ziki's face. Pop, snap, a few slaps fell. and Jiang Ziqi's mouth was full of blood. Chen. Manager Chen. You said Su Wen is the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Ziqi's pupils clenched as she looked incredulous. Su, isn't Su Wen a mountain boy? What a turn of events. You've become the president of the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce? Waste words, Mr. Su is not the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that you are? Chen Baifu said. He kicked Jiang Ziqi again. You guys, throw Jiang Ziqi, this dog-eyed fool, out of here. In the future, if she dares to come to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce again, I want you all to look good. No, don't, Manager Chen, please don't kick me out. I can't lose my job at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Ziqi hurriedly hugged Chen Baifu's thigh, but Chen Baifu didn't even look at her. Seeing this, Jiang Ziqi choked and looked at Su Wen again. Su, Mr. Su, it's my fault. I shouldn't have humiliated you. I beg you to forgive me. Without the job at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, I will die. My dad offended someone early on. That enemy is afraid of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, so he doesn't dare to make a move against my family. Jiang Ziqi, what does your death have to do with me? Su Wen coldly said. You have today, and it's all your own fault. No, it's not. I'm not to blame. I'm just confused for a moment. As long as Mr. Su is willing to let me go this time, I can do anything. I'm very well behaved. I can spend the night with Mr. Su tonight. I have a good figure, and my legs are good. Snap. As Jiang Ziqi was talking, Chen Baifu kicked over again. A rotten one. Still want to climb into Mr. Su's bed? Don't you look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? What is Mr. Su's status? In Jiangnan, what kind of women can't he play with? Does he have to play with you? Jiang Ziqi unwillingly cried. I really know it's wrong. I'll never look down on a dog again. Then either, or don't let me stay at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce to clean up. Take it out. Chen Baifu directly ignored Jiang Ziqi. Under despair, Jiang Ziqi instantly lost her voice and wailed. No, I don't want to go. Lu Xianyi, you liar. You said Su Wen doesn't deserve you, but Su Wen is clearly the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. I hate you. I hate you. For ruining my life, you bitch. After Ginger Ziggy left, Chen Baifu hurriedly and forcefully slapped himself twice, and compensated with a smile. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I'm to blame for employing the wrong person, which has caused today's unpleasantness. Forget it, it's nothing to do with you. Su Wen shook his head as he was about to leave the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, but that's when, instead, a white-haired old man in a brown suit walked outside. As soon as this white-haired old man saw Chen Baifu, he revealed a pleading color. Manager Chen, you must help me this time. Our Hanfei International Hotel has a bit of a problem with its capital chain. You lend me 200 million first, turn around and Ahem, old Lu. Nowadays I don't care about the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce anymore. If you want to borrow money, you'd better ask our Mr. Su. Chen Baifu interrupted this white-haired old man who was borrowing money. Mr. Su, Lu Yuanqing mistakenly looked at Su Wen to the side. Not bad. He is the new president of our Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su Wen. After a pause, Chen Baifu added. It was appointed by Senior Zhu Ling Tian. Hiss. Hearing the three words Zhu Ling Tian, Lu Yuanqing immediately shivered. That was a legendary patriarch of the Shuzhou province, and his strength was even half a point higher than that of Secretary Chen. I've met Mr. Su. Mr. Su is young enough to be the president of the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce. He's really a dragon and phoenix among men. A heroic young man. After patting 2 lines of ass, Lu Yuanqing's face showed a few pleasing colors. That, Mr. Su, can I borrow $200 million of cash from Luyu Chamber of Commerce first? You can rest assured that next month. No, at most half a month. I will definitely repay the amount. I won't lose a single penny of your interest. After saying that, Lu Yuanqing waited apprehensively for Su Wen to reply. Seeing Lu Yuanqing's cautious look, Chen Baifu also whispered to Su Wen. Mr. Su, old Lu has been working with our Luyu Chamber of Commerce for many years. He is very honest. Oh yeah, the Hanfei International Hotel behind old Lu was still the most extravagant wedding venue in Jiangnan province. Many celebrities and princesses have gotten married there. If you have a friend who wants to have a wedding at Hanfei International Hotel in the future, just give him a call. There's no need to make an appointment at all. Given the integrity, let's give him the 200 million. Su Wen didn't make things difficult for Lu Yuanqing. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you. Lu Yuanqing was overjoyed at his words, and he hurriedly bowed to Su Wen to thank him. And just then, Su Wen's phone rang. It was his wife Lu evening phone calling. Su Wen, where are you? My cousin is getting engaged at the Lu family villa later. Remember to come over when you're done, but don't be late. Lu Evening Fang's admonishing voice came from the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Suwon came to the Lu family villa. Nowadays, the Lu family villa has long been plastered with red and festive she characters. Suwon, you're here. Lu Evening Fang, who wore light makeup and had a clear and elegant look, went forward and took Suwon's arm. Which cousin of yours is getting engaged today? Suwon asked curiously. Do we need to prepare a gift? No need. Lu Evening Fang shook his head and followed her by pointing down to Lu Wentong, who was surrounded by the crowd. Here, she's the main character who's going to get engaged today. Cousin Wentong. Is she? Suwon recognized Lu Wentong because the other party was none other than Lu Qingshin's daughter, the highly talented student who had studied overseas. Originally my cousin didn't intend to get engaged so soon, but it wasn't because third aunt was paralyzed, so she thought of getting married earlier to wash away the joy, and to put third aunt's mind at ease. Lu Evening Wind beside him said to himself. While the two were talking, Lu Xianyi and others arrived in succession. Soon, the engagement party has officially begun. Today is the day of Wentong's engagement. Cheers everyone. Lu Qingshin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, revealed a rare smile. Sister Qin Xin, you're really lucky. Your daughter married a rich and handsome man, and I heard that Xiao Zhou even opened a company? It's really marvelous. There were Lu family members surrounding Lu Qingshin to shush her. It's just a small company, not even close to Sister Xianyi's Xianyi Nidia, Zhou Xiling said modestly. But Lu Qingshin was not happy. What small company? Oh, I have heard that your company and the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce have both cooperated. With the status of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan, how could they cooperate with a small company? Wow. This statement was made. Many Lu family women looked at Lu Qingshin with even more envy. Even some of the Lu family's women who hadn't gotten married yet were now looking at Lu Wentong jealously. After all, to be able to cooperate with the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, that was enough to show that the company behind Zhou Xiling was not simple. Noticing the eyes cast by several women of her age, Lu Wentong was like a proud bird as she instantly raised her chin. At this time, old lady Lu said, Xiao Zhou ah, you married Wentong. In the future we are a family. If there is an opportunity, introduce a few people in charge of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce to Grandma, our Lu family. In fact, also want to talk to the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce about a few projects. No problem, Grandma. I'll help you if I get the chance. Zhou Xiling nodded seriously. Seeing him agree, one of the famous Lu family elders once again lamented. Little Zhou really understands things. Yes, not only do you know what you're doing, but at such a young age, you still have something to do. This girl, Wentong, is truly blessed. It's a pity that my daughter married early. Otherwise, I would have wanted Xiao Zhou to be my son-in-law. You wish. Hearing these elders talk, Lu Evening Fang in turn secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, today, at the Lu family engagement banquet, his mother did not come over. Otherwise, Li Guofan would definitely be comparing Su Wen and Zhou Xiling again. It was because mother liked to compare the most. Just as Lu Evening Wind was celebrating, I didn't want Lu Qingshin to suddenly say in a conspiratorial manner, my daughter married well. That's her destiny. Unlike some of the women in our Lu family, alas, they can only marry a chicken and follow the chicken, or a dog and follow the dog. What a misfortune. Third aunt, I didn't feel unfortunate about marrying Su Wen. Suddenly, Lu Evening Wind got up and said to Lu Qingshin, after marrying Su Wen, my disability got better. I don't have to go to the hospital to smell those herbal medicines anymore. I'm very happy now. Right now is the happiest time in my life. And all this goodness is given to me by Su Wen. Lu Evening Fang. Shut up, did I say you? What are you making a fool of yourself for? Hearing that phrase disabled well, Lu Qingshin was like being poked in the sore spot. She immediately roared in a hideous rage. Also, was your leg cured by Su Wen? What are you putting on his face? Nightwind, sit down. Next to her, old Mrs. Lu blared at Lu Evening Wind in dissatisfaction. Lu Evening Fang no longer said much. She quietly sat beside Su Wen. At this time, Lu Xianyi suddenly asked without reason, Cousin Wentong, where do you plan to organize your wedding with brother-in-law Zhou Xiling? I meant to find a random hotel to do it, but your brother-in-law insisted on going to the Hanfei International Hotel to do the wedding. I couldn't even stop him. Alas, Lu Wentong spoke grumbling words on her lips, but she always had a superiorly pleased smile on her face. What? Hanfei International Hotel? The place where celebrities and princesses have their weddings? Brother-in-law Xiling, are you that good? You can book the Hanfei International Hotel? Several Lu family juniors were shocked. After all, Hanfei International Hotel was a famous luxury wedding hotel in Jiangnan province. With the Lu family's status, not to mention going to do the wedding, is to want to go to participate in the Hanfei International Hotel wedding, are not enough to qualify. Don't get me wrong. Of course I can't book an open-air wedding at Hanfei International Hotel. However, I know manager Xiao of Hanfei International Hotel and he promised to leave the first floor of Hanfei International Hotel for my wedding. When she heard Zhou Xiling say the underground floor, Lu Wendong wasn't embarrassed. Instead, her face remained triumphant. After all, it would be a woman's greatest honor to have her wedding at the Hanfei International Hotel. I'm really envious of cousin Wentong, actually being able to get married at Hanfei International Hotel. I'd be happy as hell if I were her. Yes, it is. Which woman wouldn't want to get married at Hanfei International Hotel? Hey, by the way, Lu Evening Feng, when are you planning to organize a wedding with Su Wen? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, someone suddenly looked at Lu Evening Feng. Me? Lu Evening Win thought about it as she squeezed out a smile and said, I still have to go back and discuss this with my mom. So where are you going to have the wedding? The man inquired again, but without waiting for Lu Evening Feng to answer, Lu Xianyi sneered. Where else can it be held? It must be the lowest grade express hotel in Jinling City. Lu Evening Feng's family has no connections and no money. Su Wen is even a country bumpkin from the mountains. Where do you expect Lu Evening Feng to marry? Hanfei International Hotel? Oh, she's afraid she won't even be able to get in. I don't care to get married at the Hanfei International Hotel. Being looked down upon by Lu Xianyi, Lu Evening Wind only shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with the express hotel. As long as Su Wen isn't absent on the day of my wedding, that's enough. Che, putting such a high value on a hick, you deserve to not be a phoenix girl. Lu Xianyi shook her head contemptuously. Why do I have to be a phoenix woman? While Lu Evening Wind was speaking, Lu Wendong smiled and said to Lu Xuanyi, Sister Xuanyi, everyone has their own aspirations. Cousin Evening Wind wants to get married at the Express Hotel, so let her be. Not everyone can be a phoenix, and not everyone is like you and me. Cousin Wentong is right. Lu Xianyi smiled faintly, but her heart was inexplicably relieved. Okay, she herself did not follow her wedding vows and marry Su Wen. Otherwise, Lu Wendong married a high flyer and she herself married a country bumpkin? Then how could she hold her head up in front of her cousin in the future? By the way, I asked you guys to go to the Zhu family earlier to talk about the cooperation of the International Music School. How are your talks going? On the way to dinner, old Mrs. Lu suddenly asked. One moment. The Lu family members who were there talking and laughing immediately shut up and didn't say anything. Grandma, I went to the Dragon Lake 3000 court today, but the Zhu family is closed, so I didn't see the head of the Zhu family. Lu Evening Wind whispered. Humph. What is your status? An unemployed hobo. It's naturally impossible for the Zhu family to see you. Lu Xianyi raised her head as she said condescendingly. If I were to say, Lu Evening Wind, you might as well go back to the mountains with Su Wen and farm the land. You just go to the Dragon Lake 3000 courts every day, and you won't be able to meet the person in charge of the Zhu family. What kind of status does Miss Zhu Wenju have? She is the granddaughter of a legendary patriarch. Even I have to be careful to curry favor when I meet her. Do you think that such a great person would be willing to waste words with you? A small person from the bottom of Jiangnan? I don't know how to answer in the face of the aggressive Lu Xianyi. Lu Evening Wind. However, Su Wen beside him said expressionlessly, Lu Xianyi, it is not up to you to decide whether Miss Zhu Wenju is willing to see Evening Wind or not. Perhaps tomorrow, Evening Wind will have negotiated a cooperation with the Zhu family? Tomorrow? Su Wen, you're daydreaming again aren't you? Ask cousin Wentong if she dares to say that, and ask Ziling's brother-in-law. You don't have any skills in a day. You just know how to talk nonsense all day long. Only Lu Evening Feng will believe you. Look at who in the Lu family still pays attention to you. Lu Xianyi looked disdainful, while the phone in her bag rang just after her words. Ha? Are you serious? Okay, I know. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xianyi anxiously said to old Mrs. Lu, Grandma, something has happened to Jiang Ziqi's family. I have to go over there. What happened to their family? Old Mrs. Lu casually asked. She knew Jiang Ziqi, who was Lu Xuanyi's deskmate in middle school. The Ginger family is on fire. After Lu Xianyi finished speaking, she left without looking back. Back home in the evening, when Li Guifan learned that Lu Wenong was married to a rich and handsome man, she immediately looked at Lu Evening Feng with hatred. Evening Feng, look at your cousin. She's not as good looking as you, not as young, and not as fit as you. What's the result? So she married a guy who runs a company. How about you? You're better than your cousin at everything and you married a hick instead? The more she said, the angrier Li Guifan became. And finally she glared at Su Wen with even more chagrin. What are you looking at? Get out of my house immediately, now that my daughter is no longer disabled. You, a poor boy from the mountains, don't deserve her anymore. You know? Mom, what are you doing? Seeing Li Guifeng scolding Su Wen, Lu Eveningfeng was dissatisfied. It was Su Wen who cured my leg. How can you be so gracious as to make him leave? Bullshit. Your leg was clearly cured by Dr. Dong. What does it have to do with him? If he's really capable, why doesn't he go cure your third aunt's leg? Li Guifeng coldly retorted. Mom, you. Looking at the unsympathetic Li Guifeng, Lu Eveningfeng was so angry that he didn't want to speak. Daughter, Mom is also for your own good. Seeing that Lu Eveningfeng didn't say anything, Li Guifeng instead said in a serious tone, you're young and beautiful. You're not worse than that. Lu went on. If she can marry a handsome man, you can surely do the same. Listen to Mom's words. You will divorce Su Wen tomorrow. Me. No. Divorce. Marriage. Lu Eveningwin's eyes reddened one word at a time. Mom, why do you have to compare me to cousin Wen Tong? Cousin married Zhou Xiling. She can live a radiant life. I married Su Wen. I can live an ordinary life too. Does marriage have to be about marrying a high roller? Evening Wind, you're still young. You don't understand. Li Guifeng sighed. If you were still disabled, Mom wouldn't have mentioned about you and Su Wen divorcing. But it's different now. You've become good. And you deserve better. Isn't Su Wen good? Lu Evening Wind asked rhetorically. He's good for nothing. He even works. Speaking of work, Li Guifeng glared fiercely at Su Wen again. Su Wen, I asked you to look for a job before. Did you find one? I've found it. Su Wen nodded. You don't deserve my daughter even if you found her. My daughter is so beautiful. She'd have to marry a rich second generation for less. Li Guifeng didn't bother to ask Su Wen what kind of job he had found. Instead she said without mercy, I'll give you 3 days to leave my daughter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mom, there's no way I'm leaving Nightwind. Looking at the annoyed Li Guifeng, Su Wen smiled helplessly and bitterly. He had an attack of the 9 Suns extinct vein. Once he left Lu Eveningfeng, he would die. You shameless thing, don't you call me Mom? You. Li Guifeng raised her hand and was about to slap Su Wen, but Lu Eveningfeng stepped forward and blocked in front of Su Wen. Mom, Su Wen is my man. If you want to slap him, just slap me. I won't let you hit my man. Lu Eveningfeng, get out of the way. Li Guifeng looked at her daughter with hatred, her voice full of disappointment. I won't let it. Lu Eveningwind's eyes reddened as she said, I just want to be with Su Wen. Are you trying to piss me off? Under Li Guifeng's anger, she directly slammed the door and went back to her room. Seeing this, Lu Eveningfeng bitterly smiled and said to Su Wen, Hubby, don't take what my mom said to heart. It's okay, I've gotten used to it over the last couple days. Su Wen shook his head and after a pause, he suddenly said, Evening Wind, why don't I go with you to the Zhu family tomorrow? That international music school cooperation. I can help you. He had saved Zhu Lingtian, so he thought Zhu Wenju would give him this face. No need. Hubby, you just got a job today. You must be very busy tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'll just go to Longmu 3000 court by myself. Don't worry. Your wife. I'm pretty good at it. Lu Evening Wind politely declined Su Wen's kind offer. That's good. After Lu Evening Wind went to sleep, suddenly, Su Wen received a call. Which one? Su Wen opened his mouth. Mr. Su, it's me. Xiao Chen Ah. You hurry to come to the Dragon Lake 3000 court. Miss Wenju she's injured. Chen Baifu's nervous and uneasy voice came over the phone. Zhu Wenju is injured? Su Wen froze. Following him, he said, okay, I know. I'll go over this moment. A few moments later, Su Wen arrived at the Dragon Lake 3000 court. Divine Dr. Su, you have finally arrived. In the courtyard Zhu Lingtian saw Su Wen walking. He couldn't help but sigh in relief as if he was relieved. What's going on with MS? Zhu Wenju? Su Wen asked as he walked. Wenju, she was assassinated by an outlaw. Luckily, old man made a timely move, and Wenju was able to save her life. But as Zhu Lingtian spoke, he brought Su Wen to the dying Zhu Wenju. Compassion in Ningzhou province? Looking at Zhu Wenju whose palms were sweating and lips were purple, Su Wen placed his palm on the other party's brow. Barely, there was black mist overflowing from Zhu Wenju's body. A few moments later, Su Wen withdrew his hand and said, I've driven away the compulsion. I wish that Miss Wenju will wake up soon. His words had just fallen. Wow. The unconscious Zhu Wenju then opened his eyes. Divine Dr. Su? Upon seeing Su Wen on the side, Zhu Wenju instantly understood that it was Divine Dr. Su who had saved him. Divine Dr. Su, thank you for curing Wenju. If you have any requests, just say so, and our Zhu family will surely fulfill them. Looking at Zhu Wenju whose face was gradually improving, Zhu Lingtian even swore to Su Wen. At the same time, he looked at Su Wen with even more awe. Ningzhou province compound poison, which is notoriously tricky in the 9 states. However, Su Wen is not bad. Divine Dr. Su. Our Zhu family has quite a few companies in Jiangnan. Why don't I ask Grandpa to send you another one? Zhu Wenju also smiled and looked at Su Wen. Sending me to the company is exempted. However, there is really one thing I would like to trouble Ms. Zhu Wenju about. Su Wen turned his words around and said, I hope that the Zhu family's international music school project will work with a woman named Lu Evening Feng. Although Lu Evening Wind refused to let Su Wen help, Su Wen knew that if he did not mention this to Zhu Wenju, I'm just afraid. It's hard for his wife to see Zhu Wenju. That's no problem. The International Music School was originally a project that I had nothing to do to pass the time. And since Mr. Su Wen opened his mouth, I'll have the people below me give the matter to Lu Evening Feng to take charge of it in its entirety. Zhu Wenju nodded with a smile. Thank you, Ms. Zhu, for making it happen. Su Wen said. He was about to take his leave. But before he left, Su Wen said to Zhu Wenju again, Miss Zhu, you were hit by the burning fire compulsion before. This compulsion breaks the heart vein. In the recent half a month, it's best for you not to use your strength. How did Divine Dr. Su know that I know strength? Could it be that you are also a martial arts practitioner? Hearing Su Wen's words, Zhu Wenju's expression was shocked and filled with disbelief. Martial artists practice martial arts. All martial artists from the 1st to the 9th grade are practicing power, only 9 pints above. The force is perfectly internalized before it can be formed into a powerful force. And this realm is the martial arts master, also like Mr. Autumn in the city of Jinling. Further up, when the power is transformed into astral energy, then it is a master. For example, Mr. Chan and Mr. Zhu Lingtian of Jiangnan province. But even the patriarch, he might not be able to tell that Zhu Wenju had practiced strength, but Su Wen had broken it in one breath? This is really unbelievable. A martial arts practitioner? Repeating Zhu Wenju's words, memories appeared on Su Wen's face, followed by him shaking his head. The current me has long since stopped being a martial arts practitioner. Is it giving up on martial arts? Zhu Wenju sighed in her heart, but once she thought of Su Wen's unrivaled medical skills, she instead felt that Su Wen had made the right choice by abandoning martial arts and practicing medicine. Because of the martial arts practitioners in the world, those who can cultivate strength can be said to be few and far between. Legendary masters are even more like the world's myths. As for the masters above the supreme, the whole of Kyushu is a phoenix. Until Su Wen left the Dragon Lake 3000 courts, Zhu Wenju only then looked at his side Zhu Lingtian with a pale face. Grandpa. Then the person who sneaked up on me tonight, it was sent by your Uncle Sam. Zhu Lingtian pinched his brow and said, I didn't expect that he would still be unwilling to let you go even after I brought you to hide in Jiangnan. How can third uncle's heart be so cruel? We are a family. Zhu Wenju's eyes were brimming with tears. Alright, don't cry. Today is Grandpa's negligence and carelessness. In the future such things, I promise it won't happen again. Zhu Lingtian rubbed his granddaughter's head and said, early the next morning, wearing an OL uniform and black high heels, Lu Evening Feng was about to go to Longhu 3000 court to talk about the project. Take it easy. Before leaving the door, Su Wen came over to pacify his wife. I've already greeted the Zhu family's people. You can definitely negotiate a cooperation. Su Wen, I'm warning you, early in the morning, don't you dare brag to me here. Li Guifang glared at Su Wen from the side. And you greet? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're Jiannan's Chen Shi envoy? This is not how you comfort people. Shut up if you don't know how to talk. Mom, don't you keep on being mean to Su Wen. Lu Evening Wind gambled. He's your son-in-law. He's a shit son-in-law. I don't have him as a son-in-law. Li Guifang snorted coldly. At this moment, Lu Evening Feng's phone rang. Mom, the cab I shouted for has arrived. I'm going to Longhu 3000 courts first, so you don't have to cook for me at noon. Also, you're not allowed to be mean to Su Wen anymore. When Lu Evening Wind arrived at the Dragon Lake 3000 court, she came face to face with Lu Xianyi, who was wearing an evening gown and was dressed nobly. Lu Xianyi is just like a female model in Fashion Week, standing in the crowd. Extraordinarily beautiful. Yo, Lu Evening Feng, you're still not dead in the water? You're still thinking of coming to Longhu Lake 3000 courts to talk about cooperation with the Zhu family? Looking at Lu Evening Wind, who had gotten out of the cab, Lu Xianyi said contemptuously, wake up, my cousin. I've already said yesterday that it's impossible for someone from the Zhu family to meet a little person like you. You don't really believe that Su Wen's bullshit, do you? He's a country bumpkin. What else can he do besides believing what he says? Saying something like tomorrow you'll be able to negotiate a partnership with the Zhu family? Is this possible? Believe it or not. If you stand here any longer, the Zhu family's security guards are going to come and whisk you away? As Lu Xianyi was talking, as expected, Several security guards outside the Longhu 3000 courts walked towards Lu Evening Feng head-on. TSK. Look, what did I say? Alas, a small person is a small person, presuming to squeeze into the upper-class circle, but being treated like a street rat, just as Lu Xianyi was waiting to see Lu Evening Win's joke. Unexpectedly, the security guard who came along respectfully said to Lu Evening Feng, "But Miss Lu Evening Feng? Miss Xu Wenju is already waiting for you." "What? Miss Xu Wenju is waiting for Lu Evening Feng? How is that possible?" Hearing the words of that Longhu 3000 court security guard, Lu Xianyi was shocked and incredulous. What's Xu Wenju's status? And what is Lu Evening Feng's identity? It's only right that the two should never have crossed paths. But, eyes on. Lu Evening Wen disappeared from view. Lu Xianyi suddenly came back to her senses, and she hurriedly chased after him. "This young lady, please also stop. Today Longhu 3000 court refuses to see any guests." A security guard stopped Lu Xianyi. "I'm her cousin. We're together." Lu Xianyi hurriedly pointed down to Lu Evening Wind in front of her as she waved her hand and shouted, Evening Wind, wait for me." Wow. Lu Evening Wind stopped and looked at Lu Xianyi. Seeing this, the security guard let him go. "Come to Longhu Sengqianting." Lu Xianyi came over to Lu Evening Feng and asked in a low voice, "Why did Miss Xu Wenju want to see you?" "I don't know." Lu Evening Wind shook her head, and after a pause, she remembered what Su Wen said this morning, so she added, "It might be that Su Wen had greeted the Xu family. So Ms. Xu Wenju wanted to talk to me about the cooperation of the International Music School." "Suvan?" Lu Xianyi was first stunned. Then she sneered. "Lu Evening Wind, you can just lie to yourself. Do you think I'm as naive as you are? What is his status? He's just a hillbilly from the mountains. Would he know someone from the Zhu family in Shuzhou province? If he had such connections, would he marry a disabled person like you? Then I don't know." Lu Evening Wind didn't say anything else. In fact, in her heart, she also took Su Wen's words this morning as a cheering joke. The Xu family in Shuzhou province is not of low status. Zhu Lingtian is even a legendary patriarch of the Kyushu. If Su Wen really had a friendship with the Zhu family, then Su Wen was simply more powerful than even Zhou Xiling. Although Lu Evening Wind had thought that Su Wen could have some achievements in Jinling City in the future, she would not hold unrealistic fantasies. Plain and simple is true. "Lu Evening Feng, I remember. Before your dad died, he seemed to have traveled to Shuzhou province, right? Could it be that Ms. Xu Wenju's meeting with you has something to do with your dad's death?" Thinking of Lu Evening Feng's father, Lu Xianyi couldn't help but open her mouth, because so far, Lu Chanan's death is an unknown mystery. "My dad's death?" Hearing Lu Xianyi say this, Lu Evening Wind's body trembled lightly. But don't wait for her to think about it more. In the courtyard of Longhu's 3000 courts, a sweet young girl wearing a green dress with a quirky appearance was already walking face to face. The young girl was about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a blue bao, overflowing with youthful liveliness. "Greetings, Ms. Fumatake." Seeing Zhu Wenju, whose breath was a bit weak, Lu Xuanyi hurriedly bowed and saluted, and at the same time, she didn't forget to push Lu Evening Feng beside her. "Lu Evening Feng, what are you still standing there for? Bow." "Oh, well." After Lu Evening Wind returned to her senses, she even bowed and saluted Zhu Wenju. "There is no need to be polite, Miss Evening Wind." Zhu Wenju sized up Lu Evening Feng in front of him. Although the other party is wearing the workplace OL uniform, but the temperament is clean, such as fragrant flower lotus, simply does not bring a hint of human flavor. No wonder, Dr. Su will open his mouth for this woman, because Lu Evening Feng is really pretty. "Miss Wenju, I don't know why you want to see Lu Evening Feng." Eyes cautiously looking towards Zhu Wenju, Lu Xuanyi's face was filled with curiosity. "I'm meeting Ms. Lu Evening Wind to talk about a cooperation with her," Zhu Wenju said as she took out a stack of documents from the Hermes purse behind her. Documentation. The words Jinling International Music School bid were written. "Ms. Lu Evening Feng, as long as you sign your name on the contract, the Xu family's project to invest in an international music school in Jiangnan will be under your full responsibility." Placing the contract in front of Lu Evening Feng, Zhu Wenju said unhurriedly, "This? Really looking for me to talk about cooperation?" Lu Evening Wind's heart swam. In a panic, she thought of Su Wen, but without waiting for Lu Evening Feng to ask, she saw Lu Xianyi grab the contract and said to Zhu Wenju, "Thank you, Miss Wenju, for trusting our Lu family. Don't worry, our Lu family will do our best to build the international music school." After saying that, Lu Xianyi directly signed her name on the contract. At the same time, she handed the contract to Lu Evening Feng. "What are you waiting for? Sign it." Although she was a bit dissatisfied with Lu Xianyi's signature, Lu Evening Feng silently signed her name. "Wait until the cooperation is negotiated," Xu Wenju had the intention of sending off the guests. Both of you please return. I have been unwell recently and need to recuperate. That. Miss Wenju. I don't know. Do you recognize a man named Lu Chanan? Before leaving, Lu Evening Wind suddenly called out to Xu Wenju, because the Lu family hadn't found out the cause of her father's death so far, and the Xu family, as a superpower in Xuzhou province, might have heard about it. Lu Chanan? That name is quite familiar. Xu Wenju was thoughtful. Miss Wenju, Lu Chanan is the martial arts practitioner who accompanied you back then. A Xu family subordinate next to him said respectfully. So it's him? Xu Wenju came to a realization. Learning that Xu Wenju really knew her father, Lu Evening Wind's eyes reddened. She even asked tremblingly, "What? Miss Wenju, do you know how my father died back then? Your father is dead?" Xu Wenju revealed a skeptical look. When Lu Chanan left our Zhu family, he was still alive and well. Seeing that Xu Wenju also didn't know the cause of Lu Changan's death, Lu Evening Wind didn't ask again. Instead, it was Lu Xianyi beside her who revealed a few different colors. So, Uncle Five went to Xuzhou province and even served as a chaperone for Ms. Xu Wenju. After leaving the 3000th court of Longhu, Lu Xianyi was about to return to the Lu family villa with the contract for the international music school. But Lu Evening Wind said quietly, "Lu Xianyi, give me the contract." "Why would I give you the contract?" Lu Xianyi asked rhetorically. "I negotiated this international music school partnership." Lu Evening Wind rightfully said. "You talked about it? Oh, what a joke. Ms. Xu Wenju is willing to see you. That's all because my Lu family has a good reputation in the construction industry. Even if you didn't come today, Ms. Xu Wenju would definitely sign the international music school partnership with me. Or is it? Do you really think that Miss Xu Wenju is seeing you because Suwon said hello? Humph. If you have the ability to call Suwon right now and tell him to get his ass over to Dragon Lake 3000 Court, I'd like to see if Miss Xu Wenju would take care of him." A mountain boy. Facing the overbearing Lu Xianyi, Lu Evening Wind was too afraid to call for a long time. "What? Don't have the guts to call? Do you need me to call Suwon over for you?" Looking at Lu Evening Feng, whose shell teeth were biting her thin lips, Lu Xianyi disdainfully said, "Forget it, Suwon's still at work. He's definitely not available." Lu Evening Feng helped Suwon think of an excuse. In truth, she didn't think in her heart that Suwon would know the Nanling Zhu family's daughter, Xu Wenju. What's more, her name was also on that contract, and she took at least half of the credit for that. "Xianyi, I heard that you've negotiated a partnership with the Nanling Zhu family for an international music school?" In the Xianyi Media Company, the suited and elegant Zhuge Chen found Lu Xianyi. "Zhuge Chen, are you quite well informed?" Lu Xianyi spoke sullenly. "I may not be well informed about others, but you are different. You are the woman I adore," Zhuge Chen said. He then curiously said, "Xuani, who made you angry? You negotiated a partnership with the Nanling Zhu family. Isn't this something that should be rejoiced about? Why do you still look unhappy? Don't mention it. It's still that Lu Evening Feng?" Saying that, Lu Xuani took out the contract of the Nanling Zhu family. "Look for yourself. How come there's Lu Evening Feng's name on this contract?" Zhuge Chen was surprised. Following him, he looked as if he had seen through Lu Xianyi's mind. "Xianyi, you don't want Lu Evening Wind to share the credit with you, do you?" "Nonsense. My grandmother said that whoever negotiates this partnership will be the next head of the Lu family. If it were you, would you be willing to share the credit with a woman who was disabled for the first half of her life?" Lu Xianyi coldly grunted. "You don't want to share the credit with Lu Xianyi. Isn't that simple?" Zhuge Chen smiled as he took out his cell phone and made a call. A moment later, Zhuge Chen said to Lu Xuani, "It's done." "What's done?" Lu Xianyi asked rhetorically. "I called the Zhu family's steward Wang, and when the Zhu family publishes the list of collaborators online at that time, it will only have your name, Lu Xianyi." Zhuge Chen said with great meaning, "Is that true?" Lu Xianyi's gaze was delighted. "Of course, but Lu Evening Feng's name is on this contract." Without waiting for Zhuge Chen to finish his sentence, Lu Xuani laughed softly. "I will settle the name on the contract." After a pause, Lu Xuani flirted again. "Zhuge Chen, didn't you say you were going to chase after my cousin before? How's your progress?" "I've been busy attending Jiang Ziqi's funeral for the past 2 days and have been unavailable." Zhuge Chen shook his head. Hearing Jiang Ziqi's name, Lu Xianyi also fell silent. Before the fire in the Jiang family, Jiang Ziqi's family of 4, all buried in the fire. No one was spared. And so far, Lu Xianyi wasn't even sure why Jiang Ziqi had been expelled from the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce. The other end, Lu Evening Feng, who had left the Dragon Lake 3000 court, came to the Lu family villa, where she was ready to tell her grandmother that she and Lu Xianyi had negotiated a cooperation with the Zhu family in Nanling. As a result, just enter the door. Lu Evening Wind then saw that the entire Lu family was organizing a celebration banquet. Cousin Wen Tong, why are you so lively today? Are there any happy events in the Lu family? Lu Evening Wind walked up to Lu Wentong, who was dressed in a light green long dress, and she inquired curiously, don't you know? Sister Xian Di has negotiated a partnership with the Zhu family in Nanling, and tomorrow the Zhu family is sending someone to cut the ribbon with the Lu family. Lu Wentong's tone was tinged with envy and jealousy, even though she was about to get married to the rich and handsome Zhou Xiling. But where is a good husband as good as herself? If you can. Lu Wentong wished very much that she and Lu Xianyi had swapped lives. What? Lu Xianyi negotiated a partnership with the Nanling Zhu family. What about me? Lu Evening Wind's body trembled. You? Humph. What does this have to do with you? The cooperation of the International Music School was negotiated by Lu Xianyi. It's hard to believe that you still want to steal your cousin's credit? Lu Qinxin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, came to Lu Evening Feng in a conspiratorial manner. No, third aunt, it was me and Xianyi who went to Longhu 3000 courts together this morning. That cooperation is our. Without waiting for Lu Evening Wind to finish his sentence, Lu Xianyi, who was wearing a red evening gown and a pearl necklace, arrived at the Lu family villa. Today Lu Xianyi was like the leading lady of the dinner party, shining brightly, and all eyes were focused on her. Looking at Lu Xianyi, who was talking and laughing with the old lady Lu, Lu Evening Wind immediately ran over and questioned, Lu Xianyi, what do you mean? The cooperation of the International Music School was clearly signed by me and you. Why do you want to take all the credit? Signed together? Looking at the agitated Lu Evening Feng, Lu Xianyi said without changing her color, Lu Evening Feng, are you sick? What are you talking about in this broad daylight? Open your eyes and see clearly. On this contract, where is your name? Wow. Seeing the contract that Lu Xianyi took out in her hands, Lu Evening Feng's marvelous figure couldn't help but stiffen again. Because, on the end page of the contract, there was indeed only Lu Xianyi's name, not her Lu Evening Feng's. Lu Xianyi, you actually tampered with the contract? Lu Lianfeng was so angry that his legs were shaking. I do tampering? Oh, it's just a joke. The cooperation was originally negotiated by me. Why should I tamper with it? It's you, Lu Evening Feng. You're a jobless hobo with no connections. What makes you think you can go to Nanling Zhu family to talk about cooperation? Based on your wishful thinking, or based on your dream wish? Lu Xianyi scoffed mercilessly. By Su. Lu Evening Wind just wanted to say that by virtue of Su when giving greetings to the Nanling Zhu family, but she just opened her mouth and swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Su what? Don't tell me by that hick Su Wen. If he, Su Wen, were to know someone from the Zhu family, would he marry a disabled person like you? Lu Xianyi scoffed. Even if Su Wen doesn't know anyone from the Nanling Zhu family, but this cooperation is something I negotiated with you. Lu Evening Wind stifled a cry. Lu Evening Wind, the Nanling Zhu family has already released the list of cooperation on the internet, and there is clearly only Lu Xianyi's name on that list. So why are you insisting on stealing your cousin's credit? Lu Xianyi's mother beside her couldn't stand it anymore. Sparrows have their own lives. You can't talk about cooperation and you're still touching your cousin? Auntie 7. I didn't touch the porcelain. Lu Evening Wind had a forlorn and resigned look on his face. How dare you say no? Lu Evening Feng, you've really let me down. Old Mrs. Lu angrily rebuked Lu Evening Feng. Forget it, Grandma. Cousin Evening Wind is probably too inferior and can't see me living better than her. Which I can understand. After all, she married a man that I abandoned. Saying this, Lu Xianyi raised her head again. She was like a proud phoenix, unbeatable, and said to Lu Evening Feng, Lu Evening Feng, for the last time, the cooperation of the Zhu family in Nanling is negotiated by me, Lu Xianyi, alone, and it has nothing to do with you. Also, tomorrow the Zhu family is going to send someone to the Lu family to cut the ribbon. At that time, people from all the powerful families in Jinling City are going to come to watch the ceremony. At this juncture, I don't want you, a woman who goes around touching porcelain, to tarnish the Lu family's reputation. As soon as her words fell, the other Lu family members behind her said, Xianyi, what are you talking nonsense with Lu Evening Wind for? Hurry up and tell her to get lost. She doesn't have to come to the Zhu and Lu family's ribbon cutting tomorrow. Save yourself the embarrassment. That's right, Lu Evening Wind, get lost. And in the next 3 days, you'll also come to the Lu family less often. Our Lu family doesn't welcome you, a bumper girl. You. Seeing that none of the Lu family members were willing to believe her, Lu Evening Wind's eyes reddened as she wiped her tears and ran out of the Lu family in tears. Lu Lianfeng returned home. It's already dark. She didn't dare to tell Su Wen and her mother what she had experienced today, so she sneaked back to her room and cried. Wait until early the next morning. Only then did Li Guofang realize that her daughter's eyes were wet and red. She hurriedly came forward with concern. Evening Wind, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you crying? Tell me, did Suwon bully you? Mom already told you. Let you and Suwon divorce. You, Mom, it has nothing to do with Suwon. Lu Evening Wind thought about it. She couldn't help but feel aggrieved. So she told everything that happened yesterday. And when Li Guifang learned that Lu Xianyi had taken her daughter's credit, she was furious. Damn Lu Xianyi, she really bullied people too much. That international music school contract clearly has half of my daughter's credit. The more she said, the more furious Li Guifang became. And in the end, she even pulled Lu Evening Feng's hand and said, "Go, Evening Feng, Mom will take you to the Lu family to seek justice." Forget it, Mom. I don't want to go through the aggravation of the Lu family ribbon cutting today. Lu Evening Wind shook her head. Grandma, they are all towards Lu Xianyi. No one wants to believe me. Looking at her weeping daughter, Li Guifang was silent. She knew what her daughter said was true. Ever since Lu Chanan's death, those in the Lu family have become impersonal. That's all. We'll admit this dumb loss. Big deal. We won't interact with Lu Xianyi in the future. Li Guifang sighed helplessly. As soon as her words fell, Suwon woke up as well. Mom, Evening Wind, good morning. Evening Wind, your eyes. You shut up. Suwon. Li Guifang became angry as soon as she saw Suwon. Mom, don't lose your temper with Suwon, okay? It's not like he offended you. Lu Evening Wind choked. How did he not offend me? He married you. He's offended me. Li Guifang broke into a rage. Noticing that Lu Evening Wind and Li Guifang's mood was a bit off, Suwon couldn't help but inquire. Evening Wind, are you in a bad mood today? No, I'm just. Lu Evening Wind hadn't wanted to mention the international music school cooperation, but Li Guifang grunted. My daughter was robbed of her credit by Lu Xianyi who abandoned you. Can she be in a good mood? Grabbing credit? After Suwon was informed of the causes and consequences, his face couldn't help but sink. Evening Wind, don't worry. This cooperation from the Nanlingzhu family, Lu Xianyi, can't snatch it. Saying that, Suwon directly sent a message to Zhu Wenju. Alright, Suwon, you don't have to pretend here. Didn't you say that you had greeted the Nanlingzhu family? Since that's the case, how dare she, Lu Xianyi, steal my daughter's credit? Li Guifang sneered. If you were half as capable as Zhou Xiling, my daughter wouldn't have to suffer in the Lu family. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either, you go to Lu Xianyi and make her admit that the cooperation of the international music school is half of my daughter's credit. Or, you get out of our house and divorce my daughter. Mom, can you please not impose? Lu Evening Wind looked at Li Guifang with dissatisfaction, because she knows, there's no way Lu Xianyi will compromise. But Suwon followed up on Li Guifang's words. Mom, don't say half of the credit. I will make Lu Xianyi personally admit that the cooperation of the Nanlingzhu family is all due to Late Wind, because without Late Wind, the Shu family, it's impossible to cut the ribbon. Okay, Suwon, this is what you said. A man's word must count. If you can't do it, you'll hurry up and divorce my daughter, lest delay her future. Li Guifang was afraid that Suwon would back out. She hurriedly took out her cell phone to record. Seeing this, Lu Evening Feng had the intention to persuade Suwon not to act out of his will, but Li Guifang directly called for a cab. Daughter, let's go. Let's go to the Lu family now. I want to see how Suwon, won't let the Zhu family cut the ribbon. Half an hour later, Lu Evening Wind's family re-entered the Lu family villa. The Lu family is very busy today. Many of the powerful families in Jinling City who had friendships with the Lu family had come to watch the ceremony. Old Mrs. Lu, congratulations. Xianyi is worthy of being the proud daughter of our Jinling City's heaven, and she was actually able to negotiate a partnership with the Nanlingzhu family. It's estimated that in the next 10 years, Jinling won't be able to find another woman as good as Xianyi. Hearing the guests' praise for Lu Xuanyi, old Mrs. Lu and Kong Manyun were all smiles, and Lu Xianyi even stood in the middle of the crowd with her head up. She was dressed in a colorful evening dress, noble, pouring, just like a fairy, unattainable, so that many gentlemen's eyes straight. But suddenly, a disgusted voice rang out from the Lu family villa. Yo, Lu Evening Feng, why are you here again? Seeing Lu Evening Feng's family walking towards them, Lu Qinxin said in an unsympathetic manner. Who is this woman? Some guests' gazes fell on Lu Evening Feng. She's the disabled girl from the Lu family. Someone recognized Lu Evening Feng's identity. It said that it was Dr. Dong who cured her leg. So it's the Lu family's sweeper. I heard that she grammed her own father. While everyone was talking, Kong Manyun suddenly walked up to Lu Evening Feng and said aggressively, Lu Evening Feng, didn't I tell you yesterday to not come to the Lu family for the next 3 days? Why are you still here? You want to touch my daughter again, don't you? Auntie 7i. Without waiting for Lu Evening Feng to open his mouth, Li Guifeng said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Qinxin. My son-in-law said that he would personally make Lu Xuanyi admit that the cooperation of the Nanling Zhu family was all due to Evening Feng. Otherwise the Zhu family would not have cut the ribbon with you. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Evening Wind looked at his mother in disbelief. What for? Oh, of course I want everyone to know that my son-in-law has skills. Li Guifeng purposely bit the word capable very heavily, because she just wanted Su Wen to be unable to get off the ground in the Lu family, and in the end, she could only divorce Lu Evening Feng in disgrace. Capable? Oh, if he Su Wen is really capable, would he be abandoned by Lu Xianyi? I say Li Guifeng, are you out of your mind? Lu Qinxin sneered. What do you care if I'm confused? Those were my son-in-law's exact words anyway. Li Guifeng raised her voice as she said one word at a time. Mom, you. Seeing everyone in the Lu family looking at Su Wen, in an instant, Lu Evening Feng knew his mother's intention. Li Guifeng was trying to push Su Wen to the brink. I'll go. Who is this kid? How dare he steal Lu Xianyi's credit in public? Didn't you hear Li Guifeng say it was her son-in-law? It must be Lu Evening Feng's man. Lu Evening Feng's man is so powerful? Still not letting the Zhu family cut the ribbon? Really? Oh, bluffing? He thinks he's Zhu Ling Tian's son-in-law? It's probably because their family is jealous of Lu Xianyi's achievements. Alas, they're all family, and they're still so jealous. How pathetic. A few of the powerful sons who had come to the Lu family to observe the ceremony were talking about it. At this time, after Lu Xianyi heard Li Guifeng's words, she was also amused. But, Su Wen, is my fifth aunt really saying that? If I don't admit that the Nanling Zhu family's cooperation is due to Lu Evening Feng, the Zhu family won't cut the ribbon? Yes, Su Wen said expressionlessly. Or, oh, Su Wen, do you think the Zhu family is your home? If you say the Zhu family won't cut the ribbon, others will listen to you? Who are you? You didn't have fun posing as a divine doctor a few days ago. Now you're playing the clown again, right? Looking at Su Wen, Lu Xianyi had a face of disgust and contempt. Let me tell you, Su Wen, the Shu family had published the list of cooperation for the International Music School on the internet long ago, and on it was only my name, Lu Xianyi. So how do you expect me to admit that this is Lu Evening Feng's credit? Same as you. Cheating is it? Come on, hillbilly. Now is the age of the internet. What news? A cell phone check will come out. Do you think Jinling City is as backward as your mountains? To pass a message to 10 days and a half months? Saying that, Lu Xianyi nonchalantly took out her cell phone. She found a list that the Zhu family had published on the internet and placed it in front of Su Wen. Su Wen, do you recognize those words, Lu Xianyi? If you can't read, I'll teach you. Looking at Lu Xianyi's snarky face, Su Wen was silent. He never thought about it. One day, the childhood friend he loved as a teenager would turn out to be as disgusting as he is today. Su Wen, what kind of eyes are you looking at? If you're not satisfied with the list, go to Longhu 3000 court and complain about me. Seeing Su Wen coldly glaring at herself, Lu Xianyi added scornfully, still not letting the Lu family cut the ribbon? Why are you embarrassing yourself? Do you really think you know the Zhu family? What kind of big shot is a mountain boy pretending to be? You're not from this circle. Why do you have to squeeze into the upper class? You are suitable for a lifetime of farming and poultry raising in the mountains. You. Enough. Without waiting for Lu Xianyi to finish her sentence, Lu Evening Feng trembled. Lu Xianyi, you have already abandoned and hurt Su Wen once. Why do you still want to humiliate him again and again? Yes, Su Wen doesn't know anyone from the Zhu family, but so what? Is it wrong for us to be ordinary little people? After saying that, Lu Evening Wind pulled Su Wen's hand and was about to leave. But that's when, instead, there was a commotion outside the Lu family home. It's the Nanling Zhu family's ribbon-cutting people coming. Mr. Autumn, why you? When they saw Chiu Fulong arrive at the Lu family, all the people who had come to the Lu family to observe the ceremony were shocked for a moment. How could the Shu family attach such importance to the Lu family, allowing Chiu Fulong, the only martial arts master in Jinling City, to cut the ribbon? Mr. Autumn, you being able to come to my Lu family really makes my Lu family shine. Please, quickly. After old lady Lu saw Chiu Fulong, she was so excited that she smiled with her eyebrows open. Lu Xianyi even hastened to make way for the main seat and complimented. Mr. Autumn's arrival is truly a blessing for my Lu family. Alright, stop kissing ass. Miss Xu Wenju is injured. She was not able to visit, so she asked me to come over and cut the ribbon. Chiu Fulong spoke expressionlessly. Where are the scissors? Let's start cutting the ribbon straight away. His words carried an unquestioning command. Upon hearing this, the Lu family hurriedly found scissors and ribbons. Mr. Autumn, please cut. Aha. Autumn Voltron picked up the scissors. Seeing this scene, Lu Xianyi was the one who walked up to Su Wen and said, "Su Clown, didn't you say that if I didn't admit that the cooperation of the Zhu family in Nanling was due to Lu Evening Feng, the Zhu family wouldn't come to the ribbon cutting? Then what's the deal with Mr. Xiao? Do you think this martial arts master is heir? It's ridiculous that Lu Evening Feng still says you're an ordinary little man. If you ask me, you're not even as good as an ordinary little man. It's a good thing I didn't marry you. Otherwise it would be me who would be disgraced now, not her." Lu Evening Wind. At those words, Lu Evening Wind tightly bit his thin lips and said nothing. On the other hand, Li Guifeng plotted and said, "Su Wen, things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Mr. Xiao has already come to the Lu family to cut the ribbon. Your promise to me and Evening Wind is simply a fart. Tomorrow morning, you will immediately go and divorce my daughter." Looking at Li Guifeng snickering, the other guests who came to the Lu family also revealed intriguing colors. Lu Qinqin even sneered. "Lu Evening Wind, I told you long ago not to come to the Lu family, but you're good. You didn't listen? Now you're embarrassed, right? You're not Lu Xianyi, and you're not Lu went on. He, Su Wen, is even less of a Zhou Xiling, so how can there be a miracle in you? You've been listening to Su Wen's bullshit all day. Can he be taken seriously as a hillbilly's bullshit? He said the Zhu family won't cut the ribbon? Then I'd say the moon hits the earth tomorrow. If you ask me, why don't your family just go to the mountains and farm? So you don't have to?" Just as Lu Qinqin was mercilessly mocking Lu Evening Feng, suddenly, Xiao Fulong's phone rang. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fulong slowly placed the scissors in his hand aside. "Mr. Xiao, why aren't you cutting? Didn't you just say you were going to cut the ribbon directly?" Kong Manyun and the others looked curiously at Xiao Fulong. However, Xiao Fulong's next sentence made the entire Lu family as if they were struck by lightning. "The Shu family called me just now. The Nanling Zhu family only cooperates with Miss Lu Evening Feng in the construction of the International Music School, and if other people intervene, they will let the Lu family disappear from the Jiangnan province. So this ribbon, I can't cut it. If I cut it, your Lu family will die." His words fell. The Lu family villa was deathly quiet. "Make the Lu family disappear?" Hearing Xiao Fulong's words, the smile on Lu Xianyi's face could no longer come out. Li Guifeng was even more dumbfounded with her mouth wide open. As for Lu Evening Feng, she looked at Su Wen incredulously, thinking, could it be that Su Wen really knew the Nanling Zhu family? Himself, picking up a treasure? "Mr. Xiao, are you kidding? Did the Zhu family really say that they would only cooperate with Lu Evening Feng?" After Lu Xianyi came back to her senses, she stifled her anger and took out a contract. "But on this international music school contract, I clearly signed it. How can the Zhu family only recognize Lu Evening Feng, not recognize me? You mean, I lied to you?" Xiao Fulong glanced at Lu Xuanyi indifferently. No, I didn't mean that. Lu Xianyi was talking when suddenly, snap, old Mrs. Lu slapped her across the face. "Humph, Lu Xianyi, you still have the nerve to mention signing? On that contract, Lu Evening Feng also signed, right? Did you steal her credit?" Old Mrs. Lu changed from the kindness she had shown Lu Xuanyi before. She instead said angrily, "Look at what you've done. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you almost destroyed our Lu family." "Grandma, Lu Xianyi opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word, because Lu Xianyi would never dream of it. The Nanling Zhu family would actually designate Lu Evening Feng to be in charge of the construction of the International Music School. "Grandma, I'm sorry, I was wrong." After a long silence, Lu Xianyi bowed her head and apologized. "Wrong? Humph, what's wrong with you? I think it's because you've gotten used to a life in the limelight in Jiangnan all these years and are starting to float." Old Mrs. Lu spoke angrily. "Lu Xianyi, it's not true that you are excellent, but you have to remember, the Nanling Zhu family is a superpower in Shuzhou province. That kind of existence, even Lord Secretary wouldn't dare to mess with it. How dare you tamper with the Zhu family's contract? Don't you want to die?" Seeing old Mrs. Lu reprimanding Lu Xianyi, the other guests who had come to the Lu family to observe the ceremony froze, because again, they didn't expect it. That Lu Evening Wind's man was actually right? The Shu family really doesn't want to cut the ribbon with anyone other than Lu Evening Feng? Lu Xianyi, apologize to your cousin. Let her and Mr. Xiao cut the ribbon. After a moment of silence, old Mrs. Lu suddenly said in an undoubted tone, "Grandma, I apologize." Old Mrs. Lu chided again. Right now the Nanling Zhu family had named Lu Evening Feng to be in charge of the construction of the International Music School, so the Lu family must not let Lu Evening Feng be aggrieved and have a rebellious mind. "Cousin Evening Breeze, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have erased your signature from the contract. It was a moment of confusion on my part. I hope you can forgive me and cut the ribbon with Mr. Autumn. Despite holding her grievance in her heart, Lu Xianyi could only bow her head and apologize due to old Madame Lu's strength. Evening Wind, your cousin has apologized, so why don't you just forgive her? Over the years, your cousin didn't help much in order to heal your leg. Dr. Dong even prescribed you medicine for her sake. On the side, Lu Xianyi's mother, Kong Manyun, also said with a compensatory smile. This, looking at Lu Xianyi, who bowed her head in submission, and old Mrs. Lu, who took the initiative to help support herself. One time, Lu Evening Wind was also a bit terrified, because she had never imagined that one day, the Lu family would value themselves so much. Okay, I'll cut the ribbon. Taking a deep breath, Lu Evening Phone picked up the scissors and walked towards Qiu Fulong. She said seriously, Mr. Qiu, I'm Lu Evening Phone, can we cut the ribbon now? Could be. Soon the scissors were cutting through the ribbon, under the spectacle of countless powerful families in Jinling City. Finally, the Lu family still successfully climbed the Zhu family, a huge tree. Alas, the fate of the Lu family is about to change. A dragon is transformed when it meets the wind and clouds. We can only look up at the Lu family in the future. The heads of the powerful families present lamented. When Xiu Volong left and the guests who came to watch the ceremony left, old Mrs. Lu kindly walked towards Lu Evening Wind. Evening Wind, your cousin went too far this time. But don't worry, next time, Grandma won't let such a thing happen. Yes, Evening Wind, don't get angry again. Kong Manyun hurriedly spoke for her daughter. Aya, we're all family. Of course Evening Wind won't get angry with Xianyi. Suddenly, beside her, Li Guifang's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, whose family head would get angry with a junior? You guys say so, right? Hiss. This statement was made. All of the people present in the Lu family had their eyes on old Mrs. Lu, because old Mrs. Lu had said before that whoever could negotiate a partnership with the Nanling Zhu family would be the next head of the Lu family. Mom, you're not really going to let Lu Evening Phone be the head of the family, are you? A Lu family elder showed hesitation. Evening Wind is neither a martial arts practitioner nor does she know how to manage the family. Letting her be the head of the family. I'm only afraid that the Lu family will go downhill. Yes, Mom, if you let Wen Tong be the head of the family, you can't let Lu Evening Phone be the head of the family. Lu Qinxin echoed. Besides, didn't Lu Xuanyi also contribute to the cooperation of the Nanling Zhu family? That's it. Kong Manyun hurriedly nodded her head. Alright, I'll stop arguing. At this moment, old Mrs. Lu said unhappily, when has I, Zhao Shanglan, ever cheated anyone in my life? The Nanling Zhu family named Lu Evening Phone to be in charge of the cooperation of the International Music School, so she should be the head of this family. Saying that, old Mrs. Lu looked at Lu Evening Wind with a kind gaze. Evening Wind, Grandma intends to let you have the position of the head of the Lu family. What do you think? Grandma, I don't want to be the head of the Lu family. Out of everyone's expectation, Lu Evening Phone refused Mrs. Lu. What the third aunt said is true. I'm not a martial arts practitioner, and I don't know how to manage a family. I'm just an ordinary little person. I'm just an ordinary little person. A little person should have a little person's way of living. I only hope that Grandma can return the Moon Season Villa to me. Moonlight Villa is Lu Evening Wind's obsession. That was more the place where she and her late father had made a pact. When Lu Evening Wind wanted to talk about cooperation with the Nanling Zhu family despite all odds, it was because he wanted to get the Moon Season Villa from old Mrs. Lu. Oh, you're satisfied with just the Moon Villa? Old Mrs. Lu looked at Lu Evening Phone with a strange expression on her face. Yes, I just want the Moon Villa. Lu Evening Wind nodded heavily. Well then, here's the key to the Moonlight Villa, and in the future, you can move there. Old Mrs. Lu handed a set of keys to Lu Evening Phone. When Li Guifang saw this next to her, she immediately became anxious. Evening Wind, are you crazy? You don't want to be the head of the Lu family? You want a broken villa? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mom, you don't have to say it. I know myself. I can't be the head of the family. Lu Evening Wind squeezed out a smile. Following her, she raised her head, a pair of clear-as-water moving eyes looking at Su Wen. Su Wen, before Mr. Xiao refused to cut the ribbon with Lu Xianyi, was it you who gave greetings to the Zhu family of Nanling? You. Nowadays, Lu Evening Wind was filled with curiosity about Su Wen. She realized that her man was as if he was clad in a veil of mist, both mysterious and impenetrable. But without waiting for Su Wen to open his mouth, Lu Xianyi said bitterly, Cousin Evening Wind, I know you want Su Wen to have a good career and hope that you can pick up the treasure, but you also need to be a bit more sober. Do you think Su Wen might know someone from the Nanling Zhu family? He's a rural boy who grew up in the mountains. How did he cross paths with the superpowers of Shuzhou province? If Suwon doesn't know anyone from the Nanlingzhu family, why didn't Mr. Xiao cut the ribbon with you? Lu Evening Wind asked Lu Xianyi rhetorically. Why? I was puzzled before, but now I figured it out. The Nanlingzhu family is willing to let you be in charge of the cooperation of the International Music School. I'm only afraid that it's because of the dead fifth uncle. Before Uncle Five died, he served as a chaperone for Miss Zhu Wenju. Perhaps Miss Zhu Wenju knew about fifth uncle's death, and she took pity and sympathized with you. That's why she put you in charge of the construction of the International Music School. Xianyi, you just said that Chang'an went to Shuzhou province to serve as a chaperone for Miss Zhu Wenju? Hearing Lu Xianyi mention Lu Chang'an, old Mrs. Lu's eyes reddened slightly. Among her many children, Lu Chang'an was the most qualified to practice martial arts. At such a young age, he was already a 6th grade martial artist. Pity, but he died in the province of Shuzhou, and the cause of death is still unknown. That's good, Grandma, that's what Miss Zhu Wenju said herself. Lu Xianyi nodded. Then did Ms. Zhu Wenju mention how Chang'an died? Old Mrs. Lu choked and asked again. No. Lu Xianyi's voice was tinged with regret. Hearing Lu Xianyi's words, for a moment, Lu Eveningfeng actually felt that the other party's words had some truth to them. Maybe? Did Miss Zhu Wenju really sympathize with herself and that's why she put her in charge of the International Music School partnership? After all, if Suwon had the Zhu family's connections, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't marry an ordinary woman like himself, right? After leaving Lu's house, Lu Evening Wind brought Suwon to the Moon Festival Villa by the Xiang Lake. I am finally back again. The moment the door to the villa was opened, Lu Evening Wind's eyes reddened and she actually cried out in happiness. Evening Wind, I heard Lu Xianyi say earlier that your father died. Looking at his wife whose eyes were glazed with tears, Suwon inquired curiously. Well, my father was 16 years old when he died in the province of Shuzhou, Lu Evening Wind said despondently. But then, in a whirlwind, she squeezed a smile on her face, but I'm sure that one day, my father will come back for me. Looking for you? Suwon's face showed a strange color. Well, that was my agreement with my father. As long as I wait for him at the Moonlight Villa, he will definitely come back for me. Lu Evening Wind's gaze flickered with seriousness, but Suwon was silent, because as far as he knew, it was harder than heaven for a dead person to be resurrected. At least, he couldn't do it to bring back someone who had been dead for 10 years. Evening Wind, come over here for a moment. Mom will say a few words to you. At this time, Li Guifang beside her suddenly called away Lu Eveningfeng. Past 15 minutes later, Lu Evening Wind returned to Suwon alone, but Li Guifang was nowhere to be seen. Where's Mom? Suwon subconsciously asked. My mom says she's gotten used to living in a small house over the years and doesn't want to move to Villa Luna, Lu Evening Wind said. Her pretty face reddened, and the whole person suddenly shyly said, in the future, it will just be the two of us living here, you and me? Looking at Lu Eveningfeng, who was leaning and moving under the night, Suwon's heart was in a frenzy. A man and a woman in the same room. In case Lu Eveningfeng seduces himself, then, Suwon, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? You're not sick, are you? Looking at Suwon's red-hot face, Lu Eveningfeng was about to put his hand on his forehead, but as a result, his body didn't stand still, and his whole body jumped into Suwon's arms at once. One moment, the two were nose to nose. The distance between the lips was thinner as a silk coat. Even this moment, Suwon could still feel Lu Eveningfeng's nervous breathing and heartbeat. Suwon, I'm tired. I'll go to bed first. After getting up from Suwon's arms, Lu Eveningfeng seemed like a panicked bunny. She buried her head and left as if fleeing. And after Lu Lianfeng left, Suwon, however, was pleasantly surprised to find that the 9 young Jedi vein in his body had actually been slightly suppressed again. Originally, he only had 3 months of life left, but now, it had turned into 4 months? The other end. When Lu Xianyi and her mother returned home, Kong Manyun instantly broke down and shouted, damn it, damn Lu Eveningfeng, damn Lu Chang'an. If it weren't for them, my daughter is already sitting on the throne as the head of the Lu family. Alright, Mom, stop complaining. Looking at the emotionally out of control Kong Manyun, Lu Xuanyi said expressionlessly, even if Lu Eveningfeng negotiates the cooperation of the Nanlingzhu family, so what? From the moment she married Suwon, she was destined to be inferior to me for the rest of her life. That's right, Suwon a mountain boy. He is difficult to make a name for himself in Jiangnan province. While you, daughter, are the phoenix girl of Jiangnan province, you will definitely marry better than Lu Eveningfeng. Kong Manyun nodded heavily, but Lu Xuanyi smiled contemptuously. Mom, isn't it normal to marry better than her Lu Eveningfeng? I guess in our Lu family, There is no one who married worse than Lu Evening Wind, right? That's true. Then you will definitely marry better than Lu Wintong in the future. Kong Man-yoon changed her mind. Lu Xianyi smiled and didn't say anything. She only said intriguingly, that piece of land in the International Music School, with her Lu Evening Feng alone, she definitely can't take it down. Maybe it won't be a few days before Lu Evening Feng cries and begs me to develop it with him. What happened to that piece of land? Kong Man-yoon asked curiously, but Lu Xianyi didn't answer. She only revealed an intriguing expression. The next day, early morning, when Su-won woke up from the Moonlight Villa, the wife has left. He looked at the hot milk and bread on the table and couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth. Wait for dinner. Su-won arrived at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. As a result, downstairs at the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, Su-won unexpectedly met an acquaintance. Su-won, why did you come to the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Xiling, who was wearing a light white suit, walked out from the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, and he ran right into Su-won head-on. At this moment, Zhou Xiling changed from his previous courteous behavior when he was in the Lu family. He instead coldly said, I heard Lu Wenong say that Lu Evening Foam negotiated the cooperation of the Nanlingzhu family's international music school? Nice. Su-won nodded. Humph. Seeing Su-won admit it, Zhou Xiling looked at him with even more jealousy. On face value, Lu Wentong is not as good as Lu Evening Wind. On stature, Lu Wentong is still not as good as Lu Evening Foam. Not to mention age, Lu Wentong was a full 3 years older than Lu Evening Foam. Originally, in terms of career, Lu Wentong was still a bit better than the jobless Lu Evening Foam. But nowadays, after Lu Evening Foam became the head of the International Music School, Lu Wentong couldn't even compare her career to Lu Evening Feng's. But it's biased. It is such a combination of beauty, body, career and a perfect goddess. But married Su-won, a rural boy from the mountains. And he, Zhou Xiling, the rich and handsome man who founded the company, married Lu Wentong, who was inferior to Lu Evening Feng. How could Zhou Xiling be willing to do that? Zhou Xiling, you seem to have something to say? Seeing Zhou Xiling glaring at himself unkindly, Su-won said expressionlessly, Su-won, I don't think you deserve Lu Evening Foam. Zhou Xiling didn't hold back either. He directly said without ceremony, whether or not I'm worthy of Lu Evening Foam has nothing to do with you. Just mind your own business. Su-won sneered. What did you say? You're a hillbilly from the mountains and you dare contradict me? Zhou Xiling was about to flip out, but suddenly, he thought of something, so he held back his anger and said, Su-won, listen to your brother Zhou's advice. A fair lady is a gentleman. In the past, Lu Evening Foam was handicapped and no man in Jinling City looked at him, but it will be different in the future. If you don't divorce Lu Evening Foam, trouble will soon find you. Do you believe that? Trouble finding me? Looking at the meaningful Zhou Xiling, Su-won only shook his head in disbelief. Soldiers come to block, water to cover. Do you think, with my status, I would care about some trouble? Your identity? Zhou Xiling froze, followed by his clamoring laughter. Su-won, you're a mountain boy. What kind of status can you have? You. As he was talking, Zhou Xiling's phone rang. After seeing the number, his face changed slightly, followed by the entire person leaving with a gloomy face. Zhou Xiling just left. Chen Baifu then walked out from the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. He saw that Su Wen and Zhou Xiling seemed to know each other, so he cautiously went forward and said, Mr. Su, you know that Zhou Xiling? Well, he's my wife's cousin's husband. Su Wen nodded. So Zhou Xiling is a relative of Mr. Su. Chen Baifu was terrified, and following him, he smiled and said, since Zhou Xiling is a relative of Mr. Su, then for the sake of Mr. Su, I won't take it personally if he cheats our full moon chamber of commerce of $500,000. Scamming? Su-won froze. What's going on here? Doesn't Mr. Su know? This Zhou Xiling, in the past, was a financial fraudster. He cheated a lot of companies in Jinling City. How else did he start his company? As Chen Baifu said. He smiled again. But lately, this Zhou Xiling is having a hard time. Why? Su-won casually asked. Because Yang Wubiao is back. Chen Baifu explained. Yang Wubiao is a 9th grade martial artist in our Jinling City, the leading snake in the underground. And by chance, he befriended the son of Jiangnan's Secretary Chen. So he left Jinling City and went to work as a junior for Secretary Chen's son for a few years. Recently, however, the son of Secretary Chen changed his group of juniors. So Yang Wubiao came back to Jinling. Yang Wubiao came back to Jinling. What does it have to do with him? Zhou Xiling? Su-won was puzzled. Because Zhou Xiling cheated Yang Wubiao out of money back then. And the amount is quite a lot. A full $20 million. Chen Baifu said with a straight face. A few days ago, I heard that Yang Wubiao was preparing to find someone to do away with Zhou Xiling. After a pause, Chen Baifu changed his tone. Mr. Sue, since Zhou Xiling is your relative, then we, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, should we help him? Help him? He deserves it? Su Wen waved his hand. For Zhou Xiling? He doesn't have much goodwill. Is Zhou Xiling dead or alive? He cares even less. Same time, Dongjiu Village, Jinling City. Lu Evening Wind looked at the hundreds of acres of land in front of her that hadn't been opened up yet, and she looked unsightly. This land. It was the land where the Lu family was building the International Music School. But at this moment, on this land, there was a nailed-down house. Lu Evening Wind looked for someone to communicate, but the results were exchanged for a split face of foul language and humiliation. MS. Lu, that one family refuses to move out. Our foundation project, there's no way to proceed. A construction worker in charge looked at Lu Evening Feng with difficulty. Why don't you guys go back? And I'll think of something. Lu Evening Feng, dressed in a black OL uniform, forced to smile. After the person in charge of the construction work left with a group of construction workers, only then did Lu Evening Wind knock on the door of that nail house. Grandma, get out. Get the hell out of here. I'm telling you, I'm not moving out. Without waiting for Lu Evening Wind to finish his sentence, a gloomy and old cursing voice came from the dilapidated old courtyard. Want me to move out? Dream on. I won't move for any amount of money. But Grandma, this land has been deserted. And in the whole village, you are the only family left. It's inconvenient for you to live and get around. So why don't you resettle in the city? The city is very prosperous. And there are large shopping malls. Lu Evening Wind was patient as she gently persuaded. But, as soon as her words fell, a gaunt old granny in hemp rope slippers with a head full of white hair walked out with a broom. Noisy, I've told you. I'm not moving. Seeing that your little girl is quite pretty, why don't you understand human language? Get lost, the old granny said as she shooed Lu Evening Wind with a broom. Helpless, Lu Evening Wind could only leave from the old courtyard. As a result, she had just come out and met Lu Xianyi, who was walking head-on. Yo, Lu Evening Wind, it seems that your construction of the International Music School isn't going very well. Lu Xianyi clasped her hands on her chest as she said with a smirk. What are you doing here? Lu Evening Feng coldly looked at Lu Xuanyi. You want to meddle in the construction of the International Music School? Have you forgotten what the Zhu family said? Don't worry, Lu Evening Feng, I'm just here to visit the widows and orphans. You don't have to be nervous. Saying that, Lu Xianyi knocked on the door of the old courtyard. Grandma Jiang, it's me, Lu Xianyi. I've come to visit you, so it's Xianyi. Come in quickly. Grandma Jiang opened the door, and when she saw Lu Xianyi, the indifference on her face was gone, replaced by a kind smile. You haven't come to visit Grandma for a long time. Grandma Jiang, I've been quite busy lately. As an apology, I bought you imported pineapples. Last time I heard you say that your old partner likes pineapples. Lu Xianyi handed a fruit basket of pineapples forward. Xianyi has a heart. Come in and sit down. After Grandma Jiang received the pineapple, suddenly, her gaze fell back on Lu Evening Feng, who was on the side, and she immediately said in a chilling voice, why don't you get lost? Lu Evening Wind opened her mouth, and in the end she could only leave under Lu Xianyi's smug gaze. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Evening Wind came to the Lu family villa to report on his work. Oh, there's a nail biter in East Suburban Village? Pay any amount of money and don't move? When old Mrs. Lu and the others learned of this news, the expressions on everyone's faces were a bit cloudy. After a long time, a middle-aged man with an old and angry face suddenly said, Evening Wind, what do you care about the nail households? Directly demolish them. We can't afford to lose the Zhu family's project. That's a good point. If the construction schedule of the International Music School is delayed because of that nail house and the Zhu family is dissatisfied, our Lu family will not be able to make good. The other Lu family elders agreed. But, thinking of the plainly dressed Grandma Jiang, Lu Evening Feng was about to open his mouth. But old Mrs. Lu unquestionably said, Evening Feng, you'll have someone demolish that nail house tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Grandma, would that be too cruel? Lu Evening Feng couldn't bear it. Grandma Jiang is very pitiful. Pity? Humph. There are many pitiful people in Jiangnan province. Evening Wind, you have to remember that the pitiful will be hated. Since the Zhu family gave you the International Music School project, you can't let them down. Old Mrs. Lu said one word at a time. Grandma, give me 3 more days. Just 3 days. If after 3 days, I can't get the nail households to move out, I'm going to demolish them. After a struggle in his heart, Lu Evening Wind looked pleadingly at old Mrs. Lu, that's just it. Grandma knows you take care of the good, so I'll give you 3 days. Old Mrs. Lu thought for a moment, and she agreed with Lu Evening Wind's decision. Wait for the debriefing to be completed. Lu Evening Wind found Lu Xianyi alone. What's it to me? Lu Xianyi raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lu Evening Feng, who had a condescending stance. Xianyi, why does Grandma Jiang refuse to relocate? Do you know the reason? Lu Evening Wind asked curiously. Their Lu family gave Jiang grandmother's demolition money is not low. According to, the other side should not rely on the eastern suburb village. Of course I know why. Lu Xianyi looked at Lu Evening Feng playfully. But why should I tell you? Lu Evening Wind was momentarily speechless. Lu Evening Feng, since the Zhu family has put you in charge of the international music school program, you should work hard. Don't come to me whenever you're in trouble. Who am I to help you? Why don't you go find Su-Wen? Lu Xianyi said in a conspiratorial manner. Didn't you say before that Su-Wen had greeted the Zhu family? Su-Wen is so powerful. He can't even solve a nail house? Lu Xianyi, you and I both know in our hearts that it's impossible for Su-Wen to know someone from the Zhu family. There's no need for you to flirt with this matter every time. Lu Evening Wind was angry. Yo, cousin Evening Wind, you still know that Su-Wen couldn't possibly know someone from the Zhu family? I thought you were living in a dream just like Su-Wen. Lu Xianyi puffed and covered her mouth and let out a laugh, followed by her raising her head, like a proud phoenix, and said inimitably, if you want me to help you, you can. Kneel down and beg me. You, what did you say? Lu Lianfeng was so angry that his body trembled. You're making me kneel down for such a small thing? Little things? Lu Xianyi had a sneer on her face. Lu Evening Feng, if Grandma Jiang doesn't move, it's impossible for the Zhu family's international music school's project to get off the ground. This involves the fate of the Lu family. You're telling me that this is a trivial matter? Then I can still force it. Lu Evening Wind retorted. Then you go and try raising it. When the time comes to make a scene. Ha! The corners of Lu Xianyi's mouth rose. What human life? Lu Evening Feng's face turned white. But Lu Xianyi ignored her and instead just walked away. Into the night. Lu Lianfeng returned home. Evening Wind, are you not feeling well? Why doesn't your face look too good? In the Moon Festival Villa, Su-Wen saw his wife looking distracted. He asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just work. And there's been a little trouble. Lu Evening Wind shook her head as she squeezed out a yin-yin yet warm smile. Can I help you? Su-Wen handed over a cup of hot water. No need. Small trouble. I can solve it. Lu Evening Wind shook her head. She didn't want Su-Wen to worry about herself. Right. Husband, how's your work recently? Tired or not? Not tired. I'm quite idle. Su-Wen laughed. It's good not to be tired. Lu Evening Wind stretched out her hands to take Su-Wen's neck. Her beautiful eyes set off ripples. Then she seriously said, I don't want my man to be too tired, because I can support you. Raise me? Looking at the shy and moving Lu Evening Feng, Su-Wen's heartbeat accelerated. Lu Evening Breeze. Is this a seduction? But when Su-Wen returned to his senses, Lu Evening Feng was asleep in front of him, and it looked like his wife should be too tired today. Day 2. Su-Wen came to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, Yang Wubiao is looking for you. Chen Baifu respectfully walked to Su-Wen. Yang Wubiao? Su-Wen felt that the name was somewhat familiar. It's the 9th-ranked martial artist who was previously a junior to the son of Secretary Chen's son. Chen Baifu added. What is he looking for me for? Su-Wen asked casually. Not too clear. But, Mr. Su had better meet him, because nowadays in Jinling City, under Qiu Fulong, Yang Wubiao is the #1 martial artist. The first martial artist? Su-Wen laughed playfully, following which he said to Chen Baifu, let's go and meet Yang Wubiao. Soon, Su-Wen met Yang Wubiao, who was wearing a black jacket, in the meeting room of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce. Yang Wubiao looked strong with his bronze-colored muscles. You're the new president of the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce. Su-Wen? Yang Wubiao's sharp eagle-like gaze stared at Su-Wen. It's me. Su-Wen nodded faintly. What do you want to see me about? I want your Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce to help me find someone. Yang Wubiao said forcefully. After it's done, I'll give you $50 million. Saying that, Yang Wubiao handed over a photo. In the photo, it was a young girl of about 16 or 17. Not interested, Su-Wen didn't even look at the photo. He directly rejected Yang Wubiao. It's best for President Su to think about it, because I think that there will be many more opportunities for both of us to cooperate in Jinling City in the future. As he spoke, boom! A terrifying chi force surged out from Yang Wubiao's circumference with a bang. This chi directly shattered the table and chairs in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Baifu's pupils instantly tightened as he stared wide-eyed. Half-step martial Dao master? Yang Wubiao, you've broken through? Thanks to young Master Chen's guidance, I was lucky to have a breakthrough. As Yang Wubiao said, he looked at Su-Wen with a smile on his face again. President Su, do you still want to refuse to help me now? You should know what a half-step martial arts master means in Jiangnan province. I said not interested. Suwon raised his head as he looked at Yang Wubiao with a calm gaze. But it's that glance. But it made Yang Wubiao's heart tremble. But soon, Yang Wubiao was annoyed and came back to his senses. President Su, Luyu Chamber of Commerce can gain a foothold in Jiangnan because of the Nanling Zhu family. But have you ever thought that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake? Zhu family, after all, is not our power in Jiangnan. When Zhu Lingtian Sr. and Miss Zhu Wenju leave Jiangnan, in the future in Jiangnan, who else can be your backer? You give me a hand now. When you, President Su, are in trouble in the future, I, Yang Wubiao, will naturally not see death to save you. In trouble? Hearing these two words, Suwon laughed at once. I don't need you, Yang Wubiao, to worry about my matters. Manager Chen, see off the guests. You, looking at the unsympathetic Suwon, Yang Wubiao held back his anger and said, Good, 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 President Su, youthfulness is certainly a good thing, but rigidity is easy to break, and softness is long-lasting. The road is still long. I hope that one day, you, President Su, won't ask to come to me. Otherwise, humph, putting down the hard word, Yang Wubiao left without looking back. After he left, Chen Baifu immediately looked bitterly at Suwon. President Su, Yu Feng, shouldn't have rejected Yang Wubiao. He has now become a half-step martial arts master. And in Jiangnan, I'm afraid that there are only many forces that are willing to draw him in. Will Zhu Lingtian pull in Yang Wubiao? Suwon didn't answer. He only smiled and asked rhetorically. Elder Zhu naturally won't. He's a legendary grandmaster. How would he care about a tiny half-step martial arts master? Chen Baifu shook his head. Why would I want to pull in someone that even Zhu Lingtian doesn't care about? Suwon opened his mouth intriguingly, and as soon as his words fell, the phone rang, and Li Guifang's anxious voice came from inside. Suwon, where are you? Lu Evening Wind is fighting with someone. Why don't you hurry and roll over to help? When Suwon arrived at Dongjiao village, he saw Li Guifang arguing with a flamboyant young woman, and next to her, Lu Evening Phone was squatting on the ground wiping her tears. Nightwind, Mom, what's going on? Suwon went up to his wife and asked her. Without waiting for Lu Evening Phone to open his mouth, Li Guifang pointed at the young woman and angrily rebuked. What gives you the right to hit my daughter? What's wrong with me hitting her? The young woman pompously said. Who told her to mind her own business? You. Li Guifang wanted to say more, but Lu Evening Phone shook his head. Forget it, Mom, let her go. Why don't you get lost? Li Guifang angrily yelled at the young woman. Before the young woman left, she glared at Lu Evening Phone again. Lu Evening Phone, I'm telling you, old lady Zhang's house, the money, it's all mine. I'm just bullying her and disrespecting her. What can you do? You'll give her a head start next time? See if I don't beat you to death. Saying that, this young woman glanced at Suwon again. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? Dead hick, get lost. But Suwon was impassive and said, Were you the one who hit my wife just now? Your wife? Oh yeah, I just hit her. What's wrong with that? You guys are outnumbered, aren't you? Try moving me if you can. Xiang Shaoling arrogantly glared at Suwon. My husband is Chen Beishan of Jinling City, Yang Wubiao's little brother. If you move me today, the three of you will die tomorrow. Her words had just fallen. Snap. Suwon just slapped him across the face. You call your husband now. I'll see how he'll let us die. You. Xiang Shaoling glared madly at Suwon and growled. You actually dare to hit me? Stinking idiot. I want you dead. I want you dead. Saying that, Xiang Shaoling defiantly started to call, but the phone was not connected for a long time. You wait, my husband is busy now. When he's not, I'll make sure you and your lowly wife. Snap. Not waiting for Xiang Shaoling to finish her sentence, Suwon slapped him again. Who are you calling cheap? I said Lu. Pop. Late. Pop. 2 slaps slapped past. Xiang Shaoling was completely frightened, and she hesitated to say that word wind. You guys wait for me, I won't let you guys go. Covering her reddened face, Xiang Shaoling hatefully dropped a harsh sentence before she hurriedly fled without looking back. Xiang Shaoling left. Li Guifang walked to Suwon. She changed her previous indifferent attitude and instead clapped her hands. Well played, Suwon. That woman bullied Evening Wind. She deserved to be beaten. Suwon, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Unlike Li Guifang's relief, Lu Evening Feng said with a worried face. I've also heard of that Chen Beishan. It is said that he seems to be a martial arts practitioner. It's all right, Nightwind. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Suwon interrupted his wife's words. He instead softly said, with me here, no one in the world would dare to harm you. All right, Suwon, just pretend for a while. Don't be endless. Li Guifang whitened her eyes at Suwon without any good reason. Then she said to Lu Evening Feng, Daughter, you don't need to be afraid. there is still the Liu family behind you. Chen Beishan is a martial arts practitioner. Does the Liu family not have any martial arts practitioners? Now that your grandmother is begging you, the Liu family won't leave you alone. That's true. Liu Evening Fang's hanging heart slightly relaxed. This time, the door in the dilapidated old courtyard in front of him opened, and a grandmother wearing hemp rope slippers and wrapped in a cotton coat in the summer walked out. Miss Liu Fang, thank you ah. If not for you, this house of mine is going to be snatched away by Xiang Shaoling. This old granny said, her voice still somewhat bitter and self-deprecating. It's okay, Grandma Jiang. I'm actually helping myself by helping you. Liu Evening Wind squeezed out a smile that was as warm as the breeze. Nightwind, what the hell is going on here? What helping yourself? And that woman just now. Seeing his wife exchanging pleasantries with the grandmother in front of him, Su Wen gave a follow-up question. The woman just now is called Xiang Shaoling, and she was adopted by Grandma Jiang. But Xiang Shaoling has never supported Grandma Jiang. Instead, she expects Grandma Jiang to die all day long, and also robbed her house and money. What a white-eyed wolf. As soon as Xiang Shaoling was mentioned, Liu Evening Feng became angry. If we really let Xiang Shaoling snatch Grandma Jiang's house, she would definitely want to Leonize us and blackmail our Liu family for a sum of money for the demolition of the eastern suburbs village. That's why I got into an argument with her. And in the end I didn't hold back and moved. So it is. Looking at his wife who was fighting for Grandma Jiang, Su Wen asked again. What about Grandma Jiang's other children? Grandma Jiang's children have all passed away, but she has a granddaughter. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, Grandma Jiang's granddaughter was abducted by human traffickers. The reason why Grandma Jiang refused to move away was precisely because she was afraid that, when her granddaughter returned, she wouldn't be able to find a home. Speaking of this, Liu Evening Wind's eyes were a little red. She felt so sorry for Grandma Jiang, and finally understood why. While the entire eastern suburb village had moved away, Grandma Jiang was the only one who refused to move. Because, Grandma Jiang has to wait for her granddaughter to come home. Granny Jiang, 10 years have passed. Your granddaughter is only afraid that she has already died. Hearing Granny Jiang's experience, Li Guifang sympathized with the other party. You're talking nonsense. My granddaughter isn't dead. She won't die. Grandma Jiang is stimulated. She immediately glared at Li Guifang with red eyes, a pair of vicissitudes of the pupils, more flooded with tears. Mom, can you cut the crap? Liu Evening Wind looked at Li Guifang with dissatisfaction. Li Guifang opened her mouth. She lowered her voice and said, but Evening Wind, this old lady is relying on Dongjiao village not to move out. How can you build your international music school project? Don't forget, this involves the Zhu family. Now she's the only nail household left. Liu Evening Wind was speechless. She had thought of forced demolition before, but now she couldn't be cruel enough to do that. Is it true that as long as we find Grandma Jiang's granddaughter, she will be willing to move? Suddenly at this point, Su Wen, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes, I'm willing to move away and move to the city as soon as you find my granddaughter. Not waiting for Liu Evening Feng to open his mouth, wearing a big thick cotton dress, Grandma Jiang held Su Wen's hand at once. Grandma, I'm illiterate and uneducated. My granddaughter lost. I don't know who to look for to help me, and no one is willing to help me. Said Grandma Jiang, the tears in old age of choking up. Grandma Jiang, don't cry first. Show me the picture of your granddaughter. As long as she's alive, I'll help you find her. Looking at the tearful Grandma Jiang, Su Wen seriously made a promise. Okay, I'll go get you pictures. You guys wait for me. Wait for. Grandma Jiang said as she pulled open an old cabinet, then took out a brand new picture frame from inside. In the picture frame, it was a young girl of 16 or 17. When Su Wen saw the young girl in this picture frame, he then narrowed his gaze. It's actually her? Honey, you know Grandma Jiang's granddaughter? Seeing Su Wen keep staring at the young girl in the picture frame, Liu Evening Feng couldn't help but ask. Not recognizable. Su Wen shook his head. Well, Liu Evening Feng sighed as she continued. Hubby, Grandma Jiang's granddaughter has been missing for 10 years, and it's too hard for us to find her. Try it. Su Wen smiled slightly. How else do you plan to build the international music school? Forcibly demolish Grandma Jiang's house? I don't want to force a demolition. Grandma Jiang is too pitiful. Liu Evening Wind shook his head. In that case, wait for my news. If it's quick, we should have the results tomorrow. Su Wen said as he picked up the picture frame and left. Mom, do you think Su Wen can really find Grandma Jiang's granddaughter? Looking at Su Wen's back, Liu Evening Feng said with very little confidence. He's looking for shit. Li Guifang spoke nonchalantly. A person who has been missing for 10 years. It's hard to say whether he's in Jiangnan or not. Where can he, Su Wen, go to find him? This is much harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this, Lu Evening Foam also hung her head forlornly, and it wasn't until a long time later that she whispered, "Mom, I'll ask the Lu family to help look for Grandma John's granddaughter together. There's strength in numbers. Maybe it'll be a miracle?" Like, the day of the ribbon cutting. Leave the village of Dongzhou. Su-won returned to the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. "Mr. Su, where were you just now?" Chen Baifu greeted him with a pleasing face. At the moment, Chen Baifu's mind was in turmoil, because Su-won's words of belittling Yang Wubiao before made him brainstorm a lot. Even Zhu Lingtian didn't pull in Yang Wubiao, so Su-won didn't pull in either? Does it say Su-won is also a martial arts master? But that's unlikely, isn't it? Manager Chen, you've come at the right time. From now on, use all the power of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce to help me find this girl. Su-won placed the photo frame in his hand in front of Chen Baifu. Ha, it's not. Seeing the young girl in the photo frame, Chen Baifu was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the young girl that Yang Wubiao had asked Su-won to find earlier? One moment. Chen Baifu understood Su-won's previous refusal of Yang Wubiao was nothing more than a deliberate attempt to play the game. Young people, high-minded and proud, always like to pretend. But after pretending, you have to face the reality. Su-won was not Zhu Lingtian, nor was he Chen Shiranvoy. He pulled in Yang Wubiao, as is humanly possible. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll have the people below me look for the girl. Respectfully accepting the photo frame, Chen Baifu turned to leave. At the same time, all of his previous brainstorming about Su-won also dissipated in an instant. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-won received a call from his wife to come to the Lu family villa for dinner. Humph. Su-won, I heard that you beat up Chen Beishan's wife today? At the Lu family dinner table, Lu Qingqing coldly glared at Su-won. Why are you a country bumpkin causing trouble everywhere? Do you know that Chen Beishan is a martial arts practitioner? If you beat up Xiang Shaoling, Chen Beishan will turn a blind eye? Third aunt, Su-won beat up Xiang Shaoling because of me. Lu Evening Wind took the initiative to speak for Su-won. If you want to blame me, just blame me. Don't blame my husband, because you're great. Ha! When the time comes for Chen Beishan to come after you, will you be able to quell his anger? It's still not for me, the Lu family, to step in? Kong Man-yoon sneered in a snarky manner. Since the previous ribbon-cutting incident, Kong Man-yoon hated Lu Evening Foam. If not for Lu Evening Foam, her daughter would have become the head of the Lu family by now. There's no need for the Lu family to step in. If Chen Beishan dares to come and find trouble with Evening Wind, I will step in myself. At this time Su-won put down the chopsticks in his hands. He did not slow down and said, "You strike? Are you a martial arts practitioner?" Kong Man-yoon sneered and glared at Su-won. Lu Xianyi even revealed a look of contempt. But she didn't bother to laugh at Su-won and just assumed that the other party was continuing to play the clown. It is true that I am not a martial arts practitioner. Seeing the Lu family's crowd casting their gazes, Su-won shook his head non-committally and said, "But I am cultivating." Humph. Of course I know you are not a martial arts practitioner. You're a hillbilly farming in the mountains. Do you know martial arts? Practicing martial arts consumes money. You can't even afford Lu Evening Fang's bride price. Where do you get the money to practice martial arts? Without waiting for Su-won to finish his sentence, Kong Man-yoon condescendingly said, "And Su-won, let me tell you, the Yang Wubiao behind Chen Beishan is the leading underground snake in Jiling City. Not long ago, Yang Wubiao has already broken through to a half-step martial arts master. That's a big shot second only to Mr. Chiu. Even my Lu family can't afford to offend him. If Yang Wubiao asks my Lu family to hand over Lu Evening Foam, alright, Kong Man-yoon, you don't need to scare Su-won and Lu Evening Foam. With Yang Wubiao's status, he's not so bad that he'd personally come out for this trivial matter." Old Mrs. Lu, who was eating, interrupted Kong Man-yoon. "Mom, I just want to give Su-won a heads up, so that this country bumpkin doesn't know the sky is the limit and has no eyes." Kong Man-yoon smiled sarcastically. At this time, Lu Qingqing also said, "Mom, in fact, even if Yang Wubiao comes out, our Lu family doesn't have to be afraid." "Oh, are you trying to say that we still have the Zhu family?" Old Mrs. Lu looked at her. "The international music school hasn't even been constructed yet, and you want my Lu family to hang on to the Zhu family's reputation as a fox and tiger? Aren't you afraid of the Zhu family's annoyance?" "No, Mom, it's because of Zhou Xiling." Lu Qingqing hurriedly shook her head. Zhou Xiling and Yang Wubiao have a good relationship. They often call themselves brothers and sisters. This is what my son-in-law said himself. Oh, old Mrs. Lu had a strange look on her face as she gazed up at Zhou Xiling once more before she opened her mouth and asked, "Xiling, you still know Yang Wubiao?" "Not bad, I know. Piao is my good brother who passed away." Zhou Xiling just admitted it, but as a result, Su-won at the dinner table didn't hold back a laugh. "Su-won, what are you laughing at?" Lu Qinxing glared angrily at Su Wen. Auntie Qin Xin, how come I didn't know that Yang Wubiao and Zhou Xiling are good brothers who have lived through life? On the contrary, I heard that Yang Wubiao recently wanted to find someone to do away with Zhou Xiling. Su Wen opened his mouth with great meaning. As a result, as soon as his words fell, Lu Wentong was not happy. Su Wen, you don't need to fart for me here. You don't know? What can you know as a country bumpkin? Don't I know if my husband is good or not? I saw with my own eyes that my husband got into a black Mercedes-Benz Big G with Yang Wupao's arm around his shoulders. As Lu Wentong spoke, she glared at Lu Evening Wind again. Cousin Evening Wind, your man isn't as good as my man. So he started slandering Zhou Xiling, right? Why is he so jealous? He's not capable himself, but he can't see others excel? Is he vain? Cousin Wentong, don't be angry. It might be Su Wen's mistake. Looking at the infuriated Lu Wentong, Lu Evening Wind hurriedly pulled Su Wen a bit and made a milky, ferocious and moving expression. Don't talk nonsense, or else Cousin Wentong is going to lift the table. The Lu family dinner is over. Lu Evening Wind left with Su Wen. After the two left, Lu Wentong smiled and came to Lu Xianyi's side. Sister Xianyi, are you going to help Lu Evening Feng find Grandma Zhang's granddaughter? The party was eating. Lu Evening Wind told the Lu family about the construction difficulties in the eastern suburbs village. Right now, the construction of the international music school can only continue if Grandma Zhang's granddaughter is found. Me? Why should I help Lu Evening Wind? The corners of Lu Xianyi's mouth rose as she sneered contemptuously. It's not like the Zhu family is working with me. What's more, I'm curious if the Zhu family will be enraged when Lu Evening Wind delays the schedule again and again. You mean you don't think Lu Evening Feng can find Grandma Zhang's granddaughter? Lu Wentong realized something. Humph, how can it be so easy to find someone who's been missing for 10 years? Lu Xianyi shook her head disdainfully. Do you really think that she, Lu Evening Wind, can keep performing miracles? That's true. Lu Wentong nodded. It depends on whether Lu Evening Feng dares to be ruthless and forcefully demolish Grandma Zhang's house. If she doesn't demolish it, the Shu family's project can't be started, and Grandma won't be happy about it. It's best if she raises it, and when she does, the family rolls off to jail. Lu Xianyi's gaze was covered in resentment. Day 2. Su Wen came to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Manager Chen, the girl I asked you to find, is she still missing? Seeing Chen Baifu walking towards him, Su Wen raised his eyebrows and asked. Chen Baifu wanted to speak, and only after a long time did he smile and say, it hasn't been found yet. The main reason is that Jiangnan province is too big. Moreover, this girl named Jiang Shiyao has been missing for 10 years, so it's not too easy to line up. Then if I go to the Jiangnan province's Minister Chen, can he help me find Jiang Shiyao as soon as possible? Su Wen asked coldly. Mr. So you still know Ambassador Chen Si? Chen Baifu was taken aback. Even though Chen Siwei and he are from the same family, the two positions, however, are worlds apart. Secretary Chen was not only a legendary patriarch of the Jiangnan province, but also one of the 3 giants of the Jiangnan prefecture, the entire 13 cities of Jiangnan. There was only one person whose status was higher than Secretary Chen's, and that was the head of the Jiangnan province, King Xianyu. But the last 2 years, King Xianyu had been away from Jiangnan, so on the surface, Secretary Chen was the master of Jiangnan. I've heard of Secretary Chen, but I've never met him. Seeing Chen Baifu cast his gaze, Su Wen casually said. Upon hearing this, Chen Baifu didn't ask any more questions. He only continued, even if you, Mr. Su, were to go and look for Ambassador Chen, I'm only afraid that his old man wouldn't be able to find Jiang Shiyao as soon as possible. Why is that? Su Wen was curious. You don't know, Mr. Su, if Secretary Chen wants to find someone in Jiangnan, he also has to go through the intelligence network of our Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Chen Baifu looked embarrassed. So it is, Su Wen responded, and he stopped speaking, rolling eyes. 3 days passed, but Luyu Chamber of Commerce still hadn't found Grandma Zhang's granddaughter, Jiang Shiyao. Lu Evening Wind and the Lu family were equally clueless. Su Wen, what to do? It's been 3 days. In the Villa of the Moon, a light green long dress, luxuriant jade-legged slender Lu Evening Wind leaned in Su Wen's arms. She looked worried. If you can't find Jiang Shiyao again, the Lu family is going to forcefully demolish Grandma Zhang's house. When it comes to that time, was saying. Suddenly, Lu Evening Fang's cell phone rang. What? The Lu family has already started to demolish the eastern suburb village? Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Evening Feng hurriedly said to Su Wen, Hubby, something's wrong. The Lu family is forcibly demolishing the eastern suburb village, and Grandma Jiang wants to kill herself. You hurry and go over with me. When Su Wen and his wife arrived at the village of Dongjiao, they saw that the Lu family was bringing construction crews with the intention of raising Grandma Zhang's house. Lu Xianyi, What the hell is going on here? Didn't you say that everything in the International Music School program is up to me? Seeing Lu Xianyi in the crowd, Lu Evening Wind stepped forward in anger. Who gave you permission to force the demolition? I allowed it. Old Mrs. Lu walked over from the distance. She looked solemn and said, Evening Wind, Zhu family cooperation is not child's play. We've been looking for Jiang Shiyao for 3 days, but we've gotten nowhere. The project of the International Music School cannot be delayed again and again, or else it will only harm the Lu family. This, Lu Evening Wind couldn't refute old Mrs. Lu. She could only inquire in a low voice. Where's Grandma Jiang? Where is she? There. One of the Lu family members pointed down to the top of the dilapidated old courtyard, only to see a white-haired old man wearing a cotton suit in the middle of summer, sitting on the roof of the house and preparing to kill himself. Grandma Jiang. Lu Evening Wind ran forward with a blossoming face and shouted, Grandma Jiang, come down quickly. It's dangerous up there. Liars. You're all liars. After Grandma Jiang saw Lu Evening Feng, her voice instantly became agitated and sad. You guys agreed to help me find Jiang Shiyao, but now, I haven't seen my granddaughter, and you guys are trying to tear down my house. I just want to wait for my granddaughter to come home. Why are you bullying me? An old man? Toward the end, Grandma Jiang even cried helplessly. Grandma Jiang, come down first. I will help you find Jiang Shiyao. Su Wen walked up. No, I'm not coming down. Once I come down, you guys will demolish my house. Grandma Jiang's eyes reddened as she shouted, There's no way I'm coming down until I see Jiang Shiyao. If you guys want to tear down my house, I'll die for you. Dead is dead. Who are you scaring? You old woman? It's not like our Lu family can't afford to pay for one life. Kong Man Yun in the crowd sneered, and the words just fell from her lips. Su Wen's phone then rang. It was Chen Baifu who called. Oh, already found it? Good. I'll go over right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Wen said to Lu Evening Feng, I found Jiang Shiyao. Really? Lu Evening Feng's gaze was delighted. She hurriedly said to Grandma Jiang, Grandma Jiang, my husband has found your granddaughter. Please come down. I'm not going down until Jiang Shiyao comes. Grandma Jiang was stubborn. I know that you guys are lying to me. That's why I'm not falling for it. Grandma Jiang, we didn't lie to you. I'm going to bring Jiang Shiyao here. Su Wen said. He turned back to the Lu family with a commanding tone. Before I come back, no one is allowed to forcefully demolish Dongjiao village. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Surname Su, how are you talking to us? Lu Qinshin, who was sitting on the wheelchair, had a cold face. You stomped on your nose, didn't you? Su Wen, did you really find Jiang Shiyao? Old Mrs. Lu looked at Su Wen with a heavy gaze. He found an ass. Without waiting for Su Wen to open his mouth, Lu Xianyi said in a conspiratorial manner, If our Lu family can't find someone, where can he, Su Wen, find him? He just knows how to cheat people all day long. Is it fun? Luckily I didn't marry him. Lu Xianyi. Shut up. Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Xuanyi. Following her, she said to old Mrs. Lu, Grandma, human life is at stake. I believe Su Wen won't lie. Good. Then I'll believe Su Wen once today. Old Mrs. Lu was silent for a moment. She looked at Su Wen and said, Su Wen, in half a day's time, can you bring Jiang Shiyao back? Yes. Su Wen nodded. Then I'll wait for you for half a day. And after half a day, if you don't come back, I'll immediately forcefully demolish Dongjiao village. Old Mrs. Lu said one word at a time. Jinling City. Marriott nightclub. Chen Beishan is talking to a few local coal bosses. Brother Chen, I heard that Master Biao came back to Jinling City? A rich, greasy man in a white suit said to Chen Beishan with an attentive face. When will you introduce Master Biao to us? You guys want to get acquainted with Master Piao? Chen Beishan looked at these coal bosses with a smirk. Yes, I heard that Master Piao has already broken through to a half-step martial arts master. In our Jinling City, under Mr. Chiu, Master Biao is the #1 martial artist. To be able to climb into such a relationship, everyone is begging for it. A coal boss hurriedly nodded in agreement. But Chen Beishan revealed an intriguing look. Xiao Lu, I am not clear about the rules of your coal yard, but in my place, begging, you have to have the attitude of begging. You just talk about wanting to know Master Biao? It a bit whimsical? Upon hearing that coal boss would understand. He hurriedly handed over a password box, and curtly said, Don't worry, Brother Chen, I won't lose a single penny of what I should honor you with. Click, and the combination box opens, clear of cash, 5 million less. Brother Chen, this is mine, and my. When the other coal bosses saw this, they also took out their password boxes and placed them in front of Chen Beishan. Well, not bad, your sincerity, I see, but it feels still a little short of meaning. After Chen Beishan received a dozen password boxes, he revealed another meaningful smile. I've heard that the women of Marriott nightclub seem to be quite charming? Several coal bosses looked at each other. They did not understand what Chen Beishan meant. But Mr. Liu, who was wearing a white suit, came to a realization. Yes, the sisters of our Marriott nightclub are all thievingly beautiful and have good bodies. There is rhyme. As the words fell, General Liu took out his cell phone and made a call. Let the sisters come in. Soon, a dozen young women in red high heels and sexy black stockings arrived at the nightclub box. These young women, the body, the face, it's all top-notch. They were all in sailor suits and full of flirtatious charm. Call Chen. Mr. Liu said to these young women. Hello Chen. A dozen uniformed women said in unison. Brother Chen. These sisters, all of them are the headliners of our Marriott nightclub. Whichever one you fancy, you can take them away directly tonight. Mr. Liu attentively said to Chen Beishan. Play however you want. Almost. Glancing at these uniformed women for a few moments, Chen Beishan still shook his head. This isn't bad, is it? The corner of Mr. Liu's mouth twitched. These sisters, they are all from Netflix, and some of them have even worked as models in the past. Xiao Lu, is there that kind of purer sister? This kind of Netflix goods. I got tired of playing with them a long time ago. Chen Beishan disdainfully bristled, his words still somewhat disgusted. A little purer? Mr. Liu was slightly stunned, but a coal boss beside him laughed. Mr. Liu, didn't you buy back a woman from the traffickers before? That woman is quite pure. Why don't you let her accompany Brother Chen for a night? You mean Jiang Shiyao? Mr. Liu's face was written with reluctance, because Jiang Shiyao was the purest woman he had ever seen. Even Mr. Liu himself, he didn't want to touch that woman even a little bit. Not bad, it's Jiang Shiyao. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Can't it be, you don't want to get acquainted with Master Biao? Seeing the reluctance of Mr. Liu, that coal boss added oil and vinegar. A woman only, no and then find can miss the opportunity to get acquainted with Master Biao. Okay, I'll have Jiang Shiyao come over. Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Mr. Liu made a call. A few moments later, an innocent woman in a white dress with cyan-colored pupils was then brought to the nightclub box. This pure woman, with her good looks and short hair, has a natural icy pity choo-choo look, especially on her. There was a faint scent of frangipani flowers. Seeing this pure woman, even Chen Beishan, who knew countless women, had his eyes light up. What a pure woman! Jiang Shiyao was just like the untainted white lotus in the mud, clean and simple. It was a stark contrast to those sexy women in sailor uniforms at the Marriott nightclub. Not bad. Xiao Lu, I really like this sister. Let her stay with me tonight. When tomorrow comes, I will take you to see Master Biao. After Chen Beishan returned to his senses, he smiled and said to General Manager Liu, Jiang Shiyao, you heard that, right? Brother Chen has taken a liking to you. Tonight, give me good company for Brother Chen. Mr. Liu said to Jiang Shiyao in a commanding tone. I don't want a chaperone. Jiang Shiyao buried her head. She sounded a bit scandalized and scared. Who let you accompany alcohol? Sleep with them, you know? A coal boss angrily scolded Jiang Shiyao. I'm not sleeping with you. Although Jiang Shiyao was scared, she still gathered her courage and said, I'm not a random woman. I'll fuck you up. That coal boss slapped over. Jiang Shiyao, it's a blessing you had in your past life that Brother Chen has taken a liking to you. If you don't obediently take off your clothes and go to the bed to wait for Brother Chen, how dare you refuse? Who do you think you are? I'll die before I sleep with you. Covering her face, Jiang Shiyao's eyes reddened as she glared at Mr. One and the others, and she looked like she was ready to die. Yet, the coal boss who made the move was about to have a fit, but Chen Beishan laughed. Good. I like this kind of loyal woman. The more she resists, the more excited I get. Ha. As he spoke, Chen Beishan walked up to Jiang Shiyao. He flexed his fingers and wow, Jiang Shiyao's delicate body trembled, and she had no way to move. What did you do to me? Feeling the rigidity of her body, Jiang Shiyao was frightened and disoriented and horrified. It's nothing. I just sealed your hand and foot chakra and crossfoot chakra. As Chen Beishan said, he reached out and ruffled Jiang Shiyao's hair, and badgered to Chief Win and the others. Go get a video camera over. I want to record this unforgettable night. No problem. Soon a coal owner came over with a video camera. Seeing this, Jiang Shiyao's body couldn't stop trembling even more as she even pleaded to Chen Beishan. Please let me go. Please, I'll spend the night with you. Drink with you. Please don't shoot. Don't beg me. Little beauty. To be honest, I still like your untamed appearance. Seeing Jiang Shuryao's face covered in tears, Chen Beishan even laughed long and hard. All the other coal owners were up in arms and laughing. Laughter. Jiang Shuryao had a death wish, but just as she was despairing, suddenly, the door of the nightclub box opened. A young man in a white shirt walked in. Who is Jiang Shuryao? Come with me, your grandmother wants to see you. Ha! The sudden voice caused the people present in the nightclub box to freeze in unison. After Mr. Lu came back to his senses, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Suwon. Then his gaze was gloomy and said, "Where is the wild boy from? Jiang Shuryao is the woman our Chan brother has his eye on. You say to take a trip with you? Who do you think you are?" After a pause, Mr. Lu picked up another fruit knife on the wine table and threw it in front of Suwon. He ordered like a superior, "Immediately kneel down for me and cut off your index finger to make amends to brother Chen. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun of tomorrow's Jinling city." Upon hearing this, the other coal bosses looked at Suwon playfully. The escort girls who were dressed up in flamboyant costumes also had a look of pity and sympathy, thinking that Suwon, this young man, really didn't know the sky and the earth and dared to come to Marriott nightclub to ask for someone? Is he not awake? You want me to cut off my index finger? Looking at the towering general manager Lu, instead of being angry, Suwon revealed an intriguing expression. Are you sure? Waste words. Hurry up and cut. I'll count to 3. If you don't cut, then I'll cut for you myself. After Mr. Lu finished, he directly and arrogantly started counting down. 1, 2. Depressing atmosphere. Jiang Shuryao looked at Suwon with an unsettling intent. The other side said her grandmother wants to see her? Is her grandmother still alive? Just as Jiang Shuryao was ruminating, Mr. Lu had already counted to 3. In the meantime, a miserable and sorrowful wail echoed from the nightclub box for a long time. Little brat, you. Seeing his own fingers cut off by Suwon with a fruit knife, Mr. Lu was in so much pain that his face began to twist and contort. Brother Lu? Mr. Lu, are you alright? When the other coal bosses in the box saw Mr. Lu's hand of blood, they were all startled. I've helped you cut off your index finger. Now, can I take Jiang Shuryao? Walking up to General Manager Lu, whose eyes were bloodshot, Suwon said with a smile, "Little brat, you dare to cut my index finger? I'm going to die. I want you to die." Mr. Lu covered his hands. He roared like a madman. "Come on, give me someone. I'm going to kill this little brat. I want him to beg for his life. I want him to beg for his death." But Mr. Lu shouted for a while. No one came to the nightclub box outside for a long time either. Alright, don't shout. You're people. I'm only afraid that this kid would have solved it long ago. At this time, Chen Beishan, who was sitting on the sofa, interrupted Mr. Lu. He raised his head for the first time, and looked at Suwon with a fierce gaze like that of a fierce beast, and then the corner of his mouth rose. "Kid, you just said that you want to take away Jiang Shuryao? Nice." Suwon nodded without a ripple on his face. "You have an opinion? Opinions?" Chen Beishan and the several coal bosses next to him laughed. "Kid, do you know, what kind of person are you talking to? I admit, you're not bad with your hands, but Chen is a 4th grade martial artist in Jinling City. Even if you can fight, can you beat someone who practices martial arts?" As soon as a coal boss's words fell, Chen Beishan said to Suwon in a non-committal manner, "Kid, you can't take Jiang Shuryao with you, because right away, you're a corpse." At the same time that Chen Beishan opened his mouth, boom, his entire body was like a fierce tiger awakening, directly slapping his palm at Suwon's heavenly aperture. The speed of it. The people in the room didn't react. Good. So powerful. This is the stance of a person who practiced martial arts? It's rumored that a 4th grade martial artist has 1,000 pounds of strength. That young man is dead. Humph. Deserved to die. Without the ability, he still chose to come to our Marriott nightclub to cause trouble? Who will die if he doesn't? One sexy escort sneered and shook her head. However, Jiang Shuryao's heart thumped as she began to worry about Suwon's safety, because Jiang Shuryao knew Suwon had come to save himself. Eyes on. Chen Beishan's palm was about to fall in front of Suwon, and General Lu, who was lying on the ground covering his hands and wailing, was suddenly agitated. "Kill him. Kill this little brat. Kill." Just when General Lu thought that Suwon would surely die when Chen Beishan made his move, unbelievable things happen. He saw Suwon lightly flick at Chen Beishan's head. Boom! Chen Beishan's entire body was like a wild horse that had taken off the reins. He directly flew out backwards. His body slammed into the wall of the nightclub's box, smashing the concrete wall into a deep crater. Hiss! Looking at Chen Beishan, who was covered in blood. In an instant, Mr. Lu and the other coal bosses held their breath in unison, not daring to breathe. Those escorts also backed up their bodies in fear. with a florid expression on their faces. Jiang Shiryao looked at Su Wen with the same incredulity. She thought to herself, this young man, so powerful. Chen, brother Chen, are you alright? After a long time, finally a coal boss came back to his senses, and he hurriedly helped Chen Beishan down from the concrete wall. Give me the phone. The phone. I want to call someone. I want Biao to come to Marriott nightclub. Chen Beishan lay limply in the arms of that coal boss, his voice filled with anger and scorn. Wait for Chen Beishan to call. Soon. A middle-aged man clad in a black overcoat with a sturdy figure led people to the nightclub box. Meet Master Pio. Good day, Master Pio. Seeing Yang Wubiao walking, the coal bosses present bowed their heads in greeting, and those girls who accompanied the drinks were even more eager to drill their bodies in Yang Wubiao's arms and pose, because they know, climbing on Yang Wubiao can change fate. Kitayama, what's going on? Just now on the phone, you said you were beaten up? Who in Jinling City is so bold as to dare to touch my Yang Wubiao's men? Looking at the blood-covered Chen Beishan, Yang Wubiao asked with cold eyes. Brother Bill, it's this little brat, tremblingly stretching out his finger towards Su Wen. Chen Beishan had a face of grimace and anger. Oh, it's you, President Su? Seeing Su Wen of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, Yang Wubiao was first stunned, because he didn't expect it. This young man is actually a person who practiced martial arts. Even Chen Beishan is not an opponent. No wonder. Zhuling Tian will give Liu Chamber of Commerce to Su Wen. But soon, Yang Wubiao then said with a cloudy gaze, President Su, our well water does not offend the river water. Why did you hit my little brother? He deserves a beating. Looking at Yang Wubiao who had a reproachful face, Su Wen smiled faintly. Should be beaten? Humph. It's not for you to say whether my Yang Wubiao's men should be beaten or not. Yang Wubiao clenched his fist. He wanted to strike at Su Wen several times, but he was afraid of the Zhu family behind Su Wen. So in the end, he still held back. President Su, a word of advice. The Xu family cannot stay in Jiangnan for the rest of their lives. Today's matter, for the sake of Senior Zhuling Tian's face, I cannot pursue the matter with you, but if there is a next time. With a humph, Yang Wubiao signaled Su Wen to leave. Brother Bill, you're just going to let that kid go? Seeing Yang Wubiao compromise, Chen Beishan was very upset. You shut up. Yang Wubiao glared at Chen Beishan. A waste that can't make things happen. Before coming to the Marriott nightclub, Yang Wubiao had heard that Chen Beishan had a conflict with someone because of a woman. Piao. Looking at the strong Yang Wubiao, Chen Beishan wanted to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Ms. Jiang, let's go. Grandma Jiang is already waiting for you. Seeing Yang Wubiao compromise, although Su Wen was a bit surprised, he still turned to Jiang Shiryao. Good. The green-eyed Jiang Shiryao responded obediently, eyes on the two to leave. But suddenly, Yang Wubiao's gaze landed on Jiang Shiryao's pure and lovely worldly face, and immediately after, his body trembled. Mr. Su, please also stay. Yang Wubiao, you have something else? Hearing Yang Wubiao's voice, Su Wen stopped his steps as he turned back to inquire with an indifferent face. Mr. Su, you can leave, but this woman, stay. Pointing at the pure and picturesque Jiang Shiryao, Yang Wubiao's voice was vaguely excited and greedy. And if I refuse? In the face of Yang Wubiao's request, Su Wen's face remained without ripples. Denial? Yang Wubiao didn't say anything. He only poured himself a glass of wine, then said to himself, Mr. Su, do you know what the Jiangnan mansion has taught me all these years? Seeing that Su Wen didn't say anything, Yang Wubiao continued, Jiangnan Fu taught me that to be a human being, you have to know the difference. For the sake of Senior Zhuling Tian, I didn't take into account the fact that you injured Chen Beishan. Now, I'm only asking you to leave this woman behind, and you refuse to even make such a small request? What's the matter? Don't you give me, Yang Wubiao, face? At the end, Yang Wubiao even used both hands to exert force. Bang! The wine cup in his hand was broken in an instant. Your face? Looking at Yang Wubiao whose forehead was rippling with veins, Su Wen however smiled contemptuously. Yang Wubiao, what are you? Why should I give you face? How dare you? My brother Biao is the half-step martial arts master of Jinling City, the #1 martial artist under Mr. Cho. How dare you disrespect him? Seeing Su Wen looking down on Yang Wubiao, Chen Beishan became furious. Good, Mr. Su, since you don't give face to me, Yang Wubiao, then there's no need for me to give face to Zhuling Tian. I said that before. You, President Su, had better not ask to come to me. Later on, I won't let you go even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. With these words, Yang Wubiao no longer bothered to talk nonsense with Su Wen. A majestic chi and blood power surged out around him with a bang. stay under the power of this qi and blood. Chen Beishan only felt that there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, and it became hard for him to breathe. Except for him. The other coal bosses and chaperones who had not practiced martial arts were even kneeling on the ground in unison, having difficulty with the oppression of this qi and blood power. Why are they kneeling? Looking at the kneeling general manager Lu and the others, Jiang Shiryao was curious in her heart because she stood behind Su Wen and did not feel any oppression. Look out! In doubt, Jiang Shiryao suddenly saw Yang Wubiao attacking Su Wen with great vigor, and she even alerted with a blossoming face. Mr. Su, today, this life of yours, stay in the Marriott nightclub for me. Like I said, rigidity is easy to break. You're to blame for your death. In a hideous laugh, Yang Wubiao's fist broke the wind. The power of terror. The vibrations flooded the air with little sparks. Little brat, if you can beat Chen Beishan, can you still beat Yang Wubiao? Die for me. After Mr. Lu saw Yang Wubiao's thunderous strike, his gaze was filled with malice and gloom. When Chen Beishan beside him saw this, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly. Sure enough, Pio won't let them, his men, suffer. But just when Chen Beishan and the others thought Su Wen was in big trouble, however, he saw Su Wen shaking his head regretfully. Yang Wubiao, you had all picked up a life. But why? Don't you cherish it? What do you mean? Yang Wubiao's face sank, but don't wait for him to ask again. Seeing Su Wen lightly waving his hand, the next second, buzz, the nightclub box seemed to freeze. Everyone's movements, then, became sluggish. This is, Yang Wubiao was slightly stunned, and then he felt a grandiose power like a mountain and a sea descending at his limbs and bones. Click, 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 hands and legs broke off in a flash, followed by Yang Wubiao lying on the ground covered in blood. He looked at Su Wen and let out a wail of pain from his mouth. You are a martial arts master? Except for the martial arts masters, it was really hard for Yang Wubiao to imagine what else would possess such terrifying power. That must be the rumored power. Martial arts master? Hearing these 4 words, Su Wen didn't reply. He only stepped on Yang Wubiao's head with one foot. Yang Wubiao, have you finished your last words? Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. Please. Feeling the coldness in Su Wen's gaze, Yang Wubiao was so scared that his body trembled, and he repeatedly begged. In the future in Jinling City, I, Yang Wubiao, am willing to be your dog. Mr. Su, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. And please spare my life. You want to be my dog? Su Wen was all set to kill Yang Wubiao, but when he heard these words, he was somewhat moved. Himself in Jiangnan in the future. It does take a henchman to do things. The Luyu Chamber of Commerce was ultimately the Zhu family's power, and it was not very convenient for Su Wen to use it. Not bad, Mr. Su, I'm willing to be your dog. Woof, woof. Yang Wubiao curtly lay at Su Wen's feet. All these years in Gangnam province, Yang Wubiao knew too well what was called the weak and the strong. Moreover, with Su Wen's status as a martial arts master, his humility as a dog wasn't considered to be an aggravation. Just as well, since you have that in mind, it's not good for me to turn people away. Su Wen took his foot away from Yang Wubiao's head and followed him as he said meaningfully, Yang Wubiao, you will soon understand what an honor it is to be my dog. Saying that, Su Wen then said to Jiang Shiryao, the innocent young girl beside him who had long been frozen, let's go. Now, there won't be anyone else who dares to stop you from leaving. After Jiang Shiryao came back to her senses, she saw the crowd of people in the nightclub's box backing away, making a path for themselves, followed by a reddening of her eyes as she said to Su Wen, thank you for rescuing me when I was most desperate and helpless. Ms. Kong, you don't need to thank me. I came to save you because of your grandmother. Su Wen guffawed. Eastern Suburbs Village. There were only the last 10 minutes left before the half-day scheduled by old Mrs. Lu and Su Wen. Why isn't Su Wen back yet? Lu Evening Wind looked at her watch as she anxiously looked around. Cousin Evening Wind, you don't really think that Su Wen can find Grandma John's granddaughter, do you? Lu Xianyi walked beside Lu Evening Wind. She couldn't help but tease. You believe in that country bumpkin too much. He's a mountain boy. How could he possibly perform a miracle? Lu Xianyi, you don't have to say anything here. Human life is at stake. There's no way Su Wen would lie to me. Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Xianyi. Impossible? Then let me ask you, where is Su Wenrun? It's been half a day. Why hasn't Su Wen brought Grandma John's granddaughter? If you ask me, he, Su Wen, just fled with a weak heart. As soon as Lu Xianyi's words fell, she saw old Mrs. Lu say to a construction leader, start the forced demolition. Grandma. Lu Evening Wind hurriedly stopped old Mrs. Lu, wait a little longer. Grandma. Lu Evening Feng, how much longer do you want us to wait? Lu Wenong said in a cold voice. If Suwon really wanted to find someone, he would have come back long ago. Why drag it out until now? But, just when Lu Evening Wind was helpless, suddenly, two figures came from the distant eastern suburb village. Suwon, Evening Wind, I've brought Grandma John's granddaughter back. Walking up to his wife Lu Evening Fong, Suwon said softly. Suwon, is she really Grandma John's granddaughter? It's not possible that you just found a random woman from the street to try to swindle Grandma Jiang, right? As her eyes fell on the purely beautiful Jiang Shiryao with green eyes, Lu Xianyi coldly opened her mouth. I can warn you, if Grandma Jiang doesn't recognize her, if a death occurs in Dongjiao village at that time, you'll have to take the responsibility. That's right, you have to take the responsibility, Lu Wentong echoed. Unfortunately, Suwon ignored them. Suwon, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? You. Seeing that Suwon hadn't said anything, Lu Xianyi was very upset inside. How dare a country bumpkin who came from the mountains to Jiangnan to climb the ladder ignore himself? But it wasn't waiting for Lu Xianyi to have a seizure. Suddenly, Jiang Shiryao beside Suwon ran to the front of the old courtyard at once. Grandma! Jiang Shiryao looked at the old lady Jiang on the roof of the house who was wearing a cotton dress. She instantly sobbed and cried. Grandma, it's me. I'm Shiryao. Come down. Come down. Woo. Shiryao? You're my granddaughter? Jiang Shiryao? Hearing Jiang Shiryao's cries, the body of old Mrs. Jiang, who was originally as if her heart was dead, trembled. It's been too long. It had been too long since she had heard her granddaughter's voice. Every night before going to sleep, Grandma Jiang is fantasizing about reuniting with her granddaughter, not realizing that, in her lifetime, could she really wait until Jiang Shiryao came home? Grandma Jiang, my husband has already brought your granddaughter home. You should hurry and come down from the roof. It's too dangerous up there. Seeing Grandma Jiang and her granddaughter reunited, Lu Evening Fong squeezed out a sweet smile. Okay, I'll be right down, Grandma Jiang said as she was about to come down from the roof. But for the sake of being in too much of a hurry, Grandma John's feet slipped and she fell straight off the roof. Grandma Kong. The sudden turn of events startled both Jiang Shiryao and Lu Evening Fong. But Suwon ran forward and hurriedly hugged the fallen old lady Jiang. Thank you. After old Mrs. Jiang stood firmly, she gratefully said to Suwon, Grandma Jiang is polite. As soon as Suwon's words fell, he saw Jiang Shiryao's eyes reddened as she flung herself into old Mrs. Jiang's arms. Ooh, Grandma, I miss you so much. I thought I won't be able to see you in this life. Shiryao, Grandma misses you too. Old Mrs. Jiang hugged her granddaughter tightly. Grandma Jiang, is she really your granddaughter? Seeing the old, tearful Mrs. Jiang, Lu Wentong hesitantly stepped forward. It wasn't that she questioned Jiang Shiryao's identity. Rather, she couldn't believe how Suwon, a hillbilly from the mountains, could find Grandma Jiang's granddaughter who had been missing for 10 years. It was important to know that the Lu family's search for Jiang Shiryao's whereabouts in the past few days had been fruitless. Nonsense. If she's not my granddaughter, are you my granddaughter? Grandma Jiang glared at Lu Wentong unhappily. Even though I'm old, my own granddaughter, I will never forget this. Lu Wentong smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. With the reunion of Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Shiryao, eventually, Grandma Jiang also agreed to relocate and leave Dongjiao village. And so it was. The Lu family demolished the last nail house in Dongjiao village as they had hoped, allowing the international music school project to continue. 10 o'clock at night. After settling down with Grandma John's family, Lu Evening Fong and Suwon returned to Moon Season Villa. Honey, what's wrong with you? How come you didn't talk to me all the way? Looking at Lu Evening Fong, who seemed to have something on his mind, Suwon asked curiously. Finding Grandma John's granddaughter. Shouldn't this be something to be happy about? I couldn't be happier. Lu Evening Wind spoke sullenly. When you left Grandma John's new home before, why did that Jiang Shiryao hug you? Ha! Looking at Lu Evening Fong, whose pretty face was red with a few points of aggression and jealousy, Suwon was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it. The wife didn't say a word all the way there. And it was about this. You all what? You haven't answered my question. Lu Evening Wind spoke quietly. But, maybe it's because I helped Jiang Shiryao find her grandmother and she was too happy to give me a hug? Suwon had just opened his mouth when there was a softness in his arms. Immediately after, Lu Evening Fong, who was wearing a short white dress, then snuggled into his arms and said, Husband, thank you. If you hadn't found Grandma John's granddaughter today, I wouldn't know how to end it. You're not angry with me anymore? Suwon asked as he looked at his wife. Why should I be angry? I teased you before. I'm not such a careful woman. Besides, I don't believe my man will be abducted by another woman. Lu Evening Wind smiled sweetly. Her words had just fallen. The doorbell then came from outside. I'll open the door. Lu Evening Feng opened the door, and following that she saw Li Guifeng standing outside the door. Mom, what are you doing here so late? Lu Evening Wind asked curiously. Cousin, I asked my second aunt to bring me to you. Without waiting for Li Guifeng to speak, a 16 or 17-year-old girl poked out a cute head from behind Li Guifeng. Shannon, what brings you to Jinling City? Seeing his cousin Wang Mengshan, Lu Evening Feng was a bit surprised. You're on summer vacation? Yes, I finished my exams the day before yesterday, because staying at home was too boring. I came to see you, cousin, to play. By the way, I heard from Auntie too that you got married. Cousin, what about my brother-in-law? Wang Mengshan sneakily walked into the Moonlight Villa. Following her, she saw Su Wen. Ah, you're my brother-in-law, right? Is she? Seeing that Wang Mengshan, who was wearing a small light yellow short skirt, Su Wen asked Lu Evening Feng. She's my cousin, Wang Mengshan, a high school student. Lu Evening Wind briefly introduced a sentence, followed by her stern, serious face to Wang Mengshan. Shan, cousin, I've been very busy lately. I don't have time to accompany you. Why don't you just go home? I'm not going home. Wang Mengshan pouted her lips gamely. I'm going to be in Jinling City. You're in Jinling City. No one will play with you. Lu Evening Wind emphasized. That's okay, I can play with my friends. Several of my classmates live in Golden City. Wang Mengshan was unimpressed. How can that be? How dangerous it is for you to play outside as a child. What if something happens? Lu Evening Feng nonchalantly said. Now, immediately, right away, take the car and go home. I don't want it. Wang Mengshan shook her head aggrievedly. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and hurriedly hugged Su Wen's thigh. Cousin, you don't have time to take me to play. Brother-in-law can take me to play. Nonsense. Doesn't your brother-in-law have to work? Lu Evening Wind still wanted to shoo Wang Mengshan away, but Su Wen smiled and said, forget it, Evening Wind. Since your cousin wants to stay and play in Jinling City, I'll take her for a few days. What about your job? Seeing Su Wen helping Wang Mengshan speak, Lu Evening Feng asked in a bad mood. My job is clear anyway. It doesn't matter. Su Wen smiled. Lu Evening Wind wanted to speak, but in the end she bitterly said, then I'll be counting on you in the next few days. I'll have Wang Mengshan's mother come and pick her up as soon as possible. It's all family. What's with the please talk? Su Wen shook his head. Wait for Li Guifeng to leave. Wang Mengshan then temporarily stayed at the Moonlight Villa. Hey, cousin, brother-in-law, don't you all sleep together at night? Seeing Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng going to their respective rooms, Wang Mengshan couldn't help but crane her neck and ask, aren't you a couple? Wow. This statement was made. Lu Evening Feng's pretty face instantly became very red. Speaking up, she and Su Wen had been married until now, and they both slept in separate rooms. Su Wen hadn't touched her once either. Sam is right. We are supposed to sleep together, Su Wen said. He didn't move and came to Lu Evening Feng's room. Then, bang, slammed the door shut. Room. Lu Evening Feng didn't turn on the lights, so the light was a bit dim. Lu Evening Wind didn't dare to raise her head to look at Su Wen. She said I'll go to sleep first and hurriedly got under the covers. Seeing the situation, Su Wen is ready to make a bunk, but Lu Evening Wind on the bed said quietly, Su Wen, aren't you coming up to sleep? I was afraid you wouldn't agree. Su Wen smiled awkwardly. You and I are married. Why would I disagree? Lu Evening Wind gave him a blank look without any good humor, following her with a commanding tone. Come up to sleep. Good. Lying beside Lu Evening Feng, Su Wen could clearly smell the light fragrance of his wife's body, like the honeyed words of a flower. It's intoxicating. Su Wen, do you want to? Lu Evening Wind had just spoken, and Su Wen nodded without thinking. I want to. Then you can pick up your takeout later, Lu Evening Feng said as she directly ordered a fried chicken takeout, causing the corner of Su Wen's mouth to twitch. Did you just ask me if I want to eat fried chicken? Su Wen had a complicated expression. Yeah, what else did you think it was? Lu Evening Wind was curious. No, nothing. Su Wen shook his head repeatedly. He thought his wife was trying to seduce himself, but it turned out to be an empty joy. Day 2. Lu Evening Wind went to the eastern suburbs village early in the morning. When Su Wen woke up, Wang Mengshan yelled that she wanted to go to the zoo. By the time Su Wen finished taking Wang Mengshan from the zoo, it was already 4 in the afternoon. This time, Wang Mengshan answered a phone call. Following her, she said to Su Wen, brother-in-law, my girlfriends called me to sing. Why don't you go home first? That won't work. Su Wen balked at Wang Mengshan. Your cousin said, wherever you go, I must follow. Brother-in-law, please, my girlfriends and they don't bring their parents. I don't want to bring them either. No. Su Wen was uncompromising. As a last resort, Wang Mengshan had to bring Su Wen to the place where her girlfriends organized the game Lanshan KTV. Lanshan KTV is located in the bar street of Jinling City. This is also a notorious unregulated area in Jinling City, where fish and dragons are mixed and there are all kinds of people. At the entrance of the Lanshan KTV, Wang Mengshan met her good girlfriend, Zhao Yameng. Sam, what took you so long? Been waiting for you for ages, Zhao Yameng said. Her gaze fell back on Su Wen behind Wang Mengshan. Shan, he's my brother-in-law. Afraid I'll be in danger. So followed me here. Wang Mengshan said helplessly. It's okay, watch me, Zhao Yameng said as she walked to Su Wen with her slender jade legs. Hey, uncle, you go back. Wang Mengshan is with me. It's safe. Unfortunately, Su Wen was indifferent. It's fine for me to leave, but I'm taking Wang Mengshan with me. That won't work. Sam has to sing with me later. Zhao Yameng nonchalantly refused. Then I'll watch her sing. Su Wen smiled. Seeing Su Wen's iron determination not to leave, Zhao Yameng was so angry that she stomped her feet. Finally she grunted. Then whatever. Soon, Zhao Yameng brought Wang Mengshan and Su Wen to a box in Lanshan KTV. There were also 7 or 8 young men and women in the box who were similar in age to Wang Mengshan. Ha, Zhao Yameng. Whose parent is this? Looking at Su Wen, who was about 10 years older than himself, a student asked in doubt. He's Sam's brother-in-law. We don't need to worry about him. Just play ours. Zhao Yumeng's words just fell. A young girl with dyed pink hair then wondered. Isn't he that country bumpkin from the Lu family? By way, you know Shan's brother-in-law? A teenager with glasses next to him spoke up suspiciously. Well, I happened to meet him before when I was taken there by my dad when the Lu family held a ribbon cutting for the international music school. The young girl named Bai Wei whispered. Bai Wei, what did you just say about hillbillies? At this time, Wang Mengshan suddenly looked at the pink-haired Bai Wei. Her expression was filled with confusion and bewilderment. A redneck? Does it mean her brother-in-law, Su Wen? But Auntie Tu hadn't told her about this before. What? Wang Mengshan, you don't know where this brother-in-law of yours comes from? He had a marriage contract with Lu Xianyi, which is why he took the marriage certificate and came from the mountains to our Jinling city in Jiangnan province. Bai Wei patiently explained. You're saying my brother-in-law and Lu Xianyi were engaged? Wang Mengshan was even more confused. She also knew Lu Xianyi. The other party is the proud daughter of the Lu family. It is said that at a young age, has already founded Xianmei Media. Even if you look at the 13 cities of Jiangnan province, Lu Xuanyi is also a phoenix woman in the upper-class circle. But the problem is, since Su Wen had a marriage contract with Lu Xianyi, why, then, did he end up marrying his cousin? Not bad. Your brother-in-law did have a marriage contract with Lu Xianyi, but it seems that Lu Xianyi did not look at him, and disliked the fact that he was from the mountains and planted the land. So your brother-in-law married your cousin Lu Evening Wind. Bai Wei's words just fell. Wang Mengshan's face became extraordinarily ugly and ironic. She never expected it. Your own brother-in-law. He's a country bumpkin, and has been abandoned by Lu Xianyi? Should have known. She wouldn't bring Su Wen to Lanshan KTV today no matter what she said, because Wang Mengshan was now humiliated and had no face. Sam, are you okay? Seeing that Wang Mengshan's face was a bit pale, Zhao Yameng beside her couldn't help but ask. But Wang Mengshan didn't answer. Instead, she walked over to Su Wen and said, Su Wen, go back. I don't want to see you. Why is that? Su Wen wondered. Why do you say? You're a hick and now you're causing me to lose face in front of my classmates. As Wang Mengshan spoke, her eyes reddened and she almost cried. But Su Wen calmly said, it's fine for me to go, but you have to go with me. Because this is your cousin's request. She doesn't feel comfortable with you playing outside alone. Me? No. And you? Go! Looking at Su Wen, Wang Mengshan roared with a red face. But no matter how much she shooed Su Wen sat indifferently on the KTV couch. Shannon, you're cheeky enough for a brother-in-law. Seeing Su Wen rely on Lanshan KTV and not leave, Zhao Yameng had a look of contempt. No wonder. This kind of man, Lu Xianyi can't look at. Not a bit of eye candy. In her place, she wouldn't have married Su Wen either. Alright, Shannon, your brother-in-law isn't leaving, so don't shoo him away. We'll play our game. You just treat him like air. Don't worry, we're all classmates. We won't make fun of you for having a redneck brother-in-law. At this time, Bai Wei came over and she pulled Wang Mengshan to order a song. When the music starts, Wang Mengshan seemed to have left all the unpleasantness behind as she sang and danced with Zhao Yameng and the others. All the other students also completely ignored Su Wen, making Su Wen look a bit out of place at Lanshan KTV. A few songs in, the door to the box KTV suddenly opened. Immediately after, a young man wearing an Armani jacket pushed his way in. Bai Wei? it's really you? I told you how the voice sounded a bit familiar. Brother-in-law? Seeing her brother-in-law Lu Jiwen, Bai Wei was a little surprised. Why are you at Lanshan KTV? Where is my sister? Your sister's gone home. I was singing next door with some clients and happened to hear you, so I said I'd stop by. As Lu Jiwen spoke, he glanced at Zhao Yumeng and the others in the box with his afterglow. Brother-in-law, they are all my classmates. Without waiting for LV Jiwen to ask, Bai Wei took the initiative to introduce. Classmates? Ha! This little brother, looking quite old? When Lu Jiwen saw Su Wen, he couldn't help but stare. Bai Wei was but 16 years old in flower, but Su Wen looks like he's in his mid-20s. Brother-in-law, he's not my classmate, he's Wang Mingshan's brother-in-law, Bai Wei said as she walked forward with a smile, then took Lu Jiwen's arm and said, Brother-in-law, you've come at the right time, why don't you sing with us? I can't. You're having a party with your classmates, why should I get involved? We don't have anything in common, just go home early. Louis shook his head no. At those words, Zhao Yumeng and the others only felt that Bai Wei's brother-in-law was too insightful. Not like Wang Mingshan's brother-in-law. Wang Mingshan has already kicked him out. Su Wen still won't leave. Hey, Louis, do you know the students in this box? Just as Lu Jiwen was about to turn around, outside the KTV box came another flirtatious and sexy girl wearing a red dress and black high heels. This young girl was just about 18 years old. However, she had big waves and wore glasses, looking mature and charming. It was very different from these youthful students like Wang Mingshan. Well, they're all my sister-in-law's classmates. Louis Jiwen gave an explanation. So it's brother Lu's sister-in-law's classmate. The sexy girl enthusiastically walked towards Zhao Yumeng and the others. Hello guys, I'm Zhang Xianger from Lanshan KTV. For the sake of brother Lu, I'll toast you guys, and everything you consume at Lanshan KTV today will be 50% off. After the toast, Zhang Xianger said to Lu Jiwen that she wouldn't bother you guys anymore. And only then did she leave the box with her shapely jade legs. My god, brother-in-law, since when do you still know Zhang Xianger from Lanshan KTV? She's my idol. When Zhang Xianger left, Bai Wei looked at Lu Jiwen incredulously. Zhao Yumeng and the others likewise cast their gazes blearily. Before, Xianger Zhang worked in my field, and I helped her a lot. Lu Jiwen explained casually. Brother-in-law, you are also too powerful. Actually, even Zhang Xianger has worked for you. I heard that Zhang Xianger is now a big celebrity besides Xiang Shaoling, and she's very powerful, Bai Wei said, and she looked a bit smug. After all, LV Jiwen was excellent and she was honorable. Who made LV Jiwen her brother-in-law? Who is Xiang Shaoling? Just as Zhao Yumeng and the others were worshipping Lu Jiwen, Wang Mingshan suddenly asked curiously. She wasn't a native of Jinling after all. It's normal not to recognize Xiang Shaoling. Shan Chan, Xiang Shaoling is a famous big sister in our Jinling city. The bar street we're singing in now is Xiang Shaoling's turf. Bai Wei said solemnly, you don't look at a street of bars mixed with fish and dragons, but no one dares to make trouble here, because Xiang Shaoling's man is Chen Beishan. When the three words Chen Beishan were said, Bai Wei's face was even more fearful. As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. In the city of Golden, Chen Beishan was already considered a bully. Chen Beishan? It seems like he's the little brother of some big shot here. Seems like my mom said that. Wang Mingshan muttered, but she couldn't recall whose little brother Chen Beishan was. It was Lu Jiwen who reminded. Chen Beishan is Yang Wubiao's little brother. Right. Yang Wubiao. He's the head snake of Jinling. I know him. Wang Mingshan hurriedly nodded. It is said that Master Biao has the final say on whether Jinling is in chaos or not. As soon as her words fell, Zhao Yumeng shook her head and said, alright, Shan Chan, a big shot like Master Biao is not for us to discuss. Let's just keep singing. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay and sing with us too? I still want to hear more about Zhang Xianger's past. Bai Wei pulled Lu Jiwen's hand as she pouted. Upon hearing this, the other students in the box surrounded LV Jiwen and pleaded with him not to leave. Okay, then I won't go. I'll stay here and sing with you guys. Lu Jiwen couldn't stand the stalking of these students, and he nodded his head with a bitter smile. Su Wen, now that Bai Wei's brother-in-law is here, you can go back, right? Bai Wei's brother-in-law even knows Zhang Xianger. Do you think I'm in danger at the Huilan Mountain KTV? You've just heard it. Zhang Xianger is a popular person besides Xiang Shaoling. Suddenly, Wang Mingshan turned around, her gaze somewhat stifled as she said to Su Wen, Bai Wei's brother-in-law is so powerful. Even Zhang Xianger had to give LV Jiwen face to toast them. Instead, her own brother-in-law was a hillbilly from the mountains and had been abandoned by Lu Xianyi. Such a contrast. Wang Mingshan suddenly had some inferiority complex. Why could someone else's brother-in-law be so good? I can go back, but you have to come with me. Su Wen's attitude remained unchanged. You. When Wang Mengshan was about to lose her temper, Zhao Yumeng beside her persuaded. Forget it, Shan. Your brother-in-law is thick-skinned, so don't shoo him anymore. It's just as well that Bai Wei's brother-in-law is here, so the two of them can still have something in common. Otherwise, once your brother-in-law leaves, how embarrassing will Bai Wei's brother-in-law be? Wang Mengshan thought that it made sense, so she no longer paid attention to Su Wen. Instead, she gathered around Lu Jiwen and listened to him talk about Zhang Xianger's past. And just then, a drunken bald man suddenly crashed through the door of the KTV box. When he saw the clear color of the student sisters in front of him, he immediately revealed an impish smile. Hey, so many young ladies. They are all mine. They are mine. With that, the bald man pounced on Zhao Yumeng, who was the most maturely dressed in the crowd. You roll. When Zhao Yumeng saw this fat-headed, greasy man open his arms and try to hug himself, she directly slapped him across the face. Snap! The ear-piercing slaps resounded throughout the KTV box. Seeing Zhao Yumeng move her hand beside him, Bai Wei and the others were startled. But instead of the bald greasy man sobering up, he laughed even more excitedly. He. I like rough girls. Come and fight, brother. Here, harder. Hit it here, said the bald, greasy man, pointing down at his obese ass. Pervert, aren't you disgusting? Zhao Yumeng couldn't take it anymore. She directly kicked the bald man's ass, because Zhao Yumeng was wearing very pointy high heels. She landed on this one. The bald greasy man immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Ah, you dare to hit me? At this time the bald greasy man has sobered up. He thought he was the victim. Put down a sentence you give me to wait. Then ran out of the box without looking back. What a bad luck. How come everywhere you go, you can meet this kind of uneducated lower head man? Zhao Yumeng glanced at her mouth. She was upset in her heart. On the contrary, a girl beside her couldn't help but ask, Yumeng, that dead fat guy won't really come to trouble us later, right? He still has the face to trouble us? He should be thankful that we didn't trouble him. Zhao Yumeng coldly snorted. Bai Wei also said to the scornful girl, don't worry, with my brother-in-law here, so what if that fat bastard comes looking for trouble? That's true. Thinking that even Zhang Xianger had to give face to LVG the students present were suddenly energized. The other end. That beaten bald greasy fat man came to a luxury emperor package in Lanshan KTV. Old lord, someone hit me. The bald, greasy man confessed with a resigned look on his face. Or a couple of students. Zhang Xianger, what the hell is going on? Isn't Lanshan KTV your venue? Why was my brother beaten up? In the imperial bag, a middle-aged man wearing a gold chain and a jade trigger frowned and questioned the sexy red-skirted girl who came to toast in front of him. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll call Xiang Shaoling now. Brother lord, calm down. I'll fix it right away. Zhang Xianger squeezed out a compensatory smile on her face, because he knew that Hu Lord and Xiang Shaoling were very close, and it was said that both of them used to be from Jinling Dongjiao village. Come on man. Zhang Xianger called out a Lanshan KTV hitman. Sister Zhang, you're looking for me? The almost 30-year-old fighter saluted Zhang Xianger. Fang's brother of lords was beaten up in our field. Go and bring him here. Zhang Xianger said in a commanding tone. Yes, Sister Zhang. At this moment, Zhao Yumeng and the others didn't know that trouble was coming. Now they, the students, are gathering around Lui Chi Man to sing. Wang Mengshan, it's already 8:30. We should go. At this time, Su Wen glanced at his cell phone. He got up and said to Wang Mengshan, your cousin and I promised to take you home by 9 o'clock. I'm not going back. Wang Mengshan pouted her lips and hummed. If you want to go, you go yourself. Shanshan's brother-in-law, you're not afraid of getting into trouble by the greasy fat man from earlier? That's why you're in a hurry to take Shanshan back, right? At this time, Zhao Yumeng said with a speechless face, young people nowadays, who goes home at 9 o'clock? It's only right to play until 11 o'clock anyways. That's it. Bai Wei nodded in agreement. My cousin, an elementary school student, doesn't even go home at 9. Shanshan brother-in-law, if you're afraid of being retaliated by that dead fat guy, just go by yourself. No one dares to bully Shanshan with my brother-in-law around anyway. Su Wen, you heard me. With Bai Wei's brother-in-law here, I don't need you to take care of me at all. And you don't have much ability anyway. Even if you do run into trouble, you won't be able to solve it. Wang Mengshan gambled. As a result, the door to the compartment was opened just as her words left her mouth. Immediately after, several Lanshan KTV beaters walked in. All don't sing, come with us, one of the beaters said. He directly turned off the stereo. One moment, the atmosphere of the entire box became extraordinarily depressing and quiet. What are you doing? Lu Jiwen raised an eyebrow at these black-clothed thugs. Making trouble, right? Believe it or not, I'll call Zhang Xianger over. That's right. You guys hurry up and get out. My brother-in-law knows Zhang Xianger. Zhang Xianger even came to toast us before. You guys. Bai Wei was talking smugly, but she saw the black-clad thug sneer and laugh. Excuse me, it was Sister Zhang who asked me to bring you there. Zhang Xianger called out to us? Lu Jiwen frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he and Zhao Yuming's group came to the Imperial Pack of Lanshan KTV. Sister Zhang, I've brought over the people. A hitman respectfully walked behind Zhang Xianger. Brother Lord, it's that little bitch. She's the one who hit me. When the bald and greasy man in the Emperor's bag saw Zhao Yuming, he immediately gritted his teeth. Hearing the greasy bald man's voice, Bai Wei and the others' faces changed slightly, because they didn't expect it. This guy knows Zhang Xianger too. Brother Lu. Now, what should we do now? Seeing the greasy bald man with a hideous gaze glaring at him, Zhao Yuming looked at LV Jiwen in helpless uneasiness, though before she said she wasn't afraid of things, but that was only because of the courage of the crowd in Zhang Xianger's toast. Now it's really happening. Zhao Yuming was on the verge of crying in fear. Even her long legs on high heels couldn't stop trembling at the moment. Fear not. Mo, I've got everything. LV Jiwen passed Zhao Yuming a reassuring look. Then he stepped forward and said to Zhang Xianger with a smile, Zhang Xianger, you called us over just to raise an offense? He's Brother Lord's brother. And Brother Lord and Xiang Shaoling are very close, so there's no way I can turn a blind eye. Zhang Xianger let out a bitter smile. She also didn't expect that the one who hit was actually a student from Lu Jiwen's box. Close to Xiang Shaoling? LV Jiwen instantly understood Zhang Xianger's difficulty, so he smiled and said to the gold chain Lord brother, right? My sister-in-law's classmate did beat up your brother. However, that was all because your brother was drunk and made a joke. How about this? I'll apologize to him, and all of your spending today will be on me. So let's turn this into something else, shall we? It's good to turn a war into a peace. Brother Lord, you see that Brother Lu has apologized so sincerely. Why don't we just hand it over to our friends? Don't make things difficult for that sister. People are still young and don't know any better. Zhang Xianger concurred with a quick smile. Mostly, she didn't want to cross the line on either side. You want to reconcile, don't you? Looking at the harmless Lu Jiwen, Brother Lord also smiled. Reconciliation is fine, but she, tonight, must stay and sleep with my brother for one night. Pointing at Zhao Yuming, Brother Lord said one word at a time. His tone carried an undoubted dominance and arrogance. Brother Lord, letting my sister sleep with you is a bit much. She's still a student. How about letting her toast your brother? Looking at the aura of the superior Lord brother, Lu Jiwen frowned and opened his mouth. I said either she stays or, today, you all stay. The Lord's words fell. At that instant, the few black-clothed punks from the Imperial bag directly surrounded LV Jiwen and Bai Wei and the others. They had fruit knives in their hands and a grim look on their faces as they fought for their lives. Seeing this, Lu Jiwen realized that the Lord was not a good person and could not afford to mess with him, so he hurriedly looked at Zhang Xianger, hoping that Zhang Xianger could help say a few words. However, Zhang Xianger shook her head helplessly. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, I can't help you guys with today's matter. After Lu Jiwen said I know, he passed a glance to his sister-in-law Bai Wei. Bai Wei, come out for a moment. Brother-in-law, but Zhao Yuming Bai Wei looked at her best sister. Zhao Yuming also looked at LV Jiwen with a pleading face, hoping that LV Jiwen could help her out. However, Lu Jiwen sighed and said, Yuming, I don't think Brother Lord looks like a bad guy, so why don't you just stay with them for one night today? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else about what happened today. At those words, Zhao Yuming's face turned ashen for an instant. In vain, she had thought before that Bai Wei's brother-in-law was a powerful big man, but I didn't expect. You guys are too much. Obviously that greasy bald guy was the one who made light of Zhao Yuming. Why do you guys still let her sleep with you? Shouldn't you be the ones to apologize? At this time, Wang Mengshan beside Bai Wei couldn't stand to watch anymore, and she opened her mouth with a bit of a snarl. On what grounds? Once he heard Wang Mengshan's questioning, the Lord could not help but laugh. Just based on the fact that Xiang Shaoling from this bar street is my friend. So, if I say you guys are wrong, then you're wrong. You are lawless. Wang Mengshan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yeah, I'm just lawless. What can you do? The Lord looked down at Wang Mengshan as he flirted. Little sister, if you're not convinced, then come and sleep with your friend for you. I see that you have an okay figure. I'm just afraid that you haven't been played by many men, right? You're shameless. Wang Mengshan snapped a slap on the Lord's face. Benton time. The entire Empire Pack of Mission Hill KTV was silent. Shan, are you crazy? Bai Wei looked at Wang Mengshan incredulously. Even her sister-in-law has to retreat in the face of the strong Lord brother. Wang Mengshan actually dared to slap the Lord brother? I didn't mean to. After Wang Mengshan came back to her senses, she then realized that she had gotten into trouble, and she hurriedly apologized to the Lord. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll fuck you up. The Lord brother stood up from the leather sofa. He smashed the beer bottle in front of him on the floor with a bang sound, then angrily scolded Wang Mengshan. If being sorry is useful, what kind of a drinking scene is there for me to hang out in? Men, arrest this little bitch. I'm going to discipline her tonight. As he spoke, the Lord stared wistfully at Wang Mengshan's jade leg, as if he was thinking of something bad. You, don't come over. Seeing the punks behind the Lord walking towards her, Wang Mengshan stepped back one by one in fear. Little sister, it's your good fortune that our Lord brother has taken a liking to you. If you don't obediently take off your clothes and lie on his bed, how dare you refuse? One of the punks revealed a teasing demeanor, as if Wang Mengshan was already a turtle in a jar. By Wei, let your brother-in-law save me, okay? Helpless, Wang Mengshan looked at Bai Wei with tears in her eyes, but Bai Wei didn't say anything, because she knew that her brother-in-law could not save Wang Mengshan. In despair, Wang Mengshan's afterglow suddenly saw Su Wen behind her. She opened her mouth and just wanted to ask Su Wen for help, but in the next second, Wang Mengshan bit her thin lips and swallowed back the words on her lips, because she knew that her brother-in-law was just a country bumpkin, and the other party was not capable of much and could not save himself. Eyes on. A punk's hand was about to land on Wang Mengshan's skirt, but suddenly this time, Su Wen, however, arrived in front of Wang Mengshan, and he directly kicked the punk who was reaching out. Brother-in-law? Wang Mengshan looked at Su Wen incredulously, not expecting her brother-in-law to come forward. Zhao Yameng and the others were similarly stunned. Kid, what do you mean? You want to offend our Lord brother, don't you? The punk got up from the ground as he gritted his teeth and questioned Su Wen, but Su Wen ignored the punk. He instead looked at the Lord teasingly. You just said that you want my sister-in-law to sleep with you? Good. I don't just want your sister-in-law to sleep with me. I also want your wife. Boo. Without waiting for the Lord to finish his sentence, Su Wen directly picked up a bottle of wine on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on the Lord's head. There was a click. Blood and wine splattered. Su Wen looked at the Lord brother who was holding his head and crouching and wailing. He said intriguingly, what else do you want from my wife? Little brat, how dare you hit me? The Lord looked pained and grim. In the bar street of Jinling City, he hadn't been treated like this for too long, and the whole person immediately growled. I'm going to find someone to get you killed. I'm going to get someone to kill you. Calling the shots. Ha! Su Wen threw the Lord a cell phone. He said carelessly, call whatever you want. Call the most powerful people you know and have them come to save you. Otherwise, you have to die today. Hearing that word death, Zhang Xianger in the Emperor's bag actually shivered. Okay, little brat, you wait for me. Seeing Su Wen beat himself up and still dared to be so arrogant, Lord directly called Xiang Shaoling over. And that's when Bai Wei suddenly walked over to Wang Mengshan and said, Shan Chan, is your brother-in-law crazy? Even my brother-in-law doesn't dare to offend brother Lord. He actually, brother-in-law, why don't we go? After Wang Mengshan came back to her senses, she even whispered to Su Wen, Xiang Shaoling is Chen Beishan's woman. We can't afford to offend her. No harm done. Su Wen didn't care. Humph. It doesn't matter yet. I'll see what you, a country bumpkin, will do when Xiang Shaoling arrives later. Do you expect the Lu family to save you? But you're just a marginalized little person of the Lu family. You're not Lu Xianyi. How would the Lu family stand up for you? At this time, Bai Wei said again in a conspiratorial manner. Mainly she was upset that she was being robbed of her brother-in-law's limelight by Su Wen, a country bumpkin, and Bai Wei's words just fell. Tap. Then someone came to Mission Hill KTV. It was Xiang Shaoling, and behind Xiang Shaoling, there was also Chen Beishan. Chen, Master Chen? Seeing Chen Beishan arrive, the Lord and the others were startled as they hurriedly saluted and greeted him. Even Lu Jiwen and Zhang Xianger hurriedly greeted Chen Beishan. Good day, Master Chen. Aha. Chen Beishan faintly answered. On the contrary, Xiang Shaoling looked at the bruised and swollen Lord. She coldly spoke. Who Lord? What's going on? Who on earth is so bold as to dare to strike you at Lanshan KTV? It's me. Without waiting for the Lord to identify him, Su Wen looked at Xiang Shaoling with a smile. We meet again. It's actually you? Upon seeing Su Wen's smirking appearance, Xiang Shaoling's anger immediately rose, and after Wang Mengshan saw Su Wen and Xiang Shaoling getting to know each other, for her part, she was secretly relieved. Brother-in-law, so you know Xiang Shaoling? This country bumpkin actually knows Xiang Shaoling too? Bai Wei couldn't accept this fact. Even his own brother-in-law doesn't recognize Xiang Shaoling, but Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law is. Under vanity, Bai Wei's gaze toward Su Wen became even more unpleasant, but Xiang Shaoling's next words caused Bai Wei to look stunned. Su Wen, You still dare to come to my old lady's drinking establishment to cause trouble? Previously in the eastern suburb village, you beat me up while my man wasn't around, and Lao Ai remembers that. Xiang Xiaoling gritted her teeth as she growled one word at a time. What? Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law even beat Xiang Xiaoling? This is really a mountain man. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Chen Beishan is also here today. Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law is only going to suffer. Wang Mengshan's classmates shook their heads. When Zhao Yuming learned that Su Wen and Xiang Xiaoling had a problem, the hope that had risen in her heart was also instantly shattered. Shanshan's brother-in-law is crazy, right? He beat up Xiang Xiaoling, and he still dares to cause trouble at Xiang Xiaoling's drinking establishment, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain? You're favoring the tiger's mountain? Sister Xiang, I'm sorry, my brother-in-law is a mountain man. He's relatively simple, and it might have been a misunderstanding when he hit you before. After Wang Mengshan came back to her senses, she hurriedly spoke for Su Wen. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood the meeting. This kid was arrogant as hell before. Only I'm going to get him killed today. Saying this, Xiang Xiaoling picked up a fruit knife and was about to stab Su Wen. Results. Boom. Su Wen directly swung up a bottle and smashed it on Xiang Xiaoling's head. Who are you going to get killed? Hiss. Looking at Xiang Xiaoling, who was kneeling on the ground with her head full of blood, the Empire pack of Lanshan KTV was once again dead silent, and a needle could be heard. Crap. Brother Lord and the others were even more shocked by this scene to the point of being unable to speak. Shannon, what does your brother-in-law mean? Is he trying to drag us into this? At this time, Bai Wei suddenly cried. He hit Xiang Xiaoling. Will Chen Beishan let us go? I'm still young. I don't want to sleep with someone. Upon hearing this, the other Wang Mengshan's classmates also looked terrified and scared, fearing that Chen Beishan would be a fish in the pond. Seeing her classmates glaring at her unkindly, Wang Mengshan didn't know what to say for a while. Think about it. She whispered to Su Wen, brother-in-law, why don't you hurry and let my cousin come over? Today's matter, I'm afraid that the Lu family will have to step in to make things right. Wang Mengshan knew that the Lu family was not a small name in Jinling City, and was one of the 7 powerful families. No, I can take care of this little scene myself. I don't need your cousin, Su Wen said in disbelief. You solve it? How are you going to solve it? The Xiang Xiaoling you beat up is Chen Beishan's woman. Chen Beishan is a real martial arts practitioner. Even if you plowed the land in the mountains and have some strength, can you beat a martial artist? Bai Wei questioned Su Wen with red eyes. Chen Beishan? Only then did Su Wen look at Chen Beishan, who didn't dare to breathe a word besides Xiang Xiaoling, as he walked up and then intriguingly said, What? You want to give Xiang Xiaoling a head start? No, don't dare. Chen Beishan was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. He shook his head vigorously. Hubby, what are you talking about? What don't you dare? You hurry up and kill this kid to take it out on me. Seeing Chen Beishan's suddenly well-behaved appearance, Xiang Xiaoling was furious. Your woman is being bullied, and you're still treating it as if ignorance is happening? Honey, are you even listening to me? Seeing that Chen Beishan had been silent, Xiang Xiaoling suddenly screamed, I want you to immediately kill Su Wen, this little brute. Let him. Boo. Xiang Xiaoling was talking, but she saw Chen Beishan smashing a bottle on her head. I'll kill your mom. Even my brother Biao is a dog under Master Su. Do you want me to thirst for masters? Yang Wubiao is Su Wen's dog? Xiang Xiaoling was confused. Lord who was confused. Even Wang Mengshan and Zhao Yameng and the others were confused. At this time, Chen Beishan continued. Xiang Xiaoling, you have offended Master Su. You don't need me to do anything. Soon Yang Wubiao will be looking for you to settle the score. Do yourself a favor. After shooing away Xiang Xiaoling, Chen Beishan knelt in front of Su Wen with another plop. Master Su, I didn't know that Xiang Xiaoling that stupid then had offended you. I'll divorce her today. A small token of appreciation. Please don't spawn fish in the pond and take it out on me. A small person. As he spoke, Chen Beishan respectfully handed Su Wen a gift box. This is the Luaha Ding from the ancient Song dynasty. I heard that Mr. Xiao seems to have been searching for this item. I hope you will like it. Not bad for you to be on board. Su Wen glanced at the antique. It was flat. Not something good. But he didn't reject it. Instead he casually accepted it and said indifferently, Chen Beishan, this person tried to sleep with my sister-in-law before. You know what to do with him, right? Master Su, don't worry. I know how to fix him. Seeing Su Wen pointing at the Lord, Chen Beishan directly called out to a few of his juniors. Come on people. Throw this little punk who doesn't know how to die to me to feed the fish in Xiang Lake. No, don't kill me. Who Lord's legs were wet with fear. He directly urinated. At the same time the whole person kowtowed to Su Wen one by one. Master Su, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have hit your sister-in-law's idea. Please forgive me. Please. Woohoo. I don't want to die. After Chen Beishan took away Hu Lang's, only Zhao Yuming's group and Zhang Xianer were left in the imperial package of Lanshan KTV. Brother-in-law you are also too good, right? At this time, Wang Mengshan came back to her senses from the shock she had felt for a long time. She looked at Su Wen and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Even Yang Wubiao is your dog? You're so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? But I don't think it's anything to brag about. Su Wen calmly said. How is it not worth bragging about? In my eyes, you're the most powerful brother-in-law in the world. Because you saved me and Zhao Yameng. Wang Mengshan smiled and wrapped her arm around Su Wen while she looked at Bai Wei and the others. What do you say? Bai Wei? Yeah. Bai Wei nodded awkwardly. She didn't even dare to look at Su Wen's gaze. The moment. Bai Wei only felt disgraced and humiliated. Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law could judge Lord's fate with a single word, but his own brother-in-law, however, didn't even dare to mess with Lord. This comparison. Simply. Big brother Su. Thank you. At this time, Zhao Yameng also sincerely walked to Su Wen. I apologize to you for my previous rudeness. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have to go sleep with the bad guys. No thanks necessary. Su Wen's words had just fallen, and as a result, his phone rang, and it was his wife Lu evening phone calling. Okay, I know. I'll bring Wang Mengshan home right away. After hanging up his wife's phone, Su Wen looked at his sister-in-law Wang Mengshan. Shan, your cousin is calling us back. Got it, brother-in-law. This time, Wang Mengshan no longer shouted the words that I would not go home. She was instead very well behaved and followed Su Wen to leave Lanshan KTV. After the two left, the students present were envious. Alas, Shanshan is so lucky to have such a powerful brother-in-law. Even Yang Wubiao has to be a dog for Shanshan's brother-in-law. When will my brother-in-law be so powerful? That is to say, it seems that in the future, whether Jinling is chaotic or not, it'll have to be up to sister-in-law Shanshan. What do you guys say? How about I chase Wang Mengshan and be her boyfriend? Aren't you afraid that Shanshan's brother-in-law will find someone to beat you up? That's true. Hearing her classmates talking about it, Bai Wei didn't say a word, but Zhao Yumeng looked at her and asked, Bai Wei, didn't you say that Shanshan's brother-in-law was a country bumpkin, and that even Lu Xuani didn't look at him? But why? Has Shanshan's brother-in-law become so powerful? How would I know? Bai Wei shook her head vigorously. Hey, you guys, is it possible that it's because Shanshan's brother-in-law didn't fancy that Lu Xianyi, so he's deliberately pretending to be a small person? Suddenly a student flirted. Anyway, I heard that Lu Xianyi, that woman, is so high and mighty. If I were a man, I would definitely not marry Lu Xianyi. I'm not marrying either. The other boys chimed in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yameng and a group of other female students have revealed a thoughtful look, thinking that when they grow up in the future, they cannot learn from Lu Xuani. Brother-in-law, why would Yang Wubiao be a dog for you? Didn't my classmates call you a hick? And you were so awesome just now. I'm a little envious of my cousin. I can actually marry a man as secure as you. My cousin is so happy. And, brother-in-law, do you have any other boys around you who are as good as you are? Introduce me to one? On the way home, Wang Mengshan kept asking questions around Su Wen. You're not chucking me out now? Looking at Wang Mengshan, who was the same as a follower, Su Wen asked in a bad mood. No more shooing, never again. Wang Mengshan obediently wrapped her arms around Su Wen's arm. She smiled and said, in the future, wherever brother-in-law goes, wherever I go, if I really can't, when I grow up, I'll also marry brother-in-law, and I'll be your wife together with my cousin. Pust. Wang Mengshan's words almost made Su Wen fall. Shannon, don't be ridiculous. It's enough that I have your cousin as a wife, Su Wen solemnly said. But my cousin doesn't like punks. Wang Mengshan crooked her neck as she innocently said, cousin said to me before that she hates fighting boys. If I let my cousin know that Yang Wubiao is serving as a dog for you, then she will definitely be very angry. And this? Su Wen froze. Yeah, because when I was a kid my cousin used to get bullied by punks, and she said that she would never marry a punk in her life. After a pause, Wang Mengshan added wistfully, but brother-in-law is the biggest gangster leader in Jinling City. I'm not the head punk, Su Wen emphasized. You are. Yang Wubiao is your dog. Then you are the big devil in Jinling City. If my cousin knows that you are the head of the gangsters, then she will be very sad. So brother-in-law, why don't you divorce my cousin? And when I grow up, I'll marry you, and I'll be your wife, and I'll like the Demon King. Wang Mengshan circled around, and she circled back to her previous topic. Looking at the childish Wang Mengshan, Su Wen knocked her on the head and said seriously, don't tell your sister about what happened at the Lanshan KTV today, or else I'll throw you into the Xiang Lake to feed the fish. Oh, no either way. Brother-in-law, don't make me feed the fish. Looking at Su-wen, who was pretending to be fierce, Wang Mengshan was really frightened. She even swore with conviction. Brother-in-law, don't worry. What happened today is a little secret between us. I won't tell anyone. That's more like it. Su-wen let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, little kids just need to be scared before they listen. Soon, Su-wen brought Wang Mengshan back to the Moon Festival Villa. Cousin, I'm home, Wang Mengshan said with an envious look at Lu Evening Feng. Did you have fun today? Lu Evening Wind softly inquired. Well, it was a blast. My brother-in-law took me to the zoo today and we even went singing. Wang Mengshan nodded her head obediently. It's good to have fun. Your mom called me just now and said she'll pick you up tomorrow morning and take you back to Anyang City. You sleep early tonight. As soon as Lu Evening Wind's words fell, Wang Mengshan shook her head accusingly. Cousin Evening Wind, I don't want to go back to Anyang City. I want to be with my brother-in-law. Nonsense. Doesn't your brother-in-law have to work? Lu Evening Wind didn't have the good sense to say. As she was talking, the doorbell of the Moon Villa rang. After Lu Evening Wind opened the door, she actually saw a long-lost guest. Lu Xianyi? How are you? She's the Lu Xianyi who abandoned her brother-in-law? Looking at the tall, beautiful woman with outstanding temperament who was pouring out of the city outside the door, Wang Mengshan suddenly said without reason, Lu Xianyi, you abandoned my brother-in-law. You will definitely regret it in the future. You are a bad woman with eyes but no pearls. Wow. Wang Mengshan's words fell. There was a moment of silence at the Moon Villa. Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng, Lu Xianyi, and the three of them all looked at Wang Mengshan incredulously. Cousin Evening Breeze? Which one is she? Although Lu Xianyi was displeased in her heart, she still frowned and asked. She's my cousin. Wang Mengshan. Lu Evening Wind said awkwardly. Xianyi, my cousin's age is still studying. Children like childish talk. Her words, don't take it to heart. Saying that, Lu Evening Wind scraped Wang Mengshan's eyes again. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, naturally I wouldn't bother with a student. As Lu Xianyi said, she glanced at Wang Mengshan again with a frivolous gaze, and then said, one word at a time. Little sister, abandoning your brother-in-law. This is the most correct choice for me, Lu Xianyi, in this life. As for your side of the story about regret, such a thing, I suppose, could never happen. After all, there's nothing at all to regret about not being able to marry a hick. My brother-in-law is not a hick. He is, Wang Mengshan was saying, but suddenly, she covered her mouth again, because she had an agreement with Su Wen before. No telling anyone what happened at the Mission Hill KTV. What's your brother-in-law? A hick who can farm? Or a hick who can shoot? Seeing Wang Mengshan unable to speak, Lu Xuanyi disdainfully mocked. No matter what your brother-in-law is, I will never regret not marrying him. I, Lu Xuanyi, am a born phoenix, while he, Su Wen, is just a pheasant in the mountains. It is destined that he will never be able to reach me. Lu Xianyi, shut up. If you came to my house just to humiliate my man, then please get out. In our house, you are not welcome. Lu Evening Wind coldly glared at Lu Xianyi. Don't worry, Lu Evening Feng, I'm not so idle to specifically come to your house to humiliate Su Wen. I'm looking for you today because Grandma called you over, saying that she has something important to talk about. Lu Xianyi said nonchalantly. After Lu Xianyi and Lu Evening Wind left the Moon Season Villa, Wang Mengshan looked at Su Wen. She suddenly gossiped. Brother-in-law, are you not attracted to that Lu Xuanyi? That's why you purposely pretended to be a country bumpkin and refused to marry her? Su Wen was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Brother-in-law, you don't have to say it. I know all about sister-in-law. Lu Xianyi is so high-minded and strong. Where is she as gentle and knowledgeable as my sister? Wang Mengshan laughed evilly. And my cousin also has a better body than Lu Xianyi. You and my cousin sleep together all day. You must be very happy. Ahem. Su Wen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Kids don't talk nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? My cousin's body is already in good shape, but I'm not bad either. Brother-in-law, do you want to? I don't want to. Without waiting for Wang Mengshan to finish her sentence, Su Wen said in a serious manner, at a young age, don't joke with adults. I was wrong. Brother-in-law. Big deal. I'll show you the swimsuit photos my cousin used to take. Wang Mengshan commiserated. Oh, you still have swimsuit pictures of Evening Breeze? Su Wen came to be interested. It's actually my swimsuit photo. Do you want to see it, brother-in-law? If you look at it, you have to be responsible for me. Wang Mengshan had an impish look on her face. Su Wen had a black line on his head. He directly ignored Wang Mengshan. The other end. Lu Family Villa. Grandma, I've brought Lu Evening Wind. Looking at old Mrs. Lu on the high seat, Lu Xuanyi made a bow. Well, All take your seats. Old Mrs. Lu nodded. When Lu Evening Feng took his seat, she then realized that the people who came to the Lu family villa today were all women under the age of 30 in the Lu family. Not a single one of the men. Grandma, I don't know what you're looking for us so late? Lu Evening Feng had a curious and confused look on his face. Wait until there's a full crowd. Old Mrs. Lu didn't rush to answer Lu Evening Wind. Her words had just fallen. Tap. Lu went on also arrived at the Lu family villa. Grandmother. Lu went on bowed to old Mrs. Lu. Another moment passed. One by one, 2 Lu family women arrived. Seeing that all of the Lu family's women under the age of 30 had arrived, it was only then that old Mrs. Lu calmly opened her mouth. Have you heard of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet? Lu went on and the other women looked at each other as they shook their heads. Lu Evening Wind had never heard of any Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet either. On the contrary, Lu Xianyi's delicate body trembled as she suddenly thought of something. Grandma, are you saying that the Jiangnan Grand Ceremony? The Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, which is organized by the Jiangnan Mansion once every 30 years? Nice. Old Mrs. Lu looked at Lu Xuanyi with relief. Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet. Taken from the ancient song poem, Zai Song mutilates the jade tree dust. Jiangnan Flower and Moon turns into golden autumn. This is the highest profile banquet in our Jiangnan province. County kings from other provinces, legendary patriarchs, will all be there. Likewise, every Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, the Jiangnan Mansion will nominate and select the 4 most talented girls in Jiangnan. Wow! Hearing the words for great talents of Jiangnan, Lu Evening Wind and the others held their breath at once, their faces showing longing, because they grew up listening to the stories of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. Grandma, it can't be that you called us over today to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, right? A Lu family woman spoke up expectantly. Attending the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet? Do you think the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet is a playground? Any cat or dog can attend? Old Mrs. Lu sneered and shook her head. The quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Even the 4 major families in Jiangnan province are competing for it. Do you think it's our Lu family's turn? That Lu family woman was silent and speechless. In the city of Golden, the Lu family is still considered a powerful family. But looking at the entire Jiangnan 13 cities, the Lu family doesn't even rank. Grandmother, since our Lu family is not qualified to participate in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, then you called us over here are? Lu went on looked puzzled. She thought to herself, grandmother couldn't possibly have nothing to call them over for gossip, could she? Although our Lu family is not qualified to participate in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, I have a tip that Mr. Chiu from our Jinling city has been given an invitation slot to the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet. Old Mrs. Lu said meaningfully. Master Autumn? Lu went on and the others were not surprised that Chiu Fulong would go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. It was not only because Chiu Fulong was the #1 expert in Jinling city. Most importantly, Grandmaster Autumn had a good relationship with Secretary Chan, and it made complete sense that he would attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Grandma, do you mean that you want us to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet through Mr. Chiu's connections? Lu Xianyi pondered, and she suddenly spoke. Still, Xianyi is smart. Old Mrs. Lu glanced at Lu Xuanyi in a complimentary manner. In 3 days, it will be Mr. Chiu's 50th birthday. Mr. Autumn's personal assistant, Miss Smoke, specifically approached me, and she said that Mr. Autumn is willing to give up a Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet slot to the 7 most powerful families in Jinling City. Grandma, how can I get this spot? Lu Xianyi immediately asked impatiently. Although she was now a little famous in the 13 cities of Jiangnan, and was considered a phoenix woman in the upper-class circle, but Lu Xianyi is not willing to stop there. She has a bigger ambition. If she can become the 4 talented women of Jiangnan, then Lu Xianyi's name would be famous in the 9 states and even all over the world. In time, there might be a legendary patriarch who favors her and wants to take her as his wife. If you want to get a spot to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, it depends on your sincerity. Old Mrs. Lu sighed. Miss Smoke only said that whoever gives Mr. Autumn a birthday celebration gift that satisfies Mr. Autumn, then whoever gets a spot to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Screening for a spot by congratulatory gifts? A Lu family woman's breath hitched. Isn't this the same as paying for a spot? Spend money? Oh, do you think Mr. Autumn likes money? Lu went on beside him disdainfully said. At the status of Mr. Chiu, money? It's just a number. Meaningless at all. Wen Tong is right. Miss Smoke also said that the congratulatory gift for Mr. Autumn doesn't have to be precious. Even if it's only worth $1, you can still get a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Old Mrs. Lu nodded her head sardonically. This means that if we send congratulatory gifts, we must throw in what Mr. Autumn likes. Lu Xianyi echoed. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. You guys can go back and prepare your congratulatory gifts. 3 days later, I will bring you all to Mr. Chiu to congratulate him on his birthday. As for whether you can go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet and become the 4 great talents of Jiangnan, that's up to you. After all, you're competing with other powerful families in Jinling City. Even I have no way to help you guys. When that was all said and done, old Mrs. Lu said I should rest, and she gestured for Lu Wentong and the others to leave. Day 2. Early in the morning, Wang Mengshan's mother arrived at the Moonlight Villa. Brother-in-law, I'm leaving. Before leaving, Wang Mengshan looked at Su Wen fondly. Brother-in-law, I'll miss you. You have to miss me too. Good. Su Wen smiled and nodded. It was only after Wang Mengshan left that Lu Evening Phone looked at Su Wen with an odd gaze. Su Wen, why is my cousin so sticky to you? I'm not sure about this. Su Wen smiled and shook his head. By the way, it's the weekend. I don't suppose you're working? Lu Evening Wind turned his words around and said, you accompany me to the Antique Street, okay? Curio Street? Su Wen froze. Well, Mr. Autumn will be celebrating his 50th birthday soon, and Grandma asked me to prepare a congratulatory gift for Mr. Autumn. Lu Evening Wind dropped down and said, she didn't talk to Su Wen about the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet because in Lu Evening Feng's opinion, it was impossible for her to be chosen by Mr. Chiu to attend the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet. As for the 4 great talents of Jiangnan, and for her, a plain, ordinary girl, even more out of reach, Lu Evening Wind only intended to give Mr. Chiu a random gift as a way to perfume old Madame Lu. Half an hour later, Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng arrived at the Antique Street in Jinling City. Antique Street has 3 blocks. They are the ground stall area, the store area, and the auction area. Lu Evening Wind didn't go to the store area or the auction area, because the antiques in those 2 neighborhoods were so expensive. She was only going to buy a gift for Mr. Autumn in the ground floor section. Beauty. Looking at antiques? Bronzes from the Shang and Zhou periods. Absolute first-hand sources. Even the bronzes from the Jiangnan Museum are all stocked with me. Passing by a stall, a thieving young man smiled and introduced Lu Evening Wind to the bronze vessel in front of him. Let's say this incense burner. Absolutely good stuff. Put it in the auction area. Less 3 million. Today beauty, you and I have a destiny. I give you a jump price. Do not 3 million. Do not 3 million. Give me 3,000. You can take home the Shangzhou incense burner. 3,000? That cheap? Lu Evening Phone was tempted by the young vendor's words, so she saw her holding the incense burner in her hand, then smilingly asked Su Wen, hubby, what do you think about me giving this Shangzhou incense burner to Mr. Chiu as a birthday gift? Shangzhou incense burner? I think it's last week's incense burner? Su Wen rolled his eyes, then he nonchalantly threw the incense burner to the ground vendor. I don't even want 300, but 3,000? This rag? 30 at most. 30 is fine. That peddler sniffed. His eyes lit up. Right to make a friend. Shangzhou incense burner. 30 I sell you. We're not buying it. Liar. Lu Evening Wind snorted petulantly as she angrily yanked Su Wen away. The two didn't get very far. An argument came from one of the stalls in front of us. On what grounds? It's not like we broke it. Why should we pay for it? Isn't that Grandma Jiang and Jiang Shiyao? Seeing that Grandma Jiang and Jiang Shiyao were arguing with a couple vendors, Lu Evening Phone walked up and asked, Grandma Jiang, what's wrong? Why are you guys arguing with someone? MS. Lu, you're just in time to comment. I said I wouldn't buy their jade bracelet, but they had to hand it to my grandmother, and when she didn't catch it, it fell to the ground and cracked, and then they asked us to pay for it. Jiang Shiyao angrily pointed at the husband and wife vendors in front of her as she aggressively said to Lu Evening Phone, then I don't care. This jade bracelet was broken by your grandmother. Whoever broke it has to pay for it. Facing Jiang Shiyao's accusation, the man in front of that stall justified. I have surveillance here. Having surveillance is great, Jiang Shiyao said with a red face. I'm sorry, but having surveillance is a big deal, and if you don't pay up, then I'll put you in jail. The woman in front of the booth said triumphantly. You guys are too much, aren't you? How can you bully an old man like that? Besides, is this jade bracelet real? What kind of jade breaks when you drop it? Lu Evening Phone said in an indignant manner. How is it not real? This is serious Hatian jade we have here. The woman in front of the stall glared at Lu Evening Phone. Do you know jade? Are you just meddling here? Hurry up and get lost, or else I'll put you in jail together. As soon as her words fell, Su Wen walked over. Brother Su. Seeing Su Wen walking towards her, Jiang Shiyao choked and said, Big brother Su, help me and grandma. She knew Su Wen was good. Even Yang Wubiao of Jinling City didn't dare to offend Su Wen. Which one is the jade bracelet you broke? Su Wen was informed of the cause and effect. and she asked Jiang Shiryao. They broke this one. Without waiting for Jiang Shiryao to speak, the man in front of the stall handed Su Wen a broken jade bracelet. Oh, surveying the jade bracelet that shattered into two, Su Wen suddenly laughed. Are you sure? You want us to compensate for this jade bracelet? Waste words. You won't pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? Do I have to pay for it myself? The woman in front of the booth said without relenting. But once we compensate, the jade bracelet is ours. Su Wen said meaningfully. You have to think clearly. Will you let us compensate? Or will you keep this jade bracelet yourself? No. You're a sick man, aren't you? What can we do with such a broken bracelet? Can we eat it? The woman in front of the stall was a bit puzzled by Su Wen's words, while her tone became impatient. Hurry up and pay for it. What's the payout? Su Wen asked again. 30,000. The woman in front of the booth held out 3 fingers. As a result, Jiang Shiryao's eyes reddened as soon as she spoke. Didn't you guys say that this jade bracelet only costs 10,000? How come it's now $30,000? I just misremembered, no? The woman in front of the stall had an arrogant and domineering look. Hurry up and pay for it. 30,000. Not even a hair less. Right. 1 dime less and you all go to jail. The man in front of the booth concurred. You guys wear this crap jade worth $30,000? Jiang Shiryao cried in anger at this husband and wife peddlers. For one thing, it's not like she and grandma broke the jade bracelet, so why should they have to pay for it? Secondly, 30,000 is too much, equivalent to all of Grandma Zhang's savings over the years. Why isn't it worth $30,000? I sold a piece for 30,000 only yesterday. Ask them if you don't believe me. The woman in front of the stall pointed to the other stall vendors. Right, that jade bracelet is $30,000. We all know that. We are all businessmen. Who would cheat you? Oh, little sister. You have to pay for what you broke. If you don't pay, then you'll go to jail. Hurry up and compensate. Don't incriminate yourself. The other vendors at the other stalls were clearly on the side of the husband and wife vendors, facing the accusations of the crowd. Jiang Shiryao was so angry that she couldn't say a word, but Su Wen coldly said, 30,000. We'll pay for it. Su Wen, you really want to pay for it? Hearing Su Wen's words, Lu Evening Phone was slightly stunned. Jiang Shiryao, on the other hand, was also biting her thin lips tightly, with some bitterness in her heart. She had thought, Su Wen will help himself to do justice, but in the end, Su Wen is on the side of the husband and wife peddlers. Sure, Jiang Shiryao didn't blame Su Wen. She only blamed herself for not bringing her grandmother to this jade bracelet stall. Jiang Shiryao, do you believe me? Looking at the emotionally lost Jiang Shiryao, Su Wen asked without reason. Aha, I believe in Big Brother Su. Jiang Shiryao nodded almost without thinking. For her, Su Wen was the only remaining faint light in the dark abyss that had brought her hope. If I hadn't met Su Wen, I'm only afraid that nowadays, Jiang Shiryao had already been reduced to Chen Beishan's plaything, and it was even more unlikely that she would ever see Grandma Jiang again. Since you believe me, you pay them the $30,000. I guarantee that you won't lose anything, but will instead be blessed by the misfortune. Su Wen said loftily. Good. Jiang Shiryao didn't hesitate. She took out one of Grandma Jiang's rural bank cards and handed it to the husband and wife vendors. Swipe it. Oh, I'm glad you guys know what you're doing. After the husband and wife vendors had swiped their cards, they looked at Su Wen with a smile on their faces again, then flirted. You youngster, you're young and bragging, and you've been blessed by a disaster? Oh, I would like to see how they are blessed by misfortune after buying this fake jade bracelet. You're saying this jade bracelet is fake? Lu Evening Wind's complexion trembled. Oh, did I say that? Ha ha, I don't remember. The man at the booth shook his head vigorously. You're shameless. How can you cheat? Lu Evening Phone was so angry that she stomped her feet. Who's cheating? Our jade bracelet is obviously real. The woman in front of the booth innocently said. And it's the realest glass. It's worth $3. Glass? This statement was made. Not only did Lu Evening Phone freeze, even Jiang Shiryao froze. Only Grandma Jiang sighed helplessly, mouthing words about spending money to buy a lesson. You guys give me back my money. A broken glass and you guys are asking us to pay $30,000 in compensation? Do you have a conscience? After Jiang Shiryao came back to her senses, she cried bitterly and accused the husband and wife vendors. Little sister, the glass was broken by you. You pay for it, it's only right. Besides, this is an antique street. You didn't recognize the glass. Who's to blame? Can't you see the warning at the entrance of the antique street? As long as you swipe your card, you are not responsible. The woman in front of the stall looked like she was eating up Jiang Shiryao. It's called a willingness to fight and a willingness to be beaten. Exactly. The man in front of the stall also hummed. And didn't this little brother say that you guys would be blessed by misfortune? He pointed at Su Wen with an intriguing look. Su Wen, What did you mean by blessed by misfortune before? Lu Evening Phone didn't want to argue with that husband and wife peddler anymore. She instead looked at Su Wen curiously. What do you mean? Of course it's a fool's errand. Ha ha. Without waiting for Su Wen to open his mouth, the woman in front of the stall laughed with her belly. Hearing her words, the other vendors on the antique street couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they were happy to see Jiang Shiyao and the others make a fool of themselves. But the next second, these vendors just can't stop laughing. Only Su Wen raised his hand. Then with a bang, he directly dropped the jade bracelet in his hand that cracked into two on the ground. Click! The jade bracelet that was originally cut in two was instantly in pieces, turning into countless glass debris. Su Wen, what are you doing? Lu Evening Wind was startled by Su Wen's actions. However, Su Wen smiled and picked up a green orb the size of a fingernail cap from the countless glass debris. Round beads are smooth throughout. Under the shimmering light, it even exuded a fascinating blue mist of light. Su Wen, what is this? What a beautiful bead. After Lu Evening Wind saw that green orb, she couldn't help but feel fond of it and wanted it for herself. It's the night pearl. That's a night pearl. I don't know who exclaimed. Wow. The entire antique street became silent in an instant, and a pin could be heard. Half a day later, an old man in a tang suit suddenly ran over to Su Wen. Little brother, I'll take this night pearl. 300,000 in cash. I can give it to you right away. He, you want to buy a night pearl for $300,000? Are you afraid you're not dreaming? I'll offer $500,000. Another man came in front of Su Wen. $800,000. 1 million. 2 million. Soon, the price of the night pearl was raised to $2 million. However, Su Wen had no intention of trading. Instead he handed the night pearl in his hand to the dazed Jiang Shiyao. Shiyao, this is for you. I said earlier that you would be blessed by a misfortune, and this blessing refers to it. This, seeing everyone in the antique street looking at themselves with envious faces, Jiang Shiyao's eyes reddened. She only felt that all the grievances she had endured just now had vanished. She stepped forward with her sexy jade legs and then hugged Su Wen tightly and choked with more than tears. Big brother Su. Thank you. Ahem. Seeing Lu Evening Phone casting a glance at him, Su Wen was afraid that his wife would become jealous. He hurriedly pushed Jiang Shiyao away and said without moving, no need to thank you. No way. How could there be a night pearl in that glass? By this time, the husband and wife vendors had also recovered from their shock. They were seen glaring at Jiang Shiyao with chagrin and remorse, because they know very well the value of the night pearl. All of them can be sold for at least $3 million. That is to say, although they made 30,000, but lost 3 million? You return the night pearl to me. That jade bracelet. I'm not selling it. Suddenly, the woman in front of the stall pounced on Jiang Shiyao like crazy. However, Su Wen snapped and slapped his ear. You say you won't sell it, then you won't sell it? Don't forget the rules of Jinling Antique Street. Once you swipe your card, you are not responsible. That's right, and there's surveillance here, and we're the ones who bought this night pearl. You guys want to not sell it? It's already too late. Lu Evening Wind also said in a pompous manner. What's wrong with having surveillance? Having surveillance is great, the man in front of the booth said defiantly. Yeah, having surveillance is amazing. Now this night pearl is already Jiang Shiyao's. If you guys dare to rob it, then you're committing a crime. You're just waiting to go to jail. Lu Evening Wind said one word at a time. Hearing these somewhat déjà vu words, the couple in front of the stall were momentarily speechless. Once upon a time, they were still arrogant enough to ask Jiang Shiyao to pay for the damages, but now it seems, they are the real clowns, picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon. Oh, that's a night pearl. We can't earn $3 million in a lifetime. My money. Under the collapse and despair, the woman in front of the stall let out a loud cry directly. But Lu Evening Wind didn't sympathize with the other party. Instead she gloated. Serves you right for not being able to earn it. A businessman with no conscience like you doesn't deserve to earn this 3 million. The farce of the night pearl is over. Jiang Shiyao left with Grandma Jiang. However, before the two left, they insisted on inviting Su Wen to dinner, but Su Wen politely refused, saying that they would talk about it some other time. Su Wen, do you know how to appraise treasures? At this time, his wife Lu Evening Phone suddenly looked at Su Wen curiously. Her pair of clear eyes seemed as if she wanted to see through Su Wen. Previously, Su Wen had revealed the problem with the incense burner in Shangzhou, and now he had helped Grandma Jiang and Jiang Shiyao to be blessed by misfortune. If you don't know how to identify treasure, Su Wen certainly can't do that. Well, I know a little bit about the treasure hunting business, Su Wen humbly replied. He actually didn't know anything about treasure appreciation, but he could see the essence through the exterior, because in the Book of Life and Death, there is a pupil art called Yin Yang Eyes. Then you're pretty good. I heard my mom say that treasure hunting is not easy to learn. As Lu Evening Wind was speaking, a surprised voice came from right behind her. Ha, Lu Evening Wind? Why are you here, cousin Wentong? Seeing Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling approaching, Lu Evening Feng smiled and said, I came to the antique street to buy Mr. Zhou a birthday gift. Buying gifts? Here? The stall area? Lu Wentong was first stunned, followed by the corners of her mouth rising, and contemptuously said, I say Lu Evening Feng, are you poor and crazy? You are at least the head of the international music school nowadays, which is considered the face of my Lu family, living in the luxurious Moon Season Villa, which is a better place to live than even I do, and as a result, you're buying gifts for Mr. Zhou at the stalls? Aren't you ashamed to say it? Yes, Evening Wind, when you come to Antique Street, you should at least buy a gift for Mr. Zhou from the auction area, right? Mr. Zhou is the martial arts master of Jinling City, giving gifts to that kind of big shot. A gift from the stall area? You can't hold it, right? And I heard that there are a lot of fakes in this stall area. Zhou Xiling chimed in. Hearing the words of the two cousins, Lu Evening Wind was embarrassed. It was true that she only intended to buy Mr. Zhou birthday greetings from the floor stall area because, really, Lu Evening Feng didn't have much money. She had, on her, all of her savings, just $50,000. That's a little bit of money, let alone going to the auction area to buy a gift. Even in the store area, I'm afraid that I won't be able to buy a gift. It's my first time on the antique street, so I'll just stroll around first, and I didn't plan on buying Mr. Autumn a gift from the floor stall section. To save face, Lu Evening Feng could only say stiffly, because she also felt that what cousin Wentong had said was very reasonable. He himself is now living in the Moonlight Villa. If he gives Mr. Zhou a ground floor gift, Grandma will definitely be angry. Although Lu Evening Feng had no intention of attending any Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, she didn't want to make old Mrs. Lu angry. I told you. I thought cousin Evening Wind was treating Grandma's words as air, trying to fool her old man and not preparing the gift properly. Lu Wentong said meaningfully, followed by her phone ringing. Oh, you said the auction started early? Okay, I know. I'll go over right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wentong smiled and looked at Lu Evening Wind. Cousin Evening Wind, let's go. The large auction in the auction area has begun. Let's go together to choose a birthday gift for Mr. Zhou. She actually guessed that Lu Evening Feng didn't have the money to buy a gift for Mr. Zhou, but she just wanted to discuss Lu Evening Feng. Who let? What about Lu Evening Feng, who was younger and prettier than her and was also the head of the international music school program? Even though Lu Evening Feng married far less than she did, but Lu Wentong was still a bit upset. Why? Lu Evening Feng could live in the Moonlight Villa, but she could only live in a house? Cousin Wentong, Su Wen and I have some things to do later. Why don't you and Zhou Xiling go to the auction first? Lu Evening Feng smiled and declined Lu Wentong's invitation. It's a big weekend. What can you guys be up to? Lu Wentong was unmoved. Why don't Zhou Xiling and I wait for you here? Seeing that Lu Wentong was determined to take herself to the auction, Lu Evening Wind could only compromise helplessly. Forget it, cousin Wentong. There's no rush in what I'm doing with Su Wen. Let's go to the auction first. She made up her mind that when she waited for the auction, she would be a mute. Never open your mouth to bid, so as not to end up disgracing herself. Soon, Lu Wentong and her group arrived at the Museum Jai on Antique Street. Here, it is the place where large-scale auctions are organized. A lot of people. Seeing the museum lounge come and go, Lu Evening Wind is ready to find an inconspicuous position to sit down. But at that moment, someone suddenly came over to greet Zhou Xiling. Master Zhou, you're here too? Master? Next to her, Lu Wentong mistakenly looked at Zhou Xiling. What master? Subconscious. Lu Wentong's heartbeat accelerated. Deer in the headlights. It's hard to believe that Zhou Xiling is not only a male president, but also a martial arts master who is on par with Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xiling is the treasure appraisal master of Jiangnan province. Don't you know that? Seeing Lu Wentong's puzzled look, the man who came to greet him couldn't help but laugh. Master treasure hunter? Although Lu Wentong was lost in her heart, she couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiling. Hubby, how come I haven't heard you say that you know how to appraise treasures? Treasure appraisal is just a hobby I used to have, and then after I started my company, I rarely help people with treasure appraisal. Zhou Xiling smiled faintly. In the past, when he worked as a treasure appraisal master, he was exhausted and couldn't earn $1 million a year, so Zhou Xiling changed his profession. Cousin Wentong? What a coincidence. My husband also knows how to appraise treasures. I didn't realize that brother-in-law Ziling also knows how to appraise treasures. When Lu Evening Wind learned that Zhou Xiling was a master treasure appraiser, she couldn't help but reveal a smile. But Lu Wentong snorted. Cousin Evening Wind, can you not be funny? Su Wen and my husband can be the same? My husband is the master treasure appraiser of Jiangnan province. What is he? Su-1? A beginner in treasure appraisal? Or a layman who has read a few books on treasure appreciation? Don't be close to everything. Hypocritical or not? Lu Wenton's words were tinged with disdain. Looking at Lu Wenton's acerbic appearance, Lu Evening Phone was speechless, because Su-1 did say before that he only knew a little bit about treasure appreciation and was definitely not as good as Zhou Xiling. Two women talking. The big auction at the museum lodge has begun. The first lot is Qi Bailong's 100 birds drawing. As a sexy red-skirted woman took the stage, she displayed an ink painting in front of Lu Evening Phone and the others. The ink drawing of 100 birds taking off is stunning. It's actually Qi Bailong's 100 birds diagram? Qi Bailong is a master of ink painting ranked in the top 10 in the history of Kyushu. This one painting is definitely a collector's item. Just as the crowd was talking, the sexy red-skirted woman who took the stage continued to smile and said, 100 birds diagram. Starting price, 3 million. Each increase shall not be less than $100,000. $3,200,000. 3.5 million. As the sexy red-skirted woman's words fell, the price of the 100 birds diagram rose to 5 million in an instant. But just at this moment, Zhou Xiling beside Lu Wenton let out a light laugh. I didn't realize that Museum Jai also sells fake paintings. This is really rare. Fake paintings? Upon hearing Zhou Xiling's words, some people in the museum lounge revealed a look of disbelief. Little brother, you said that this 100 birds diagram is fake? A white-haired old man in a tang suit frowned at Zhou Xiling. Although this old man in tang suit is old, but he is in good color, and his breathing is powerful, so it can be seen that it should be a person who practiced martial arts. It's not bad. This 100 birds picture is a fake. Zhou Xiling faced that old man's gaze, and he only nodded his head nonchalantly. Nonsense. This 100 birds diagram still has Master Qi Bailong's seal on it. It's impossible for this diagram to be fake. But at this time, someone from the Museum Zai began to question Zhou Xiling. Our family ancestry is specializing in the study of ancient seals and seals. This 100 birds figure is certainly the authenticity of Master Qi Bailong. In response, Zhou Xiling didn't bother to argue. He just said, you don't believe it, pull back. Humph. The man who questioned Zhou Xiling was also quick. He directly started bidding. 5,200,000. The others sniffed, and after a few moments of hesitation, they too began to bid. 5,800,000. 6 million. 6,300,000. The main reason is that these people are worried that Zhou Xiling is deliberately suppressing the drag of the price. After all, in the past, in the major auctions in Jiangnan province, there would always be some toe to buy expensive antiques at a low price, and then deliberately say that the lots were fake, thus confusing the public. A few rounds of bidding later, in the end, the price of the 100 birds figure came to a terrifying $9 million. $9 million a time. Are there any higher bids left? The sexy woman in the red dress on the stage smiled and asked. It turned out that no one bid for a long time. 9 million the second time. 9 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to our Mr. Shan, who has successfully auctioned off one of Qi Bailong's true masterpieces, the 100 birds. When Mr. Good got the painting, he looked very excited too. After all, he was a well-known lover of calligraphy and painting in Jinling City. Counting this painting of 100 birds, I've already collected 3 authentic paintings by Master Qi Bailong. Just when Mr. Shan was happy, suddenly, the curtains of the museum lounge were blown open by the wind, and then a ray of blinding sunlight shone on that 100 birds. It's okay not to take a picture, a photo. The originally lifelike 100 birds actually began to lose its color. The black ink in the scroll even turned purplish red in an instant under photosynthesis. How is that possible? Master Qi Bailong's painting would actually lose its color? General Shan was first stunned, followed by his face instantly pale as snow. Even the hand holding the scroll was trembling slightly. Real paintings naturally don't lose their color. But instead, I bought a fake. This painting is actually really fake? In the museum lounge, I don't know who said something, and all of a sudden, wow! Everyone present turned their gazes toward Zhou Xiling. There was awe, celebration, and complexity in their eyes at the moment. Little friend's discerning eyes, when it comes to admiration. Admiration. It's fortunate that I listened to what little friend said just now and didn't continue to bid, or else the one clamoring for attention today would only be me. Little friend is so young and has such achievements in treasure appreciation attainments. Which woman would simply die of happiness if she marries you? Hearing the crowd present touting Zhou Xiling, Lu Wenton was like a pleased phoenix as she couldn't help but raise her noble chin. But the middle-aged man who questioned Zhou Xiling just now muttered, "This painting is actually fake? But the seal on the painting, that seal is real." At this time, Zhou Xiling continued, "This painting, It should be that someone found Master Chi Bailong's blank stamped paper, and then hired someone to copy the 100 birds picture on it. So that's how it is. The middle-aged man who questioned Zhou Xiling came to a sudden realization, followed by him saluting Zhou Xiling. Many thanks for clearing up my confusion. If I'm not wrong, if you have such a discerning eye, I'm afraid that you're only a treasure appraisal master in Jiangnan province, right? Hiss. Hearing the words master treasure appraiser, even the sexy woman in the red dress on the stage looked at Zhou Xiling twice. After all, in the world of antiques, a master treasure hunter is no longer considered mediocre. Good, I'm a master treasure hunter. Zhou Xiling felt to admit it. So it's the treasure appraisal master in person. Feng lost his respect. The middle-aged man who questioned Zhou Xiling laughed repeatedly. A few moments later, purchased the fake 100 birds of the good General Lost left the museum, and at this time, the stage of the sexy red dress woman continued to hold an antique introduction. The next lot is the Northern Song Dynasty Empress Wen Zhaoyu's Dragon and Phoenix 2 Cup. The starting price, 2 million. Wow. As her words fell, the crowd at the museum lounge stirred once again, and many people began to bid. Cousin Evening Wind, I think it's a good idea to give this Dragon and Phoenix Cup to Mr. Cho as a birthday gift. Aren't you going to make a bid? Seeing that Lu Evening Phone beside her had not been bidding, Lu went on coldly opened her mouth and asked, I'll wait a little longer and look at the other lots. Lu Evening Wind squeezed out a smile. Now she only has $50,000 on her. Where can she afford to buy this Dragon and Phoenix Cup? Right. Su Wen. Since Zhou Xiling is a treasure appreciation master, why don't you two sit together and you and he learn more about treasure appreciation? Lu Evening Wind hurriedly changed the topic. There's no need for that, is there? Su Wen froze. Why not? Don't you know a little about treasure appreciation? Now the master treasure hunter is sitting here. Why don't you learn from him? Lu Evening Wind said as she took the initiative to switch places with Zhou Xiling. Su Wen. I didn't realize that you, a country bumpkin, would also know how to identify treasures? Looking at Su Wen beside him, Zhou Xiling said in a conspiratorial manner. Say, what do you want to learn? Today I'm in a good mood, showing my two hands to teach you. It's not impossible. You can't teach me, Su Wen said expressionlessly. Can't teach? It's also true that my attainments in treasure appreciation are too profound. So you, a beginner, naturally can't learn to understand. Zhou Xiling had a superior posture. After a pause, he then suddenly came to Su Wen and whispered, Country bumpkin, it seems that you didn't take what your brother Zhou said to you before seriously at all. You still haven't divorced Lu Evening Phone? Is it because you want to be a green turtle in the future? Whether I divorce or not, it has nothing to do with you Zhou Xiling, but it's you, brother Zhou. Have you thought of any last words lately? Su Wen smiled intriguingly. What last words? Zhou Xiling frowned at him. Didn't young Wu Biao try to find someone to do away with you recently? Su Wen said with a smirk. Su Wen, you less fart here. I and Yang Wu Biao are brothers. Why did he find someone to do away with me? Zhou Xiling hummed heartily. And at this time, the auction for the Dragon and Phoenix Cup had already ended. The sexy red-skirted woman on the stage once again took out a new antique, Chenghua porcelain from the Shangzhou period. Starting bid, $5 million. What? It's actually Celadon? Seeing the jade bottle with alternating blue and white patterns, Lu Wenton's breath became hot, because she knew that Mr. Jinling Qiu liked collecting Celadon porcelain the most. Hubby, I want to buy this Celadon for Mr. Qiu as a birthday gift. What do you think? Lu Wenon stared at the all-over ebony and oily blue and white porcelain. She couldn't help but ask Zhou Xiling beside her. The implication. Just want to ask Zhou Xiling about the authenticity of this blue and white porcelain. After all, spending millions to buy a fake. Such a blow. Lu Wenon simply cannot bear. I think it's fine. Shangzhou blue and white porcelain is supposed to be a rarity in Kyushu, and I've also heard that Mr. Autumn seems to be interested in porcelain collection. Seeing Lu Wenon cast her gaze, Zhou Xiling added, this blue and white porcelain is real. It's good that it's true. Lu Wenon breathed a sigh of relief and raised her card after her, bidding without hesitation. $5.5 million. When the others heard Zhou Xiling's words, they also made bids. Even the treasure connoisseur said that this blue and white porcelain is real, so I don't think there will be any problem. Rolling eyes. The price of Shangzhou Celadon has been raised to $7 million. On the way Lu Wenon also gave Lu Xianyi a phone call, managed to borrow some money. In the end, Lu went on to $7,400,000, bought this Shangzhou blue and white porcelain. Congratulations to RMS Lu, for successfully auctioning off a piece of blue and white porcelain. The sexy woman in the red dress on the stage asked the staff to hand the Celadon to Lu Wentong. After you get the Celadon. Lu Wentong was elated and excited. If she could exchange $7,400,000 for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, then she would simply make a bloody fortune. Cousin Wentong, congratulations, you've gotten your heart's desire gift. Looking at the blue and white porcelain in Lu Wentong's hands, Lu Eveningfeng was also a little envious of the other party. Millions of dollars in antiques. The other party bought it when they said they would. It's true that Sangu's family is rich and powerful. There's nothing to congratulate. The auction, it is supposed to be more than who has more money. I have money. Naturally I can buy the gifts that are dear to my heart. Unlike you, from the beginning of the auction until now, you haven't made a single bid. Lu Wentong said, her gaze a little contemptuous again. Lu Eveningfeng, if you don't have any money, don't puff up your face. The auction is not for you. You'd better go to the floor stall area. Feng, I've figured it out. Not everyone in Golden City can buy gifts from auctions or, for that matter, live a life of paper and gold. Some people are born to be inferior. They can only live out their ordinary, mundane lives in crowded stalls and vegetable markets. Without waiting for Lu Eveningfeng to open his mouth, Suwen looked at Lu Wentong with a sneer. Lu Wentong, are you proud of spending more than $7 million to buy a fake? Are you proud of buying a fake for more than $7 million? Let me tell you, even in the ground stall area, no one would sell such a fake celadone. Fake? Upon hearing these two words, the crowd of Museum Lodge froze. At the same time, their gazes towards Lu Wentong were somewhat complicated. Could it be that Lu Wentong was the next general manager Shan? Su-Wen, are you sick? Your wife doesn't have any money and can't afford to buy a blue and white porcelain to give to Mr. Xiao. So you're just an eye dog, aren't you? Even Zhou Xiling said that this blue and white porcelain is real, and you're telling me it's a fake? Could it be that your vision as a hick is better than that of a master treasure hunter? Tell you what, when Zhou Xiling was appraising treasures, you still didn't know which part of the mountains you were farming in. Looking at Lu Wentong who was a little out of control, Lu Evening Wind hurriedly apologized for Su-Wen. Cousin Wentong, don't be angry. Su-Wen is joking with you, though she didn't understand. Where did Su-Wen see that this blue and white porcelain was a fake? But Zhou Xiling is a master treasure connoisseur, and his eyesight is definitely better than Su-Wen. A joke? Humph. This clown does nothing but talk nonsense all day long. Can't he do anything serious? Glaring at Su-Wen, Lu Wentong unsympathetically rebuked. Country bumpkin. In the future, read less miscellaneous treasure identification books. You're not a treasure hunter. Understand? Whether I'm that piece of material or not, it has nothing to do with you, Lu Wentong. After all, you're a blind woman who isn't qualified to point fingers at me. Su-Wen spoke with a cold smile. Who are you calling blind? Su-Wen, do you have the guts to say it again? Lu Wentong was so angry that her body began to tremble. Zhou Xiling rebuked Su-Wen in the same unkind manner. Su-Wen, it's fine for you country bumpkin to question my level of treasure appreciation, but you dare to scold my woman for being blind? You're looking for death, aren't you? With your disgraceful level of treasure appreciation, do I still need to question? You can't see the words made in Jiangnan printed on the base of this blue and white porcelain? What is this not blindness? Pointing at the base of the blue and white porcelain in Lu Wentong's hand, Su-Wen intriguingly opened his mouth. What? Made in Gangnam? This. Hearing Su-Wen's words, Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling hurriedly cast their gazes toward the celadon base. It's not looking good. I'll look at. The two of them instantly froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. It's really a fake, isn't it? Lu Eveningfeng looked at the four words made in Jiangnan. The expression on her face was filled with shock and complexity. It's not just her. The other people from the museum also looked surprised. My God, the fakes now are all so blatant? Actually also with factory labeling? But with such a fake celadon, why would Zhou Xiling say it's authentic? I guess my eyes are clumsy. As far as I know, the probability of a master treasure connoisseur looking away is not low. The crowd said one thing to you and one thing to me. Hearing Zhou Xiling blush a little, and that's when Lu Wentong, however, suddenly broke down and shouted, no, this can't be possible. How could I have bought a fake? That's $7,400,000. $7,400,000. Thinking about the value of the blue and white porcelain, Lu Wentong's heart was dripping blood. In order to buy this antique, she even managed to borrow $2 million from Lu Xianyi. But now, it's gone. There's nothing left. There was a click. Lu Wentong couldn't stand the aggravation. She directly smashed the blue and white porcelain in her hand hard on the ground, and then pounced on the red-skirted sexy woman on the stage. You give the money back to me. That blue and white porcelain is fake. You give the money back to me. I'm sorry, but we have rules on the antique street, and once you swipe your card, you're not responsible for it. The red-skirted sexy woman opened her mouth indifferently. You won't pay back the money? Fine. Then I'll smash your store. I want you. Lu Wentong was going crazy when Pa The sexy red-skirted woman directly slapped her in the face. Museum Jai is the property of Jungnan House. Try smashing it. If you smash it today, tomorrow your Lu family will have to die. Gangnam House? Hearing those 3 words, Lu Wentong instantly calmed down, because since ancient times in Jungnan, there is no one who dares to offend the Jungnan House. Zhou Xiling, didn't you say that the blue and white porcelain was authentic? Why did you lie to me? I'm your wife. Not daring to find trouble with Museum Jai, Lu Wentong could only question Zhou Xiling with red eyes. Wentong, calm down. It was indeed my eyes that were clumsy just now. But don't worry, in a while, I'll find a way to return the $7 million to you, Zhou Xiling said rather bearingly. Really? Lu Wentong's gaze was delighted. Of course, Zhou Xiling smiled. Thank you, husband. Lu Wentong leaned on Zhou Xiling's arms in a bird-like manner. She said happily, it's so good to be able to marry you. After she finished speaking, she saw Su Wen keep looking at herself, and immediately became annoyed and said, what are you looking at, country bumpkin? My man is more capable than you. You're envious and jealous, aren't you? Even if I bought a fake, Xiling would still give me $7 million. What about you? Can you give Lu Evening Feng $7 million? Cousin Wentong, I don't need Su Wen to give me money. Seeing Lu went on questioning Su Wen, Lu Evening Feng said softly, I can earn my own money, and I'm not used to spending men's money. Not used to it? Lu Wentong sneered. Lu Evening Feng, don't you dare to say grapes are sour when you can't eat them here. If you could spend a man's money, would you not be used to it? Su Wen doesn't have money for you to spend. Of course you're not used to it. Not waiting for Lu Evening Wind to open his mouth, Zhou Xiling also said in a serious tone. Lu Evening Wind, you are in good condition. Your face and body are all there. In my opinion, you can completely be with a better man. This Su Wen is not worthy of you. This Su Wen doesn't deserve you. You might as well divorce him and find a rich second generation who will spend money on you. I'm not divorcing Su Wen. Lu Evening Wind's tone was unusually firm. What's the point of this? Don't you want to marry a rich man? Become a phoenix woman like Lu Xianyi? Zhou Xiling said in disbelief. Marrying Su Wen was my own choice, and I will never regret it for the rest of my life. Also, I've never felt like a phoenix girl, and I've never even thought about how well I want to marry. Lu Evening Wind looked serious. You, as Zhou Xiling was talking, Lu Wentong interrupted him. Xiling, why are you talking to Lu Evening Feng about this? Marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. I think it's good for her to marry Su Wen. With a grunt, Lu Wentong intended to take Zhou Xiling away from the museum lounge. After all, she had bought a fake just now, and it was so humiliating that she really didn't have the face to stay on. But just the moment Lu Wentong turned around, the red-skirted sexy woman on the stage took out another lot and introduced it. 1 jellyfish beeswax. Starting price, $50,000. Beeswax? Isn't that yellow glass? Looking at the sexy red dress woman in the hands of only the size of a quail's egg fluorite yellow stone head, Museum Jai, someone laughed and said, this beeswax a glance fake. Not to mention 50,000. 50 I don't want. Indeed, this beeswax fake some outrageous. Authentic beeswax are all body like jade. Exudes milky fragrance, but this beeswax is black. Exudes the stench of industrial glass. As the crowd spoke, another person smiled and asked Zhou Xiling, Master Zhou, what do you think of this beeswax? What's there to see in this yellow glass from industry? Zhou Xiling laughed and shook his head. Antiques like beeswax are not easy to fool even for amateurs, let alone professionals like me. That's true, the antique water is deep, but the beeswax water is not. The crowd said. The entire museum fast. Actually no one bid. To this, the red-skirted sexy woman on the stage wasn't in a hurry. She only said unhurriedly, the last 30 seconds, if no one has bid on the jellyfish beeswax yet, the next lot will be auctioned. 15, 14, 13. While hearing the countdown of the sexy woman in the red dress, Lu Evening Feng was a bit fidgety, because she just happened to have $50,000 on her. It was only because Zhou Xiling and the others had said that the beeswax was fake that she had not dared to bid for a long time. But today, the beeswax is about to be auctioned off. Lu Evening Wind, if she doesn't bid again, I'm afraid that next, she won't have the chance to bid again. So she looked to Su Wen, who knows how to appraise treasures. Hubby, this beeswax, can I buy it? You want to buy this beeswax? Su Wen revealed a different color. Want to buy, but afraid to buy. Lu Evening Wind smiled bitterly. She was equally afraid of buying a fake. Although $50,000 wasn't much, it was her entire savings. Buy it if you want to. This beeswax, $50,000 for it. No loss. Su Wen looked deeply at the jellyfish beeswax as he smiled at his wife. Okay, I'll take it then, Lu Evening Wind said as she began to bid. 50,000. But, Lu Evening Feng, Aren't you being funny? Zhou Xiling has said that the beeswax is just a yellow glass, and you still dare to bid on it? Lu Wendong looked at Lu Evening Feng in a conspiratorial manner. You want to clamor for attention so badly. Ha! Suvan said it was available for purchase. Lu Evening Wind said one word at a time. Su-won? Humph. What the hell does this country bumpkin know about treasure appraisal? Are his words as authoritative as Zhou Xiling's? Lu Wentong scoffed. But cousin Wentong, didn't you lose more than $7 million just the same when you listened to Zhou Xiling before? Lu Evening Wind asked back in a serious manner. You. Lu Wentong was like being poked to the sore spot. She glared fiercely at Lu Evening Feng. Since you want to be a money-giving girl so badly, then whatever. Don't be a clown and beg Museum Jai to return the money. Don't worry. I can still afford to bet $50,000. As soon as Lu Evening Feng's words fell, the sexy red-skirted woman on the stage opened her mouth with a smile. 50,000 for the first time. Is there anyone else bidding? Results. Aside from Lu Evening Feng, there was still no one bidding. I don't understand. Why would this Lu family woman buy such an obvious fake? Someone revealed a skeptical look. Maybe it's his first time at an auction and he wants to feel the process. Someone guessed. Just as the crowd set out to see what was going on, the sexy red-skirted woman on the stage had already hammered out 50,000 for the third time. Sold. Let's congratulate Inez, Lu Evening Feng, for successfully buying the jellyfish beeswax. Her words fell, and immediately afterward, a staff member from Museum Jai handed Lu Evening Feng the jellyfish beeswax. Is this beeswax? Surveying the hard-textured yellow beeswax in his hand, Lu Evening Wind only felt that the antique flavor was a bit smoky and not very pleasant. Lu Evening Wind, what kind of beeswax is this? This is a piece of yellow glass. Zhou Xiling beside him laughed and teased. You really believe the words of Su Wen, a country bumpkin? How can you tell it's glass? Lu Evening Wind asked Zhou Xiling back somewhat angrily. Maybe it is beeswax? But, Lu Evening Feng, don't you even recognize glass? Lu Wentong cackled and laughed. After a pause, she opened her mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Cousin, teach you a way. You gently drop this beeswax on the ground. If it's glass, it will be broken. And vice versa, if it's beeswax, it won't be broken. Got it? Okay, I'll try. Lu Evening Feng also knew that glass was fragile, so she gently dropped the beeswax in her hand on the ground. Results. Boom. The quail-egg-sized beeswax was instantly split into pieces, completely shattering into countless glass crystal shards. Really? Really glass? This scene immediately made Lu Evening Feng's face pale and ugly. She thought she would be able to pick up the pieces and buy beeswax at the museum. But alas, she failed. But on second thought, even a master treasure hunter like Zhou Xiling had his eyes crossed. Su Wen? Isn't that human nature? Not to mention, as Lu Evening Wind said before, 50,000 yuan. She gritted her teeth. Or can afford to gamble. Gambling lost. The big deal is to continue to save money. Suvan, let's go home. Turning around, Lu Evening Wind was ready to take Su Wen away. She had no money left on her, and continuing to stay in the antique street was just a waste of time. But Su Wen laughed and shook his head. Go back? Could it be that you don't even want the antiques? Antiques? What antique? Isn't that beeswax yellow glass? Lu Evening Feng's face was bewildered and puzzled. Oh, little Su. It's already this time. You still don't die? You insist on calling a stag a horse and saying that yellow glass is an antique? Hearing Su Wen's voice, Zhou Xiling couldn't help but laugh. Can't it be that you, a country bumpkin, haven't seen glass in the mountains, so you treat it as a treasure too? When did I say that yellow glass is an antique? Su Wen asked Zhou Xiling rhetorically. If you can't read the goods yourself, don't be a hyena here. It's weirdly embarrassing. Grass. Su Wen, who are you calling a dirt dog? Zhou Xiling burst into a rage, but beside him, Lu Wentong tugged at him. Xiling, forget it, you're the president. You're worth millions of dollars. Why bother with Su Wen, a hillbilly from the mountains? He said you don't know what you're talking about. So you don't know what you're talking about? You are the treasure appreciation master of Jiangnan province. What is he, Su Wen? Pointing to a pile of broken glass and saying it's an antique. I don't know who's a disgrace. Just as Lu Wentong was chattering, he saw Su Wen directly bend down and pick up a jellyfish specimen the size of a red bean from a field of glass crystal shards. This jellyfish specimen also smelled of bitter herbs and was very pungent. Honey, what are you doing picking up a jellyfish specimen? Seeing Su Wen holding the jellyfish label in his hand, Lu Evening Feng was a bit curious. This jellyfish is an antique, Su Wen said unsteadily. You're saying this jellyfish is an antique? Lu Evening Wind froze. But next to them, Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling let out a pit of hilarious laughter. Ha ha ha, that's really funny. Su Wen, you're addicted to cheating Lu Evening Feng, aren't you? This damn jellyfish is dirty and smelly. I can see it everywhere by the East Sea. And you're telling me this thing is an antique? Are you out of your mind? No wonder Lu Xianyi refuses to marry you. What woman would want to marry a clown? As soon as Lu Wentong's words left her mouth, Lu Evening Feng angrily said to Lu Wentong, "Cousin Wentong, is it necessary for you to rub salt into Su Wen's wounds? Also, Su Wen is not a clown." "He isn't?" Then he took a jellyfish specimen and said it was an antique? As long as I've grown up in Jinling, I've never seen such a strange country bumpkin like Su Wen. Just as Lu Wentong was mocking Su Wen, suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a mink coat beside him walked up to Su Wen, his voice trembling and unbelieving. Little brother, can you show me the jellyfish specimen you're holding?" "Look." Su Wen spread his hands out. Next, the middle-aged man wearing a sable coat then lost his voice and exclaimed, "It's blood mica. This is actually blood mica?" "Blood mica?" Lu Wentong froze as she asked, somewhat puzzled. "What is blood mica?" Blood mica is a blood medicine that went extinct 10,000 years ago, and it can contain the strength of a martial arts master. Not long ago, Mr. Qiu had offered a bounty for blood mica in Jiangnan. As long as someone can provide this item, Mr. Autumn will agree to any conditions the other party may have. As soon as the middle-aged man in the mink coat spoke, Lu Wentong froze. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xiling and Lu Evening Feng also froze. This broken jellyfish can even make Mr. Autumn promise any conditions? Lu Wentong's first thought was of the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Then she dumbfoundedly said to the mink-coated man, "Are you sure this broken jellyfish is blood mica? There will be no mistake. I have seen the blood mica with my own eyes in the auction house in Kyushu some years ago. Blood mica is the same as ordinary jellyfish, but it emits a bitter herb flavor. Only I didn't expect that this blood mica would be hidden in this yellow glass." After the mink coat man finished speaking, he then said to Su Wen with a scorching gaze, "This little friend, I am willing to spend $20 million to buy your blood mica. What do you think?" As soon as his words fell, another voice rang out along with from beside Su Wen. "I'm willing to offer $30 million. $50 million. Now that these people from the museum jaunt had learned that the blood mica could make Mr. Qiu make a promise, they were all scrambling to make a bid. After all, tens of millions of dollars in exchange for a promise from a martial arts master. This was blood money. "I'm sorry, this blood mica belongs to my wife. I have no right to sell it," Su Wen said as he walked over to the disoriented Lu Evening Feng and smiled as he placed the blood mica in his wife's hand. "Ms. Lu, we at Museum Jai are willing to spend $100 million to buy this blood mica." At that moment, the sexy woman in the red dress on the stage also spoke. There was even some chagrin in her mind. Had she known that there was blood mica in that beeswax, she wouldn't have put it up for auction, no matter what she said. "I'm not selling blood mica." After Lu Evening Wind returned to her senses, she shook her head and politely rejected everyone's bids. In the past, Lu Evening Wind didn't dare to think about the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, but it's different today. With the blood mica in her heart, she also began to look forward to attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. After all, being a Gangnam woman, how could Lu Evening Feng not fantasize about becoming one of the four great talents of Jiangnan? Just the past. The four great talents of Jiangnan were too far away from Lu Evening Feng, as if they were separated by the sky. But since marrying Su Wen, Lu Evening Feng realized that everything was changing for the better for him. Disabled leg cured, negotiated a program for an international music school and resided back at the Moon Villa. Now it's even costing $50,000 to pick up the blood mica. Can't it be that Su Wen actually wants his wife? After Lu Evening Wind left the museum lounge with Su Wen, suddenly, Lu Wentong broke down and shouted, "On what grounds? What the hell is this based on? Why is Lu Evening Feng able to pick up a blood mica at Museum Jai, and I spent over $7 million on a crappy fake? That's not fair. No fair. It's obvious that my man is the master treasure connoisseur, and he, Su Wen, is just a country bumpkin. But why? A master treasure hunter looks the other way, but a redneck gets to pick up the pieces?" The thought that blood mica could be exchanged for Mr. Qiu's promise made Lu Wentong's heart incomparably envious and jealous of Lu Evening Feng. Eventually, Lu Wentong was in such extreme jealousy that she fainted on the spot. Wentong. Seeing Lu Wentong unconscious, Zhou Xiling hurriedly called for an ambulance. After all, to him, Lu Wentong still had use value. He couldn't let anything happen to Lu Wentong. The time wobbles. 3 days passed. Today the city of Jinling celebrated the 50th birthday of Qiu Fulong. As a local martial arts master in Jinling City, Autumn Voltron's birthday banquet was also on a huge scale, held at the Jinling Manhwa International Building. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Lu family then arrived at the Manhwa International Mansion to wait. Grandma, Lu Xianyi in an evening gown came to Grandma Lu's side. Today Lu Xianyi is still dressed up to attend, dressed nobly and movingly, and when she appears, she immediately attracts a lot of attention. Gifts all set? Old Mrs. Lu looked at her. Well, it's ready, Lu Xianyi said confidently. I'm sure I can get a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Sister Xuanji, I may have to let you down. At this time, Lu Wentong suddenly said quietly. Lu Evening Wind bought blood mica from the antique street before. I am only afraid that the quota for the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet is going to fall into our hands. Blood mica? Hearing Lu Wentong's words, the gloriously dressed Lu Xianyi was a bit confused. What is that? Yes, cousin Wentong. What is blood mica? The other Lu family women also looked at Lu Wentong. Blood mica is a blood medicine that went extinct 10,000 years ago, and it is said to be able to contain the strength of a martial arts master. And not too long ago, Mr. Zhou was, even more so. Lu Wentong told Lu Xuanyi and the others truthfully what she knew about blood mica. What? This blood mica can actually be exchanged for a promise from Mr. Zhou. Lu Evening Feng has such good luck that he can pick up blood mica at the museum lodge by spending only $50,000? Why am I not so lucky? When the Lu family women learned the entire process of Lu Evening Feng's auction of the blood mica, they were all filled with envy and jealousy in their hearts. Just like Lu Wentong. But only Lu Xianyi was puzzled. Cousin Wentong, you just said that the blood mica was discovered by Su Wen. Could it be that he still knows how to identify treasures? Humph. Su Wen is just lucky. A blind cat bumped into a dead rat. What's more, Zhou Xiling and I said, the so-called treasure appreciation. 9 points depends on luck. 1 point depends on eyesight. Even if Su Wen knows treasure appreciation, so what? Even Zhou Xiling, such a master treasure appraiser, has changed his profession and opened a company, so it is obvious that treasure appraisal has no future at all. Lu Wentong was a bit unimpressed. This is true. My girlfriend also said to me that in recent years, the control of antiques in Kyushu has been very strict, and many treasure appreciation masters have lost their jobs. Even if Su Wen knows how to appreciate treasures, is he not a bumbling mediocre little man? He can't even afford Lu Evening Feng's bride price, and can only pick up wild mushrooms from the mountains. A Lu family woman next to him who looked down on Su Wen said in a conspiratorial manner, saying Su Wen is a small person is lifting him up. A clown. Lu Wentong gritted her teeth and hummed, hearing the sound of the women's talk beside her ears. Lu Xianyi was inexplicably a little lost in thought, because she was thinking, if she had married Su Wen in the first place, would the woman who picked up the leakage of blood mica at the museum lodge have been her? But such a thought had just arisen. Lu Xianyi then shook her head without hesitation. She would rather not go to the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet than marry Su Wen, a country bumpkin. After all, Lu Xianyi knew very well, even though she went to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, she was afraid that the name of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan would not be related to her. Lu Evening Feng is even more so, a woman with no connections, no abilities, no martial arts training, and a disability for the first half of her life. You want to be one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan? Undoubtedly a fool's errand. Look guys, it's Lu Evening Feng coming. At this time, some Lu family members saw Lu Evening Feng and Su Wen arrive at the Manhwa International Mansion. Today's Lu Evening Wind was wearing a white tutu, light and airy, while she also wore a pink bow on her head, sweet and yet innocent. There was a kind of neighborhood girl's sense of vision. As for Su Wen, on the other hand, he was simply plain in a white t-shirt. Grandma. Lu Evening Wind arrived at the birthday banquet. She first greeted old Mrs. Lu Evening Wind. I heard from Wentong that you picked up and auctioned off the blood mica at the museum Jai? Old Mrs. Lu looked at Lu Evening Wind with a smile. Since the conclusion of the International Music School ribbon-cutting incident, she was becoming more and more satisfied with Lu Evening Feng. Thanks to my husband, Su Wen, I was able to get away with photographing the blood mica. Seeing the Lu family all looking at him, Lu Evening Wind was not slow to admit it. It's good to shoot it. It's good to shoot it. With the blood mica, that place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet is destined to be our Lu family's. Old Mrs. Lu was beaming with joy. No matter who from the Lu family went to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, that would make the Lu family's reputation grow in the Jiangnan province. And this, exactly what old Mrs. Lu wanted to see. Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? When Su Wen on the side heard this, he was slightly stunned. Husband, I didn't tell you before. In fact, Grandma asked us to give Mr. Autumn a gift is. Lu Evening Wind told Su Wen truthfully about the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet. When she didn't tell Su Wen, it was because Lu Evening Feng hadn't even thought about the fact that she could attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Everything that happened at the museum lodge, to this day it was surreal to Lu Evening Wind. So it is. Su Wen nodded thoughtfully. Cousin Evening Wind, can you show me what the blood mica looks like? As long as I've grown up, I've never seen a blood medicine used by people practicing martial arts. At this moment, A Lu clan young girl suddenly stared blearily at Lu Evening Feng. Cousin Evening Breeze, I want to see it too. Another Lu clan maiden also said. Well, just to show you guys, it's really just a normal jellyfish. Nothing special. Lu Evening Wind said as she took out an exquisite jade box. In the jade box, it was a blood-colored jellyfish the size of a red bean. This is the blood mica that can boost the strength of a martial master? Isn't this the ordinary jellyfish that can be found everywhere along the East China Sea? When Lu Xuanyi and the others saw the appearance of the blood mica, they all looked a little surprised. Alright, Evening Wind, hurry up and put away the blood mica. This is a knockout for you to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Don't ever break it. After old Mrs. Lu looked at the blood mica, she softly said to Lu Evening Wind. Yes, Grandma. Lu Evening Wind said as she was about to put away the blood mica. But just then, boo! There was a sudden car accident at the entrance of the Manhwa International Mansion, and the violent sound startled Lu Evening Wind. At the same time, her hands were unsteady, and she even threw out the jade box in her hand. Look out! Old Mrs. Lu hurriedly reached out to pick up the jade box, but it was a step too late. Eyes on! The jade box was about to fall to the ground, but at that moment, Su Wen steadily caught it. Evening Wind, are you trying to scare Grandma to death? Blood mica is such an expensive thing, and you don't hold it well? Luckily Su Wen's eyes are quick. Otherwise, if the blood mica breaks, how can you still go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Seeing that the blood mica was unharmed, old Mrs. Lu was first relieved, followed by her dissatisfaction blaming Lu Evening Wind. Grandma, I'm sorry. Lu Evening Wind bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Alright, hurry up and put away the blood mica and don't take it out again. Old Mrs. Lu urged. Behind her, when Lu Wentong and Lu Xuanyi saw Su Wen catch the blood cloud mother, the two women's expressions flickered with regret. After all, if the blood mica falls and breaks, then Lu Evening Feng can't be the main character for Mr. Zhou's 50th birthday today. Damn Su Wen, then the blood mica should have been broken. Why does he have to be so cheap? Lu Wentong thought maliciously in her heart, but just as she was chagrined, suddenly, the blood mica in Lu Evening Feng's hand disappeared in an instant. Looking at the blood mica that suddenly disappeared, not only Lu Evening Feng froze, even Su Wen was equally stunned. Why is the blood mica gone? Lu Evening Wind looked a little flustered, but Su Wen said with complexity, Evening Breeze, you have come to have something today? How do you know? Lu Evening Feng's pretty face was a little blushing as she asked Su Wen back. Su Wen opened his mouth, and in the end, he smiled bitterly and said, Blood Cloud Mother is a blood medicine, and because you came to an incident, therefore, the blood cloud mother smelled the scent of fresh blood and merged into your body. You mean, the blood mica is inside me? What then? Can we get it out? Lu Evening Wind was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. She wasn't a martial arts master, and it was simply a waste for her to refine blood mica. No, there's no way to reverse the blood mica once it's fused with the blood. Su Wen lost his smile and shook his head. He also didn't expect that Mr. Autumn's birthday banquet today would result in such a big mess. Oh, that blood mica actually merged into Lu Evening Feng's body? In the Manhwa International Mansion, when the Lu family learned of the news, some of them rejoiced, while others were sad. Joyfully, naturally, it was Lu Xianyi, Lu Wentong and other women of the younger generation. They couldn't wait for Lu Evening Feng to fail to deliver the gift. And sorrowful, then it's old Mrs. Lu. After all, without blood mica, that Lu family, I'm afraid it's very difficult to participate in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Su Wen, that blood mica, is there really no way to get it out of Lu Evening Wind's body? Undeterred, old Mrs. Lu once again asked Su Wen. No way. Su Wen shook his head truthfully. In an instant, old Mrs. Lu seemed to have aged several years. She opened her mouth and just wanted to blame Lu Evening Feng for being careless. But then she thought that Lu Evening Feng was still in charge of the International Music School, so she swallowed back the words that came to her mouth and sighed instead. It seems that my Lu family is destined to have no chance to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Grandma, you don't have to be so pessimistic. It's not like Lu Evening Feng is the only woman in my Lu family. The gift I prepared will definitely satisfy Mr. Zhou. Lu Xianyi stepped on her red high heels as she walked brightly and confidently to old Mrs. Lu's side, then whispered a few words. Is that true? Upon hearing Lu Xuanyi's words, old Mrs. Lu, who was still lost in thought, instantly brightened her gaze, 1,000 times over. Lu Xianyi nodded with conviction. Good, Xianyi, as long as you can represent the Lu family at the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, Grandma will let you have this position as the head of the Lu family. Old Mrs. Lu said with relief. Thanks Grandma. Lu Xianyi's pretty face was delighted. She raised her head like a noble phoenix and said to Lu Evening Wind with a superior face, "Cousin Evening Wind, your blood mica is gone. Why are you still relying on the 10,000 Flowers International Mansion? Go back where you came from. Even if you were lucky enough to pick up the blood mica from the museum jaunt. So what? The upper-class circle in Jiangnan is not something you can integrate into. It's better for you to be in charge of the cooperation of the International Music School at ease. If you are not a Phoenix woman, why should you fantasize about attending the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet? Seeing you reminds me of a Kyushu idiom, joy begets sorrow. Looking at the gloating Lu Xianyi, although Lu Evening Phone was holding back in her heart, she also understood that there was no need for her to stay in the Manhwa International Mansion, so she turned back to Su Wen and said, "Hubby, let's go." But Su Wen didn't leave. He instead said to Lu Xianyi, who told you that without the Blood Cloud Mother, Evening Wind can't attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Do you think we only have one gift? The Blood Cloud Mother? Did you have other gifts in mind? Lu Xianyi was flabbergasted. Sure. As Su Wen said that, he took off the Luaha tripod from the ancient Song dynasty, then handed it to Lu Evening Wind. "Evening Wind, this is a gift from a friend who gave it to me before. Take it and give it to Mr. Cho." Su Wen knew that his wife hated punks, so he stopped his mouth from mentioning Chen Beishan's name. Is this really possible? Lu Evening Wind was a little embarrassed. Could be. Su Wen let out a soothing cry. He had heard Chen Beishan say that Chiu Fulong had been searching for the Luo River cauldron. He thought that if he gave this item to Chiu Fulong, the effect should not be worse than the blood mica. "Thank you, husband." Lu Evening Wind was moved to accept the Luaha ding handed by Su Wen. Seeing this, Lu Xianyi beside her immediately laughed sarcastically. But, Lu Evening Wind, Su Wen himself is a country bumpkin, so what good can a gift from his friend be? Ever heard the saying? What goes around comes around. You expect this broken tripod to participate in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Is it possible? After Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, Lu Wentong and the other women also said in a conspiratorial manner. Yes, Lu Evening Wind, Mr. Chiu is the martial arts master of Jiangnan. You're giving away the rags that Su Wen received. Aren't you trying to make my Lu family lose face? And what the hell is this stupid tripod? It's covered in patina. How can you call this an antique? It can't be a piece of junk that you bought with a $9 package, can it? Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Xianyi's crowd's teasing, Lu Evening Wind only rose red in the face and retorted. What's wrong with spelling out Xiuxiu's $9 wrapped gift? Grandma said long ago, even if it's a penny gift, as long as Mr. Chiu likes it, it's still a valuable birthday gift. Not to mention I think this copper tripod is quite pretty. Although Lu Evening Wind didn't think in her heart that Luo He-ding could allow her to participate in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, she just wasn't happy that Lu Xianyi said Su Wen wasn't. Then do whatever you want. If you lose someone later, don't say your name is Lu. Lu Xianyi grunted insensitively. Her words had just fallen. A middle-aged man in a tang suit then arrived at the Manhwa International Mansion. Behind this man in a tang suit, there was also a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with a marvelous, sexy figure. Mr. Autumn, Miss Smoke. You're here. Meet Mr. Autumn. Seeing Chiu Fulong walking towards them, the crowd of the Manhwa International Mansion greeted them with greetings. Thank you all for coming to Autumn's 50th birthday from your busy schedules. Chiu Fulong enthusiastically said to the crowd. All sit. No need to be formal. Wait until the crowd is seated. The waiter at the Manhwa International Mansion began to serve the food. The dishes are all local delicacies from the south of the river, and everyone ate it with gusto, until the wine is full. It was only then that the expressions of everyone present became tense, because what came next was the main event of the Manhwa International Mansion's birthday banquet. Mr. Autumn, this is the birthday gift that our Bai family has prepared for you. I hope you like it. At this moment, a young girl from the Bai clan handed a calligraphy and painting to Chiu Fulong, her eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. Unfortunately, Chiu Fulong merely glanced at the calligraphy and painting and set it aside. Doesn't Mr. Chiu like calligraphy and painting? Seeing Chiu Fulong's actions, the Bai family members present were a bit lost, but they are not discouraged. Instead, another sexy woman was dispatched to deliver the gift. Mr. Autumn, this is the celadon porcelain that our Bai family has prepared for you. You have a heart. Chiu Fulong still received the gift with a flat reaction. When the Bai family's women finished giving gifts, then it was the Li family's turn. Results. The gifts from the Li family's crowd didn't make Chiu Fulong show his joy either. The Lu family was next. Lu Wentong was the first to present a gift. Mr. Chiu, this is a beeswax Buddha bead that my Lu family prepared for you. Because she had previously lost $7 million at Museum Zhai, Lu Wentong no longer had the money to buy expensive gifts, so she took out her 18th birthday present and gave it to Chiu Fulong. Oh, this is old beeswax. isn't it? Seeing the Buddha beads handed over by Lu Wentong, Xiao Fulong reveals a smile for the first time. Not bad. I like this gift a lot. You have a heart. This? Mr. Autumn laughed. Seeing the smile on Xiao Fulong's face, Lu Wentong herself was confused, because this beeswax Buddha bead is not very valuable, almost small 20,000 only, compared to the White family and the Li family to send the blue and white porcelain, ink painting, are far inferior. Results. It was such a gift that made Xiao Fulong say the word like, ha, a gift from that Lu family woman can actually win a smile from Mr. Xiao, beeswax beads? This stuff shouldn't be worth much, should it? Looking at Lu Wentong, who had instantly become the center of attention of the 10,000 Flowers International Mansion, the women of the Bai and Li families, who had previously given gifts, revealed their envy. Mind hard to not. The quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet will fall into the hands of the Lu family? Mr. Autumn, this is a gift from our Maple family for you. Seeing that Lu Wentong had made a name for herself, without waiting for the Lu family women to go back to presenting gifts, a tall woman from the Feng family came forward to present the gifts. This tall woman's gift was a 3-legged tripod. On the body of the tripod, there were also 2 ink-colored patterns of long dragons. The long dragons looked lifelike, and carried a bit of ferocious charm. Is that a Longji tripod from the spring and autumn period? Did I read it right? The Feng family has actually obtained the Longji tripod? This is the bronze tripod that Emperor Longji used for his rituals back then. A true royal item. The Feng family is also too rich and generous. In order to get a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, they actually even spared such Xinguai antiques as the Longji tripod? Looking at the Longji ding in the Feng family's tall woman's hands, in an instant, the entire magnificent family of the Manhwa International Mansion froze. Even Lu Wentong, who had been complacent a second ago, was unable to laugh at this moment. Is this Feng Yumu crazy? She actually gave the Longji ding to Mr. Xiao. Looking at her high school classmate, Lu Wentong sucked in her breath. In her place, I'm only afraid that I won't come up with such an expensive gift for Mr. Xiao. But soon, Lu Wentong then released. In recent years, the influence of the Feng family in Jinling City had gradually become lower and lower. And right now, the Feng family really needed to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet to retain their title as a powerful family. But just when Lu Wentong thought, when Mr. Xiao would like the Longji tripod very much, which had thought that when Xiao Fulong saw the Longji tripod, instead of showing a look of joy, this high-powered martial arts master said in a chilling voice, "Humph, I can't afford this tripod. You'd better take it back." This, Mr. Xiao rejected this birthday gift of Longji ding? The crowd at the Manhwa International Mansion was dumbfounded. Maple Moon Mu was similarly gloomy. She had thought that she could make Mr. Xiao rejoice by taking out the Longji ding, which was worth over $100 million. Results? Instead of Mr. Xiao rejoicing, the other party refused to even accept the birthday gift. Feng Yumu, why don't you hurry up and take your own gift away? Are you trying to displease Mr. Autumn? Looking at Feng Yumu, who was lost in thought, Lu Wentong came over to show off. I thought how great Longji ding was. As a result, this is it? It's not as good as my beeswax Buddha beads. You. Feng Yumu glared indignantly at Lu Wentong. Me what me? My birthday gift is just better than yours. Lu Wentong said nonchalantly. During her high school years, she was often pushed down by Feng Yumu, and now that she had regained the upper hand in gift-giving, Lu Wentong was naturally very proud. Looking at the complacent Lu Wentong, Feng Yumu opened her mouth, but in the end, she collected the Longji ding and left with a gray face. After Maple Moon Mu left, the mood on the Maple family's side was also momentarily low. On the contrary, when Lu Wentong returned to old Madame Lu's side, the Lu family women were the ones who came forward to compliment her. Cousin Wentong, it's still you who are thoughtful enough to prepare a gift that Mr. Autumn would even like. It's worthy of being our Lu family's Jinling twin flowers who are on par with Cousin Xianyi. I really envy Cousin Wentong. Maybe Cousin Wentong will be able to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Upon hearing this, Lu Wentong was immediately like a haughty phoenix. She looked up and smiled confidently. Luck, just luck. There was a pause. Lu Wentong suddenly remembered something again, and saw her glance at Lu Evening Wind from the rest of the room, then said in an unsympathetic manner, Cousin Evening Wind, why don't you hurry up and throw away the broken tripod Su Wen gave you? Can't you see that even the Longji ding sent by Feng Yumu Mr. Xiao doesn't either? This means that Mr. Autumn doesn't like tripod-type gifts at all. Or do you want to play the same claptrap as Feng Yumu? Hearing Lu Wentong's words, Lu Evening Wind couldn't help but panic, but Su Wen appeased from the sidelines. It's okay, Evening Wind, the Luaha tripod that my friend gave me is different from that Longji tripod. Xiao Fulong won't turn away the door. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Lu Evening Feng answered obediently. However, Lu Xianyi on the side smiled and said, yes, one is a royal item worth over $100 million, and one is a factory item that spells out Ishi, worth $9, so of course it's different. Lu Xianyi, is it fun for you to always measure gifts in terms of money? Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Xuanyi. The beeswax Buddha beads that cousin Wentong gave her aren't expensive, right? But, Mr. Chiu still doesn't like it very much? Joke, can you compare yourself to Lu Wentong? Lu Xianyi snorted, and as a result, as soon as her words fell, another beautiful woman in a long black dress came forward to give her a gift in the Manhwa International Mansion. This gorgeous woman was top-notch in both looks and temperament. She wore a pair of light white tight stockings on her slender jade legs, highlighting her perfect and stunning figure. It's the number one beauty in Jinling, Lu Ciyu. Seeing Lu Ciyu step forward, in an instant, the countless young women at the birthday banquet site revealed jealous gazes. Even Lu Xianyi is no exception, because it's in Jinling. No woman's face could beat Lu Ciyu's. It's beautiful. Even after Lu Evening Feng saw Lu Ciyu, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. But Suvan shook his head. Whole lot. Ha! Lu Evening Wind froze. Suwan continued to his wife. Not to mention that even if she has gotten plastic surgery, I don't think she looks as good as you. Hearing Suwan praise himself, Lu Evening Wind's purely beautiful and elegant face was swirling with shyness and joy. She buried her head and murmured in a small voice, where am I so good looking? You have, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Evening breeze. Suwan nodded seriously. As a result, as soon as his words fell, Lu Wentong couldn't stand to watch. Suwan, pull yourself together. Lu Evening Feng can compare her face value with Lu Ciyu? You are really hypocritical. You're really hypocritical. Slander if you can't get it, right? You're such a hypocrite. You don't believe me? Suwan wasn't angry either. He only smiled and asked back, I believe you a hammer. Who in the entire Lu family doesn't know that you are the only one who likes to talk big? All day long bragging about how great your medical skills are. Then you go and cure my mom's leg ah? As Lu Wentong was speaking, she saw Lu Ciyu handing a copper lamp to Mr. Chiu. Mr. Chiu, this is a birthday gift from my Lu family for you. I hope you like it. This is? The moon leaving lamp? Good, good, good. This is a gift I love. When Mr. Chiu saw the copper lamp that Lu Ciyu handed him, he said 3 good words in a row. Seeing the situation, Lu Wentong's heart tightened, because she understood that her chance to travel to the Flower Moon banquet in Jiangnan was gone. The moon leaving lamp? What's that? I don't know. Why does Mr. Autumn like the moon leaving lamp so much? Could it be that this lamp has a great origin? Don't tell me. It's possible. Witnessing Lu Ciyu in a black dress winning Mr. Chiu's joy, the women in the Wanhua International Mansion were all talking, and on the Lu family's side, old Mrs. Lu, on the other hand, wrinkled her eyebrows repeatedly. His own granddaughter had only made a splash, but he hadn't expected that he would let the Lu family steal the limelight so soon. Next, the Willow women continued to give gifts. Unfortunately, other than Lu Ciyu, none of the other Lu family women had managed to earn a smile from Chiu Fulong. Immediately after that, there was another gift from the 2 big powerful families, Zhou and Chen. En route, although there is a Chen family woman won a smile of Chiu Fulong, but unfortunately, Chiu Fulong on that Chen family woman's birthday gift evaluation, far less than the moon away from the lamp. And also when Lu Wentong sent beeswax Buddha beads comparable to just say a sentence like, do not mention half a good word. As for gifts from other women, Autumn Voltron didn't even say he liked it. Alas, it seems that the quota for the Golden Flower Moon banquet is about to fall into the hands of the Lu family. After the women of the 2 great gentry families had given their gifts, the Lu family women were the only ones left in the room who hadn't sent a gift yet. Lu Shuachin, go give Mr. Chiu a gift. Old Mrs. Lu said to a Lu family woman. Yes, Grandma. Lu Shuachin went up to present the gift, but Chiu Fulong just reacted flatly and accepted the gift. Then 2 more Lu family women came forward to present their gifts. The results remained the same. Their gifts still hadn't managed to impress Chiu Fulong. Zhao Shanglan, I've heard that your Lu family has found the blood cloud mother. It's all ready this time. Why are you still hiding it and not giving it to Mr. Chiu? At this time, a flower-armored crone from the Lu family suddenly walked up to old Madame Lu. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing a provocative gaze. So what if your Lu family has the blood cloud mother? The importance of the moon leaving lamp to Mr. Chiu is still above the blood cloud mother. So I'll take the place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet for the Lu family. After a pause, this old crone of the Lu clan flirted again. Zhao Shanglan, if I were you, I wouldn't take out the blood cloud mother. Since you won't be able to get a quota anyway, why waste a treasure? Humph. Looking at the complacent old Mrs. Lu, old Mrs. Lu's face sank. In Jinling, The Lu family and the Lu family have always been at odds. Previously, when the Lu family and the Zhu family negotiated a cooperation to cut the ribbon, the Lu family even failed to send anyone there. Grandma, you don't know. Their Lu family's blood mica is long gone. How can they offer it to Mr. Chiu? At this time, Lu Ciu, who was a dumping ground and had a vermilion mole at the corner of her eye, walked over to old Mrs. Lu and let out a light laugh. Unlike her stunning face, which is pleasing to the eye, Lu Ciu's laughter, however, was a bit harsh and shrill, making people uncomfortable. The blood mica is gone? What's going on here? Old Mrs. Lu looked curious. It seems like that Lu evening wind is coming to things. And then, Lu Ciu snapped. But, so the blood mica was wasted by your Lu family women. When old Mrs. Lu was informed of the cause and effect, her gaze towards old Mrs. Lu was more than a little gloating. Zhao Shanglan, without blood mica, what gift are you taking to compete with me for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? I thought that you were a strong competitor, but I didn't realize that you're here to accompany me. Ha, Grandma Lu, who says that without the blood mica, there's no way for my Lu family to compete for a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? At this time, Lu Xianyi suddenly walked forward proudly. Then she took out an antique and handed it to Zhou Fulong. Mr. Chiu, this is a gift from our Lu family for you. Whom is that? Upon seeing Lu Xianyi's hand, there was only an egg-sized gray iron ore. For a moment, the crowd in the Manhwa International Mansion froze. What's the situation with this Lu Xianyi? She's at least the female president of a listed company. How could she give Mr. Chiu a piece of scrap metal? It's probably because he knows that his gift can't compare to Lu Ciu's gift, so he's giving up on himself. Impossible, right? Lu Xianyi has always been high-minded. She would give herself up? Just as the crowd wondered why Lu Xianyi took out a piece of scrap iron. Suddenly, behind Mr. Autumn, the sexy and charming Miss Smoke wearing a knitted bustier sweater exclaimed in disbelief. It's meteorite iron. It's meteoric iron. Meteorite iron? Hearing these two words, not only did old Mrs. Lu change her face, but beside her, Lu Ciu similarly trembled in her delicate body. Because of meteorite iron. That's an iron ore that can build magic weapons. The magic weapon is a treasure that people who practice martial arts can only dream of. The whole of Gangnam, in addition to Qin Si Envoy, other people practicing martial arts, are not allowed to a magic weapon beside the body. Enough to see the preciousness of the magic weapon. Lu, Ms. Lu, are you really going to give me this meteorite iron? At this moment, Zhou Fulong's voice was a bit agitated. Meteorite iron. That's meteoric iron. As long as he created a magic weapon out of meteorite iron, he would be invincible under the sovereign, become a legend in Jiangnan province. Not bad. I'm willing to give the meteorite iron to Mr. Autumn. Seeing that all the gazes of the Manhwa International Mansion were focused on herself, Lu Xianyi nodded her head nonchalantly. Good. Very good. This meteorite iron. I'm satisfied. Very satisfied. The place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet is yours. The Lu families. After Zhou Fulong received the meteorite iron, he directly defaulted to letting Lu Xianyi go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. After all, other than that Luaha tripod, there was no way that any other gift would make Zhou Fulong change his mind. But the question is, Zhou Fulong looked for the Luaha tripod for decades to no avail. This object, and how it will appear in his birthday banquet. Mistress Xian, you actually found meteorite iron? Looking at Lu Xuanyi in front of her. For a moment, Lu Wentong was incomparably envious of the other party. I was able to attend the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet. Then it represents. Lu Xianyi has the hope of becoming one of the four great talents of Jiangnan, famous for thousands of years. This kind of chance to become a phoenix in one day. Ask which woman is not jealous, not envious? As luck would have it, I picked up this meteorite iron by fluke on a business trip to Hong Kong Island earlier. Lu Xuanyi briefly talked about how she got the meteorite iron. Immediately, she raised her head and looked at old Mrs. Lu confidently and remarkably. Grandma Lu, now, do you still think that my Lu family has no way to compete for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? Old Mrs. Lu only felt a prick in her throat, unable to say a word. Behind her, Lu Ciu even clenched her fists in death, her gaze stifled as she glared at Lu Xuanyi. He had dumped his family's money to buy the moon-leaving lamp, and as a result, the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet was actually taken by Lu Xianyi. Lost, not willingly, remorse, countless negative emotions enveloped Lu Ciu for a long time. But Lu Xuanyi didn't care about Lu Ciu's hostility. She instead condescendingly said to Lu Evening Wind, Lu Evening Wind, see, I, alone, am enough to trample the women of the 6 great families of Jinling underfoot. And you? Yet you foolishly wasted the blood mica. That's the difference between us. Even if God gave you the chance to change your fate, you couldn't grasp it. So, I didn't marry Su Wen, while you became Su Wen's wife. It's all destiny. Because Lu Evening Foam had previously negotiated the cooperation of the International Music School, it caused Lu Xianyi to be very unconvinced in her heart. Nowadays, she was finally able to raise her eyebrows and belittle her cousin, so as to make Lu Evening Foam understand who exactly was the phoenix of the Lu family. Results: as soon as Lu Xianyi's words fell, a young girl from the Bai clan in the Manhwa International Mansion but weakly stepped forward and said to Qiu Fulong, "So that gray iron or is meteorite iron? And I have one of those on me as well." Speaking, the Bai clan's young girl handed a fist-sized iron ore to Qiu Fulong. "Mr. Qiu, I'm also willing to give you the meteorite iron. Can you let me go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet?" Wow! Upon hearing the voice of that Bai clan's young girl, in an instant, all the people in the 10,000 Flowers International Mansion cast stunned gazes. When does the heart say, meteorite iron becoming so common? If the Lu family can take it out, so can the Bai family? Are you seriously going to give me this meteorite iron? Staring at the Bai clan's young girl, Qiu Fulong was similarly a bit overjoyed. After all, the meteorite iron sent by the other party could be much bigger than the meteorite iron sent by Lu Xianyi. Bigger in size. It also meant that Qiu Fulong could hire someone to build a smoother magic weapon. Yes, I am willing to give this meteorite iron to Mr. Autumn. The white girl nodded heavily. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet will be given to your Bai family. After Qiu Fulong received the meteorite iron, he made a promise to the Bai clan maiden. Thank you, Mr. Autumn. The white family maiden was excited. The Bai clan members present were similarly delighted. After all, being able to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet was simply a great honor for the Bai family. How is it possible? How can this be? Bai Jiangrua, a high school student. What makes her get the meteorite iron? Lu Xianyi, who was still pleased with herself a second ago, saw that the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet had changed hands, and she immediately lost control of her emotions. Not only her, the other Lu family members were now also pale and ugly. However, there was some gloating on the side of the Lu family. Lu Xianyi, it seems that you, the phoenix daughter of the Lu family, can't do it either? Open your mouth and close your mouth to the underworld. Saying something about trampling the women of our 6 great families underfoot. But what happened? You can't go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet all the same? Lu Siyue sneered and said to Lu Xuanyi, "Jumping clown, making a fool of yourself." You, looking at Lu Siyue's acerbic appearance, Lu Xianyi was so angry that her body trembled, and finally she shook her head with red eyes. It's a fake. The meteorite iron in Bai Jiangrua's hand. It must be a fake. The quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet should belong to my Lu family. Fake? Humph. Lu Xianyi, are you questioning Mr. Autumn's eyesight? When the Bai family heard this from afar, they were instantly displeased. What kind of status is a martial arts master? Would Mr. Autumn be able to recognize the wrong meteorite iron? Without waiting for Lu Xuanyi to say anything else, old Mrs. Lu glared at her fiercely. Shut up and stop talking. But grandma, that quota, it's my Lu family that gave gifts that were inferior to the Bai family. And now that I've lost my place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, I can't blame anyone. As soon as old Mrs. Lu's words fell, a tang-suited old man from the Bai clan looked at her with a smile. Zhao Shanglan, I'm sorry for your loss. There's nothing to be gained by becoming a king. Old Mrs. Lu hummed. Then she said to Lu Wentong and the others on the side, let's go back. Although there are still a few women in the Lu family who have not given gifts to Qiu Fulong, but that's it? It's no longer necessary. Because old lady Lu didn't think, nor did she feel, that the gifts from Lu Evening Wind and the others could still make Qiu Fulong change his mind. Alas, Zhao Shanglan, doesn't your Lu family still have people who haven't sent gifts? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? When old Mrs. Lu saw old Mrs. Lu turn around, she narrowed her eyes and said intriguingly, this is giving up on yourself. Ha! Not at all like your style of behavior. When you and Master Lu broke into the Jinling city of the arrogance of that? There was a pause. Old Mrs. Lu added with a wry smile, it seems that once Elder Lu left, your arrogance was gone. Nor do I know. In a few years' time, among the powerful families in this Jinling city, will there still be your Lu family? Meng Yunyan, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Old Mrs. Lu coldly glared at old Mrs. Lu. Grandmother, forget it, let's go. Our Lu family has at least negotiated a partnership with the Zhu family for an international music school. And even if we can't get a place in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, it's still much better than the Lu family. When Lu Wentong saw old Mrs. Lu get angry, she even spoke out to calm her down. Hear that? Meng Yunyan, even if my Lu family is no good, There's still the Nanlingzhu family behind us. What about your Lu family? Besides guarding a few broken orchards all day long, what have you accomplished? I don't know where you got the face to mock me here. Old Mrs. Lu condescendingly said to old Mrs. Lu. You, old Mrs. Lu was dumbfounded by her dislike. Eyes on. The Lu family's crowd was about to leave the Manhwa International Mansion, but Suwon spoke up coldly. Grandma Lu, my wife hasn't given Mr. Cho a gift yet. Hearing Suwon's voice, the other Lu family members looked at him. Suwon, do you think there's still a need for Lu Evening Wind to be superfluous? Lu Wenong shook her head contemptuously. Even the gifts given by Xian Instrument's sister couldn't get a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, let alone your broken tripod? Lu Xianyi was in a bad mood at the moment because of her painful loss of a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, and now that she heard Su Wen's words, the whole of her couldn't help but curse twice. Su Wen, you're sick, aren't you? You let Lu Evening Wind give a piece of trash to Mr. Xiao. Do you want my Lu family to be disgraced? Can't you see that Mr. Autumn didn't even want the long G tripod when Feng Yumu gave it to him before? Or do you think that broken tripod will allow Lu Evening Feng to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? If I, Lu Xianyi, can't get a place, why should she? Lu Evening Feng, get it? What if? Su Wen only looked at Lu Xianyi calmly. What if? Lu Xianyi immediately laughed. Su Wen, can you stop daydreaming all day long and what if? Do you think miracles happen to Lu Evening Feng every day? Let me tell you, that time when the Lu family cut the ribbon before, it was a complete coincidence. That's right, Su Wen, don't waste your time here, hurry up and take Lu Evening Feng away. The other Lu family women urged impatiently. Old Mrs. Lu didn't even look at Su Wen. She had already taken 1 foot out of the door of the Wanhua International Mansion. Forget it, honey, let's go. I'm not giving any more gifts. Lu Evening Wind bitterly walked over to Su Wen. Since the disappearance of the blood mica, she had lost her heart. Right now, she had even less hope for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Go what? Don't go. Old Mrs. Lu's gaze turned. She called out to Lu Evening Feng and said with a smile on her face, you've eaten at the birthday banquet. You've drunk the wine, and you're leaving without giving any gifts? It's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Quickly, hurry up and bring out the gift to Mr. Autumn. The reason why Meng Yunyan called out to Lu Evening Feng was because she had heard Lu Xianyi's words, so she wanted to deliberately disgust the Lu family, because she was curious in her mind. Just how cheap of a rag can you make the Lu family look bad? Looking at old Mrs. Lu's expectant gaze, Lu Evening Wind looked embarrassed. Lu Evening Wind, you go deliver the gift. At this time, old Mrs. Lu said expressionlessly. At this moment, the people of the 6 great mansion families in Jinling were all looking at Lu Evening Feng. The arrow was on the string, and old Mrs. Lu had no way to retreat. But in the heart, old Mrs. Lu, however, was mentally prepared to be ridiculed. Lu Evening Wind, Grandma asked you to deliver the gift. Why don't you hurry up and go? Lu went on coldly snorted with her hands on her chest. Didn't he, Su Wen, say that there would be a miracle in case? Go ahead. I'd like to see whether a miracle will happen to you in a while, or whether you'll be reduced to a clown in the 10,000 Flowers International Mansion. Seeing Lu Xianyi and the others backing away, looking as if they were clearing the air with themselves, Lu Evening Wind had no choice but to stiffly step forward and hand the Luo River tripod that Su Wen had given her to Qiu Fulong. Mr. Qiu, this is a gift from me to you. This is? Upon seeing the gift Lu Evening Feng handed forward, Qiu Fulong's body couldn't help but stiffen. Luoha tripod. It's actually the Luoha tripod? He has been looking for the Luoha tripod in Jiangnan province for more than 10 years, and he did not expect to appear at his birthday banquet? Under the excitement. Cough. Qiu Fulong hurriedly covered his chest and started coughing. Apparently in his joy, he missed his breath and lost his temper. But this scene, however, the crowd present at the Manhwa International Mansion misunderstood. Thinking it was a gift from Lu Evening Feng, he was angry at Qiu Fulong. They had a gloating look on their faces. Meng Yunyan glanced at the old lady Lu who had an ugly look on her face, and she immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, Zhao Shanglan, if your Lu family can't get a place in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet, you don't have to be so envious of the enemy, do you? Look, your granddaughter made Mr. Qiu angry. Old Mrs. Lu was momentarily speechless, itching to find a place to drill in. Careless. One should never have let Lu Evening Feng deliver the gift, now that he had lost face. Not to mention that he was angry with Mr. Qiu. It was simply more trouble than it was worth. Su Wen, look at what you've done. I've already said that Mr. Qiu will definitely not be able to look at your crappy tripod, and you still had to send Lu Evening Feng to deliver it? Now grandma is embarrassed because of you. If Mr. Chiu holds a grudge against the Lu family, then get the hell out of the Lu family. Lu went on, complained and blamed Su-won. Lu Xianyi also walked to Su-won with a smile on her face and said, Su clown, didn't you say there would be a miracle? What's the result? She, Lu Evening Feng, didn't get a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet either? After a pause, Lu Xianyi then pointedly said to Lu Evening Feng, Lu Evening Feng, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chiu? I asked you to deliver a gift, not to send out a beggar. Understand? See how angry you've made Mr. Chiu? After Lu Evening Wind came back to her senses, she understood that she had gotten into trouble, so she hurriedly said to Chiu Fulong, Mr. Chiu, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to give you this Luo He tripod, the moment the party gave the gift. Although Lu Evening Feng didn't think that Mr. Chiu would like Luo He Ding, she likewise didn't expect that Luo He Ding would make Chiu Fulong angry. One must know that when Feng Yimu gave Mr. Chiu the long Ji Ding before, Mr. Chiu didn't act so out of sorts. Looking at Lu Evening Wind's lowered voice, Lu Xianyi suddenly superiorly said to Su-won, Su-won, fortunately, this young lady insisted on herself and didn't marry you in the first place. Otherwise, the one who is disgraced and apologizing right now would be me. Lu Evening Wind is also stupid. Actually stupid to believe you. That broken tripod is worthless at first glance, and she gave it to Mr. Chiu. If you ask me, you might as well hurry up and bring Lu Evening Feng back to the mountains to farm. Lu Evening Feng made such a big joke at the Manhwa International Mansion. How can she gain a foothold in Jinling City in the future? Just as Lu Xianyi was pointing her finger at Su-won, suddenly, Chiu Fulong violently stood up from his seat, only to see him quickly walk over to Lu Evening Feng, and then with an agitated face, he said to Lu Evening Feng, Miss Lu, what are you apologizing to me for? I can't thank you enough. This Luaha tripod is a good thing. Old me searched for it in Jiangnan province for over 10 years without finding it. But to my surprise, you sent it to me. Say nothing. The place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet must be yours. Lu Evening Feng. Hiss. This statement was made. The Manhwa International Mansion was instantly silent. Lu Xianyi, who had originally been laughing at Lu Evening Feng, was also unable to laugh at the moment. The young girl of the Bai family who had taken the place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet from Lu Xianyi was now even more dumbfounded in frozen place. Mr. Chiu. Mr. Chiu. You said that you're going to give Lu Evening Feng the spot for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? After Lu went on returned to her senses, she inquired with some incredulity. Not bad. The place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet is none other than Miss Lu Evening Wind. Autumn Voltron said one word at a time. This? Lu Wenton's gaze froze and she was completely speechless. While beside her, Lu Xianyi was shaking her head continuously as if she was crazy. Impossible. This is impossible. What makes Lu Evening Feng able to get a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? In the Lu family, I'm the Phoenix girl. What I can't even get. What makes her Lu Evening Feng? While shaking her head, Lu Xianyi asked Chiu Fulong in an undeterred manner. Mr. Chiu, may I ask what kind of treasure is that Luo He Ding? Is it more precious than meteorite iron? The Luaha tripod is naturally not as precious as meteorite iron. Chiu Fulong smiled faintly. But to me, his value is still above meteorite iron. At those words, Lu Xianyi was completely speechless, because not so long ago, the beeswax Buddha beads given by Lu Wenton also overshadowed many expensive antiques. And to know, the value of beeswax beads is only 20,000. It is simply not comparable to the lapis lazuli that can easily cost several $1 million. It's just that Lu Xianyi never expected it. A rag from a hillbilly friend of Su Wen's, and the wind still overshadows the meteorite? Mr. Autumn, this is my gift to you, and mine. Witnessing Chiu Fulong promising Lu Evening Feng a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, the other Lu family women who had not yet sent gifts went up to send gifts with anticipation. The moment. They also began to long inwardly, hoping that the gifts they gave would be equally satisfying to Chiu Fulong. After all, if Lu Evening Feng could do it, why couldn't they? In the Lu family, they are much better than Lu Evening Feng. Results available. Chiu Fulong didn't dare to take the slightest interest in these gifts from the Lu family's women. Nowadays, his entire attention was on the Luo He Ding that Lu Evening Feng had given him. Well, gentlemen, that's enough of the feast for today. After the Lu family women had given their gifts, Chiu Fulong held the Luo River tripod as if it was a treasure. He smiled and said to Lu Evening Feng, Miss Lu, the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet will be held in 3 months. At that time, I will have Smokey go to the Lu family to inform you in advance. I know. Seeing that all the people in the Manhwa International Mansion were looking at themselves with envious gazes, Lu Evening Wind only felt that this was very unreal. Since the blood mica disappeared, She'd lost all hope for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, but I didn't expect. After going around in circles, the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet had fallen into his hands again? Meng Yunyan. Didn't you say that my Lu family won't get a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? An elder Bai. Thanks for the honor. Seeing that the gazes of the luxurious families present were all focused on Lu Evening Feng, old Mrs. Lu suddenly smiled smugly. Humph. Meng Yunyan clenched her fists as she sourly said, our Lu family doesn't care about the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, and left with Lu Siyue and the others. Elder Bai, on the other hand, sighed and said, Zhao Shanglan, the king has become the loser. This time, it was your Lu family that won. Our Bai family lost with conviction. Autumn Voltron's birthday banquet was over. Old Mrs. Lu led Lu Xianyi and the others out of the Manhwa International Mansion. Why? What the hell is this? I can't actually compare to Lu Evening Feng? Glaring at Lu Evening Feng in the crowd, Lu Xianyi was very upset in her heart. Sister Xiandi, Lu Evening Feng is just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. That's how he managed to get a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. After all, Mr. Zhou also said that the Luoha tripod is far less precious than the meteorite iron. Looking at the sulking Lu Xianyi, Lu Wadong came over and pacified. And even if Lu Evening Feng can attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, so what? Could she still become one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan? From the moment she married Su Wen, she was destined to be, for the rest of her life, a person from 2 worlds with us. No matter how hard she tries, she can't look up to us. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi was in a much better mood. Cousin Wen Tong, you're right. No matter how glamorous she Lu Evening Feng is, isn't she still married to a country bumpkin that I abandoned? Life on Earth? Who doesn't have a high moment anymore? The current Lu Evening Feng is like the ripples caused by the wind blowing across the shores of Xiang Lake. Though all eyes are on it, it's fleeting. When the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet is over, she will still return to mediocrity. As for that Su Wen, relying on some gifts from his fox friends to win a smile from Mr. Xiu, he's even more of a clown without a doubt. I'd like to see how many more miracles can happen to him and Lu Evening Feng. Nightfall, Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng returned to the Moon Festival Villa. Just got home. Wow. Su Wen then felt a soft in his arms, and a light woman's aroma came to his face, which turned out to be his wife jumped in his arms. What's wrong, Nightwind? Looking at Lu Evening Feng, whose pretty face was flushed with redness and had a bird-like appearance that was both innocent and moving, Su Wen asked with a smile. Honey, thank you for today. Lu Evening Wind buried her head as she whispered. If it wasn't for you giving me the Luoha tripod, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. You and I are husband and wife. What's with the thanks? Su Wen smiled and shook his head. What's mine? Isn't it yours? At those words, Lu Evening Feng's face turned even redder. The 2 men looked at each other in all directions. Lu Evening Wind suddenly stood on her tiptoes as she wrapped her arms around Su Wen's neck and kissed him. Wow! The softness and wetness of his lips made Su Wen's body tingle. His hands subconsciously rested on his wife's pride. No! Lu Evening Feng's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly interrupted Su Wen and shook her head with a serious face. Hubby, no coloring, I'm coming today. The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched, following him with a bitter smile. Then why are you still sticking it to me? Quickly go down. No, I want to hold you today. Hold you all the time. Lu Evening Wind just refused to let go of Su Wen. Su Wen was talking, but suddenly, he realized that his wife was actually crying. Evening Wind, what's wrong with you? Su Wen was startled. Nothing, I'm just so happy to be married to you. Lu Evening Wind rubbed her eyes as she choked. Ever since my father died, I haven't been as happy as I am today for a long time. Used to be at the lands. It's all about me envying Lu Xianyi and envying Lu Wentong and the others, but it was they who envied me today at the Manhwa International Building. I know, girls shouldn't compare. I shouldn't have said anything about it either, but all these years in the Lu family, Lu Xianyi and the others have always looked down on me, and I'm just not convinced in my heart. Alright, don't cry. There will be many more days in the future when Lu Xianyi envies you. Su Wen helped his wife wipe away her tears while his hands accidentally touched her pride again, but this time, Lu Evening Wind, however, didn't stop Su Wen. She instead said with her eyes brimming with tears, bad man. After saying that, Lu Evening Feng closed her eyes with a shy and tantalizing look, allowing Su Wen to take advantage of her body. Seeing this, Su Wen's heartbeat accelerated, but before he could do anything about it, there was a sharp knock on the door outside the Moonlight Villa. Who is it? Such a spoilsport? Su Wen cursed in his heart, but he still opened the door. Outside, standing there was a middle-aged man with a helmet, who seemed to be the site manager of the Dongjiu village project. After the site manager saw Su Wen, he hurriedly saluted and asked, Mr. Su, Is Miss Lu Evening Wind in? What's wrong? Manager you? Lu Evening Fong straightened her somewhat messy clothes as she walked her tall jade legs to this middle-aged man. MS. Lu, it's bad. Something happened to the project in the eastern suburb village. Upon seeing Lu Evening Wind, Manager Yu hurriedly called out. Just now I received a call from the construction site, saying that a worker had died. What? A dead man? Hearing this news, Lu Evening Fong was immediately struck by lightning. She asked with a somewhat pale face, Manager Yu, what's going on here? It was during pile driving when someone suddenly jumped from the excavator and died instantly. Manager Yu said in hindsight. Now that worker's family is insisting that we're staking people out, clamoring to see the person in charge of the International Music School project to demand compensation. Where are they? I'm on my way. Lu Evening Wind's face tightened. Now that someone has died at the site, she's responsible no matter what. Evening Wind, why don't I go? It's not convenient for you to meet the dead when you're coming. Next to him, Sylvan offered. No, I'm in charge of the International Music School program. I have to go over there. Lu Evening Wind shook his head. Then I'm with you. Soon, Su Wen and Lu Evening Fong were led by Manager Yu, and they arrived at the mortuary of the mausoleum in Jinling City. Oh, my son, you died a horrible death. That murderous Lu Evening Fong of the Lu family. She actually wants to hit a human stake. She shall not die. Don't worry, mother will get you justice. Just arrived at the morgue. Lu Evening Wind heard bursts of hysterical cries coming from inside. It's her. She's Lu Evening Fong, the head of the International Music School program in Dongjiao Village. At this time, someone in the morgue saw Lu Evening Fong, who was dressed in a long skirt and charming under the moonlight, and he immediately exclaimed and shouted, Murder pays for life! Murder pays for life! Lu Evening Fong, you pay for my son's life! The sisal-clothed old lady in the morgue glared angrily at Lu Evening Fong, her blood-drenched gaze seeming as if she wanted to eat someone. Granny Chen, calm down first. Manager Yu beside her frowned and said to that old lady, Our Miss Lu came over today to negotiate compensation with you. Compensation, right? Good. $10 million, not a dime less. The old woman in hemp clothes said angrily, If you don't pay me $10 million, I'll put you all in jail. $10 million? Hearing the old woman in hemp clothes, Lu Evening Feng's face was ugly. Manager Yu similarly frowned and said, Granny Chen, are you trying to blackmail people? It is written in the contract of the construction site that when there is an accident, all compensation will be paid according to $1 million. And you want $10 million by opening your mouth? Then I don't care. My son's life is gone. You must pay me $10 million. Granny Chen said. Otherwise, I will go to Jiangnan province to sue you for staking people. Secretary Chen has given strict orders that staking people is against the law. I didn't realize that you would dare to flout the rules of the Jiangnan province. Granny Chen, we didn't stake anyone. That kind of outlawed feudalism is something our Lu family would never do. Lu Evening Wind shook his head in denial. If you say you won't do it, you won't do it? Then let me ask you, how did my son die? You're a pretty girl, but I didn't expect you to be a snake woman. Bah, dirty bitch. Surname Chen. You're reckless. You dare to disrespect our Miss Lu? Manager Yu raised his hand and was about to slap that old woman in hemp clothes, but Lu Evening Fong stopped him. Manager Yu, stop it. What? You guys killed my son and you want to beat him up? Seeing Manager Yu raise his hand, the hemp-clothed old lady even clamored. Come on people, the Lu family is lawless. They killed my son and want to kill to silence him. Quickly come and watch. On hearing this, many of the mausoleum staff came outside the morgue. Upon learning of the deaths at the East Suburban Village site, these staff members whispered in disgust. The Lu family is at least one of the 7 most powerful families in Jinling City, and they're actually hitting people's piles? Humph. Which of these powerful families are clean? Behind the scenes, I don't know how many things have been done to harm the heavens. Alas, piteous common folk. Seeing more and more people in the morgue, Chen Granny even sat paralyzed on the ground and cried, My poor son, Lu Evening Wind killed you, but my mother has no way to get justice for you. I won't live. With that, Granny Chen was about to hit her head against the door beam behind her. The scene, immediately attracting sympathy from the onlookers. Lu Evening Fong, you've gone too far, haven't you? There was an accident at your construction site. You don't compensate for it, and you want to silence it? Humph. Can a powerful family treat human life like grass? Hurry up and compensate. Otherwise I'll sue you to Jiangnan province and have you jailed. Seeing that public opinion was on her side, Granny Chen didn't seek her own death. Instead, she glared condescendingly at Lu Evening Fong Dao, then shouted word by word, Lu Evening Fong, pay up. That's right, pay up quickly. $10 million. Behind them, the other families of the deceased also spoke in unison. $10 million? I'm telling you, no way. If you have the guts, let's go to court. Jiangnan Mansion is not without people. Manager Yu was naturally not intimidated, but Lu Evening Phone didn't want to make a big deal out of it, only to see her seriously say to Granny Chen, "Granny Chen, I can compensate you $10 million. $10 million wasn't much for the Lu family." She would explain the matter to old Mrs. Lu. "Oh, you really want to pay for it?" Granny Chen didn't expect Lu Evening Phone to be so good at talking. She was first stunned, then she lionized him. "What, $10 million? My son is dead. Without $50 million, you Lu family can't think of a better life." "Grass, Chen, you're getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Ms. Lu looks at you poorly and is willing to pay you $10 million in compensation. You don't kneel down to thank you for your kindness. You still dare to blackmail us?" Manager Yu burst into a rage. "Though human life cannot be measured in money, but $50 million is just a pipe dream. I don't care. You must give me $50 million. I only have one son. If you Lu family don't compensate me, then I'll go to Jiangnan province to sue you." Granny Chen cried out in a snarky manner. "Right, sue you. Is it okay for a lady from a powerful family to bully the common people? Your Lu family is so rich. What's wrong with paying $50 million? Other onlookers chimed in. Watching the public opinion go sideways. Manager Yu helplessly asked Lu Evening Phone behind him, "Ms. Lu, what should we do now? It can only be compensated. After all, it was my Lu family's fault." Lu Evening Wind sighed bitterly. "Knowing that it's your Lu family's fault, then why don't you hurry up and give me the $50 million? Seeing Lu Evening Phone compromise again, Granny Chen said with a smug look on her face, "Granny Chen, give me a bank card number, and I'll have the Lu family call you for the money." As soon as Lu Evening Feng's words fell, the staff of the morgue pulled a body ready to be cremated. "See this body?" Granny Chen instantly bawled. "Son, Mom has finally done you justice. Don't worry, that $50 million, Mom will keep it all for your son." For crying out loud. On the side, Su Wen, however, coldly said to Granny Chen, "Granny Chen, don't cry hypocritically here, not to mention $50 million, or even a single cent. We won't give it to you." "You, what did you say?" Granny Chen looked at Su Wen wrongly, and the other family members of the deceased even cursed Su Wen. "If we don't pay for the compensation, we'll go to Jiangnan Prefecture to sue you." "Go ahead, sue all you want. You're not the family of the deceased. Why should we pay you the money?" Su Wen spoke out of turn. Su Moon, what are you saying? They're not the families of the deceased?" Lu Evening Feng's petite body trembled, somewhat incredulous. You don't talk nonsense here. How are we not the family of the deceased? Hurry up and pay for it." Granny Chen was instantly anxious, because they really weren't the family of the deceased, they just knew each other, and the deceased was a fatherless orphan. But Su Wen didn't bother to explain. He directly called Chen Baifu. Soon, several law enforcement officers from Jiling City then found Granny Chen and the others. "Chen Shu-ma, you're practicing deception here again, aren't you? Looks like you've forgotten the lesson you learned earlier." "Wu, Team Wu, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We were joking with Ms. Lu and the others." Seeing Team Wu and his party, Chen Shu-ma was directly confused. Originally, she was planning to finish cheating the Lu family this time, and then take people to leave Jiangnan province, but she did not expect that Su Wen had poked through her at once. This made Chen Shu-ma Zhong very puzzled. How did Su Wen know that he was not a family member of the deceased? "Joke? I'll fuck you. Who jokes about taking a dead guy?" Manager Yu is 2 slaps at Chen Shu-ma, and Team Wu walked up to Lu Evening Feng and said, "Ms. Lu, do you and Chen Shu-ma intend to settle this privately or publicly?" Private. Not waiting for Lu Evening Wind to open her mouth, Chen Shu-ma looked at her with a smile. "Ms. Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you guys. How about this? I'll give you $10,000, and let this matter go?" "No." Lu Evening Wind shook her head in aggravation. "If we don't arrest you guys, what if you go and cheat other people again?" "No, we won't lie to anyone else." Chen Shu-ma shook her head repeatedly, but Lu Evening Wind was unmoved. Having no choice, Chen Shu-ma could only look at Su Wen again. "Little brother, if you want to go private, you can. $50 million, not a penny less." Seeing Chen Shu-ma cast her gaze, Su Wen said meaningfully, $50 million? Looking at the harmless Su Wen, in an instant, Chen Shu-ma was directly dumbfounded. She couldn't come up with $50 million even if she had to break the bank. "Little brother, we were wrong. Do us a favor and let us off this time." Other scammers posing as the families of the deceased heard the $50 million, and they confessed in tears, "We'll never scam anyone again." But Su Wen didn't spoil them, but sneered, "If you don't have money, You can honestly get out and go to jail. How dare you cheat even my woman? What an ignoramus. After he finished speaking, Chen Shuemei was taken away by law enforcement officers. One time, many of the mausoleum staff were all confused. In vain they also helped Chen Shuemei cheer before. The result, Chen Shuemei is actually a liar? MS. Lu, I'm sorry for just now. I didn't know those people were liars and I helped them accuse you. I'm really sorry. A staff member apologized with an embarrassed look on his face. It's okay, it's not your fault. After all, I was also tricked by Granny Chan and the others. Lu Evening Wind shook her head with a sweet smile, following her back with a curious gaze at Su-won. Husband, what's wrong? Su-won inquired of his wife. How do you know that Granny Chan and the others are not the family members of the deceased? Lu Evening Wind was puzzled in his heart. The other party had even fooled Manager Yu, but Su-won had directly demolished Chen Shuemei. I guessed. Su-won's reply caused Lu Evening Fong and Manager Yu at the side to simultaneously freeze. Guess? How lucky is Su-won? How can he win? That, MS. Lu, when Team Wu left just now, they told me that the deceased was an orphan with no relatives. Should we cremate him now? At this time, a staff member of the mausoleum came over to ask Lu Evening Fong. Well, cremate it. I'll cover the follow-up costs. Lu Evening Wind nodded, but Su-won shook his head. No cremation, direct earth burial. Ha, the staff member froze, but burial is a little more expensive. It's okay, just do what my husband says. Lu Evening Wind smiled and opened his mouth. Yes, when the deceased is in the ground. It's dawn in the city of Golden. Mr. Su, why didn't you let that dead man be cremated? Now Manager Yu was a bit tired, but he still couldn't help but ask Su-won, because he was unclean. Cremation would have allowed the uncleanness to escape. Burial in the ground would not. As soon as Su-won's words fell, Manager Yu was confused, and Lu Evening Fong also shrunk her body. She subconsciously tugged on Su-won's sleeve, then asked in a small timid voice, Hubby, what do you mean by unclean things? Yes, Su-won was about to reply. Suddenly, Manager Yu's phone rang. What? The project in the eastern suburbs village had another accident? After hanging up the phone, Manager Yu hurriedly said to Lu Evening Fong, MS. Lu, someone broke his leg again in the east suburb village project just now. What? Lu Evening Feng's pretty face changed slightly, so she pinched her eyebrows and said with some confusion, what the hell is going on here? Yesterday someone died in the project, and today someone is injured? This, Manager Yu didn't know how to answer. Never mind. I'll go to the eastern suburbs village to see for myself. Lu Evening Wind said as she directly brought Su-won to the eastern suburb village. Now all the old houses in Dongjiao village have been demolished, and dozens of excavators are parked on the site waiting for construction. Yo, Lu Evening Fong, coming to Dongjiao village so early? Looks like you're quite responsible for the international music school project. Ha! Just after arriving at Dongjiao village, Lu Evening Wind saw Lu Xianyi walking head-on with a few workers not far away. Lu Xianyi? Why are you here? Looking at Lu Xianyi, who was wearing an OL uniform and had an outstanding temperament, Lu Evening Wind coldly asked. Don't worry, Lu Evening Fong, I'm not here to steal the project from you. Lu Xianyi snorted coldly, then she reached out and pointed to the empty land next to her. The land in Shijiao village. Our Xianyi media company has taken it, and I intend to build a movie and television base here. You bought the land in the western suburbs of the village? Lu Evening Wind was shocked. Isn't this land not for sale? Not for sale. That's for you. I'm different from you. Even if I can't go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, I'm still the Phoenix Lady of Jiangnan province. With connections you can't imagine. Lu Xianyi said proudly, followed by her remembering something, then asked with a smile or not. By the way, Lu Evening Fong, just now I heard from the workers in the eastern suburbs village that someone died last night at the International Music Schools project? Yes. Lu Evening Wind didn't hide it, because the death of a person at a construction site is not a small matter. The Lu family will know sooner or later. TSK, that's really bad luck. This international music school project has just started and someone died. It really should be that old saying, the heavens are good. You, Lu Evening Fong, are just too smooth lately, so even the heavens can't stand to see it anymore. Lu Xianyi gave a conspiratorial flirtation and she left with a few workers. Humph, it's only bad luck to see you early in the morning. Looking at Lu Xianyi's back, Lu Evening Wind muttered in a stifled manner. A few moments later, Lu Evening Fong met the injured worker from Dongjiao village. Greetings, MS. Lu. When that injured worker saw the pure and beautiful Lu Evening Fong walking towards him, he hurriedly limped up to greet him. Why don't you go to the hospital if you're so badly hurt? Looking at the worker's legs covered in blood, Lu Evening Wind frowned and asked. No, it's okay. A little injury. It will be fine in a couple of days. It doesn't affect the construction. and please don't fire me. Ms. Lu, the worker said. His voice even choked a little. My family is still waiting for me to earn money. Nonsense. How can you build when you're hurt like this? With that, Lu Evening Wind said to Manager Yu. Manager Yu, hurry up and take the workers to the hospital. All expenses are on me. After a pause, Lu Evening Fong added. Also, during the workers' hospitalization, their wages will be paid as usual. Ms. Lu, you don't actually need to be paid. As Manager Yu was speaking, Lu Evening Fong threw a cold look. What? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Don't forget, I'm the one in charge of the Dongjio Village project. Yes, I'll take the injured worker to the hospital. Manager Yu didn't dare to disobey Lu Evening Fong, and he hurriedly left with the injured man. After the two left, many workers on the construction site looked at Lu Evening Fong with some love in their eyes. Miss Lu is really a kind and luxurious lady. Honey, let's go back. After settling the matter of the injured workers, Lu Evening Fong planned to take Su-wen away. However, Su-wen didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Dongjiao Village, then suddenly said to Lu Evening Wind, Evening Wind, you tell the workers of the International Music School project to stop working first. Stopping work? Lu Evening Wind was slightly stunned. Not bad. In the last few days, it's best not to let the workers come to the eastern suburbs village. Otherwise, people will still continue to die here. Su-wen said with a gloomy face. And people will die? Lu Evening Fong was startled by these words. She couldn't help but ask, Hubby, why is this? Because there is something unclean on this site. Su-wen solemnly said, that dead man yesterday, and the disabled worker today, were all targeted by that thing. Something unclean? Hubby, are you saying that? The eastern suburb of the village is haunted by evil? Thinking of the haunted evil events he heard about when he was a child, Lu Evening Wind couldn't help but lean his body towards Su-wen. Girls, by nature, are timid. Lu Evening Wind was naturally no exception. Whether it's haunted evil or not, I still have to confirm it. Evening Breeze, you should let the workers all withdraw first. Su-wen smiled at his wife. You go to confirm? Hubby, do you even know feng shui to exorcise evil spirits? Lu Evening Wind looked at Su-wen incredulously. Slightly. Su-wen nodded. Then be careful. If it's not possible, we'll go to Haiyuan Guan and invite a few masters over to exorcise the evil spirits. Lu Evening Wind admonished Su-wen. Then she went to arrange for the workers to evacuate. When the people from the eastern suburbs of the village have left, only then did Su-wen arrive in front of one of the ground stakes in the eastern suburb village, and he saw his hands continuously making seals, and he chanted vibrantly under his breath. Yuan Shirin Jin. Universal warning to all the spirits. You do sure true official. Land and goddess. Buzz. As Su-wen's words fell, suddenly, a black smoke invisible to the naked eye emerged from the end of that ground pile. The smoke seemed to be alive. As soon as they appeared, they kept converging towards one place, finally forming a 10,000 feet tall dragon shadow. Is this? Looking at the fog dragon-like monster, Su-wen's face changed. 9 faithful candle dragon revenge? How could there be such a sinister evil in the eastern suburb of the village? In the account of the Book of Life and Death, there are 6 types of evil. Human fury, underworld fury, grievance fury, earth fury, dragon vein fury, sea evil fury. 6 kinds of evil. Earthly and grievance fury are more common. As for a dragon vein fury like the 9 deadly candlejack, it was extremely rare, or at least unheard of by Su-wen in the 9 states. This kind of hijacking, when the feng shui master saw it, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape, not to mention getting rid of the evil spirits. It seems that we can only let Evening Wind give up the construction of the International Music School for the time being. This thing, the 9 deadly candlejack, is too tricky, even I can't do anything about it. Just when Su-wen was planning to give up on getting rid of the evil, suddenly, with a clicking sound, an old and tattered wooden tablet fell out of the mouth of that 10,000-foot fog dragon. This tattered wooden tablet was the size of a palm, and there were a few odd characters printed on it, but Su-wen did not recognize these characters. Is this thing? Picking up the wooden steel and surveying it twice, Su-wen thought of something for a split second. Could this be the wooden dragon stake that suppresses the dragon vein? To corroborate the conjecture, Su-wen struck a strand of yin and yang qi into the wooden tablet. Wow! In the next second, the shattered wooden tablet emitted a ray of holy power. Immediately afterward, the fog dragon that had burrowed out of the ground pile was as if it had been frightened, and it hastily retreated back into the ground. Sure enough, it's a wooden dragon stake. However, shattered like this, there is no way for this item to suppress the 9 deadly candlejack, unless there were 2 paths before Su-wen now. 1. Get Lu Evening Fong to give up the International Music School program. 2nd. Repair the wooden dragon stake to suppress the 9 deadly candlejack. The former is fine, but it's just a matter of words. But it would be difficult to repair the wooden dragon stakes. Suwon had to first figure out the content of the text on the wooden dragon stakes, and then he also had to seek out the corresponding wood to repair it. Finally, the wooden dragon pile is then set through the violet star. 3 processes. You can't have one without the other. After all, wooden dragon stakes are no ordinary thing. Evening Wind was so concerned about talking to the Zhu family about cooperation in the first place. I think it's better not to let her give up the construction of the International Music School. After some heartfelt hesitation, Suwon put away the wooden dragon stake and prepared to repair this object. But just then, he received a call from Chen Baifu of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, there's a document that needs to be signed by you personally. Good. Suwon responded as he planned to make a trip to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Just after leaving the eastern suburb village, Suwon bumped into Lu Xianyi, who came out from the western suburb village. At this moment, Lu Xianyi was covered in sludge, as if she had just fallen, and dust was hanging on her pouring and proud face, making her look wretched. What are you looking at, hillbilly? Seeing Suwon staring at herself all the time, Lu Xianyi immediately assumed a superior posture. You fell down the well, didn't you? Suwon spoke coldly. You, how did you know? You followed me? Lu Xianyi sniffed, her pretty face covered with frost. Surname Su, I tell you, we are no longer possible. Sparrows have their own sparrow life. I am not a woman who can't climb up. If you pester me again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. You're overthinking it. Looking at the self-righteous Lu Xianyi, Suwon only calmly said, Lu Xianyi, for the sake of our acquaintance in the past, I'll give you a piece of advice. In the future, come to Shijiao village less often. West village is next to East village, and that land is ominous. That's why you fell into the well today. I think you're the one who's ominous. Lu Xianyi despised. A clown. What are you talking nonsense all day long? I spent a lot of money to buy the land in Shijiao village. Can I not know if the land is good or not? Do I need you to teach me? Why are you so good at pretending? Forget it if you don't believe me. Suwon didn't bother to say anything else. He directly left without looking back. Half an hour later, Suwon arrived at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, you're finally here. Seeing Suwon walking, Chen Baifu respectfully handed over a document. This is the company's recruitment list for this year. Our Full Moon Chamber of Commerce has a rule that all new employees need the president's personal signature to join the company. How come there are still spots open? Looking at a blank space on the list, Suwon curiously asked, didn't you recruit enough people this year? Naturally not. This empty place is specially reserved for you, Mr. Su, to make it convenient for you to arrange for your own people to come and serve in the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Chen Baifu explained with a smile. After all, that's what he used to do. So it is. Suwon nodded and signed his name. After Chen Baifu collected the documents, he was about to leave. But suddenly, his afterimage saw the wooden dragon stake in Suwon's hand. Ha, Mr. Su, are you also learning the silver armor text? Chen Baifu asked as he stared at the writing on the wooden dragon stake. Silver armor text. You say they? Suwon pointed down to the writing on the wooden dragon stake. Well, this silver armor script is unique to the Jiangnan province, and tracing back its history, I'm afraid it's several thousand years old. Chen Baifu nodded. Manager Chen, do you recognize what these words mean? Suwon came to the point of interest, because if he wanted to repair the wooden dragon pile, he had to figure out, first of all, the meaning of the words on it. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I haven't studied silver armor, and I don't know what these words mean. Chen Baifu smiled bitterly and shook his head. And do you know where I can learn silver armor writing? Suwon asked again. In the entire Jinling city, only the Tianli training course has a teacher who teaches silver armor script. If Mr. Su wants to learn silver armor script, I'll immediately have teacher Zhu from the Tianli training course make a trip to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, so that she can teach you one-on-one individually. Chen Baifu said curtly. No, I'll go to the Tianli course myself. Suwon shook his head. Jinling City, Tianli training course. It's also known as the gold-digging women's hangout. This is because many freshly graduated female university students will pour out their family money and come to study at the Tianli training course, so as to get acquainted with some successful people. After all, the silver armor script was a very niche script in the southern province of Jiangnan. The average person doesn't learn. Mostly it's only the rich who learn. It was with the idea of meeting rich kids that Gu Manman came to the Tianli training course. Not long ago, her friend met a rich man in the Tianli training course, and as a result, it didn't take long for that rich man to send her friend to a listed company as a supervisor. But Gu Manman was envious to death. Just a shame. When Gu Man came to the Tianli training course, she was shocked to find that all 13 people in her class were actually girls. Not a single man. This made her lose her mind, because the day after tomorrow her class time would be over. And if she couldn't meet rich men yet, wouldn't it be a waste of tuition? Just as Gu Man's heart was racing, tap, an OL uniformed woman wearing black high heels and light gray sexy stockings walked in. I'd like to introduce you all to a new student, Su Wen. He's here to learn silver armor text. Men. Seeing Su Wen behind teacher Zhou, Gu Man's gaze lit up. I've been looking forward to this for so long. Finally, I'm looking forward to a man. Which one of you would like to sit with Su Wen's classmates? At this time teacher Zhou asked again. Mr. Zhou, I do. Gu Man immediately raised his hand. Alright then, Su Wen. Why don't you sit next to Gu Man first? Teacher Zhou said to Su Wen. Only after Su Wen took his seat did teacher Zhou begin to explain the history of the silver armor text. Su Wen listened attentively, but next to Gu Man was not interested in listening to the lecture. She instead deliberately put her slender jade legs half exposed, and from time to time also touched Su Wen twice, and then hurriedly said sorry. To this, Su Wen only said that it was fine, and then went back to listening to the lecture. Wait for recess. Gu Man went out and bought 2 cups of milk tea. She handed one of the cups to Su Wen, and then fell to introducing herself. Hello, my name is Gu Man, a graduate of the Jinling Academy of Fine Arts. Su Wen answered briefly. Brother Su Wen, why did you learn the silver armor script? Gu Man dragged her chin with both hands. She was just like her neighbor sister. Her eyelashes curved as she questioned Su Wen with a smile on her face. No reason, just simply want to learn. Su Wen stopped his mouth from mentioning the matter of the 9 deadly candlejack. So where do you work, brother Su Wen? Gu Man gave a follow-up question. At the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. Su Wen didn't hide it. Luyu Chamber of Commerce? The 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan? Brother Su Wen is so powerful. Gu Man thought that Su Wen was really rich. Her eyes looking at Su Wen became even hotter. So she pretended to make a churlish appearance. Brother Su Wen, my home lives near the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. When I'm free, can I go to find you to play? I haven't been to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce's building yet. Could be. Su Wen thought that he was a classmate, so he didn't refuse. Thank you, brother Sovine. That's very kind of you. Gu Man had a joyful look on her face. I've always wished to have a brother who loves me since I was a child. And seeing you, I feel like I'm one step closer to my dream coming true. If you don't mind, can I be your god sister? I'm very obedient. If you are lonely, I can still. She was saying. Mr. Zhou brought another curly-haired man to the Tenli course. I'd like to introduce you to a new student, Chang Woyang. When teacher Zhou finished his introduction, Chang Woyang looked incredulously at Su Wen in the classroom. Su Wen? You're actually here too? He was present when Su Wen and Zhuge Chen competed in archery earlier. In other words, Chang Woyang knew all about Su Wen's bottom line. Brother Woyang, you know Su Wen? Is he also a rich second generation from Jinling City? Seeing that Chang Woyang and Su Wen knew each other, a flower girl cast a curious gaze. She knows Chang Woyang, Jinling Wancheng Department Store Group's son, a rich second generation who grew up shouting the golden key at birth, and Lu Xuani of the Lu family, Zhuge Chen of the Zhuge family are close friends. Rich kid? Oh, he's a ball of a rich kid. Hearing that flower girl's words, Chang Woyang sneered. Su Wen is just a hillbilly from the mountains, presuming to use a piece of paper for marriage to climb up to Lu Xianyi's riches, and as a result, the person Lu Xianyi didn't look at him. Chang Woyang said as he walked up to Su Wen and said, Country bumpkin, what are you doing here at the Tianli training course? Is this a place where you can come? Where I am doesn't seem to matter to a little person like you, does it? Su Wen asked Chang Woyang rhetorically. Me, little man? Looking at the serious Su Wen, Chang Woyang immediately laughed. Not you. Where does a country bumpkin have the courage to say that I am a small person? You archery one Zhuge Chen terrific ah? You are the archery champion of the 9 states and what's the use? To be out of the world. It's all about connections and background. So what do you have? Do you have 3 acres of land or 2 pigs? Hearing Chang Woyang's words, Gu Man, who was pleasing Su Wen a second ago, was also dumbfounded. Chang Xiao, you said Su Wen is a country bumpkin? Nonsense. If Su Wen isn't a hick, am I? Chang Woyang snorted coldly. This, Gu Man directly did not say anything. Of course she knew that Chang Woyang was not a hick. Not long ago, she had met the other party at the annual meeting of the Wancheng Department Store Group. Chang Woyang is the real top rich young man in Jinling City. Okay, all of you be quiet, it's time for class. Seeing Chang Woyang, who was going toe-to-toe with Su Wen, teacher Zhou frowned and chided. Soon, a new class begins. The lesson. Mr. Joe talked about the pronunciation and strokes of the Jenga script. Wait until after class. Although Suwon had some understanding of the silver armor script, he was still unable to decipher the writing on the wooden dragon piles. Mustn't. Suwon had to humbly ask his tablemate Gumanman. Gumanman, this silver armor script, do you recognize it? Suwon didn't take out the wooden dragon stakes, but instead wrote one of the scripts on the wooden dragon stakes on a piece of paper. Not recognizable. As a result, Gumanman, who had previously been so enthusiastic about Suwon and threatened to become Suwon's godsister, was now extraordinarily cold and said, talk less to me. Looking at the Gumanman who had a huge contrast between before and after, Suwon froze for a moment. This time, Teacher Joe answered a phone call and followed her with a compensatory smile. Later on, teacher is going to go out and give you guys an assignment to work in pairs to complete a piece of labeling for the silver armor text. After that, Mr. Joe began to group the students, and Suwon happened to be in a group with Gumanman. When Teacher Joe left, Suwon said to Gumanman at the side, let's start labeling. Who wants to be in a group with you? Suwon, label yourself alone. Gumanman unceremoniously despised. What silver armor text are you learning as a country bumpkin? Really sick, causing me to waste my feelings. Clown. Looking at Gumanman who suddenly flipped out, Suwon frowned. Gumanman, whether or not I learn the silver armor script seems to have nothing to do with you, right? What happened to you? A country bumpkin, of course, has nothing to do with me. However, that cup of milk tea before was $20. Please return the money to me. I'm not obligated to treat you, a hillbilly, to milk tea. Hearing Gumanman say that he wanted to pay back the money, Suwon couldn't help but freeze, because on him, he was penniless. What? Suwon, you don't even have $20, do you? Seeing Suwon's delay in repaying the money, Gumanman even said in a conspiratorial manner, are all the people who farm in the mountains so poor now? You don't even have money for a cup of milk tea? So poor. How dare you come to Jinling City? Man. I guess this Suwon has spent all his money in order to learn the silver armor script. Another ponytailed girl from the Tianli tutorial school laughed softly. Che, no money to learn what silver armor text? Pretending to be a cultured person with a swollen face? Don't be ridiculous. A hick will always be a hick. Only farming suits you. No wonder Chang Xiao said Lu Xianyi didn't fancy you. If I were a woman, I wouldn't marry you either. As Gumanman was speaking, a quiet woman behind her wearing white knee-high socks and black-framed glasses came over and said indifferently, Gumanman, did Suwon offend you by being a mountain man? Is it necessary for you to rub salt in his wounds? And, people in the mountains can also change their destiny by studying hard. At the end of her words, the quiet woman cried out almost trembling, because she just grew up in the mountains. Eventually, through his own hard work, he was admitted to the University of Ancient Literature and Research. Yo, I said who's so loud? So it's fellow country bumpkin Zhao Qianer? Looking at Zhao Qianer, who had long black hair, a proud figure buried under a short beige skirt, and whose quiet looks were out of place, Gumanman smiled and said, I'm just asking Suwon to return the milk tea money to me, so why are you still in a hurry? Otherwise, you return the money to me for Suwon? I'll give it back then I'll give it back. Zhao Qianer threw Gumanman $20. At the same time she didn't forget to spit. Dog's eyes looked down on people. What did you say? Gumanman just wanted to get angry, but in the next second, she was suddenly laughing. Yes, I just looked down on you mountain people, what's wrong with that? You Zhao Qianer look up to Suwon. Then you and his group labeled silver armor 1A. I won't accompany you. It's bad luck for me to talk to you hicks. With those words, Gumanman didn't even look at Suwon. She directly walked towards Chung Woyang in the distance. After all, Gumanman's original reason for coming to the Tianli training course was to meet a wealthy high roller. And Suwon, a poor boy who didn't even have $20? Obviously not her target. The pretense of pretending to be pure was just Gumanman mistaking Suwon for a successful man. This gold-digging woman. See, Gumanman left Suwon behind. Zhao Qianer angrily sat beside Suwon and said, Suwon, Gumanman's words you don't take it to heart. Although we are mountain people, but we can change our destiny through learning. I am the best example. I could only farm and raise poultry in the countryside before, and then I tried my best to study to get out of the mountains. After a pause, Zhao Qianer gave another flamboyant smile. As for the homework left by Teacher Zhou, I'll mark it with you. She knew that it was impossible for Gumanman to accompany Suwon to mark the silver armor text anymore. If one sees it as if it were not there, that Suwon, a beginner in the silver armor script, only had no way of labeling an entire text. Thanks. Looking at Zhao Qianer, who was quiet in appearance and simple and kind-hearted, Suwon thought for a moment and said, in the future, if you encounter difficulties in Jinling City, you can look for me. Consider it as returning your favor of $20. Yeah. Zhao Qian'er nodded her head with a sweet smile. You're not allowed to back out when the time comes. She said this on her lips, but in her heart, she didn't take it seriously. The other end. After Gu Manman left Su Wen behind, she approached Chang Woyang. Chang Xiao, why don't I label Silver Armor Man with you? Gu Manman waved her hands and sat beside Chang Woyang, and at the same time, she intentionally lifted up her thin, gauze-like long skirt, and all of a sudden, a pair of long, slender, beautiful legs with exquisite, skin-like fat were revealed. Manhwa has nice legs. With those legs, she also worked as a model in college and had many suitors. But alas, for a rich second generation like Chang Woyang, a woman like Gu Manman, he had long been tired of playing. Instead, Zhao Qian'er, a simple, quiet, glasses-wearing good girl like this, made Chang Woyang somewhat moved. Do you recognize that beauty? Pointing at Zhao Qian'er sitting beside Su Wen, Chang Woyang curiously asked Gu Manman. Well, I know her. Her name is Zhao Qian'er. She's a student of a friend of Mr. Zhou's. Mentioning Zhao Qian'er, Gu Manman's tone was still a bit contemptuous and mean. She's just a stupid countrywoman. At the Tenli training course, 99% of the women are here to meet rich people. But Zhao Qian'er is here to learn the silver armor script. This made Gu Manman feel ridiculous. The other party obviously has a proud and sexy good body, but instead of meeting rich people, she has to learn such a crappy script like silver armor script? Country woman? Hearing those 4 words, Chang Woyang became more interested in Zhao Qian'er. What? Chang Xiao, do you have your eyes on that Zhao Qian'er? Seeing Chang Woyang's gaze stay fixed on Zhao Qian'er, Gu Manman's heart was filled with jealousy. Fancy? Oh, how can I put it? Just want to conquer this kind of woman. You know what I mean? Chang Woyang said meaningfully. So Chang Xiao is trying to sleep with Zhao Qian'er. Gu Manman came to a sudden realization, followed by her delicate and charmingly sticking her body on Chang Woyang's body, and imploringly said, Chang Xiao, if you want to play with women, my sister can also play for you. I'm much more obedient than that Zhao Qian'er. What's more, I have nice legs and can wear stockings for you. You? Sizing up Gu Manman for a couple of moments, Chang Woyang said with a bad smile, is it free for me to play? Young Chang is annoying. Where in the world is there a free lunch? Gu Manman said petulantly. Then how do you charge? Chang Woyang asked casually. Chang Xiao, I don't want money. Gu Manman shook his head seriously. So what do you want? My sister has graduated from university for 2 months. But so far, I haven't found a suitable job. If Chang Xiao can arrange a good job for my sister will surely love you with all her heart. Gu Manman looked at Chang Woyang with an expectant and tender gaze. Arranging work, right? Oh, you're an interesting woman. You still know the fine line. Okay, next week you'll go to work at Wancheng Department Store Group. Wage 10,000. Chang Woyang said as he handed Gu Manman a room card. Wear less tonight and lie on my bed by yourself. Thank you, Chang Xiao, for giving my sister this opportunity. Sister will definitely perform well. After receiving the room card, Gu Manman rejoiced in her heart. $10,000 a month? That's an uncompromisingly high salary in Jinling City. Moreover, the Wancheng Department Store Group is one of the top 100 companies in Jinling City. It is said that there is also an investment from the Luyu Chamber of Commerce behind it. To be able to go to Wancheng Department Store Group, then Gu Manman is also considered half of the employees of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. To know, the dream of all Goldendale College students is to work at the Foothills Chamber of Commerce. By the way, if you can get Zhao Qian'er to sleep with me for one night as well, give you your salary and double it. Just as Gu Manman carefully put away her room card, Chang Woyang added another sentence with great meaning. At the Tenli training course, after Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er finished the homework left by teacher Zhou, Su Wen wrote down a separate silver armor text to ask Zhao Qian'er, do you recognize this character? This silver armor text is the very same text on the wooden dragon stakes. This silver armor text means to become immortal. Zhao Qian'er replied with a slight smile. Become immortal? Hearing those 2 words, Su Wen narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The world thought that the supreme martial artist was the master of the world, but Su Wen was clear. On this side of heaven and earth, there are people who cultivate immortals. Because he is Su Wen. Where did you see this silver armor text? Is it recorded in the wild history of Jiqi? Seeing Su Wen fall into silence, Zhao Qian'er asked curiously. No, I stumbled across it. After a pause, Su Wen wrote a new text to look at Zhao Qian'er. Then do you recognize this character? This, carefully measuring Su Wen's newly written text, followed by Zhao Qian'er shaking her head in embarrassment. I don't recognize this text either. Teacher Zhou didn't teach it. I'm really sorry. That's okay. Su Wen smiled and shook his head. As the 2 men talked, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Many of the students from the course were ready to leave class and go home. Suwon, I'll just go back to school. See you tomorrow. Zhao Qian'er similarly said goodbye to Suwon. See you tomorrow. Suwon got up to leave. But that's when Gu Man, who was wearing a long tulle skirt and stepping on pink sandals, however, walked over head-on. Zhao Qian'er, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you. Gu Man said in a commanding tone to Zhao Qian'er behind Suwon. If you're going to say it here. I'm not going over there. Zhao Qian'er grunted, unwilling to get personal with a woman like Gu Man. Okay, then I'll be blunt. Chang Xiao has his eye on you. Tonight, you'll go with me to spend the night with Chang Xiao. When tomorrow morning comes, I'll give you $3,000. As Gu Man was speaking, Zhao Qian'er cursed. Gu Man, you're sick, aren't you? Why should I spend the night with Cheng Woyang? Tell you what, no, go. What? You think 3,000 is too little? Being rejected by Zhao Qian'er, Gu Man wasn't angry. She instead had a condescending, patronizing tone. Country girl, 3,000 is quite a lot. How much is your monthly scholarship? All you have to do is take off your clothes and you can. Without waiting for Gu Man to finish her sentence, Zhao Qian'er coldly shook her head and said, Gu Man, if you want to take off your clothes, you go do it yourself. Don't come looking for me. I'm not as lowly as you. Zhao Qian'er, think it over. Cheng Woyang taking a liking to you is a blessing you've cultivated in your past life. You don't come with me to spend the night with Cheng Xiao, and you dare to reject him? Do you know what it means to climb up Cheng Woyang in Jiling? Seeing Zhao Qian'er insulting her filth, Gu Man was also a bit angry, but thinking of Cheng Woyang's promise to herself, she still held her temper and said, it means you can struggle for 30 years less. Moreover, Zhao Qian'er, if you rejected Cheng Xiao, you undoubtedly offended him. In Jiling, what are the consequences of you, a country girl, offending a rich second generation? Have you thought about it? I'm tutoring Suwon in Silver Armor 1 tonight, so I'm not available. Zhao Qian'er made up a random excuse. Results. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Man burst out laughing. But, Zhao Qian'er, you'd rather be with Suwon, a country bumpkin, and you're not going to accompany Chang Xiao? Are you out of your mind? What can this hick give you? He doesn't even have $20 for milk tea, and you're tutoring him in Silver Armor text? It can't be. You've got your eye on this hick, right? What do you care? I'm happy to tutor Suwon. No? Zhao Qian'er glared at Gu Man. Row. Whatever you want then. Anyway, just don't regret it. Seeing Zhao Qian'er fagging out, Gu Man was too lazy to say anything else, and she directly left the Tianli training course to go change her sexy clothes. After Gu Man left, only then did Zhao Qian'er embarrassingly say to Suwon, I'm sorry, Fong used you as a shield. No harm done. Suwon didn't care. After a pause, he smiled again and spoke. Don't worry, Cheng Woyan won't dare to find trouble with you. Otherwise, he will die. Well, I know, it's a society of rule of law now. Zhao Qian'er didn't hear Suwon's words. From the Tenli training course, Suwon received a call from his wife. Suwon, Grandma called us over for dinner. Good. Half an hour later, Suwon arrived at the Jinling Lu family. Suwon, I heard that you asked Evening Wind to stop the project in the eastern suburb village? At the dinner party, old Mrs. Lu was pinching the food while she nonchalantly asked Suwon. Yes. Suwon didn't deny it. Why the shutdown? Old Mrs. Lu said in an unhappy tone. Do you know what the International Conservatory of Music means to my Lu family? That's a project that the Zhu family has been focusing on supporting. And you're letting Lu Evening Wind stop the project without even saying hello? What? Do you think you're in charge of the Lu family? Speaking of the end, old Mrs. Lu was even more annoyed as she rebuked. Because there is something unclean in the eastern suburbs of the village. Continuing the construction will only cause workers to die one after another. Looking at the angry old Mrs. Lu, Suwon only calmly explained. As a result, the crowd at the Lu family dinner froze as soon as his words fell. Apparently, they didn't expect it. Suwon's reason for making Lu Evening Foam stop work would be so ridiculous. Something unclean? I say Suwon, you're fucking feudalistic, aren't you? Lu Wentom's mother, Lu Qinshin, glared at Suwon as she said in a conspiratorial manner. What era is it? Still unclean things? I think you are unclean things. If you hadn't come to the Lu family, how could I have broken my leg in a car accident? You're a plague. A spoilsport. Third aunt. Suwon is not a spoilsport. Lu Qinshin had just finished speaking, when Lu Evening Foam on the side said with red eyes, Suwon is my lucky star. Since Suwon came to the Lu family, my leg has healed. I've been living in a villa. I've negotiated a project for an international music school. And yesterday, I was even invited by Mr. Xiu to go to the Flower and Moon banquet in Jiangnan. Hearing the 5 words Jungnan flower and moon banquet, Lu Wentong said sourly, "Cousin Evening Wind, you've been in the limelight lately, but what the hell does that have to do with Suwon? That's just because you've been lucky lately. If Suwon is really a lucky star, would Lu Xianyi not marry him? That's right. Saying that there are unclean things in the East Suburb Village. Then why is the West Suburb Village, which my daughter is responsible for? Fine, West Suburb Village and East Suburb Village are right next to each other, and they are still under normal construction today?" Lu Xianyi's mother, Kong Man Yun, echoed. "If you ask me, he, Suwon, is just pretending to be a god. Alright, all of you, knock it off." At this time, old Mrs. Lu interrupted the crowd. She said to Lu Evening Wind in a commanding tone, "Evening Wind, the project of the International Music School must not be delayed. From tomorrow, the construction will be normal." I don't, which had thought that Lu Evening Wind had disobeyed old Mrs. Lu, she instead said word by word, "If Suwon doesn't say to start, I won't let the workers do the construction. I'll listen to my husband." Lu Evening Feng, are you crazy? A project as big as the International Music School, and you listen to a country bumpkin? Looking at the determined and serious Lu Evening Feng, many Lu family members frowned. Old Mrs. Lu was even more dissatisfied as she chided. "Lu Evening Wind, what if Suwon has been preventing you from constructing? Then I'll keep stopping work until Suwon says it's okay to build." Lu Evening Wind said one word at a time. She is kind by nature, although she does not believe in ghosts and gods, but she is also afraid that there are really unclean things in the eastern suburbs of the village. After all, it's true that people died at the construction site last night. You're simply incorrigible. A project of over $1 billion, and you're letting a hillbilly pretending to be a god interfere? If I had known that, I would have let my daughter be in charge of the International Conservatory of Music, Lu Qingxin said in a sour tone. But Lu Evening Wind gamely retorted, "It's not like I stopped cousin Wentong from going to talk to the Zhu family about cooperation in the first place." "What do you mean? Do you look down on my daughter?" Lu Qingxin angrily rebuked with hatred. "Forget it, third aunt, don't bother with Lu Evening Wind. She can go ahead and stop work if she wants to. When the time comes for the Zhu family to be held accountable, she'll naturally have to take the blame." Lu Xianyi spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Cousin Xianyi, the West Suburb Village and the East Suburb Village are right next to each other, so I advise you not to start any construction even in the last few days, and wait until Suwon solves that unclean thing." Looking at the cold as ice Lu Xianyi, Lu Evening Wind kindly reminded her, human lives are involved. She didn't want the western suburbs of the village to die as well. What a joke! What unclean thing! You quickly stop being funny. Suwon's bullshit only fools you. Do you think the rest of the Lu family doesn't have a brain? Lu Xianyi nonchalantly said sarcastically, "If you ask me, you've just done too many bad things and have a ghost in your heart." Lu Xianyi, don't accuse people. I didn't do anything bad. Lu Evening Wind stomped her foot as she held her tongue. As soon as her words fell, Suwon said with the same indifference to Lu Xianyi, "Lu Xianyi, listen to others and eat your fill. My wife kindly advised you to stop working. If you don't listen, you will soon regret it." "I regret it? Oh, I'd only regret it if I'd married a country bumpkin like you. The doctor has stopped acting, and is now acting as a feng shui master, isn't it? Suwon, why do you have so much drama in a day?" Lu Xianyi said in a snarky manner. "Suwon, can't you be as steady and focused as Zhou Xiling? All son-in-laws of the Lu family. Look at the human Zhou Xiling, and then look at you. How come the gap is so big?" As she was speaking, she saw Zhou Xiling raise his head with his head held high in a sense of excellence. But Suwon's next sentence exasperated Zhou Xiling. "Do you want me to be a short-lived ghost like Zhou Xiling? Grass. Suwon, who are you calling a short-lived ghost?" Zhou Xiling threw up his sleeves in a rage. "Hubby, why are you ignoring that clown Suwon? He's just jealous of you, eyeing your achievements," Lu Wentong said contemptuously, followed by her looking at Lu Xianyi with a smile on her face. "Sister Xianyi, a country bumpkin who farms the land, how can he be as stable as the group president? You're too difficult for Suwon." "That's true." As Lu Xuanyi spoke, she thought of something else, so she changed her mind and said, "Cousin Wentong, didn't you say before that you wanted to build a B&B? It just so happens that there is still some vacant land in Shijiao village. Why don't I leave it to you?" "Yeah," Lu Wentong said with a joyful face. "Thank you, Xianyi, you deserve to be my good sister. When tomorrow comes, Zhou Xiling and I will go to Shijiao village to plan the construction of the B&B." After a pause, she glanced at Suwon again, then said with great meaning, "Country bumpkin, didn't you say that there are unclean things in the eastern suburbs village? I'll go to the western suburbs village for construction work tomorrow, and demolish this clownish lie of yours. If you're not afraid to die you go." Suwon didn't stop Lu Wentong. Just don't regret it when things go wrong. Regret? Oh, let me tell you. In my Lu Wentom's dictionary, there is no word for regret. Lu Wenong coldly hummed. Day 2. Lu Evening Wind didn't go to the eastern suburb of the village for construction anymore. However, Su Wen left the Moonlight Villa early in the morning, because he still has to go to the Tianli training course to learn the silver armor text. Su Wen, you're here. After Zhao Qian'er saw Su Wen, she greeted him with a smile. What? Didn't sleep well last night? Seeing Zhao Qian'er with dark circles under her eyes, Su Wen casually asked. Well, was working on my resume last night because I'm graduating soon and it's time to get a job. Zhao Qian'er gave an explanation. What kind of job are you planning on getting? Can I help you? Su Wen asked kindly. After all, with the connections of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce, it would be easy to help Zhao Qian'er arrange a good job. Results. As soon as Su Wen's words fell, a conspiratorial voice rang out from the Tianli training course. You helped Zhao Qian'er find a job? But, Su Wen, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? You think you're Chang Xiao? Unsurprisingly, you're just a security guard at the gate of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce, right? As the voice rang out, Gu Man, wearing a short black skirt and white suspenders, walked over with her toes in the air. Yesterday, Suvan said he works for the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. At first Gu Man thought Su Wen was amazing, but today it seems. I'm only afraid that Su Wen is the bottom-level security guard of the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce. It might not even be as good as a security guard, just a cleaning janitor. Gu Man, what's wrong with security guards? Su Wen doesn't steal or rob. He earns money on his own. So who are you to look down on him? Zhao Qian'er glared at Gu Man. I just look down on the security guards, and I look down on you country people, don't I? Farming and raising poultry is your destiny. I don't know why you have to come to the big city. Do you have to come to the big city to have a better life? Or can you only be a bottom of the small people? Gu Man said, and she said smugly, by the way, Zhao Qian'er, yesterday Chang Muyang already promised to let me work at Wancheng Department Store Group next week. If you accompanied Chang Xiao for one night last night, maybe, your job is also there. But you insisted on tutoring Su Wen. This hick, in silver armor 1, do you really expect Su Wen, a hick, to help you find a job? A college student is still so naive? Chang Wuyang actually asked you to work at the Wancheng Department Store Group? Hearing Gu Man's words, Zhao Qian'er's delicate body trembled. The moment. In her heart she really envied the other. However, when she thought of the cost of going to work for Wancheng Department Store Group, Zhao Qian'er shook her head again. She'd rather get her own job than sell her body. Man, really? Chang Xiao really asked you to work for the Wancheng Department Store Group? At that moment, quite a few women from the Tianli training course heard Gu Man's words, and they gathered around in jealousy. It's true, and besides, Chang Xiao even offered me a salary of 10,000 a month. At this moment, Gu Man was like a proud phoenix as she raised her head in an incomparably conspicuous manner. 10,000 a month? My god. Man, you're too happy? The average salary per capita in Jinling City is just under 6,000. That is, looking at the entire Jiangnan province, 10,000 is also a high income. Looking at the superior Gu Man, many of the women in the Tianli training course had some regrets. Should have known. They should have lowered their stance yesterday and taken the initiative to tease Chang Woyang. That, man, can you tell Chang Xiao that I also want to go to work for Wancheng Department Store Group? Suddenly a woman in a green floral dress spoke up in embarrassment. Well, it's better if you talk about it yourself. Gu Man coldly refused, and the words just fell from her lips. Chang Woyang then came to the Tianli training course. Chang Xiao. Good morning, Mr. Chang. Chang Xiao is handsome again today compared to yesterday. When the women from these training courses saw Chang Woyang, they had a sizzling luster in their eyes, and then they all came forward to greet him. Among them, Gu Man took the initiative to snuggle her body in Chang Woyang's arms, and said in a crispy and flirtatious manner, Chang Xiao was so powerful last night, and up to now, people's legs are still a bit unsteady. Oh, it's generally great, and it's only the third in the golden age. Listening to Gu Man bragging about yourself, Chang Woyan was very pleased with himself, and after a pause, he glanced at Zhao Qian'er, who was sitting beside Su Wen, and followed the entire face with a haze. Last night, he asked Gu Man to convince Zhao Qian'er, a country woman. Results. Zhao Qian'er actually refused to sleep with herself on the grounds that she had to tutor Su Wen in the silver armor text. This made Chang Woyan very upset, but that's about it. After all, with Chang Woyan's status as a second-generation rich man, it was impossible for him to pull down his face and take the initiative to pursue Zhao Qian'er, a woman from the countryside. By the way, Su Wen, I heard that someone died at your wife's construction site yesterday? Suddenly, Chang Woyan thought of something, and saw him walking towards Suwon with a smile on his face, and then said with great meaning, "Lost a lot of money, right? Does it matter to you?" Suwon spoke faintly. "How is it okay? We're all classmates, and I feel good in my heart when you lose money." Chang Woyan gave a flirtatious smile. Immediately, he came forward again and said, "Suwon, I advise you to leave Lu Evening Wind. Now that Lu Evening Fang's legs are no longer disabled, and she is about to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. In other words, the ugly duckling of yesteryear has turned into a white swan. Do you think that you, a country bumpkin, can still be worthy of Lu Evening Fang?" The reason Chang Woyang said that, it's because he has a little rumor that Zhu Gichin seems to be pursuing Lu Evening Fang as a good brother. Chang Woyang of course wanted to help Zhu Gichin clear the obstacles so that Suwon could leave Lu Evening Fang. Whether or not I'm worthy of evening wind seems to have nothing to do with a little person like you, does it? Looking at this serious Chang Woyang, Suwon sneered. On the contrary, you, give me an honest point in Jinling City recently. If you dare to hit Zhao Qianer's idea, I will let you die an ugly death. Understand? No. You, being suddenly threatened by Su Wen. Chang Woyang couldn't help but freeze. And Gu Manman, who was snuggled in Chang Woyang's arms, even directly rebuked angrily. Su Wen, are you sick? You want to kill Chang Woyang? Who do you think you are? You've been learning silver armor for a day and you're not you anymore, are you? Have you forgotten that you're just a hillbilly from the mountains? That's right. Our Chang Xiao is the son of Wan Chang Department Store Group. A big shot like him, a phone call can make you lose everything. And you're still arrogant here. Hurry up and apologize to Chang Xiao. Many of the women from the training course had blamed Su Wen for wanting to climb up Chang Woyang, thus allowing Chang Woyang to arrange jobs for himself. But it didn't wait for Su Wen to open his mouth. Instead, Mr. Zhou came to the Tianli training class. Be quiet and start the class. It was at the same time Su Wen was taking classes to learn the silver armor script. Jinling City, West Suburban Village. A black Mercedes sedan pulled up outside the construction site. Immediately after, Lu Xianyi and Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling stepped down from the Mercedes. Meet Mr. Lu. When the person in charge of the Shijiao village construction site saw Lu Xianyi, who was tall and wearing a uniform and high heels, walking towards her, he hurriedly and warmly came forward to greet her. The tone was even a bit curt and solicitous. Manager Wen, you go about your business. I'll show my cousin and the others around. Lu Xianyi smiled and spoke, seeing that the three people are about to leave. But that site manager hesitated. That, Lu Total, do you know why the East Suburban Village side stopped working? Yesterday there was a sudden stoppage of work in the eastern suburbs of the village. This, coupled with the fact that the night before, another person had died in the eastern suburb of the village, had caused Manager Man to become a little panicked. After all, he's been in the construction site business for 30 years, having seen too many things in the light of day. It's also clear that when a construction site stops work, something big is usually happening. Just right. Lu Xianyi and Lu Evening Feng, the person in charge of the eastern suburbs village, were also relatives, which was why Manager Wen had asked Lu Xianyi, why did you stop work? Oh, why else? Then my cousin was too foolish to be cheated by her man. When mentioning Su Wen, Lu Xianyi's tone was still a bit disdainful, saying that there are unclean things in the eastern suburb village is just nonsense. What era is it? Still engaging in feudal superstitions? What a lowly man. Xian Meter sister, don't be angry. Doesn't the countryside just like to talk about feudal superstitions? Su Wen grew up in the mountains. There are some things that you can't really blame him for. Hearing Lu Xianyi's sarcasm, Lu Wentong laughed it off and said, let's just take it as watching a clown acting. Take out the words let's say. He's supposed to be a clown. Suvin, Zhou Xiling said in a morose tone. Unlike Lu Xianyi's trio's disdain for Su Wen, when Manager Man hears something unclean, instead, he shivered in fear. Lu, Mr. Lu, did someone really say that something unclean exists in the eastern suburbs village? What? Manager Wen, you wouldn't believe such words too, would you? Looking at the frightened Manager Wen, Lu Xianyi coldly said, if I remember correctly, you are a highly educated doctor. Why do you still believe in this kind of feudal superstition? Manager Wen didn't know how to explain it for a while. Instead he persuaded bitterly. Mr. Lu, as the saying goes, caution is the key to success. Or else, let's stop the work in Shijiao village first? Stop working for what? I say Manager Wen, why are you also like a country bumpkin? Starting to be suspicious? West Suburb Village is the land I bought with heavy money. Can I not know if this place is good or not? Lu Xianyi gave an angry rebuke. This, Manager Wen immediately said nothing. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of us planning a bed and breakfast in the western suburbs of the village. Lu Xianyi nonchalantly pushed Manager Wen away. Looking at the back of the Lu family's three people fading away, Manager Wen then sighed helplessly and said, feudal superstition? Alas. It's true that those who don't know have no fear. Let's hope that Mr. Lu and the three of them can leave Shijiao village safely today. While saying this on his lips, Manager Wen turned around and walked away without looking back. Upon arriving at the western suburb of the village, at that moment, Lu Xianyi's trio felt a cool breeze on their faces. This cool breeze was like hands gently caressing the cheeks, causing Lu Wentong's few people to involuntarily stop in their tracks. How? Why is it suddenly so cold? Lu Wentong leaned tightly against Zhou Ziling's side. She was inexplicably a little nervous. Normal. It's almost fall, and the temperature difference in Jinling is already big. Lu Xianyi, who was walking in front, said in disbelief. Soon, the three of them arrived at a vacant lot in Shijiao village that hadn't been planned yet. Cousin Wentong, what do you think? How about building a B&B here? There will be a big open-air swimming pool over there. And in the back, there will be a barbecue area. Pointing at the layout of the surrounding area, Lu Xianyi said with a smile, I think it's okay. Lu Wentong nodded as she gazed around, then said with satisfaction, I kinda like it here. Then it's a deal. I'll have the workers come over and dig later. Lu Xianyi said as she took out her cell phone and made a call. Enough to keep busy until 6 p.m. The foundations of the villagers' hostel in the western suburbs have been mostly dug up by workers. Looking at the foundation of the B&B that is gradually taking shape, Lu Wentong suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner, that clown Su Wen. He said that there are unclean things in the eastern suburb of the village, and he didn't allow me to come to the western suburb of the village to do the construction work. What happened? We've been busy for a day, and still nothing happened? Wentong, you really believe the words of a clown? Beside Zhou Ziling contemptuously sneered. This year, in addition to rural people like to engage in feudal superstition, but also who believes in evil? Su Wen is a country bumpkin without a brain, has not read a book, and not much culture, like to talk nonsense normal. That's right, an uneducated clown, all day long besides claptrap. I really don't know what else Su Wen can do. Lu Xianyi also pointedly agreed. It's ridiculous that stupid woman Lu Eveningfoam still really believed Su Wen's words and foolishly let the workers in Dongjiao village stop work. Wasn't Lu Eveningfoam like this when he was a kid? No brains at all. Lu Wentong's words just fell. Suddenly, with a bang, a construction truck that was digging the foundation of a bed and breakfast went out of control for a moment. The entire body instantly smashed into the foundation, kicking up countless dust and ash. What's going on? Do you guys know how to drive a backhoe? The scene in front of her made Lu Xianyi a bit angry. She immediately questioned a worker. Do you know how much this digger costs? If it breaks, can you afford to pay for it? Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened. This digger suddenly lost control. The worker laughed bitterly, but in his heart, he was a little glad that, fortunately, the party was a remote-controlled digging machine, and there were no people sitting inside. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have caused a death. Suddenly out of control? Hearing those 4 words, Lu Xianyi and the 3 of them froze at the same time. Lu Wentong even couldn't help but murmur, Xian instrument sister. It can't be. There really are unclean things in this eastern suburb village. Right. Humph. What unclean thing? Cousin Wentong, don't scare yourself. It's common for diggers to go out of control. Don't put any coincidences on Su Wen, a jumper. If Su Wen was really capable, would he have willingly married a disabled woman in the first place? Lu Xianyi shook her head dismissively. Yes, Wentong, don't be paranoid. That country bumpkin Su Wen knows nothing about feng shui. He's not letting Lu Evening Wind do the construction. So maybe he's playing some kind of crooked idea. Zhou Ziling also said non-committally. Also right. Excavator, this kind of large construction vehicle, will occasionally have problems normal, but it is me who made a fuss. Should not push some coincidence on Su Wen. Lu Wentong lost her smile and shook her head. Cousin Wentong, it's getting late. Let's go back and wait until tomorrow. Looking at the time, Lu Xianyi asked one of the workers to fix the problem with the digger, while at the same time she changed her words and said, Cousin Wentong, I know that there is a new sea crab restaurant in Jinling City, so I'll treat you guys to a meal. How can that be a good idea? It's only right that I should be the one to treat you. Thanks to you, cousin, I was able to fulfill my dream of a bed and breakfast during my college days. Lu Wentong fell to her feet and said, You and I are sisters. What's the point of being polite? Lu Xianyi was saying. Crunch, crunch. The digger that had smashed into the foundation suddenly made a very eerie sound. The voice. It was like a wooden door trying to close, but it caught on something hard and wouldn't close for a long time. What kind of movement is this? Lu Wentong, who was naturally timid, was startled by the strange noise, and she hurriedly hid behind Zhou Ziling. Looking at the blanched Lu Wentong, Zhou Ziling, however, smiled and soothed. Wentong, Don't be afraid. It's probably the digger losing control again. Look out. Get out of the way. Without waiting for Zhou Xiling to finish his sentence, he saw the digger's digging head directly raised high, and then ruthlessly smashed into Lu Xuanyi. This scene directly scared Lu Wentong out of her wits. She immediately held her head and crouched on the ground, shouting, "Mr. Lu, be careful." A worker who saw Lu Xianyi as the girl of his dreams saw Lu Xianyi in distress, and without saying a word, he pushed away the dazed Lu Xianyi. It seems that they want to climb up to a top-class mansion like the Lu family by saving their beauty through heroics. Unfortunately, this worker's act of kindness did not lead to great blessings for the rest of his life, but, instead, killed him alive. There was a poof sound. The digger's digging head fell. The worker, who was about 24 or 25 years old, was smashed directly into a puddle of blood and flesh by the digger, and next to Lu Xianyi, on the other hand, sat down on the ground in a paralyzed manner. As she looked at the blood and corpses all over the ground, her entire body trembled and shook with fear. There was even no more blood on his face. Lu Xianyi was really letting the shock go to her head, because she knows, if that worker hadn't stepped forward, she would have been the one to die. How could this happen? Someone died in West Suburb Village? After Zhou Xiling and Lu Wentong saw the tragically dead worker, the two of them also turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, deep down, the two men were still somewhat grateful for the aftermath of the robbery. Because of the party, they were a little farther away from Lu Xianyi. Otherwise, they were only afraid that they wouldn't be spared if the digger's digging head came crashing down. Quick! Call an ambulance! Quick! Call 120! The now fearful Lu Xianyi gradually came back to her senses as she hurriedly shouted to a few workers. Meanwhile this instant, Su Wen's words yesterday at the Lu family villa once again echoed from Lu Xianyi's mind for a long time. Lu Xianyi, listen to others and eat your fill. My wife kindly advised you to stop working. If you don't listen, you'll soon regret it. I thought it was just Su Wen's claptrap, but now it seems that there really is something unclean in the eastern suburb village, because just a little bit, Lu Xuanyi will die in the western suburb village, and there is no way to leave here anymore. Movements here in the western suburbs of the village. Su Wen didn't know that. Even if he knew, he wouldn't pay any attention to people like Lu Xianyi who didn't listen to advice. After all, Lu Xianyi has long since ceased to be the youthful, gentle, kind-hearted young girl of the past. Instead, she became a vain, unassailable, arrogant woman. For Su Wen, in the entire Lu family, he only cares about Lu Evening Feng alone. As for the death or life of others, whether Su Wen saves or not depends on the mood. That, class, is all for today's study of the Silver Armor text. If you have any questions, you may raise your hands and ask. At the Tenli training course, standing in front of the podium, Teacher Zhou smiled gently. Starting tomorrow, our training class will be on vacation. Vacation? When Su Wen heard this, he couldn't help but stare. What? Su Wen, don't you know? Mr. Zhou is going to invigilate the exam tomorrow, so we should be taking half a month off. Zhao Qianer whispered to Su Wen. Su Wen really didn't know about Teacher Zhou's itinerary. Right now he hadn't deciphered the meaning of the silver armor text on the wooden dragon pile. Of course he couldn't let Teacher Zhou go away. After all, wait half a month. I'm afraid that even the wooden dragon pile won't be able to suppress the dragon vein fury in Dongzhou village. And so, Su Wen directly raised his hand to Teacher Zhou, who was wearing a black uniform and tight stockings. Teacher Zhou, I still have a few questions about the silver armor man. I hope you can answer them. You say. Teacher Zhou looked at Su Wen in an easygoing manner, a kind smile on her face. Mr. Zhou, I want to know what these silver armor texts mean. Su Wen directly picked up a pen and wrote down 4 silver armor texts on his book. There are a total of 5 silver armor texts on the wooden dragon stakes. The meaning of one of the silver armor texts, Zhao Qianer told Su Wen, was to become immortal. But the remaining 4 silver armor texts, Su Wen had no clue so far, and Mr. Zhou had not been teaching. So, he could only ask hard. Seeing the 4 silver armor writings written down by Su Wen, Teacher Zhou couldn't help but show his surprise. Student Su Wen, these 4 silver armor writings, where did you see them from? Saw it on the road by chance. Where exactly I saw it has been forgotten. Su Wen made a perfunctory remark and didn't mention the matter of the wood dragon pile and the eastern suburbs village. If I'm not mistaken, these silver armor texts should be the upper rows of silver armor texts. Teacher Zhou analyzed with a stony face. The so-called top line. It means the earliest batch of silver armor texts. The ancestors of silver armor texts. Because according to the history of the silver armor script, as taught by Mr. Zhou, the silver armor script has gone through 2 script developments. From the top line, to the bottom line, and then finally the more common silver armor text in the southern province of Jiangnan. Then does Teacher Joe know the meaning of these 4 upwardly mobile silver armor texts? Hearing Teacher Joe tell the origin of the words on the wooden dragon pile, Suwon did not look surprised. I know the meaning of 3 of these 4 upwardly mobile silver armor texts, but there's one that I don't recognize either. Looking at the eager to learn Suwon, Mr. Joe let out a bitter smile. After all, the translation of the upstream silver armor text is still being carried out in research to this day. I would also like to ask Teacher Joe to inform me of the meaning of the remaining 3 silver armor texts. Learning that Teacher Joe recognized the writing on the 3 wooden dragon stakes, Suwon's gaze was delighted, because when he asked the question before, he didn't really have much hope, but I didn't expect. These 3 upper lines of silver armor text mean adult, yin and yang, and upside down. Teacher Joe unreservedly told Suwon the meaning of the 3 silver armor texts. Adult, yin and yang, inverted? Suwon repeated Teacher Joe's words and mumbled one more sentence about becoming an immortal, followed by his entire body falling into deep thought. Soon after, no more students asked questions and Mr. Joe left the Tianli training course. When Mr. Chow leaves, students from other classes were planning to go home from school, but just then, Chang Woyang, however, got up and clapped his hands, and smiled. Fellow students, please also stay. Chang Xiao, what's wrong? Could it be that Chang Xiao has an arrangement tonight? Chang Xiao, you said. Seeing Chang Woyang walk to the podium, a woman from the Tianli training course immediately cast hot and adoring eyes. After all, the benefits Gu Man had gotten from Chang Woyang still made these women's hearts flutter. It's not a big deal to make arrangements. It's just that I'm planning to stop coming to the Tianli training course in the future. And before I leave, I'd like to treat everyone to a meal and get together. Chang Woyang said courteously. Everyone is free to show their faces, right? Chang Xiao is not coming? What's this for? Chang Xiao, you've only been learning silver armor script for 2 days. Why aren't you coming? Knowing that Chang Woyang would not be coming back to the Tianli training course in the future, many of the women behind Gu Man were anxious. Because they haven't climbed up Chang Woyang yet. There's no reason. It's simply that I feel that the silver armor script isn't suitable for me, so don't want to learn it. Chang Woyang replied perfunctorily. In fact, he came to learn the silver armor text solely to pursue an actress, because that actress's family is studying silver armor text. But unfortunately, just this morning, that actress left the country to leave Jiangnan province to shoot a movie, and won't be back for half a year. So much for the case. Chang Woyang still learns a hairy silver armor text. He didn't have the heart or the energy to wait for a woman for 6 months. For a rich second generation like Chang Woyang, there are countless beautiful women in Jiangnan. If one is gone, he will find another one. Since young Chang won't be learning the silver armor text in the future, then tonight, we won't get drunk. A woman with short pink hair dropped in and said, right, don't get drunk. Chang Xiao invited us to a party. We'll definitely all go to enjoy the party. How can we not go? Another flirtatious woman in a busty halter next to her hurriedly chimed in. Zhao Qianer, you shouldn't have to tutor Su Wen in the silver armor text tonight, right? Seeing Chang Woyang handing himself a look, Gu Man immediately understood. She hurriedly walked to Zhao Qianer with her slender jade legs in front of the question. I'm not tutoring today. Zhao Qianer subconsciously shook her head. Since that's the case, Chang Xiao has invited us to a party. You should be there too, right? Gu Man asked again. Well, I'll be there. Zhao Qianer thought to herself that she had refused Chang Woyang once before, so it wasn't good for her to refuse again. Alright then, since everyone is going, tonight at 9 o'clock, Hanfei International Hotel in Jinling City, we won't see each other. Seeing Gu Man go to invite Zhao Qianer, Chang Woyang immediately revealed a satisfied expression. What? The Hanfei International Hotel? I'll go. Chang Xiao, you're too generous. A class reunion. You arrange this expensive place? I've heard that the per capita consumption of Hanfei International Hotel is not low. It's a full 3,000 a person. When they learned that the crowd was going to go to the Hanfei International Hotel for a party, these Tianli training course women became even more excited. Because that place, it was truly a venue for the upper class circle of Jinling. 9 o'clock at night, Suwon arrived at the Hanfei International Hotel. Originally, Suwon was not interested in the class reunion organized by Chang Woyang, but he was worried that Chang Woyang would be unfavorable to Zhao Qianer, so he came anyway. After all, Zhao Qianer had helped him at the Tianli training course, and Suwon didn't want this quiet young girl to fall into the tiger's mouth. Mr. Su, just after arriving at Hanfei International Hotel with his front foot, Suwon met the person in charge of Hanfei International Hotel, Lu Yuanqing. Face to face, Lu Yuanqing was wearing a white tang suit, and behind her stood a sexy and tall red-skirted beauty. The beautiful woman was young, in her early 20s, but at the moment, this tall beauty, however, was tightly holding onto Lu Yuanqing's arm, with a charming attitude of a little bird relying on her. So it's Mr. Ru. Long time no see. Seeing Lu Yuanqing, Su Wen faintly greeted him. Mr. Su came to our Hanfei International Hotel is it? Lu Yuanqing's gaze inexplicably tightened. I thought to myself, Mr. Su isn't here to collect a debt, is he? You know, it wasn't that long ago. He had gone to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce to manage Su Wen's loan of $200 million. But nowadays, it should still be a few days short of the agreed repayment time. I'm here for the reunion. Su Wen didn't hide it either. Class reunion? Which box? Lu Yuanqing asked again. Spring juice box. As soon as Su Wen's words fell, Lu Yuanqing made a phone call. Xiao Chen, wait and send 2 bottles of Royal Salute Classic wine to the Chunju box. In the international market, the Royal Salute collection wines are all non-sellers. It will only be short-lived in overseas auction houses. And it's unbelievably expensive. A bottle to start is $3 million. Mr. Lu, you don't have to be so polite. I don't drink. Hearing that Lu Yuanqing wanted to give himself a drink, Su Wen hastily refused. If Mr. Su doesn't drink, your classmates always drink. Mr. Su should not be so outgoing. Besides, it's my Lu Yuanqing's good fortune to be able to deliver wine to Mr. Su. In the future, when we have the opportunity, let's cooperate more. Lu Yuanqing said seriously. In response, Su Wen only said that there was no need to pay back the interest, and he turned to leave. After Su Wen left, the tall red-skirted beauty behind Lu Yuanqing asked curiously, Mr. Lu, who was that young man just now? Why are you so polite to him? You said Mr. Su. Hey, Mr. Su was a big shot in our Jinling city. You know about the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, right? Lu Yuanqing smiled as he wrapped his arm around the red-skirted beauty's waist. Well, the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce I know. The red-skirted beauty nodded. Mr. Su is the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, backed by the Nanlingzhu family. Not to mention in the tiny Jinling city, even in Jiangnan province. Mr. Su is a big shot with only one hand. Lu Yuanqing stood in awe. This? He's the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? So young? The red-skirted woman in Lu Yuanqing's arms looked at Su Wen's back with adoration. If you own, how great would it be to be the woman of such a great man? In the spring chrysanthemum box of the Hanfei International Hotel. Crunch! Su Wen pushed his way in. Su Wen is here. After Zhao Qianer saw Su Wen, she immediately gave a flamboyant smile. Aha! Su Wen nodded to Zhao Qianer, and he was about to find a seat, but a cold woman next to him with a ponytail and a wraparound skirt disliked it. Su Wen, this seat is already taken. Why don't you sit somewhere else? This cold woman was called Zhao Xiyun, and she was the schoolgirl of the Jinling City Dance School. Not only is she pretty, but she has a great body. She came to the Tianli training course for the same purpose as Gu Man. Both wanted to meet rich people. And Su Wen? Zhao Xiyun knows Su Wen is a country bumpkin. That's why she didn't want to sit with Su Wen. Good. Looking at the high and cold as ice Zhao Xiyun, Su Wen didn't take it seriously. He changed his position, but the woman next to him was equally sharp and mean. Su Wen, I don't want to sit with you. You have too much poor and sour smell on you. How can I still be in the mood to eat if I sit with you? Pust. As soon as the girl from this training course spoke, Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun and the others covered their mouths and laughed. Su Wen, why don't you simply go home? Today's class reunion was supposed to be a farewell to Cheng Woyang. One more or one less of you doesn't make a difference. Gu Man said conspiratorially, or you can sit alone in the corner. Gu Man, you've gone too far, haven't you? Why don't you go sit in the corner yourself and have to let Su Wen go? Zhao Qianer couldn't stand to watch. After she asked the girl beside her to change her seat, she got up and waved at Su Wen. Su Wen, come over and sit next to me. Good. Su Wen had just sat down, and stepping, another young man wearing a Givenchy suit and a Rolex watch came from the Chunju box. It was Chang Weiyang. Chang Xiao is here. Chang Xiao, come and sit down. Chang Xiao, why don't you sit next to me? I'll give you some food. A girl from the Tianli training course posed and invited, all wanting to sit with Chang Weiyang. It was very different from the indifference that the party had treated Su Wen with. Nah, there are too many wolves. In the end, Chang Weiyang chose to sit beside Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun. Have you guys ordered yet? After taking his seat, Chang Weiyang asked Gu Man, who was wearing a short denim skirt beside him. Gu Man was already tall. She was wearing a short skirt, which showed off a pair of luscious and delicate legs to the fullest. Even Chang Weiyang couldn't help but look twice more. I haven't ordered anything yet. Waiting for you, Chang Xiao, to order. Gu Man said daintily. Okay, one for each of us on the dirt package then, Chang Weiyang said boldly. After a pause, he glanced at Su Wen again. then said with a bad smile, Su-won, don't eat the rustic set meal. Let's order a commoner set meal for you. You're a country bumpkin. Eating a commoner set meal is about right. No need. I've already eaten. You guys just eat. Su-won shook his head. Before coming to Hanfei International Hotel, he had already had dinner with his wife Lu evening phone. If he wasn't worried that Cheng Woyan would plot against Zhao Qian'er, Su-won wouldn't have come to today's reunion at all. Eaten? Cheng Woyan first froze, followed by his seemingly smiling. Also right, Hanfei International Hotel's meals. The general public are not accustomed to eating. After all, the countryside is not accustomed to eating fine chaff. Cheng Woyan's words just fell. A welcoming woman in an OL uniform and black stockings then walked over to the Chuanju box with 2 bottles of wine. Cheng Xiao, this is the red wine that our manager Yang sent for you. Cheng Woyang is a Black Diamond member of Hanfei International Hotel. Every time he came to spend money, Hanfei International Hotel would send him 2 bottles of 82-year-old Lafite. Well, I know. Say thank you to manager Yang for me. Cheng Woyang had long been accustomed to the act of giving away alcohol. But next to Gu Man and Zhao Xian, after seeing those 2 bottles of 82-year-old Lafite red wine, they couldn't help but exclaim, is this the red wine aristocrat? 82-year-old Lafite? My god, this is the first time I've seen such an expensive red wine. Looking at the shocked Gu Man's 2 daughters, Cheng Woyang only smiled and said, this red wine is indeed Lafite, but the taste is average. I don't like to drink it. Why don't I give it to you guys to drink? Is this really okay? Gu Man's gaze was delighted. Zhao Xiyun similarly revealed a look of excitement. Although she was the university's school beauty, but where could the rich kids in the school be compared to Cheng Woyang? That's why she's never had an 82 Lafite either. What's wrong with that? Everyone just drinks. Cheng Woyang said as he picked up 2 bottles of Lafite and placed them in front of Zhao Xiyun and Gu Man. The 2 women get their drinks. They didn't rush to share it with the others. Instead they took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. After taking dozens of pictures, the 2 women reluctantly opened the red wine and shared it with the others. But when it came to pouring wine for Su-won and Zhao Qian'er, instead, both women stopped moving at the same time. Su-won, Zhao Qian'er, you 2 are from the countryside. I don't think you know how to taste red wine. Why don't I go downstairs and buy you a Coke? 100,000 red wine for you to drink. Isn't that a pure waste? Gu Man said in a condescending manner. That's right, if you guys want to drink, I'll go buy you Jiangnan's own red wine. 82-year-old Lafite for you? It's really far away. Zhao Xiyun likewise agreed. This red wine is just like your life. What kind of life? What kind of red wine to drink? You are not successful people. What kind of Lafite do you drink? No need. Su-won and I don't drink. You guys just drink. Looking at the acerbic Gu Man's 2 daughters, Zhao Qian'er snorted coldly. You're all successful people. We're not worthy of the line, right? Ugh. I'm just telling the truth twice. Why are you in a hurry? Looking at the indifferent Zhao Qian'er, Gu Man was about to open her mouth. But that's when, crunch, the door of the spring jukebox was opened again. Immediately after, a man in a suit walked in with 2 bottles of red wine. May I ask, which one is Su-won? Mr. Su, the man in the suit's tone was unusually respectful and humble. I am. Su-won calmly said. Mr. Su, this is the wine our boss sent you. Please enjoy. The man in the suit walked to Su-won, and he carefully placed the 2 bottles of Royal Salute Classic wine in front of Su-won, fearing that he would break the wine. After all, these 2 bottles of wine, it adds up to a value of over $6 million, and it's still available for a price. You can't even buy it if you don't have enough status. After waiting for the man in the suit who delivered the drinks, Gu Man, who had been counting down Su-won and Zhao Qian'er a second ago, was frozen, because she doesn't understand. Why would someone from the Hanfei International Hotel give Su-won, a country bumpkin, a drink? Su-won, could it be that you're also a Black Diamond member of Hanfei International Hotel? Staring at Su-won, Gu Man spoke incredulously, because she's only heard of it. Only Black Diamond members of Hayes International Hotel are entitled to the wine delivery service. Other members? No qualifications at all. What does it matter to you if I'm a Black Diamond member? Su-won indifferently glanced at Gu Man. Previously, his impression of Gu Man was okay, but then after this woman suddenly flipped out, Su-won was somewhat disgusted with this woman, because in Gu Man, Su-won saw Lu Xianyi's shadow. Seeing Su-won, a country bumpkin who dared to talk to himself like this, Gu Man was about to get angry, but Cheng Woyang said lightly, Gu Man, you think too highly of Su-won. He's a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a Black Diamond member of Hanfei International Hotel? But just now that man gave Su-won a drink. Gu Man queried. Maybe it was Su-won himself who paid someone to bring him the booze? Cheng Woyang said intriguingly. After all, Hanfei International Hotel had a rule that when giving wine to Black Diamond members, it had to be 82-year-old Lafite. As for the wine he, Suvin, received, what the hell is that? I've never even seen it before. Afraid it's not a fake bar from a roadside stand? Upon hearing this, the girls present at the Tianli training course then gazed at the 2 bottles of foreign wine in front of Su Wen. I don't recognize the wine either, Zhao Xiyun said coldly. Can't you just look it up on your cell phone? Gu Man took out her cell phone, and as a result, she searched for half a day, but she couldn't find this one wine in front of Su Wen. I found it. The wine seems to be Royal Salute. Suddenly, a female student exclaimed incredulously, especially the price tag of that Royal Salute. It even startled her. $3 million? Royal Salute Classic? But, Su Wen, you don't have to send a Royal Salute when you're looking for someone to send yourself a drink to pretend to be a better person. Do you? Come on. Today is my group's class reunion. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for pretending to be so big? Even the Royal Salute is out. You're a real cow. After Chang Woyan learned that the 2 bottles of wine in front of Su Wen were Royal Salute, he almost didn't laugh out loud. Old brother Su, rural people shouldn't be so hypocritical. Don't say it's you. Even if the Liu family's Liu old lady came to Hanfei International Hotel, there's no way that someone could give her a Royal Salute. Understand? Su Wen, I didn't expect you, a countryman, to be so vain. Other people give Chang Xiao an 82-year-old Lafite. You are unbalanced in your heart, so you have to find someone to give you a fake Royal Salute, right? But have you ever thought about what Chang Xiao's status is? And what is your status? Are you qualified to compare yourself to him? At this moment, Gu Man's gaze towards Su Wen became even more disgusted. Past, she only thought Su Wen was a bumbling, poor, talentless country bumpkin. But nowadays, instead, she realizes that Su Wen is simply an unrealistic bottom-headed man. How dare you get someone to bring you a drink to pretend to be a man? So hypocritical. Gu Man, who told you that my Royal Salute is fake? Glancing at Gu Man, Su Wen said intriguingly, do you really think that I, Su Wen, am a small person in your eyes? Also, you have a good point. What qualifications does he, Chang Woyang, have to compare with me? Come on, hillbilly, you're not pretending here. Gu Man scornfully said to Su Wen. And also, how do I know that this Royal Salute of yours is fake? Just kidding. The real Royal Salute is $3 million a bottle. And the Hanfei International Hotel has eaten like crazy to send you such an expensive wine? Who do you think you are? The president of the Liu Yu Chamber of Commerce? Or the martial arts master of Jinling? Told you. You're nothing. You're a clown. At the end of her words, Gu Man directly lazily ignored Su Wen. She instead nonchalantly said, also, Su Wen, we won't drink your fake wine. If you want to drink it, you drink it yourself with Zhao Qianer. Yeah, none of us are going to drink it. Zhao Xiyun and the other women from the Tianli training course also said non-committally, if you guys don't drink and pull back, Su Wen and I will drink by ourselves. Zhao Qianer hummed as she directly poured herself a glass of Royal Salute Classic wine. But, Zhao Qianer, drink slower. No one will grab fake wine with you. Seeing Zhao Qianer drink the Royal Salute Classic wine in one go, Gu Man once again mocked. Gu Man, who told you this is fake wine? Anyway, I think this wine tastes pretty good. Maybe it's real wine? Glaring at Gu Man, Zhao Qianer said in a serious manner. She wasn't bragging about that. Rather, the bottle of Royal Salute Classic in front of me tastes really good. Oh, and real wine. Do you believe that yourself? After giving a conspiratorial laugh, Gu Man didn't bother to say anything else. Instead, she changed her words and said, forget it, if you think this wine is good, then you can drink it slowly. She knows, one can't wake up a man pretending to be asleep, Su Wen or Zhao Qianer, obviously being a hick, but having to pretend to be hypocritical at Hanfei International Hotel was ridiculous. Even if she spoke one more word with this kind of country bumpkin, Gu Man felt ashamed. Yes, Zhao Qianer, that Royal Salute is good, so drink slowly, but, when you drink fake wine and go to the hospital, don't come to us to borrow money to cure your illness. Zhao Xiyun narrowed her eyes as she said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, the other girls in the Tianli training course couldn't help but burst into laughter. You guys, looking at these snarky female classmates, Zhao Qianer was so angry that she said to Su Wen, let's ignore these dog-eyed guys. Come on, I'll drink with you. Zhao Qianer, who originally said she didn't drink, poured herself and Su Wen another glass of Royal Salute Classic wine. And just then, bang, bang, bang. Instead, there was a knock on the door outside the Chuanju box. Come in. Chang Woyan spoke gently. Crunch. The door to the box opened and a young waiter in a gray suit walked in. What is it? Chang Woyan asked this waiter. Chang Xiao. It's like this. Someone has taken a fancy to the spring chrysanthemum box that you booked. Can I trouble you? To move a seat. Looking at the handsome Chang Woyang, the suited waiter's tone carried a pleasing color. Let me move my position? Hearing this, Chang Woyang couldn't help but laugh. Gu Man, who was leaning tightly in Chang Woyang's arms, was even more condescending. Come on, have you got it wrong? You're asking Mr. Chang to move? Do you know who Mr. Chang is? Have you heard of the Wan Chang department store group? Do you think we, Chang Shao, are those hillbillies from the mountains, can be bullied and humiliated by anyone? Hurry up and get lost. Don't cause trouble here. Or one call from Chang Shao and you won't have to come to Hanfei International Hotel tomorrow. Raising her eyebrows and staring at the young suited waitress, Gu Man opened her mouth coldly. But, that man claimed to be Yang Wubiao's nephew. He also said that if the people in the Chuanju box don't move their positions, he will throw everyone in the box out to feed the fish. The suited waiter who came to deliver the message screamed. Yang Wubiao's nephew? Hearing the three words Yang Wubiao, Gu Man, who was still high and mighty, directly froze. Not only her, Zhao Xiyun and the other Tianli training course women also subconsciously shivered. Who is Yang Wubiao? They will not recognize. That is the past of Jinling City's underground leading snake, the real hand of the big man. And not so long ago, Yang Wubiao also served as a junior brother to the son of Chen Si Envoy, and is a man with connections in the Jiangnan province. Such bigots. Not to mention that they ordinary people can't afford to be offended. Even the 7 great mansions of Jinling City are afraid that they wouldn't dare to easily offend Yang Wubiao. Chang Shao, why don't we just switch seats? After a moment of timidity in her heart, Gu Man pressed her shapely body tightly against Chang Woyang, and she churlishly said, I don't want to be fed to the fish. Yes, Chang Shao, in Jinling City, other people's face can be disregarded, but Yang Wubiao's face, we still have to give it. Zhao Xiyun nodded in agreement. Just when everyone thought that Chang Woyang would move his position in a compromising manner, which was once thought, Chang Woyang, however, suddenly laughed. He, Yang Wubiao's nephew? You let him try feeding me to the fish, and ask me to move the box? Make room for him? What kind of shit? Does he deserve it? This. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Chang Woyang, the suited waiter who came to pass the word was confused on the spot. You, go tell that guy who calls himself Yang Wubiao's nephew that he, Master Chang, won't vacate his position for a turtle grandson. Do you hear me? Glancing at the trembling waiter, Chang Woyang looked at his legs. He had an overbearing posture. Yes, I'm just going to say that. After the suited waiter responded respectfully, he left without looking back. Wait for the waiter to leave. Gu Man and the others in Chuanju's box, on the other hand, panicked. Chang Shao, you really don't give face to Yang Wubiao's nephew? Isn't it just a matter of moving to a different spot for dinner? I think it's okay, right? Yes, Chang Shao, as the saying goes, take a step back and the sky is the limit. There's really no need for us to bring relations to a standstill with Yang Wubiao's nephew. One of the girls from the Tianli training course was a bit terrified in their hearts at the moment. The main reason was that they had heard too much about Yang Wubiao's ruthless deeds since they were young. There are shadows in their hearts. Gu Man, Zhao Xiyun, you don't have to be afraid. To tell you the truth, I've never heard of it since I grew up in Jiangnan. Biao has a nephew. Looking at these pale female students, Chang Woyang intriguingly said, I guess it's which turtle grandson is here to learn Su Wen to pretend. Ha, Mr. Chang? You mean that the guy who asked us to move the box is not Yang Wubiao's nephew? Gu Man froze. Of course not. My dad and brother Piao have known each other for decades. As far as I know, brother Biao is an orphan and doesn't have any relatives. Chang Woyang said with a certainty in his tone. This, looking at the confident Chang Woyang, Gu Man only rolled her eyes and said, I'm really convinced. These days, how come there are all kinds of strange people? Some people run to Hanfei International Hotel to pretend to be someone else and ask people to send them fake wine. I didn't realize that there was someone posing as Yang Wubiao's nephew to get Cheng Xiao to move the box. Yes, it's outrageous. The point is that all of these oddballs, but also all of them let us all meet. Do you think it's a coincidence? At the same time Zhao Xiyun opened her mouth. She glanced at Su Wen again, and then shifted in a conspiratorial manner. But just as the crowd was talking about the person posing as Yang Wubiao's nephew, Su Wen coldly said to Chang Woyang, for the sake of all of us being classmates for a while, I advise you, it's better for you to honestly move your position and change the box for dinner, lest later, you be thrown into the river and fed to the fish by Yang Wubiao's nephew. Chang Woyang didn't know that Yang Wubiao had a nephew, but Su Wen knew, because not long ago, Yang Wubiao had personally told him about this. It is said to be the child of Yang Wubiao's distant cousin's family, who came over to Jiangnan to join Yang Wubiao. Su Wen, what do you mean? You speak for outsiders, don't you? Hearing Su Wen say that he wanted Chang Woyang to move his position, Gu Man was the first to be unhappy. Zhao Ziyin also coldly said, "What? Su Wen, you've met your confidant and started to sympathize with each other, haven't you? You're an oddball. Looking for someone to run to Hanfei International Hotel to deliver fake wine to yourself. That guy posing as Yang Wubiao's nephew is also an oddball. Running to Hanfei International Hotel to scare Chang Xiao. You guys are really lying dragons and phoenix chicks. Ha ha ha." Hearing the words crouching dragon phoenix, the female students present at the Tenrikyo training course burst out laughing. Only Zhao Qianer took the initiative to help Su Wen. "Why are you guys laughing? Su Wen is also being kind when he asked you guys to move the box." "Sorry, Zhao Qianer. I don't need Su Wen's kindness." Chang Woyang glanced at Su Wen, followed by his intriguing words, "Country bumpkin, drink your fake wine quietly. Don't look for presents here. Got it?" His words had just fallen. Tap. The door outside Chuanju's box then opened. Next, the suited waiter who had just left then walked in with a yellow-haired teenager of 18 or 19. "Young Wang, this is Mr. Chang Woyang of the Wancheng Department Store Group." Pointing at Chang Woyang, the suited waiter said to the yellow-haired teenager beside him with incomparable respect. He doesn't have Chang Woyang's connections, so it is not known whether Yang Wubiao has a nephew or not. But in his opinion, Yang Wubiao is Jinling City's underground leading snake. General people, is not the courage to dare to pretend to be Yang Wubiao's nephew. Otherwise, that will only end in disaster. You're the one who said I was a tortoise and a grandson, and that I'm not worthy of having you move me, right? Walking up to Chang Woyang, Wang Xiao, who had yellow hair, coldly questioned. "Good, it's your father who said you were a bastard." "What? You're not convinced?" Looking at the dangling yellow-haired teenager, Chang Woyang crossed his legs as he towered over him. "Of course, it's not a no-no if you want your father to move you to the Chuanju box. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean and I can consider letting you eat at the Chuanju box." "You're going to make me kneel?" Looking at the arrogant and domineering Chang Woyang, Prince Jun was directly confused, because before coming to Gangnam province, his uncle kept saying how powerful and handy he was in Jinling City. But the result? Prince Jun came to Hanfei International Hotel for a meal, and after giving out Yang Wubiao's name, he was humiliated and mocked in public? It wasn't at all what he'd expected. "Little brother, Cheng Xia looks up to you before letting you kneel down. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to lick his shoes? Do you know how many people in Jinling City want to lick Cheng Xiao's shoes but don't have the chance? Now that this wealth and fortune has come to you, you must grasp it well." Glancing at the dazed Prince Jun, Gu Man opened her mouth with a smile. Good. You guys have the guts to bully me, insult me, and dare to mock me. I'll call my uncle right now. Let my uncle come to Hanfei International Hotel." Where has Prince Jun ever been so wronged in the past? Especially Gu Man's dog-eyed gaze. It made his heart irritated and angry. "Your uncle? Which one of your uncles?" Zhao Ziyun asked Prince Jun in a conspiratorial manner. "I only have one uncle, and he is Yang Wubiao." Prince Jun said one word at a time. Results. As soon as his words fell, poof, Zhao Ziyun sneered once again. "Little brother, at such a young age, how come you've started playing the clown?" "Right. It just so happens that we have another clown in the spring chrysanthemum box. Why don't I introduce you?" As she spoke, Zhao Ziyun glanced at Su Wen. Then she said intriguingly, "Su Wen, why don't you hurry over and meet your good brother, Wang Fengshui? You're an oddball, and he's an oddball. Together, you're just the right two oddballs to get. Maybe a negative." Put. As soon as Zhao Ziyun's words fell, the group of women in the Chuanju box burst into laughter once again. Even Chang Woyang said intriguingly, "Su Wulong, don't you want to share your fake wine with your good buddy Wang Fengshui?" "Chang Woyang, I think you can think of last words now." Seeing Chang Woyang's playful face, Su Wen then calmly opened his mouth. "What last words? You are babbling again, aren't you?" Chang Woyang frowned and chided. "If you don't say your last words now, when Yang Wubiao comes to Hanfei International Hotel, you're afraid that you won't even have a chance to say your last words." Su Wen said with a faint smile. "You're saying that Yang Wubiao will come to Hanfei International Hotel? What? Su Wen, you don't really think that this kid surnamed Wang is Yang Wubiao's nephew, do you?" Hearing Su Wen's words, Chang Woyang directly kicked Prince Jun. "That's not enough." Chang Woyang got up again and directly picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on Prince Jun's head. At once, with a clang, the bottle split into pieces and Prince Jun was directly hit with a head full of blood. Wang Xiao? Seeing Prince Jun lying on the ground dying and convulsing, the suited attendant next to him was startled, but not before he opened his mouth to say something. "Get lost." Chang Woyang then kicked this yellow-haired teenager out of the Chunju box. "Do it all." Only then did Chang Woyang say to Su Wen with great meaning, "Su Wen, Didn't you say that kid is Yang Wubiao's nephew? As a result, I beat him up. Do you think Yang Wubiao will come after me? I'm telling you, the answer is no. Because Master Pyo wouldn't even bother me for an insignificant oddball. And you should really be glad that you still have the Lu family behind you. Otherwise, if you play the odd man out at the class reunion that Lao Zi organized, then what happened to Wang Fengxiao should be what happened to you. While Chang Woyang was mocking, Zhao Qian'er glared at him disgruntledly. Chang Woyang, if you say so, what gives you the right to smash Su Wen's wine? The wine that Chang Woyang smashed on Prince Jun's head just now. It was the Royal Salute Classic wine that Lu Yuanqing had given to Su Wen. Zhao Qian'er, what are you shouting for? Isn't it just a bottle of fake wine? I'll compensate Su Wen for Mr. Chang, okay? Hearing Zhao Qian'er's words, Gu Manman looked condescendingly at Su Wen. Su Wen, tell me yourself, how much did you spend on those 2 bottles of fake wine? Is it enough for me to compensate you for 10 bottles? I'm afraid you can't afford to pay for it. Su Wen calmly said, I can't afford to pay for it. What a joke. You're a redneck who can't even get a $20 milk tea. And how expensive you can afford to buy wine. You, as Gu Manman was talking, tap, another person came to the Chuanju box. And this man, it's no one else but the underground leading snake of Jinling City, Yang Wubiao. Biao, Master Biao, why are you here? Upon seeing Yang Wubiao, not only Gu Manman froze, even the incomparable Chang Woyan was completely frozen. Uncle, just as Chang Woyang and Gu Manman and the others were horrified by Yang Wubiao's arrival, suddenly, Prince Jun, who was lying on the ground with a head full of blood, choked with tears in his eyes, his voice both trembling and somewhat stifled. Zijuan? Hearing his nephew's voice, Yang Wubiao first froze, but his eyes looked around. But he didn't see Wang Zijuan. Yang Wubiao immediately became anxious. Zijuan, where are you? Where are you? Uncle, I am under your feet and you are stepping on me. Prince Jun said with extreme helplessness. Just now, when he saw Yang Wubiao come to the Chuanju box outside, he kept crawling inside, and he happened to be stepped on by Yang Wubiao. What? Yang Wubiao lowered his head to take a look, and then his body stiffened violently, and his entire body was directly confused. Your own nephew. He was lying on the ground with a bloody head and wailing? This exactly who did it? Come on man. Under his anger, Yang Wubiao let out a roar. Tap tap tap. A cacophony of noise and muffled footsteps echoed through the Hanfei International Hotel. Next, thousands of black-clad punks came to the entire Hanfei International Hotel. What's going on? What happened? Where did all these punks come from? Where's Manager Wei? Quite a number of Jinling tycoons who were eating at Hanfei International Hotel saw the scene and they froze on the spot. One of the people in charge of Hanfei International Hotel even found Yang Wubiao with a smile on his face, his voice trembling and uneasy. Biao, Master Biao, what are you doing? Our Hanfei International Hotel is at least a 5-star hotel in Jinling City. It's not a good influence for you to cause trouble here, right? And Mr. Lu, get out. Not waiting for that person in charge to finish his sentence, Yang Wubiao slapped his ear. Scaring your father with that old thing Lu Yuanqing? I'm going to flatten your Hanfei International Hotel today. Will you see if Lu Yuanqing dares to say anything? Facing the incomparably strong and furious Yang Wubiao, the person in charge of the Hanfei International Hotel didn't dare to speak at once. Yes, in the entire Jinling City, except for Mr. Chiu and other phoenix-like few. Who else dared to offend Yang Wubiao? The leading snake? Lu Yuanqing? He doesn't have the guts. Zijuan, tell uncle who hit you with the wound on your head. At this time, Yang Wubiao looked at Prince Jun with a doting and guilty gaze, his voice carrying a monstrous rage. Don't worry, uncle will definitely bring you justice. Uncle, it was him. He's the one who hit me. Wang Zijun pointed at Chang Woyan with a face that contained hatred and resentment. Wow. One moment. Chang Woyan was directly stunned. Biao. Biao Master I. Chang Woyan opened his mouth. His mouth just wanted to say something. Which had thought? Yang Wubiao but snapped a slap slapped over. At that moment, Chang Woyan knelt on the ground with a mouth full of blood, his body trembling and convulsing. Biao. Biao Master. I was wrong. I do not know that yellow hair is your nephew. I really do not know. As the saying goes, those who do not know are not guilty. Please forgive me. I do not dare. I never dare again. Kneeling on the ground, Chang Woyang apologized to Yang Wubiao in shock and confusion. Pity. Yang Wubiao, however, didn't even look at him, but instead indifferently said, call home yourself to say your last words, and let your mom go to the Golden Mausoleum to prepare your afterlife. A simple sentence, but it made Chang Woyang's heart incomparably desperate and pale. Master Biao, I will kowtow to you. I will give you money. Please don't kill me. Don. Kill me. I don't want to die. I am still small. I don't want to die. Under the extreme thrill, Chang Wuyan's legs became wet, and he was actually directly scared to pee. Smell the acrid odor that permeates the space. Gu Man Man and others in the Chuanju box also panicked, because these Tianli training course girls never thought that Prince Jun is really Yang Wubiao's nephew? Sovan. I can't believe you're right. Don't want to die? Fuck you for not wanting to die. You beat my nephew like this? You still want to live in Jinling City? Who do you think you are? Yang Wubiao pulled up Chang Woyang's hair. He raised his hand and slapped it with 2 slaps. Chang Woyang's face was red and swollen from the beating, but he didn't give up on begging for mercy. Instead he stammered, Master Biao, my father is the chairman of the Wancheng department store group. For the sake of my father's face, will you let me off the hook? At this very moment, Chang Woyang no longer had the arrogance and untouchability of the party. All that was left in his eyes was humble curtness and pleading. The chairman of the Wancheng department store group? Oh, in Jinling, your father is a small department store boss. His face can't save you. As Yang Wubiao spoke, behind him Wang Zijuan pointed at the 2 women, Gu Man Man and Zhao Xiyun, and said, Uncle, just now these 2 women also looked down on me, and they even laughed at me. Young Wang, it's a misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. We didn't mock you. We were just joking with you. Hearing Prince Jun's words, Gu Man Man's delicate body could not stop trembling. Zhao Xiyun was even more frightened. She sat down on the ground and cried at once. Oh, how dare 2 bitchy bitches mock my nephew? Men, cut off their hands, their legs, and sell them to Maine as human swine. With Yang Wubiao's command. At that moment, several black-clothed punks walked towards the 2 Gu Man Man girls with unkind faces. No, don't come over here. I don't want to be a human swine. Thinking of the legend about human swine in Maine, Gu Man Man ran over and hugged Prince Jun's legs. She cried in a low voice, Mr. Wang, I was wrong. Please let me go. Right? I'm willing to be your woman. I have nice legs. I can wear stockings for you. Snap. Yang Wubiao slapped Gu Man Man's face. A bitch. Still want to be my nephew's woman. You're also worthy? I. Gu Man Man collapsed under. She sat down directly on the ground and bawled. Hearing her cry, the other women in the Tenli training course immediately showed sympathetic glances. Zhao Qianer was naturally no exception. She sighed and looked at Yang Wubiao with a complicated expression. Thinking that this underground leading snake of Jinling City was really cruel in his methods, to go so far as to sell Gu Man Man and the others to Maine, it would be better to just kill them. Chick, what's that look in your eye? Seeing Zhao Qianer looking at herself, Yang Wubiao's face chilled. What? Don't like me? No. Zhao Qianer shook her head repeatedly, but Yang Wubiao was non-committal. Come here and take off your clothes yourself. Zhao Qianer froze in place for a moment, but that's when Su Wen, however, coldly stepped forward. Yang Wubiao, aren't you bold? Dare to make my classmate undress? Grass. Su Wen, how do you talk to Master Biao? When Gu Man Man heard Su Wen's voice, she immediately rebuked angrily. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Master Biao on your knees? Slap yourself? She hoped that her coming to things would make Yang Wubiao treat her lightly. The result is the next second. Gu Man Man then stayed frozen in place, only to see that after Yang Wubiao saw Su Wen, he actually fell to the ground with a plop in fear. Uncle, why are you kneeling? Seeing Yang Wubiao's actions, Prince Jun on the side looked puzzled. You shut up. Yang Wubiao glared at Prince Jun, followed by his continuous fear. He said to Su Wen, Master Su, I'm sorry, I didn't know that these people are your classmates. I'll just release the boy from the Wancheng department store group, and my nephew. He has offended you, and it is up to you to kill him, in order to survive. At this moment, Yang Wubiao even gave up his nephew. It was because he knew too well the terrifying Su Wen in front of him. The other party was a rumored martial arts master, a top-notch existence comparable to Jinling Qiufulong. If he angered such a great man, he, Yang Wubiao, had 9 lives that were not enough to die. Why did you let Chang Wuyang go? Looking at the lowly Yang Wubiao, Su Wen but laughed. Chang Wuyang's death or life? What has it got to do with me? The only classmate I'm talking about is this Zhao Qianer. Ha! Hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wubiao thought that the other party was teasing him, so he couldn't help but ask again. Master Su, are you serious? Do you think, in my position, I would lie to you, a little man? Su Wen said with interest. Yes, Master Su, I understand. Yang Wubiao is old and smart. Things have come to this point. He will not fail to understand. This Chang Wuyang must be and Master Su have some faults. Otherwise, how could Master Su see death? This sister, Feng, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were Master Su's classmate. I'll punish myself with a cup. Walking awkwardly to Zhao Qian'er, Yang Wubiao compensated with a smile and toasted the schoolgirl. Seeing Yang Wubiao make a toast, Zhao Qian'er was a bit at a loss for words. Because normally, with her status in Jinling City, it was said that she would never cross paths with Yang Wubiao in her life. As for getting this underground leading snake to make a toast, that's just a dream. But at the moment, images that Zhao Qian'er never dared to imagine in her dreams were now appearing in the real world. Su Wen, save me. We are classmates. You can't see death and save me. Seeing Yang Wubiao toast Zhao Qian'er, Chang Woyang, whose face was red and swollen, couldn't sit still. He quickly lowered his voice to Su Wen. Save you? Looking at the pleading gaze cast by Chang Woyang, Su Wen, however, seemed to smile and said, Chang Woyang, you claimed that I am a crouching dragon in Phoenix, that I am a country bumpkin, and that you smashed the royal salute that someone else sent me. So why should I save you? The corner of Chang Woyang's mouth twitched. He just wanted to say something more, but the result was that Yang Wubiao just slapped him over. Cursed horse, you dare to say that my master Su is a crouching dragon in Phoenix chick? And smashing his wine? I'm willing to pay compensation. I can accompany Su Wen with drinks. Chang Woyang hurriedly handed over a bank card. Su Wen, there's $10 million in here. Please save me? It's not necessary. Su Wen didn't take Chang Woyang's bank card. I don't lack your little money. Su Wen, you don't lack money. Then I can send you women. I know many teenage stars, as long as you. As Chang Woyang was speaking, Su Wen laughed again. Sorry, I'm already married and don't need another woman. Chang Woyang still wanted to say more, but Su Wen did not hesitate to say, okay, Chang Woyang, don't struggle, just for the sake of classmates. I asked you to move the box. You don't move it yourself. Who is to blame? Chang Woyang froze in place with a deathly pale face, his pupils lifeless. And that's when Yang Wubiao suddenly pointed to Chang Woyang and said to a punk behind him, go, throw this Wancheng department store group kid into Xiang Lake to feed the fish. Yes. Several black-clothed punks dragged Chang Woyang out of the Chunju box. No, don't feed me to the fish. Su Wen, save me, woohoo. At this moment, Chang Woyang's heart was extraordinarily irritated and regretful. Why? He didn't listen to Su Wen's words and moved the spring chrysanthemum box to Prince Jun? If, on the other hand, he had not been dog-eyed and taunted Su Wen as the crouching dragon phoenix, maybe, Su Wen was willing to save him too? It's him. He was the one who trampled the only way to live. When Chang Woyang was taken away, in the spring chrysanthemum box, Gu Man and the others, however, were pale and bloodless. At this time, Yang Wubiao curtly said to Su Wen again, Master Su, then I won't disturb your meal. Prince Jun, why don't you hurry up and say goodbye to Master Su? So, Master Su goodbye. Prince Jun timidly opened his mouth. Yang Wubiao came and went in a hurry, but he walked away. However, he did not let anyone take away the two women, Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun. I don't know if it was intentional or if I forgot. Until the crowd of punks left the spring jukebox, the entire box's oppressive atmosphere, which slowly eludes. Su Wen, how do you know Yang Wubiao? Why did he call you Master Su? Gu Man, who had returned to her senses, hesitantly looked at Su Wen, her eyes filled with doubt and bewilderment. Normal. With Su Wen's status as a country bumpkin, it was only right that the other party shouldn't let Yang Wubiao lower his voice. It seems that my matter has nothing to do with you Gu Man, right? Glancing at Gu Man with a cold smile, Su Wen added intriguingly, didn't you just say that you would compensate me for the drinks on behalf of Chang Woyang? Now that Chang Woyang is gone, you pay for it. Gu Man looked at the broken Royal Salute Classic wine on the ground. She couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Su Wen didn't bother with Gu Man. He instead got up and said to Zhao Qian'er, it's getting late. So let's call it a day for today's class reunion. I'll send you back. Su Wen came to Hanfei International Hotel. It's the fear that Chang Woyang will be unfavorable to Zhao Qian'er. Right now, Chang Woyang was dead, so Zhao Qian'er would definitely not be in danger anymore. Good. Zhao Qian'er looked at Su Wen in a complicated way, following her as she followed Su Wen and left the spring jukebox. Mainly today, Zhao Qian'er was also startled by Yang Wubiao and the others barging into Hanfei International Hotel. She had long been out of the mood for another reunion. When Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er left the Chuanju box, leaving behind Gu Man and the others who were looking at each other in disbelief. All gone? The frightened Zhao Shiyun came back to her senses as an afterthought, and she was seen hesitantly and with an unsettled intention saying to Gu Man, do you think we've climbed up to the wrong person? In fact, Su Wen is the real big shot of the Tianli training course? Hearing Zhao Xiyun's words, Gu Man was momentarily speechless until a long time later. when she gritted her teeth and said, "Zhao Siyun, you're overthinking it. Su-wen is just a country bumpkin. There's no mistaking that. Since it's a country bumpkin, why, then, would Hanfei International Hotel send Su-wen $3 million of Royal Salute Classic wine? And why, when the leading snake in Jinling City, Yang Wubiao, met Su-wen, he would lower his voice like that and say Master Su in one breath?" Zhao Siyun asked again. Hearing Zhao Siyun's inquiry, Gu Man didn't know how to retort for a moment. Yeah, if Su-wen is really a hick, then why? Hanfei International Hotel sends him Royal Salute Classic wine? And why is Yang Wubiao so polite to him? But, Gu Man really didn't want to admit that she had looked away. To know that in the beginning, she almost became Su-wen's godsister. And the two of them even agreed to meet at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce together. It was she who gave up the riches that came to her side, to Zhao Qian'er. If Gu Man didn't go to climb high up Chung Woyang, then maybe a leading snake in Jinling like Yang Wubiao would also give himself a toast. Just as Gu Man felt the slightest bit of remorse within her heart, a girl from the Tianli training course next to her suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. Not long ago, the Jinling Lu family and the Nanling Zhu family negotiated a cooperation for an international music school, and Chang Xiao also said that Su-wen married a Lu family woman. So I think that Yang Wubiao was polite to Su-wen precisely because of the Zhu family. Hanfei International Hotel giving Su-wen $3 million worth of Royal Salute Classic wine is likewise giving face to the Zhu family. Nanling Zhu family?" Hearing this super powerful family that shook the Suzhou province, Zhao Siyun and the others' delicate bodies trembled in unison. No wonder Yang Wubiao will shout Su-wen Su Master. Originally, behind this, there is actually a factor of the Nanling Zhu family. Humph, I knew I wouldn't look away. That Su-wen, all over, reveals a poor flavor. Just such a country bumpkin. How could he be the big shot who would let Hanfei International Hotel send the royal salute? Isn't that a pipe dream? After Gu Man heard the girl's words, she felt a slight relief in her heart. She thought, what about missing a heavenly fortune yourself? Feelings are false alarms. The Nanling Zhu family is powerful. That kind of power. Even the Jiangnan province's Qinxi envoy doesn't dare to offend. But if others are more powerful, does it have half a cent to do with him? Su-wen? That guy, he has a way of pretending. Just now in the spring jukebox, I was almost fooled by this clown. Zhao Siyun also grunted in a conspiratorial manner. Obviously not a big shot, but still foxing around. This Su-wen is really hypocritical. That's right, hypocritical man. No wonder Chang Xiao said Lu Xianyi wouldn't marry her. If I were a woman, I wouldn't marry her either. One woman from the Tianli training course chimed in. I don't know what Gu Man and the others think of themselves. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su-wen sent Zhao Qian'er to the University of Ancient Studies. Su-wen, thanks for the ride back. At the entrance of the University of Ancient Cultural Studies, Zhao Qian'er glanced back, a shallow charming and youthful smile hanging on her quiet face. You're welcome, Su-wen said as he turned around and was about to go home. But that's when Zhao Qian'er, however, opened her mouth and called out to Su-wen. Su-wen, wait a moment. What's wrong? Su-wen looked at Zhao Qian'er with a smile. Su-wen, earlier in the Tianli training course, didn't you ask Teacher Zhou about the meaning of a few silver armor writings? Zhao Qian'er whispered. Well, there is such a thing. Su-wen nodded. He asked Teacher Zhou about the meaning of the silver armor man, naturally for the purpose of repairing the wooden dragon stake and suppressing the dragon vein fury in Dongjiao village. It's just a shame. Of the 5 silver armor texts on the wooden dragon stake, Su-wen only knew the meaning of 4 of them. There was 1 silver armor text left, and even Teacher Zhou didn't recognize it. There are also teachers in our school who study the silver armor text, the one that Mr. Zhou doesn't recognize. I can help you ask the teachers in our school. Zhao Qian'er's red face, she suddenly said a little shyly, especially when she thought of the square in Hanfei International Hotel. The scene where Su-wen stood up for her and questioned Yang Wubiao made Zhao Qian'er's heart beat faster. Really? Thank you so much then. Knowing that Zhao Qian'er wanted to help herself, Su-wen hurriedly wrote down the silver armor text that had yet to be deciphered on the white paper and handed it to Zhao Qian'er. I'll contact you when the school teacher tells me what this silver armor text means. Carefully putting away the white paper Su-wen handed her, Zhao Qian'er buried her head and left. After Zhao Qian'er left, Su-wen suddenly received a call from his wife Lu evening phone. Su-wen, it's not good. You quickly come to the Lu family. The Lu family? It seems to be haunted by evil. Haunted evil? Hearing his wife's scared voice on the phone, Su-wen said yes, and he hurriedly rushed to the Lu family villa. Wow! Just arrived at the Lu family villa. A gust of cool wind blew in his face. This is? Just when Su-wen was puzzled, his wife, Lu evening phone, walked over to Su-wen and said, Su-wen, you're here. What is this in the Lu family? hearing the sharp and crazy shouts constantly resounding from the Lu family's villa. Suwon was a bit curious. This crazy cry, like a ghost cry, was oozing its cousin Wentong. After cousin Wentong came back from Shijiao village today, she went crazy. When Lu Wentong was mentioned, Lu Eveningfang's expression was also a bit complicated. Lu Wentong? She went to Shijiao village today? Learning the cause and effect. Instead of sympathizing with the other party, Suwon sneered. This is what happens when you don't listen to advice. Hubby, this is not the time to talk sarcasm. Don't you know feng shui? Then can you save cousin Wentong? Ah, cousin, she looks so pitiful nowadays. Lu Eveningwind tightly bit her thin lips. She looked at Su Wen and said with some reluctance. Although sometimes, Lu Eveningfang also disliked Lu Wentong's condescending, pointing posture. But as a child, Lu Wentong still takes good care of her and often takes her to the playground. Deep in the heart, Lu Eveningfang didn't want his cousin to go crazy like that. Let's take a look at Lu Wentong's condition first. As for whether it can be saved, I can't guarantee it either. Suvan calmed his wife. After all, he knew the horror of the 9 deadly candlejack, so he didn't dare to promise that he would definitely be able to save Lu Wentong. Okay, then you and I will come. Lu Eveningwind brought Su Wen to a room on the 2nd floor of the Lu family villa. In this room at the moment, the walls were plastered with yellow paper everywhere. On the yellow paper, the words "Get rid of evil" were also written in sheep's blood. Beyond that, on the bed of the room, Lu Wentong, who was wearing a tight gray uniform, was being held down by several Lu family members with their hands, unable to move. Let me go. You mortals, let me go quickly. I'm going to eat you all. Lu Wentong, who was physically unable to move, growled at the Lu family one after another, her gaze crimson and covered in blood, all the while showing white clean teeth, just like a mad dog that has lost its mind. Oh, Wentong, my daughter, how did you become like this? Oh, corner of the room. Sitting in a wheelchair, Lu Qinshin saw the ghostly Lu Wentong. She also wiped her tears one by one. The whole person seems to have aged a dozen or so years in an instant. Her hair is a little white. Third aunt, don't cry yet. I brought Su Wen here. My husband knows feng shui. Maybe he can cure cousin Wentong. Walking up to the tearful Lu Qinshin, Lu Eveningfang said softly. Suvan? Hearing Lu Eveningwind's voice, Lu Qinshin's gaze switched to Su Wen. Su Wen, can you really cure Wentong? Oh, I only have one daughter, Wentong. No matter what, Su Wen, you have to cure her. Count on third aunt to beg you. At this moment, Lu Qinshin no longer had the pride and arrogance of the past. On the contrary, her attitude was even a bit low, because as long as she could cure Lu Wentong, she would be willing to let Lu Qinshin do anything. Third aunt, I do not guarantee that I will cure cousin Wentong. I can only try as much as I can. As soon as Su Wen's words fell, Lu Xianyi beside him said in a conspiratorial manner. Su Wen, you're trying to play God again, aren't you? Whether or not I'm playing God, you know in your heart that if Lu Wentong didn't go to Shijiao village today, then she wouldn't have become like this. Su Wen calmly said. Of course, if you still don't believe me, you can make another trip to the western suburbs village tomorrow. However, whether or not you will be able to return to the Lu family alive, I won't be able to guarantee it. Thinking about her experience in Shijiao village today, Lu Xianyi glared at Su Wen dead in the face, but she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because what Su Wen said was true. Today in Shijiao village, Lu Xianyi was almost smashed to death by a digger, and if she were to let Lu Xianyi go to Shijiao village again, she wouldn't have that courage no matter what. Cure Lu Wentong if you can. After putting down a harsh word, Lu Xianyi simply ignored Su Wen. Seeing that the other Lu family members were also looking at him, Su Wen didn't go to exorcise Lu Wentong. Instead, he started to tear down the yellow paper on the walls of the room. Su Wen, what are you doing? Seeing Su Wen's action, Lu Xianyi was instantly dissatisfied. Those yellow papers were all begged by grandma from Mr. Chiu to quell the evil spirits. Who told you to tear them up? Do you know how precious these yellow papers to suppress evil are? These yellow papers don't have the effect of suppressing evil at all. They're all useless garbage. Sticking them here, not only will they not be able to suppress the bane in Lu Wentong's body, but they'll cause the bane to mutate instead. Su Wen said nonchalantly. What a bunch of nonsense. How could the evil-quelling yellow paper from Mr. Chiu's residence be useless? Don't forget, Mr. Chiu is a martial arts master. Do you know feng shui or not? If you don't, get the hell out of here. Lu Xianyi's face contained hatred in gritted teeth. Xianyi, be quiet for a moment. At this time, old Mrs. Lu, who hadn't said anything, spoke up, and she was seen calmly saying, go along with Su Wen. As long as he can cure Lu Wentong, what's the harm in tearing a few pieces of yellow paper? But grandma, this guy is just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly know feng shui? Why don't we wait until Zhou Xiling comes back? He's already gone to Jiangnan province to hire Master Bitterless. Lu Xianyi held her tongue. Humph. Who knows when Zhou Xiling will be able to invite Master Bitterless? 1 day? Or 10 days? Can't it be that we have to wait here all the time? Or, you want to watch your cousin go crazy all the time? Old Mrs. Lu asked back coldly. Lu Xianyi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she wasn't sure when Zhou Xiling would be able to invite the Bitterless master of Jiangnan province. The other party was, after all, a famous feng shui gentleman in Jiangnan. So perhaps, by the time Zhou Xiling brought Master Bitterless to the Jinling Lu family, it would already be half a month later? In time, it's a toss-up as to whether Lu Wentong is still alive. Humph. I'd like to see how he's going to cure cousin Wentong after this country bumpkin tears up the yellow paper that suppresses evil. After a cold laugh, Lu Xianyi clasped her hands on her chest as she glared at Su Wen with cold eyes. Barely. As a sheet of yellow paper was removed by Su Wen, the temperature of the Lu family villa plummeted to below zero. It's so cold. A Lu family member couldn't stop shivering. Lu Evening Wind walked to Su Wen's side. She softly said, "Hubby, do you need me to help you tear down these yellow papers together?" "No need." Su Wen shook his head. "Although these yellow papers don't have the effect of suppressing evil, women are still less likely to touch them." "Okay." Looking at Su Wen's serious eyes, Lu Evening Wind gave up on helping Su Wen tear the yellow paper together. The minutes ticked by. 10 minutes later, Su Wen tore the yellow paper off the entire room. And just for a moment, Lu Wentong's entire body suddenly looked like she had been stimulated by something as she directly bit into the Lu family man next to her. "Wentong, let go of me. Let go of me. It hurts." With his arm bitten, that Lu family member's mouth only twitched in pain. "Su Wen, why don't you hurry up and subdue cousin Wentong? Don't you know how to exorcise evil spirits? Now that you've also torn the yellow paper, do you want to sit back and do nothing?" Seeing Lu Wentong starting to go crazy again, Lu Xianyi angrily rebuked Su Wen. Upon hearing this, Su Wen calmly stepped forward. He raised his hand. Then with a forceful click, he fiercely struck Lu Wentong's brow. Next, Lu Wentong directly fainted. "Su Wen, you're sick, aren't you? I asked you to exorcise the evil spirits. When did I ask you to beat up cousin Wentong?" Seeing Lu Wentong being knocked out by Su Wen, Lu Xianyi was so angry that she cursed. "I think you're just deliberately taking revenge on Lu Wentong." "Su Wen, what do you mean? Is an exorcism in your eyes a beating?" Even Lu Qinxin was irritated by Su Wen's actions. She had thought that Su Wen really knew feng shui, and that's why she put her hope of curing her daughter on Su Wen. But she didn't expect. Su Wen is simply a hillbilly pretending to be a god. Tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the Lu family room. Immediately after, Zhou Xiling walked in with a white-haired old man wearing a yellow Taoist robe. This white-haired old man, holding a duster, looked immortal and a highborn do-gooder. "Mom, Xian Yi, I've invited the Bitterless master from Jiangnan province." Quickly walking to Lu Qinxin's side, Zhou Xiling glanced at the unconscious Lu Wentong as he hurriedly said to the white-haired old man behind him, "Master Bitterless, please save my wife." Although nowadays, Zhou Xiling and Lu Wentong are not officially married, but the two had already gotten a marriage license. Looking at the dying Lu Wentong, her eyebrows and lips blackened, the white-haired old man named Master Bitterless frowned slightly. Such a bizarre phenomenon of medieval. He, for the first time, had encountered it. After a short silence, Master Bitterless looked at Zhou Xiling, then inquired, "I wonder what places Miss Lu went to before she became ill. Also, has she, recently, encountered anything strange?" "My wife hasn't been experiencing anything strange lately. She just went to the western suburbs of the village today." Zhou Xiling didn't dare to hide it. He answered one by one. "West suburban village?" Master Bitterness repeated. He took out a golden yellow paper from his sleeve and pasted it above Lu Wentong's brow, then mouthed a silent extinguish. Wow! In the next instant, the originally unconscious Lu Wentong lay on the bed and started her body twitching continuously. Seeing the situation, Su Wen walked over and said coldly, "I advise you to better stop. The evil that Lu Wentong has been hit by, you can't exorcise it. If you forcefully exorcise the evil, you will only risk your life." Hearing Su Wen's words, the Bitterless master holding the golden yellow paper frowned slightly, his deep gaze sizing up Su Wen for a couple of moments before he asked without changing his face, "You're also a feng shui master?" "Master Bitterless, don't pay any attention to this clown. He's not a feng shui master at all, but a country bumpkin from the mountains. Just now, he swore that he would exorcise my cousin's evil spirits, and even tore up the evil-quelling yellow paper that my grandmother had begged from Mr. Xiu's residence. But what happened? He turned his head and knocked my cousin out. He's simply sick. Lu Xianyi came over and complained. What? Su Wen, you dare to hit my wife? When Zhou Xiling heard this, he burst into a rage. No wonder. Lu Wenong was so quiet just now and didn't ghostly cry. So it turned out that she was beaten unconscious by Su Wen. Su Wen, you wait for me. Pointing at Su Wen, Zhou Xiling threatened fiercely. Hit my woman. I'll make you pay. I hit Lu Wenong for her own good. Looking at the exasperated-looking Zhou Xiling, Su Wen only said intriguingly, I'll fuck you for her own good. If you're capable, you can come out and fight one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to beat up my woman? Believe it or not, I'll beat up Lu Evening Feng too. Zhou Xiling shouted grumpily. If you touch one hair on Lu Evening Feng's head, I'll take your life. Su Wen looked at Zhou Xiling with cold eyes. Come on, am I scared? Zhou Xiling was talking, but Mrs. Lu interrupted them with a deep voice. What's all the noise? Get the hell out of here. Can't you see that Master Bitterness is still exorcising the evil spirits? At those words, Zhou Xiling instantly said nothing. Even Lu Evening Phone walked over to Su Wen and whispered, Hubby, stop talking. Let Master Bitterless exorcise Cousin Wentong. He can't exorcise Lu Wentong's evil. Su Wen only shook his head. Young man, are you questioning me? When Master Bitterless heard Su Wen's words, his face grew cold. The evil that Miss Lu has been hit by. I already have a clue. It should be a type of earthly demon. This kind of evil. In the past in Jiangnan, I have exorcised it no less than 100 times. Just give me 10 minutes. I can make Miss Lu cured. Who told you that Lu Wentong was hit by the earthly fury? Su Wen said nonchalantly. The evil that Lu Wentong has been hit by is called the 9 Deadly Candle Dragon Robbery. This kind of evil is not something that a small feng shui master like you can set right. 9 Deadly Candle Jacks? Hearing these 5 words, Master Bitterless was first stunned, followed by his cold laughter. What a bunch of nonsense. What 9 Deadly Candle Dragon Robbery? I've been in the feng shui world in Jiangnan for decades, but I've never heard of this kind of evil. No wonder Miss Lu Xianyi said that you don't know how to exorcise evils at all. Now it seems that you really are a clown who clams up. Su Wen, just shut up. What is Master Bitterless' status? Do you need to teach him how to exorcise evil spirits? Let me tell you, there is no evil that Master Bitterless can't exorcise in the whole of Jiangnan. He studied at the Qintian Temple. Do you know what the Qintian Temple is? You country bumpkin? It's the official training center for feng shui masters for the royal family of Kyushu. A clown like you who has read a few miscellaneous books on feng shui can't possibly understand the gold content of a student of the Qintian supervisor for the rest of his life. Lu Xianyi saw Su Wen still pointing out the bitter nothing big thing. She suddenly sneered in a snarky manner. That's right, Su Wen. Master Bitterless has said that it will only take 10 minutes to cure my daughter, so you better be quiet. If you disturb Master Bitterless from exorcising my daughter, I'll make you suffer. Lu Wentong's mother also glared hard at Su Wen. As the saying goes, people get names, trees get shadows. In Gangnam, Master Bitterless is already considered a great master of feng shui. Even the 4 major families in Jiangnan often invited Master Bitterless to calm their houses. Lu Qingqing naturally believed in Master Bitterless and did not believe in Su Wen. Since you don't believe me, forget it. Seeing that the Lu family were complimenting Master Bitterless, Su Wen didn't bother to say anything else. He instead stood aside with cold eyes. Master Bitterness, that jumper Su Wen has shut up, so you can continue to exorcise my wife. Seeing Su Wen standing beside Lu Evening Phone and no longer saying anything, Zhou Xiling curtly said to Master Bitterness, Good. Master Bitterless nodded as he once again took out 9 withered yellow candles from his sleeves. On each of the candles, there was a red string hanging, and on the red string, a copper coin was attached. Master Bitterless lit the 9 candles while placing them around Lu Wentong's body. A scene of the 9 stars of the violet vessel was presented. Next, buzz. The coldness that had enveloped the Lu family villa disappeared, and in its place, a ray of warmth filled the hearts of Lu Xianyi and the others as the candle flame was lit. So warm. Look guys, the black dark spot on Lu Wentong's brow is dissipating. It looks like the evil qi in Lu Wentong's body is about to be dispelled. Worthy of being Master Bitterless, these feng shui techniques are truly out of this world. Much better than Su Wen. Su Wen? Oh, what the hell does he know about feng shui as a country bumpkin? Comparing him to Master Bitterless? Is he qualified? Just as the Lukes were talking, pust, Lu Wentong, whose body was trembling, suddenly spat out a puddle of black blood, while her eyes opened at once, revealing a pair of dull, godless, ice-cold eyes. Ah! Lu Wentong opened her mouth, and a creepy and miserable wailing sound came out of her mouth. I'm going to eat you all. Eat you all. Humph. Demons and devils. Exterminate them for me. With his hands constantly forming seals, Master Bitterless lit the golden yellow paper in his hand with a candle, and in the next second, he picked up a peachwood sword behind him. ready to stab Lu Wentong's brow to get rid of the evil completely. Seeing the situation, Su Wen finally softened his heart a bit and said, Master Bitterless, stop this sword stabbing over. You will not live long. Although Su Wen and Master Bitterless had no relatives, the life and death of the other party had even less to do with Su Wen. But, just now, Lu Evening Wind and Su Wen said something about Master Bitterless, which made Su Wen admire the other party somewhat. Bitterly young and famous. But the other party has been helping people exorcise evil spirits in Jiangnan province without compensation. The poor, the rich, and even more so, they were treated equally. This also gave Master Bitterless the nickname of Exorcism Bodhisattva in Jiangnan province. For such a kind-hearted person who relieved the world's people, Su Wen naturally didn't want to watch the other party go to the abyss. Su Wen, I told you to shut up. Can't you understand human language? Can't you see that cousin Wen Tong is going to be cured by Master Bitterness? Or are you eye-catchingly jealous that others are more capable than you? Lu Xianyi coldly scraped Su Wen. Zhou Xiling similarly cursed angrily. Su Wen, you don't know how to exorcise evil yourself, yet you still won't let Master Bitterless exorcise my wife. What do you mean? Sincerely having a hard time with me, right? Master Bitterless even ignored Su Wen, and after he said jumping clown, he directly stabbed the peachwood sword in his hand at Lu Wentong's brow. Alas! Seeing that Master Bitterless had stabbed the peachwood sword in his hand at Lu Wentong, Su Wen sighed regretfully, but he also understood. It's useless to talk about it. It's just a pity for a kind-hearted feng shui master. It was clear that it was not yet time to perish, but he had to bury his life in the Lu family for nothing. Mom? Xian Meter's sister, why are you all here? What's wrong with me? With me? As the Bitterless master's sword fell after, the black markings on Lu Wentong's brow completely disappeared. At the same time, Lu Wentong, who had been ghostly crying a second ago, had now regained her sanity. At this moment, her eyes were no longer dark and lifeless, but instead filled with a puzzled and uncomprehending gaze. Ooh, daughter, you finally remembered mommy? That's great. That's wonderful. You were possessed by the evil side, and it was Master Bitterless who saved you. After Lu Qingxin saw Lu Wentong regain her sanity, she burst into tears of joy. Medieval? When Lu Wentong heard this, she looked a bit bewildered. Why did I get hit by evil? Could it be the western suburb village? Thinking indistinctly of her experience in the western suburbs village today, Lu Wentong couldn't help but shiver. Even now, all of her experiences in Shijiao village had given Lu Wentong chills. Just as Lu Wentong's heart palpitated, she saw Lu Qingxin looking gratefully at Master Bitterless. Master Bitterless, thank you for saving my daughter from her suffering and exorcising her evil. If it wasn't for Master Bitterless, I'm afraid, this child Wentong, no need to thank you. It's only human for a feng shui master of my generation to exorcise people. Bittersweet shook his head with a slight smile. Master Bitterless is truly a man of God, saying that he cured Lu Wentong in 10 minutes. Now exactly 10 minutes have passed. No wonder Master Bitterless was able to go to the Qintian supervisor to study this feng shui attainment. It is indeed formidable, worthy of being a titan of the feng shui session in Jiangnan. When the other Lu family members saw Lu Wentong turn around and wake up, they also breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved. After all, if Lu Wentong never woke up, when word gets out that the Jinling Lu family is haunted by evil, I am afraid that the Lu family's reputation in Jinling City will be bad. It would be troublesome if the Nanlingzhu family learned of this and cancelled their cooperation with the Lu family's international music school. Wentong, is there any other discomfort in your body? If you're hurting anywhere, just hurry up and say so that Master Bitterless can check you out. Seeing his wife wake up, Zhou Xiling was also relieved. He hurriedly walked forward with a smile on his face and reached out to caress Lu Wentong's cheek. Old husband, I'm not unwell. I feel quite well. After seeing Zhou Xiling, Lu Wentong shrank fearfully in the other's arms as she murmured in a low voice, let's not go to Shijiao village in the future. Okay, not going, not ever again. Zhou Xiling nodded in agreement. In fact, he did not want to go to the ghost place in the western suburb village again in his heart. Too scary. Su Wen, see, now that Master Bitterless has not only cured cousin Wentong, but Master Bitterless himself is alive and well. What else do you have to say now? Looking at Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling who were embracing each other, Lu Xianyi held her chest out and raised her head as she looked at Su Wen in a conspiratorial manner. Still saying that Master Bitterless can't cure cousin Wentong? Do you really think that Master Bitterless is as incompetent as you are? Others are students of the Qintian supervisor. What are you, a hick who farms the land? Can you be compared to Master Bitterless? Su Wen, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Master Bitterless? As soon as Lu Xianyi's words fell, the other Lu family members began to berate Su Wen. After all, the Lu family didn't want to cross swords with the feng shui champion of Jiangnan province because of Su Wen. Su Wen, When you say something wrong, you always have to give an explanation. You apologize to Master Bitterless. Even old Mrs. Lu said in a commanding tone. Master Bitterless is a high-ranking person, so I think he won't bother with a junior like you. Bitter Master. I'm sorry, my husband didn't mean to question you just now. He just got it wrong. Without waiting for Su Wen to open his mouth, Lu Evening Wind walked with shapely jade legs to Bitterless Master and apologized in a low voice. Mistake? Hearing this, Bitterness snorted coldly as he said to Su Wen in a superior tone. Since you don't know feng shui, don't embarrass yourself in the future, lest you make a joke and have to make your woman come out and bow her head. It's weirdly faceless. Who told you I don't know anything about feng shui? Looking at the Bitterless Grandmaster who had a gesture of pointing, Su Wen only calmly stretched out 3 fingers. Bitterless Grandmaster, after this count, your 9 fateful candlejack is about to strike. If you still have any last words, you can say them now. This number? What? Do you mean that the old man won't live more than 3 days? Seeing Su Wen stretching out 3 fingers, Bittern only coldly said something incomprehensible. 3 days? Master Bitterness, you're overestimating yourself. I mean, 3 seconds. As soon as Su Wen's words fell, Lu Xianyi couldn't stand it anymore. Surname Su, you're not finished, are you? Before, you said that Master Bitterless couldn't cure Cousin Wentong, but now that Master Bitterless has cured Cousin Wentong, you're saying that she won't live for more than 3 seconds? You like being a villain so much? You like to be a benefactor? Master Bitterless has been kind to our Lu family, and you still curse him? It's a good thing I stuck up for myself and didn't marry a man like you in the first place. Or I. As Lu Xianyi was speaking, suddenly, poof, the Bitterless Master who was safe and sound a second before was violently spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. This blood was also filled with a foul and putrid odor, causing the Lu family members present to cover their noses. Master Bitterness? How are you? Are you alright? Seeing Master Bitterness suddenly vomit blood, Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling were also startled. Master Bitterless looked at the two. He was just about to say something, but the next second, Master Bitterless' body then began to distort, while his skin was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, he became a skeleton man with skin and bones. Little brother, save me, I don't want to die. Feeling the great flow of life in his body, Master Bitterless wasn't stupid. At this point in time, how could he not understand that he had become like this, and that it was indeed a backlash from the evil? I'm sorry, Master Bitterness, I can't save you. Looking at the miserable-looking Bitterless Master, Su Wen only shook his head regretfully. That sword, you shouldn't have stabbed it. If you stabbed it, you have to die. There is no way to reverse this fate. A fate that cannot be reversed? Master Bitterless repeated a sentence lost in thought, followed by him wailing in despair. No, it won't be. How can I just die in the Lu family? I have to go to the Qintian supervisor again, and I have to. As he spoke, Master Bitterness's voice became smaller and smaller. A final flutter. His skin and bones body lay on the ground. Before he died, Master Bitterless saw the sympathetic color in Su Wen's eyes, and he regretted extraordinarily inwardly. Why? He didn't listen to this young man's words. Why? He had to step in and exorcise Lu Wentong's evil spirits? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. In helplessness and remorse, Master Bitterness ended his life. After Master Bitterless died, the Lu family villa was suddenly plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone froze in place as they looked at each other. They held their breath, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief. I can't believe Su Wen was right. Master Bittern's exorcism of Lu Wentong would put her life in danger? And die in such a bizarre and inexplicable way? Mom, I'm scared. After a child of the Lu family looked at the skin and bones corpse of Master Bitterness, she subconsciously hid behind a middle-aged woman wearing a white cheongsam. Kaoru-chan is good. Not afraid. There's mommy. The middle-aged woman forced a smile to pacify her daughter. In fact, she was very frightened in her heart. But being a mother is a good thing. There was no way she was going to act timid in front of her daughter. Depressing and deadly silent atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Wentong, who had regained her sanity a second before, actually started ghostly wailing again. Even this time, Lu Wentong's wailing was even more hysterical and creepy than before. Beyond that, Lu Wentong didn't just wail, she also kept hitting her head against the walls of the Lu family villa, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Wentong's brow was suffused with traces of blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock, blood slowly dripped down Lu Wentong's cheeks, making Lu Wentong look somewhat hideous and creepy. Daughter? What's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. Oh, don't hit the wall. Don't scare mommy. Seeing Lu Wentong's gaze replaced by a dull gray, Lu Qinxin's eyes instantly reddened. She didn't understand what was going on. Why? Lu Wentong, who was fine before, suddenly went crazy? Why did God torture her daughter like this? Quick, you guys hurry up and hold Lu Wentong down. We can't let her hit the wall. If she keeps hitting it, she'll die. Looking at the crazy Lu Wentong, old Mrs. Lu hurriedly urged a few Lu family members. Words. Zhou Xiling and the others immediately pounced on the mad Lu Wentong and pressed her to death on the bed. Ah, eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. Lu Wentong's body was held down, but she still kept trembling and struggling, while opening her mouth and yelling at Zhou Xiling and the others one after another. Grandma, going on like this isn't a solution. Why don't we tie up cousin Wentong first? Looking at Lu Wentong, whose face was covered in blood, Lu Xianyi couldn't help but propose. Yes, tie up Lu Wentong first. The other Lu family members nodded in agreement. No, you can't kidnap my daughter. Absolutely not. Lu Qinxin hurriedly objected, followed by her gaze towards Su Wen. Her whole body choked as if she had found a life-saving straw. Su Wen, you quickly save my daughter. Master Bitterness is dead, and now only you can save my daughter. Lu Qinxin was not stupid. After seeing Master Bitterless perish, she understood that Su Wen, this country bumpkin from the mountains, really knew the art of feng shui. Otherwise, how could Su Wen say the words that Bitterless Master's life would not be long? Yes, Su Wen, why don't you save cousin Wentong? The other Lu family juniors also hurriedly said to Su Wen. Now you know to let me save it? Didn't you guys not trust me before? Su Wen looked at Lu Qinxin and the others with a cold smile. Those Lu family members were momentarily speechless. Only Lu Qinxin kept confessing and apologizing. Xiao Wen, it was Third Aunt's fault before. Third Aunt shouldn't have suspected you. Count on Third Aunt to beg you. Save my daughter. I only have one daughter. Wentong. I can't lose her. I can't. As she spoke, Lu Qinxin even sobbed uncontrollably. If anything happens to Wentong, then I won't live anymore. Hubby, why don't you save cousin Wentong? Hearing Lu Qinxin's cries, Lu Evening Wind couldn't bear to say. That's just it. I'll try it then. Seeing his wife looking at him blearily, Su Wen came to Lu Wentong. I'm gonna eat you. Seeing Su Wen walking towards her, Lu Wentong immediately opened her mouth and wailed. Eat me? With you? Looking at the open mouth Lu Wentong, Su Wen raised his arm with a cold smile. Then, under the gaze of all the Lu family, with a bang, Su Wen once again knocked Lu Wentong out. Su Wen, you! Seeing his wife beaten unconscious, Zhou Xiling was instantly enraged. You're looking for death, aren't you? I hit Lu Wentong for her own good. I'll fuck you. I think you're doing this on purpose. You don't know anything about feng shui? You're just a flailing clown. Zhou Xiling couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his arm up to hit Su Wen, but Su Wen just raised his leg and kicked it. Boom! Zhou Xiling's body instantly flew backwards, and he ruthlessly crashed into the wall of the Lu family room. Zhou Xiling, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Su Wen? Seeing Zhou Xiling being beaten, Lu Qinxin instead of sympathizing, she snapped angrily. Mom, you want me to apologize to Su Wen? Zhou Xiling was confused, feeling like he's been beaten up and he has to say sorry to Su Wen. Zhou Xiling, apologize. Even old Mrs. Lu said in a deep voice, could it be, you don't want Su Wen to exorcise Lu Wentong? At the moment of Master Bitterness' death, old Mrs. Lu's heart then set off shock waves. In the past, she had wondered why Elder Lu had sent Lu Xianyi's marriage certificate to Shinong Valley, marrying the Lu family's heavenly daughter to a mountain boy. But now, old Mrs. Lu understood somewhat. Other than that, at least in terms of feng shui attainments, Su Wen was above Master Bitterless. Seeing the Lu family in the villa glaring at him, Zhou Xiling knew that if he didn't apologize, he was afraid that he would cause the Lu family's dissatisfaction. After all, to the Lu family, Lu Wentong's safety and security was the top priority. Helpless, Zhou Xiling could only viciously say to Su Wen, Su Wen, I'm sorry for Fong. It was me who was impulsive. I shouldn't have lashed out at you. Is that the attitude you have when you apologize? Su Wen looked at Zhou Xiling intriguingly. I've said I'm sorry. What else do you want? Zhou Xiling gritted his teeth and said, do I have to kneel down for you? It's not impossible if you want to kneel. Su Wen smiled playfully. You. Zhou Xiling was about to storm into a rage, but Lu Xuanyi glared at Su Wen. Surname Su. I'm warning you to stop getting an inch in the Lu family. Zhou Xiling has apologized. Why don't you hurry up and exorcise cousin Wentong? That won't do. If Zhou Xiling doesn't kneel down today, this evil, I won't exorcise it. Su Wen directly found a chair and sat down. He did not slow down and said, Surname Su. You. Zhou Xiling was so angry that his face turned white. Lu Xuanyi similarly stomped her foot with hatred. Su Wen, let's forgive others where we can. In Jinling, You are just a mountain boy. While Zhou Xiling is the group president of a multi-million company, if you offend Zhou Xiling, do you think that you will still be able to gain a foothold in Jinling City in the future? Whether or not I can gain a foothold in Jinling City is not for you, Lu Xianyi, to worry about. Seeing Lu Xuanyi's threatening gaze, Su Wen only calmly shrugged his shoulders. My position is very clear. If Zhou Xiling doesn't kneel down today, then your Lu family will hire another person to exorcise Lu Wentong. Please just please. Grass. Surname Su, do you think the entire Jiangnan is you alone no feng shui exorcism? It's not like I don't have friends in Chinatown. You can get the hell out of the Lu family now. Lu Wentong doesn't need a jumped-up clown like you to save you. Just as Zhou Xiling was cursing at Su Wen. Snap. Lu Qinxin, however, slapped her hard across the face. Zhou Xiling, kneel down. Apologize to Su Wen. Mom, are you crazy? You're beating me up for a hick like Su Wen? Don't forget, I'm your son-in-law? Feeling the pain coming from his face, Zhou Xiling was once again confused. At the same time, he was incomparably stifled in his heart. He was beaten by Su Wen himself, and he not only wanted to apologize, but also wanted to kneel down? Zhou Xiling, I don't care if you're my son-in-law or not. I'm telling you, if you don't kneel down for Su Wen, then you're out of the Lu family. Lu Qinxin didn't give Zhou Xiling the slightest bit of face, because for her, there was no one more important than the safety of his own daughter. As long as she could save Lu Wentong's life, Lu Qinxin could even change her son-in-law. Looking at the strong and cold Lu Qinxin, Zhou Xiling opened his mouth, but in the end, he still swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Instead, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Su Wen. Su Wen, I shouldn't have struck you out in front of you. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again, but please save Wentong. Mouths speak of softening, but Zhou Xiling's heart was extraordinarily eerie and cold. He swore, in the future in Jinling, Su Wen would definitely be made to pay for today's arrogance. Alright, Zhou Xiling, get up. In the future, be a bit more eye-catching in the Lu family. After all, I'm not someone you can offend. Looking at Zhou Xiling who knelt down to apologize, Su Wen smiled meaningfully. Su Wen, now that Zhou Xiling has knelt and said sorry, you can exorcise cousin Wentong, right? Coldly glaring at Su Wen, Lu Xianyi grunted in an unsympathetic manner. The moment. Instead of feeling that Su Wen Weifeng had an outlook, she also somewhat sympathized with the other party, because it's in the Golden Mile. Su Wen is just a little country bumpkin. The other party has offended the well-connected Zhou Xiling? It will definitely end badly. No problem. I'll exorcise Lu Wentong now. After Su Wen finished speaking, he directly got up and turned off the lights in the room. Wow. As darkness descended, an eerie chill also instantly enveloped the Lu family members present. It's so cold. Some Lu family members couldn't help but shiver. In response, Su Wen simply extinguished the candle that Master Bitterless had lit earlier, and then, he picked up a piece of white paper from the Lu family room and lit it. Barely. As the flame ignited, the white paper in Su Wen's hand actually floated above Lu Wentong's forehead. Dan Shu mouths the gods, spitting out filth and removing the atmosphere. Tongue God Zhang Luan, Tong Life Nurturing God, Lo Chien Tooth God, but Evil Wei Jin, the Throat God, Tiger Ben, the Air God, draws the gene. Rush to the town. Su Wen recited the evil suppressing technique from the Book of Life and Death silently under his breath. Next, bear. The originally burning white paper actually went out in an instant. Failed? Seeing that the white paper failed to get rid of the 9 deadly candlejack in Lu Wentong's body, Su Wen's face was slightly grave, but he didn't continue to try. Instead, he turned on the lights in the room. Su Wen, has the evil that my daughter was struck by been gotten rid of? Apprehensively looking at Su Wen, Lu Qinxin carefully asked. No. Su Wen didn't hide anything. He truthfully said, the evil that Lu Wentong has been hit by has penetrated deep into her bones. As of now, there is no way for me to get rid of the baneful qi in her body. What did you say? You couldn't save Lu Wentong? Looking at Su Wen's serious appearance, Zhou Xiling, who had just kneeled down, was frozen. It's not that it can't be saved. It can't be saved now. Su Wen corrected. When I suppress the 9 deadly candlejack in Dongjiu village, at that time, the deadly qi in Lu Wentong's body will naturally dissipate with it. I'll fuck you in time. Surname Su, you're playing me, aren't you? Zhou Xiling had trouble keeping his cool. He had thought that if he knelt down and gave in, Su Wen would be able to cure Lu Wentong, but I didn't expect it. This hillbilly couldn't save Lu Wentong? Then his kneeling would be in vain? Su, what? You see, you're just doing this on purpose. You obviously couldn't save Lu Wentong, and you're asking Zhou Xiling to kneel down for you? Lu Xianyi likewise couldn't look away. I told you, I just can't save it right now, Su Wen calmly said. Alright, just shut up. I can kind of see that you don't know feng shui at all. Just now when you said that Master Bitterless would die physically, it was simply your nonsense. I didn't expect that it would really let you blindly touch the dead mouse. As soon as Lu Xuani's words fell, Lu Qingqin lost her voice and cried, "Oh, my daughter, my poor daughter ah." After the death of Master Bitterness, Lu Qingqin then deeply believed that Su Wen could cure Lu Wentong. But the results are, third aunt, don't cry first, didn't my husband say so? He just can't cure cousin Wentong right now. Give Su Wen some more time, and maybe, he'll be able to cure cousin Wentong. Looking at Lu Qingqin, who had a face of sadness and pain, Lu Evening Phone walked over and whispered soothingly, "Give Su Wen time? How many days does he need? 10 days, or half a month? Can my daughter last until then?" Lu Qingqin choked back a sob. "Hubby, how long will it take you to suppress the 9 deadly candlejack in Dongjiao village?" Hearing Lu Qingqin's inquiry, Lu Evening Wind looked at Su Wen with a very bottomless voice. "I don't know." Su Wen shook his head. "The 9 deadly candle dragon robbery is not ordinary. I must first repair the wooden dragon stake, and then..." Without waiting for Su Wen to finish his sentence, Zhou Xiling angrily rebuked. "Su Wen, stop pretending. You don't know anything about exorcism. What 9 deadly candle dragon robbery? What wooden dragon stake? All are made up by you to deceive people. You just made me kneel down and beat up my woman. I'm keeping this account. Let's wait and see." After saying that, Zhou Xiling added to Lu Qingqin, "Mom, don't cry first. Su Wen, this punk can't save Lu Wentong. I'll go to Jiangnan to contact the feng shui master of the Qingtian Supervisory Authority right now. By the way, Lu Xianyi, as I recall, doesn't your friend Chang Woyang have connections in the Kyushu Qingtian Supervisor? Don't you want to let Chang Woyang help us?" At this time, old Mrs. Lu suddenly looked at Lu Xuani. "Yes, Xianyi, help the third aunt." Lu Qingqin also looked at Lu Xuani in succession, because she also knew that Lu Xuani and Chang Woyang had a good relationship. "Third aunt, don't cry first. I'll call Chang Woyang and ask him if he can bring in a feng shui master of the Qingtian Supervisor's entry grade." Looking at Lu Qingqin who kept wiping her tears, Lu Xuani took out her cell phone without saying a word and dialed Chang Woyang's number, but the phone was dialed out for a long time. Lu Xianyi didn't even get a response from Chang Woyang. This Chang Woyang, what's his situation? Usually when I call him, he answers in seconds. Why today? He didn't answer the phone for so long? Lu Xianyi said with some complaints. Maybe Chang Xiao is busy. Zhou Xiling reassured himself. He knew Chang Woyang. The other party was the male son of the Wancheng department store group, and had some cooperation with his own company in the past. No matter how busy Chang Woyang is, he can't just not answer my calls? After Lu Xuani finished speaking, she hung up the phone sullenly, then said with hatred, "When I see Chang Woyang next time, let's see how I'll teach him a lesson." "Then you probably don't have that chance." Suddenly, Su Wen, who was on the side, coldly said, "Su Wen, what do you mean?" Lu Xianyi glared at Su Wen with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean I don't have a chance? After cursing Master Bitterless? You want to curse me, Lu Xianyi, for not having a long time to live, don't you? Are you still a human being? Our Lu family kindly took in a country bumpkin like you, and this is how you repay our Lu family? Lu Xianyi, I didn't say you were dying. Why are you excited?" Looking at the stormy Lu Xianyi, Su Wen only said unhurriedly, "What I mean is that you won't be able to see Chang Woyang in the future." "Can't see? Why is that?" Lu Xianyi was puzzled. "Because he's dead." As soon as Su Wen's words fell, Lu Xianyi sneered. "Su Wen, you're not finished, are you? You talk about this person dying and that person dying all day long. Why don't you go die yourself? Chang Woyang is the son of Wancheng department store group. How could he die in good time? Xianyi, you don't care about this idiot Su Wen. He is purely a cerebral palsy. Before he said that he would exorcise Lu Wentong if I kneeled down and apologized. But what happened? He still can't exorcise the evil?" As Zhou Xiling was speaking, Lu Evening Phone beside Su Wen became annoyed. "Zhou Xiling, my Su Wen is not cerebral palsy. Please watch your words." Lu Evening Phone, it's already this time. Why are you still speaking for Su Wen? He's not cerebral palsy. How dare he say Chang Woyang is dead? Who gave him the courage? As Zhou Xiling spoke, he coldly glared at Su Wen. "Surname Su, you're really a clown who isn't afraid of death. Even if you offend me in Jinling City, you still dare to say that Chang Xiao is dead? Do you believe it or not? Tomorrow Chang Woyang will come looking for you, and make you not suffer 10,000 robberies." Zhou Xiling hadn't finished his sentence when Lu Xuani's phone rang beside him. "It's Chang Woyang. Chang Woyang called me back." After Lu Xianyi glanced at the phone number, she immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head with a scornful demeanor and said to Lu Evening Wind, "Lu Evening Wind, now do you want to speak for Su Wen again?" Lu Evening Wind opened her mouth, but she still coldly said, Lu Xianyi, all people make mistakes. Maybe Suwon heard someone say Cheng Woyang died, can't he make a mistake? Wrong? Lu Xianyi wasn't angry. She only smiled intriguingly. Suwon, I already knew that your comment about Master Bitterless not having a long time to live was nothing more than a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. For a hillbilly like you, how could you possibly know about feng shui? It's a good thing this lady didn't marry you in the first place. Otherwise, if Cheng Woyang knew that you talked bad about him behind his back all day, how would I be able to face him? Looking at Lu Xianyi, Lu Qin Xin urged. Come on, Xianyi, why are you taking care of this country bumpkin Suwon? Hurry up and answer Cheng's call. Ask him if he can help our Lu family hire a feng shui master. Right now, Master Bitterless is dead, so I think only a feng shui master of the Imperial Palace can cure my daughter. Although Lu Qinxin didn't believe in feng shui and ghosts and gods, she had heard people say that feng shui masters, there were grades, and all the feng shui masters who have entered the ranks serve the Qintian supervisor. Okay, I'll take the call. Lu Xianyi didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. But soon, the expression on Lu Xianyi's face changed. Chang, Uncle Chang? Are you serious? Okay, I know. 3 days later, I will definitely attend Cheng Woyang's funeral on time. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xianyi looked at Su Wen with a look of disbelief. Xianyi, what did you say about the funeral? Did someone die in the Cheng family? Zhou Xiling looked at Lu Xuanyi as he asked in confusion. It's Cheng Woyang. Cheng Woyang offended Yang Wu Biao today. He was drowned by Master Biao throwing him to Ziang Hu. Lu Xianyi said in a disoriented manner. First it was Ginger Ziggy. And then there's Cheng Woyang. 2 of the friends she had made in Jinling had died one after another in just a few days. It's unbelievable. What? Cheng Woyang is really dead? Learning this news from Lu Xianyi, Zhou Xiling was shocked and bewildered. Zhou Xiling, do you hear me? My husband is the one who didn't lie. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Su Wen? Lu Evening Wind said to Zhou Xiling in dissatisfaction. I apologize? I apologized for apologizing. When I apologized to Su Wen before, he said he would cure Lu Wentong. But did he? Zhou Xiling said in a conspiratorial manner. Still saying that what can't be cured now can only be cured when the time comes. This kind of bullshit that cheats children. Only you, Lu Evening Feng, believe it. Then what if Su Wen really cured cousin Wentong by then? Lu Evening Wind snorted. Really cured? Is that possible? If he, Su Wen, can really cure Lu Wentong, I'll have my legs removed. After Zhou Xiling sneered, he went to contact Mr. Feng Shui of the Jiangnan Qintian supervisor. In the meantime, old Mrs. Lu also had Lu Wentong tied up and dismissed the rest of the Lu family to leave, fearing that Lu Wentong would infect the other Lu family members with something unclean. Grandma, then we'll go back first. You have an early night. After Lu Evening Wind greeted old Mrs. Lu, she took Su Wen and left. After the two left, old Mrs. Lu's eyes, however, flickered with a few more moments of disappointment. Previously, after the death of Master Bitterness, she originally thought that Su Wen was a feng shui gentleman who was really capable, but she did not expect Su Wen to cure Lu Wentong at all, and she also crowned herself with excuses to delay such behavior. In old Mrs. Lu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a display of claptrap. As for Su Wen's comment that Cheng Woyang is dead, in her opinion, it was more just a fluke for Su Wen to know that Cheng Woyang and Yang Wubiao had a beef. Sure enough, I shouldn't have expected anything less from the old man's vision. That Su Wen, indeed, is just a mediocre bumpkin. Not marrying Xianyi to him does seem wise now. Closing her eyes, old Mrs. Lu muttered to herself. Returned to Villa Luna in the evening. Wow, Su Wen only felt a softness in his arms. When he looked down, he saw that his wife Lu Evening Feng was hugging him tightly. What's wrong, Nightwind? Looking at Lu Evening Feng, whose eyes were brimming with tears, Su Wen hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing, it's just that I'm a little scared when I think about how cousin Wentong looks. Lu Evening Wind whispered. In case I also become like cousin Wentong, then will you abandon me? How is that possible? Su Wen dotingly rubbed his wife's head. No matter what you have become, I, Su Wen, will not abandon you. And if you have been struck by evil, I will try to cure you by all means. Hearing the word cured, Lu Evening Wind only smiled and nodded, not saying anything. Actually, this moment, even Lu Evening Feng's own heart didn't think Su Wen could cure Lu Wentong anymore. But she didn't want to hit Su Wen, so she didn't say anything, because from the very beginning, Lu Evening Wind never thought that she would marry much better. Su Wen is mediocre or ordinary. As long as the two were healthy together, she was content. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Su Wen then received a call from Zhao Qianer. Are you serious? Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Suwon said to his wife, "I'm going out," and he arrived at the University of Ancient Literature Studies in Jinling City. Suwon, here. At the entrance of the University of Ancient Literature and Research, Zhao Qian'er had been waiting for a long time. Today Zhao Qian'er is wearing a light white tight skirt. She already has a good figure. And with the white knee-high socks and yellow shoes, she is full of sexy and mature flavor. Zhao Qian'er, you just said on the phone that the meaning of that silver armor text I gave you has been translated? Suwon walked quickly to Zhao Qian'er. There are a total of 5 silver armor texts on the wooden dragon stakes. Suwon learned the meaning of 4 of the silver armor texts, as long as the last one was translated. Then, he would be able to repair the wooden dragon stake and suppress the 9 deadly candle dragon robbery in the eastern suburb village so that his wife could continue to complete the construction of the International Conservatory of Music. Sure, Lu Wenton can also dip her toe in the water to snap out of her insanity. Yes, I took pictures of the silver armor text you gave me last night and sent them to the teaching and research group of the University of Ancient Literature Studies, and it just so happened that Ms. Zhuang said that she had been working on the upper line of the silver armor text lately, and this morning, Ms. Zhuang even made a special phone call to me, saying that she had translated the meaning of that silver armor text. It also said that she wanted to meet the person who provided the silver armor text. Zhao Qian'er nodded heavily. You said Mr. Chong wanted to see me? Although Suwon was a bit surprised, he didn't refuse. Instead he smiled and said, "Then let's go." Soon, under Zhao Qian'er's leadership, Suwon arrived at a single villa neighborhood in Jinling City. Mr. Zhuang, I brought Suwon. Arriving at the entrance of a villa, Zhao Qian'er knocked on the door. Not much longer. The door to the villa was then opened by a beautiful woman in a long black dress. Are you? Feng Yumu looked at the quiet-looking Zhao Qian'er. Sister Feng, I'm Mr. Zhuang's student, and I'm here today to ask Mr. Zhuang to teach me the silver armor text. Zhao Qian'er recognized this beautiful, high-strung woman as none other than teacher Zhuang's daughter. Feng Yumu, go on in. Then, Feng Yumu said. Suddenly, her afterglow saw Suwon behind Zhao Qian'er. It's you? The moment she saw Suwon, Feng Yumu was obviously a bit surprised. Sister Feng, do you know Suwon? Zhao Qian'er asked curiously. Met once, Feng Yumu only said casually. Then she averted her gaze from Suwon. This time, another middle-aged woman in a cheongsam with curly hair walked in the villa. This middle-aged woman is over 50 years old, yet her skin was well cared for, and with her makeup, she looked as wonderfully sensual as a woman in her early 30s. Mr. Chong. Upon seeing Mr. Zhuang, Zhao Qian'er hurriedly greeted him politely. Qian'er, don't stand at the door. Come in and sit down. As teacher Zhuang said, she then tenderly said to Feng Yumu beside her. Yumu, go and pour 2 cups of tea. Okay, Mom. Wait until Maple Moon Mu leaves. Suwon and Zhao Qian'er followed Mr. Zhuang to a room on the 3rd floor of the villa. In this room, the wall characters of the silver armor script were hung everywhere. It is evident that Mr. Zhuang really enjoys studying the silver armor text. Mr. Zhuang, you said on the phone this morning that you had translated the meaning of the silver armor text that I photographed. I wonder what that means. After Zhao Qian'er came into the room, she looked at Mr. Zhuang with an expectant look on her face. Suwon similarly cast a glance at Mr. Zhuang. Before I answer any more of your questions, could you answer one for me? Ms. Zhuang didn't rush to say the meaning of the silver armor text. She instead spoke with a gentle smile. Mr. Zhuang, please. Zhao Qian'er didn't refuse. I want to know. That silver armor text, where was it found? While Ms. Zhuang opened her mouth, her gaze then kept falling on Suwon, because she knows. It was the young man in front of him who had discovered the ancient upwardly mobile silver armor text. It was at a construction site. Feeling Mr. Zhuang's deep gaze, Suwon opened his mouth with a slight smile. Site? Did you only find that one silver armor text or? Mr. Chong asked again. There are 5 silver armor texts in total. I have translated the meaning of the other 4 silver armor texts. Suwon didn't hide it. Can you show me the other 4 silver armor texts? Teacher Zhuang's tone was suddenly a bit expectant, following her with a smile. The main reason is that this is the first time I've encountered such an ancient silver armor script, and I'm happy to see it. After all, the greatest joy in our lives, as researchers of ancient texts, is to discover the deeper meanings of words. Ms. Zhuang probably also knew that the request she had made was a bit too much, so she explained one more time. Could be. Suwon directly took out the wooden dragon stake and placed it in front of teacher Zhuang. The other 4 silver armor writings, they are right here. Is this? Upon seeing the atmospheric 5 silver armor writings on the wooden dragon stake, teacher Zhuang froze in place. Next to her, Zhao Qian'er was also staring at the wooden dragon stakes out of her mind. until a long time later, Su Wenkai opened his mouth to break the silence in the room. Teacher Zhuang, I've already shown you the silver armor text. Now, can you tell me what this last silver armor text actually means? This last silver armored text means to go with the grain. After Ms. Zhuang took a deep breath, she told Su Wen the answer. Shunyata? Su Wen frowned slightly, because even if he knew the meaning of the 5 silver armor texts, he still couldn't figure out how to repair the wooden dragon pile. It seemed to see Su Wen's bewilderment. Mr. Zhuang continued, these 5 silver armor texts, when linked together, mean Shun Man, reverse immortality, Yin and Yang are only upside down. Shun adulthood, against becoming immortal, Yin and Yang are only upside down? Repeating Mr. Zhuang's words, Su Wen fell into silence for a moment, and next to her, Zhao Qian'er muttered, what adulthood? Becoming immortal? This silver armor text is so profound. Did the ancients spend all day studying how to become immortal? Hearing Zhao Qian'er's words, Mr. Zhuang was dumbfounded and smiled. The immortal in the mouth of the ancients should be different from what we understand as immortal. Prolonging one's life can be called immortal, and overflowing talent can also be called immortal. As in the case of the poetry immortal who writes, when you are on top of the world, you can see the smallness of all the mountains. The music immortal who plays, the song of the mountains and rivers of Jiangnan, the mountains and rivers of Jiangnan. So it is. Zhao Qian'er nodded thoughtfully, but only Su Wen didn't say a word, because he knows, the method of becoming immortal, as recorded in the wooden dragon stake, did exist. Yin and Yang reversed, Shunyata becoming immortal? It seems that if you want to repair the wooden dragon pile, you should need to reverse the Yin and Yang, just as Su Wen was thinking. Ahem. Teacher Zhuang beside him suddenly started coughing. In the next second, blood flowed from Mr. Zhuang's nose. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood fell on the wooden floor, splattering a bit invisible to the naked eye. Mr. Zhuang, are you okay? Seeing that Mr. Zhuang looked a bit haggard, Zhao Qian'er couldn't help but be concerned. I'm fine. Mr. Zhuang forced a smile and said, old habits come back, just take some medicine. As soon as her words fell, Feng Yumu, who was wearing a long dress outside and had a beautiful and sensible appearance, walked in. Mom, I'm ready for the tea. Mom, why do you have a nosebleed again? When she saw that Mr. Zhuang started to have a nosebleed, Feng Yumu hurriedly took out 2 bottles of medicine from the cabinet and handed them over, and urged, take the medicine first. I'll call Dong Changhai here and have him come over to consult you. As she spoke, Feng Yumu was about to call Dong Changhai, one traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jinling City, but that's when Su Wen, however, shook his head and said, Ms. Feng, you don't need to call. Mr. Zhuang is going to die soon. Dong Changhai can't save your mother. What? What did you say? Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Yumu and teacher Zhuang froze at the same time. Next, Feng Yumu then shouted angrily at Su Wen in a burst of anger. Su Wen, are you sick? My mom was kind enough to help you decipher the silver armor script, and you still curse her to death? Is this how the Lu family teaches you to conduct yourself in the world? Looking at the furious Feng Yumu, without waiting for Su Wen to speak, Zhao Qian'er hurriedly apologized. Sister Feng, I'm sorry, Su Wen was just joking with you guys. Don't be angry. A joke? Oh, this joke isn't funny at all. Feng Yumu glared at Su Wen with cold eyes, following her with a direct expulsion order. Surname Su, hurry up and get back to your Lu family. Our Feng family does not welcome you. However, Su Wen did not leave. Instead he looked deeply at Mr. Zhuang for 2 seconds, then said non-committally, the heart veins are misplaced, and the qi and blood attack the 5 viscera. This is a decline. Mourning is heavenly mourning and human mourning. Mr. Zhuang's case is human sorrow. Those who suffer from human sorrow are often accompanied by nighttime dreams and lack of appetite, nosebleeds, constipation, heart attack, inflammation, etc. This disease needs to be suppressed with the 9-sun needle, and in the whole of Kyushu, I am the only one who can treat mourning. After saying that, Su Wen then directly took out 9 gold needles from his sleeve. On account of teacher Zhuang helping me decipher the silver armor script, this disease, I'll cure it. You cure what you cure? Do you have a license to practice medicine? Feng Yumu glared at Su Wen insensitively. I didn't. Su Wen shook his head truthfully. What kind of doctor are you pretending to be here without a license to practice medicine? Get out of here. Feng Yumu pushed Su Wen. She coldly said, if you want to act, you go to the Lu family to act. Less waving in our Feng family. Are you serious about not letting me treat your mother? Looking at the Feng Yumu who refused people, Su Wen said in a deep voice, your mother's situation. It really is not optimistic. If I don't make a move, she can live this number at most, As he spoke, Su Wen extended 3 fingers. 3 years, you say? Maple Moon Moo's brows slightly relaxed. In her mother's condition today, she'd be lucky to live 3 years. But Su Wen's next words caused Fong Yimou's gaze to chill. Wrong. It's 3 days. 3 days? Humph. I think you can only live for 3 days. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get the hell out of the Fong family. Fong Yimou clenched her teeth in anger. Before, she didn't understand why. Su Wen and Lu Xianyi had a marriage contract, but in the end, it was Lu Evening Fong who married Su Wen. But today it seems. I'm afraid Lu Xianyi didn't even look at Su Wen. That's normal. In her place, Fong Yimou, she wouldn't be willing to marry Su Wen, a man who could only talk nonsense. Su Wen, why don't we go first? Seeing that Mr. Zhuang's face had also turned ugly and cold, Zhao Qian'er couldn't help but persuade Su Wen a little. Good. Su Wen did not force, but before he left, he was leaving his phone to Fong Yimou. Miss Fong, this is my phone. Within 3 days, feel free to contact me. Read in Mr. Zhuang to help me decipher the silver armor when sake. I won't see death. Also, you don't need to call Dong Changhai to waste your time, because he can't save Mr. Zhuang at all. After saying 2 words, Su Wen followed Zhao Qian'er and left the Fong family. Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. Dong Changhai is the No. 1 TCM practitioner in Jinling. If he can't save my mother, how can you, a person without a license to practice medicine, save her? Looking at Su Wen's back, Fong Yimou was disdainful in her heart, followed by her chagrin to teacher Zhuang. Mom, you really shouldn't have helped that white-eyed wolf Su Wen to decipher the silver armor text. We helped him and he still cursed you for not living for 3 days. Well, Sukimu, it's my job to decipher the silver armor text, and there's nothing wrong with the text. Teacher Zhuang had just appeased Fong Yimou with a sentence, but as a result, in the next second, she felt dizzy, and the whole person was directly holding onto the wall and pinching her eyebrows, with a pained look on her face. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Seeing her mother nearly fall, Fong Yimou was startled, and she rushed over to help Ms. Zhuang. I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy and a little. As he was talking, Mr. Zhuang directly passed out with his eyes blackened. Mom, seeing teacher Zhuang fainted, Fong Yimou's face was pale and helpless. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Dong Changhai's number. Dong, Dr. Dong, you hurry and come to Feng's house. Something happened to me. My mom. From the Maple House, Zhao Qian'er suddenly looked at Su Wen. Su Wen, you've also studied medicine? Thinking back to earlier at the Fong family, when Su Wen described Mr. Zhuang's condition, Zhao Qian'er's gaze was extraordinarily complicated. Well, studied for a couple years. Su Wen didn't hide it. Then why don't you keep learning? Zhao Qian'er couldn't help but say, if you can get a license to practice medicine, you can work at the Jinling City Hospital. That's a good career path that many people dream of. In response, Su Wen only smiled without saying anything. Instead, he changed his tone and said, Zhao Qian'er, thanks to you, teacher Zhuang helped me decipher the silver armor script, and whatever dreams you have, I can help you realize them. Dreams? Zhao Qian'er was first stunned, followed by her shaking her head back and forth. Su Wen, no need. We are all classmates. What are you being polite with me for? Subconscious. Zhao Qian'er thought Su Wen was being polite. Then I'll buy you a meal? Su Wen blurted out. Not today, because I have an interview at the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce later. Zhao Qian'er rejected Su Wen. You're interviewing for the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce? Hearing Zhao Qian'er's words, Su Wen was slightly stunned. Yeah, I'm about to graduate from the University of Ancient Literature Studies, but we ancient literature majors don't have a good time finding jobs. So I'm just going to change my line of work. Zhao Qian'er smiled and said. After a pause, she then said with great lack of confidence, but I've heard that the interview at the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce is very difficult, and only 1 person in 100 can pass the interview, so I'm just going over there to take my chances. Then I'll accompany you. Su Wen did not move and said. Yeah, Zhao Qian'er agreed without thinking. Originally, she was a little scared to go to the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce interview alone, with Su Wen accompanying her. She wasn't so scared. Half an hour later, Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er arrived at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. So many people. Looking at the tens of thousands of people lining up in front of the entrance of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Qian'er felt a sense of pressure. Competing with so many people, I'm sure I'm out of luck. Su Wen, why don't we just leave? For an instant, Zhao Qian'er felt a sense of retreat within her. How do you know you're out of luck unless you try? However, Su Wen tugged Zhao Qian'er to stay. I think you're very good. You can definitely be inducted into the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Really? Hearing Su Wen's praise, Zhao Qian'er's pretty face couldn't help but blush. But at this moment, a conspiratorial voice rang out from behind Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er. Su Wen, aren't you afraid that the wind will flash your tongue? You're a stinky security guard of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Where did you get the nerve to say that Zhao Qian'er will definitely be able to join the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? You think you're the president of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce? The words fell. He saw the two women, Gu Man and Zhao Siyun, who were wearing OL uniforms, walking side by side. Both women have a great body and temperament, especially Gu Man's pair of long and sexy jade legs, which made many of the surrounding men who came to the interview cast hot gazes. Gu Man? Zhao Siyun? Why are you guys here? Seeing that she was also a student of the Tianli training course, Zhao Qian'er subconsciously asked, Zhao Qian'er, if you can come to the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce for an interview, why can't we come? Zhao Siyun said with a raised eyebrow. Are you guys here for the interview too? Zhao Qian'er was quite surprised. Didn't Gu Man join Wancheng department store group? Can't I jump ship when I'm inducted? Are you stupid? Gu Man sneered back. But as soon as her words fell, Su Wen said expressionlessly, Gu Man, Zhao Siyun, you guys go back. There's no way the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce will let you pass the interview. You don't need to waste any more time here. Su Wen, don't pretend to be a fox here. You're a stinky security guard. What do you care about the interview of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Gu Man laughed shrilly and shamefully. Don't think that if the Lu family behind you negotiated a cooperation with the Zhu family in Nanling, you're a figurehead. I'm telling you, no matter how powerful the Lu family is, it has nothing to do with you as an outsider. Don't forget, your surname is Su, not Lu. That's right, Su Wen. You honestly be your stinking security guard and give me less pussy talk. Since Man and I came to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, we naturally have a way to pass the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce's interview. Zhao Siyun hummed insensitively. What way? Su Wen was instantly interested. Of course it's Man's mail. Zhao Siyun was just talking. Wow. A black Mercedes Maybach sedan then stopped at the entrance of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. The car door opens. A handsome young man in a white suit stepped out of the car. Honey, here. Upon seeing this man in a suit with a Rolex watch and an extraordinary appearance, Gu Man waved her hand in succession. Man, Zhao Siyun, you guys came to the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce so early? Wang Xiuyu walked over to Gu Man, and his arm directly picked up Gu Man's slender waist. Because people want to see you sooner, dear. Gu Man leaned against Wang Xiuyu's arms in a bird-like manner, and she had an imploring and shy look. Gu Man. He is? Zhao Qian'er didn't know Wang Xiuyu, and she asked curiously. Young Wang is Man's new boyfriend. Zhao Siyun beside her introduced, while her tone was still a bit envious and jealous. Gu Man had been slept with by Chang Woyang before, and now she was being slept with by Wang Xiuyu. But and yet I haven't even seen the hair on the legs of a good man. Boyfriend? These words caused Su Wen to freeze. If I remember correctly, Gu Man was still climbing up Chang Woyang yesterday. How come she has a boyfriend today? It's hard not to. Su Wen, what kind of look is that? Noticing Su Wen looking at himself with a smirk, Gu Man immediately said in a chilling voice, I'm not a random woman. For your information, I only met Wang Xiao last night. Speaking of which, Gu Man was still a little bit thankful. If she did not go to the Hanfei International Hotel yesterday, that and other high-end places in Jinling, I am afraid that she has no way to know Wang Xiuyu, such a rich second generation in her life. We met last night and today we're boyfriend and girlfriend? You're quite efficient, aren't you? Su Wen narrowed his eyes and flirted a sentence. What do you care? I fell in love at first sight with Mr. Wang. Can't we develop faster? A country bumpkin. You're so nosy, Gu Man said nonchalantly. And as soon as her words fell, a staff member of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce found Wang Xiuyu. Young Wang, what brings you here? I brought my girlfriend and the girls over for an interview, Wang Xiuyu said without any hesitation. This little thing, why do you still let Mr. Wang personally run a trip? Why don't you just give your uncle a call? That Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce staff said. His gaze then looked at Su Wen and the others. You are all friends of young Wang, right? I'll arrange for your interviews right away. Wait. As soon as that staff member's words fell, Gu Man pointed at Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er in an unsympathetic manner. These two aren't friends of Xiao Wang. You don't need to bring them to the interview. Good. The staff member answered. And he was about to take Gu Man and Zhao Siyun to the interview. Before leaving, Gu Man still didn't forget to condescendingly mock Su Wen. Su Wen, didn't you ask just now if there was any way for me to pass the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce's interview? Now you know, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that my boyfriend, Wang Xiuyu, is the nephew of a senior executive of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, and with one word from him, he can let Zhao Siyun and I pass the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce's interview. Of course, if you get down on your knees and beg me right now, say a few good words, and for the sake of being a classmate, I can still consider letting my boyfriend transfer you, the stinking security guard of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, to an official employee of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Towards the end, Gu Manman's gaze was still somewhat playful. However, Suwon shook his head with a cold smile and said, "No need, Gu Manman. Your boyfriend isn't qualified to transfer my position. As for you guys, you are equally unqualified to join the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Surname Su, why don't you know what's good for you?" Gu Manman saw that you were pitiful and she wanted to help you out. "If you don't hurry up and kneel down to thank you for your kindness, how dare you say that we're not qualified to join the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce?" Zhao Xiyun was infuriated by Su Wen's words, and she stomped her feet one after another with hatred. Next to him, Wang Qiuyu similarly raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Wen. "Kid, do you think the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce is run by your family? If you say that my girlfriend is not qualified to join the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, she is not qualified to join? Young Wang, don't bother with this country bumpkin. He probably doesn't know what kind of opportunities he's missing out on because of his own willfulness." Gu Manman's eyebrows were filled with condescension. She looked at Su Wen with contempt. Her face was unsympathetic. "Su Wen, you don't really think that if Hanfei International Hotel sends you 2 bottles of good wine, and Yang Wubiao calls you Master Su twice, that you're a character? I'll tell you what, that's all an illusion. It's because they're being polite to you for the sake of the Nanlingzhu family. I don't know what you're doing pretending to be a stinking security guard all day. Get down." As soon as Gu Manman's words fell, Zhao Qianer chided unhappily. "Gu Manman, you should stop right there. Yesterday at Hanfei International Hotel, if it wasn't for Su Wen, you would have been captured by Yang Wubiao and sold to Maine. So who are you to look down on Su Wen? What a joke. Yang Wubiao didn't arrest me. Was that because of Su Wen? It's obviously because Yang Wubiao didn't dare to." "Right," Gu Manman arrogantly said. "This is a society with the rule of law. Once Yang Wubiao sells me to Maine, do you think Jiangnan province won't investigate him?" After a pause, Gu Manman continued. "What's more, if he, Su Wen, is really capable, would Lu Xianyi not marry him? Well, man, you don't even have to pay any attention to them 2 hillbillies. It's all a drop in the bucket to talk to such mountain men." Zhao Xiyun persuaded Gu Manman with a cry. "We should go to the interview." "Okay, let's go to the interview." After Gu Manman finished speaking, she didn't even look at Su Wen and directly left with the staff of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. "Su Wen, I'm going to the interview too." After Gu Manman's trio left, Zhao Qianer suddenly said to Su Wen with some nervousness, although Su Wen said that she would definitely be able to pass the interview of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, but Zhao Qianer knew those were nothing more than Su Wen's comforting words. Deep in her heart, Zhao Qianer was not at all sure about this interview. "Well, go ahead. I'll wait for your good news." Su Wen smiled and cheered Zhao Qianer on. After Zhao Qianer left, Su Wen slowly took out his cell phone and made a call. "Manager Chen, come to my office." After saying that, Su Wen walked towards the chairman's room of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. 2:30 p.m. Interview hall at the Foothills Chamber of Commerce. One job seeker was interviewed one after another. Man, look, Zhao Qianer, that country bumpkin is really here." Seeing Zhao Qianer come to the interview hall, Zhao Xiyun mocked in a conspiratorial manner. "I really don't know. This woman from the countryside. Where on earth did she get the confidence to submit a resume to the Fotsa Chamber of Commerce? What does she know about what is called international trade? I guess Zhao Qianer took the Luyu Chamber of Commerce as a temple and ran over to make a wish," Gu Manman said teasingly. 2 hours later, interviews for the Foothills Chamber of Commerce were completed. At the same time, a tall beauty wearing professional clothes and gray stockings walked over with a form. "I'll read off the list of those who passed the interview of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce today. Gu Manman, Zhao Xiyun. Is it gone? Just 2 people passed the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce's interview? This is not 1 in 100. It's 1 in a million. Seeing that the tall beauty in professional clothes in front of them stopped reading out the list, the people present who came for interviews clamored. But soon, their gazes then fell back on the star-studded Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun. "Those 2 women are the lucky ones who passed the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce interview? I'm afraid it's a walk in the park? Shu, keep your voice down. You're not afraid to offend. I really envy them. They can work at the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce in the future." Feeling the attention of thousands of people around him, Gu Manman immediately raised her head proudly, her complexion manifesting smugness and superiority. It seems to be for Gu Manman, she was enjoying this life of being in the spotlight. "Ha, Zhao Qianer, what are you going to do?" Glancing at Zhao Qianer in the corner, who was planning to leave the interview hall, Gu Manman suddenly called out to her with a smile on her face. I also said that we'll have dinner together later to celebrate Zhao Shiyun and I passing the interview for the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. No, you guys eat. Zhao Qian'er refused with a forced smile. What? Zhao Qian'er, you don't have an appetite after failing the interview with the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce? Looking at Zhao Qian'er who looked lost, Zhao Xiyun suddenly joked. This shouldn't be isn't he Su Wen quite bullish? Before, outside of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, Su Wen opened his mouth to say that Gu Manman and I weren't qualified to pass the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce interview, and that you, Zhao Qian'er, would definitely be able to pass the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce interview. How did it get to the end? Gu Manman and I both passed the interview, and you, Zhao Qian'er, were eliminated instead? Put. Hearing Zhao Shiyun's words, Gu Manman immediately covered her mouth and lost her laughter. Zhao Shiyun, Su Wen is just a stinky security guard of the FOU Chamber of Commerce. His words are of no use. In Jinling, not all people are Wang Shao, and not all people's uncles are executives of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. That's true. Su Wen is, well, a clown. Zhao Xiyun laughed. Hearing Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun mock Su Wen, although Zhao Qian'er was upset in her heart, she had no way to refute it. Zhao Qian'er, you don't have to be dejected. Today's failure is rightly regarded as a lesson for you, so that you can understand that a beautiful woman should be with a capable man. You Zhao Qian'er is not ugly, the body is not as good as me, but also make do with your condition. In Jinling climb a rich second generation, not a problem, but you are good. Have to ensue when a country bumpkin walks so close. You want to listen to my words in the beginning. Accompany Cheng Woyang sleep, even if you did not pass the FOU Chamber of Commerce today's interview, but as usual, you can go to work in the Wancheng department store group. What's the result? You had to go and tutor Su Wen in silver armor. What can he, Su Wen, do for you? Play the clown to make you happy? Gu Manman, shut up. You think all women are as vain as you? Can't live without a man? Zhao Qian'er glared fiercely at Gu Manman. I'm happy to tutor Su Wen in silver armor one. I'm not as lowly as you. What did you say? Gu Manman was about to have a fit, but in the next second, she laughed. Okay, Zhao Qian'er, you're happy to tutor Su Wen in the silver armor text, so go ahead and take your time to do so. Anyway, soon, we won't be from the same world. I, who passed the interview of Luyu Chamber of Commerce, will immediately become a rich white woman, and you? I'm afraid that you'll be bummed out and live a mediocre life in Jinling. And it's all your choice, Zhao Qian'er. Your choice of Su Wen and not Cheng Woyang doomed you to not mix with the upper-class circle in Jinling. With that said, Gu Manman continued to enjoy the attention of the others around her. But just then, the high-cool beauty from the workplace who came to read the list suddenly smiled apologetically and said, let me correct myself. The list was read wrongly. Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun are the people who will never be hired by the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. They didn't pass the interview. It was me who looked away. Never hire? Hearing those 4 words, Gu Manman, who had a smug smile on her face a second ago, could no longer laugh. Behind her, Zhao Xiyun even collapsed and sat on the ground. She kept shaking her head in disorientation. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? Why did the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce never hire us? This must be a mistake. Yes, a mistake. Manman's boyfriend is the nephew of an executive of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. We're related. Why wouldn't the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce hire us? While saying that, Zhao Xian looked up and questioned the tall beauty from the workplace wearing gray stockings. Manager AI, are you mistaken? There's no mistake. This list was given to me by President Su. There can't be a mistake. Manager AI said with a certainty in his tone. In an instant, Zhao Xian could no longer say half a word. She just felt like the sky was falling. Obviously, she could have gone to work for the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. But why? Did the heavens play such a joke on her? Manager AI. Since Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun aren't the ones who passed the interviews, the ones who passed the interviews today are. Suddenly at this point, someone at the interview venue couldn't help but inquire. The person who passed the interview today is Zhao Qian'er. Manager AI said. One word at a time. Zhao Qian'er? Is she? She's actually the only one who passed? Upon hearing Zhao Qian'er's name, all of a sudden, tens of thousands of people who had come to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce for interviews focused their eyes on Zhao Qian'er. There was envy and even more jealousy in their eyes. Zhao Qian'er is a country bumpkin. How can she pass the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce's interview? Nope. I'm not convinced. After Gu Manman came back to her senses, she immediately went crazy and shouted. Your Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce's interviews are shady. I'll have my boyfriend come over right now. I'm going to file a complaint against you. As she spoke, Gu Manman directly took out her cell phone and dialed Wang Xiuyu's number. Soon, Wang Xiuyu, who was waiting outside the interview hall, then found Gu Man. Man, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Seeing Gu Man Choo wiping her tears, Wang Xiuyu was very distressed. Oh, honey, you have to do it for me. There's something shady about the interview at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. They don't give you face at all. Gu Man tells Wang Xiuyu about her and Zhao Xiyun's never being hired. And after Wang Xiuyu knew this news, he looked at Manager AI with the same doubt. Manager AI, did the president really give you this list? If you don't believe me, I can call the president over right now. Manager AI grunted. Then you shout. Wang Xiuyu always felt that there was something fishy about this. In response, Manager AI didn't say anything. She took out her cell phone and called Su Wen's number. 5 minutes later, Su Wen came to the interview hall. Su Wen, what are you doing here? Is this place for a stinking security guard like you to come in? Seeing Su Wen appear, Gu Man who was originally in a bad mood was like she had found an outlet for her anger. She immediately cursed with red eyes. You hurry up and get out of here. If it wasn't for the fact that I met you today, how could the Luyu Chamber of Commerce never hire me? That's right, Su Wen. You don't hang around in front of our eyes. You're a broomstick, a plague. Zhao Xiyun, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, similarly coldly glared at Su Wen. But the words of the two men had just fallen. Pop. Snap. Manager AI then walked over and slapped them hard in the face a few times. Unbridled. What are you guys? How dare you tell Chairman Su to get the hell out of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? President Su? Gu Man was visibly stunned. Following that, she laughed. Manager AI, if you don't want us to stay and work at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce, there's no need to find a country bumpkin to lie to us, right? He, Su Wen, is a marginalized little man of the Lu family. Even Lu Xianyi can't look at him. How could he be the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? That's right, Manager AI. We know exactly where Su Wen comes from, so don't lie to us. Zhao Xiyun also didn't believe that Su Wen, a country bumpkin, would be the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. You guys are looking for death. How dare two mole crickets question President Su's identity? Hearing Gu Man's piercing words, Manager AI raised his hand once more. Honey, I'm scared. Gu Man hurriedly hid behind Wang Xiuyu. Zhang Xian AI, don't go too far. Wang Xiuyu stepped forward to look at Manager AI. Wang Xiuyu, I advise you to better get out of the way. If you offend President Su, your uncle won't be able to save you today. Zhang Xian AI coldly said to Wang Xiuyu. Young Wang, that kid isn't the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce at all. Don't let Manager AI scare you. Zhao Xiyun took a bite out of it. Yes, dear, Su Wen is just a hick from the mountains. How can the president of the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce be such a person? Gu Man chimed in. To her death, she wouldn't believe that Su Wen would be a big shot at the very top of the upper-class circle in Jiangnan province. Don't worry, I've called my uncle and he'll be right over. In time, all will be revealed. At this moment, Wang Xiuyu also felt that Zhang Xianai was lying, because he doesn't think the president of the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce would go to the Tenri training course to learn the Kakamani silver armor text. And Wang Xiuyu's words just fell. Tap. Several executives from the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce then arrived at the interview hall. It's Chen Baifu, Mr. Chen, and the 7th grade martial artist of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Lu Lixue, he's my idol. Why are so many big shots from the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce here? Upon seeing the crowd of Chen Baifu, many people in the interview hall stood in awe. After all, with so many bigwigs gathered, this kind of scene is often only seen on TV. As for reality, it's really hard to come across when you don't have enough status. Uncle, you're here. Fang Zhangxianai lied and said that this kid is the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. After looking at his uncle, Wang Xiuyu immediately pointed at Su Wen and complained. And I also suspect that there are shady practices in the interviews of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Oh, when Wang Xiuyu's uncle saw Su Wen, his body could not help but stiffen. Humph. Su Wen, now that Chen Baifu and the others are here, it's time for the truth to come out as to whether you are a dragon or a worm. I'd like to see how Manager AI will help you round up your lies later. Seeing that the executives of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce had gathered, Gu Man immediately looked at Su Wen provocatively. Zhao Xiyun similarly said in a conspiratorial manner. Su Wen, although I don't know, how did you bribe Manager AI? But an ugly duckling will always be an ugly duckling. Your dream of being president. It's time to wake up. The two women were talking. Suddenly, Wang Xiuyu sensed that the atmosphere there was somewhat wrong. He subconsciously looked at Lu Lixue beside him. Uncle, why don't you say anything? You quickly dismantle Zhang Xian AI. Dismantle this hillbilly surnamed Suo? I'll break down your moms then. Lu Lixue snapped a slap on Wang Xiuyu's face. Rubbish thing. Our Luyu Chamber of Commerce's chairman Su is a little person like you who can question his identity? Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, call your mom right now and have her come to the full moon chamber of commerce to collect the corpse. The instant Lu Lishua's words fell, hiss, the entire interview hall was plunged into a deathly silence. This guy is really the president of the full moon chamber of commerce? Hearing his uncle Lu Lishua's words, Wang Xiuyu was directly dumbfounded. You should know that previously, Gu Manman had always sworn that Su Wen was a hillbilly from the mountains. Results: how could a country bumpkin be transformed into a big shot that even a rich kid like him has to look up to? This is too dreamy. Wang Xiuyu, I told you to kneel down and apologize. Do you not understand human language? Seeing Wang Xiuyu frozen in place, frozen in disbelief, Lu Lishue slapped again. Covering his face that was slapped red, Wang Xiuyu no longer hesitated. He kneeled in front of Su Wen with a plop and said with a face of trembling and fear, President Su, I'm really sorry. It's because I have eyes but no pearls. I mistakenly took you as a small person in Jinling. Please don't forget the small person and don't bother with me. A mole cricket. As she spoke, Wang Xiuyu slapped Gu Manman behind her face again. Bitch, you dare to question President Su's identity? You stupid bitch with eyes that don't recognize him. Tai. From now on, we break up. At this moment, Wang Xiuyu's gaze was a bit resentful. If it wasn't because of Gu Manman, how could he have offended Su Wen? Split? Looking at the unsympathetic Wang Xiuyu, Gu Manman cried in an instant. Yesterday Chang Woyang died. If Wang Xiuyu abandoned herself, then wouldn't you have to be an ordinary commoner in Jinling City, just like in the past? Oh, young Wang, I was wrong. Please don't break up with me. Gu Manman held Wang Xiuyu's arm in death. She said with more than tears, didn't you say you like me to wear stockings? Tonight I'll fuck you up. A skanky bitch. How dare you seduce me? Wang Xiuyu kicks Gu Manman to the ground. And just then, several middle-aged men dressed in black arrived at the interview hall of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. That man is Yang Wubiao? I didn't blink, did I? Oh my god? How is it that even an underground leading snake like Yang Wubiao has come to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? Seeing Yang Wubiao walking, many people who came to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce for interviews subconsciously shivered. As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. In the city of Golden, Yang Wubiao's influence was immense. Brother Yang, what brings you here? After Wang Xiuyu's uncle, Lu Lishue, saw Yang Wubiao, he smiled and greeted him. I'm here to find someone. As Yang Wubiao spoke, he walked to the crying Gu Manman. S. Yesterday I left in a hurry and forgot about you two women. Come on people, arrest these two bitches and sell them to Maine as human swine. Pointing at Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun, Yang Wubiao said to his junior behind him in a commanding tone. No, don't sell me to Maine. I don't want to be a human swine. Don't. Looking at the ferocious Yang Wubiao, Gu Manman's legs went soft with fear. Zhao Xiyun was even more directly frightened and cried, Oh, Master Biao, I beg you to let me go. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Spare you? Oh, don't dream about it. In Jinling City, you dared to humiliate my nephew. I didn't kill you directly. You should be burning incense. Yang Wubiao coldly swept his eyes at Zhao Xiyun, followed by him looking curtly at Su Wen. Master Su, it didn't disturb your interview, did it? No. Su Wen shook his head. No is good. Seeing Yang Wubiao's lowly voice in front of Su Wen, Gu Manman instantly choked as if she had found a life-saving straw. Su Wen, I beg you, save me, right? I was wrong before. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have looked down on the townspeople. You help me this time, okay? It's come to this. Gu Manman no longer had any doubts about Su Wen's identity. Yesterday the Hanfei International Hotel delivered wine to Su Wen. Yang Wubiao managed to address Su Wen as Master Su. All this? It had nothing to do with the Lu family at all. It was all because Su Wen had an unattainable position in Jinling City. Yes, Su Wen, save us. We are all classmates. I don't want to go to Maine. I don't want to be a human swine. After Zhao Xiyun heard Gu Manman's words, she also looked at Su Wen in a pleading manner. Save you guys? Oh, Zhao Xiyun, Gu Manman, when you humiliated me downstairs at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce earlier, why didn't you beg me to save you? Su Wen opened his mouth with cold eyes. That's right, Gu Manman. Didn't you say before that Yang Wubiao didn't arrest you yesterday because he was afraid of Jiang Nanfu? Then go beg the Jiangnan mansion. Why are you begging Su Wen? After Zhao Qianer came back to her senses, she also said to Gu Manman with an expressionless face. When Gu Manman hesitated, which had thought, Yang Wubiao directly two slaps slapped over. S. You two bitches humiliated my nephew even if, but also dare to humiliate my master Su? Men, send them to Maine now. With that, Yang Wu Biao gave an order, and several punks immediately stepped forward to drag Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun by their hair towards the outside of the interview hall. No, don't. I'm not going to main. I'm not going to main. Gu Man was beyond desperate. Zhao Xiyun even fainted in fear on the spot. Seeing Zhao Xiyun fainted, Gu Man once again shouted to Su Wen in a hoarse voice. Su Wen, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll sleep with you tonight, okay? Save me. As long as you save me, I'll be your slave. I'll never change my heart for the rest of my life. I'll fuck you. A broken shoe. And you still want to be President Su's slave? I can't even look at you. How do you expect Chairman Su to look at you? Wang Xiuyu slapped Gu Man in the face. Woohoo! Seeing Su Wen refusing to help herself, Gu Man finally broke down. Before leaving the interview venue, Gu Man's afterglow saw Zhao Qian'er, who was in the limelight beside Su Wen, and her heart couldn't help but be filled with suffocation, regret, and chagrin. Ming, she was the one who knew Su Wen first. Clearly, she almost became Su Wen's godsister. Obviously, she could have replaced Zhao Qian'er and passed the interview for the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. But why? She is going to climb high up Chang Woyang? Obviously Su Wen is the big shot in Jinling City. When Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun were taken away, Su Wen smiled again and said to Zhao Qian'er, from now on, you'll be able to work at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce without fear. And if anyone bullies you, just tell me directly. Okay. Seeing Zhang Xian'ai looking at herself with incomparable envy, Zhao Qian'er was still somewhat dreamlike. At first, she just thought that Su Wen's words that he could pass the interview at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce were nothing more than comforting words, but I didn't expect it. Su Wen was actually the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? This feeling, like a close friend, suddenly becomes the richest man in the world, gives a great shock and unreal. And just as Zhao Qian'er was lost in thought, suddenly, Su Wen's phone rang. It was Lu Evening phone calling. Su Wen, it's not good. You have to come home quickly. My mom has gone crazy too. Half an hour later, Su Wen hurriedly rushed to the Moon Season Villa. Su Wen, you're back. Seeing Su Wen walking towards him, Lu Evening Wind, who was wearing a light yellow long dress, directly jumped into his arms and choked. Oh, I'm scared. Nightwind, don't cry yet. Where's Mom? Su Wen helped his wife wipe away her tears as he asked suspiciously. Mom's on the second floor. I don't dare to go up. Lu Evening Feng spoke weakly, and the words just fell from her lips. The madly Gue Fan then ran down from the second floor. She waved the wooden stick in her hand and was about to beat Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng. Mom, it's me. It's Evening Breeze. Oh, Mom, wake up. Seeing Li Guifang's teeth and claws, Lu Evening Feng subconsciously stood up in front of Su Wen. She would rather get hurt herself than have her mother hurt Su Wen. Evening Wind, get out of the way and leave this place to me. Su Wen took his wife behind him as soon as he could. Su Wen, you're not going to hit my mom too, are you? Thinking of the previous scene where Su Wen beat up Lu Wentong, Lu Evening Feng was a bit worried. Don't worry, I won't hurt Mom, Su Wen said as he walked towards Li Guifang while shouting vibrantly under his breath. Danju Koshin, spit out filth and remove the atmosphere. Tongue God Zhang Luan, Tong Life Nurturing God, Lo Chien Tooth God, but Evil Wei Jin, the Throat God, Tiger Ben, the Air God, draws the gene. As Su Wen's words fell, a green light appeared fleetingly in his eyes. Li Guifang was gazed at by these green eyes. Gradually, her body went from cranky to quiet. 3 breaths later, Li Guifang's body went soft. She actually fell asleep directly sitting on the ground. Mom? Seeing Li Guifang collapsed, Lu Evening Feng hurriedly and nervously ran over. Don't worry, Evening Breeze, Mom just fell asleep. Su Wen walked over to pacify. After a pause, he then inquired with some curiosity. Evening Breeze, how did Mom become like this? Mom went to the eastern suburbs of the village today. Lu Evening Wind blamed himself and cried. I stopped work. I forgot to tell Mom. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being careless. If I didn't say to Mom that the eastern suburb of the village had stopped work, she wouldn't have gone to the eastern suburb of the village to look for me. Okay, Nightwind, don't cry yet. It's not your fault. Looking at Lu Evening Feng, who was guilt-ridden and had churlish tears hanging on her tilted face, Su Wen said softly, Mom is just possessed by an evil spirit. Her life is not in danger. When I solve the 9 deadly candle dragon robbery of the eastern suburb village, Mom will naturally be safe and sound. Su Wen, can you really save my mom? Lu Evening Feng said with a very bottomless voice. Why don't we also go and hire the Feng Shui master from the Qin Tian supervisor? There is no need. The Feng Shui master of the Qin Tian supervisor can't solve the 9 deadly candlejack. Su Wen's tone was very certain. That's fine. Seeing that Su Wen had said so, Lu Evening Phone naturally couldn't bring up the Chintian supervisor again. After all, as a human wife, it was only natural for Lu Evening Phone to trust her man. Then Su Wen, roughly how long will it take you to resolve the 9 deadly candlejack in Dongjiao village? After hesitating, Lu Evening Wind inquired in a low voice. I now have some clue about suppressing the 9 deadly candlejack, and in almost 3 days or so, I will be able to solve the hidden dangers of the eastern suburb village, Su Wen said confidently. So is there anything I can do for you? Hearing 3 days, Lu Evening Wind's heart was slightly more at ease. Mostly she didn't want Li Guifeng to stay crazy. I don't need your help. You've been coming around lately, so it's better to stay out of feng shui stuff. Su Wen smiled at his wife and said, your man can fix everything. In the meantime, Jinling City, the Feng family, Dong Changhai found Feng Yumu with a few nurses. Dr. Dong, you're finally here. Upon seeing Dong Changhai, Feng Yumu instantly felt like she had found a life-saving straw, as she choked out a sob. Dr. Dong, you must save my mother. Where is MS Chong? Dong Changhai asked without moving. Upstairs, Feng Yumu said as she brought Dong Changhai and a few nurses to Mr. Zhuang's room. At this moment, MS Zhuang was lying on the bed with a pale face, her eyes closed and her breathing weak and sluggish. Why is MS Chong so sick? Coming to MS Zhuang's side, Dong Changhai frowned slightly as he inquired about Feng Yumu behind him. The medicine I prescribed for MS Zhuang earlier, did she take it on time? Aha! My mom has been taking her medication on time. Feng Yumu nodded heavily. That'll do, Dong Changhai said as he sat beside Mr. Zhuang and began to take his pulse. Dr. Dong, how is my mom? Is she seriously ill? Feng Yumu carefully asked Dong Changhai. It's okay, the illness isn't serious. It's just an old problem. Later I'll prescribe a medicine for MS Zhuang, she'll be able to wake up after she eats it. Dong Changhai swore. That's good. Feng Yumu breathed a sigh of relief, while in her heart, she began to despise Su Wen. He said that the son-in-law of the Lu family is really ridiculous, but also said that his mother's disease can only be cured by him. Dong Changhai cannot be cured at all. And the result? Dr. Dong could obviously cure her mother. Miss Feng Yumu, this is the prescription. At this moment, Dong Changhai had already handed a paper prescription to Feng Yumu. I'll have the underlings go get some medicine. Feng Yumu called out to a subordinate of the Feng family, because the Feng family was in the medicinal herb business. In less than 5 minutes, a Feng family subordinate had boiled up and delivered the captured medicine. Dr. Dong, are these medicines enough? Feng Yumu asked Dong Changhai as he carried the pot of medicine. Enough, Dong Changhai nodded, but after Feng Yumu fed the medicine to her mother, Mr. Zhuang still didn't wake up for a long time. Dr. Dong, what's going on? Didn't you say that my mom would wake up after taking the medicine? Feng Yumu asked Dong Changhai suspiciously. Wait a little longer. Dong Changhai signaled that there was no need to rush Feng Yumu, but it was a 2-hour wait. Teacher Zhuang is still emaciated and unconscious in bed. Feng Yumu cannot help but be a little anxious. Dr. Dong, my mother tell you what, I'll take MS Zhuang's pulse again and see. Dong Changhai sheepishly sat next to Mr. Zhuang and took his pulse, but that's fine without a pulse. A pulse? Dong Changhai was startled, because at this moment, Mr. Zhuang's pulse, it was the dead man's pulse in medical terms. If you suffer from it, you won't live more than 3 days. How is it possible? Dong Changhai mumbled and froze in place. Dr. Dong, how is it? Can you still save my mom? Seeing Dong Changhai keep muttering, Feng Yumu immediately became anxious. Miss Feng Yumu, forgive me for not being able to do anything. Your mother's disease has undergone a mutation. Her current condition is very bad. Normally speaking, should have already lived no more than 3 days. Dong Changhai said rather helplessly. What? Can't live more than 3 days? Maple Moon Mu was shocked in his heart. How could this happen? My mom was fine this morning. Why is she suddenly not? Seeing that Dong Changhai was already packing up his medicine chest and preparing to leave the Feng family, Feng Yumu yanked Dong Changhai and begged. Dr. Dong, you can't just leave. I beg you, please save my mom. I'm sorry, MS Feng Yumu. I really can't do anything about your mother's illness. You'd better prepare for the aftermath as early as possible. After Dong Changhai finished speaking, he left with a few junior nurses. The main point is that a patient with a dead man's vein is, in a way, no longer a patient. Dong Changhai didn't want to practice medicine on someone who was bound to die, thus affecting his reputation as a divine doctor. The bang of the door was heard. The disoriented Feng Yumu finally couldn't hold back her emotions. She directly collapsed and sat on the ground. Oh, Mom, don't leave me, don't. Just when Feng Yumu was despairing and desolate inside, suddenly, She thought of what Su-won had said earlier. Could it be that son-in-law of the Lu family is really a miracle doctor? Although he was unwilling to believe Su-won, Fong Yumou had no choice. She could only beat a dead horse. After all, Su-won had said that he had a way to cure Mr. Zhuang, and Su-won had also said that Dong Changhai couldn't cure his own mother's illness. One thought to this. Fong Yumou took out her cell phone and dialed Su-won's number. Excuse me? In the Moon Festival Villa, Su-won picked up an unfamiliar phone number. Su-won, I'm Fong Yumou. Can you really save my mother? Maple Moon Moo's voice mixed with sobs came over the phone. Good, I can save. Su-won fell to admitting it. So when are you free to come and treat my mom? Fong Yumou asked nervously. Tomorrow. It's already too late today. Su-won was not surprised that Fong Yumou would call him. Good. Then I'll meet you at the Maple House tomorrow. Maple Moon Moo and Su-won agreed on a time. Early the next morning, Su-won then came to the Fong family. Su-won, you're finally here. Outside the Fong family villa, Fong Yumou, who was wearing light blue jeans and a white shirt, had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Su-won, a few complex colors flashed out of her eyes. Su-won, I'm sorry for yesterday. I shouldn't have looked down on you. No harm done. It's true that I'm not qualified to practice medicine, and it makes sense that you would question me. Su-won said. He came to the Fong family villa, but in the Fong family, Su-won didn't see Teacher Zhuang's figure, so he couldn't help but ask, Fong Yumou, where is Teacher Zhuang? The Maples learned yesterday that my mom was sick, so they sent someone to take her to a nursing home. Maple Moon Moo's words just fell. Tap. A sexy and mature, wonderful woman wearing high heels and a black wraparound skirt walked right into the Fong family villa. Sister Yueya? What brings you here? Seeing her cousin Fong Yueya walking towards her, Fong Yuemu took the initiative to greet her. At the same time her expression was a little strained, because at the Maple House, Fong Yueya was a heavenly maiden on par with Lu Xianyi, and Fong Yuemu had been terrified of the other party since she was a child. Fong Yuemu, today Grandpa specially called to invite Divine Dr. Hua from Jiangnan to treat your mother. You hurry to the airport to pick up Divine Dr. Hua. Fong Yueya said to Fong Yuemu in a commanding tone. Dr. Hua. Hearing those three words, Fong Yuemu let out a shocked cry off the top of her head. Could it be Hua Chang'an? Besides Hua Chang'an, is there a second Hua divine doctor in Jiangnan? Fong Yueya asked without answering. This, Fong Yuemu was first stunned, followed by her cheering up. Okay, I'll go to the airport right away to pick up Divine Dr. Hua. The moment, Fong Yuemu's heart, which had been tense since last night, couldn't help but relax slightly, because Hua Chang'an was not an ordinary divine doctor, but the imperial doctor of the Jiangnan province, the whole of Gangnam. To say who had the highest medical skills? Undoubtedly, it was Hua Chang'an. In front of Hua Sung'an, any difficult, incurable diseases? It's all minor and completely worthless. With Hua Chang'an treating his mother, Fong Yuemu was naturally incomparably relieved. Su-won, why Don? You just go back first? Before going to the airport to pick up Hua Chang'an, Fong Yuemu didn't forget to look at Su-won. After all, there was Hua Chang'an. It was thought that there was no need for Su-won to consult her mother. Su-won? Isn't he the country bumpkin who was abandoned by Lu Xianyi? Fong Yuemu, why is this kid in our Fong family? When Fong Yueya saw her sister walking towards Su-won, she then realized as an afterthought that there were still guests in the Fong family. Before, she had thought that Su-won was an underling of the Maple family. Sister Yuya, I called out for Su-won to come because I want Su-won to cure my mother. Fong Yuemu weakly explained. Letting this hick treat Auntie Chong? Hearing Fong Yumu's words, Fong Yuya was first stunned, followed by her hilarious laughter. But, Fong Yuemu, I'd say you're not confused? Does this country bumpkin know anything about medicine? You let him treat Auntie Zhuang? Aren't you afraid that this kid will cure your mom to death? In the face of Fong Yueya's gloomy mockery, Fong Yuemu couldn't say a word of rebuttal for a long time. She could only harden her head and say to Su-won, Su-won, I'm really sorry for letting you make a trip for nothing today. Let's do it this way. There is 50,000 cash in this card. Take it as the cost of your visit to the clinic. Although Fong Yuemu knew that 50,000 was not worth mentioning to a powerful family like the Lu family, she still wanted to chat about her intentions. Fong Yuemu, you'd better take this money back. As I said, I'll be treating Mr. Zhuang purely to repay Mr. Zhuang's kindness for helping me decipher the silver armor text. Otherwise, ask me to cure you in Jiangnan? Adding 5 zeros to the back of this card's balance isn't enough. Adding 5 zeros isn't enough? Isn't that $5 billion? I say, Mr. Su, are you bragging? Fong Yueya glanced at Su-won disdainfully. Even Divine Dr. Hua doesn't need so much money to give a consultation. So what gives you, a country bumpkin, the right to charge indiscriminately, by virtue of you being able to brag? Or by the fact that you can act? By the fact that I can cure anti-Zhuang, and Hua Chang'an can't cure anti-Zhuang. Is that enough? Looking at the aggressive Feng Yue, Su Wen said one word at a time. What? You can cure my anti-Zhuang in DR. Hua can't? Feng Yue stared at Su Wen as if she was looking at an idiot. Surname Su, can you not make me laugh? Don't you have any idea how many kilograms you are? A country bumpkin? If you really have such great medical skills, would Lu Xianyi not marry you? In response, Su Wen didn't bother to explain. He only said to Feng Yumu, Miss Feng Yumu, if you want me to go to Auntie Zhuang's consultation, you decide for yourself. No need. Suvin. Feng Yumu forced a smile and said, my grandfather has invited divine Dr. Hua, so we can't. Our Feng family can't leave the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province hanging out to dry, right? That would be too impolite. I told you, Hua Chang'an couldn't save your mother. Su Wen reminded once more. Come on, hillbilly, just shut up. Feng Yue interrupted Su Wen. At the same time she glared reproachfully at Feng Yumu. Feng Yumu, look at what kind of foxes and dogs you know in a day. Also, I'm warning you, in the future, bring less ungodly people to the Feng family. After saying that, Feng Yue looked at the time again. She urged Feng Yuemu with a disgruntled sentence. Why don't you hurry up and go to the airport to pick up the person? Do you want to make divine Dr. Hua wait for you? Half an hour later, Feng Yumu received the renowned Dr. Hua Shun from the airport in Jiangnan province. Meet divine Dr. Hua. Looking at the vicissitudes of the old man in front of her, dressed in a tang suit, with graying temples and holding a wooden crutch, Feng Yumu warmly greeted her, and she greeted him with incomparable respect. You are the granddaughter of Feng Qishan? Hua Chang'an plainly surveyed Feng Yumu twice as he asked kindly. It's me. Maple Moon Mu nodded. Come on, show me your mom's condition. Hua Chang'an stroked his beard as he said nonchalantly. Soon, Feng Yumu brought Hua Chang'an to the largest sanatorium in Jinling City. At this moment in a VIP ward of the sanatorium, Teacher Zhuang was lying unconscious on the bed, and beside him, stood dozens of clansmen from the Feng clan. Grandpa, great aunt, I've brought divine Dr. Hua. Pushing open the door of the VIP ward, Maple Moon Mu walked in with quick steps. Hua Chang'an, on the other hand, walked in right behind him. Meet divine Dr. Hua. Greetings to divine Dr. Hua. After one of the Maple family members saw Hua Chang'an, they all greeted him with incomparable respect. Even Elder Feng smiled at Hua Chang'an. Brother Hua, I'm counting on you to save my daughter's life. Elder Brother Feng, don't worry, if I make a move, your daughter's life will definitely not be in danger. Hua Chang'an said as he walked over to Mr. Zhuang and started to take his pulse. Ha, it's actually a dead man's pulse? When he found out that Mr. Zhuang was carrying a dead man's vein, Hua Chang'an was astonished. What's a dead vein? A Maple family member asked offhandedly. The dead man's pulse, as the name suggests, is the pulse that only people who are about to die will have. Hua Chang'an explained a sentence. So is my daughter still saved? Feng old man heard the words people who will die. His face could not help but tighten. Feng family in the future cannot be based in Jinling City, can all rely on Zhuang Linman. If she died, then I am afraid that the Feng family is also. Elder Feng didn't even dare to say the words that followed. Don't worry, Elder Brother Feng. To other doctors in Jiangnan province, dead veins are indeed incurable. But to me, your daughter's illness is not considered tricky. Give me half an hour and I can cure your daughter. Hua Chang'an said confidently. Of course, he also had this kind of backbone, because in the past in Jiangnan, the number of dead man's vein patients who had been saved by Hua Chang'an was 80 if not 100. So be it. Knowing that Zhuang Linman's illness was not considered tricky for Hua Chang'an, many of the Maple family members present were all relieved in unison. After all, not long ago, the Jiangnan prefecture had sent word that Secretary Chen had recently become very interested in the silver armor script and wanted to learn it. And Zhuang Linman happens to be a teacher at the University of Ancient Languages and Literature who studies the silver armor text. As long as the Feng family climbed onto the thick leg of Ambassador Chen through Zhuang Linman, then for the next few decades, the Feng family would be able to prosper in Jinling. But if anything happens to Zhuang Linman, then the Feng family's wishful thinking would, I'm afraid, be a total loss. Seeing Hua Chang'an pick up the silver needle and walk towards Zhuang Linman, the expression of one of the Maple family members immediately became tense. Feng Yumu even put her hands together. She made a prayer gesture. God bless. My mom mustn't be okay. Mustn't be. As long as my mom can be safe, let me do whatever I want. Her words had just fallen. Hua Chang'an then stuck all the silver needles in his hands at Mr. Zhuang's internal organs. In the meantime, with a poof, Mr. Zhuang violently spat out a mouthful of turbid black blood. This black blood emitted the foul odor of decay, and in the next second, Mr. Zhuang who had been unconscious for a long time, turned awake. Mom? Seeing Zhuang Linmen wake up, Feng Yuemu's eyes reddened, and she instantly cried out in joy, and then pounced on her mother's arms. Woo! Mom, I thought that I would never see you again. I am? Looking at Feng Yuemu, who had been shedding tears in her arms, Zhuang Linman showed a few moments of doubt. Mom, today you suddenly fainted, and it was Dr. Hua from Jiangnan province who saved you. Maple Moon Mu snapped. When Zhuang Linman learned the cause and effect, she immediately got up and said to Hua Chang'an, many thanks to divine Dr. Hua for saving my life. No need to thank you. I saved you. I just don't want old brother Feng to send his hair to the black. Hua Chang'an smiled in disbelief. Brother Hua, has my daughter's illness been completely cured? Walking over to Zhuang Linman, Elder Feng subconsciously asked. Of course, if I make a move, your daughter's illness will naturally be unharmed. Hua Chang'an nodded without thinking. Linman, how do you feel physically? Feeling better? When Elder Feng heard Hua Chang'an's words, he asked Zhuang Linman after him. Dad, I'm much better. Divine Dr. Hua is worthy of being the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province. Dr. Dong has been treating me for months, but not as well as divine Dr. Hua. Zhuang Linman squeezed out a smile. How can Dong Changhai be compared to divine Dr. Hua? The two of them aren't even doctors from the same world. Elder Feng shook his head dismissively. Seeing Zhuang Linman and Elder Feng talking and laughing, Feng Yueya suddenly said to Feng Yuemu in a conspiratorial manner. Humph, I knew it. That Su Wen doesn't know shit about medicine. And he also said that godly Dr. Hua couldn't cure Auntie Zhuang? As a result, Auntie Zhuang was cured. After a pause, Feng Yueya again had a gesture of pointing out. Feng Yuemu, as the saying goes, the nearer the vermilion the red, the nearer the ink the black. In the future, you are still less likely to socialize with Su Wen, that country bumpkin. Do you hear me? If it wasn't for me going to look for you today, you brought Su Wen to Auntie Zhuang for treatment. What if something goes wrong? In the face of her cousin's aggressive words, Feng Yuemu could only smile awkwardly. Oh, someone said that I can't cure old brother Feng's daughter? Hearing Feng Yueya's words, Hua Chang'an on the other hand couldn't help but cast a glance. Divine Dr. Hua, you don't have to mind. Just a jumping clown claptrap. Feng Yueya was unimpressed. Now this year's mountain people, their own incapability, but also always love to say that other people this cannot that cannot. This is not pure red-eyed dog? Alright, Yueya, don't talk about it. You first take brother Hua to the place where the banquet is tonight. Elder Feng suddenly interrupted Feng Yueya. Divine Dr. Hua, please come with me. My grandfather has booked a dinner at the Hanfei International Hotel especially for you today. Feng Yueya respectfully said to Hua Chang'an, and the words just fell from her lips. Suddenly, Zhuang Linman, who was normal a second ago, suddenly began to twitch her body. Immediately after, poof, 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 Zhuang Linman spat out 3 inky streams of blood in a row. Mom? Seeing Zhuang Linman pass out once again, Feng Yuemu beside him immediately panicked. It's not just her. The other Maple family members present also looked at Hua Chang'an in a misguided manner. You know, it wasn't that long ago. Hua Chang'an also swore that Zhuang Linman has been unharmed. But how now again? Divine Dr. Hua, what's wrong with my mom? Didn't you say before that my mom's illness is no longer a problem? But how? Did she faint again? Nervously and uneasily walking up to Zhuang Linman, Feng Yuemu asked Hua Chang'an with a puzzled expression. Originally, Feng Yuemu did not want to question Hua Chang'an's medical skills, but the scene at hand made her unable to help but remember what Su Wen had said before. Is it hard? This imperial doctor of Jiangnan province really can't cure Zhuang Linman? Looking at Zhuang Linman, whose breath was instantly weak and whose lips were blackening, Hua Chang'an didn't know how to answer for a moment. Brother Hua, my daughter is she still saved? Seeing that Hua Chang'an didn't say anything for a long time, the expression on Elder Feng's face suddenly became uneasy and apprehensive. Elder brother Feng, stay calm. Let's do it this way. I'll give your love another consultation. Hesitating again and again, Hua Chang'an stepped forward to take Zhuang Linman's pulse. It's okay not to take a pulse. A pulse. Hua Chang'an was incredibly frozen in place. How? How could this be? I have clearly cured this woman. Why does she still have a dead human vein? Such a bizarre scene. It made Hua Chang'an, the imperial doctor of the Jiangnan province, a little overwhelmed and bewildered. Until a long time later, it was only then that Hua Chang'an suddenly thought of something, and he exclaimed incoherently, difficult, could it be human woe? Divine Dr. Hua, what is human sorrow? None of the Maple family members present had ever heard of the disease human sorrow, but only Maple Moon Mu stayed in place with a hard time. Because, not long ago at the Maple family villa, Su Wen had told her that the disease Zhuang Linman was suffering from was none other than human sorrow. Human lament is a birth defect disease. In our medical world, It is also known as the curse of death disease. Once suffering from it, even if the gods and goddesses come, they can't save it. Hua Chang'an said with a sigh. Difficult. Could it be that even you, Brother Hua, can't cure human sorrow? Elder Feng looked at Hua Chang'an undyingly. Not to mention me, even the medical saints of the Kyushu state can't cure human sorrow. Hua Chang'an said non-committally. Hearing that even the medical sage couldn't save Zhuan Linmen, Elder Feng instantly became much more vicissitudes. After all, in Kyushu, the sage of medicine is the legend of the end of medicine. Even such a big shot couldn't cure Zhuan Linmen. Then the fate that awaited Zhuan Linmen could only be the end of all time. It seems that my Feng family's desire to climb up to Secretary Chen is, I'm afraid, unrealistic. A member of the Feng family said with a bitter face. Feng Yueya's face is equally unsightly. Just as a group of Feng family members were frowning with worry, the dazed Feng Yumu was suddenly turned back to Elder Feng and said, Grandpa, I know someone who can cure my mom. Oh, who was that guy? Elder Feng looked at Feng Yumu in surprise. It's the son-in-law of the Lu family. Su Wen. Maple Moon Mu said one word at a time. Results. As soon as her words fell, Feng Yueya coldly interrupted. Cousin Yumu, it's already this time. You still have the mood to joke? Didn't you hear Divine Dr. Hua say that even the medical saints of Kyushu couldn't save Auntie Zhuang, but he, Su Wen, can? What makes him so special? Because he's a peasant from the mountains? Or because he was abandoned by Lu Xianyi? By the fact that I trust Su Wen. Is that enough? Feng Yumu looked up and straight at her cousin as she gritted her teeth. If once or twice is a coincidence. Then Su Wen said one after another that Divine Dr. Hua and the others couldn't cure his mother, and also said that his mother was suffering from human sorrow, which undoubtedly couldn't be a fluke. You trust a redneck? Looking at Feng Yuemu's serious look, Feng Yueya couldn't help but lose her smile and said, Cousin Yuemu, have you been brainwashed by that country bumpkin Su Wen? If he Su Wen is really capable, would he be abandoned by Lu Xianyi? It's none of my business why Lu Xianyi abandoned Su Wen. All I know is that Su Wen can save my mom. While saying that, Maple Moon Mu took out her cell phone to call Su Wen. I see that you are really sick. As expected. It's true that the old saying, those who are close to Zhu are red and those who are close to ink are black. You've only known Su Wen for a few days? And you've become so brainless and incomprehensible. Seeing Feng Yumu's actions, Feng Yuya shook her head contemptuously, but she didn't stop her. About half an hour has passed. Su Wen, dressed in casual clothes, arrived at the nursing home where Zhuang Linmen was. Su Wen, you're here. Seeing Su Wen walking towards him, Feng Yumu spoke with some guilt and embarrassment. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you leave the Feng family before. Where's Mr. Chong? Su Wen asked Maple Moon Mu. My mom is there. Feng Yumu pointed at the dying Zhuanglin man on the hospital bed. She choked with red eyes. Su Wen, I beg you, please save my mom. I can't lose her. As she spoke, Feng Yumu flung herself on her knees in front of Su Wen, her jade-like knees pressed against the ground with an extraordinarily sincere look. Miss Feng, get up first. As I said before, Mr. Zhuang is kind to me, so I won't see death. Su Wen picked up Feng Yumu, and then he whirled around and walked to the unconscious Zhuanglin man. The moment he saw Su Wen, Hua Cheng'an only felt that this young man looked somewhat familiar. But for a moment, he couldn't recall Su Wen's identity, so he could only persuade. Little brother, Miss Zhuang is suffering from human sorrow. This kind of disease can't be cured. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Who told you that human grief can't be cured? Su Wen asked Hua Cheng'an rhetorically. Just because you can't cure it doesn't mean others can't. Understand? How dare you? Su Wen, how are you talking to Divine Dr. Hua? Who the hell are you to speak out against Divine Dr. Hua? Feng Yueya glared viciously at Su Wen. Divine Dr. Hua is overflowing with knowledge. He saved more people than you've ever seen a woman. How can you have the nerve to claptrap in front of Divine Dr. Hua? Looking at the acerbic Feng Yueya, Su Wen coldly laughed. Since Divine Dr. Hua is so powerful, how come he didn't see that you are actually not a member of the Feng family? Rather, you are a wild seed? What did you say? Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Yueya instantly growled. How dare you, a country bumpkin, call me a wild seed? You only. Suya, be quiet. Without waiting for Feng Yueya to finish her sentence, Elder Feng coldly interrupted her, while Feng Qishan looked at Su Wen again and said, Little friend Su, are you really able to cure my daughter's illness? I can. Su Wen nodded lightly. Since this is the case, please ask little friend Su to come to the rescue, and after this is accomplished, my Maple family will have another generous gift. Feng Qishan courteously said to Su Wen, Grandpa, how come even you believe this hillbilly? Feng Yueya looked at Elder Feng in disbelief. Feng Yumu confused even so, but Feng Qishan actually also. You have to understand that the Feng family can't afford to lose Zhuang Linmen. Right now, we can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Elder Feng sighed. Even though he didn't think Su Wen could save Zhuang Linmen in his heart. But things had come to this. The Feng family had no choice. In the sanatorium in Jinling, Su Wen saw that the Feng family members were all turning their gazes towards him. He slowly took out 9 golden needles from his sleeve. It's actually a golden needle? Witnessing the 9 golden needles in Su Wen's hands, Hua Chengyan on the side could not help but show a strange color. You know, in the medical world, to perform acupuncture for healing, all silver needles are preferred. Even the medical sage of Kyushu was no exception. It was the first time Hua Chengyan had encountered the use of golden needles to cure a disease. At the same time, he was also a little curious in his heart. This young man with a big mouth. In the end, what means can cure Zhuang Linmen? The yin and the yang alternate, life and death have their destiny. Under Hua Chengyan's gaze, Su Wen stuck the golden needle in his hand on the upper 7 inches of Zhuang Linmen's belly. That location? It's actually the Zhigang point? Seeing Su Wen stabbing the golden needle into Zhuang Linmen's Zhigang point, Hua Chengyan once again sucked in his breath. Because the Zhigang point is the life gate of the human body, a little carelessness can cause bloodshed. This young man is really a great courage. Actually line needle into the Zhigang point. Also do not know, he is and who learns the medical skills. Is his teacher did not tell him the Zhigang point? Just as Hua Chengyan was talking to himself. Suddenly, a low dragon roar came from within Zhuang Linmen's body. The voice was faint, but everyone in the room still heard it. What was that noise just now? Inside Auntie Zhuang's body, how did such a strange movement ring out? A famous Maple family member was puzzled. Feng Yumu even raised his heart in his throat, but only Hua Chengyan thought of something for a split second, and saw him looking at Su Wen in shock and horror. 9 yang needle? You actually know the rumored 9 yang needle? Could it be that you? Shut up. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm practicing medicine. Su Wen coldly glared at Hua Chengyan. Yes, the late generation will shut up. This time, while Hua Chengyan compensated for his smile, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, not daring to let himself make a single sound. And the scene. It also caused the Feng family members present to look at each other in dismay, thinking to themselves, what the hell is going on here? Why would the divine Dr. Hua of Jiangnan province suddenly be so polite and respectful to a son-in-law of the Lu family? You know, regardless of status or position, Hua Chengyan can be far above Su Wen. Just as the Maple family was puzzled, only a slight coughing sound was heard, and in the next second, Zhuang Linmen, who had originally fainted to death, reawoke. Mom? Seeing Zhuang Linmen wake up, Feng Yumu choked as she jumped into her mother's arms. This guy actually saved Auntie Zhuang's life? Feng Yueya in the crowd sucked in her breath, her face extraordinarily shocked and unimaginable. Wasunhan said it all before. Even the medical sage of Kyushu can't cure people of their woes. In that case, how could Su Wen, a country bumpkin from the mountains, have such superior medical skills? It wasn't just Feng Yueya who had such doubts. The other Feng family members present were also very appalled by Su Wen's medical skills. Little friend Su, my daughter her illness, but is it cured? At this time, Elder Feng suddenly came to Zhuang Linmen's side with a trembling pace to ask Su Wen. At the moment, Feng Qishan's mood was as up and down as riding a roller coaster. Originally, Hua Chengyan's arrival had put him in a good mood, thinking that his daughter's illness was nothing more than a minor one. Results? Hua Chengyan couldn't cure Zhuang Linmen? This makes the Maple old man a moment of despair. Thought that the Maple family cannot climb the relationship of Chenxi envoy, but did not expect Maple Yumu to find Su Wen, the darkness of the village. The son-in-law of the Lu family actually cured Zhuang Linmen. Of course, after Ms. Zhuang was cured by the 9 Suns needle. All the human grief she was suffering from has been removed. Looking at Elder Feng who had a nervous face, Su Wen smiled calmly. Brother Hua, why don't you check my daughter's body again? To be on the safe side, Elder Feng added to Hua Chengyan beside him. Yes, divine Dr. Hua, please examine my Auntie Zhuang. I suspect that this kid surnamed Su didn't cure Auntie Zhuang at all. Feng Yueya also said coldly. It was really because she couldn't believe in her heart that a country bumpkin who was abandoned by Lu Xianyi would have medical skills that were above the imperial doctor of Jiangnan House. If Su Wen is really that powerful, then how could Lu Xianyi abandon him? According to Feng Yueya's understanding of Lu Xianyi, that high-minded and proud woman would never abandon a man who was so outstanding. Let me check? Hearing the words of Elder Feng and the others, Hua Chengyan but shook his head mockingly. Don't discount my old man. The king of hell personally cured Miss Zhuang. How can I be qualified to check again? After saying that, this imperial doctor of Jiangnan province even plopped down and knelt in front of Su Wen. Jiangnan divine doctor, Hua Chengyan, pay respects to Lord Yen. Hiss. Seeing Hua Chengyan kneeling down to Su Wen, A member of the Feng family was dumbfounded with his mouth wide open. How do you know who I am? Su Wen unexpectedly looked at Hua Chang'an. Master Yan's 9-yang needle is famous in the medical world, and in my early years I had witnessed Master Yan treating the Grand Princess. So, Hua Chang'an opened his mouth with a pleasing face, while he was somewhat less calm inside. Rumor has it that the King of Hell, located at the top of the 9 states, it would actually appear in a small family in Jiangnan? This was really a bit heavenly. By the way, Master Yan, Secretary Chen, he has been wanting to see you for a while. I wonder if you... Suddenly, Hua Chang'an thought of the fact that Secretary Chen had always wanted to pay a visit to the King of Hell, and he took the initiative to bring up the matter. I haven't been available lately. Su Wen shook his head and politely refused Hua Chang'an. That's still a shame. Hua Chang'an smiled bitterly. Divine Dr. Hua. What Yama? You said that Secretary Chen wants to see Su Wen? Is this true? Hearing Su Wen and Hua Chang'an's conversation, Feng Yueya's voice was a bit stiff and bewildered. Oh, Yan's identity. You, a small Jinling woman, do not need to inquire. You do not have that qualification to know. Hua Chang'an was too lazy to give Feng Yueya an explanation. He only walked up, patted Master Feng's shoulder, and said meaningfully, Feng, old brother, before Yama said that this granddaughter of yours is a wild seed, I'm only afraid that you'll have to find someone to do a paternity test. Don't worry, I'll let Feng Yueya go for a paternity test. If she's not a member of my Feng family? Humph. Then don't blame me for turning the other cheek. All the resources and benefits she enjoyed from the Feng family all these years, she'll have to spit them all out for me. Elder Feng said in a chilling voice. Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter. There's no need for a paternity test, right? Hearing Elder Feng's words, Feng Yueya hurriedly said, how could I not be a member of the Feng family? Pity. Elder Feng was unmoved. Wait an hour. Feng Yueya's paternity test report came out, and actually, it really had nothing to do with the Feng family. How is this possible? How can this be? Looking at the report of the paternity test, Feng Yueya was paralyzed in place for an instant, only feeling that the sky was about to collapse. Come on people, throw Feng Yueya out of the luxurious Feng family for me. From now on, if she dares to set foot in the Feng family's door again, break her legs. When Elder Feng learned that Feng Yueya was indeed not his own granddaughter, he immediately spoke in a chilling voice to the Feng family's subordinates. No, don't. Grandpa, don't whisk me away from the Maple family. I won't be able to live if I leave the Maple family. Feng Yueya flopped and knelt down in front of Elder Feng as she cried and begged in pain. Used to be in Jinling, Feng Yueya relied on her status as a rich family's daughter. She lived a life of fine clothes and food every day. The gazes of many people around them looking at Feng Yueya were even more full of envy and jealousy. But if, without the powerful Feng family as a backer, what difference was there between Feng Yueya and an ordinary girl? Accustomed to the life of a powerful family in the upper-class circle of Jinling, would Feng Yueya be willing to return to mediocrity and become a small person again? Humph, what has it got to do with me if you, an outsider, can survive in Jinling City? Looking at Feng Yueya, who was choking in pain, Elder Feng did not sympathize with her in the slightest. Auntie Zhuang, Uncle Luo, you guys help me put in a good word for Grandpa, okay? Looking at the unsympathetic Elder Feng, Feng Yueya looked at the other Feng family members again. Results available. However, no one present was willing to speak for Feng Yueya. Under despair, Feng Yueya once again knelt in front of Su Wen and said, she trembled and begged, Su Wen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything bad about you before. Please, tell my grandpa that I'm actually not the Feng family's wild seed. You help me, okay? As long as you are willing to help me, whatever you ask me to do is fine. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're not a maple. That's a fact. And it won't change on my word alone. In response to Feng Yueya's pleas, Su Wen only shook his head calmly. Won't change? How wouldn't it? Obviously it was you who changed my life with a single word. I was originally the Maple family's brocaded and luxurious young lady. But why did you say that I was a wild seed? Why did you say I was a bastard? Can't you just turn a blind eye? Why are you doing this to me? What makes you a redneck? Snap! Without waiting for Feng Yueya to finish her sentence, Hua Chang'an slapped her hard on the face. How dare you? Where did you get the courage to dare to yell at Master Yan for being a small person in Jinling? While saying this, Hua Chang'an looked at Elder Feng. Elder Feng, why don't you hurry up and kick this woman out of the Feng family? If it's because of her that the King of Hades holds a grudge against your Feng family, then your Feng family won't live for more than 3 days. Feng Yueya, get out of the Feng family now. Immediately. Right now. Hearing Hua Chang'an's reminder, Feng Qishan slapped Feng Yueya in the face with 2 slaps without saying a word. Grandpa. Covering her red face from being slapped, Feng Yueya cried with more than a few tears. Don't cry in our maple house. Here. Me. Get out. Elder Feng directly asked the Feng family subordinates to throw Feng Yueya out of the Feng family like garbage. Oh, don't abandon me. I'm a maple. I don't want to be a stray woman. The moment she was thrown out of the Feng family, Feng Yueya's heart was extraordinarily regretful and chagrined. Why? To badmouth Suvan himself? To taunt and troll Suvan at the nursing home? If she doesn't humiliate Suvan, then maybe Suvan wouldn't have called her a wild child. Woohoo! Woohoo! In remorse, Feng Yueya left behind helpless tears, but she also understood. There is no medicine for regret. Her brilliant life ended the moment she humiliated Su Wen. In the sanatorium in Jinling, when Feng Yumu saw her sister being swept away by her grandfather, the expression on her face was also somewhat dreamlike and unreal. Of course more. It was Feng Yumu who didn't quite understand why Hua Chang'an, the imperial doctor of Jiangnan Mansion, would be so polite to Su Wen. Also, why did divine Dr. Hua call Su Wen Yama? It's hard to believe that Su Wen is the county prince of which province in Kyushu, but Feng Yumu has not heard of any county king in the Kyushu as the king of Yen. Ms. Feng, now that your mother's human grief has been cured, I will take my leave. Just as Feng Yumu was lost in thought, Su Wen suddenly said with a faint smile, "Little friend Su, please stay back." Seeing Su Wen about to leave, Elder Feng hurriedly called out to him, "What else is going on with Grandpa Feng?" Su Wen looked towards Feng Chi Mountain. "Little friend Su, you saved my daughter, so it's only natural for me to repay you. How about this? I'll make the decision to let you go to the Maple family's treasure trove and take away any one of the collections." Feng Qishan said with bravado. "Dad, you're crazy. You're going to give the Maple family treasure trove's collection to an outsider? That is my Maple family's collection for hundreds of years. A treasure left behind by generations of people. Any piece of the collection is not easy to come by." "Yes, Dad. Opening the Maple family's treasure trove is a big taboo, so please think twice and then think again." When the members of the Feng clan present heard Feng Qishan's words, their hearts were shaken. Su Wen similarly shook his head and said to Feng Qishan, "Grandpa Feng, you don't have to be so courteous. I saved teacher Zhuang because she helped me decipher the silver armor script. I don't need any payment. Little friend Su, one size fits all. My daughter helping you decipher the silver armor text, that's between you and her. And me paying you for saving people, that's between the Feng family and you." Feng Qishan squeezed a smile on his face while he passed a glance to a Feng family subordinate. That subordinate would come over, and he immediately handed a list to Su Wen. "Little friend Su, the treasures on this list are the treasures in the Maple family's treasury. If you have treasures that you value, there's no harm in saying so." Feng Qishan had a matter-of-fact demeanor. The reason he was so grand and generous, naturally, it was because Hua Chang'an's attitude towards Su Wen was a bit overly respectful, so Feng Qishan wanted to take advantage of this to befriend Su Wen, even if Su Wen is a man who has been abandoned by Lu Xianyi. Looking at the list in his hand, Su Wen wanted to reject it again, but suddenly, his remaining light fell on a hidden item on the list. The 3 life stones? The moment he saw the 3 life stone, Su Wen even thought he had misread it, because the 3 life stones, the very thing that reverses yin and yang, Su Wen could completely use the 3 life stones to repair the wooden dragon stake, thus suppressing the 9 deadly candle dragon robbery in Dongjio village. "Grandpa Feng, is there really a 3 life stone in your Feng clan's treasury?" Looking at Feng Qishan, Su Wen asked uncertainly. "Naturally, as long as the collection is on the list, our Maple family has it." Feng Qishan nodded his head with conviction. "Well then, I'll take the 3 life stones," Su Wen said without any pretense. "No problem." Feng Qishan immediately asked a Feng family member to go to the Feng family treasury to fetch the 3 life stones. Half an hour later, Su Wen had an extra 3-colored stone the size of a quail egg in his hand. The stone was light, and the black, white, and red colors gave off an even more mysterious aura when the sunlight hit it. Sure enough, it's the 3 life stones. Looking at the crystal and 3-colored stone in his hand, Su Wen was somewhat surprised in his heart. He didn't expect it. In Jinling City, Jiangnan, a small and powerful Feng family could collect such a treasure as the 3 life stone that reverses yin and yang? Just as Su Wen was surveying the 3 life stone, suddenly, his phone rang. "Nightwind, what's wrong?" Picking up his wife's phone, Su Wen asked in a very gentle voice. "Hubby, Zhou Xiling has invited an entry-level feng shui master from the Qin Tian supervisor, and he asked me to shout for you to go over to the Lu family." Lu Evening Feng whispered over the phone. "I feel that Zhou Xiling's intentions are not good. If you are not free, don't go to the Lu family. I will deal with Zhou Xiling when the time comes." "It's okay, I'm free." Su Wen smiled and spoke. "What's more, if Zhou Xiling really wants to find me in trouble, how can I hide behind you in Evening Wind? I'm the one who's supposed to be standing in front of you." shielding you from the storm. After hanging up his wife's phone, Suwon said to Elder Fong again, Grandpa Fong, I have some temporary matters, so I'll leave first. Before leaving, Suwon thought of something else, and he suddenly paused in his steps and said, also, Grandpa Fong, just now, I saw the Long Ji tripod in the list of the Fong family's treasures. A word of advice. Long Ji ding is not a good thing. Your Fong family, you can't suppress this royal object. It's better to strike as early as possible, lest something bad happen to you. With that said, Suwon said no more as he left the sanatorium without looking back. Wait for Suwon to leave. A few Maple family members, however, frowned repeatedly. What does that Suwon mean? Actually asking us to make a move for the Long Ji ding? The Long Ji tripod is an antique that our Fong family bought with great difficulty from an international auction house. Even if we didn't exchange it for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, we shouldn't give it out so easily, right? That is to say, although he, Suwon, has excellent medical skills, what right does he have to dictate to our Fong family? Whether or not we can suppress Long Ji ding, our Fong family naturally has a number. We don't need him to meddle. Upon hearing the remarks of these Fong family members, Hua Chang'an only laughed coldly and didn't say anything more. Brother Hua, now that there are no outsiders here, you can tell me what's going on with that young man Suwon? Looking at Hua Chang'an beside him, Feng Qishan lowered his voice and asked, it's because the Maple family has a mediocre relationship with Qiu Fulong. That's why Qiu Fulong had never spoken to the Feng family about the matter of Yama. Elder brother Feng, Mr. Suwon's identity, you shouldn't inquire about it. Many times, knowing too much won't do you any good. Hua Chang'an didn't want to tell Feng Qishan too much. He was afraid of harming the Feng family. This? Looking at the silent Hua Chang'an, Feng Qishan opened his mouth. And finally, he knew better than to ask more questions. It was Feng Yumu who thought of something. She suddenly spoke. Grandpa, since Suwon said that the Long Ji tripod is not favorable to the Feng family, otherwise, let's sell the Long Ji tripod, right? Sell what? A member of the Feng clan beside him glared at Feng Yumu. Yumu, do you think the Jingguai antiques are big cabbages? You can find them everywhere. If you really want to sell the Long Ji tripod, the next time my Feng family wants to collect Jingguai antiques, I don't know how long it will take. That's right, Zhuang Linman, hurry up and control your daughter. If she dares to sell Long Ji ding today, she'll dare to sell you too tomorrow. A Feng family woman looked at Zhuang Linman maliciously. This woman is no one else. It was none other than Fanzia's mother. It's not like my daughter can decide whether or not the Feng family sells the Long Ji ding. Seeing one of the Feng family members look at her, Zhuang Linman only indifferently said, everything is decided by father. The Long Ji ding is not for sale for now, Elder Feng said almost without thinking. After all, he was still unclear as to what exactly was the origin of that young man Suwen, asked Hua Chang'an, and the other side may not say. It's hard not to, based on Su Wen's words alone. Feng Qishan was going to sell the Long Ji tripod, the antique of the Zhenghua that the Feng family had only purchased with their family's money? It's really going to happen. That Master Feng was not stupid, but completely clueless. I don't know what the Feng family did with the Long Ji ding. At this moment Su Wen had already arrived at the Lu family villa. Su Wen, you're here. When Lu Evening Feng, who was wearing a simple long dress and high heels, saw Su Wen, she walked over in a bird-like manner. Lately Lu Evening Wind has been enjoying wearing high heels. Maybe it was because in the past she was disabled with both legs and had no way to walk in high heels. So now that Lu Evening Feng's legs were healed, she wanted to make up for her past regrets. Why is mom here too? Seeing that the unconsciously Gue Fan was also lying on the bed of the Lu family villa, Su Wen asked curiously, didn't Zhou Xiling invite an entry-level feng shui gentleman from the Qin Tian supervisor to exorcise cousin Wen Ton's evil spirits? I was thinking about exorcising evils anyway. Why don't we let that feng shui gentleman from the Qin Tian supervisor exorcise mom her as well? Lu Evening Wind explained in a small voice. So it is. Su Wen knew that Lu Evening Feng was worried about Li Guifang's safety, so he didn't say anything. And just as Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng were talking, tap, again footsteps gradually came from outside the Lu family villa. Immediately after, a young woman in a white Taoist robe with light green hair followed Zhou Xiling to the Lu family villa. This green-haired woman, Mo, was in her early 20s. She looked elegant and pretty. The whole person stood there. Nothing to say. Will give a wave of people can be seen from afar and cannot be blasphemous to play with the cold posture, as if it is not the earth's smoke and fire of the nymphs down to earth. The lips do not point in red. Eyebrow is not painted in jade. Zhou Xiling, you're finally here. Where is everyone? Did you invite the feng shui master who entered the grade of the Qin Tian supervisor? Seeing Zhou Xiling arrive at the Lu family villa, Lu Xuanyi immediately walked over with her slender jade legs to ask after him. At the same time, Lu Xuanyi's gaze toward the green-haired woman behind Zhou Xiling was somewhat strange. Because, real face value, Lu Xuanyi realized that even she, the Phoenix girl of Jinling City, was far inferior to the other party, the entire Lu family villa. Only Lu Evening Feng's face could be compared to this green-haired woman. Zhou Xiling, is she? After Lu Qingqin saw that Zhou Xiling had brought an unfamiliar woman to the Lu family, the expression on her face immediately became incredibly low and ugly. Because Lu Qingqin was afraid, Zhou Xiling is mad at Lu Wentong and thus moves on to another woman. Such a situation. It often happens in Jinling City, and several of Lu Qingqin's colleagues' daughters have been betrayed by scummy men. Therefore, Lu Qingqin was afraid that Zhou Xiling was also such a man with no sense of responsibility. Mom, she's the feng shui master of the Qin Tian supervisor's entry grade, Ji Bai Dove. As if he could see Lu Qingqin's concern, Zhou Xiling gave a bitter smile of explanation. What? She's a feng shui master from the Chinatown? Hearing this, Lu Qingqin's expression was filled with disbelief and shock. When? The feng shui masters of the Chinatown are also young and pretty? In Lu Qingqin's impression, aren't all the feng shui masters of the China Trust as old and aged as Master Bitterless? Zhou Xiling, you said just now that her name is Ji Beige? Can't it be that she's that youngest feng shui genius of the Qin Tian supervisor? Suddenly at this time, Lu Xuanyi suddenly thought of something, and she exclaimed in a lost voice. Not bad. Miss Ji Beige is none other than the youngest entry-grade feng shui master of the Qin Tian supervisor. Looking at the shocked Lu Xuanyi, Zhou Xiling didn't hide it. He instead said with a straight face, I've dragged a lot of contacts and relationships to be able to invite Miss Ji Bei this time. Xian Yi, is Ms. Ji Bai Dove very powerful? Seeing Lu Xianyi's reaction, Lu Qinxian couldn't help but be a little curious. She didn't know Ji Beige, much less heard of any feng shui geniuses. Third aunt, Miss Ji Bei's feng shui techniques, when looking around the world, are sufficiently ranked in the top 10. Do you think she's powerful? Lu Xuanyi walked over to Lu Qinxian and said, moreover, Miss Ji Bai Dove is also the imperial feng shui master of the royal family of the Kyushu state. With her presence, the evil that cousin Wentong has been struck by is definitely not enough to worry about. That's good. That's good. Knowing that her daughter would be unharmed, Lu Qingqin was instantly relieved, while her eyes reddened as she said to Zhou Xiling with a grateful face, Xiling, thank you for inviting Ms. Ji Beige from the Qintian Supervision Bureau to exorcise the evil spirits for my daughter. Mom, we're all family. Why are you still polite with me? I'm Lu Wentong's man. How can I stand by and watch Wenong suffer? After a pause, Zhou Xiling continued. After all, I'm not like some white-eyed wolves. Mother-in-law is nymphetically possessed, but also like nothing. Really funny. While saying that, Zhou Xiling glanced at Su Wen with a sneer. Zhou Xiling, my husband didn't act like nothing. Su Wen said that he would find a way to suppress the 9 deadly candlejacks in the eastern suburb village. So don't you dare to be shady here. Hearing Zhou Xiling's words, Lu Evening Feng glared at him cross-eyed. Although Zhou Xiling didn't name names, but Lu Evening Feng knew that the other party was mocking Su Wen. But, let Su Wen think of a way? He can't think of a way. If this country bumpkin really has the ability to suppress that bullshit 9 deadly candlejack, what did he do long ago? Before, he tricked me into kneeling down and apologizing, saying that he could exorcise Lu Wentong. But what happened? My woman is still unconscious. I really don't know how this kind of jumper has survived this long. As soon as Zhou Xiling's words left his mouth, he saw Ji Beige, who had green hair behind her, suddenly frowned and said, Zhou Xiling, did you just say that your woman has contracted the 9 deadly candlejack? Miss Ji, that 9 deadly candlejack wasn't from me, but from this guy. Zhou Xiling hastily pointed at Su Wen in a skittish manner. You're a feng shui master too? Ji Bei's gaze that was as bright as a dark pool under the moon looked deeply at Su Wen. Sort of. Su Wen calmly nodded his head. You are considered an ass. Do you know feng shui? Just make up your mind here? Seeing Su Wen's admission, Zhou Xiling hurriedly said to Ji Beige, Miss Ji Beige, don't listen to this clown's nonsense. He doesn't know anything about feng shui at all. He, is just a hillbilly from the mountains. It is said that poor mountains produce unruly people, and he's Su Wen also. Snap. Without waiting for Zhou Xiling to finish his sentence, Ji Beige raised her jade hand and fiercely slapped Zhou Xiling in the face. Zhou Xiling, if you look down on mountain people, then why did you invite me to Jiangnan to exorcise your woman? For your information, I grew up in the mountains as well. Ms. Quarter White Dove. Looking at the irritated Ji Beige, Zhou Xiling froze. He never expected it. This feng shui genius of the China Trust is actually a countryman too? Miss Quarterly White Dove. I was wrong. I didn't look down on the country people. Just now, I was just confused and said the wrong thing. After returning to his senses, Zhou Xiling compensated with a smile and said to Ji Beige, Zhou Xiling, since you didn't look down on the townspeople, apologize to Su Wen. Lu Evening Wind coldly opened his mouth. I Da Nima. Zhou Xiling was about to have a seizure, but after seeing Ji Bei's cold eyes that were as cold as frost, he had to harden his heart and say to Su Wen, Little Sua, just now was brother-in-law wrong. I didn't look down on you country people, but since you don't know feng shui, don't clamor anymore. Our Lu family is not the Jinling Grand Theater after all. You act in the Lu family all day long. Spread the word. It's not too good, right? Zhou Xiling, you're underestimating yourself. What kind of status do I have to act with a little person like you? Su Wen glanced at Zhou Xiling with a sneer. You. Seeing Su Wen call himself a small person, Zhou Xiling was infuriated. Lu Xianyi even unceremoniously scolded. Su Wen, you'd better stop right there. What kind of a thing are you to say that Zhou Xiling is a small person? Do you consider yourself to be Mr. Xiao? You. As Lu Xianyi was talking, suddenly, in the Lu family villa, the originally unconscious Lu Wentong actually turned awake at once. Lu Wentong woke up. She immediately opened her mouth wide and began to ghostly cry. Eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. Quick, hurry up and hold down Lu Wentong. She's gone crazy again. Looking at the open-mouthed Lu Wentong, old Mrs. Lu immediately ordered a few Lu family members. Soon, several martial arts practitioners from the Lu family held down the insane Lu Wentong. Ms. Ji Beige, please also make a move to drive away my granddaughter's evil. Looking at Lu Wentong, who was lying on the bed, constantly struggling, old Mrs. Lu very politely said to Ji Beige, Ms. Ji Beige, please also make a move. Zhou Xiling and Lu Qinxin also said in unison. Good. Ji Beige nodded as she took out a stack of yellow paper from her pocket. On every piece of yellow paper, all have the word thunder written in blood. All the gods are pilgrims, harnessing the thunder. Ghosts and demons lose their nerve, and elves and monsters forget. Inside there is Thunderbolt, the god of thunder's hidden name. Cave wisdom intersects the five airs. The golden light appears quickly, overlaying the protection of real people. As Ji Bei's mouth silently recited the Xian secret, all of a sudden, crackling, the yellow paper in her slender jade hand was flooded with points of thunder light. Every ray of lightning, all of them exuded a hauntingly terrifying power. This is Ray? Miss Ji Bai Dove can actually drive away thunder? This is a great power. No wonder the royal family of Kyushu would let Miss Ji Beige be the imperial feng shui master. She really does have real skills. After witnessing Ji Bei's shocking tactics, many of the Lu family were stunned. However, Lu Qinxin was clapping her hands one after another. Good. Miss Ji Bei has such a lightning method, my daughter is definitely saved. Although Lu Qinxin had never been superstitious, she also knew that thunder specialized in destroying unclean things. Want to come? Daughter Lu Wentong will wake up soon. Shun. When the yellow paper in his hands were all covered by lightning, Ji Bei suddenly waved his jade hand. Whoosh! In the next second, 18 pieces of yellow paper were instantly suspended in front of the mad Lu Wentong. In the meantime, the lightning on the yellow paper was like a stream of water, and a strand of it didn't enter Lu Wentong's brow. As the thunder light entered her body, the wail from Lu Wentong's mouth became even more miserable and hideous. The minutes ticked by. When the lightning on the yellow paper was consumed, only then did Lu Wentong stop continuing to wail. Success? Looking at the suddenly quiet Lu Wentong, Lu Qinxin was instantly delighted. However, Su Wen said coldly, the 5 thunder sealing light technique can only suppress ordinary in evil, but it can't suppress the 9 deadly candlejack. Savan, you're at it again aren't you? Seeing Su Wen pointing at the Lu family villa again, Lu Qinxin coldly glared at him. Can you be quiet? You couldn't exorcise my daughter when I asked you to do so before, and now you can't see Ms. Ji Beige curing my daughter? How can you be so small-minded as a man? I'm just stating the facts. Su Wen said expressionlessly. Stating facts? What a joke. Miss Ji Beige is the genius feng shui master of the Qin Tian supervisor. Does she need you to state it? You hurry up and stay wherever you are. Zhou Xiling unkindly said to Su Wen. That's enough. Su Wen, you need to stop talking. Even old Mrs. Lu coldly glared at Su Wen. If you don't have the ability to exorcise the evil spirits in the Lu family, just be quiet and don't disturb Miss Ji Bei's exorcism. Who said I'm not capable? Does your Lu family think the 9 deadly candlejack is child's play? That it can be suppressed just by saying it can be suppressed? Su Wen asked old Mrs. Lu rhetorically. Alright, hubby, stop talking for now. Let Ms. Ji Beige exorcise cousin Wentong first. Seeing Su Wen contradicting old Madame Lu, Lu Evening Wind was startled. She even softly persuaded Su Wen. When Ji Bai Dove can't exorcise cousin Wentong's evil, then you can think of a way. Okay? Good. Su Wen nodded. As the two men talked, The quiet Lu Wentong suddenly raised her head, her blood-drenched gaze staring straight at Ji Beige. Damned feng shui technique. Damned Qin Tian supervisor. You're all going to die. Die for me. As the words fell, Lu Wentong, who was no longer ghostly and howling, directly broke free of the Lu family's restraints, and she attacked Ji Beige, who was silky and soft, with a palm strike. What? Seeing Lu Wentong strike, it wasn't just Ji Beige who froze. Even the Lu family members present froze. Because, at this moment, Lu Wentong's hands were not inferior to any martial arts practitioner. In the past, in Jinling City, Lu Wentong had never learned martial arts. It's actually an evil revolt? Noticing Lu Wentong's difference, Ji Beige hurriedly took out 2 white candles from her pocket and lit them. At the same time, she raised her hand, and a few more sheets of yellow paper appeared in her palm. Go! Throwing the yellow paper on Lu Wentong, Ji Beige thought that the yellow paper could suppress Lu Wentong. But the result? Lu Wentong tore the yellow paper to shreds. Can't actually be subdued? This scene made Ji Beige a little flustered. Following that, she took out a bunch of copper coins from her pocket. And the result? The copper coins couldn't suppress Lu Wentong either. How is it possible? Even the copper money my teacher gave me. Just as Ji Beige was lost in thought, Suwon spoke. Use the leaves of the laurel tree. Laurel leaves? Ji Beige subconsciously took out a few laurel leaves from her pocket and threw them at Lu Wentong. Surprisingly, Lu Wentong was still really subdued in place by Gue Yi, unable to move. Quickly strike her 3 inches above the brow. At this time Suwon continued. However, Ji Beige did not make a move. Instead she looked at the Lu family present and apologized. Everyone, I am really sorry. I can't drive away Miss Lu Wentong's evil. You guys might as well hire someone else. With these words, Ji Beige is almost like fleeing, leaving the Lu family villa without looking back. Before leaving, Ji Beige's eyes were still flickering with a few moments of scorn and afterthought. If Lu Wentong really had someone infected with the 9 deadly candlejack, then she would only be doomed if she stayed in the Lu family. This, MS, seasonal dove is gone? Isn't she the feng shui genius of the Qin Tian supervisor? How come she can't exorcise Lu Wentong's evil? Looking at Ji Beige departing back, the Lu family members present looked at each other in disbelief and stayed in place. And Lu Qinqin even broke down and cried in pain at once. Oh, my daughter ah. Originally, Lu Qinqin had planned to take her daughter to a Western restaurant for a late-night snack tonight, but she didn't expect that Ji Beige hadn't cured Lu Wentong. This plunged the hopeful Lu Qinqin into deep despair. Mom, stop crying for a minute and we'll think of something. Looking at the sobbing Lu Qinqin, Zhou Xiling but exasperatedly glared at Suwon. Suwon, why do you talk so much? If it wasn't for the constant yakking, how would Ms. Ji Beige leave the Lu family? That's right, Suwon. When Ms. Ji Bai Dove was exorcising the evil spirits, what were you directing blindly? If you really want to be capable, why didn't you cure Lu Wentong in the first place? Lu Xianyi was also not close to saying, but the way my husband said it, it did make Ji Beige subdue cousin Wentong. Lu Evening Wind snorted. What a joke. Is it Su Wen's fault that he was able to subdue Lu Wentong? That's clearly Ms. Ji Bei's feng shui skill, right? One of the Lu family elders mocked in a snarky manner. You, Lu Evening Wind, are in your 20s, you really can't distinguish between black and white at all. Ha, Lu Evening Feng was about to retort when, in the Lu family villa, Li Guifeng, who had originally passed out, likewise woke up at once, same as Lu Wentong before. At this moment, Li Guifeng was also mad as hell and made an open-mouthed appearance. Mom, wake up, don't you go crazy. Lu Evening Wind saw Li Guifeng go crazy, and she immediately ran over to hug her mother with red eyes. Results, boom, the sound. Li Guifeng directly pushed Lu Evening Feng away and wailed like crazy. Eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. Oh, Suvan, what to do? My mom, she's mad again. Looking at Li Guifeng, whose gaze was dull and lifeless, Lu Evening Wind choked and asked Suwon. Evening Wind, don't worry, I've actually found a way to suppress the 9 deadly candlejack today. How about this? I'll go to the eastern suburb village now. Unsurprisingly, your mother should be safe and sound in another half hour. Suwon softly comforted his wife Lu Evening Feng. Then I'll accompany you to the eastern suburbs village. Lu Evening Wind was afraid that Suwon would be in danger. After all, that place in the eastern suburbs village had killed people. No, I'll just go alone. As Suwon said, he pointed a finger at Li Guifeng's eyebrow, and in the next second, Li Guifeng fell asleep. Do it all. Suwon punched the immobile Lu Wentong again and knocked her out. Holy shit nigga. Suvan, what are you doing? Seeing Suwon beating Lu Wentong again, Zhou Xiling's body was shaking with anger. Realized that this is not once or twice. if I don't knock Lu Wentong out, am I going to let her come over and eat you later? Suwon asked Zhou Xiling rhetorically with a smirk. You less make excuses. I think you just deliberately. Zhou Xiling was talking, but old Mrs. Lu frowned and glared at Suwon. Suwon, what the hell do you want? Beating up my Lu family's women all day long. You're sincere, aren't you? Grandma Lu, don't be nervous. I knocked Lu Wentong out for her own good. Otherwise later, when I exorcise the evil from Lu Wentong's body, she will definitely be unable to withstand the pain and collapse. Suwon said intriguingly. Humph. Suwon, Zhou Xiling has already said that my Lu family is not the Jinling Grand Theater. If you want to act, go somewhere else. Don't clown around in my Lu family. Having had a previous experience, old Mrs. Lu didn't trust Suwon at all. However, Suwon narrowed his eyes as he patiently inquired. Grandma Lu, if I exorcise the evil from Lu Wentong, what are you going to do? If you can really exorcise Lu Wentong's evil, I can make the decision to give 30% of the Lu family's industry to Lu Evening Phone. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to have that ability. Gazing down at Suwon, old Mrs. Lu had a face of contempt. Well, I hope Grandma doesn't go back on her word. Suwon smiled and nodded his head. Then he left the Lu family villa in large strides. After Suwon left, Zhou Xiling was the first to flirt conspiratorially. Humph, a clown, pretending to be a god all day long, playing the role of a divine doctor before, and now a feng shui master? What about driving away Lu Wentong's evil? What the hell does Suwon know about feng shui? Zhou Xiling, what makes you look down on Suwon? Don't forget, he's risking his life to go to the eastern suburbs village right now, but he's doing it to save your wife. Lu Evening Wind glared at Zhou Xiling with red and trembling eyes. I let that clown Suwon save Lu Wentong? If he can really save it, why didn't he save it before? And I'm wondering, are you Lu Evening Wind really stupid and sweet? How come you're helping Suwon? A hick, all day long? Suwon is a clown and has no brain. Do you, Lu Evening Phone, also have no brain? You're the one with no brain. Lu Evening Wind's face reddened in anger. Alright, Zhou Xiling, stop it. If Lu Evening Phone doesn't speak for Suwon, could she still finish for you? Don't forget, Lu Evening Phone is Suwon's wife. At the same time Lu Xianyi opened her mouth. She glanced at Lu Evening Wind in pity. Cousin Evening Wind, marrying a man like Suwon who loves to talk big, you're really pathetic. Fortunately, too, when this young lady didn't marry him, otherwise, wouldn't I have to accompany Suwon to act all day long? Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xianyi's words fell, many of the Lu family members present couldn't help but laugh. How is marrying Suwon pathetic? I've never felt sorry for myself. Coldly glaring at Lu Xianyi, Lu Evening Wind's silver teeth bit her thin lips and said, after marrying Suwon, my legs got better. I lived in the Moon Season Villa, negotiated a partnership with the Nanling Zhu family for the International Music School, and got a spot in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet. If you call that pity, then I have nothing to say. At the words, the Lu family members who had smiles on their faces a second ago were unable to laugh at once. Even after Lu Xianyi heard this, she was silent, until a long time later. Only then did Lu Xianyi say indignantly, Lu Evening Phone, you are only a few days of recent scenery, but remember, in the Lu family, I, Lu Xianyi, am the Phoenix Woman. Let's just wait and see. When the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet is over, you, Lu Evening Phone, will still return to mediocrity and become an unquestioned ordinary woman. And I, Lu Xianyi, destined for a lifetime of extraordinary things. Seeing Lu Xianyi's condescending face, Lu Evening Phone refused to lose her momentum. She also raised her head and said, we'll see, Suwon said. You, Lu Xianyi, will have many more days to envy me in the future. Suwon? Oh, if the words of a hick wishing for something could come true, then there wouldn't be that many hicks in this world. Lu Xianyi sneered disdainfully and followed her without bothering to say anything else. Because, Lu Xianyi understood that she could never wake up a person pretending to be asleep. 10 o'clock at night. Jinling City, Dongjiu Village. Suwon came to this eerie and desolate construction site holding the 3 live stone and the wooden dragon stake. Ho! Ho! Just as his front foot stepped into the construction site of Dongjiu Village, Suwon heard a low dragon roar coming from beside his ears. Yuan Shirin Jin. Universal warning to all spirits. The true officials of the Yu Du Shi, the land and the gods and goddesses. Suwon made seals with both hands, and his mouth vibrated as he silently recited the Xianji. Immediately after, buzzing, a black smoke invisible to the naked eye filled out from the land under Suwon's feet. This smoke turned into a 10,000 feet tall fog dragon in the blink of an eye, which was currently staring intently at Suwon. Go! Seeing the 9 deadly candlejack reveal its body, Suwon took out the wooden dragon stake. There was a click. The wooden dragon stake was like a nail, directly nailed to the center of that fog dragon's brow. Roar! Roar! At that instant, the fog dragon with a size of 10,000 feet began to wail continuously, emitting deafening roars. That's a lot of movement. Even quite a few villages in the vicinity of Dongjiao village, there were people who heard this weird roar. Don't waste your efforts. Now that I have the 3 live stone, your fate of being suppressed is unchangeable. Looking at the 9 deadly candlejack that was struggling hard, Suwon took out the 3 life stones that he had gotten from the maple family and set them on the wooden dragon stake again. Wow! As the 3 life stones and the wooden dragon stake merged, a holy and mysterious luster directly permeated the surface of the originally rotten and broken wooden dragon pile. This luster continuously poured over the wooden dragon pile, causing the wooden dragon pile to appear as if it had been plated with a film of light, as if it had been given a new life. And after the brand new wooden dragon stakes were presented above the village of Dongjiao, boom! Boom! Great and terrifying power burst out from the wooden dragon pile, directly nailing the 9 deadly candlejack deep in the earth for a long time. So this is the true power of the wooden dragon stake? Seeing that the 9 deadly candlejack was completely suppressed, Suwon was horrified. It was because even he, when faced with the suppressive power of the wooden dragon stake, felt palpitations and uneasiness. This is enough power to subdue the immortals. It seems that this 9 deadly candlejack is no longer able to threaten the eastern suburb village construction. Seeing that the 10,000 feet fog dragon deep in the earth began to collapse a little, Suwon turned around and was about to return to the Lu family. But just then, an ice-cold voice suddenly came from beside Suwon's ear. Kid, how dare you, a person who is about to die, suppress this seat? Oh, you can talk? Suwon was slightly surprised in his heart, but then he was relieved. The 9 deadly candlejacks as the dragon vein fury existed in Jiangnan province for 10,000 years. It was normal to give birth to a spirit. Kid, let me go and I can help you change your life. You are suffering from the 9 yang extinct vein. You won't live more than 4 months. As long as you let me out, I can renew your life for 3 years. The 9 deadly candlejack that was subdued in the ground began to negotiate with Suwon. However, Suwon indifferently shook his head. There's no need. I've already found a cure for the 9 yang extinct vein. Originally, when I left Shinnong Valley, Suwon only had 3 months of longevity left, but every time he was in close contact with Lu Evening Wind, his longevity would increase. At this moment, it had been raised from 3 months of longevity to 4 months of longevity. Suwon believed that as long as he was given time, it would not be difficult for him to accompany Lu Evening Feng to grow old. You're a cultivator of the transcendent mortal realm. How could you possibly have a cure for the 9 yang extinct vein? The 9 deadly candlejack seemed to disbelieve Suwon's words. Forget it if you don't believe me. Suwon didn't explain, but took big strides towards the outskirts of the village in the eastern suburbs. Back! Get back here! You're not allowed to leave. Damned man of cultivation. You and dare to suppress me. Fuck you. In desperation, the 9 deadly candlejack used up its last ounce of strength to attack Suwon. Shasta! A purple emperor star silhouette smashed into Suwon. The terror of this emperor star shadow is enough to annihilate any person who practices martial arts, including the Jingguo war god of the frontier battlefield, as well as the legendary supreme beings of the imperial family of the 9 states. But Suwon just lightly waved his hand. Click! The purple emperor star's shadow then instantly broke. Moths to the flame. Not self-conscious. Smiling coldly at the 9 deadly candlejack that had fallen into silence, Suwon turned around and was about to leave. But that's when, instead, his body suddenly began to chill. No! Not good! The 9 yang Jedi vein is attacking Jinling City. Lu family villa. Lu Evening Feng had been praying for Suwon ever since he left. She was afraid her mother would stay mad, but she was more afraid that Suwon would die in the eastern suburbs village. God willing, Suwon will be fine. He'll be fine. Lu Evening Wind was praying. Suddenly, in the Lu family villa, Lu Wentong, who had originally passed out, actually woke up. Shizuku? Looking at Lu Wentong with a clear gaze, completely unlike the crazy Lu Wentong, Lu Qinchin hurriedly pushed her wheelchair to her daughter's side. Wentong, are you alright? Mom, what are you doing here? And what's going on with me here? Seeing the Lu family all looking at her, Lu Wentong rubbed her head as she asked with a confused and bewildered look on her face. Regarding all the things that happened when she was possessed, Lu Wentong had completely forgotten about them. Cousin Wentong, you were possessed before. Seeing Lu Wentong's confusion, Lu Xianyi snapped. Medieval? Lu Wentong opened her mouth, not expecting such a thing to happen to her. Mom, since I was possessed, who saved me? After hesitating, Lu Wentong asked again. It was my husband, Sylvan, who saved you. Lu Evening Wind walked over to explain. Su and Fawn went to the eastern suburb village to suppress the 9 deadly candle dragon robbery alone in order to save you. It's a bunch of nonsense. How could he, Su Wen, possibly know feng shui? Zhou Xiling laughed coldly. And if it's true that Su Wen suppressed the unclean things in Dongjiao village, then why? Only Lu Wentong woke up? Your mother didn't wake up? That's right. Li Guifang and Lu Wentong were both struck by evil. Can it be that Su Wen only saved Lu Wentong and not his mother-in-law? Where in heaven's name is a clown son-in-law like that? Hearing the rebuttal from the Lu family's crowd. For a moment, Lu Evening Wind also froze in place. Indeed, the mother is still in a coma and has not woken up. Lu Evening Feng, I know. You don't want Su Wen to be a loser for the rest of his life. That's why you speak for him. But have you thought about it? You're putting too much pressure on Su Wen. He's just a clown. And you have to say that he's the feng shui master who saved Lu Wentong? Aren't you forcing Su Wen to be the leader? Have you heard of the saying, a gun hits the head of a bird? Lu Wentong's mother said to Lu Evening Feng in a conspiratorial manner. That's right, Lu Evening Feng, when your mom wakes up, you'll say it was Su Wen who exorcised Lu Wentong's evil again. Your mom is still unconscious. And you're still in the mood to take credit for Su Wen? Your heart is really big. Lu Xianyi's mother also intriguingly flirted. Being counted down by the Lu family present. Lu Evening Wind only stifled himself and stood still without saying a word. And just then, ahem, the unconscious Li Guifang even turned awake at once. Mom? Seeing Li Guifang awakening, Lu Evening Feng immediately jumped into his mother's arms with red eyes. Mom, are you alright? Evening Wind, what's going on? Why am I in Lu's house? Li Guifang's gaze looked around, and following her, she saw the familiar faces of the Lu family members. Li Guifang, how do you feel physically? Is there any discomfort? Suddenly, old Mrs. Lu opened her mouth to ask Li Guifang. Mom, I feel physically fine. There isn't any discomfort. Li Guifang answered seriously. Then it seems that the evil of you and Lu Wentong has indeed been exorcised. When old Mrs. Lu said this, she was also a little confused inside. I think it is hard to believe that Su Wen really suppressed the unclean things in the eastern suburbs of the village. But, does Su Wen really know feng shui? Grandma, you promised Su Wen before that as long as he could drive away the evil in Lu Wentong's body, you would cede 1/3 of the Lu family's industry to me. Now, does that still count? The moment I saw my mother wake up, Lu Evening Feng was then certain that it must have been Su Wen who saved his mother and Lu Wentong. It counts. Old Mrs. Lu thought for a moment. She nodded her head squarely. Evening Wind, which of the Lu family's properties do you want? Lu Evening Feng was about to open his mouth, but Lu Xianyi beside him coldly said, wait a minute, Lu Xianyi, what do you mean? Interrupted by Lu Xianyi, Lu Evening Wind questioned in dissatisfaction. Lu Evening Feng, who told you that Lu Wentong and Auntie Five were cured by Su Wen? On what grounds did Grandma cede the Lu family's estate to you? Lu Xianyi said one word at a time. It was originally Su Wen who cured my mom and Lu Wentong. Isn't that a fact? Lu Evening Wind coldly asked Lu Xianyi back. Facts? It's really funny. Su Wen is really capable. What did he do long ago? Couldn't he have helped Auntie Five and Lu Wentong exorcise the evil spirits? Lu Xianyi said in a conspiratorial manner. That's right. I seriously doubt that Lu Wentong and Auntie Five were cured on their own and had absolutely nothing to do with him. Su Wen. Zhou Xiling didn't hesitate to concur. You are shameless. Lu Evening Feng was really surprised by both Lu Xuanyi and Zhou Xiling. We are shameless? Oh, Lu Evening Wind, if you have the ability, let's go to the eastern suburb village now and take a look. I don't believe it anymore. Lu Wentong was cured by Su Wen. Zhou Xiling looked confident. Just go. I'm afraid of you. Soon, the Lu family members arrived at the eastern suburb village in Jiling City. But here it is. They, however, did not see Su Wen's figure. How about it? Lu Evening Wind, what else do you have to say now? I've known for a long time that clown Su Wen doesn't know anything about feng shui. And it's even more unlikely that he would come to Dongjiao village to exorcise the evil spirits. Looking at the empty Dongjiao village under the night, Zhou Xiling proudly said to Lu Evening Feng. Lu Xianyi also seemed to smile. Lu Evening Feng, it seems that Grandma doesn't need to give you a share of the Lu family's estate. You, just honestly build your international music school in Dongjiao village. Lu Evening Wind opened her mouth, but in the end she chose to remain silent. It's come to this. Lu Evening Wind also finally compromised. Believe Su Wen is really do not understand feng shui. Delusion of her before deep inside. There was a hint of fantasy. But the end result is, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. But Lu Evening Wind didn't blame Su Wen. Whether Su Wen likes to say big words or not, no ability or not, the other party is finally her Lu Evening Wind's man. As Lu Xianyi said earlier, if you marry a chicken, You follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Anyway, in the beginning, Lu Evening Wind didn't want to marry well. Grandma, let's go back. Suwon that hick doesn't know anything about feng shui. He, is just a clown who clams up. Walking over to old Mrs. Lu Xianyi smiled and said, you don't need to cede the Lu family's estate to Lu Evening Foam. Okay, let's go back. Old Mrs. Lu nodded. A group of Lu family members were about to leave Dongjiao village, but that's when, suddenly a Lu family member pointed to a pitted land in the eastern suburb of the village and said, look, how is there? A person there? Someone? Lu Evening Wind hastily cast her gaze. Following, her eyes reddened. Suwon? Suwon, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me? Looking at Suwon, who was lying unconscious on the ground, Lu Evening Wind pounced over with tears in her eyes. She's scared. What happened to Suwon in the eastern suburbs of the village? After all, the village of Dongjiao was already haunted by evil, but as a result, no matter how Lu Evening Wind called out to Suwon, Suwon did not wake up for a long time. This Suwon, he's not dead, is he? A Lu family member said with a hesitant face. Better off dead. Clown 1, Zhou Xiling sneered gloatingly. I've long since seen this country bumpkin. That's right, no ability, but also have to run to the eastern suburbs of the village to exorcise the evil spirits. Not that diamond drill. Have to take what porcelain work? He is Suwon's own fault. Lu Xianyi also said contemptuously. It's fortunate that I didn't marry this Suwon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be a widow. Lu Xianyi. Shut up. Hearing Lu Xianyi's words, Lu Evening Wind immediately cast a red-eyed gaze. Suwon is like this, and you're still talking smack? Was it me who told Suwon to come to the eastern suburb village to quell the evil? It was he himself who had to come to the eastern suburb village to clamor for attention. So who's to blame? Lu Xianyi was talking, when suddenly, a snore came from the eastern suburbs of the village at night. It was actually from Suwon. Not dead? Hearing Suwon's snoring sound, Zhou Xiling some regret, followed by him and cold laughter. Asterisk of this Suwon. Really scared the old man. I thought he died in the eastern suburb of the village town evil. Did not think that he shelved this sleep to come. Lu Evening Wind. You see, Suwon doesn't know feng shui at all. If Suwon really fears ghosts and gods, he dares to sleep in Dongjiao village? Even the person in question, Lu went on, mocked with her hands clasped over her chest, not believing that it was Suwon who had saved her. It's possible that Suwon was too tired when he suppressed the 9 deadly candlejack, so he fell asleep. Lu Evening Wind stiffly helped Suwon think of an excuse. Lu Evening Feng, almost there. Take a look at Dongjiao village yourself. Where are the traces of evil suppression? There's no yellow paper, no coins, no candles, and no candles, so it's hard to believe that Suwon relies on wishing to keep the evil spirits at bay. Lu Wentom's mother, Lu Qinshin, said meaningfully, Third aunt knows that you desire to see your husband become a dragon, and we can understand this sentiment, but the problem is, how can he, Suwon, an uneducated countryman, become a dragon? Do you think he is Zhou Xiling? Not everyone can start a company or become a dragon. Evening Wind, you've grown up. It's time for you to learn to accept Suwon's mediocrity. Yes, Lu Evening Wind, you yourself aren't even a phoenix girl. How can you expect Suwon to have a future? Suwon makes blind wishes all day long. You can't follow his example. Lu Xianyi's mother, Kong Manyun, said with the same great depth of meaning. I didn't have the luxury of expecting Suwon to become a dragon. Seeing that the Lu family didn't believe Suwon knew feng shui, Lu Evening Wind opened her mouth to speak, but in the end she simply stopped explaining. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all go back to our homes. At this time, old Mrs. Lu suddenly said in a commanding tone, but she stopped short of mentioning the matter of ceding the Lu family's properties to Lu Evening Wind. In this regard, Lu Evening Foam didn't have the courage to mention it, but just as the Lu family was about to leave the eastern suburb village, the snoring Suwon suddenly began to tremble physically, following his forehead to stop bleeding sweat. Why is it so hot? Lu Evening Wind realized that Suwon's forehead was frighteningly hot. Her pupils tightened and she hurriedly said to old Mrs. Lu, Grandma, Suwon seems to have a fever. Fever? The crowd of Lu family members frowned. However, Zhou Xiling said in a conspiratorial manner, this clown ran away to sleep in Dongjiao village in the middle of the night. Isn't he going to catch a cold and get a fever? His words had just fallen. Cough, cough. Suwon then violently started coughing. A real weakling, with this physical quality. Can you plow a field? Zhou Xiling mocked once again. Lu Evening Wind, you first take Suwon to the Lu family's hospital. Looking at Suwon, whose face was getting paler and paler, old Mrs. Lu said expressionlessly. Okay, Lu Evening Wind answered, and she hurriedly brought Su Wen to Lu's clinic, a VIP ward in Lu's clinic. A doctor in a white coat helped Su Wen check his body. He softly pacified Lu Evening Phone. "Miss Lu, your husband's body is fine. He's just cold. It's good to be safe and sound." Lu Evening Phone was instantly relieved. Following that, she turned to Li Guifang and said, "Mom, you go home first. I'll stay here to guard Su Wen." "Okay then, Mom will see you tomorrow." When Li Guifang left, Lu Evening Phone quietly sat beside Su Wen. And just then, suddenly, a sound of pain and pleading came from Su Wen's mouth. "No, don't leave me. Was it a nightmare?" Looking at Su Wen's sweaty face, Lu Evening Wind picked up a handkerchief, and while she helped Su Wen wipe his sweat, she tenderly said, "Husband, don't worry, I will never leave you, ever." Early the next morning, Su Wen woke up from his hospital bed. "Hubby, you're awake?" Seeing Su Wen waking up, Lu Evening Phone immediately revealed an expression of relief. "Is this?" Su Wen's gaze looked around as he had a curious look on his face. "This is Lu's clinic. Yesterday you fell asleep in the eastern suburbs village with a fever, and Grandma asked me to bring you here for an. Lu Evening Wind answered truthfully. "Sleeping? Fever?" Thinking back to last night's attack of the 9 young Jedi Vane, Su Wen's gaze lowered. He closed his eyes and slightly sensed the condition of his body, followed by his entire face going pale. Because of this moment, Su Wen's lifespan, then, was only 1 month left. The backlash of the 9 young Jedi Vane. Why is it getting worse? Will I be able to survive the next attack of the Jedi Vane? Looking out the window, Su Wen muttered to himself with a lost face. Previously in the Shinnong Valley, Su Wen was unattached. He only wanted to retire for his old man Su Wuxie. But at the moment, Su Wen got married and had a wife. If he died under the backlash of the 9 Sons Jedi Vane, what should Lu Evening Wind do? No, I shouldn't be pessimistic. The old man said that if I want to live, I have to marry a woman from the Lu family, and I've already married Lu Evening Phone. How could I die? Thinking like this, Su Wen's gloomy mood got a lot better. "Honey, do you want an apple? I'll go wash an apple for you." Looking at the dazed Su Wen, Lu Evening Phone very gently revealed a smile. Lu Evening Fang's smile was healing. It was like the enchanting dusk after late fall, beautiful beyond measure. Good. Su Wen also felt a little hungry as he nodded, but just as Lu Evening Phone went to wash the apples, suddenly, a panic scream and the sound of water running came from the ward. "Nightwind, what's wrong with you?" Su Wen hurriedly ran to Lu Evening Wind, followed by him, and froze, only to see the lotus root-colored white dress on his wife's body completely soaked. A picture of icy pity was presented in front of Su Wen. At the same time, a light fragrance also spread quietly in the ward, slowly spreading in Su Wen's heart. "Evening Wind, how did you get yourself into this mess?" Looking at the soaked Lu Evening Phone, Su Wen blushed and his heart beat faster, because the curves of his wife under the wet body were moving, shapely and sexy. There's a shyness to it. In particular, the pair of long and delicate jade legs were tantalizing. "Honey, I don't know what's going on with this faucet. The water is actually flowing forward," Lu Evening Wind said aggrievely. Following her, she changed her previous gentleness. Instead she fiercely blanked Su Wen. "No looking at me. I'm going to change my clothes." "Okay, I'm not looking." Su Wen rejoined the hospital bed, and only when she saw him lying down did Lu Evening Phone begin to take off her own clothes. "Wait to take off your wet clothes." Lu Evening Wind was already naked, and just then, stamp, outside the VIP ward, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. "Evening Wind, Mom bought you breakfast." "What's Mom doing here?" Hearing Li Guifang's voice, Lu Evening Phone was like a frightened bunny. She was all nervous and flustered. It's over. If Mom sees me without my clothes on, she's going to curse." It was already too late to put on clothes. Lu Evening Wind's silver teeth clenched. She actually directly drilled into Su Wen's quilt. "Nightwind, you?" Looking at his wife lying on the bed without clothes, Su Wen once again froze, thinking that it is hard to believe that his wife is trying to seduce himself. "Shoo, no talking. If my mom finds out about me, I'm not done with you." Shyly threatening Su Wen with a sentence, Lu Evening Wind directly buried her head into the quilt. In the meantime, click, the door of the VIP ward was slowly pushed open, and Li Guifang walked out from it. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Su Wen felt the residual warmth in his arms as he forced himself to greet Li Guifang. "Where's my night wind?" Li Guifang said with a cold face. "Evening breeze she went out." Su Wen replied stiffly. "Out?" Li Guifang thought for a moment. She placed her breakfast in front of Su Wen, then sat down on a chair, and crossed her legs. "Su Wen, when do you plan to leave my daughter?" "Ha?" Su Wen froze. What? Su Wen, let me tell you, you are no longer worthy of my daughter now. My daughter is getting better and better. She can even go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. And you? Oh, speaking of this, Li Guifang didn't even bother to go on. Instead, she took out a bank card from her bag and placed it in front of Su Wen. Su Wen, here is $100,000, which is enough for you to be clothed and fed in the countryside for the rest of your life. Sensible. Take the money and leave my daughter tomorrow. Or else, don't blame me for being rude to you. Not only will I throw you out of the Lu family, I'll make you regret going against me. Because Lu Eveningfeng was not in the ward, Li Guifang's attitude was also very bad, not giving Su Wen any face at all. Mom, I really can't afford to leave Nightwind. Seeing that Li Guifang started to threaten herself again, Su Wen could only helplessly return the money. Su Wen, you're giving your face away, aren't you? Being rejected by Su Wen, Li Guifang's gaze was cloudy, but immediately, she smiled. Su Wen, right now you can refuse to leave Evening Breeze, but if one day, Lu Evening Breeze abandons you, what should you do? Evening Wind abandoned me? Su Wen frowned. Not bad. In the past in Jinling City, my daughter was just a disabled person. There were no rich second generation and powerful men pursuing her. Her emotional experience, it was like a blank sheet of paper. So Late Wind had very low eyesight and was easily satisfied. But it will be different in the future. Wait for Evening Wind to go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. With her face value and figure, she will definitely attract a lot of rich second generation and powerful sons to pursue her. At that time, when Late Wind has seen the life of Jiangnan province's luxury circle, and is used to being star-studded by a luxury son, do you think that Late Wind will still be happy to stay by your side as an ordinary woman? I believe that Evening Breeze she is not the kind of woman who loves vanity. Su Wen calmly shook his head. What a joke. Only incompetent men think women are vain. Evening Wind is my daughter. What kind of character does she have? I still don't understand? If you don't believe me, let's just wait and see. When Evening Wind attends the Jiangnan Flower and Moon banquet, she will abandon you without me even asking. Li Guifang's words just fell. Suddenly, a faint voice came from Su Wen's quilt. I won't abandon Su Wen. Lu Evening Wind pouted her lips as she said indignantly. What's that noise? Hearing this strange movement, Li Guifang glared at Su Wen. Su Wen, what are you muttering? What? You're not convinced, right? Don't believe that my daughter will abandon you? Su Wen didn't know how to retort. Okay, since you don't believe me, we'll see, but don't come crying to me that you didn't give you a chance when you're abandoned by my daughter. With these words, Li Guifang no longer bothered to talk nonsense with Su Wen. She directly got up and left without looking back. Bang! Only after the door of the ward was closed did Lu Eveningfeng get out from under Su Wen's covers. Su Wen, your hands are not honest. Just coming out. Lu Evening Wind didn't mention Li Guifang's matter. Instead she glared at Su Wen with a grudge and hatred. I didn't mean to. Thinking that he had accidentally touched Lu Eveningfeng's body just now, Su Wen said sheepishly. And just then, tap, another footstep came from outside the ward. Master Su, I heard that you are sick? Little brother has come to visit you. Yang Wubiao's voice followed. No good. Hearing Yang Wubiao's voice, Su Wen remembered his sister-in-law's words, so he hurriedly dragged Lu Eveningfeng under the covers. Anyway, Su Wen couldn't even let his wife know that he was acquainted with the underground leading snake of Jinling City. Crunch! Su Wen had just hidden his wife when Yang Wubiao arrived in the hospital room. At this moment, Yang Wubiao was still carrying 2 flower baskets in his hand. After he saw Su Wen whose face was flushed with red, he immediately said curtly, Master Su, is your illness serious? Not seriously. Su Wen faintly shook his head. It's good that it's not serious. By the way, Master Su, not long from now, Jiangnan province is going to organize an underground boxing tournament. I plan to attend. You won't refuse, right? Yang Wubiao thought of something. He turned his words around and said, this underground boxing match involves the division of underground forces in Jiangnan province. It's very important. Well, there you go. Su Wen didn't reject Yang Wubiao, but as soon as his words fell, he felt a softness in his hand, and at that moment a discreet slave voice came from Su Wen's quilt. Hands off! What's that noise? Yang Wubiao was a half-step martial Dao master, and when he heard Lu Eveningfeng's voice, he instantly got up alertly. There's no sound. You heard wrong. Su Wen didn't move and shook his head. And just then, another woman in a long light yellow dress with a ponytail came to the ward. Mr. Su Wen, I heard from the Lu family that you're sick. MS. Feng Yumu? What brings you here? Seeing the Maple family's $1,000 girl walking towards him, Su Wen was a bit surprised. I went to the Lu family earlier to look for you, and heard the Lu family say that you were sick. Mr. Su Wen. So I came to visit you uninvited, and I hope that Mr. Su Wen will not be angry. While Feng Yumu said, She placed the flower basket in her hand on Su Wen's bedside, and at that moment, Feng Yumu suddenly noticed Yang Wu Biao beside her. Master Biao? Seeing that this underground leading snake of Jinling City had also come to visit Su Wen, Feng Yumu couldn't help but set off shocking waves in her heart. First, Hua Chang'an, the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province, treated Su Wen with respect. Now even a half-step martial arts master like Yang Wu Biao has come to visit Su Wen. It's hard not to. Is Su Wen really not an ordinary person? But if that's true, then why? The always vain Lu Xianyi would abandon such an excellent man as Su Wen? Ms. Feng Yumu, did you go to the Lu family to find me for something? Su Wen was confused. It's like this, Mr. Suvan, my mom said she wanted to take you to dinner today and thank you for saving her life. Maple Moon Mu fell in line and said, Mr. Zhuang is too polite. Su Wen smiled, but I may not have time to go to the banquet today. How about another day? Alright, Mr. Su Wen, rest in peace and wish you a speedy recovery. After Feng Yumu finished speaking, she left with her slender jade legs. After Maple Moon Mu left, suddenly, Su Wen's face inexplicably flushed. Master Su, why is your face red? While Yang Wubiao said that, he gazed at Feng Yumu's back and thought to himself, is it possible that Master Su has taken a fancy to this beautiful woman of the Feng family? But then again, Feng Yumu is also really pure, sweet, delicate melon face, stay black straight long ponytail, that steady and dignified temperament, quite a sense of the vision of a great lady. Is my face red? Su Wen smiled awkwardly. There is. Yang Wubiao nodded his head with incomparable seriousness. At the same time he took a mirror and placed it in front of Su Wen. Master Su, look. I'm not looking. You get the hell out of here. Su Wen urged Yang Wubiao to leave. I'm on my way. Yang Wubiao farted and answered, and he hurriedly left the ward. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door closing. Wow! Lu Evening Feng and Su Wen's arms drilled out from the quilt at once. At this moment, Lu Evening Feng's silver teeth were tightly biting her thin lips, and her cold as ice gaze was even more like it was about to spit fire. Su Wen, you are shameless. What's wrong with me? With me? Su Wen asked knowingly. What did you say about you? You don't keep your hands to yourself. Lu Evening Wind covered her chest with both hands. She said with hatred and tears in her eyes, looking as aggrieved as she could be. Su Wen was about to argue. It resulted in the sound of footsteps outside the ward again. But this time, Lu Evening Feng, however, had learned her lesson, and she directly picked up a hospital gown and put it on. Although it was fluffy, it could cover up. Crunch! Lu Evening Feng had just gotten dressed when he saw Lu Xianyi and the others from the Lu family arrive in the hospital room. Yo, weakling, wake up from your nap? When Zhou Xiling saw Su Wen waking up, he teased with a smile. Is the ground in Dongjiu village soft? Take me to sleep with you next time. Ha! Zhou Xiling, willing to gamble, you can remove a leg yourself. Seeing Lu Wentong, who was no longer mad beside Zhou Xiling, Su Wen said expressionlessly, I'm unloading. You hillbilly sleeper, aren't you? Zhou Xiling burst into a rage. What? You want to go back on your word? Su Wen wasn't angry either. He instead said intriguingly, wasn't it you who said that as long as I saved Lu Wentong, you'd remove one of your legs before? What a joke. Did you save Lu Wentong? What are you pretending here? I don't know which clown ran off to sleep in Dongjiu village yesterday in the name of suppressing evil. Zhou Xiling scornfully said, can you suppress evil by sleeping in your house? It's okay, if you don't remove a leg yourself, I'll find someone to do it for you. As soon as Su Wen's words fell, Lu Wentong snorted out a laugh. Su Wen, are you trying to laugh me to death? You're just a weakling and you're still looking for someone to remove my husband's leg. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, my husband is Yang Wubiao's brother. If you have the ability, go find someone. If you can't unload Zhou Xiling's leg, I'll even look down on you. That's right, Su Wen. Who wouldn't know how to just brag? You hurry up and get someone to unload my legs. Zhou Xiling was even more incomparable. Remove my legs and I'll call you dad. After a pause, Zhou Xiling added with a bad smile, but if you can't remove my legs, then how about you call me dad? Zhou Xiling, are you a child? How grown up are you? And you're still calling someone dad? My Su Wen won't bet with you. Without waiting for Su Wen to open his mouth, Lu Evening Feng beside him coldly rejected Zhou Xiling's proposal. I'm childish? Oh, Su Wen, spends his days acting out the Lu family as if it were the Golden Theater. Isn't he childish? Zhou Xiling was saying. There was a clamor just outside the ward. Why is it so noisy? Lu Xianyi called out to a clinic doctor and asked, Miss Xianyi, it's Yang Wu Biao. Master Biao came to our Lu clinic just now. That clinic doctor recognized Lu Xianyi and he replied respectfully. What? Yang Wu Biao came to Lu's clinic? He came to visit the patients? Hearing this, Lu Wentong and the others were shocked in their hearts. What kind of person has so much face that he would let Master Biao personally visit him? Lu Xianyi guessed suspiciously. First rule out Suvan. Zhou Xiling laughed evilly. Su Wen, this country bumpkin. There's no way he could have known Yang Wubiao in his life. This is inevitable. Master Biao is already a half-step martial arts master in Jinling City. And even my Lu family can't afford to offend such a big shot. Would he not come to visit Su Wen? Lu Wentong nodded in agreement. But at this time, Lu Evening Wind beside him coldly hummed. But there was indeed a nickname for Master Piao who came to visit Su Wen just now. You saw it? Lu Xianyi looked at her. No, I didn't see it, but I heard it. Lu Evening Wind shook his head in panic. Humph. These days, there are plenty of people whose nickname is Master Piao. My neighbor's puppy is even called Master Piao. It's hard to believe that Su Wen was visited by a dog? Put. Just as Lu Xuanyi finished speaking, Zhou Xiling and Lu Wenong couldn't help but laugh. You guys, looking at the arrogant faces of Lu Xianyi and the others, Lu Evening Wind couldn't stand it. She immediately said coldly, Lu Xianyi, if you guys came to the Lu Clinic today to mock Su Wen, please also leave. Lu Evening Wind, don't flatter yourself. We didn't come to Lu's clinic today specifically to mock Su Wen. Lu Wentong said with a raised eyebrow. So what are you guys doing here? Lu Evening Wind asked rhetorically. Does it matter to you? As soon as Lu Wentong's words left her mouth, a patient in a white coat handed Lu Xianyi a bank card. Miss Xianyi, I've already raised the $20 million you asked for. Thanks, Dr. Chun. After Lu Xianyi got the money, she planned to leave with Lu Wentong and the others. But that's when Lu Evening Wind, however, coldly called out to her. Xianyi, what's up with you coming to Lu's clinic to get money? Can it be that your Xianyi media company has gone bankrupt? Bankruptcy? Lu Xianyi lightly raised her eyebrows in a smile. Lu Evening Feng, then you're overthinking it. My Xianyi media company is doing very well. It's simply impossible for it to go bankrupt. Then why did you take the money from Lu's clinic? Lu Evening Feng was even more puzzled in his mind. You want to know? Ha, beg me and I'll tell you. Lu Xianyi said with a wry smile. You. Lu Evening Wind stomped her foot. She was too lazy to ask again. Don't say it and pull back. It was Zhou Xiling beside him who said unhurriedly. Lu Evening Wind, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is preparing to bid for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Lu Xianyi and Lu Wentong are both planning to bid for this place. So they are raising money. If you have spare money, you can lend it to us as well. Bidding for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Hearing this, Lu Evening Phone was slightly stunned. Not bad. Lu Evening Wind, do you still have money there? Lu Wentong looked at her. No, no more. Lu Evening Wind shook her head. I spent all my savings on buying gifts for Mr. Chiu before. Humph. I knew it would be futile to ask you. Lu Wentong said as she turned around and was about to leave the hospital room. But that's when Lu Xianyi, however, suddenly walked up to Lu Evening Wind and said, Cousin Evening Wind, don't worry. I won't let you go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet alone. I'll accompany you. And when the time comes, when we arrive at the stage of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, it'll be crystal clear who's the ugly duckling and who's the white swan. Towards the end, Lu Xianyi's demeanor was more than a little provocative and cold. You're going to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet with me? Looking at Lu Xianyi who had a provocative face, Lu Evening Wind had a complicated expression. Of course, no matter what, I will bid for the Luyu Chamber of Commerce's spot to go to the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, and I will let the entire Jiangnan province know that I, Lu Xianyi, am the true Phoenix woman. I will fight for the title of Jiangnan's four most talented girls, and you Lu Evening Phone, will always be the green leaf accompanying the flowers, the four great talents of Jiangnan, destined to have no chance with you, just as Lu Xianyi was condescendingly longing for and belittling Lu Evening Phone. Su Wen beside her sneered, Lu Xianyi, you should quickly forget about it. There's no way the Luyu Chamber of Commerce will give you a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. I advise you to stop wasting time borrowing money and go home early to wash up. Su Wen, are you out of your mind? You think you're the president of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce? If you say that the Luyu Chamber of Commerce won't give me the quota for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, they won't? Lu Xianyi coldly glared at Su Wen. Joker, you continue to act in the Lu family clinic. This young lady will not accompany you. After saying that, Lu Xianyi directly left with a slam of the ward's door. After she left, after Lu Wentong glanced at Su Wen contemptuously, she also turned around and walked away. Before Zhou Xiling left, he even provocatively slapped his thighs at Su Wen and intriguingly said, Older brother Su, brother-in-law is waiting for you to come and unload my legs. Ha ha, if you're a brother, come and cut me. It wasn't until after Zhou Xiling and the three of them had all left. Only then did Lu Evening Feng pacify Su Wen. Hubby, ignore that Zhou Xiling. He doesn't believe that it was you who saved cousin Wentong. I believe you. Though the mouth said soothing words like this, but really deep down in the heart, Lu Evening Wind also had some disbelief that Su-wen knew feng shui. As for Lu Wentong and Li Guofeng no longer going crazy last night, it might really just be a coincidence. After all, the thing about being possessed was supposed to be too mysterious. It's fine. I won't bother with a small person like Zhou Xiling. Su-wen was talking. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Chen Baifu calling. After hanging up the phone, Su-wen said to his wife, Evening Wind, I have to go to the company at this moment. Now, but you're still sick. Why don't you take the day off and not go? Lu Evening Wind was worried. It's okay. Su-wen smiled and shook his head. After a pause, he spoke again. Also, Evening Breeze, the construction work over at the eastern suburb village can already be done today. Really? Lu Evening Wind's eyes lit up. Aha. Su-wen nodded heavily. That's great. I'll go to the eastern suburbs village now. Lu Evening Wind said. And she left the hospital room. But just as she walked out of Lu's clinic, Lu Evening Wind thought of something else, and she chagrined. Oops. I forgot to ask Su-wen how he knew Feng Yumu. Thinking of Feng Yumu, who had visited Su-wen in the clinic earlier, Lu Evening Wind couldn't help but stomp her foot gamely. The other party also invited Su-wen to dinner. Did Feng Yumu not know that Su-wen was married? Half an hour later, Su-wen arrived at the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su. Meet Mr. Su. When many of the top management of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce saw Su-wen walking towards them, they greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Su. Dressed in a professional OL outfit with gray stockings and white high heels, Zhao Qianer also walked over to greet Su-wen. Zhao Qianer, you've been inducted so soon? Su-wen looked at Zhao Qianer, whose temperament and image had changed so much that he almost didn't recognize the other party. Well, I just joined today and thought I'd come to the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce early to learn. Zhao Qianer nodded her head shyly. Even at this moment, she was still a bit dreamy and unreal. The classmate that he knew in the Tianli training course was the president of a top power such as the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce. Also because of Su-wen, Zhao Qianer's fate had changed in an invisible way. By the way, Zhao Qianer, have you seen Chen Baifu? Su-wen asked with a sudden turn of phrase. Manager Chen has gone to meet a client. He'll be right back. As soon as Zhao Qianer's words fell, tap, Chen Baifu in a black suit ran over from the distance. Mr. Su, Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, come over here with me, Su-wen said, and he walked towards the chairman's room of the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce. In the office, Chen Baifu poured Su-wen a cup of coffee. At the same time he carefully handed over 2 invitations. Mr. Su, this is the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet invitation sent by the Jiangnan Mansion to our Liu Chamber of Commerce. Only 2 invitations? Su-wen looked at the golden invitation in front of him that was imprinted with the cuckoo and begonia pattern. He did not move and asked. Yes, only 2. Chen Baifu said truthfully. Then how come I heard that the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce is planning to bid for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Su-wen curiously looked at Chen Baifu. That quota is actually not our Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce's. It's the Jiangnan Mansion that commissioned us to bid on it. Chen Baifu didn't hide it. Not only us, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, but the other 3 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan have also received commissions from the Jiangnan Prefecture. So it is. Su-wen nodded. Following him he suddenly said, Manager Chen, then this bidding, can our Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce operate in the dark? Undercover operation? Hearing Su-wen's words, Chen Baifu was slightly stunned. What President Su means is, I don't want the Lu family to bid for the spot. Su-wen said expressionlessly. It's no problem. Chen Baifu nodded with conviction. On the day of the bidding, I will keep an eye on the Lu family's bid. Never let them get a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Good. Su-wen said as he left the Luyu Chamber of Commerce and prepared to find Yang Wubiao to unload one of Zhou Xiling's legs. After all, being half of the Lu family, Su-wen couldn't do enough to personally remove one of Zhou Xiling's legs, because that would only make his wife feel guilty about Lu Wenong for the rest of her life. Whoosh! Just after coming out of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, Su-wen saw an Audi car parked in front of him. Immediately after, Zhou Xiling in a suit and Lu Wentong in a colorful long dress got down from the Audi. Su-wen? After Lu Wenong saw Su-wen, she was visibly stunned. Why are you at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? I work here. Su-wen replied with an expressionless face. Work? Hearing Su-wen's words, Lu Wentong's expression was different, following which she didn't hold back and let out a poof of laughter. Su-wen, are you joking with me? Are you kidding me? You're a country bumpkin who can work for the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce? Your family's ancestors' graves are smoking? Wentong, it's probably Su-wen cleaning up for the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. This kind of weakling, no one wants him as a security guard, so he can only be a housekeeper. Zhou Xiling said while he teasingly said to Su Wen, "Su old brother, you say you can't find a suitable job. You can come to join me it just so happens that my company also lacks a cleaning room cleaning. Do you want to mix with brother Joe? Other than that, a month's salary is at least 1,005. After a pause, Zhou Xiling said with a bad smile, "Of course, on the basis that we're both half Lu family members. Every month, I'll give you another 250% bonus for full attendance. What do you think?" "I think you're a fool." Su Wen coldly glanced at Zhou Xiling. "Grass. Surname Su. How dare you scold me?" Zhou Xiling was so angry that his face turned red. Lu went on glared at Su Wen with the same indignation. "Su Wen, you're sick, aren't you? My husband sees you as pitiful, kindly letting you work as a janitor in his company, and you're still scolding him? Why should I work as a janitor for Zhou Xiling? Does he deserve it?" Su Wen asked rhetorically. "My husband is not worthy? Oh, what a joke. You're a stinking janitor and you're superior? How much do you get paid a month?" As Lu went on with speaking, Zhou Xiling beside her shook his head indifferently. "Forget it," went on, "just think of it as a dog bite. It doesn't matter." After he finished speaking, he condescendingly looked down at Su Wen again and said, "Su Wen, you will definitely regret refusing my solicitation. When another 5-10 years passes, you will only feel incomparably ridiculous and naive when you look back on today." After saying that, Zhou Xiling didn't bother to talk nonsense with Su Wen anymore. He instead said to Lu Wentong beside him, "Wentong, let's go. It's time for us to pay our respects to the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce." "Good," Lu Wentong answered, and the two of them were on their way to the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. However, Su Wen frowned and spoke, "Zhou Xiling, what are you guys paying me a visit for? Pay your respects?" Zhou Xiling was first stunned, followed by his sarcastic sneer. "Su Clown, your path is quite wild. After you finished acting from the Lu family, you came back to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce to act? Just you? Still want to be the president of the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce? It's impossible for your ancestors' graves to emit even colorful smoke. Understand? Ha ha ha." Amidst the laughter, Lu Wentong beside her also glared at Su Wen in disgust. "Su Wen, you're less likely to disgrace yourself at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Hurry up and get out of here. Didn't you say before that you would find someone to remove my husband's leg? Now that my husband is still fine, where did you get the face to play the president of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce here? Are you done playing the feng shui master?" Lu Wentong, "Don't worry, I will definitely remove one of Zhou Xiling's legs today." After Su Wen finished speaking, he left without looking back. "True clowns," glaring at Su Wen's back, Lu Wentong said conspiratorially, "It's fortunate that Xianyi didn't marry this kind of man." "That's right, Lu Xianyi is the phoenix daughter of the Lu family. If she were to marry Su Wen, her life would be over. Definitely will be reduced to the laughingstock of Jinling City." Zhou Xiling chimed in. The two were talking. Only a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce. "Mr. Chen." Seeing Chen Baifu, Zhou Xiling even farted to greet him. "You are?" Chen Baifu sized up Zhou Xiling twice, but didn't recognize the other party's identity. "I'm Zhou Xiling. Ah, I visited you before. Mr. Chen." Zhou Xiling fell to introducing himself. "So it's you," Chen Baifu suddenly realized. He said, "Why do you think Zhou Xiling looks familiar?" It turned out to be that financial fraudster in Jinling City. "Zhou Xiling, what do you want to see me about?" Chen Baifu asked with an expressionless face. If he didn't know that Su Wen and Zhou Xiling were relatives, presumably, he would have turned around and left. "Mr. Chen, I heard that the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce has a new president. Is this true or not?" Zhou Xiling asked curiously. "It's true, but are you quite behind in your news? This was all last week's news, and you're just now learning about it." Chen Baifu didn't hide it. "I've been organizing a wedding recently, so the news is a bit lagging," Zhou Xiling said awkwardly, and he then turned his words around and said, "Mr. Chen, I would like to pay a visit to the new president of the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce. Do you think you can help me with an introduction?" "It just won't work." Chen Baifu shook his head. "Our chairman just left." "Just left?" Zhou Xiling and Lu Wentong looked at each other. They had been here all along, but other than Su Wen, they hadn't seen anyone else come out of the Foothill Moon Chamber of Commerce. "Looks like we came at a bad time," Zhou Xiling sighed, followed by him handing Chen Baifu a cigarette, and curtly said, "Mr. Chen, can you tell me in detail about the origin of the new president of the FOU Chamber of Commerce? I heard someone say that new president, it seems like he was parachuted in by the Nanling Zhu family. Can't it be that the other party is from Shuzhou province? Oh, could it be that you don't know the origin of our Luyu Chamber of Commerce?" Looking at the puzzled and gossipy Zhou Xiling, Chen Baifu intriguingly said, "I thought you already knew. Why would I know that already?" Zhou Xiling froze, but he didn't wait for him to ask again. Suddenly, beside her, Lu Wentong's phone rang. It was Lu Xianyi calling. What? MS. Xian, are you serious? How can there be such a good thing? Okay, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wentong excitedly said to Zhou Xiling, Hubby, the money for my bidding for a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet is in order. Your mom's house sold? Zhou Xiling blurted out. No, it's Xianyi. She's found a big financial player who can help with investments, and it's rumored that an investment of $1 million will yield a return of 2 million. Lu Wentong was excited. There's such a good thing? Zhou Xiling's eyes lit up. Let's go find Xianyi now. Jinling City, Marriott nightclub. At this moment, Yang Wubiao was enjoying the dancing of several female netizens. Master Piao, my sister danced. Is it still good? A female netizen said as she threw a wink at Yang Wubiao. Not bad, Yang Wubiao said nonchalantly. Master Biao, in a few days, it will be the casting for the female lead role in the Qin Xiaojun TV series. My sister wants to act. Can you help me? The dancing female netizen continued. Well, that's up to you, Yang Wubiao said with a smirk. How does Master Piao want his sister to behave? Sister person is yours. What else do you want me to do? That female netizen said with a hint of affection, but her words had just fallen. Boo! The door to the Marriott nightclub box was then kicked open. What man? Looking at Su when walking in from the outside, several female netizens were instantly offended. Who are you? Dare to disturb our Master Biao's enjoyment of the dance? If you don't want to die, get out. Offending our Master Biao and Jinling won't get you anywhere. All of these female netizens have a cold demeanor. Results. Their words just fell. Poof. Yang Wubiao then knelt directly in front of Su Wen. Su, Master Su, what brings you here? Yang Wupiao, these women just said you want to get me killed? Pointing at those scared out of their wits female netizens, Su Wen said expressionlessly, how could that be? Master Su, I'm just one of your dogs, how could I have the guts to dare to get you killed? At the same time Yang Wubiao spoke, he raised his hand and snapped a few slaps on the faces of those female netizens who spoke out of turn. A bunch of bitches. What nonsense is this? Still not hurry to kneel down and apologize to my Master Su? Master Su is sorry. A female netizen poofed to her knees, not daring to breathe. Alright, you guys get up, Su Wen said lightly as he walked over to the sofa of the box and sat down. Seeing the situation, Yang Wubiao hurriedly poured wine for Su Wen, and at the same time, he said to those female netizens, what are all standing still for? Hurry up and offer a dance to my Master Su. Yes, a famous female netizen danced with a succession of posing hands. Master Su, I don't know if you are looking for me today? Carefully looking at Su Wen, Yang Wubiao asked apprehensively. Yang Wubiao, I want you to help me remove one of Zhou Xiling's legs, Su Wen said intriguingly. Zhou Xiling? Upon hearing this name, Yang Wubiao, on the other hand, was instantly confused. It was because he had planned to get Zhou Xiling killed the other day, only to inadvertently learn that Zhou Xiling was actually Su Wen's relative. Thus, Yang Wubiao didn't dare to move Zhou Xiling. If he really wanted to kill Zhou Xiling, what was the difference between that and moving earth on the head of a Taiyuyu? But Yang Wubiao never expected it. Now that Master Su has personally come to his door, he's even asked him to remove one of Zhou Xiling's legs to his face? Master Su, could it be that you and Zhou Xiling don't get along? Thinking about it again and again in his heart, Yang Wubiao couldn't help but inquire. What you shouldn't ask, don't ask. I'll give you one day. Remove one of Zhou Xiling's legs for me. Su Wen didn't explain anything. Don't worry, Master Su, it won't take a day. I'll go get that grandson Zhou Xiling later. As Yang Wubiao spoke, he thought of something else, so he couldn't help but ask, by the way, Master Su, I don't know which of Zhou Xiling's legs you need me to remove? Oh, hearing Yang Wubiao ask this question, Su Wen suddenly smiled wryly. Just the leg in the middle. After all, they are all relatives. Do something to leave a thread, and we'll see each other in the future. This, looking at Su Wen's smile, Yang Wubiao inexplicably shivered, somewhat sympathizing with Zhou Xiling, but he still nodded without hesitation. No problem, Master Su. After Su Wen left the Marriott nightclub, Yang Wubiao made a call. Within half an hour, bring Zhou Xiling to me. Seeing that Yang Wubiao hung up the phone, the female netizens dancing in the audience cast curious gazes. Master Piao, who was that young man in the party? Could he be the son of Jiangnan Province's Secretary Chen? Except for the son of Secretary Chen, these female netizens really couldn't figure out why a big shot like Yang Wubiao would act so lowly in front of Su Wen. It's like the grandson met his grandfather in general. What? Are you guys moved? Want to climb up to my Master Su? Seeing the floating thoughts of these female netizens, Yang Wubiao sneered. I advise you not to dream. My master Su is a martial arts master. A big shot like him can't even look at you netizens. The woman he likes should be Feng Yumou. Thinking of Su Wen's blush when she faced Feng Yumou in the hospital earlier, Yang Wu Biao nonchalantly said, "Who are you to compare with the Feng family's daughter-in-law?" Master Piao is joking. We never thought of comparing ourselves to Ms. Feng. Our hearts will always be yours, Master Piao. That's right, we will only serve you, Master Piao, and we will never change our minds. These female netizens complimented them in succession. However, inside them, they set off shocking waves. Su Wen, that young man, was actually a martial arts master of Jiangnan province. A big shot comparable to Mr. Xiao. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. How old does Su Wen look? Just in his 20s, right? Feng Yumou was really lucky to be liked by Master Su. The other end. Zhou Xiling left the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce not long ago. Before he could see Lu Xianyi, he was stopped by a black van. Click. The van's door opened. Several burly men in black with tattoos walked down. At the head of the group was a burly man in a denim undershirt. Chen Beishan? Looking at Chen Beishan in front of her, Lu Wentong took the initiative to greet her. Brother Chen, are you looking for me for something? Lu Wentong, you don't have to make a fool of yourself. I'm not here to find you, but to find Zhou Xiling. Chen Beishan said as he put his arm around Zhou Xiling's neck. Come with me, Chen. Master Chen, where are you taking me? Zhou Xiling knew that Chen Beishan was Yang Wubiao's little brother, so at the moment he was panicking inside. After all, Zhou Xiling had swindled Yang Wubiao in the past. He was afraid that Yang Wubiao was planning to settle scores with him in the fall. What's the crap? Just let you go. Chen Beishan didn't explain to Zhou Xiling. He directly forcefully dragged Zhou Xiling into the car. Husband? Seeing Zhou Xiling being taken away by Chen Beishan, Lu Wentong couldn't help but stare. 15 minutes later, Zhou Xiling was brought to the Marriott nightclub by Chen Beishan. Biao. Master Biao? Looking at Yang Wubiao in front of him, Zhou Xiling greeted him very formally. Zhou, sit down first. Yang Wubiao gestured for Zhou Xiling to sit down, but Zhou Xiling didn't dare to sit down. He instead asked nervously, Piao, Master Piao, you're looking for me today. I don't know what. Zhou, cut off the center leg yourself. Yang Wubiao didn't explain, but directly threw a fruit knife in front of Zhou Xiling. What? Let me cut off the center leg? Hearing Yang Wubiao's words, Zhou Xiling thought he had heard wrong. His body immediately trembled. What? Zhou Xiling, can't understand me? Seeing Zhou Xiling freeze in place without moving, Yang Wubiao was very dissatisfied. I'll count to 3. If you don't cut, then I'll do it for you. Don't. Master Biao, the money I cheated you with, I will definitely find a way to return it to you recently. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time. Zhou Xiling flopped on his knees and begged repeatedly, but don't wait for him to finish his sentence. Yang Wubiao then passed a glance to Chen Beishan and the others beside him. Go, cut off Zhou Xiling's middle leg. Yes, Master Piao. Chen Beishan and his group stepped forward. They directly pulled up Zhou Xiling's hair, and then their hands rose up. All of a sudden, miserable screams and wails like killing pigs resounded throughout the Marriott nightclub. My lifeblood. Watching his lifeblood being chopped off, Zhou Xiling lay paralyzed and convulsing on the ground in despair. The moment. Zhou Xiling hated Yang Wubiao in his heart, but even though he resented it, he didn't dare to say a word about Yang Wubiao's faults. After all, a half-step martial arts master to an ordinary person? It's just too far away and unattainable. Zhou Xiling had no doubt that as long as he dared to say a word about Yang Wubiao's not, then he himself, today, would die at the Marriott nightclub. Alright, Zhou Xiling, you can go now. Kicking Zhou Xiling's lifeblood into the trash can, Yang Wubiao walked up. He patted Zhou Xiling's face, then said meaningfully, in the future in Jinling City, wipe your dog's eyes clean for me. Don't go around offending people. This time, I'm just cutting your middle leg, but maybe next time, I'm taking your life. I see. In the face of the strong and unbeatable Yang Wubiao, Zhou Xiling could only hold back and Ling endured humiliation and left the Marriott nightclub. However, in his heart, he was secretly swearing that today's shame, sooner or later, one day, he would make Yang Wubiao double it. The other end. Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. Su Wen received a call from Yang Wubiao. Master Su, I have completed the mission you arranged. Oh, so soon? Su Wen was a bit surprised. I naturally don't dare to delay what Master Su has arranged. Yang Wubiao curried favor. Okay, you've done me a favor this time. Count me in as a favor to you. After hanging up Yang Wubiao's phone, Chen Baifu found Su Wen again. Mr. Su, Chairman Zhao of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce is seeking an audience. The Ridge East Chamber of Commerce? Thinking of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan Province, which was on par with the Luyue Chamber of Commerce, Su Wen nodded his head indifferently. Let Chairman Zhao come in. Yes. Not long after, Chen Baifu brought a middle-aged man wearing a Givenchy suit and a Patek Philippe watch to Su Wen. This middle-aged man, the power of qi and blood in his body was majestic. It was actually a martial arts practitioner not weaker than Yang Wu Biao. President Su, this time, you must help our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Zhao Gushan saw Su Wen, he immediately said bitterly, as long as President Su helps our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce get through this difficult time, I can make the decision to give half of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's industry to Chairman Su. At that time, your Luyu Chamber of Commerce will be able to override the other chambers of commerce in Jiangnan and become the #1 chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province that deserves to be there. Chairman Zhao, make it clear. What difficulties has your Lingdong Chamber of Commerce encountered? And, how can I help you? Looking at the pleading Zhao Gushan, Su Wen didn't rush to agree. Alas, I won't hide it from President Su, but we, the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce, have offended the Jiangnan Prefecture's Secretary Chen, referring to the Gangnam Province and the Chen Si envoy. Zhao Gushan's face was covered in bitterness and despair. Although the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce looks at Jiangnan, is also the top forces, only to be, Jiangnan House is like a big mountain, pressing all the forces in Jiangnan cannot breathe. Not long ago, our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce lost an item from the Jiangnan Province, and Secretary Chen made the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce pay $100 billion in compensation. Zhao Gushan continued, but our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce simply can't come up with $100 billion. I've already mortgaged all of my properties, but I'm still short of $20 billion. That's why I've come to find President Su this time, because I hope that the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce can lend me $20 billion to help our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce tide over this difficult time. Zhao Gushan said, and he passed a look to Chen Baifu beside him. Seeing Zhao Gushan cast his gaze, Chen Baifu immediately greeted Su Wen and said, Mr. Su, I think that our Luyu Chamber of Commerce can help President Zhao. Help with $20 billion? Su Wen looked at Zhao Gushan. Chairman Zhao, please go back. The Luyu Chamber of Commerce doesn't have $20 billion to give you. President Su, count on me to beg you. If I can't get $100 billion, Secretary Chen will definitely not let me go. As the Qinshi envoy is a legendary patriarch of the Kyushu, I just want to run away? There's nowhere to run. Without money, I can only wait to die. In the end, Zhao Gushan even flung himself down and knelt in front of Su Wen. But Su Wen remained indifferent. Manager Chen, see off the guests. Mr. Su, are you really not going to consider it anymore? As long as we help President Zhao of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce, our Luyue Chamber of Commerce is expected to become the #1 chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province. And I'm sure the Nanling Zhu family would be happy to see this. Chen Baifu said somewhat undyingly, because he was very much hoping that the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce would annex the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce. Manager Chen, $20 billion is not a small amount. I can't help with this favor. Su Wen still shook his head indifferently. Granted. For him, money? It's nothing more than out-of-body stuff. But $20 billion is really too much. What's more, during these days when he came to Jiangnan province, Su Wen had heard that the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce had done the business of abducting and selling young girls to such an unconscionable chamber of commerce. Su Wen is not going to sympathize. Okay, I understand. Seeing Su Wen's uncompromising attitude, Chen Baifu could only bitterly say to Zhao Gushan, President Zhao, please go back. Our Luyu Chamber of Commerce can't afford to lend you $20 billion. President Su, I've even kneeled down for you, and you actually refuse to help me? As a result, Zhao Gushan suddenly stormed out, and a terrifying power of qi and blood thumped out around him. Facing the vast power of qi and blood, Chen Baifu fell to his knees on the spot and could not get up for a long time. Chairman Cho, what are you doing? Chen Baifu knelt on the ground. He raised his head with difficulty and questioned Zhao Gushan with some dissatisfaction. What for? Humph. Today I Zhao Gushan since I came to your Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Then this $20 billion. You borrow. Have to give me. Do not borrow. Also have to give me. Can't see the money. Then I want your lives. As Zhao Gushan's words fell, he immediately walked towards Su Wen. President Su, whether it's your life that's important or $20 billion, you have to think clearly. Zhao Gushan, have you lost your mind? You dare to threaten our President Su? Hearing Zhao Gushan's words, Chen Baifu's gaze stagnated. At the same time he had some regrets in his heart. Good to know. This Zhao Gushan was so crazy. He shouldn't have brought the other party to the Foothill Moon Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I am crazy, but without $20 billion, I will be killed by Qin Si envoy. I don't want to die. So, no matter what, I have to take $20 billion away from the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce today, Zhao Gushan said as he stared at Su Wen. President Su, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but I really have no choice, and I believe it. To President Su, a mere $20 billion is certainly far less important than your life, isn't it? At those words, Su Wen but suddenly laughed. President Su, what are you laughing at? Zhao Gushan frowned and spoke. Did you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Zhao Gushan, I laugh at how you really are a frog at the bottom of a well. In Jiangnan, you don't even dare to offend the Jiangnan Prefecture's Secretary Chan. So why do you dare to come and mess with me? Can it be that you think that I, Su Wen, am not as good as Secretary Chen? Su Wen opened his mouth intriguingly. What do you mean by that? Zhao Gushan was visibly stunned. The result is the next second. Buzz. A green-colored light haze then surged out in front of Su Wen. As this light haze appeared, the qi and blood power around Zhao Gushan instantly popped out, and at the same time, his 7 orifices began to bleed. The entire person was even staring at Su Wen as if he had seen a ghost and cried out in shock. Gene power? You're a martial arts master? What? President Su is a martial arts master? Chen Baifu's pupils similarly tightened. Somewhat unimaginable. Always. Chen Baifu all thought that Su Wen was a junior that the Nanling Zhu family had arranged to train in Jiangnan province, but I didn't expect it. Su Wen was so young, but he was already a rumored martial arts master? A martial arts master in his 20s? Even Zhu Lingtian didn't have Su Wen's achievements today when he was in his 20s, right? Chen Baifu looked at Su Wen's figure and froze. No wonder. Su Wen would be indifferent in the face of Yang Wubiao's threat in the first place. It was no wonder that the Zhu family would parachute in a young man to take over the Foothill Moon Chamber of Commerce. Original. Su Wen didn't rely on Zhu Lingtian's background to become a big shot in Jinling City, but rather Su Wen himself had something to fall back on. Put. Zhao Gushan knelt down in front of Su Wen at once. He continuously pleaded in fear and trembling. President Su, I'm wrong, it's me, Zhao Gushan, who had the eyes and didn't recognize Tai. I shouldn't have relied on my identity as a martial arts practitioner to forcefully manage the Foothill Moon Chamber of Commerce to borrow $20 billion. At this moment, Zhao Gushan's heart was simply regretful to the extreme. At the same time he was a little appalled. President Su of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce was actually a young martial arts master? But why? There has been no news from the Jiangnan province so far? One must know that all martial arts masters in Jiangnan province are required to register with Jiangnan province. Zhao Gushan, you want me to forgive you just because you said you were wrong? We're all presidents of the 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan province. Aren't you a bit naive? Looking at the kneeling Zhao Gushan, Su Wen only said meaningfully, so, what does President Su want from me? Zhao Gushan trembled and asked. Simple. Lend me the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce $20 billion. And today, I'll let you go. Su Wen narrowed his eyes as he said with a smirk, otherwise, I want your life. Hiss. Hearing Su Wen's words, Zhao Gushan and Chen Baifu shivered in unison. Although Su Wen always had a smile on his face, his voice, however, gave the two Chen Baifu the creeps. Mr. Su, I still owe Jiangnan province $20 billion to this day. How can I have the money to lend you? Learning that Su Wen wanted to borrow money from him, Zhao Gushan was in tears. What? Zhao Gushan, if you're afraid of Ambassador Chen Si killing you, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Or do you think I wouldn't dare? The instant Su Wen's words fell, boom, an invisible and terrifying force instantly enveloped Zhao Gushan's body. Pust. Under this great power like the oppression of a hill, Zhao Gushan was paralyzed on the ground, and he said in a frightened voice, borrow. Chairman Su, I'll borrow. Please also be merciful. I'll lend you $20 billion. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been? Looking at the greedy Zhao Gushan, Su Wen smiled and handed over a bank card. Now, put $20 billion onto this card. I know. Even though he was reluctant in his heart, Zhao Gushan understood that he, a 9th grade martial artist, couldn't afford to mess with a martial arts master like Su Wen, so he could only have someone call Su Wen with the money. Soon, Su Wen then received a text message that the bank had arrived at $20 billion. Alright, Zhao Gushan, I've received the money. You can go now. Glancing at the arrival text message, Su Wen strolled dutifully to Zhao Gushan, but Zhao Gushan didn't leave. He instead eyed Su Wen. What? Don't want to leave? Want to rely on our Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Su Wen's gaze sank. No, President Su, I just want to ask you, the $20 billion you borrowed from our Lingdong Chamber of Commerce, when will you return it to me? Zhao Gushan asked stiffly. Depends on my mood. Su Wen smiled faintly. If it's fast, I'll return it to you tomorrow. If it's slow, I'll return it to you 10 years later. You, looking at the harmless Su Wen, Zhao Gushan wanted to have a fit, but thought that Su Wen was not only a martial arts master, but also had the Nanling Zhu family behind him. One moment. He swallowed back the words that were on his lips, because Zhao Gushan understood that even if he threatened Su Wen with Chen Si envoy, it would only be useless. In Jiangnan, he was afraid of the Jiangnan house, but that didn't mean Su Wen would also be afraid of the Jiangnan house. President Su, I hope you can return the money to me as soon as possible. Enduring the humiliation and bowing to Su Wen, Zhao Gushan left the Luyu Chamber of Commerce without looking back. After he left, Chen Baifu, on the other hand, hurriedly ran to Su Wen. President Su, you are actually a martial arts master? Such an important matter. Why didn't you say so before? Martial arts master? Su Wen smiled intriguingly. Martial arts master. Is it important? This. Chen Baifu didn't even know what to say for a moment. And that's when Su Wen's phone rang. It was Lu evening phone calling. Su Wen, come to the Lu family villa. Good news. We're going to be rich. Oh, hearing his wife's excited voice on the phone, Su Wen said I'll be right there. And he left the phone Moon Chamber of Commerce. Downstairs at the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce, Su Wen bumped into Zhao Gushan who hadn't left for a long time. And when Zhao Gushan saw Su Wen's distant back, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart roaring with stifled resentment and anger. Su Wen, you wait for me. Isn't it just a martial Dao master? Now that I'm a 9th grade martial artist, when I take that step past the life and death barrier and become a martial Dao master, I'll make you double today's disgrace. There's still a long way to go. Don't be too crazy. I'm going to make you regret this. When Su Wen arrived at the Lu family villa, everyone in the Lu family was present. Even the pale-faced Zhou Xiling likewise stood beside Lu Wentong. Honey, you're here. After Lu Evening Wind saw Su Wen, she took the initiative to go forward and take Su Wen's arm. Evening Wind, you said earlier that we're going to be rich. What's going on? Su Wen asked curiously. It's Xian Yi. Xian Yi has a friend who was a big financial player in the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. And recently, the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce has an international financial program, and it is said that if you invest $1 million, after 3 months, you get $2 million back. The more you vote, the more you get back. All of us in the Lu family intend to vote for this project of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. Even Grandma intends to vote. Lu Evening Wind told Su Wen about the Get Rich plan one by one. Vote for $1 million? $2 million in cash back? Hearing his wife's words, Su Wen sucked in his breath. There are still good things falling from the sky under the sky? Why do I feel that this financial program is a scam? Humph. Su Wen, do you think that anyone can encounter such a good thing? I'm not afraid to tell you. This international financial program is only for the internal members of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. And it's only for the sake of my Lu Xianyi that my friend is willing to take our Lu family to get rich. Otherwise, you won't be able to meet such a good thing in your life. Blaring at Su Wen, Lu Xianyi had a look of contempt and disdain. A hick is a hick in the end. Poor and unseen. And actually doesn't even know about financial cashback. Serves you right for marrying Lu Evening Phone and not being able to get a bride price. Is this money returned by the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce? Looking at the aggressive Lu Xianyi, Su Wen only coldly asked. Nonsense. If it's not the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce returning, could it be you? Lu Xianyi said with some impatience. If it wasn't for her friend telling her to pull in as many heads as possible to invest, there was no way she would have shared such a good thing with Su Wen and Lu Evening Phone. Doesn't it smell good to make money on the sly? Money back from the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce? Hearing Lu Xianyi's words, Su Wen directly laughed out. Half an hour ago, Zhao Gushan of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce was still kneeling at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce to manage Su Wen to borrow $20 billion. How could the other party go and become a loose cannon? 7 or 8 out of 10. This international financial project that Lu Xuanyi was talking about should be a lie that Zhao Gushan had deliberately fabricated in order to compensate Chen Si envoy with $100 billion. Once the Lukes put their money in, then 3 months later, not to mention getting rich with interest, I'm afraid I won't even have my principal. Su Wen, why are you laughing? Shen Meter's sister is kind enough to bring you money. Is that funny? Lu Wentong glared at Su Wen in dissatisfaction. Are you sure that Lu Xianyi is trying to take me to make money and not trying to screw me out of it? Su Wen asked meaningfully in return. Pick you? Su Wen, are you sick? How much money do you have? Why would I screw you? You have not thought too highly of yourself. If you're not going to invest money, then get lost. Do you think I care about your few stinking dollars? Lu Xianyi angrily rebuked Su Wen in displeasure. Instead, it was old Mrs. Lu who frowned and inquired Su Wen. Su Wen, why did you say that Lu Xianyi punked you? Grandma, I won't hide it from you. I have gossiped that the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce has gone bankrupt, and President Zhao still owes $20 billion in foreign debt. He simply doesn't have the money to give you guys cash back. Su Wen said nonchalantly. What? The Ridge East Chamber of Commerce is bankrupt? Su Wen, where did you hear this from? How come I've never heard of it? Upon hearing Su Wen's shocking remark, the Lu family members present were stunned. Even Lu Evening Phone couldn't help but look at Su Wen. Hubby, the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce is really bankrupt? Really? 1,000 times over. Su Wen nodded heavily. Results. Put. Lu Xianyi suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Su Wen, you really laughed me to death. Can you brag about studying the history of Jiangnan province? What kind of nasty chamber of commerce do you think the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce is? Bankruptcy when you say so? Let me tell you. Lingdong Chamber of Commerce is one of the 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan province, and is on par with the Luyu Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City. Those top forces. Even our Lu family is far from being able to offend. How dare you slander the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce to go bankrupt? Aren't you afraid that the people of Lingdong Chamber of Commerce will come after you to settle scores? When she heard Lu Xianyi's laughter, old Mrs. Lu frowned and asked Su Wen. Su Wen, where did you hear the news of Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's bankruptcy? How come none of our Lu family has received this news? Not long ago, Zhao Gushan approached me to borrow $20 billion. He said it himself. Su Wen stated the facts without a ripple on his face. Zhao Gushan, looking for you? Borrowing $20 billion? Looking at Su Wen's serious appearance, old Mrs. Lu frowned and frowned again. And at this time, Lu Wentong also let out a poof of laughter. But I can't. I'm going to die laughing at this clown Su Wen. Why is he so good at acting? Saying that Zhao Gushan managed to borrow $20 billion from him? My god. This Su Wen is a bit talented if he doesn't become an actor. Ha ha ha. As Lu Wentong's words fell, the other Lu family members couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xianyi even rolled her eyes and glared at Su Wen. Su Wen, are you sick? Do you really take our Lu family as the Jinling Theater? First, you ran to the Lu family to act as a doctor. The doctor could not act, and then acted as a feng shui master. The feng shui master could not act, and this time, what is the act? The richest man in Jinling? If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and invest money in the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's Financial International Program. When the time comes to lose all your money, don't say I didn't warn you. In the face of the acerbic Lu Xianyi, Su Wen didn't bother to say anything else. He had been kind enough to tell the Lu family about the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's bankruptcy for his wife's sake. As for whether the other side believes it or not, nothing to do with Su Wen. Okay, Su Wen, I kind of see it. You just don't have money, so you are jealous of us getting rich and deliberately smearing the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. You say you, a man, why so small-minded? What kind of red-eye disease do you have? Lu Wentong looked at Su Wen with contempt. Acting all day long? Are you tired of it? Didn't you say before that you want to find someone to unload one of my husband's legs? You first unloaded my husband's leg, and then you come back to act. Okay? That's right. Su Wen, can you act in a sequence? This morning at Lu's clinic, didn't you swear to find someone to remove Zhou Ziling's leg? Then you do it. I've unloaded. Seeing Lu Wentong and Lu Xianyi coldly glaring at him, Su Wen only smiled and said, You think so, Zhou Ziling? It's you paralyzed. Zhou Ziling snorted in mockery. A clown. Open your eyes and talk nonsense. Old man, 2 legs are here, can't you see? You unloaded Nima. Well, husband, don't be angry. What's there to be angry about with a hick like that? You're so angry your voice has changed. Hearing Zhou Ziling's somewhat cockney roar, Lu Wentong hurriedly consoled. Lu Xuanyi also heard that Zhou Ziling's voice was a bit strange, and she asked curiously, Zhou Ziling, why is your voice muffled? It's like, sissy. Without waiting for Lu Xianyi to finish her sentence, Su Wen said intriguingly, hiss. Hearing Su Wen's voice, in an instant, the entire Lu family villa was silent. Everyone looked at Zhou Ziling with surprised expressions, because, by Su Wen, they really realized that Zhou Ziling's voice was a bit effeminate. Zhou Ziling, your voice, what the hell is going on? Even Lu Qinxin was concerned about asking Zhou Ziling. Mom, I'm fine. I just have a cold and a bad throat. Zhou Ziling explained sheepishly. Then he roared at Su Wen with a furious face. Su Wen, you are the sissy, lousy pure man. Do you understand? Pure man? Su Wen looked at Zhou Ziling with interest. Following him, he couldn't help but laugh once again. How pure? You. Zhou Ziling was about to storm out, but old Mrs. Lu interrupted them unhappily. Alright, what's all the noise about? Have you forgotten today's business? Being glared at by old Mrs. Lu, Zhou Ziling immediately didn't dare to say anything, but in his heart, he hated Su Wen to death, thinking that Su Wen, this clown, how could he hear that he was a sissy? Does he really sound too girly? Su Wen, the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce went bankrupt. Do you have any substantial evidence? At this time, old Mrs. Lu's gaze went back to Su Wen. Originally, she didn't want to ask more than necessary, but for Lu Eveningfang's sake, she still asked. No. Su Wen shook his head. I said that the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce went bankrupt because Zhao Guishan managed to borrow $20 billion from me. In that case, Xian Yi, call your friends from the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce to the Lu family. Seeing that Su Wen could not produce any evidence, old Mrs. Lu turned to Lu Xuanyi. Yes, Grandma. After Lu Xianyi glared at Su Wen, she took out her cell phone and made a call. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit and gold-framed eyes arrived at the Lu family villa accompanied by several tall Cheongsam beauties. Sister Xianyi, long time no see. As soon as this man in tang suit saw Lu Xianyi, he greeted her with a smile. Dong. Lu Xianyi nodded at the other party. Then she fell to introducing the Lu family. Grandma, this is the financial powerhouse of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. Dong Jiyu. As long as we give him the money, after 3 months, Dong will double our money back. As soon as Lu Xianyi's words fell, Lu Xin hurriedly took out a bank card and handed it over. Boss Dong, this is $2 million. $2 million is all Lu Xinxin's savings. In 3 months, there will be 4 million in the card. Remember to find me to withdraw the cash. Dong Jiyu looked at Lu Xinxin with a smile. Definitely remember. Definitely. Lu Xinxin was beaming with joy. Seeing Lu Xinxin take the lead, the other Lu family members also handed over their savings to Dong Jiyu. Lu Xianyi even exaggerated by taking out 200 million. Brother Dong, here is $200 million. I still hope you can help me run it properly. Lu Xianyi's gaze was longing as she handed a black and gold bank card to Dong Jiyu. 200 million? Dong Jiyu mistakenly looked at Lu Xuanyi, as if he did not expect that this phoenix daughter of the Lu family was actually so rich. You know, in the golden age, many of the rich and powerful can't even afford to take out $100 million. This money, originally, was my intention to bid for a place in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Seeing Dong Jiyu's shock, Lu Xuanyi smiled and explained a sentence. Most of the money in it is not mine. I borrowed it. I only have $30 million. So it is. Dong Jiyu smiled and didn't ask Lu Xuanyi who she borrowed the money from, but swore, Sister Xuanyi, after 3 months, there will be 400 million in the card. Remember to find me to return the cash. Don't worry, Dong, I won't forget. Lu Xianyi smiled sweetly. Seeing that Lu Xianyi was able to make $200 million for nothing in 3 months, many of the Lu family members looked at her with some envy. Lu Wenong tightly bit her thin lips. She struggled internally for a long time before she walked up to Dong Jiyu and said, Brother Dong, I don't have much money on me, but I do have real estate. This is the property I invested in Jinling City before. A total of 3 suites, almost $7 million in discount. As she spoke, Lu Wenong handed Dong Jiyu the 3 mortgage past house books for buying gifts for Mr. Autumn before. Lu Wenong has already spent her savings, but she doesn't want to watch other Lu family members get rich. So, Lu Wenong took her real estate out. In time, 7 million turned into 14 million. Lu Wenong can not only pay back the money she borrowed from Lu Xinyi before, but she can also change her villa directly in one step. These days, Lu Evening Wind has been living in the Moon Season Villa, but Lu Wenong is envious to death. But Lu Wenong has no money, cannot change the villa, can only covet Lu Evening Wind. The house book. Dong Jiyu looked at the house book in his hand and thought for a moment. He smiled and said to Lu Wenong, how about this? Considering that you are a relative of Xianyi's sister, for these 3 suites, I'll give you a discount of $8 million. 3 months later, you remember to find me for a cashback of $16 million. Really? Lu Wenong's gaze lit up, and she said to Dong Jiyu with continuous gratitude, Thank you, Brother Dong. Thank you, Brother Dong. You're welcome, Dong Jiyu said with bravado. A few million, it's not worth mentioning to my Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. Aha! Lu Wenong nodded heavily while she glared at Su Wen again before mocking. Su Wen, did you hear that? The Lingdong Chamber of Commerce is not short of money at all. It's ridiculous that you said that the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce has gone bankrupt. Aren't you a pure clown? Did someone say the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce went bankrupt? Hearing Lu Wenong's words, Dong Jiyu, who had a smile on his face a second ago, couldn't help but stiffen his body. Yeah, Brother Dong, it's this clown. Not only did he say that the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce went bankrupt, he also insisted on saying that Zhao Guishan of the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce managed to borrow $20 billion from him. Without waiting for Lu Wenong to speak, Lu Xianyi said in a conspiratorial manner, What a laugh! What kind of status does Chairman Zhao have? How would he bother to borrow money from a country bumpkin? This? Looking at the contemptuous Lu Xuanyi, Dong Jiyu was unable to say a word for a long time, because he knew about Zhao Guishan's visit to the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce to borrow $20 billion. Brother Dong, are you alright? Seeing that Dong Jiyu had suddenly stopped saying anything, Lu Xuanyi strolled dutifully. Were you also frightened by the arrogant words of this clown Su Wen? What kind of power is the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce? How could it go bankrupt so easily? Yes, how could the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce go bankrupt so easily? Dong Jiyu repeated Lu Xianyi's words, as if he was denying it or laughing at himself. Honey, why don't I put some money into the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce as well? Seeing that the Lu family had invested money, Lu Evening Wind was a bit pressed. Don't you have no money? Suwon looked at his wife in surprise. My mom gave me $500,000 today. Lu Evening Wind was embarrassed. Why don't I put all the money in? Better not. Suwon had a serious look on his face. The Lingdong Chamber of Commerce has indeed gone bankrupt. Is it hard to believe that you want to turn from a small rich woman into a small poor man? Looking at Su Wen's serious look, Lu Evening Wind struggled inside for a long time. Finally she smiled gently. Okay, then I won't invest any money. I'll listen to my husband. He won't harm me. Lu Evening Wind, you really don't want to invest money? Seeing that Lu Evening Wind believed Su Wen's bullshit, Lu Wentong immediately said in a conspiratorial manner. You can think clearly. It's not easy to come across a chance to get rich in life. There's no more store after this village. I'm not voting. Lu Evening Wind shook his head seriously. Don't vote and pull back. Marrying a hick and believing this hick's nonsense. When all of us Lu family members are rich, there will be time for you to regret it. Lu Qinshin, who was beside Lu Wentong, coldly said. Third aunt, don't mind Lu Evening Wind. She won't vote and forget about it. Lu Xianyi hummed. Then she looked at old Mrs. Lu again. Grandma, how much money are you planning to invest in the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce? Just throw in 100 million. Old Mrs. Lu said casually, mainly because she didn't have much money left on hand. It's only 100 million. When she heard old Mrs. Lu's words, Lu Xianyi was a bit disappointed, because not long ago, she also gave Dong Jiyu the oath that her grandmother would invest at least $1 billion. Brother Dong, I'm sorry, maybe my grandmother is in a hurry to use money recently. So, Lu Xianyi passed Dong Jiyu an apologetic look. It's okay, 100 million is quite a lot. After 3 months, I'll give old Mrs. Lu a cashback of 200 million. Dong Jiyu smiled. Honey, are you going to put money into the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce? At this time, Lu Wentong inquired about Zhou Xiling beside her. Vote. Of course we should vote. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only a fool wouldn't vote. Zhou Xiling said without thinking. Xiling, how much do you plan to invest? Lu Qinshin smiled and cast a glance. The richer her son-in-law is, the more face she will have in the Lu family. Not much, just throw in 100 million. Zhou Xiling directly handed Dong Jiyu the transfer of his company's equity. Brother Dong, I'll mortgage my company for $100 million. Do you think it's okay? Mortgage company? Dong Jiyu frowned, but he still took the transfer of equity and said meaningfully, it's not good for the company to change hands, but for the sake of you being a relative of Xianyi, I'll give you back 2 companies after 3 months. Thank you Dong. Thank you Dong. Zhou Xiling even thanked him gratefully. Alas, Zhou Xiling is really something, actually able to take out a company worth $100 million? Isn't it? My son is far worse than him. If my son is half as good as Zhou Xiling, I'll wake up laughing. Quite a few Lu family members saw Zhou Xiling mortgaging his company. They exchanged murmurs. Some even looked at Lu Qinshin with some envy in their eyes. Lu Wentong has a good eye, finding such an excellent husband as Zhou Xiling. That is to say, to marry someone to marry Zhou Xiling. If you marry Su Wen, then it is simply bad luck. As these Lu family elders talked, they began to compare Zhou Xiling to Su Wen. Hearing the crowd's bragging words, Zhou Xiling was also confident for a moment. So I saw him walk to Su Wen without being humble. Then pointing out, little Su, do you know why you are poor and unproductive? Because you're ratty and have no eyes. Lingdong Chamber of Commerce 100 years hard to come across the project to get rich. Now by our Lu family encounter. You do not invest money even if you also slander Lingdong Chamber of Commerce bankruptcy? You deserve to spend your whole life only working as a janitor in the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Zhou Xiling's words, all the Lu family members present were stunned. Zhou Xiling, you're saying that Su Wen is the cleaning lady of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce? Right. Today, Lu Wentong and I went to the Phone Moon Chamber of Commerce and happened to run into Su Wen coming out after cleaning. Zhou Xiling thought for sure. Su Wen, you don't have to be a janitor if you can't find a job, do you? Do you want to disgrace my Lu family? For a while, many Lu family elders cast icy gazes at Su Wen, but Lu Evening Feng said with a red face, what's wrong with Su Wen being a janitor? Su Wen doesn't steal or rob and earns money by his own efforts. What's so embarrassing about that? The problem is that being a janitor is only a few dollars? Lu Qinshin said in a conspiratorial manner. So what if Su Wen earns less money? Big deal. I'll support Su Wen. I'm now the head of the international music school program in Dongjo village. I make more money, Lu Evening Wind said without showing any weakness. Che, raising a redneck and getting superior. Lu went on glanced at Lu Evening Wind as she said with a smile, Cousin Evening Wind, you take your time and go raise your suwen. Go get rich. That's right, Lu Evening Feng, you have your poverty. I have my affluence. When Dong gives me a cashback of 400 million in 3 months, you'll only be able to envy my wealth behind my ass and not treat money as money. I hope that at that time, it's good that you don't hate the rich. Lu Xianyi smiled condescendingly. As a result, as soon as her words fell, Su Wen teasingly spoke, Lu Xianyi, after 3 months, you should pray that the Lu family doesn't flip out with you. As for you, Zhou Xiling, you say it's okay for you to be a sissy, but you have to give away your company and run off to become a beggar? You're a real sweetheart. I'm good to your mom. Surname Su, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Zhou Xiling swung up his sleeve and roared at Su Wen. Come out and fight one-on-one if you can. Weakling. Alright, husband, don't fight with Zhou Xiling. Let's go. Seeing the Lu family all looking at Su Wen unkindly, Lu Evening Wind tugged Su Wen a bit. She whispered, it just so happens that I have a party later. Why don't you come with me? A party? Su Wen froze. Well, it's a high school reunion. I never used to go to any parties when I had a disabled leg, but now that my leg is healed, my former high school classmates called out to me, and I couldn't say no. Lu Evening Wind said seriously. Okay then, let's go. Su Wen looked sympathetically at the Lu family members present as he left after his wife. At this moment, Su Wen knew how spirited these Lu family members were when they invested their money today. Then how badly will these people cry 3 months later? Expecting the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce, a bankrupt Chamber of Commerce, to give cash back to the Lu family? What is this if not a pipe dream? Zhao Gushan still owes the money to Mr. Chen Shi envoy. Is it possible that Zhao Gushan does not want to go, to become a philanthropist? Damn, that clown Suvan is finally gone. Seeing him makes me harbor anger. What else does he do all day except acting in our Lu family? Do you really take our Lu family as the Jinling Theater? After Su Wen left, a member of the Lu family instantly complained in dissatisfaction. It was Dong Jiyu who hesitated. He couldn't help but ask Lu Xuanyi, that son-in-law of your Lu family, where did he hear the news of Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's bankruptcy? Dong Jiyu wanted to find out everything, and he was going to go and kill the source of the news so that the other powerful families in Jinling City wouldn't know about it. After all, whether or not the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce could survive this life and death crisis, it was all counting on the gifts from the major Jiangnan gentry. Brother Dong, it seems you don't know that country son-in-law of our Su family. You're asking me where he heard the news from? Oh, then I can only tell you that Su Wen doesn't need to listen at all. He never opens his mouth, but not in his head. Facing Dong Jiyu's inquiry, Lu Xianyi smiled contemptuously. Looking at Lu Xuanyi who swore. Even Dong Jiyu was a bit hesitant. It's hard not to. Did Su Wen really just happen to make up the news that the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce went bankrupt? But since this was the case, how did Su Wen know that Zhao Gushan managed to borrow $20 billion? And you have to say you borrowed it from him? It seems that I have to personally find that Su Wen and ask him about it. With this thought in his mind, Dong Jiyu said goodbye to the Lu family. Come on. His hands were empty, but when he left, Dong Jiyu took away the Lu family's $1.3 billion of assets invested in international financial projects. Granted, $1.3 billion is but a drop in the bucket for the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce's shortfall, but the money is even less. It's also better than nothing. Not to mention, this was only one of the mansions in Jinling City, and it was important to realize that there were over 100 mansions in Jiangnan province. Each one scammed away $1 billion. 20 of them would make up for the shortfall in the Ridge East Chamber of Commerce. As for those powerful families in the back coming to the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble, Dong Jiyu is not the slightest bit worried. When the time comes to say that the financial project loss is, after all, to Lingdong Chamber of Commerce's position in the Jiangnan province to deter a few rich and powerful or as easy as a slap in the face. If the process, Zhao Gushan stepped through the life and death barrier of a martial artist and became a martial arts master from a 9th grade martial artist, then the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce didn't even need to give an explanation to these gentry. Who dares to come to the door and make trouble? Direct hit kill. In longing, the corners of Dong Jiyu's mouth rose as he accelerated his pace towards the Feng family, a powerful family in Jinling City. A few Cheongsam beauties behind them also followed Dong Jiyu closely. The other end. After Lu Evening Wind and Su Wen left the Lu family villa, the two of them arrived at a large shopping mall in Jinling City. Honey, aren't you going to a class reunion? Why did you come to the mall? Looking at his wife beside him, Su Wen asked curiously. Came to buy you clothes? Of course. Lu Evening Wind had an inclined and charming laugh on his face. You can't wear a t-shirt and go to a class reunion with me, can you? What does that have to do with anything? Soo-won smiled. Less nagging. Quickly go with me. Lu Evening Wind pinched Soo-won in a ferocious manner. Then she brought Soo-won to a high-end suit store. No, this one, and this one, and yes, this one too. Go ahead and try it on. Handing Soo-won the 3 suits, Lu Evening Wind looked at the time and she said urgently, honey, these suits are too expensive. You really don't have to buy me one. Looking at the suits marked at over $20,000, Soo-won said with a bitter smile, try it. Lu Evening Wind stomped her foot without any good reason. Soon, Soo-won changed his clothes and came out. Unlike the casualness of wearing a t-shirt before, Soo-won was indeed much more handsome when he wore a suit. The body was muscular and well-defined, like a bully in a TV show. Beauty, your husband looks so handsome in his suit. Even the clerk at the suit store was surprised by Soo-won's transformation. Sure enough, it's true what it says. People rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. How is it, Evening Wind? Is this one okay? Walking over to his wife and shaking it, Soo-won asked with a smile. Quite good. Lu Evening Wind's face inexplicably reddened as she stammered, then hurriedly handed her credit card to the clerk. This is it. Check out. Welcome to the next visit. From the mall. Lu Evening Wind's gaze peeked at Soo-won twice every now and then. Why do you keep peeking at me? Soo-won asked as he held Lu Evening Fang's hand. I didn't realize you were quite handsome. Lu Evening Fang's heartbeat accelerated, a little shy and embarrassed. So you're lusting after my manhood. That's why you seduced me in the hospital room today. Ha! Soo-won snickered. You? Who seduced you? Lu Evening Fang's face became even redder, and the setting sun struck her graceful and delicate silhouette, pulling out a beautifully tilted scene like a scroll. You didn't seduce me, so take off. Not waiting for Soo-won to finish his sentence, Lu Evening Wind covered his mouth and said with cautious anger, don't say it. It's so humiliating. If you say it again, I will beat you. Okay, I won't say anything. Looking at Lu Evening Fong, whose pretty face was red, Soo-won no longer said much. 20 minutes later, Lu Evening Wind and Soo-won arrived at the Four Seasons Resort in Jiling City. Four Seasons Resort is the property of Jiangnan House. It was also considered a Netflix hitting place in Jiling City. Basically every day, there would be netizens promoting the Four Seasons Resort in Kyushu, so the place was highly recognized. Certainly high visibility. Per capita spending just isn't cheap. The Four Seasons Resort's per capita spending starts at a minimum of 5,000. Lu Big Class President. You can be considered to be here. 10 years have not seen. You are more mature and more charming than that time in high school. Really worthy of being the school flower of our experimental high school. Just after walking to the entrance of the Four Seasons Resort, Lu Evening Fong heard a voice of deja vu. Looking back, only a young man in a white suit and tie, literally, was coming up to him. Yang Shukong? Lu Evening Wind's name came to mind. It's me. I didn't think that big squad leader Lu would remember me. What an honor. While Yang Shukong was speaking, his gaze then subconsciously landed on Lu Evening Fang's beautiful legs that were as slender as jade fat. High school that time. Lu Evening Fang went to school in a wheelchair all day. So Yang Shukong didn't realize that Lu Evening Fang's legs were so sexy and good looking. Coupled with Lu Evening Fang's national face, the whole person standing in front of her was like a goddess descending. Remember when you were normal? In high school, you were always handing me love letters. I told the teacher, but it was no use. Lu Evening Fong blankly eyed Yang Shukong as she spoke in a delicate voice. Lu Big Class President. You can't blame me for this. That love letter is Lu Xiao let me give you. You also know that Lu Xiao has a very hard background. I can't afford to offend, so I can only sneak you every time and slip you a love letter. Yang Shukong raised his hands to show his innocence. You mean Ryu Guahao? Hearing the name Lu Xiao in Yang Shukong's mouth, Lu Evening Wind also remembered someone. Following her gaze flickered with a few moments of haze and said, is Lu Guahao also here today? Well, today is the bureau organized by Lu Xiao. Originally we were planning to hold a class reunion at the Marriott nightclub, but as soon as Lu Xiao heard that you, Lu Evening Fong, were also coming, he immediately changed the place of the party to the Four Seasons Resort. Yang Shukong said. His voice was a bit emotional again. Lu Debanchan, it seems that after so many years, Lu Xiao still likes you. Humph, I don't need his liking. As soon as Lu Evening Fang's words fell, Soo-won beside him glanced coldly at Yang Shukong. You just said that someone likes my wife? Your wife? Looking at the handsome-looking Soo-won with a cold brow, Yang Shukong was slightly stunned. Lu Debanchan, is this Yang Shukong? He's my husband. Soo-won. Lu Evening Wind fell to introduce. What? Husband? Big class leader Lu. You got married? When did it happen? Why didn't you tell us? Yang Shukong was taken aback. After all, He had never heard of Lu Eveningfang's marriage in Jinling City, much less gone to a banquet. I got married not too long ago, but I haven't had a wedding yet. Lu Evening Wind explained a sentence. This, Yang Shukong froze in shock for a long time before he looked at Su Wen and said enviously, alas, brother is really great. Actually married the school beauty of our experimental high school. I'm only afraid that if Lu Xiao knows this news, he will definitely be very sad. Humph. Don't mention Lu Guahao in front of me. Scum. Lu Eveningfeng said unhappily, to which Yan Shukong was sensible enough not to say anything else. And just then, whoosh, a red sports car stopped at the entrance of the Four Seasons Resort. In a flash, it attracted a lot of passers-by to look at it. Holy shit, Ferrari 599. Who is it, driving such a trenchant car? Yang Shukong looked at the cool sports car in front of him and his eyes went straight. Yang Shukong is in the used car business himself, so he knew very well in his heart that the price of this high-end Ferrari in front of him would all cost at least around $8 million. It's an astronomical amount of money that he'll never earn in his lifetime. Yang Shukong, why don't you come over and greet this young lady? At that moment a pasty, delicate, high-strung woman's voice rang out. Immediately after, a tall beauty in a lace dress and gray stockings stepped out of that Ferrari 599. This tall woman's skin was like the purity of a snowy plain, cold white and delicate, every inch of it seeming to glow with a faintly soft light. Her lips were coated in crimson lipstick, like solidified fire, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, adding a touch of elusive sensuality to her coldness. Song Yuling? Looking at this sexy woman with a noble temperament, Yang Shukong was dumbstruck. Song Yuling, you robbed a bank? Go! What are you talking about? Yang Shukong, you're in trouble, aren't you? Song Yuling glared at Yang Shukong with cold eyes as she said with a displeased expression, didn't rob a bank, and you're driving such a trenchant car? It's a Ferrari 599, walking $8 million. Yang Shukong exclaimed, this is my husband's car. As Song Yuling's words fell, stepping, another middle-aged man in a Givenchy suit walked down from on top of the Ferrari 599. He is? Looking at the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses in front of him, Yang Shukong once again froze, because the middle-aged man in front of him, whose face was covered with frowns, was at least 50 years old. He called him an uncle. He's my husband, the chairman of Zhangyan Group, Zhang Highway, Song Yuling said as she waved her hands and picked up that middle-aged man's arm, making a delicate appearance of a birdie. This? Song Yuling, you actually got married too? Learning about Song Yuling's marriage, Yang Shukong was truly nonplussed. How come everyone around himself is married and he's the only one who's still single? And Song Yuling is married to an old man who's almost in the ground? What do you mean married to? Who else is married? Song Yuling asked in disbelief. No, your biggest rival in high school, Lu Daiban. She got married too. Yang Shukong laughed and pointed down at Lu Eveningfeng. Lu Eveningfeng, it's you? You actually came to the class reunion too? Upon seeing the outstandingly good-looking, gentle and youthful Lu Eveningfeng in front of her, Song Yuling's face suddenly flickered out of a few points of haze. High school years. She, Song Yuling, was originally the school beauty of the experimental school, but just because Lu Evening Wind transferred over in her sophomore year, her title of school flower was snatched away. This thing, it had always made Song Yuling cynical about Lu Eveningfeng, and this hatred was for years, although Song Yuling also knew that it was a fact that her face value was inferior to Lu Eveningfeng, but she just wasn't happy about it, upset that someone is prettier than she is, upset that someone has taken her title as the school's top girl. Song Yuling, long time no see. Seeing Song Yuling's eyes staring straight at him, Lu Eveningfeng greeted with a smile. Lu Eveningfeng, your leg is better? You don't need a wheelchair anymore? Or is this a prosthetic leg? Song Yuling's gaze moved away from Lu Eveningfeng's face, and she sized up Lu Eveningfeng's long legs that were as slender as lamb's fat jade again. It's not a prosthesis. My leg is healed. Lu Eveningfeng could feel Song Yuling's hostility, but she still said with a smile, how is that possible? Isn't your leg permanently paralyzed? This can be cured? Song Yuling was talking when Yang Shukong's phone rang. Song Yuling, big class president Lu. It's young Lu's call. He and the other students are already at the spring villa at the Four Seasons Resort. Let's go over there as well. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shukong said to Lu Eveningfeng and the others, okay, let's go over there. 5 minutes later, Yang Shukong and his group arrived at the spring villa of the Four Seasons Resort. The Four Seasons Resort has 36 villas. Among them, there are 4 top luxury villas, 10 high-grade villas and 22 ordinary villas. The Spring Villa, on the other hand, is one of the 4 top luxury villas at the Four Seasons Resort. Crunch! The gates of the gilded villa opened. What met his eyes was an incomparably extravagant, grandiose scene of a luxurious villa. In addition to the villa hanging a lot of expensive antique paintings and calligraphy, even a lot of the furniture was made of gold plating. At a glance, a strong sense of opulence came over Yang Shu-kong. Did you receive Lu Evening Fong and the girls? Seeing Yang Shu-kong walking, an inch-haired man in the spring villa cast a glance. That's for sure. If I, Yang Shu-kong, go out, is there anyone I can't pick up? As Yang Shu-kong's words fell, Lu Evening Fong and Song Yuling walked in. Luck Taipan leader, big class president Lu. It's really rare, 8 years after graduating from high school, you never attend class reunions. I didn't expect you to actually come today. Hey, Lu Taipan, your leg is healed. In the spring villa, many students saw that Lu Evening Fong was not sitting in a wheelchair, and they were somewhat incredulous. And when Song Yuling saw one of her classmates surrounded by Lu Evening Fong in a star-studded manner, she once again began to envy Lu Evening Fong in her heart. Why? Every time she and Lu Evening Fong were together, Lu Evening Fong was always the center of attention, and she, Song Yuling, is the green leaf that accompanies the flowers? Lu Taipan, why do you have a man with you? Who is he? At this time, a well-mannered, somewhat melancholy-looking fluttering gentleman brother from the spring villa walked up to Lu Evening Fong to inquire. Lu Guahao, this is my husband, Su-won. Looking at the man who had been pursuing her during her high school years in the past, Lu Evening Wind said nonchalantly, your husband? Hearing Lu Evening Wind's words introducing Su-won, Lu Guahao was obviously stunned. You're married? Or what? Lu Evening Fong asked rhetorically. Couldn't I still get married? Lu Guahao opened his mouth. He couldn't say a word in half a day. On the contrary, when Song Yuling beside her saw Lu Guahao walking towards her, she immediately greeted him imploringly. Young Lu, how have you been lately? In high school, Song Yuling just loved Lu Guahao. Even she often skipped classes to play games with Lu Guahao. Just a shame. Lu Guahao high school and bewitched like, only interested in Lu Evening Fong a woman. No matter how Song Yuling show affection, and even backward, white, Lu Guahao ignored her, and for that reason too. It was only in high school that Song Yuling really hated Lu Evening Fong. Well, I've been pretty good lately. Lu Guahao responded indifferently, not even interested in asking who the old man beside Song Yuling was. Because at this moment in Lu Guahao's heart, he had been completely struck by the news of Lu Evening Feng's marriage. You know from high school, Lu Guahao just always liked Lu Evening Feng. Of course, he wasn't someone who liked Lu Evening Feng, but simply wanted to get Lu Evening Feng's body. Just thinking of Lu Evening Feng's legs not being able to move and being humiliated by him, Lu Guahao was a bit excited and greedy. But I didn't expect. The former schoolgirl of the experimental school has not only recovered from her disabled leg, but also got married? Okay. Lu Xiao, don't stare at Lu De Ban Chang. He's married. Don't fantasize. The old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. Yang Shukong could see Lu Guahao's loss. He smiled and made a soothing remark. Lu Guahao opened his mouth, and only after a long time did he ask stiffly. Lu De Banchen, where does your husband have his high position? My husband works for the Lu family's company. Lu Evening Wind was really embarrassed to say that Su-won was the cleaning of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't that Lu Evening Wind was vain. She just simply didn't want her classmates to laugh at Su-won. Working for the Lukes? Can't it be that this kid is backwards? Hearing Lu Evening Feng's words, Yang Shukong and the others were shocked. And just then, in the spring villa, a purple-haired woman greeted Su-won in surprise. Ha, Mr. Su-won, it's actually you? It turns out that you're married to our great class leader Lu Zhao Jiar. You know Lu Evening Wind's husband? Lu Guahao looked at this purple-haired woman. Well, I went on a trip to Shinnong Valley before and saw Mr. Su-won. He was living in Shinnong Valley at the time. Zhao Jiar said without hiding anything. Shinnong Valley? What kind of place is that? How come I've never heard of it? Ryu was a little curious. Young Lu, Shinnong Valley is a barren rural area in the Kyushu, near the Kunlun Snow Mountain. A sweet woman beside him, Cop, said, barren countryside? So, this kid is a country bumpkin? As soon as Lu Guahao's words left his mouth, hissed the group of students present then looked at Lu Evening Feng in shock. Lu De Banchen, could it be that what Zhao Jiar said is true? Your husband is really from the countryside? Yang Shukong looked dazedly at Lu Evening Feng. Well, Su-won is indeed from the countryside. Lu Evening Wind took Su-won's hand, and she frankly admitted it. This? Lu Daiban. You're confused. You're the school beauty of our experimental school. How can you marry a country bumpkin? Aren't you degrading yourself? Seeing Lu Evening Feng recognizing Su-won's identity, Yang Shukong and the others lamented again. Big class president Lu, instead of marrying Su-won, you might as well marry Lu Guahao. The Lu family is also the top mansion in Jinling City. It's more powerful than even your Lu family. Why are you suffering? And Lu Guahao likes you. All of us know that. A short-haired woman felt sorry for the rest of Lu Eveningfang's life. Why should I marry Lu Guahao? It's not like I like him. And Su Wen is quite nice. I like Su Wen. Lu Eveningwind said one word at a time. Some of the students were about to say more. But then the manager of the Four Seasons Resort arrived at the Spring Villa. Young Mr. Lu, the supreme luxury seafood set meal you reserved has been prepared. Would you like to serve it now? The manager in the suit politely questioned Lu Guahao, putting his posture low. Well, serve the food. Ryu nodded. Soon, a waiter from the Four Seasons Resort began to serve the food, the best and most expensive seafood in the world, including king crabs, crayfish, etc. Holy shit, so many expensive ingredients. This is a black truffle, right? Young Lu broke the bank again. That's quite a meal, isn't it? Yan Shukong and the others looked at the exquisite delicacies on the table as they salivated. It's not much money, just a small $600,000 for a meal, Ryu said casually. It's $600,000? My god, I only earn $150,000 a year. Young Lu is also too rich. One meal ate up 4 years of my salary. Che, can you compare to Lu Xiao? He's been in Rome since birth. You're a working cow and horse since birth. While several classmates were discussing, Song Yuling was a bit distressed that Lu Guahao was spending money. Young Lu, in fact, you don't need to order such expensive dishes. Classmate reunion. It's mainly because we haven't seen each other for too long. The atmosphere is important. Is it expensive? My pocket money is $1 million a day. Lu Guahao did not think that said. After a pause, he also seemed to laugh. Song Yuling, you do not need to feel sorry for my money. For me, money? For me, money? It's just paper. Do you think I'm the same as some country bumpkins? I can only send people to work to earn money? While speaking, Lu Guahao glanced at Su Wen playfully again. But Su Wen's next words made Lu Guahao freeze. $1 million a day is a lot? Su Wen, what kind of talk is that? $1 million a day isn't that much? Have you ever seen so much money? One of Lu Guahao's diehards opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. In response, Su Wen only faintly took out a bank card. This is $20 billion. Do you think I've ever seen $1 million? Seeing Su Wen's behavior, that Lu Guahao's diehard friend directly wouldn't speak. It was Song Yuling who said in a conspiratorial manner, alright, Su Wen, this is our experimental school reunion. Why are you still pretending? If you really had $20 billion, would you be working in the Lu family's company? It's estimated that old Mrs. Lu would have to work for you. In response, Su Wen didn't bother to explain, but put the bank card away. And that's when the middle-aged man beside Song Yuling then looked at Lu Guahao with a smile. Young Lu, I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Uncle you are? Lu Guahao then realized that Song Yuling had brought a middle-aged man to Spring Villa. Young Lu, he's Song Yuling's husband, Zhang Haiwei. Without waiting for Song Yuling to speak, Yang Shukong took the initiative to introduce himself. What? He's Song Yuling's husband? When Lu Guahao heard this, the corners of his mouth jerked. To know that this wearing a suit Zhang Haiwei looks bigger than Lu Guahao his father, did not expect. The other side actually old cow eat tender grass. Married Song Yuling? Although Lu Guahao was not interested in Song Yuling, the other party had pursued him after all. Right now the woman who liked him married an old man, which Lu Guahao really couldn't accept. Song Yuling, is this old uncle really your husband? It wasn't just Lu Guahao who was shocked that Song Yuling had married. The other students present at Spring Villa similarly looked at Song Yuling with dumbfounded eyes. If Lu Eveningfang married Su Wen, a country bumpkin, it was because Su Wen was handsome and young. What did Song Yuling want by marrying Zhang Haiwei? Zhao Jiar, don't look at me with this look. Zhang Haiwei is really my husband. We are very much in love. Seeing that one of her classmates was looking at her, Song Yuling fell on her feet and took Zhang Haiwei's arm. Song Yuling, what do you like about him? Seeing Song Yuling's actions, Zhao Jiar became even more confused. I like the fact that Zhang Haiwei is mature, knows how to take care of people. Song Yuling said softly. This, just as the crowd of students were confused, someone suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed, I remember. Zhang Haiwei, he's the chairman of Jiangyan Group in Jiangnan Province, worth $6 billion. Hiss. Hearing someone report Zhang Haiwei's worth, at once many female students understood why Song Yuling wanted to marry someone. Sister Song, it's still you who's great. Actually marrying an entrepreneur. Sister Song, come and go more often in the future. Sister Song, leave your contact info later. Sister Song, my mom seems to be a distant cousin of your mom. For a while, the students present couldn't help but start to flatter Song Yuling. Feeling the gazes of her classmates' starry eyes, Song Yuling instantly raised her head in triumph, seemingly enjoying this life in the limelight. And that's when, suddenly someone said to Lu Evening Wind, Lu Evening Wind, look at Sister Son, who is not as good looking as you. All married entrepreneurs. You are good. The school flower of the experimental school, but instead married a country bumpkin. That's right, Lu Evening Fong. In the past, in school, you were still able to hold Sister Song down. Can after? The gap between you and Sister Song will only get bigger and bigger. It is said that people go to higher places. Why do you, Lu Evening Wind, go the opposite way? You want to go lower? A woman's marriage is very important. How can you, Lu Evening Fong, just find someone to marry? You should learn from Sister Song. These students all knew that Son Yuling hated Lu Evening Fong. That's why they deliberately said this so that they could show their attitude in front of Son Yuling. Have you guys said enough? Hearing these classmates talk, Lu Evening Fang's gaze turned cold as she rebuked unhappily. It's not your turn to point fingers at my marriage. What's more, Suwon is far better than you guys think. Excellent? Oh, don't have money to play the big tail wolf? Saying you have $20 billion. You call that excellent? Son Yuling said in a conspiratorial manner. Then you're better than your soon-to-be grandpa husband. Lu Evening Wind said in exasperation. You? Who are you saying is going to be a grandfather? Son Yuling's gaze was suddenly eerie for a moment. Big class leader Lu. Sister Son, you guys stop arguing. Let's eat first. Looking at Lu Evening Wind and Son Yuling's fireworks, Zhao Jiar smiled bitterly and persuaded. Today's classmate reunion. Let's make peace and make money. Right. Big class leader Lu. Sister Son, let's eat first. Yang Shukong also persuaded in succession. Poof. Lu Evening Wind hummed as she sat beside Suwon, not continuing to speak. After Son Yuling glared at Lu Evening Fong, she then sat beside Lu Guahao. Why don't you sit with your husband? Lu Guahao inquired Son Yuling. But Son Yuling whispered, Young Lu, I want to sit with you. Oh, looking at Son Yuling's shy appearance, Lu Guahao also thought of something for a split second, and saw him squinting his eyes with a bad smile. Your husband can't satisfy you? Well, my husband is getting older, and he's that way. He's not working anymore. The latter words, Son Yuling was really embarrassed to say, but Lu Guahao said I understand with a smile. At the same time he got up and gave Jiang Hiwei a toast. Brother Jiang, you don't mind if your wife sits next to me, do you? Don't mind. You're all classmates. I don't mind who Son Yuling sits with. Jiang Hiwei smiled kindly. After a pause, he added, of course, it's definitely not okay to sit with that country bumpkin. We businessmen, we are most concerned about money margins. Country bumpkin, poor and sour flavor is too heavy. Son Yuling sitting with him will affect my earning. Honey, don't worry. I'm not sitting with that redneck. Son Yuling immediately swore. At the same time she didn't forget to give Jiang Hiwei some food and said with affection, hubby, you eat more oysters. It's good for the body. Okay, I'll eat. Jiang Hiwei smiled and ate all of the dishes that Son Yuling had pinned down. Seeing this, Son Yuling glanced at Su Wen again as she condescendingly said, Su Wen, you eat more too. After all, a country bumpkin like you must have never eaten such expensive food. Today you have dipped into our Shaolu's light to be able to eat such good food. When you leave the Four Seasons Resort, if you want to eat such expensive food again, I guess it will take you the next life. Son Yuling, shut up if you can't talk. What do you mean by next life? Do you think my Lu family is just for show? What does Su Wen want to eat? I'll naturally buy it for him. Lu Evening Wind glared angrily at Son Yuling. Seeing that his wife and Son Yuling are about to have an argument, Su Wen is intriguing. Son Yuling, whether I can come to the Four Seasons Resort to eat in this life, you don't have to worry about it, but it's your husband. If you don't make the 120 call again, then he's only afraid that he can't come to the Four Seasons Resort in this life. Su Wen, what are you babbling about? What happened to my husband? Why should I call 120? Hearing Su Wen's inexplicable words, Son Yuling frowned repeatedly. Your husband is too weak to eat oysters, and if he does, it will cause ventilation, which will lead to a heart attack and eventual death. Su Wen explained unhurriedly. Put your ass on the line. Looking at Su Wen's serious demeanor, Son Yuling immediately scolded angrily. Do you know anything about medicine as a country bumpkin? You're just playing the claptrap here? Yesterday, my husband ate oysters and he was fine, but today he's not? Su Wen, if you're a doctor, take out your license to practice medicine. Lu Guahao coldly looked at Su Wen. I'm not licensed to practice medicine. Su Wen shook his head. No? Then why don't you shut up? I'm telling you, my husband is in great health. He won't die even if he eats hundreds or thousands of oysters, not to mention a few. Son Yuling snapped angrily at Su Wen. So, you're not going to call 120? Seeing that Son Yuling didn't believe in herself, Su Wen only revealed a playful expression. Oh, Am I going to call 120 to come and pull your psychotic ass out of here? Song Yuling sneered, and as she spoke, she glared unhappily at Lu Evening Feng. Lu Evening Feng, keep your husband in check. This is a class reunion, not a theater. Why is your husband acting around like a clown? Song Yuling, I advise you to better listen to Su Wen and call 120. Lu Evening Wen took a deep breath as she looked straight at Song Yuling. Although Su Wen doesn't have a license to practice medicine, he more or less knows a little bit about medicine. How much do you know if you know a little? Did you just read a few random countryside medical books and falsely claim to be a miracle doctor? Song Yuling scoffed. Zhang Haiwei grunted with the same dissatisfaction. Bullshit gout. Heart attack. I just went to the provincial hospital in Jiangnan province last week to do a body checkup, and the doctor at the provincial hospital said that I'm in great shape. But have you ever thought about the fact that you've suffered from heart attacks and gout only in the last few days? Su Wen looked at Zhang Haiwei with great meaning. If he didn't know, this Zhang Haiwei often did charity and established schools in Jiangnan province. He wouldn't even speak out to remind the other party. The last few days? Oh, my husband lives in the villa. There is a resident Chinese medicine practitioner. Every day there is a Chinese medicine practitioner to my husband pulse. Really want to suffer from gout? Chinese medicine practitioners will not know it? Song Yuling nonchalantly interrupted Su Wen. Su Wen, if you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Take a step back and say, my husband's death or life. What does it have to do with you? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Next time when you treat someone, please get a medical license first, okay? You don't even have a certificate, and you dare to play God? Yuling, there's no need to get angry with a hick. Don't you know that poor villages produce unruly people? I see that this classmate's husband of yours is a typical unruly person. Looking at the annoyed Song Yuling, Zhang Haiwei instead softly soothed. Come, feed your husband another oyster. Honey, open your mouth. Song Yuling picked up an oyster. Ah. Zhang Haiwei ate the oyster Song Yuling handed him in one bite, while he didn't forget to flirtatiously say to Su Wen, country bumpkin, see, it's just a matter of eating a few oysters. How could I get into trouble so easily? Next time if you want to act as a clown, give me a call in advance. For the sake of your wife being a classmate of Song Yuling, I'll charter the Jinling City Grand Theater for you, and let you act as a clown for a day at that time. Ha, 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 ha. Laughing, suddenly, Zhang Haiwei's body began to convulse, while he couldn't stop foaming at the mouth. Old husband? Zhang Haiwei's change of heart startled Song Yuling and the other students present. Brother Jiang, are you alright? Even Lu Guahao couldn't help but care about Zhang Haiwei. After all, the old man in front of him, that was an entrepreneur in Jiangnan province, really want to die at his class reunion. Then, the next day Lu Guahao is definitely going to be on the news. Therein lies the problem. Ryu doesn't want to be in the news, because he lied to his father that he was already abroad. I'm so sick. Come on, hit one. Looking at Song Yuling, who was crying in fear, Zhang Haiwei was about to say something, but then his eyes went black and he directly fainted. Honey? Jiang? Boss Jiang? Seeing that Zhang Haiwei was unconscious, Zhao Jiar and the others became even more flustered. They don't want their class reunion to be a disaster. Song Yuling, what are you waiting for? Quickly, hurry up and call 120. After Yang Shukong came back to his senses, he hurriedly urged up Song Yuling. At the same time, Yang Shukong's eyes looked at Su Wen with a few strange and complicated looks. After all, Feng, Su Wen but let Song Yuling call 120 in advance. In other words, this husband of Lu Evening Wind, in fact, really knows medicine? Okay, I'll call 120 right away. Hearing Yang Shukong's urging, Song Yuling immediately took out her cell phone with red eyes and called the 120 number. Waiting to hang up the phone, Song Yuling stood up from beside Lu Guahao. She absent-mindedly walked over to the fainting Zhang Haiwei, then lost her voice and murmured, Hubby, you mustn't be alright, you mustn't have an accident. No wonder Song Yuling was so nervous. Rather, now that Zhang Haiwei died words, then she simply can't share Zhang Haiwei a penny, because the two had only been married for half a month. And when Song Yuling and Zhang Haiwei before marriage, but signed a contract, only married more than 3 years, she can enjoy the right to inherit property. Sister Song, don't cry. I believe that Boss Jiang is blessed with a great life. He'll be fine. Zhao Jiar walked over to comfort Song Yuling. Yes, Sister Song, Boss Jiang will be fine. Other students in Spring Villa chimed in. At those words, Song Yuling only cried harder. Hearing Song Yuling's cries, Lu Evening Feng was a little too upset to do so. She looked back at Su Wen beside her. Hubby, do you have a way to save Boss Jiang? Although Lu Evening Wind and Song Yuling had been at odds in high school, but Lu Evening Fong didn't want Song Yuling's husband to die in front of him just like that. There are ways. Suwon gave Lu Evening Fong an affirmative reply back. Then go save Boss Jiang. Don't really make a mess, Lu Evening Wind urged. Good. As Suwon said, he was about to walk towards Jiang Highway. But at this time, Song Yuling stopped him. Suwon, get out of my way. Don't touch my husband. Song Yuling, I'm warning you to be respectful to me. Your husband's illness, only I can cure it. If you don't want him to die, kneel down and apologize to me right now. Suwon indifferently chided Song Yuling. If it wasn't for his wife's kind heart in letting him save people, Suwon wouldn't have cared about Jiang Highway's death. After all, the party. Suwon had warned Jiang Highway, make me kneel for you? Looking at the unapproachable Suwon, Song Yuling but laughed at once. Suwon, I think you're just not right in the head, right? What are you? A country bumpkin, and you still want me to kneel for you? Hurry up and get out of my way. My husband doesn't need you to save him. Later on, Dr. Dong from Jinling City will cure my husband. Dr. Dong? When Zhao Jiar and the others beside her heard this, they exclaimed, could it be the No? One traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jinling City, Dong Changhai? Not bad, it's Dong Changhai, Song Yuling said without thinking. If Dr. Dong comes over, then I think that nothing should happen to Boss Jiang. Yes, Dr. Dong is the most skilled doctor in our city of Jinling. If even he can't save Boss Jiang, how can Suwon, a country bumpkin? Just as Yang Shukong and the others were discussing, tap, then an ambulance arrived at the Four Seasons Resort. Immediately after, Dong Changhai walked to the spring villa with a medicine box and a few nurses behind him. Dr. Dong, you're finally here. When Song Yuling saw Dong Changhai walking towards her, her eyes instantly reddened before she hurriedly greeted her and said, please save my husband. As long as you can save my husband, I'll give you $1 million in consultation fees. Hiss. Hearing the words 1 million, the few nurses behind Dong Changhai all sucked in a breath. He thought to himself that the woman in front of him was also too rich. When Zhao Jiar and the others heard Song Yuling throwing away thousands of dollars, they likewise envied each other a little. As for Dong Changhai, when he heard about the $1 million consultation fee, his face didn't ripple too much. After all, over the years of practicing medicine in Jinling City, Dong Changhai had made a lot of money. Ms. Song, don't cry first, I'm going to consult Chief Jiang and see why he fainted, Dong Changhai said as he opened the medicine box behind him and took out 3 silver needles and stuck them in Jiang Highway's eyebrows. When Song Yuling called earlier, she said that Jiang Highway fainted after eating oysters. Subconscious, Dong Changhai thought Jiang Highway had food poisoning. As a result, 3 silver needles fell, and Dong Changhai unexpectedly found that Jiang Highway was actually not poisoned. Not poisoned? Dong Changhai took away the silver needles, and he began to take Jiang Highway's pulse again. Dr. Dong, how is it? Can my husband be saved? Seeing that Dong Changhai didn't say anything for a long time, Song Yuling clenched her pink fists as she asked in a very nervous and uneasy manner. It can be saved. Your husband just had a heart attack, Dong Changhai said. He slowly took out half of the herb like Ganoderma lucidum from the medicine box, but with 9 leaves. This is the best herb for treating heart attack. 9 yang herb, with just 1 leaf. Mr. Jiang will be safe and sound. But the price of this herb. Buy. I'll buy. Without waiting for Dong Changhai to finish his sentence, Song Yuling choked back sobs and said, Dr. Dong, I'll buy this 9 yang grass for any amount of money. I only beg you to save my husband. Miss Song really loves her husband like her life. It's a blessing for Mr. Jiang to have you as his wife. Dong Changhai removed a leaf from the 9 suns grass, while he didn't forget to lament. In the past in the hospital, I've seen too many desperate and cold couples. There are even many couples that can't wait for each other to hurry up and die. And a woman as affectionate as Ms. Song is a rare sight. At those words, Song Yuling only smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. If she could share Jiang Highway's inheritance, then she definitely couldn't wait for Jiang Highway to hurry up and die. But the problem is, Song Yuling now simply cannot share away Jiang Highway's inheritance. If Jiang Highway died, Song Yuling not only a penny cannot share, and will even be said to be a husband. This was not the life she wanted to live. Ms. Song, help me support Mr. Jiang, I'll feed him the medicine. Looking at the distracted Song Yuling, Dong Changhai smiled again. Good. Song Yuling walked forward to help Jiang Highway up. Eyes on. Dong Changhai was about to feed the 9 suns grass in his hand to Jiang Highway, but at that moment, an untimely laughter came from the quiet spring villa. Ha! Hearing this laughter, Dong Changhai frowned slightly, and Lu Guahao also coldly inquired Suwon. Suwon, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the idea of someone treating a heart attack with something as poisonous as the Nine Suns herb. Facing Lu Guahao's inquiry, Su-wen only opened his mouth meaningfully. Something highly poisonous? Hearing this, all the students present changed their faces, but Dong Changhai angrily rebuked. Let your bullshit go. I have treated countless heart attack patients with Nine Suns herb. How can this herb be highly toxic? Ha, it's you? As he spoke, Dong Changhai suddenly recognized Su-wen. Dr. Dong, could it be that you know this kid? Song Yuling saw that Dong Changhai's eyes were looking at Su-wen somewhat differently, and she asked curiously, recognize? Oh, how could I know a country doctor without a license to practice medicine? Dong Changhai sneered. He still remembered the scene not long ago, when Su-wen had been pointing out the way in his clinic. Although Mr. Wang did die in the end, Dong Changhai still didn't think that Mr. Wang suffered from any bullshit cold poison entering his body. Kid, before, at the Runji clinic, I didn't bother with you when you clammed up and described the wind chill as a cold poison entering the body. Now, you still dare to say that my Nine Suns grass is a highly poisonous thing? What? You think that I, Dong Changhai, have no temper and can let you slander me? Coldly glaring at Su-wen, Dong Changhai questioned one word at a time. I slandered you? Looking at Dong Changhai's annoyed appearance, Su-wen also laughed. I was merely stating the facts. What is the slander? This Nine Yang grass is an extremely cold herb that grows at the foot of Qilian Mountain. Any of the leaves contain a strong poison. Using him to treat heart attacks will only speed up the patient's death. You're talking nonsense. Our Dr. Dong has been using the Nine Suns grass to treat heart attack patients before. Why were those patients cured and didn't die? As soon as Su-wen's words fell, the several junior nurses behind Dong Changhai fought. It could be that Dong Changhai mistakenly recognized myocarditis as a heart attack. Su-wen said casually. You, not only do you slander Dr. Dong's herbs, you also dare to slander Dr. Dong's medical skills? Seeing Su-wen's serious look, the little nurse present became even more angry. Su-wen, you are sick, aren't you? I've said before, if you can't talk, shut up. You're still here as a clown? What is Dr. Dong's status? The person is the #1 herbalist in Jinling City. And what is your status, Su-wen? A country bumpkin who came to Jinling City to join the Lu family. What makes you dare to shamelessly question Dr. Dong here? Who gave you the courage? Lu Evening Fong? After hearing Su-wen's words, at this moment, Song Yuling even growled with an angry gaze. After saying that, Song Yuling turned to Dong Changhai again and said, Dr. Dong, you don't need to pay attention to that country bumpkin Su-wen. I believe that the Nine Suns grass is not something highly poisonous. Please also treat my husband quickly. Aha! Seeing Song Yuling cast a sincere gaze, Dong Changhai nodded, and then he fed a leaf of the Nine Sun grass in his hand to Zhang Haiwei. Seeing Zhang Haiwei swallow the leaves of the Nine Suns grass, Lu Evening Feng, on the other hand, hesitantly walked to Su-wen's side and said, Hubby, that Nine Sun grass is really a highly poisonous thing? Nice. Su-wen smiled and nodded. Then what will happen to Mr. Zhang if he eats the Nine Suns grass? Lu Evening Wind spoke again in a complicated manner. It will die. Su-wen answered simply. It's going to die? Lu Evening Fang's gaze stagnated as her heart throbbed and she said, Hubby, since Zhang will die, why don't you stop Dr. Dong? This is a human life. What does Zhang Haiwei's death have to do with me? Looking at Lu Evening Feng who was full of anxiety, Su-wen only shook his head. Besides, I gave Song Yuling the opportunity to kneel. It was she herself who didn't cherish it. This, Lu Evening Feng didn't know what to say for a while, and just then, Zhang Haiwei, who had originally fainted to death, suddenly turned awake. Honey, oh, you're finally awake. Seeing Zhang Haiwei turn awake, Song Yuling suddenly relieved as if she was relieved, followed by a handful of her flung in Zhang Haiwei's arms, a forceful choking with tears. You simply scared me to death. Yuling, what's happening to me? Looking at the sobbing Song Yuling, Zhang Haiwei asked curiously, Hubby, you just ate oysters and fainted to death. It was Dr. Dong, he saved you with the Nine Suns herb. Song Yuling elaborated on what had just happened. This? I actually do have a heart attack? Learning the causes and consequences from Song Yuling's mouth, Zhang Haiwei's expression was different. At the same time, his eyes looked at Su-wen with a few complexities. This redneck, and how do you know that you have a heart attack? Su-wen, see, Divine Dr. Dong cured my husband with the Nine Suns grass, and you still say that the Nine Suns grass is a highly poisonous thing? You are really ridiculous. Your family's highly poisonous thing can save people? Seeing Zhang Haiwei looking at Su-wen, Song Yuling also coldly scolded Su-wen. Song Yuling, you have the last 10 seconds to kneel down and beg me. Looking at Song Yuling's arrogant and domineering face, Su-wen only said expressionlessly, beg you? What am I begging you for? Begging you not to be a douchebag? Or begging you not to put on a show at the Four Seasons Resort? Song Yuling sneered repeatedly. It's impossible. I'm begging you to leave Lu Evening Phone. Right? That's really unnecessary. Lu Evening Phone married a clown like you. I'm too happy to be happy. How can I let you leave Lu Evening Phone? It was not easy for me to surpass Lu Evening Phone in terms of marrying someone. Song Yuling, you only have 5 seconds left to beg me to save John Highway. Looking at the acerbic Song Yuling, Su Wen's tone became even more intriguing. Save my husband? Looking at the serious Su Wen, Song Yuling first froze, followed by her snorting laughter. I say Su Wen, if you are sick in the head, hurry up and get to the mental hospital. My husband has been cured by Dr. Dong. What else are you saving? Save the air? Besides, do you clowns know anything about medicine? 3 seconds. Su Wen continued. You. Song Yuling was about to snap, but Dong Changhai beside her laughed and shook his head. Miss Song, there's no need to talk nonsense with a fool. As time passes, the facts will prove that he is nothing more than a clown. That's right, Dr. Dong's medical skills are the best in Jinling. He has already cured me. What else is Su Wen saving me from? Even the person in question, John Highway, glared at Su Wen unkindly. Young man, although I don't know how you guessed that I'm suffering from a heart attack, in front of an authoritative doctor. You, a person who doesn't have a license to practice medicine, better behave yourself. Four Seasons Resort is not a theater where you can act with impunity. So Mr. Jiang, these are your last words? In the face of Jiang Highway's mockery, Su Wen was not angry. He instead said without any hesitation, last words? Ha, I'm physically stronger than you, and I won't even die if you hillbillies die. Understand? Repeatedly being told by Su Wen that he would die, Jiang Highway was truly enraged. Hubby, why don't you give Yang Wubiao a call and ask him to come over and get this Su Wen killed? Seeing this clown makes me upset, Song Yuling proposed with a gloomy gaze. As a result, when her words fell, she heard Su Wen already counting down to 1. Su Wen, 10 seconds have passed. Then what? Didn't you say you wanted to save my husband? Eyes grow so blind and can't see that my husband is still fine? You. Just as Song Yuling clasped her hands on her chest, she was ready to taunt Su Wen. The result was a poof moment. John Highway beside her directly blackened his eyes and fell headfirst to the ground. It smashed a dent in the floor of Spring Villa. Honey? Jiang? Boss Jiang? Seeing Jiang Highway's body lying stiffly on the ground, Zhao Jiao and the others present had their faces changed drastically. Song Yuling even hurriedly squatted on the ground. She picked up Jiang Highway and shook him. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Wake up. Don't scare me. While speaking, Song Yuling looked at Dong Changhai with red eyes. Dr. Dong, what happened to my husband him? This? Dong Changhai also didn't expect that Jiang Highway would actually fall down. He quickly stepped forward and began to take Jiang Highway's pulse. It's okay not to take a pulse. Take a pulse. Dong Changhai also panicked, because at this moment, Jiang Highway actually had no pulse. And in medicine, there's only one kind of person without a pulse, and that's a dead person. Dr. Dong, speak up. What's wrong with my husband? What's wrong with him? Seeing Dong Changhai sitting paralyzed on the ground and keeping quiet, Song Yuling immediately became anxious. Song, MS. Song, don't get excited first. Your husband he's dead. Opening his mouth with difficulty, Dong Changhai spoke stiffly. What? You're saying my husband is dead? Song Yuling thought she had heard wrong. Not only her, Yang Shukong and the others present were also shocked. Jiang Highway, who had been revived by Dong Changhai 1 second, died directly the next? This is too sudden, isn't it? No, it can't be. Dr. Dong, you must be joking with me, right? How could my husband die? He's an entrepreneur. He won't die. Lost in thought and shaking her head, Song Yuling madly tugged at Dong Changhai. She said with tears streaming down her face, Dr. Dong, tell me, you're joking with me. My husband isn't dead. He's not dead. MS. Song, people can't live after death. So I'd like to ask for your condolences. I also know that Mr. John's passing away has hit you hard. But, alas. Looking at the somewhat bewitched Song Yuling, Dong Changhai sighed helplessly and once again announced Jiang Highway's death. This? My husband is really dead? How could he be dead? Song Yuling no longer believed Dong Changhai. She made another call and got other doctors. Results. All the doctors told Song Yuling that Jiang Highway died, and the cause of death. Because of poisoning. Poisoned? You're saying my husband was poisoned? When she learned that Jiang Highway died from poisoning, Song Yuling suddenly pounced on Dong Changhai like a madman. Dong Changhai, it was you who killed my husband. It was you. If you hadn't given him the 9 suns herb, how could my husband have died? 9 suns grass is the highly poisonous thing. Ah, I'll fight you. Unbridled. A few junior nurses saw the open-mouthed Song Yuling. They slapped them over. Dr. Dong is the #1 Chinese medicine practitioner in Jinling City. How could he give his patients something highly poisonous? Then why did my husband die of poisoning? Song Yuling roared with a red face. It's not because he was poisoned by eating oysters? And from what your classmates said, you were the one who kept feeding Jiang Highway oysters before, right? It was you who killed Jiang Highway. Those little nurses said with icy gazes. Bullshit. I didn't kill my husband. You guys. Under the collapse, Song Yuling suddenly thought of something. She saw her plop down and kneel in front of Su-wen, then wailed and cried. Su-wen, now I believe in you. I believe in you. Please save my husband. Jiang Highway can't die. He can't die now. I'm sorry, Song Yuling. You begged too late. I can't save your husband now. Looking at Song Yuling who was choking and crying, Su-wen said expressionlessly, you had 10 seconds to save Jiang Highway before, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it yourself. Su-wen, I was wrong in the first place. It's me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai, I beg you, save Jiang Highway. I'll give you money. I have money. I can give you a lot of money. Hearing Su-wen's words of rejection, Song Yuling cried even harder. No need. I don't lack money. Su-wen coldly said. Then I can give you power. I can give you status. As long as you can save Jiang Highway's life, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Song Yuling gritted her teeth without dying. I've already said that I can't save Jiang Highway. Looking at Jiang Highway whose body was cold, Su-wen did not have feelings and said, people can't live again after death. I'm sorry for your loss. Thrift? By what right? Who am I to be in mourning? I don't care. Su-wen, you must cure my husband. Seeing Su-wen refusing to save Jiang Highway, Song Yuling suddenly growled hideously. Surname Su, you're the one who kept saying that my husband would die. It's all because of you. A crow's mouth. You're the one who killed my husband. So what gives you the right to see death and save him now? I'm telling you, if you don't save my husband today, I won't let you go. Originally, Song Yuling thought that if she kneeled down and begged Su-wen twice, the other party would give Jiang Highway to save his life. But I didn't expect it. Su-wen is actually indifferent? This shook Song Yuling to her core. She was at least the wife of an entrepreneur. Begging Su-wen, a country bumpkin, in such a low voice, and Su-wen actually dared to refuse? The other side of a hick. Why can they disobey themselves? Song Yuling, are you sick in the head? Your husband is dead. How are you going to let Su-wen save the day? Do you think Su-wen is Hades? Seeing Song Yuling threatening Su-wen, Lu Evening Wind couldn't stand to watch. She glared at Song Yuling with cold eyes, then nonchalantly said, now you know to beg? What did you do earlier? Why didn't you kneel down when Su-wen told you to earlier? All day long you look like a pretentious person. By what right do you look down on Su-wen? Why do you look down on country people? Are you city people superior? Dog-eyed. If you ask me, your husband deserves to die. Jiang Highway was grudged to death by you. Lu Evening Wind's words were indeed a bit too much, but she just couldn't stand to see Song Yuling bullying Su-wen. Lu Evening Wind, you say that again? Hearing Lu Evening Fang's phrase grimacing, Song Yuling's emotions immediately became a bit agitated. Did I say it wrong? Su-wen had warned Jiang Highway not to eat oysters, but you were so good that you had to feed Jiang Highway oysters, causing him to faint and die. That's even. Just now, Dr. Dong took out the 9-yang grass, and Su-wen also reminded you that the 9-yang grass is poisonous. What about you? Still you had to let Jiang Highway eat the 9-yang grass? You are to blame for all of this. It was you who killed Jiang Highway. In the face of Lu Evening Wind's aggressive words, Song Yuling couldn't even say a word for a while. On the contrary, it was Yang Shukong and the others beside him who couldn't stand to watch, and they persuaded Lu Debanchan, just say a few words less. Although Song Yuling did something wrong, after all, her husband died. As the saying goes, the dead are the greatest, so don't say those words that rub salt into the wounds. Yes, Lu Debanjian, the dead are big. You say less. Zhao Jiar chimed in. In response, Lu Evening Wind no longer said anything. She instead walked over to Su-wen and whispered, hubby, can you really not save Jiang Highway? Doesn't matter. Su-wen didn't answer positively. In fact, if he wanted to save Jiang Highway, he could still save the other party. Just a shame. Song Yuling's attitude made Su-wen not want to go to the rescue. And that's when a few doctors came to the red-eyed Song Yuling, and they handed over a death certificate. You're the deceased's family, right? Please sign here. Looking at the death certificate of Jiang Highway in her hand, Song Yuling couldn't put down her pen for a long time. Original. Song Yuling still thought that by marrying Jiang Highway, she would be able to leap into the upper-class circle of Jiangnan's celebrity wife. Become a woman that Lu Evening Phone couldn't even look up to in his lifetime. Results? Jiang Hiwei actually died at her class reunion? Ma'am, please also sign. Seeing Song Yuling dazed, the doctor beside her urged again. We still have to take the deceased to the morgue. I know. Hearing the doctor's urging, Song Yuling had no choice but to sign Jiang Hiwei's death list. Wait for Jiang Hiwei to be pulled away by the ambulance. Dong Changhai also left with a few female nurses, but before he left, Dong Changhai looked deeply at Su Wen. Song Yuling, aren't you going to the morgue? Seeing Song Yuling's face lost and sitting on the bench of the spring villa, Yang Shukong asked curiously, you're not going to give Jiang Hiwei a good aftermath? I'm not in the mood. Song Yuling's reply made everyone freeze. Not in the mood? Isn't Jiang Hiwei your husband? Zhao Jiar was puzzled. Don't ask. If you say you're not in the mood, you're not in the mood. As Song Yuling's words fell, she sat down next to Lu Guahao again and ate the mountains of food on the table, because Song Yuling was afraid. In the future, herself, she would never have the chance to eat such a good meal again, and she would have to eat more than a couple of bites. Song Yuling, is it possible that you can't share a dime of Jiang Hiwei's inheritance? That's why you're so lost? Looking at Song Yuling, who was wolfing down her food beside her, Lu Guahao came forward as he lowered his voice and asked, you, how do you know? Song Yuling looked at Lu Guahao incredulously. I guessed. Lu Guahao smiled meaningfully, and after a pause, he narrowed his eyes again before saying in a serious tone, Song Yuling, actually, I can help you get Jiang Hiwei's inheritance. Really? Song Yuling's bleak gaze snapped to life. She even looked at Lu Guahao in a flirtatious manner, and waved her hands in the air. Young Lu, you must help me. As long as you can help me part with Jiang Hiwei's inheritance, whatever you ask me to do is fine. Even I can give you half of the money. Sleep with me and become my plaything. And you're willing to do the same? Lu Guahao said as he boldly placed his hand on Song Yuling's slender jade leg under the table. Ru, Mr. Ru, I thought you weren't interested in me? Feeling the strange feeling on her legs, Song Yuling was afraid of being seen by her classmates. She even turned around. Before, indeed, you were not interested. Lu Guahao was frank. But now, it's different, because I, for one, like other people's wives. Nasty. So young Lu is a pervert. Song Yuling daintily threw a wink to Lu Guahao, followed by her coming up to Lu Guahao's side and said with a pasty face, as long as Xiao Lu can help me share Jiang Hiwei's inheritance, not to mention becoming Xiao Lu's plaything of yours, or even being your slave, I'm all willing to do it. Oh, being my slave? Looking at the imploring Song Yuling, Lu Guahao suddenly played with the flavor. Song Yuling, how come I didn't find out before? You turned out to be so lowly. My husband just died and you want to be my slave? As he spoke, Lu Guahao even slapped Song Yuling's leg. It hurts. Lu Xiao, be gentle. Song Yuling shyly blanched at Lu Guahao, following her with a serious face. All these years, I've had enough of being poor. I don't want to be a poor person anymore. I want to become a celebrity that Lu Evening Phone can't afford to climb up to. So, as long as I can get Jiang Hiwei's money, make me pay any price. I'm willing. Okay, I'll help you. After half a month, the assets under Jiang Hiwei's name, I will find a way to transfer them to your name. Lu Guahao fell on his sword and said, of course, as a price, in addition to you being my slave, I also want you to help me chase Lu Evening Phone. After Lu Evening Wind? Song Yuling was flabbergasted. She didn't expect that after Lu Evening Phone had gotten married, Lu Guahao was actually still attached to the other party? Young Lu, what's so good about that bitch Lu Evening Phone? Are you still not satisfied with me accompanying you? Lu Evening Phone sleeps with that country bumpkin Su Wen all day long, so I guess she has long been unclean. With your status, there's no need to pursue a second-hand woman, Song Yuling said with envy and jealousy. Song Yuling, didn't I say it before? I, for one, like married women. Ryu smiled. That's fine. I'll help you chase Lu Evening Phone. Song Yuling knew she couldn't refuse Lu Guahao, so she simply agreed. Song Yuling, young Lu, what are you guys chatting about? Sneaky? Seeing that Song Yuling and Lu Guahao were close to sticking together, Yang Shukong teased, could it be that you two are having an affair? Yang Shukong, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of casual woman. Song Yuling blared fiercely at Yang Shukong. Don't be angry. Sister Song, I'm just talking. Yang Shukong laughed repeatedly. As soon as his words fell, creaking, a Four Seasons resort attendant arrived at the spring villa. Young Lu, our Four Seasons resort's horse betting tournament has begun. Do you all want to go and have some fun? Betting on horse races? Lu Guahao froze. Wasn't the horse race betting at your Four Seasons resort censored? It was a bit of business irregularity before, and it's back on today. The waitress said truthfully. How? Are you guys going to have some fun? Lu Guahao didn't rush to agree, but looked at Zhao Jiar and the others present. Going to go betting on horse races? I've been wanting to go and have some fun for a long time, but I've never had the chance. Yang Shukang was the first to raise his hand in favor. I'm going too. And me. Other students raised their hands in agreement. What about you, Lu Daiban? Seeing that Lu Evening Foam had been silent, Zhao Jiar looked at her. If you're all going, then I'll go too. Lu Evening Wind squeezed a smile on his face. She hadn't wanted to go to the horse races, but the other students were going, and she was a little out of place if she didn't go. Seeing that everyone agrees, only then did Lu Guahao say to that Four Seasons resort attendant, lead the way. Young Lu, this way please. Soon, Lu Evening Foam and the others arrived at the Four Seasons Resort's horse track. Nowadays, the trackside of the racecourse has long been crowded with people. So many people. Looking at the crowd of people, Yang Shukang was astonished. Mr. Lu, over there is the chip area. Over there is the prize redemption area. As for the way to play, it's to bet on a horse with chips, and as long as the horse you bet on is in the race and wins first place, you can go to the prize redemption area to exchange for money. The waiter beside him told Lu Guahao and the others how to play horse betting. How many horses raced altogether? Zhao Jiar asked more than a few words. 16 horses, the waiter replied. So the odds of betting on number 1 are 1 in 16? Zhao Jiar said thoughtfully. It could be interpreted that way. As soon as the waiter spoke, the first round of horse betting began. Only 16 horses were seen coming down the racetrack. Each horse, very tall and handsome. I'm betting on number 2. Bet on number 8. 15. With 16 horses in the field, people along the racetrack began to place their bets. Young Lu, shall we place our bets? Yang Shukang eyed Lu Guahao. I remember. Lu Xiao, your university seems to rely on horse betting to earn a lot of money. I think Lu Xiao has a high opinion on horse betting. Or, Lu Xiao, you take us? Yes, Mr. Lu, take us with you. We are all classmates. We can earn money together. Zhao Jiar also looked at Lu Guahao with affection, because she had also heard people say that when Lu Guahao was in college, he had earned $10 million by betting on horses. 10 million. To a rich second generation like Lu Guahao, it was naturally nothing. But for ordinary people like Yang Shukang, that's an astronomical amount that can change your fate. That's just it. Since you all want me to lead, it wouldn't be right if I didn't lead you. Tell you what, you guys go bet on horse number 6. Looking at Zhao Jiar and the others' pleading eyes, Lu Guahao smiled. Horse number 6? The crowd looked to the horse track. Only horse number 6 was seen to be a white and brown horse that wasn't too big. Young Lu, can this horse number 6 really win first place? I don't think it's big. Can it run fast? Yang Shukang issued a doubt in his mind. If you won't bet on it, then I will. Lu Guahao didn't explain. Instead he went straight to the chip area and exchanged 1 million chips, then bet 500,000 chips on horse number 6. Young Lu was really rich and generous, betting $500,000 at a time. Seeing Lu Guahao's move, Yang Shukang and the others were envious, while they didn't forget to call the bet. Still, some students were skeptical, and so it was. Half of the students bet with Ryu Guahao and half didn't. Among the people who bet, but also are $500, $300, this small amount. Bang! With a whistle. In a flash, the 16 horses on the racetrack began their first round of competition. The horse betting has begun. Go little 6. Go little 6. Zhao Jiar shouted at the number 6 horse on the track, but the louder she shouted. Instead, the 6th horse slowed down more and more, and in a near blink of an eye, the 6th horse's position was in the 3rd from the bottom. This is so far behind. Can little 6 still win? Guess it's hopeless. It's a shame that $300 went down the drain. The crowd of students who had called Lu Guahao's bet sighed helplessly, but Lu Guahao looked inscrutable. The match isn't over yet. Anything is possible. It's not time to resign yourself to your fate. Hearing Lu Guahao's words, Yang Shukang suddenly realized that on the racecourse track, the number 6 horse actually started to accelerate. Look guys, Roku actually sped up. It's already 9th and he's still catching up to the horse in front of him. What a speed! Not only did Yang Shukang discover the changes in the racetrack, but Zhao Jiar and the others who were placing bets on the side also noticed something. Oh my god! Little 6 is already 3rd. It can't be. Little 6 can really be first, right? When they saw horse number 6 come to the 3rd position, there were students who were not calm at once. Young Lu, what do you think? If Xiao Lu wins, how much money can we share? Already, some students have begun to calculate the benefits of betting on horses. I'm not sure about you guys, but I should be able to win a small $1 million. Lu Guahao said calmly. A little over $1 million? Yang Shukang and the others immediately grew their mouths. Even Song Yuling was somewhat envious and jealous of Lu Guahao. You have to know that Zhang Haiwei wants to make $1 million, but it is not as easy as Lu Guahao. Look, little six is first. Just then, there was a sharp cry of alarm from a student. In the meantime, horse racing is also in its second half. Eventually, horse number 6 won the first round of horse racing by a narrow margin, and second and third place went to horse number 7 and horse number 13 respectively. Oh my god, I actually bet on winning? Is this what's known as a newbie aura? Newbie halo my ass. That's because we followed the right young Lu. One student who bet on horse number 6 was happy, and Yang Shukan even came from the distant prize redemption area and laughed long and hard. Ha ha, bet 300, won 500. Thank you Lu Xiao for taking me to get rich. I won 500 too. That's worth a week's worth of my living expenses. Holy shit, $500 a week for living expenses? Rich? Hey, this amount of money isn't enough for young Lu to buy toilet paper for the restroom. Looking at the students who won money, the other students who didn't bet with Lu Guahao were not calm. There is regret, and stupidity in their hearts, because there was definitely more than one horse betting race at the Four Seasons Resort. As long as they followed Lu Guahao in betting on the next horse race. How much did you win, Mr. Lu? Looking at Lu Guahao, who was walking from the exchange area, Song Yuling imploringly came over. Her sexy and plump body was almost in Lu Guahao's arms, and the scene. It also caused Yang Shukan and the others to frown repeatedly. This Song Yuling, she just lost her husband, and she's become such a slut? Not much, $1,870,000. Just in time to win back the money for today's meal, Ryu said casually. Young Lu, which horse are we betting on for the next bet? Some of the students who got a taste of it couldn't wait to follow up. Yes, young Lu, next, we'll all place our bets with you, and please, for the sake of our classmates, take us to get rich. Those students who hadn't placed any bets before also began to curry favor with Lu Guahao. Next let me think. Lu Guahao swept his gaze from the 16 horses in the second round. Then he smiled and said, I think I can bet on horse number 9. Okay, then bet on number 9. Yang Shukong bet $10,000 directly on horse number 9. Seeing Yang Shukong playing so big, the other students hesitated. Yang Shukong, you bet so much money? Multiple hairs, can't you see that Lu Xiao has bet $1 million? This amount of money of mine is nothing compared to his. After a pause, Yang Shukong added, besides, it's not easy to get rich. How can we not play a big game? If we miss this opportunity, in the future, no one will take us to get rich. Yang Shukong is right. Today's chance to get rich is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Zhao Jia's words fell, she also bet $10,000 on horse number 9. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other students were emboldened, and they bet on horse number 9. This time, however, the crowd's bets were much larger than before. It's all $5, $8, $10,000. Big class President Lu, aren't you going to bet? Seeing that Lu Evening Feng hadn't been betting or exchanging chips, Yang Shukong walked over and said with a smile, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. Why don't you seize the moment? Well, then I'm going to bet on it too. It was naturally false to say that Lu Evening Wind wasn't moved. Although she was now the head of the Eastern Suburbs Village project, she didn't have much savings on her, not even $50,000. Before at the Lu family villa, Lu Evening Phone listened to Su Wen and didn't put money into the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce. But now, Yang Shukong and others had made money. Lu Evening Wind naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to make money. Honey, can I go bet on the horses? Before exchanging the chips, Lu Evening Phone still asked Su Wen. Well, a little gambling goes a long way, so go ahead and have some fun if you want. Su Wen didn't stop his wife, waiting for Lu Evening Phone to go to the chip area. Song Yuling saw that Su Wen was the only one who didn't bet. She immediately mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Su Wen, Lu Evening Phone has bet. Why don't you bet? Don't you have any money? Didn't someone say he had $20 billion before? I don't like betting on horses. Looking at the acerbic Song Yuling, Su Wen only calmly said, there is no difficulty in betting on horses. This kind of game that doesn't pass the brain is not suitable for me. You say betting on horses isn't difficult? Hearing Su Wen's words, Song Yuling was first stunned, followed by her pfft, and laughed continuously. Su Wen, I say, what are you pretending here? You're a country bumpkin, working in the Lu family's company, earning a few $1,000s a month. You tell me that betting on horses is not difficult. If you're that good, why are you still marrying Lu Evening Phone? You would have married the daughter of Chen Shi Envoy long ago. For Su Wen, there was resentment in Song Yuling's heart. If it wasn't for this country bumpkin's crow's mouth, I'm afraid Jiang Highway wouldn't have died. Su Wen, since you said that betting on horses is not difficult, then tell me, What number of horses will win this round of betting? A female classmate beside Song Yuling coldly asked Su Wen. 9. The same answer as Ryu Guahao. Only, Su Wen's tone, however, was much more certain. Unlike Lu Guahao's ambiguity. But, you also know that you can only win money by betting on number 9 with Mr. Lu. Hearing Su Wen's words, Song Yuling instead sneered again. I thought you didn't dare to admit that Lu Xiao was outstanding. Alright, Song Yuling, stop it. The horse betting has begun. A classmate beside her tugged on Song Yuling. Her words had just fallen. Lu Evening Fong also walked over from the chip area. Lu de Banchen, how much did you bet? Looking at the beautiful and sexy Lu Evening Fong, Yang Shukong asked curiously. Not much, just 2,000. Lu Evening Wind was a little embarrassed to say. 2,000. Already all her savings at hand. 2,000? That's too little, isn't it? Your husband Su Wen also said that the 9th horse will win. You should have bet more. Yang Shukong said in a serious tone. Su Wen? Lu Evening Fong was slightly stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she looked at Su Wen rather unexpectedly. Hubby, you also know how to bet on horses? Understand? Oh, how can you not understand it? Su Wen could have said before that betting on horses is a no-brainer game. Simple as that. Seeing Lu Evening Wind questioning Su Wen, Song Yuling immediately scoffed in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Evening Wind, this husband of yours is really something, isn't he? He knows everything, and as a result, he still has to be a parasite in the Lu family. Su Wen is not a parasite. Lu Evening Wind was offended. I was the one who let Su Wen work at the Lu family company. Her words had just fallen. Wow. The second round of betting on horse races at the Four Seasons Resort's horse track came to an end. As Su Wen said before. Indeed, it was horse number 9 that got the win. The second and third places, on the other hand, were number 10 and number 11, respectively. Another win? Oh my god. I'm going to be rich. Seeing the 9th horse achieve victory, Yang Shukong and the others were not too calm, because this time, those of them are betting a lot of money. Xiao Lu, it's still you. You're such a nice guy. You actually made us rich. Zhao Jiar walked over from the prize redemption area, her pretty face blushing with an intent posture. Joel, how much did you win? Yang Shukong pursued Zhao Jiar because he and Zhao Jiar bet the same amount. It was both 10,000 whole dollars. The percentage was a little less than last game, but I also won $9,000. Zhao Jiar had a contented smile on her face. Nothing else. $9,000. Already 2 months of Zhao Jiar's salary. 9,000? That little? I thought it was 15,000. Yang Shukong sighed with some loss. It doesn't matter. We'll just continue to bet with young Lu later. When the time comes, money begets money, and everyone can become millionaires today. A classmate smiled and comforted Yang Shukong, while there was some longing and anticipation in his eyes. Right. Let's continue to follow young Lu and get rich. Yang Shukong nodded his head with a laugh. Lu Evening Fong, you won money too, right? At this moment, Song Yuling suddenly looked up at Lu Evening Fong. Well, won 18,000. Lu Evening Wind nodded, while she still looked a bit dreamlike. First time, Lu Evening Fong thought it was so easy to make money? Since it was so easy to make money, was it possible that Lu Xianyi and the others investing in the Lingdong Chamber of Commerce wasn't a scam either? Rather, it's real? Lu Evening Fong, you were able to win thanks to young Lu. How do you plan to repay young Lu? Looking at Lu Evening Wind's lost in thought, Song Yuling then added more fuel to the fire. Why don't you give your body in marriage to Lu Xiao? Previously, Song Yuling had promised Lu Guahao that she would help pursue Lu Evening Fong. Right now, of course she had to mention it so that Lu Guahao could feel her sincerity. Why should I marry Lu Guahao? Song Yuling, you're sick, aren't you? Hearing Song Yuling's words, Lu Evening Fong said with a cold face, I'm already married, and apart from Su Wen, it's impossible for me to marry anyone else. Su Wen? Oh, what's so good about this hick? Can he give you happiness? Song Yuling said nonchalantly. Women live in the world, nothing more than that, only pursuing money and power. You tell me. Su Wen, what does he have? Song Yuling, don't use your standards to morally kidnap me. I'm not like you. You love vanity and see money as your life. I'm not like you. I married Su Wen because I love him. Lu Evening Wind said one word at a time. Love? Hearing Lu Evening Wind's words, not only Song Yuling froze, even Su Wen, the person in question, was equally stunned. No mistake. When Lu Evening Fong married him, it seems like the two of them met for the first time in their lives, right? Lu Evening Fong, you're so funny. You actually love a hick? Isn't Mr. Lu better than this hick? Song Yuling was talking. The third round of horse betting started. Young Lu, this round, how many numbers are we betting on? As the horse betting tournament began, Song Yuling directly lazily ignored Lu Evening Fong. she instead eyeballed Lu Guahao and asked him, "Square 2 bets on the horses." Song Yuling had also won a small 10,000, so she was planning to bet big this time. "Yes, young Lu, how many numbers are we betting on this round?" "We all bet with you." Zhao Jiar had the same idea as Song Yuling, and she likewise planned to take a big gamble. "I think horse number 12 is good." Lu Guahao surveyed the 16 horses on the track, and he said thoughtfully, "Okay, horse number 12 then. I'll go bet $50,000. Zhao Jiar said with bravado, "I'll bet 50,000 too." Yang Shukong was close behind. Seeing one of his classmates betting, Lu Evening Foam also planned to bet $3,000 on horse number 12. But at this time, Suwen beside him smiled and said, "Evening Wind, I think it's better for you to bet on horse number 1. Number 1? Lu Evening Wind froze. "Nice." Suwen nodded heavily. This, just as Lu Evening Wind was hesitating. Song Yuling on the side was laughing shamefully in a conspiratorial manner. "Yo, Suwen, so soon you don't recognize that young Lu is outstanding? What? Is it that I said something about letting Lu Evening Wind marry Lu Guahao, and you've been stimulated, so you've started babbling? That horse number 1 is as skinny as a donkey. Can he win this round of horse racing? Maybe?" As soon as Song Yuling's words fell, the attendant of the Four Seasons resort next to her introduced, "That number 1 horse seems to be a wild horse from Jiangnan province, caught from the mountains." "From the mountains? Wild horses?" Hearing this, Song Yuling's expression was odd, then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "But I said why Su1 is so optimistic about the no. 1 horse, the feeling is that this is a country bumpkin horse? That's right, you Su1 is a hick. It's reasonable for you to value a hick horse, we can all understand you. However, it's a bit too much for you to let Lu Evening Fong bet on horse no. 1. Lu Evening Fong is married to a hick like you, and you still want this hick horse to pit Lu Evening Feng's money ah? Ha ha." Hearing Song Yuling's words, the other students present couldn't help but laugh. Lu Guahao even stepped forward. He raised his head, looked at Su Wen with a condescending face, and intriguingly said, "Su Wen, your wife and we are all classmates. It's quite meaningless for you to make a splash like this. To be honest with you, that no. 1 horse is a kind of idyllic horse, and it's not good at running, and it is even more unlikely that it will be the winner of the next round of the horse racing competition. This country bumpkin horse, not suitable for Lu Evening Wind to bet on. Perhaps, you are also not suitable to be with Lu Evening Wind. Isn't it?" Towards the end, Lu Guahao's voice was even more somewhat serious, but Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Guahao. "Lu Guahao, shut up. What does Su Wen's suitability to be with me have to do with you? I think Su Wen and I are quite suitable anyway. And that number 1 horse, it's also very suitable to be bet on by me." After saying that, Lu Evening Wind couldn't afford to be angry. She directly bet on horse number 1. Although Lu Evening Fong also felt that this number 1 horse might not be able to take the first place in the horse betting competition, she just wasn't happy that Lu Guahao and Song Yuling were mocking Su-Wen. Even if you lose, she also had to prove with her actions that she and Su-Wen were right for each other. Big class leader Lu, what are you doing? Knowing that horse number 1 won't win, you still bet on horse number 1? Seeing Lu Evening Fong betting on horse number 1 to come back, the students present all smiled bitterly and persuaded. There's no need to be upset with money, right? What are you afraid of? It's only a few $1,000s anyway. I can still afford to lose. Lu Evening Wind hummed, while she fell back on Su Wen's arm. This, seeing Lu Evening Fong fagging out, Zhao Jiar and the others stopped talking, because at this point, the 3rd round of betting on horse races has begun. Holy shit, horse number 12 is fast. As the whistle blew, Yang Shukong saw that on the racetrack, horse number 12 was already far ahead. Ha ha, young Lu deserves to be young Lu. He really is a horse betting expert. This eye power. Bull. Follow young Lu. Eat and drink. Get rich overnight. The other students also touted Lu Guahao. Nothing else. If horse number 12 wins this round of racing, then they can all make a lot of money. Lu Evening Wind. See that? Horse number 12 has finished half a lap. But your horse number 1, alas, how is it bottoming out? When she saw the no. 1 horse lagging far behind, Song Yuling couldn't help but come to Lu Evening Wind's side to tease. This is what happens when you don't listen to persuasion with your head iron. It's the same reason for being a human being as it is for a racehorse. You have to listen to persuasion. If you had listened to Mr. Lu, could you have lost the money? You care about me? Lu Evening Wind looked at the complacent Song Yuling, and she snorted coldly. After all, Lu Evening Breeze had long planned to lose money. Now she wasn't surprised to see the number 1 horse padding. Seeing Lu Evening Fong ignoring herself, Song Yuling said to Su Wen with a smile on her face, "Su Wen, didn't you say just now that betting on horses is a game without thinking? Since it's such a simple game, How come you still lost to young Lu? When did I lose? Suwon asked Song Yuling rhetorically. The number 1 horse you let Lu Evening Wind bet on is a long way behind the penultimate. That's still not a loss, is it? Song Yuling rolled her eyes straight up and said, the race isn't over. Everything has a chance. Maybe the number 1 horse can come back later? Suwon said meaningfully. Later on? That's unbelievable. Do you think horse racing is a game? Let me tell you. Suwon, a loss is a loss. You don't need to make any excuses. It's just like your life. You started off by losing to Lu Xiao. Even if you do your best to work hard all your life, in the end, you'll realize that what you're desperately trying to catch up with is nothing more than where Xiao Lu started. Song Yuling had a lofty stance, but as soon as her words fell, a sudden change occurred on the racetrack. Only horse number 12, who was running first, suddenly tripped over a rock. Boom! Horse number 12 fell straight out of the racetrack. Along with being dropped, there was horse number 7 behind horse number 12. What? Seeing 12 horses fall, Yang Shukong, who had just taken a sip of his drink, immediately spat out a mouthful of his drink. How did it happen? How did horse number 12 fall? Zhao Jiar beside her was even more anxious to the point of crying. Because of this turn of events, the 12th horse has become 5th. Come on, hurry up and get up. Number 12, you can't lose. I'm betting my entire fortune on you. One student immediately cheered with a shudder. As a result, horse number 12 and horse number 7 couldn't get up. Young Lu, what now? Horse number 12 is falling behind. When Song Yuling saw horse number 12 fall, she was also panicked in her heart. Seeing Yang Shukong and the others looking at him, Lu Guahao didn't know what to say for a moment, because he didn't expect it either. Such an accident could happen to horse number 12 who was so far ahead of the rest. Young Lu, you say, in this situation, can we call off the race? After all the horses are injured. Isn't it a bit unfair to continue the race? A student suddenly thought of something, and he immediately looked at Lu Guahao expectantly, because on other sports competitions, anytime there's a casualty, that game is called off. It's impossible to call it off. Looking at the expectant classmates, Lu Guahao helplessly explained, betting on horses is technically not a competitive sport, but gambling. Since it's gambling, then, naturally, it has to withstand natural disasters and other factors. Hearing Lu Guahao's reply, the group of students fell into dead silence again. Oh, my money, that's all my savings. Finally, one of the students broke down and cried, if my mom finds out that I bet on horses, she'll beat me to death. It's over. I'm done. Looking at the group of lost classmates, Lu Guahao thought for a moment. He suddenly said, Yang Shukong, Zhao Jiar, why don't we do it this way? All the money you guys lost in this game will be on my head. How does this work? Yang Shukong and the others looked at Lu Guahao incredulously. Although the money they invested was nothing compared to Lu Guahao, but all the students combined, that's an astronomical amount of money. 50,000 for 20 people, that's $1 million. There's nothing I can't do. $1 million is just a day's pocket money to me. And, as I was the one who took you to buy the 12th horse, I'm to blame for this turn of events at the moment. Lu Guahao looked quite responsible. Lu Xiao, you're really too handsome. Young Lu, you are truly a great benefactor. If any woman could marry you, it would simply be a blessing for her. Yes, Lu Evening Feng, young Lu was such a good person, and you still reject him frequently? Do you have a conscience? If I were you, I'd go spend the night with Mr. Lu tonight and give myself to him. While one student was grateful to Lu Guahao, they didn't forget to persuade Lu Evening Feng, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Guahao was fond of Lu Evening Feng. You guys, seeing that all the students present began to raise a ruckus, Lu Evening Feng was so angry that she stomped her feet. And just then, on the racetrack, there was another change of heart, only to see that the leading 6-headed horses actually collided together as they turned the corner. And then, with a loud boom, these 6-headed horses flew out backwards at the same time, along with being taken flying, and the 7-headed horse that leans back. Add to that the 12 and 7 horses that had an accident earlier. Third round of betting on horse races. 15 whole horses were involved in accidents. There is only one horse left that is still on the racetrack today. It's the distant number 1 horse. At the moment horse number 1 is not slowing down the track. He runs slowly, but he is already the winner of the horse race, because all its other opponents have fallen. There's only horse number 1 left? In the end, under Lu Evening Wind's unbelieving gaze, horse number 1 slowly crossed the finish line of the racetrack. In the meantime, the whistle went out and the third round of racing was over. No, 1 horse winner, and second and third place? And the empty seats. I won? wait for the Four Seasons Resort staff to take away the injured horse from the racetrack. It was only then that Lu Evening Phone came back to his senses as an afterthought. At first, she had no more illusions in her mind when she saw horse number 1 lagging far behind in the betting process. But the result? I can't believe it. Not only did horse number 1 finish the race, but he came in first? Song Yuling, see? I listened to my husband and won money. And you're still saying I'll lose money? Oof. I wonder who lost money. Glancing at the hazy-faced Song Yuling with his afterglow, Lu Evening Wind suddenly said triumphantly, as it turns out, there's nothing wrong with betting on a wild horse in the mountains. Just like when I married Suwon, although Suwon grew up in the mountains. After I married Suwon, I was blessed with good fortune. Not only did my disabled leg get better, but I also got to live in the Moon Season Villa, and negotiated a project for an international music school. And I even got a place at the Flower and Moon Banquet in the south of the Yangtze River. What? You got a spot in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Song Yuling was still a bit disdainful of the other things Lu Evening Phone said, but the quota for the Flower Moon Banquet in Jiangnan made her care a bit, because Song Yuling had heard Jiang Highway say that this time, Jiangnan Province had organized the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet in order to elect the 4 talented girls of Jiangnan. To know, the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. That is a title that countless women in Jiangnan Province can only dream of. She, Song Yuling, was naturally no exception. Lu Evening Wind, you're not kidding, right? The Lu family actually let you go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Shouldn't you let Lu Xianyi go to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? After Zhao Jiar returned to her senses, she also looked a bit complicated. Subconscious, Zhao Jiar thought that it was the Jinling Lu family that had gotten the spot for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, and old Mrs. Lu had given the spot to Lu Evening Wind. Yes, big class President Lu. Are you bragging? The Lu family's place in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet doesn't let that Phoenix girl, Lu Xianyi, go and let you go? Why don't I believe it? Even Yang Shukan was skeptical of Lu Evening Feng's words. Humph. That spot was secured for me by Suwon. What gives Lu Xianyi her right to go? Lu Evening Wind coldly said. Suwon helped you fight for it? Suwon is a country bumpkin. Is he that capable? Yang Shukan was dumbfounded. And at this time, Lu Guahao, who hadn't said anything, also said, not long ago, Mr. Zhou from Jiling City did say that he would bring Lu Evening Feng to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. As the young master of the 7 most powerful families in Jiling City, Lu Guahao naturally knew about Lu Evening Feng's trip to the Flower Moon Banquet in Jiangnan. Hiss. Hearing Lu Guahao say this, finally no classmates doubted Lu Evening Feng. At this moment, all the female students present looked at Lu Evening Feng with a look of envy and jealousy. Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet. The 4 great talents of Jiangnan. Why can't they meet with such honor? Che, it's not just to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? What's the big deal? Jiang Highway and I said, Jiangnan Province to participate in the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet Phoenix female. Not 1,000. There are hundreds of people. And there is also the niece of Secretary Chan. I don't believe that she Lu Evening Phone can stand out among the hundreds of people to become the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. Eyes flickering with a burst of jealousy, Song Yuling said sourly. Song Yuling, whether or not I can become one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan is not for you to worry about. Wait until you are qualified to go to the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet before you worry about me. After Lu Evening Wind finished speaking, she went to the prize redemption area to change her money, because in the entire Four Seasons Resort, Lu Evening Feng was the only one who bet on horse number 1. So Lu Evening Feng won a lot of money. The percentage is even higher. Lu Taipan, look at you smiling so happily. How much did you win? Seeing Lu Evening Feng walking from the prize redemption area with a surprised look, Yang Shukong asked curiously. Not much. Lu Evening Wind smiled modestly. Not much as much? Zhao Jiar followed up. 160,000. After thinking about it, Lu Evening Feng still told his classmates about his winnings. What? $160,000? You bet a couple $1,000s to win $160. 000? No God. When she learned that Lu Evening Feng had won a huge sum of money, Song Yuling was even more furious and almost spat out blood. She'd only won 9,000 when she'd bet 10,000 earlier. As a result, Lu Wanfeng bet a few thousand and won $160,000. The same Four Seasons Resort bets on horses. The same bets on the right champion horse. But why? Is there such a big difference between people? Honey, here, this is your allowance. Just as the crowd envied Lu Evening Wind, they saw Lu Evening Wind blushing and walking to Su Wen and handing him $80,000. When it was at the Lu family villa, Lu Evening Wind learned from Zhou Xiling that Su Wen was working as a janitor at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, and she felt a little distressed for Su Wen. No, wife, I've got the money. Keep this money. Looking at his wife who looked serious, Su Wen's heart warmed, but he still refused Lu Evening Fang's good intentions. After all, at this moment, in Su Wen's hand, he still had the 20 billion borrowed from Zhao Guoshan. This money though, sooner or later, Su Wen had to return it to Zhao Guoshan, but when to pay it back, it depends on Su Wen's mood. What's more, Su Wen is the president of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, and he is really not short of money. Previously, there was no money in the Tianli training course, but it was entirely because Su Wen did not ask Shen Baifu for money. You really don't want it? Seeing Su Wen not accepting his money, Lu Evening Fong but smiled sweetly. Is it that you want your wife to help you manage the money? That's fine. This money, I will help you keep it first. Saying that, Lu Evening Fong put Su Wen's money away, and at this point, the Four Seasons Resort 2 had its final round of horse racing. Young Lu, the fourth round of horse racing has begun. The attendant of the Four Seasons Resort beside him didn't forget to remind Lu Guohao, according to the rules of our Four Seasons Resort, the prize money is doubled for the last round of horse racing. Oh, actually doubled? Lu Guohao was quite surprised. After thinking about it, he asked Yang Shukong and Zhao Jiar and the others, do you guys still want to bet with me? If you don't bet, I'll give you the chips. Bet. Of course I bet. Yang Shukong said, almost without thinking, I want to follow young Lu to become rich. That's right, I'm going to bet as well. That round of horse racing just now was a complete accident. If not, how could Lu Evening Win's bet on horse number 1 win? The winner should have been horse number 12. Zhao Jiar also swore. Alright, then I'll give you guys the chips. Seeing that all the students present were planning to bet, Lu Guohao gave them the money that Song Yuling and the others had lost just now. No more, no less, exactly 820,000. Young Lu, this time, how many horses are we betting on? Walking over to Lu Guohao, Yang Shukong asked expectantly. 3, Ryu Koho thought about it, and he named a number. Alright, then I'll bet on number 3 now. Yang Shukong not only bet his savings on number 3, but also took out a loan of $50,000. A total of 100,000. All bets on number 3. It's not just Yang Shukong loans. Zhao Jiar and the others also took out loans. At this point, these people of theirs had already gambled red. Su Wen, didn't you say before that this horse betting is a game that doesn't involve brains? So what do you think? This time, what number of horses will win? When she finished betting on horse number 3, Song Yuling came over, and she asked Su Wen in a conspiratorial manner. Number 1. Su Wen looked at the skinny horses on the racetrack. He said without any hesitation. Number 1 again? Hearing this, Song Yuling was first stunned. Then she couldn't help but let out a pft of a laugh. Su Wen, do you really think that goddess of luck will always favor you? Just now, you were just lucky. A blind cat ran into a dead rat. That's why that country bumpkin horse won the championship. But this time, the staff of the Four Seasons Resort has already cleaned up the racetrack, so there will be no more accidents. So this one horse, which is even skinnier than the country bumpkin horse, how can it win? That's right, Su Wen, you don't know how to bet on horses, so don't talk nonsense. Even a layman like me knows that the number 1 horse in this round is a small pulling horse, with a speed far worse than even the field wild horse. It's simply impossible for him to win the championship. Yang Shukong similarly skimmed his lips and said, you don't believe me? You can go and bet on the 3rd horse with Lu Guohao, but I advise you, it is better not to take out a loan to bet on the horse, because I am afraid that you will lose all your money. Su Wen didn't bother to explain anything. Humph, you say you won't let us take out a loan? How old are you? I think you're clearly just jealous of our winnings. A hick is a hick, no measure at all. Is it hard to admit that Ryu Guohao is excellent? Don't you envy us when we win later? These students completely ignored Su Wen's persuasion. On the contrary, it was Lu Evening Wind who looked at Su Wen curiously. Hubby, this round is also the 1 horse that will win? Nice. Su Wen gazed deeply at the red-colored pony as he said meaningfully, this number 1 horse. It's not simple. Then I'll bet on horse number 1. Lu Evening Wind smiled sweetly. She wasn't going to follow Lu Guohao in betting on horse number 3. Instead she chose to trust Su Wen. Nothing else. It was Su Wen who let himself bet on horse number 1, and Lu Evening Fong won the money. Big class leader Lu, how much are you going to bet this time? Seeing that Lu Evening Fong was going to bet, a female student came over and asked in a complicated manner. 160,000. Lu Evening Wind didn't hide it. Hiss, big class leader Lu, you're playing so big? Yang Shukong and the others present were startled. Just now Lu Wanfeng bet a few $1,000s, but now he's betting $160,000? That's higher than all of them? It's winning money anyway, and it doesn't hurt to lose. Lu Evening Wind said indifferently, because when she was a child, Her father had told her that money that was too easy to get must be spent as soon as possible. Looking at Lu Evening Wind's unconcerned appearance, Song Yuling however grunted. Whatever. If you don't bet on horse number 3 with Lu Xiao, you'll have time to regret it later. Her words had just fallen. Suddenly at this point, a female student but weakly spoke up. Then I'll bet on horse number 1 as well. Qian Simon, are you crazy? Even if Lu Evening Feng brainlessly believes in that Hick Su Wen, after all, they are husband and wife. What are you betting with the nonsense? Song Yuling glared icily at the woman called Qian Simon. That's right, Chance Man, you won all your bets with Mr. Lu before, but now you want to change your mind? Do you still have a conscience? Zhao Jiar glared at Qian Simon with the same dissatisfaction. I'm not betting more than that. Just bet 20,000 at random. Being glared at angrily by a group of classmates, Qian Simon said stiffly. Then whatever you want. However, if you lose later, don't expect that. Young Lu will return your chips. That's right, when we people lose money, there's still Lu Xiao to cover the bottom. When you bet with Su Wen, who's going to cover the bottom for you? One student sneered insensitively. In response, Qian Simon didn't say much. She instead went to bet on horse number 1 with Lu Evening Foam. See Chance Man's move. Lu Evening Wind was likewise a bit curious. Simon, I bet on horse number 1. I was just betting with Lu Guahao and the others. Why did you bet on horse number 1? Me? I just thought that Mr. Lu Taipan had won money before and wanted to try betting with you. Chance Man was embarrassed. There was something she didn't tell Lu Evening Foam. That is, her sixth sense has always been very accurate. And then after the third round of horse betting lost money. Shen Si Man's sixth sense has been reminding her that she can't bet with Lu Guahao anymore. Otherwise, she will definitely lose her fortune. Good luck then. Hearing Chance Man's explanation, Lu Evening Wind only smiled and cheered. Soon, Lu Evening Foam and Chance Man bet back. Meanwhile, the final round of wagering on the racetrack track has begun. Bang! With the sound of the whistle, in an instant, the number 1 horse directly flew out, as fast as the wind and lightning, directly throwing the second place number 3 horse out of sight. Crap! Is this number 1 horse open? How can it be so fast? Is this a horse? Isn't this a leopard? I report. This number 1 horse cheats. Looking at the number 1 horse on the racetrack, all the people who came to the Four Seasons Resort to place bets on the horses were stunned, because they've been betting on horses for years, just never seen such a fast horse. This can't be right. Beside Lu Evening Wind, when Yang Shukong and the others saw that horse number 1 was far ahead, all of them stood in place trembling with iron colors. Because, this last round of betting on the horses, they can all be loan bets. Once they lost the money, even though Lu Guahao was underwriting the loan, Lu Guahao wouldn't make up the money they had loaned them. What's going on? Number 3. Come on. Number 3. You can't lose. I've bet my life on you. How can you lose? Punch. Number 3. Hurry up and overtake horse number 1. That number 1 horse is so skinny. How did it run so fast? Number 3 couldn't even catch up with it? Looking at the no. 1 horse which was getting bigger and bigger distance from the no. 3 horse. Those students who were cheering before were unable to say a word at this moment. Poof. Song Yuling even sat on her butt on the ground. Her eyes slightly red. It's over. I'm finished. Yang Shukong and others. Still just loans to bet on horses. But the last round of betting on horses. Song Yuling is Zhang Highway's Ferrari 599 to discount 4 million bets. In other words, once this bet on the horses was lost, Song Yuling would not only be penniless, but even, she would have to carry a debt of $4 million. Because, that Ferrari 599, is not a car in Zhang Highway's name, but Zhang Highway bought it in installments. No, it won't. Young Lu is a horse betting expert. He won $10 million in high school by betting on horses. I believe in Young Lu's vision. Horse number 3 is just temporarily behind. It will definitely come back later. Just like horse number 1 in the last round. Just, undeterred, Song Yuling began to look forward to fantasizing. Results. Buzz. The whistle has blown and horse number 1 has finished the round of racing. Win. Looking at the no. 1 horse that crossed the finish line on the racecourse track. Lu Evening Wind couldn't return to his senses for a long time. To know. She had gone to bet on horse number 1 before and really didn't expect to win. It's just a matter of being completely unconvinced by Lu Guahao. But I didn't expect. How could Suvan be right about the end of betting on horses again? Ha. Win. I win. Beside Lu Evening Wind, when Qian Simon saw that horse number 1 had won the championship, she burst out laughing with excitement. Even more so, the entire group began to dance around with one hand. Sure enough, her sixth sense was right, and it was wise not to place a bet with Lu Guahao. Looking at the happy and excited Qian Simon, The silent Zhao Jiar and the others beside her formed a sharp contrast with her. The former, revel in the joy of winning. And the latter? On the other hand, start thinking about how you're going to pay off those loan debts? Ooh, why is this happening? How did horse number 3 lose? Some of his classmates broke down and he went straight to his knees bawling. I want to complain. Suddenly at this point, Song Yuling angrily found the person in charge of betting on the horses. I suspect that your racecourse is cheating. Cheating? Humph. What evidence do you have? That horse betting head asked Song Yuling rhetorically. No. One horse is just a small pulling horse. Why can he win the championship? Do you think we don't know anything about horses? I suspect that this little horse is simply a leopard in disguise. Song Yuling said one word at a time. Leopard? In disguise? Hearing this, the person in charge of horse betting directly laughed. This young lady, the selection of horses at our stable is the responsibility of the Jiangnan house. And for you to say that one horse is a leopard. Aren't you suspecting the Jiangnan house of cheating? Hearing the 3 words Jiangnan house, Song Yuling was scared and directly did not dare to say anything until a long time later. She hardened her head and said, I'm not doubting Jiangnan house, I just want to know the specific information of this one horse. Could be. The person in charge of horse betting didn't refuse. He took out his cell phone and made a call. And soon, a staff member handed Song Yuling a form. Miss, this is the information of the horses for the last round of horse betting. Red rabbit bloodline? When she saw that the information stated that horse number 1 had the bloodline of a red rabbit, Song Yuling was immediately frozen in place as if struck by lightning. The great name of the red hare. Even if Song Yuling didn't know anything about betting on horses, she had heard about it like thunder. That's the fastest horse in Kyushu since the beginning of time. But I didn't expect this skinny one horse actually carries the bloodline of the red hare? Miss, now do you know why this number 1 horse won? The person in charge of horse betting looked at the disoriented Song Yuling as he smiled and spoke. Why don't you publish information about these horses before you bet on them? Song Yuling's eyes reddened as she questioned. If she had known that horse number 1 carried the red rabbit bloodline, she would definitely not have bet on horse number 3. Miss, it's an order from the Jiangnan mansion not to release information on horse betting before the race. If you have any doubts, you can go to the Jiangnan mansion to file a complaint. After the person in charge of horse betting finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the emotionally broken Song Yuling, but directly turned around and left. No, you're not allowed to leave. Give me back my money. Give it back. Kneeling on the ground, Song Yuling lost her voice and cried out in pain. Unfortunately, it was useless. So that number 1 horse has red rabbit bloodline? No wonder he won the 3rd horse. Young Lu actually has times when he looks away? Looking at the kneeling Song Yuling, Yang Shukan clenched his fists in death. By now, he already knew that the horse betting competition, there was no fraud, and he wanted to claim back the money he lost? It was even more impossible. Young Lu, what about this round of horse betting? Are you still willing to give us a ride? We're betting with you. After a moment of hesitation and struggle in his heart, Yang Shukan apprehensively walked to Lu Guahao. However, Lu Guahao stood still with a gloomy gaze, and after he glared at Su Wen, he made an appearance of gritting his teeth. Nothing else. During the last round of betting on horses, even Zhao Jiar and the others had loaned money to bet, so how could Lu Guahao not play bigger? So, he bet $10 million straight up, but the end result was that Lu Guahao lost all of this $10 million. Not a penny left. Now in Lu Guahao's bank card, the balance was already 0, and he didn't even have the money to pay the parking fee later. Young Lu, why don't you give us a reply? If you think that the bottom of the pocket is too much, it's fine for you to pocket less. Seeing that Lu Guahao didn't say a word, a classmate spoke up in a whisper. Yes, young Lu, for the loan money, I don't want you to underwrite it. You give us back the money we pocketed before, okay? Not bad. Lu Xiao, tout. I'm peddling your mom. Without waiting for these students to finish their sentences, Lu Guahao angrily rebuked in an unsympathetic manner. I'm the one who begged you to bet with me? You're not greedy yourselves? Let me tell you, I don't have any money either. I'm out of money too. Don't even think about it. With these words, Lu Guahao actually directly walked away. Willow, young Lu? Seeing Lu Guahao leave the Four Seasons Resort, all the students panicked. Yang Shukan's body went limp and he fell straight to the ground. Just as the crowd was despairing, Song Yuling suddenly looked at Lu Eveningfeng. Lu Eveningfeng, you won money just now. Will you give us a pocket? Yes. Big class leader Lu. You bet $160,000. You must have won quite a lot of money. Please, help us pocket the money, right? The money you won is all the money we lost. Once the other students heard Song Yuling's words, they also looked at Lu Eveningfeng. Looking at the pleading eyes of these classmates, Lu Evening Fang's heart softened, and she was about to agree. But Su-won stepped forward and refused. I'm sorry, my wife isn't a good person. And besides, she's also in great need of money, so there's no way I can help you guys out with your pockets. That's right, Song Yuling. Before Su-won said that he wanted you to bet on number 1. Why didn't you bet on number 1 and had to bet on number 3 with that hypocrite Lu Guahao? And now that you've lost money, you want Lu Evening Fong to take the blame? Lu Guahao doesn't care about you guys anymore. Why should Lu Evening Fong care about you? Chance Man, who had finished exchanging his money from the redemption area, said nonchalantly, Money, Chance Man, how much did you win? Seeing that Qian Simon had several more bank cards in her hand, Song Yuling subconsciously asked, Not much, just 4 million. When Chance Man said 4 million, the corners of her mouth kept rising and her gaze was more than a little excited. It's enough money to change her life and her destiny. What? $4 million? You won that much? Didn't you just bet $20,000? Learning that Chance Man had won 200 times, Yang Shukong and the others were even more messed up. Song Yuling was even more eager to slap herself. At the moment she was angry and chagrined in her heart. Why? She didn't trust Su Wen and listen to him to bet on horse number 1? If she bets on horse number 1, won't she be rich and free too? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. From the Four Seasons Resort, Lu Evening Fang's gaze had been somewhat unreal and dreamy. She looked twice at Su Wen every now and then twice at the bank card in her hand. What's wrong, Nightwind? Looking at Lu Evening Wind's distracted appearance, Su Wen asked curiously. Old husband, you say. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Evening Fong said afterward. I actually won $32 million betting on horses at the Four Seasons Resort. Don't worry, it's not a dream, it's real. Looking at his wife's shocked appearance, Su Wen smiled and pacified. No, I need to go back to the bank to confirm the balance. After thinking about it, Lu Evening Fong walked towards a nearby Jiangnan bank. Results. The balance on the bank card, no more, no less, was exactly $32 million. Oh my god. I'm a rich man. Looking at the astronomical figures of the bank card, Lu Evening Wind's heart was long to be at peace. Because it was the first time since she was a child that she had this much money. That's $32 million, not $32 million. Honey, thank you for taking me to make money. Make me rich and turn me into a little rich girl. After returning to her senses, Lu Evening Wind leaned against Su Wen's arms in a bird-like manner. She knows. He was able to win the money himself, all because of Su Wen. You and I are husband and wife. What's with the thanks? Looking at his wife's shy and charming appearance, Su Wen did not care. By the way, honey, if you're so good at betting on horses, why did you marry me? Looking at Su Wen, whose smile was as kind as the wind, Lu Evening Wind suddenly thought of something. You are so powerful, relying on horse betting to make a fortune and become a multi-millionaire. And at that time, I was just a disabled woman in a wheelchair, and I was not worthy of you at all. Why did you marry you? Su Wen did not expect Lu Evening Fong to ask this. After thinking about it, he suddenly said seriously, because I love you. Ha! Lu Evening Fang's pretty face turned red for a split second. Just like a cherry, exceptionally charming and shy. Isn't it what you said? You married me because you love me, and I married you because I love you. Su Wen held Lu Evening Fang's hand and said, I was angry at Song Yuling's words at that time. Why are you taking it seriously? Being held by Su Wen's hand, Lu Evening Wind said in a deer-in-the-headlights manner. So you don't love me anymore? Sovan snickered. I'm not. Lu Evening Fong quickly shook her head. You didn't mind my disability in the first place and were willing to marry me. Then I would have stayed with you until my white head. Together till death do us part? Upon hearing this, Su Wen, however, fell into silence. Not long ago, he used the wooden dragon pile to suppress the 9 deadly candlejack in the eastern suburb village, and was ultimately backfired by the 9 deadly candlejack, resulting in a 4-month lifespan with only 1 month left. With this amount of longevity, Su Wen can't even survive this year. So how can he talk about keeping his head with Lu Evening Fong? Honey, what are you thinking? Don't you want to stay with me forever? Seeing Su Wen long time speechless, Lu Evening Fong as the eyes curved into a charming crescent moon, and seriously said, Can't be. Oh, Su Wen, you are my husband. You must stay with me until the white head, or else will I beat you up. Good, we'll stay together. Under the night, Su Wen smiled and made a promise with Lu Evening Fong. Into the night, Villa Luna. Su Wen was about to take a shower, and as a result, he saw Lu Evening Fong walk in. What are you doing? Su Wen was startled. Taking a shower with you, Lu Evening Wind rightfully said, followed by a blush on her face, then fiercely scratched Su Wen. Before in the Lu family clinic, weren't you quite bold? Always taking advantage of me. Why are you shy now? Thinking of the scene at the Liu family clinic, Su Wen awkwardly said, "That was all an accident." "Yeah? Well, do you want to?" Liu Evening Breeze was wearing a bathrobe as she teasingly walked up to Su Wen and patted her feet up to meet Su Wen's eyes. "I think." Looking at Liu Evening Feng, whose face was like a peach blush, who was so charming and moving, as if she had walked out of a beautiful painting, Su Wen nodded his head without thinking. "I can't even think about it. I'm here," Liu Evening Wind said smugly. Su Wen opened his mouth for a moment not knowing what to say. The two took a shower. Liu Evening Wind lay beside Su Wen. "Su Wen, before at the Liu family clinic, why did Feng Yumu come to visit you? How do you know her?" "My previous teacher who studied Silver Armor Man was Maple Moon Moo's mother." Su Wen told his wife about the training course at Tenley. "So it is." Knowing that Su Wen and Feng Yumu didn't have anything, Liu Evening Wind was relieved. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Su Wen only felt that his face was soft, and there was something that was pressing against his face, making it a little difficult for him to breathe. The moment Su Wen opened his eyes, he then realized, to his horror, that he had somehow slept in his wife's arms, and that soft thing was none other than his wife's proud peak. Misunderstandings, all of them. Su Wen hurriedly got up, but suddenly, he was shocked to realize that his 9-yang Jie pulse had actually been healed. And this healing was better than any previous healing. It was only supposed to live a month's worth of lifespan. Today, Su Wen can live for a year. True enough, the old man honestly didn't deceive me. Marrying a woman from the Liu family, I can really live. Feeling the majestic vitality in his body, Su Wen hurriedly drilled into Liu Evening Feng's arms again. It's not drilling, okay? A drill. Su Wen actually openly realized that Liu Evening Feng's body actually had a wisp of cold breath nourishing his 9-yang absolute vein. Could it be that the reason my 9-yang Jedi vein was cured was this icy breath? Su Wen felt the icy breath from his wife's body with his heart. After all, the past few days, he had never found such a turn of events in Liu Evening Feng because, well, he didn't have his head in his wife's arms? Su Wen, it's too much anon. Just as Su Wen was sinking into the icy breath to treat the 9-yang Jie vein, Liu Evening Wind in front of him suddenly coughed shyly. "Taking advantage of me early in the morning. You're shameless. Evening Breeze, let me lean on you for a little while longer." Su Wen did not move and said, "Is it soft?" Liu Evening Wind asked in shame. "Soft?" Su Wen just opened his mouth. He was pushed away by Liu Evening Wind. "But it's this little 1-minute embrace." Su Wen then realized that his longevity had increased by half a month. Sure enough, that icy breath is the key to my survival. At this moment, Su Wen finally understood the reason why the old man had asked him to marry the Liu family woman. "I'm just afraid." It wasn't just Liu Evening Wind that had that icy aura in her body. It was only feared. Liu Xianyi and the other Liu family women had it in them. But that breath, what is it? Why is it that in the past, in the Shenong Valley, I have never heard of it? Su Wen was at least a cultivator, and his Dao was higher than even Su Wu Xie, but he had never heard that there was such a way to cure the 9-yang extinct vein. It seems that in the future, we have to find a chance to go back to Shenong Valley and ask the old man what this is all about. With the increase in longevity, Su Wen was in a great mood, and he was planning to go to the Phone Moon Chamber of Commerce. But suddenly, Liu Evening Feng's phone rang. "What? Something happened to Grandma?" "Okay, I know. I'll be right there." After Liu Evening Wind hung up the phone, she immediately anxiously said to Su Wen, "Hubby, it's not good. Grandma, she's sick. Let's hurry to the Liu family." "Old Mrs. Liu has fallen ill?" Su Wen frowned slightly. "The day before yesterday, when I saw Mrs. Liu at the Liu family villa, the other party was still physically unhurt. How could it be that in just one day, Mrs. Liu fell ill?" Without much thought, Su Wen and his wife Liu Evening Feng arrived at the Liu family villa. At this moment the Liu family villa, it had long since been filled with people. Even Liu Evening Feng's mother, Li Guifeng, came. "Mom." Liu Evening Feng walked up and greeted Li Guifeng. "Evening Breeze, Mom heard that you won money betting on horses at the Four Seasons Resort yesterday?" Seeing her daughter, Li Guifeng immediately pulled Liu Evening Feng to the corner of the Liu family villa. "Mom, how did you know?" Liu Evening Wind looked at Li Guifeng in surprise. "I thought to myself that my mother was quite well informed. It was your high school classmate Chanceman's mom who told me. I met Chanceman's mom at the food market this morning, and her mom said she won $4 million at the Four Seasons Resort last night. My God, that's $4 million. It's enough to change a person's fate. And Chanceman's mom said that you won money at the Four Seasons Resort yesterday too?" "Well, I did win money." Liu Evening Feng faced her mother. She naturally wouldn't hide anything. Instead she nodded truthfully. "How much did you win, daughter?" Li Guifeng looked at Liu Evening Feng expectantly. Thinking that even she and Simon had won $4 million, So Lu Evening Phone should have won $2 or $3 million, right? I won $32 million. Lu Evening Wind came up to his mother and whispered, not wanting the rest of the Lu family to know about his winnings. Only 3,200, huh? This is too little for you to win. It's not even as much as a fraction of chance, man's. Li Guifeng was talking, but suddenly, her body stiffened. Then she looked dazedly at Lu Evening Wind. Evening Wind, you just said you won more. How much money? 32 million. Lu Evening Wind repeated his sentence. $32 million? My God. Daughter, you won so much? Li Guifeng reddened her face and said, how did you win? It was Su Wen who helped me win. Lu Evening Wind told her mother about Su Wen instructing her to bet on horses, but when Li Guifeng sniffed, she was a bit unimpressed. Su Wen? Humph. How could a country bumpkin like him know how to gamble on horses? If he's really that good, can he work as a janitor for someone else? Can't even get the bride price to marry you, and can only dig a few wild mushrooms in the mountains? Mom, Su Wen really knows how to bet on horses. Lu Evening Wind, however, emphasized, I was lucky to marry Su Wen. Go! What are you talking about? Su Wen, that country bumpkin, is lucky to be able to marry a woman as beautiful as you. Lu Evening Wind, I'm warning you, no presumptuousness. Do you hear me? Li Guifeng said as she reached out and placed her hand in front of Lu Evening Phone. Evening Phone, you won so much money yesterday. Give mommy some money? Mom, what do you need money for? Lu Evening Wind was curious. You don't have to care about that. Just give me some money. It doesn't have to be much. $1 million will do. Li Guifeng said urgently. 1 million is too little. I'll give you 5 million. At this time, Lu Evening Wind felt that $1 million was a bit out of reach. That's better. Li Guifeng looked at her daughter with relief, feeling that she really hadn't loved Lu Evening Phone in vain all these years. Another look at Su Wen in the distance. Li Guifeng's face was covered with haze for another instant. His daughter is so good, but unfortunately, she married a toad who eats swan meat. Mom, what are you talking to Nightwind about? Noticing the gaze cast by Li Guifeng, Su Wen walked over. It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask. As soon as Li Guifeng's words fell, she heard a burst of panicked footsteps ringing outside the Lu family villa. Immediately after, Lu Xuanyi and Lu Wentong, Zhou Xiling and the others arrived at the Lu family villa. Third aunt, where's Grandma? What's wrong with Grandma? Just after arriving at the Lu family home, Lu Xuanyi went straight to Lu Qinxin and asked, I don't know what's wrong with the old lady either. Nowadays, Dr. Dong from Jinling City is consulting the old lady, and Dr. Dong should come out later. Lu Qinxin's words just fell. Crunch. Someone walked out from a room on the second floor of the Lu family villa. Dr. Dong. Seeing Dong Changhai, one traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jinling City, Lu Xianyi immediately ran over and asked, Dr. Dong, how is my grandmother? Is she alright? Yes, Dr. Dong, the old lady she. The other Lu family members also looked nervously at Dong Changhai. Everyone, old Mrs. Lu's condition is very odd. I don't dare to ask for a diagnosis easily, so you should all order to find other famous doctors. Seeing the crowd of Lu family members casting their gazes, Dong Changhai opened his mouth and followed him with a feeble and bitter smile. After killing Jiang Highway with the 9 Suns herb yesterday at the Four Seasons Resort, Dong Changhai had become a bit skeptical about his medical skills. Now that he had encountered a never-before-seen condition like Mrs. Lu's, Dong Changhai definitely didn't dare to ask for another consultation. Jiang Highway is dead. He can still be subdued. But if Mrs. Lu died, then he would have to bear the wrath of the Lu family in Jinling. Dong Changhai was just a doctor. He couldn't afford to offend the powerful families of Jinling City. Dr. Dong doesn't dare to ask for a consultation? Let's find another famous doctor? Hearing Dong Changhai's words, the faces of the Lu family members present became even more ugly. A disease that even Dong Changhai dares not treat. Then no doubt, old Mrs. Lu must be suffering from some kind of difficult disease. How did this happen? Grandma was fine the day before yesterday. How did she suddenly die? Learning that Dong Changhai couldn't save old Madame Lu, Lu Xuanyi instantly sat down on the ground absent-mindedly. Old Mrs. Lu is the cornerstone of the Lu family. Anyone in the Lu family can fall, but not old Mrs. Lu. Let me give Grandma Lu a medical consultation. Just as a group of Lu family members were at a loss for words, Su Wen walked over unhurriedly, because he was also a little curious. Old Mrs. Lu, why was she suddenly seriously ill? You consulted Grandma? Upon seeing Su Wen, Lu Xianyi was first stunned. Then she burst into a rage and said, Su Wen, do you think treating diseases is just a game? Do you think healing is just a game? You haven't even cured third aunt's leg yet. What kind of doctor are you playing here? It's easy for me to cure third aunt's leg. It's just that, I'm too lazy to cure it, Suwon said carelessly. Too lazy to cure? Humph. I'm still too lazy to see you clown claptrap. How many times have I told you? The Lu family is not the Golden Theater. So please stop acting in the Lu family. Lu Xianyi scolded Suwon in a stern voice, and the words just fell from her lips. On the side, Dong Changhai looked at Suwon with a complicated gaze. It's you again? Dr. Dong, could it be that you know Suwon? A Lu family member beside him was unaware of the beef between Suwon and Dong Changhai, and he asked curiously. Humph, I do know this kid. Surprisingly, this time, Dong Changhai did not deny that he knew Suwon. Dr. Dong, we meet again. Seeing Dong Changhai looking at himself with a gloomy face, Suwon greeted him with a smile. How do you know that the Nine Suns grass is poisonous? With his eyes deadpan on Suwon, Dong Changhai asked one word at a time. Since the death of Jiang Highway, Dong Changhai then began to check the information on the Nine Yang grass. For this reason, he even rummaged through all the medical books in the Rinji Medical Center, available at. Regardless of which medical book, Dong Changhai had not found any information that recorded that the Nine Suns grass was poisonous. This made Dong Changhai very curious. Even the medical books had never recorded that the Nine Suns grass was poisonous. So how could Suwon know about this? Nine Suns grass is poisonous. Isn't that common knowledge? Looking at the confused-looking Dong Changhai, Suwon only replied nonchalantly. Common sense? Hearing these two words, Dong Changhai instantly became furious. Surname Su, are you saying that one TCM practitioner in Jinling City, would be ignorant of medical common sense? I didn't say that. Suwon smiled meaningfully. Dong Changhai was just about to snap, but then, he thought of something, so a sneer slowly appeared on his face. Suwon, didn't you just say that you wanted to consult old lady Lu? Fine, I'd like to see how you, a doctor with common sense, treats people. Hearing Dong Changhai admit that Suwon is a great doctor, the moment, not only did the Lu family freeze, even Lu Evening Feng himself froze, because before at the Rinji Medical Center, Dong Changhai's attitude towards Suwon was not as tit-for-tat as it was now. Dr. Dong, you're saying that this country bumpkin Suwon is a doctor? But doesn't he not have a license to practice medicine? Zhou Xiling opened his mouth equally incredulously. Always. He all thought that Suwon was bragging about his medical skills and was acting. But I didn't expect that this country bumpkin was really a doctor? Suwon should be an irregular village wild doctor. Around me, there are also some great doctors who do not have a license to practice medicine, Dong Changhai slowly explained. Suwon repeatedly demolished his Dong Changhai. To say that the other party does not know medical skills? Dong Changhai himself didn't believe it. Dr. Morano? Zhou Xiling looked complicated, but Lu Xianyi beside him snorted disdainfully. Dr. Morano is considered a doctor? Isn't that just a charlatan from the past? These days, who looks for a doctor and still looks for a charlatan? That's right, one of my aunts was killed by a charlatan doctor back then. This kind of village wild doctor, not reliable at all. If you don't have a license to practice medicine, then it's unorthodox and wild, and there's no way I'm going to let Suwon treat me anyway. Just as the Lu family's crowd had despised Suwon for being a village wild doctor. Suddenly, poof, old Mrs. Lu in the room started coughing and spitting out blood one after another. Mom, Grandma, are you okay? Lu Xianyi and the others ran to old Mrs. Lu. At this moment, old Mrs. Lu's face was weak, her lips were dark green, and there were even more wrinkles in her eyebrows and ears that were beginning to rot. Water. Give me water. Looking at the Lu family in front of her, old Mrs. Lu said in an extremely weak and small voice. Grandma, here's your water. Lu went on hurriedly handed a glass of water to old Mrs. Lu, but when old lady Lu reached out to pick up the water cup, there was a click, and the old lady's hand was so weak that she actually dropped the water cup on the ground. Bang! Glass and water splashed everywhere, wetting Lu Wenton's clothes. Lu Wenton, why are you so careless? This scene caused many Lu family elders to frown. Grandmother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Wenton hurriedly bowed her head and apologized. Water. Old Mrs. Lu acted as if she hadn't heard Lu Wenton's words. Instead she once again urged in a hoarse voice. I want water. Grandma, the water is here. Lu Xuanyi took a thermos cup and placed it in front of old Mrs. Lu, and on the thermos cup, there was a straw inserted to make it easy for the old man to drink. Suck it. Soon, old lady Lu drank all of the water that Lu Xianyi handed her, and immediately after, the old man let out a long breath as she looked at Lu Xianyi with a kind gaze. Xianyi, Grandma, is dying. I may not be able to watch our Lu family's phoenix daughter get married. No, Grandma, you'll be fine. Hearing old Mrs. Lu's words, Lu Xianyi's eyes instantly turned red. Yes, Grandma, you'll be fine. my husband knows medicine. Let Suwon show you the disease first? Lu Evening Phone also walked up to pacify the old man. Suwon? Hearing this name, old Mrs. Lu only shook her head wearily. No need. My disease, even Dong Changhai cannot be healed, let alone Suwon he is. Without waiting for old Mrs. Lu to finish her sentence, Suwon quickly stepped forward and began to take old Mrs. Lu's pulse. Suwon, what are you doing? Who told you to consult my mom? You, a village wild doctor. What qualifications do you have to heal in my Lu family? Get loose. Seeing Suwon taking the liberty of taking old Mrs. Lu's pulse, the Lu family members present angrily rebuked. One of the Lu family martial artists even intended to throw Suwon out of the Lu family villa. However, old Mrs. Lu shook her head at the Lu family. Forget it, just follow Suwon. Mom, you. Lu Qinshin looked at old Mrs. Lu with an odd expression. In the past, old Mrs. Lu wasn't this nice. Last night, I dreamed of Lu Chahan. Old Mrs. Lu's face showed reminiscence. Before the old man died, he didn't leave me anything, only a marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, the Lu family realized why old Madame Lu had accommodated Suwon. It turns out that it was in consideration of elder Lu's favor. That's just it. That's just it. Let Suwon toss it around. I'm equally curious as to how much weight Suwon, the village wild doctor, has. A member of the Lu family no longer blocked Suwon. The minutes ticked by. A few moments later, Suwon removed his hand from old Mrs. Lu's wrist. Honey, how's it going? What's wrong with my grandma? Do you have a cure? Seeing Suwon get up, Lu Evening Phone was the first to come forward and ask worriedly. Suwon looked deeply at old Mrs. Lu and didn't say anything. Suwon, can you cure my grandmother or not? Speak, don't play dead here like I'm mute. Lu Xianyi glared at the silent Suwon as she said in an overbearing manner. If you can't cure her, leave before it's too late. Save yourself the embarrassment later. That's right, Suwon. If you can't cure it, fart before it's too late. Originally my Lu family didn't expect anything from you. Lu went on was equally snarky. Suwon, didn't you say before that I don't know common sense in medicine? Since you're so good, then you must have a way to cure old Mrs. Lu's illness, right? Dong Changhai provocatively glanced at Suwon as he said meaningfully, but Suwon's next words silenced the entire Lu family. Old Mrs. Lu did not get sick. You, what did you say? My grandmother is not sick? Suwon, you don't have the right brain, do you? My grandmother is sick like this, and you're telling me she's not sick? Lu went on glared at Suwon with a continuous snort. Zhou Xiling also spoke long and earnestly walked up and patted Suwon's shoulder, and flirted. Little Suwa, count on brother Zhou begged you. We do not do stupid then, okay? You've been acting and clowning around in the Lu family all day. What do you want? You're so dedicated to acting, and the Oscars won't give you an award? How about this? You listen to brother Zhou. You go to the mental hospital now to look at your brain. Turn around and brother Zhou will buy you a little gold man to give you? Hearing Zhou Xiling's voice like a duck's voice, Suwon pushed him away and played with the flavor, speaking in such a small voice. Like a pussy, didn't you eat? I'll be damned. Su, who are you calling a pussy? Hearing the word twat, Zhou Xiling was like being poked in the sore spot. He instantly growled at Suwon with red eyes in anger. Who's a pussy? Who knows it in his heart? Do you have to have me say that you, Zhou Xiling, are a pussy to make you happy? Suwon spoke unsteadily. You, Suwon, you have guts. Dare you roll out for a single fight? Zhou Xiling was so angry that he almost raised his orchid finger. Hubby, don't take care of this clown Suwon. You and him fight one-on-one. If you beat him up, people say you bully the fool. If you get beat up by Suwon, people say you are inferior to the fool. Either way, you lose out. After Lu went on glared at Suwon, she stopped the near-storming Zhou Xiling. Right, going one-on-one with this clown Suwon. Either way, it's lousy who suffers. Zhou Xiling had a witticism. He no longer mentioned the matter of fighting Suwon one-on-one. Instead, it was Dong Changhai who suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. Put, Suwon ah Suwon, you're really good. Just now you said that I don't know the common sense of medicine. But in the end, you actually described the patient as a healthy person? I don't think you just don't know common medical sense. You're practically blind with your eyes open. Old Mrs. Lu is terminally ill. Where did you get the courage to say she's not ill? Is it you Suwon who treats all of us as fools? Or is your own IQ out of whack? Humph. What else is there to say? It must be Suwon who has no brain. This clown. From the first moment I saw him, I knew that he was not in his right mind. Nowadays, it seems that it was really a superior move for me not to marry Suwon in the first place. As soon as Dong Changhai's words fell, Lu Xianyi sneered contemptuously. Lu Xianyi, you're the one with no brain. Lu Evening Feng fought for Su Wen. At the same time she asked Su Wen in a complicated manner. Hubby, just now you said that my grandma wasn't sick? Then how come she is so weak? Old Mrs. Lu is weak because she has been bewitched. Looking at the pale old lady Lu, Su Wen thought for a moment. He still told the Lu family present the truth. In fact, when Su Wen learned of Mrs. Lu's illness before, he was a bit puzzled. How could Mrs. Lu, who was so healthy, suddenly fall ill? Today it seems. Sure enough, it was the same as Su Wen had guessed before. It was caused by external forces. Compelled? Hearing Su Wen's words, Lu Evening Feng's gaze couldn't help but flicker with a few moments of bewilderment. You have to realize that Jiangnan is not Ningzhou province. In Jiangnan, very few people have access to compulsion. Lu Evening Feng has never even heard of the matter of under compulsion, even if her leg was victimized by the heavenly cruelty compulsion. Su Wen, you said under compulsion just now? What is compulsion? Not only had Lu Evening Feng never heard of placing compulsion, Lu Qinxin and the others were equally unfamiliar with compulsion. On the contrary, Dong Changhai had heard of compulsion, but he couldn't recall for a moment where he had heard of it. Under compulsion is an evil art from the Ningzhou province side. In Ningzhou province, there will be people who use children's hair, poisonous insects, and eyeballs of dead animals to refine the parasites, and then parasitize the parasites in people's bodies. Those who are parasitized by the parasites become handicapped in the lightest case, or become walking corpses in the heaviest case, and are at the mercy of the person who placed the parasites. Su Wen briefly said something about the harmful effects of compulsion. As for the history of compulsion, and the origin of people who cultivate immortals, Su Wen, however, stopped short of mentioning it. A minor disability, in severe cases, become the walking dead? Seeing Su Wen say such a serious consequence with a calm face, Lu Qinxin and the others sucked in their breath in unison. If Mrs. Lu is really controlled, what's the point? The entire Lu family, I'm afraid, will be doomed. Hubby, so which kind of compulsion did my grandmother have? Will she be controlled? Hearing Su Wen's description of the compulsion, Lu Evening Feng immediately looked at Su Wen with great nervousness and uneasiness. The compulsion that Grandma Lu has been hit by is called the fetal worm compulsion. Fetal insect parasites specialize in devouring the longevity of the elderly. If we cannot get rid of the parasites in Grandma Lu's body as soon as possible, then she may not live for more than a month. When Su Wen said a month, he was actually being optimistic. Even he doubted it. Old Mrs. Lu might not live for more than 10 days, because the fetal insect compass in old lady Lu's body was not just 1, but 2. Can't live more than a month? How did this happen? Lu Evening Wind was shocked by these words and lost her color. But suddenly, Lu Xianyi beside her laughed coldly. He, Lu Evening Wind, you wouldn't really believe Su Wen's bullshit, would you? What compulsion? What not living for a month? This is Jiangnan, not Ningzhou province. Why would someone from Ningzhou province put a compulsion on grandma? Our Lu family hasn't offended the powerful families in Ningzhou province over the years. That's right. Lu Xianyi had just finished speaking. Lu Wedong also immediately agreed. Jiangnan is 100,000,000 miles away from Ningzhou, with the Huanhai Sea in between. I just don't believe that the people in Ningzhou province have nothing better to do than to run to Jiangnan province to put a compulsion on grandma. If I look at it, it's obvious that Su Wen didn't see what kind of disease grandma had, and then deliberately said it was under parasites. Don't say it. It's really possible. Su Wen is just a village wild doctor. How skilled can he be? Saying that Grandma Lu has been bewitched to fool us. There's no way we can go to Ningzhou province to seek proof. Zhou Xiling similarly nodded his head and analyzed. Zhou Xiling, don't talk nonsense. My husband wouldn't fool Grandma. He's not like that. Lu Evening Wind gritted her teeth and glared at Zhou Xiling. Not that kind of person? Oh, this Su Wen's indiscriminate acting has long been not once or twice. If you, Lu Evening Wind, say he's not. Zhou Xiling's words had just fallen. Suddenly, Dong Changhai beside him thought of something at once, and saw his body trembling. Fetal worm compulsion? How could it be this kind of ghostly thing? Dr. Dong, could it be that you know about the fetal worm compulsion? Seeing that Dong Changhai seemed to know about the fetal worm compass, the Lu family looked at him. Well, I know this fetal worm compulsion, but the Ningzhou province is an extremely precious compulsion. I can responsibly tell you, Mrs. Lu, it's impossible to be put under the fetal worm compulsion. Su Wen, you heard that, right? Dr. Dong has said that it's impossible for my grandmother to have been parasitized by someone from Ningzhou province. And you're still here to woo me? Lu Xianyi coldly scraped her eyes at Su Wen. Hurry up and get out of the Lu family. Seeing you makes me sick. Maybe it's because you came to the Lu family that my grandmother suddenly fell ill. You're a spoilsport. That's right. He, Su-won, is the god of broom? He just came to the Lu family and my mom had a car accident. Then I was possessed and went crazy. What is this if not a plague god? Lu went on also cracked her mouth. You guys shut up. Su-wen is not a broomstick. Lu Evening Wind glared at these people with red eyes. Why not? He Su-wen is clearly a spoilsport. If I say, daughter, you might as well simply divorce Su-wen. Now you are not disabled. And you will soon go to participate in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. At that time the eyes of the entire Jiangnan province will focus on you. What kind of rich and handsome you can't find? On the side, Li Guifeng kept egging Lu Evening Feng on. Mom, don't say it. There's no way I'll divorce Su-wen. If he didn't mind my disability in the first place, I will never fail him. Lu Evening Wind glared at her mother in anger. She could accept it when Lu Xianyi and others said that Su-wen was not, but Lu Evening Wind didn't want to ostracize Su-wen even from his mother. You child, why are you so confused? What's so good about him Su-wen? Seeing Lu Evening Feng's look of relying on Su-wen, Li Guifeng hated her. And that's when Su-wen suddenly looked up at Dong Changhai as he asked with interest, Dr. Dong, for someone who doesn't even understand the common sense of the medical arts, on what basis can you be certain that old lady Lu hasn't been poisoned with the fetal worm compulsion? Yes, Dr. Dong, what if my husband is right? Maybe grandma really has been bewitched? Lu Evening Feng also looked at Dong Changhai. Surname Su is right? Dong Changhai was all sneers and sarcasm. MS. Lu Evening Feng, I'll be honest with you. This fetal worm compass is also known as the Golden Compass, and in Ningzhou province, the cost of trying to raise a fetal worm compass alone would require $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion. Which cerebral palsy family in Ningzhou has nothing better to do? Would spend $1 billion to harm your Lu family's old lady? When he learned that raising a fetal insect compass required $1 billion, Lu Evening Feng was completely unable to say half a word. Instead, Zhou Xiling beside him asked in a cockney voice, Dr. Dong, what's so special about this fetal worm compulsion? Why is the cost of raising this kind of parasite so expensive? This is a secret story over in Ningzhou province. You ask me? I don't know either. All I know is that it's impossible for old Mrs. Lu to have been put under a fetus worm compulsion. Dong Changhai repeated what he had said earlier. At those words, the Lu family members present looked at each other. Lu Qinxin even glared at Su-wen and said, Su-wen, now what else do you have to say? Our Lu family hasn't offended anyone in Ningzhou province. So how could someone in Ningzhou spend $1 billion to count on my Lu family? In response, Su-wen didn't bother to explain. He only walked up and placed his hand on old Mrs. Lu's brow. Su-wen, what are you doing? Lu Xianyi slapped Su-wen's hand away as she said in a bad tone, Don't touch my grandmother. I'm exorcising Grandma Lu's fetal worm compulsion. You'd better get out of the way. Su-wen frowned and said to Lu Xianyi, Exorcise the fetal worm compulsion? Oh, Su-wen, I say you're not done acting, are you? Just now, Dr. Dong said that it takes $1 billion to raise a fetal insect compulsion. And you still dare to rumor that my grandmother has been bewitched? Why is your mouth so hard? Isn't it true that you country folk just like to make your presence felt in the big city? Lu Xianyi said. She nonchalantly pointed at the door of the Lu family villa and said, Su-wen, please get out of the Lu family. Our Lu family doesn't welcome you clown. That's right, Su-wen, go away. My mom's illness doesn't need you to cure it. And you, too, don't have the qualifications to do so. The other Lu family elders similarly chided Su-wen unkindly. Also, seeing that the Lu family did not treat him well, Su-wen turned to his wife and said, Evening Wind, I'll leave first. The fact that he was willing to expel the fetal insect compulsion from old Mrs. Lu just now was entirely due to Lu Evening Feng's face. Pity. These Lukes don't know any better. Honey, I'm coming with you. Lu Evening Wind didn't want Su-wen to be alone, but just as she turned around, Li Guifeng yanked her back. Lu Evening Feng, what are you leaving for? Can't you see that your grandmother is still lying in bed? But, Lu Evening Feng was about to say something, but Su-wen smiled and said to her, It's okay, wife, you stay and accompany Grandma Lu. With these words, Su-wen walked out of the Lu family villa. After he left, Lu Wentong immediately clasped her hands on her chest and said to Lu Evening Wind in a conspiratorial manner, Cousin Evening Wind, one day when you're free, remember to take Su-wen to the mental hospital to look at his brain. I feel that your husband may have gotten into the act of playing a clown. Su-wen is not a clown, Lu Evening Wind said angrily. He isn't? Then he's been acting at the Lu family villa all day? Grandma is sick like this, and Su-wen still has to say that Grandma isn't sick? I'm really convinced that he's a country bumpkin. Lu Wentong was saying. Poof, the old lady Lu on the bed is a mouthful of blood spit out. The blood, however, was not crimson, but inky black. Mom, Grandma. Seeing old Mrs. Lu directly pass out, the Lu family members present were startled. Dr. Dong, what's wrong with my grandma her? Lu Xianyi hurriedly looked at Dong Changhai beside her with uneasiness and nervousness. Ms. Lu, as I've said before, I can't do anything about old Mrs. Lu's illness. Dong Changhai smiled bitterly. But it's this time of the year. Where can our Lu family find another doctor besides you? If you can't cure my grandmother, can you at least let her wake up first? Lu Xianyi said in an undying manner. Never mind. Let me take the old lady's pulse first. Dong Changhai thought about it, and he could only stiffly take old lady Lu's pulse. But that's fine without a pulse. With a pulse, Dong Changhai was directly confused, because old Mrs. Lu's pulse actually disappeared. And there's only one kind of person who doesn't show a pulse, and that's a dead person. But no doubt, Mrs. Lu is not dead. The other side, still breathing. How did this happen? Dong Changhai's expression was odd, his gaze filled with bewilderment and doubt. After practicing medicine for so many years myself, this was the first time I had encountered a living person who did not show a pulse. Hesitate again and again. Dong Changhai told the Lu old lady's situation to the Lu family present. Everyone, Lu old lady's pulse. I can't sense it anymore. According to my guess, Lu old lady in this situation may not have a few days to live. Your Lu family is to look for another famous doctor, or to prepare for the aftermath earlier. You decide for yourselves. After saying that, Dong Changhai left the Lu family with a few junior nurses. Milk, grandma doesn't have a few days to live? Upon learning this news, Lu Xianyi froze in place, devastated. Her eyes were wet and red, and she looked a bit numb and stagnant. Besides him, the other Lu family members also fell into silence. In silence. Lu Wenong suddenly looked at Zhou Xiling with red eyes. Zhou Xiling, I remember you said before that you know Hua Cheng'an, the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province. Can you invite divine Dr. Hua to the Lu family? Count me as begging you. What? Zhou Xiling knows Hua Cheng'an? Xiling, is this true? Do you really know that legendary imperial physician from Jiangnan province? Hearing Lu Wentong's words, one of the Lu family members looked urgently at Zhou Xiling. As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. In Gangnam, to say on medical skills, then Hua Cheng'an called second, afraid that no one would dare to call first. After all, the other party is a divine doctor who can really change his life against the sky. Good, I know Hua Cheng'an. Seeing all the Lu family members looking at him, Zhou Xiling could only admit it with a hard head. In fact, he didn't know Hua Cheng'an at all. Instead, he knew Hua Sung'an's cousin. Xiling, then can you help our Lu family? The old lady's illness, even Dr. Dong can't do anything about it, so we can only let divine Dr. Hua take action. As long as you help our Lu family, then our Lu family will definitely do everything we can to repay you. Hearing Lu Xianyi and the others please, Zhou Xiling also knew that there was no way to refuse at this time, so he smiled bitterly and perfunctorily. I will go and try to convince divine Dr. Hua. Thank you, Xiling. You're really a good son-in-law for our Lu family. Lu went on marrying you as a blessing for our Lu family. Compared to that country bumpkin Su Wen, Xiling is simply too kind. Humph. Su Wen. What qualifications does he have to compare with Zhou Xiling? One is as noble as a dragon. The other is as humble as a worm. Lu Wentong was disdainful. That's right. So what if Su Wen knows medicine? He's just a charlatan. He can't be recognized. Compared to Zhou Xiling, Su Wen is simply too far behind. Lu Xianyi chimed in with a sneer, while at the same time she glanced provocatively at Lu Evening Wind. Don't you think so, cousin Evening Wind? I said no. Lu Evening Wind glared at Lu Xianyi. In my eyes, Su Wen is the best man in the world. Oh, then your world is so small that it can only accommodate a small country village. Lu Xianyi snorted. You. Lu Evening Wind couldn't get angry. She indignantly said to Lu Xianyi, Lu Xianyi, you're laughing at me now, but in the future, you'll definitely regret not marrying Su Wen. Me? Regret? Lu Xianyi was first stunned. Then she went forward and touched Lu Evening Feng's forehead. This doesn't have a fever. Why are you starting to talk nonsense? Can't it be that you, Lu Evening Feng, have also started to play the clown like Su Wen? If you don't believe me, we'll see. Lu Evening Wind didn't bother to say much as she directly left the Lu family villa. Since the end of the Four Seasons Resort's horse betting line, Lu Evening Wind has felt that Su Wen is a little unsimple. This Lu Evening Wind, it seems that he really has been with Su Wen for a long time. His brain is not working. Saying that I will regret? Oh, abandoning a piece of trash. Talk about having regrets? Looking at Lu Evening Wind's back, Lu Xianyi sneered contemptuously. Same time, Jinling City, the Maple family mansion. Strange, why isn't Grandpa coming to dinner today? Usually at this time of the day, Grandpa's gone to walk the birds? That is to say, is it hard to believe that Grandpa overslept today? A Fong family junior looked at the food on the dining table, and although they were hungry, they didn't dare to move their chopsticks, because that's the Maple family motto. If the elders don't move their chopsticks, the juniors are not allowed to do so. Tap. Just when the Maple family juniors present were dizzy with hunger, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the Maple family mansion. No, it's not good. A Maple family man ran in with a pale face. Second brother. What's wrong? Fong Yumu's mother looked towards that Fong family man. It's our dad. Dad that Fong family man stammered for half a day, but couldn't make a point. Fong Wun-kong, what's wrong with our dad? Tell us clearly. A Fong family noblewoman wrinkled her eyebrows and asked. She was none other than Fong Wun-kong's wife. Our dad. He was in a car accident. Fong Wun-kong opened his mouth, his face turned pale as he said, just a moment ago, when Dad went out to walk the birds, he was hit by an Audi, and now he's in the hospital. What? Walking the birds? Dad, he didn't even eat breakfast. Why would he walk the birds? Some of the Maple family members were puzzled. Dad said he wanted to go out to eat. Today? Fong Wun-kong said bitterly. It's hard for Dad to go out to eat once a year. So how come he went out to eat today and got into an accident? This is too much luck, isn't it? Fong Wun-kong, which hospital is Dad in nowadays? Quickly, hurry up and take us there. Some of Maple's family members are hyperventilating. It's at the Golden City Hospital. Fong Wun-kong replied. 15 minutes later, a group of Feng's family members arrived at the Jinling City Hospital. Dad, Grandpa, looking at Elder Fong in the VIP ward, Fong Yumu and the others had red eyes, because at this moment, not only was Elder Fong covered in blood, but one of his hands was broken. Why is my dad still lying here? Didn't the doctor say before that a plaster should be put on? Seeing that Elder Feng's wounds were left untreated, Fong Wun-kong instantly questioned a junior nurse in anger. Back to Mr. Kong. Our city hospital's doctor in charge of applying the cast has taken a leave of absence today. That little nurse faced the strong Fong Wun-kong. She lowered her head and said with some aggravation and helplessness, taking a vacation? Is there only one doctor at your city hospital who can put on a cast? Fong Wun-kong asked back with a cold smile. Yes, it's that all the doctors in charge of applying the casts have taken a leave of absence. That little nurse said stiffly. What? All took a vacation? What kind of coincidence is that? My father had a car accident and needed a cast. And then the doctors in charge of the cast at your hospital all took time off? Fong Wun-kong didn't believe this at all. He suspected that it was the little nurse in front of him who was lying to him. Mr. Kong, I'm not lying. It's true. We have leave records in the hospital. Seeing that Fong Wun-kong didn't believe him, the little nurse had to take out the leave record and hand it to Fong Wun-kong. Seeing the leave record of the city hospital, Fong Wun-kong froze in place, because today is the only day in the whole year that there is no doctor on duty with a cast. Just for today, Elder Fong was in a car accident in Jinling City. S. What bad luck! Throwing the leave list in his hand on the ground, Fong Wun-kong impatiently said to the small nurse in front of him, I don't care if your hospital has someone to put a plaster on it or not. I'm telling you, there's no way that my father's wounds can't be left untreated today. So hurry up and think of a way to do it. Well, then, what if I go to another hospital and get a casting doctor to come over? The little nurse tried. Then why don't you go quickly? Fong Wun-kong urged with a cold face. Yes, I'm on my way. Waiting for the little nurse to leave, Fong Wun-kong cha-cha with his eyebrows. He said with a speechless face, it's really evil. How come all the unlucky things have let my Fong family bump into it? Did my Fong family offend God? Second uncle, do you think it could be because of the long Ji Ding that our Fong family is so unlucky? Right at this moment, a discordant voice rang out from the VIP ward. The person who opened his mouth was no other than Fong Yumu. Because of the long Ji Ding? I say Fong Yumu, what are you babbling about? The Dragon Ji tripod is a royal object, an auspicious object. How could it possibly bring my Fong family down? Hearing Fong Yumu's words, Fong Wun-kong frowned unhappily. Yes, Yumu, your grandfather was in a car accident. What does this have to do with Long Ji Ding? A Maple family noblewoman beside her also shook her head. You don't want to be suspicious here. But Suwon said before, the Long Ji Ding is not a good thing, and our Fong family can't suppress this imperial object. Hesitating again and again, Fong Yumu still repeated what Suwon had said in the Fong family before. She didn't know why. Suddenly it correlated the Maple family's bad luck with Suwon's words. Can't be subdued? Humph. Suwon is just a doctor. His words, just listen to them. How come you, Fong Yumu, really believe it? That's right, Yumu. I'm warning you, don't be superstitious. What can't be subdued? Maybe it's the Liu family stealing my Feng family's long G tripod, so they purposely let Suwon say that. That's right, Suwon is Liu Evening Feng's man. If he doesn't help the Liu family, how can he still help my Feng family? Seeing that the Feng family members present refused to believe Suwon, Feng Yumu hesitated. She gritted her teeth again and said to Feng Wenkong, "Second uncle, I still think that our Feng family should sell the long G ding." "Nonsense! The long G tripod is a royal item that my Feng family managed to auction off with great difficulty. How can it be sold so easily?" Suddenly at that moment, a voice with anger rang out from the VIP ward. The person who opened his mouth was actually the old master Feng Qishan, who was lying on the hospital bed. "Dad, Grandpa, you're awake?" Seeing that elder Feng, who was still sleeping just now, woke up, the Feng family members hurriedly shushed him. "Dad, does your leg still hurt?" "The leg doesn't hurt anymore. But, my heart hurts." Elder Feng glared at Feng Yumu without any good humor. "Yumu, you are Grandpa's good granddaughter, but how can you turn your elbow to the outside, to listen to Suwon, an outsider, selling my Feng family's long G ding? Do you know what price Grandpa paid to buy the long G tripod back then?" "Grandpa, in the face of Elder Feng's accusation, Feng Yumu couldn't say half a word for a while. Dad, don't be angry. Our Yumu is joking with you. How could she possibly sell the long G ding? Don't you think so, Yumu?" Seeing that the atmosphere in the VIP ward was a bit awkward, Mr. Zhuang hurriedly pushed his daughter Feng Yumu. Yes, I didn't intend to sell the long G tripod." Seeing her mother handing her a warning look, Feng Yumu could only admit it with a hard head. Vin Con. But Elder Feng obviously couldn't trust Feng Yumu, so he saw him turn back to Feng Wenkong and said, "Starting today, you keep an eye on Yumu for me, and don't ever let her get close to my Maple family's treasure trove." "Don't worry, Dad, I've got me guarding the long G ding. There's no way for Maple Moon Mu to sell this royal artifact." Feng Wenkong swore, and as soon as his words left his mouth, "No, it's not good, Mr. Kong." The little nurse who had just left the hospital room came running back. "Didn't I tell you to find the doctor who put the cast on? Where's the doctor? Why did you come back alone?" Feng Wenkong questioned this little nurse in annoyance. "Mr. Kong, I called the other hospitals just now, but their doctors in charge of applying the cast were unavailable," the little nurse said, and she stammered and opened her mouth again, looking like she wanted to say something. "Have a fart." Seeing her like this, Feng Wenkong impatiently urged, "It's like this, Mr. Kong. The blood that our hospital drew for Elder Feng just now was broken, and now we need to redraw it." That little nurse hesitated for a long time, and finally, she timidly looked up, then bitterly said to Feng Wenkong, "How much blood will be drawn?" Feng Wenkong asked coldly. "It's going to be 500 milliliters. The little nurse glanced at the list of blood draws as she stiffened. "How much? How many?" Feng Wenkong thought he heard wrong. "Not you are drawing blood or drawing life? Who draws blood to death? This is the list of blood draws written by the orthopedic director, and I can only follow the list." The little nurse was scared to tears by Feng Wenkong's aura. "Forget it, Wenkong. Let her smoke. Don't embarrass a nurse." At this time, Elder Feng, who was lying on the hospital bed, weakly said, "Dad, that's 500 milliliters. Do you really let her draw blood?" Feng Wenkong sucked in a breath. "It's okay, since the chief of orthopedics wrote the list of blood draws, no one will be killed," Elder Feng said with confidence. "All right." Seeing Elder Feng agree, Feng Wenkong glared at the little nurse. "Why don't you smoke it?" Yes, I'll smoke it right away." The little nurse got an instrument and started drawing blood. Results: just drew blood to 300 milliliters. I'm dizzy. I can't. I'm anemic. But before the words were finished, Elder Feng fainted with his eyes blackened. "Dad, Grandpa." Seeing Feng Qishan fall, the Feng family in the VIP ward was greatly shocked, and that little nurse was also overwhelmed by this scene. She nervously and fearfully asked Feng Wenkong, "Kong, Mr. Kong, do I still need to draw blood? What are you smoking your mom? My dad is like this." Feng Wenkong was about to have a fit, but on second thought, his father had drawn so much blood, it wasn't that bad, so he changed his mind and said, "Forget it, you draw it." Good. When the little nurse finished pumping 500 milliliters of blood, Elder Feng's entire body lay directly and weakly on the hospital bed with his body trembling. "Don't break the sampled blood this time. My dad's body. There's no way to keep pumping blood anymore." A Feng family elder looked at the emaciated Elder Feng, and he spoke sternly to the little nurse. Yes, our hospital will certainly not break sampled blood this time." As the little nurse was talking, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the VIP ward. Immediately after, a doctor in a white coat hurried in. Director Liao. Seeing this white lab coat doctor, the little nurse hurriedly saluted. You haven't drawn blood for Elder Feng yet, have you? I made a mistake in writing the list of blood drawn just now. Not 500 milliliters, but 50 milliliters. I wrote an extra 0. 500 milliliters? Isn't that going to pump someone straight to death? As soon as Director Liao's words fell, hissing, the entire VIP box was a deathly silence. All of the Feng family members looked at each other with devastation and incredulity on each face. They, the Feng family, were also too damn unlucky, right? Ugh, why aren't you guys talking? And you, Nurse Willow, did I ask you to draw blood? Seeing that no one in the ward answered himself, Director Liao frowned again and looked at the little nurse in front of him who was on the verge of tears. Liao, Director Liao, I've already drawn blood. 500 milliliters, not a milliliter less. It's all here. As the little nurse said, she crumbled and handed the sample to Director Liao, and as a result, because she was too scared, her hand shook, and she even dropped the sample blood on the ground with a click. Wow! 500 milliliters of blood were scattered all over the floor. When the little nurse saw this, her legs went limp and she directly sat on the ground in fear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After coming back to her senses, the little nurse hurriedly apologized to Feng Wenkong and the others in a low voice. I'll fuck you up. Feng Wenkong slapped that little nurse's face. He raised his hand and was ready to teach the other party a lesson again, but he was stopped by a few of the Feng family's martial arts practitioners. Wenkong, forget about it. This is a hospital. Don't make trouble. I'm making trouble? It's because these doctors are trying to get my father killed. Feng Wenkong said. He glared at Director Liao with cold eyes. Surname Liao, you are ruthless enough. Wait for me. This is Jinling City. The Jinling City where my 7 magnificent sect and Mr. Chiu hold the sky. You dare to harm my father in Golden City? I, for one, will make you regret it. Mr. Kong, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. Hearing Feng Wenkong's threat, Director Liao's legs softened in fear. How about this? All of Elder Feng's expenses in our hospital. Our hospital is exempt? Exempt? Oh, surname Liao. Do you think my Feng family lacks your few stinking dollars? Feng Wenkong took out a bank card and threw it in Director Liao's face. Inside the card is $1 million. Enough for my father's hospitalization fee. The rest of the money, you pick yourself a better coffin. That's all there is to it. Feng Wenkong directly carried the unconscious Elder Feng. Wenkong, where are you taking father? Mr. Chuang inquired about Feng Wenkong. This shitty then hospital. Don't stay. I'm taking my father to another hospital. Feng Wenkong grunted as he left without looking back, leaving only Director Liao who was scared out of his wits. Director Liao, what my second uncle said just now was only in anger. Don't worry, he won't retaliate against you. Before Feng Yumu left, she took her long tall legs to the cold and sweaty Director Liao and softly soothed the sentence. Really? MS. Feng Yumu? Mr. Kong really won't find trouble with me in Jinling City? Director Liao asked in a very bottomless voice. Although he is the director of the orthopedic department of the Jinling City Hospital, in the final analysis, he is also an ordinary citizen of Jinling City, and he simply does not dare to offend such a powerful family as the Feng family. It's true, Director Liao, my second uncle is very nice. As Feng Yumu said, she glanced at the blood on the ground with her afterglow, and sighed afterward. But Director Liao, such an oops, you shouldn't make it again in the future. Definitely. I won't dare to put a mistake on the blood draw list in the future. Director Liao swore. Aha. Feng Yumu responded as she turned around and left the city hospital, and just arrived in front of the hospital. Feng Yumu then heard a terrified voice from above his head. Be careful, quickly dodge, there's a falling object. Hearing that piercing cry of alarm, Feng Yumu first froze, and when he came back to his senses, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Then, bang, a vase smashed on the man who was protecting the front of Feng Yumu. Dad! Seeing her father's head smashed by a vase in order to save herself, Feng Yumu was scared out of her wits. Honey, Teacher Zhuang similarly ran like crazy from a distance to help up the fainting Feng Chang'an. Sister-in-law, is my big brother okay? Feng Wenkong came in front of Mr. Zhuang. He looked at Feng Chang'an whose head was broken and bloodied, with a palpitating and fearful face. Come on, get back to the hospital. Mr. Zhuang said with tears in his eyes. No, sister-in-law. There's something wrong with this shitty then hospital. Let's go to another one. Feng Wenkong refused to go to the Jinling City Hospital. No way. Mr. Zhuang and Feng Yumu could only compromise. Half an hour later, the Maple family members arrived at the Renji Clinic. Where is Dr. Dong? Just after arriving at the Renji Clinic, Feng Wenkong started looking for Dong Changhai. Mr. Kong, our Dr. Dong is not in today. A doctor came over to explain. Then can your hospital pick up bones? Quickly, hurry up and splice my father's bones and put him in a cast, as well as my big brother, who was just knocked out by a vase. Feng Wenkong urged, but that doctor was slow to save the day. What are you looking at me for? Save someone. Seeing that the doctor kept staring at him but didn't save anyone, Feng Wenkong broke into a rage. That, Mr. Kong, I actually came to the Renji clinic through connections, and I don't know how to cure diseases at all. The doctor in the white coat was insulted by Feng Wenkong. He didn't get angry. Instead he embarrassed himself. You don't know how to heal? What about the other doctors in your clinic? The corner of Feng Wenkong's mouth twitched. Disturbing thoughts suddenly arose in his heart. Mr. Kong, you don't know. The other doctors of our Renji hospital have all gone on a reunion today. And now here, I'm the only one. The white lab coat doctor smiled helplessly and bitterly. This? Learning that there were no doctors at Renji Hospital to treat Elder Feng and Feng Chang'an either. In an instant, the Feng family members present froze. It's not right. It's not right. Even if the Feng family is unlucky, it can't be this unlucky. The face of a Feng family martial arts practitioner grew cold. I'm only afraid. Our Feng family has been tainted with something unclean. Something unclean? Why do you say that? Feng Sugi? Feng Wenkong looked at the martial arts practitioner. When I was practicing martial arts in Jiangnan province in the past, I had heard that there were powerful families that contracted something unclean, and thus had bad luck, and I have a feeling that the situation of our Feng family is very similar to this situation. If we don't solve the unclean things of the Feng family, then there is no way for us to cure our father and big brother at all. The martial arts practitioner named Maple Fur said with a stony face. So what's it going to take to get rid of the unclean stuff? Mr. Chuang asked anxiously. She couldn't let Feng Chang'an keep bleeding. This kind of unclean things, we normal people, we simply can't see, can't touch. We can only go to professional people to exterminate them. As soon as Feng Xuan's words fell, he saw Feng Yimou suddenly run out of the Renji clinic. You Mu, what are you doing? You come back. Teacher Zhuang chased after him. You heartless thing. Your father was injured trying to save you. And at this time, you're still running out? Mom, I'm going to find Su Wen. Only Su Wen can save my father and grandfather. Maple Moon Mu said to Mr. Zhuang behind her as she ran her. Su Wen? Hearing that name, Ms. Zhuang's petite body trembled. Su Wen had saved her life after all, and if it was Su Wen, perhaps, the other party really had a way. Then go and return quickly. Never keep your father and grandfather waiting. Mr. Chong solemnly urged Maple Moon Mu. Aha! After Feng Yimou left the Renji clinic, she first went to Lu's clinic, but she learned that Su Wen had already been discharged from the hospital. Mustn't. Maple Moon Mu began frantically calling Su Wen. Hello? Soon, the phone was connected and a man's puzzled voice came from inside. How did you get my number? Su Wen. It's me, Maple Moon Mu. Hearing Su Wen's voice on the phone, Feng Yimou's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone as she said, my grandfather's bad luck is haunting him, and my father has been injured by a falling object from a high altitude. Can you come and help our Feng family? Bad luck? Hearing this, Su Wen but suddenly thought of something. Miss Feng, before I asked your Feng family to bid for the Long Ji tripod, didn't your grandfather sell that royal object? Well, my grandfather thinks that the Long Ji ding is too precious, so he is not willing to give it out easily. I have persuaded my grandfather before, but he refused. As Feng Yimou said, she thought of something else and her voice couldn't help but become tense and uneasy. Su Wen, what would happen if the Long Ji ding had been in our Feng family? The Maple family will die. Su Wen said without any concealment. The Long Ji tripod is not a good thing. It requires a person with great chi to suppress this imperial antique. It's just a pity that your Feng family doesn't possess such chi luck. Hearing Su Wen's reply, Feng Yimou was so anxious that she was about to cry. Su Wen, I don't want to die. I don't want the Feng family to die either. Save me. Save the Feng family, okay? Ms. Feng, where are you at this moment? I'll be right over. Thinking of Feng Yimou visiting himself earlier, Su Wen really couldn't bear this flower girl dying young. I'll be at the Jenkins clinic in Golden. Maple Moon Mu said truthfully. Half an hour later, Su Wen came to the Renji clinic. Su Wen. Seeing Su Wen walking towards him, Feng Yimou immediately greeted him as if she had found a life-saving straw. Ms. Feng, stop crying for now and take me to see your grandfather and your father. Looking at Feng Yimou who had tears in her eyes, Su Wen said with a straight face. Soon, Feng Yimou then brought Su Wen to meet the Feng elder who had broken both his legs, as well as the Feng Chang'an who had a broken head. Su, you're here. When Feng Yimou's mother, Zhuang Lin Man, saw Su Wen, She was quite friendly and said, "Earlier in the Feng family, thank you for saving my life." When Su Wen got the 3 life stones, he left the Feng family, causing Zhuang Linman to not even have a chance to say thank you to Su Wen. There's no need to be polite, Teacher Zhuang. Speaking of which, you really did me a great favor by helping me decipher the silver armor script, Su Wen said politely. In the middle of the two people's conversation, poof, lying on the hospital bed, Elder Feng suddenly wailed with a twisted face. "Ah, my leg hurts. Dad, Grandpa, you're awake?" Hearing Elder Feng's voice, the Feng family members looked at Feng Qishan. Results: Elder Feng only wailed one after another, not paying any attention to the Feng family members present. "Little Su, my father, what's wrong with him?" Zhuang Linman subconsciously looked at Su Wen beside her, her tone somewhat puzzled and confused. Elder Feng's destiny has been affected by the Dragon G tripod's fury. Su Wen glanced at Elder Feng, whose face was distorted. His gaze was grave as he said, "The Feng family's Long Ji Ding must be taken out immediately now. Otherwise, Elder Feng won't live through today." "That's a load of crap. My father only had a moderate fracture combined with anemia. How could he not live through today?" Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Wenkong immediately retorted, "Second uncle, just listen to Su Wen and put out the Long Ji Ding." Even divine Dr. Hua of Jiangnan province doesn't dare to question Su Wen's medical skills, so why should we not know what's good for us? Feng Yimu advised Feng Wenkong in a serious tone. "Can it be that you really want to wait until Grandpa passes away and our Feng family organizes a funeral before you regret it?" Hearing the words "organize a burial," Feng Wenkong was speechless. Indeed, he was not qualified to question Su Wen's medical skills. That's just it. For the sake of my father's safety, then let's get the Long Ji Ding out first." Weighing the situation in his mind, in the end, Feng Wenkong chose to compromise. It's not that he believed Su Wen, but he couldn't afford to gamble. What's more, the Feng family's successive bad luck today had really startled Feng Wenkong. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Maple family, for sure, had contracted something unclean. Wait a minute. Just as Feng Wenkong was about to go to the Feng clan's treasure trove to strike out for the Long Ji tripod, an imperial artifact, Feng Xuan suddenly stepped forward and said, "Second brother, I've already sent a message to Master Bittermore's disciple, Lv Yanbin. Soon, Lu Yanbin will arrive at the Rinji clinic, and by then, the truth will come out as to whether or not there is something unclean in my Feng family. Moreover, Lu Yanbin is a genius of the Feng Shui lineage, so perhaps he can cure father and big brother's injuries without my Feng family's contribution to the Long Ji tripod." Lv Yanbin? That genius actually came back to Jiangnan province? Looking at the serious Feng Xuan, Feng Wenkong was quite surprised and shocked. Who is Lu Yanbin? Feng Yimu did not recognize Lu Yanbin, so she asked her mother Zhuang Linman, who was at the side. Lu Yanbin is Master Bitterless' close disciple, and it is said that his Feng Shui attainments are already on par with Master Bitterless. Moreover, even Master Bitterless crushing dragons seeking recipes, Lu Yanbin knows them backwards. When mentioning Lv Yanbin, Zhuang Linman's gaze was still somewhat saddened and emotional. This Lu Yanbin is so powerful? Feng Yimu was slightly surprised. She knows Master Bitterless, a leading figure in the Feng Shui industry in Jiangnan today. He has a very high status, and once gave the Jiangnan government a townhouse. If Lu Yanbin and Master Bitterless had comparable Feng Shui attainments, wouldn't that mean that the other party was also a titanic figure in Jiangnan's Feng Shui sector? Of course Lu Yanbin is awesome. After all, he's a genius who almost went to study at the Qin Heavenly Palace. At the mention of the words Qin Tian supervisor, Feng Sun's gaze was more than a little solemn. Chinchilla? A famous Feng family member was greatly alarmed. As the powerful families of Jinling City, they naturally knew what the Qin Tian supervisor was. That was the Supreme Taoist Academy where the imperial family of Kyushu taught the orthodox art of Feng Shui, a place that countless Feng Shui masters dream of visiting. Since there is a Feng Shui master like Lu Yanbin treating the injuries of father and big brother, then we, the Feng family, really don't need to rush the Long Ji Ding out. A maple woman in a light yellow cheongsam said with a smile. Unthinking. As soon as her words fell, Su Wen shook his head in a serious manner and said, "That Bitterless master's shut-in disciple couldn't suppress the Long Ji Ding at all. Su Wen, you mustn't talk nonsense. Be careful of the trouble coming out of your mouth. Our Feng family recognizes that your medical skills are extraordinary, but as the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and you're not a Feng Shui gentleman in the Jiangnan province. So on what basis do you dare to point your finger at Lv Yanbin?" Some Maple family members glared at Su Wen in dissatisfaction. Although Su Wen had saved Zhuang Linman before, and the Feng family should be grateful to Su Wen, this young man was just too ostentatious to be liked. Yes, Su Wen. Lu Yanbin is a genius Feng Shui master who almost went to study at the Qin Tian supervisor. My father only injured his leg and foot. Could it be that Lu Yanbin can't cure even this small injury? The other Feng family member also wrinkled his eyebrows. As I said before, Elder Feng's destiny has been affected by the Dragon Ji Ding's baneful qi. So as long as the Dragon Ji Ding doesn't make a move, then there's no one under the heavens who can cure Elder Feng's injuries. Su Wen said one word at a time. The fury affects the destiny? I don't know where this little brother heard that from. How is it that I've been in the feng shui world for so long, but I don't know that the fatal qi can still affect destiny? A conspiratorial voice suddenly rang out from outside the Rinji clinic. Immediately after, a gentlemanly man in a gray suit and gold-framed glasses walked nonchalantly up to Mapleshade. Master Lu, you're finally here. Seeing LV Yanbin appear, Feng Xuan's face was instantly happy, following which he hurriedly pointed at the face-twisted Feng elder on the hospital bed and said, Master LV, it seems that our Feng family is tainted with something unclean. My father and my elder brother are both injured because of this. Can you help our Feng family to see what's going on here? Something unclean? Lu Yanbin walked to Elder Feng with interest, following him with a gentle wave of his hand. Now! Whoosh! 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 3 pieces of yellow paper flew out from Lu Yanbin's sleeve and then hovered in the center of Elder Feng's brow. Ah! Seeing the yellow paper above his head, Elder Feng's pupils contracted one after another, and it was as if he was stimulated by something. The whole person first roared, and then his body began to tremble and shiver continuously. Dad, Grandpa, are you okay? Seeing Elder Feng's change of heart, Feng Yumu and the others were startled, and that's when, bared, the 3 sheets of yellow paper that Lu Yanbin had offered up suddenly began to burn, and in just the blink of an eye, the yellow paper turned into specks of ash, which were eventually blown away by the winds of the Rinji Medical Center. Sure enough, it's an earthly break. Seeing his evil-suppressing yellow paper collapsing, Lu Yanbin only said to Feng Xuan in a nonchalant manner, Elder Brother Feng, you're right. Your Feng family, there is indeed something unclean. Really? Despite having guessed it in his heart, now that he had heard Lu Yanbin bear it personally, Feng Suo was still a bit scared and robbed. Hooray! The Maple family was colored by something unclean. Not himself. Master LV Yanbin, since you've discovered something unclean in my Feng family, can you help my Feng family get rid of this thing? Behind Feng Xuan, a high-cool noblewoman in a cheongsam gazed pleadingly. Trying to get rid of the earthly fury is nothing but easy for me. Lu Yanbin looked at the Feng clan crowd present with a slight smile. But why should I help your Feng clan? This. Feng Wunkang hesitated. He immediately said, Master Lu, our Feng family has money. As long as you save my father and my elder brother, I can give you money. 5 million. No, 10 million. Pay me? LV Yanbin looked at Feng Wunkang with a smirk. Does your Feng family think that it's hard for me? LV Yanbin, to earn money in Jiangnan? At those words, Feng Wunkang opened his mouth, only to feel a prick in his throat, unable to say half a word. Master LV Yanbin, there's no harm in saying what you have to do to save my Feng family. Zhuang Linman gazed deeply at Lu Yanbin. If you want me to save the Maple family, you can, but well, she has to stay with me for one night. As Lu Yanbin said that, his eyes greedily fell on Feng Yumu's shapely and sexy jade legs. Feng Yumu was wearing a light white wraparound skirt today. Her jade legs were exposed as much as possible, very conspicuous and provocative. What are you denizens saying? Hearing that Lu Yanbin wanted to let himself accompany him for a night, Feng Yumu's pretty face instantly turned red, and she clenched her teeth with some shame and hatred. I'm not a casual woman. I know. Unexpectedly, in the face of the angry Feng Yumu, Lu Yanbin only spoke with a serious face. Not only do I know that you are not a casual woman, I also know that you are a fledgling bird that has not yet bloomed. So, I intend to properly experience the ultimate goodness with you tonight and let you immerse yourself in it, making it unforgettable this night. You're nasty and shameless. Hearing the word fledgling, Maple Moon Moo's face instantly turned red, like a ripe cherry with a few innocent flavors. I am shameless, but so what? Either you sacrifice your innocence and accompany me for one night, or you send them off in vain and prepare funerals for the two of them. As Lu Yanbin spoke, he intriguingly pointed at Elder Feng and Feng Chanan. Facing Lu Yanbin's persecution, Feng Yumu was at a loss for words, but just then, a member of the Feng family suddenly spoke up. No problem, Master Lu Yanbin, as long as you can save my father and my elder brother, Feng Yumu can accompany you for a night. Third aunt, what are you talking about? Maple Moon Moo looked incredulously at the black silk mature woman wearing an OL uniform. You Moo, you're not too young. You accompanied Master Lu Yanbin for one night. Even if you lost your innocence, could it be that Master Lu Yanbin would just walk away? Definitely not. He will be responsible for you. That black silk mature woman looked at Feng Yumu in a serious manner. when the time comes for raw rice to be cooked, you can just marry Master Lu Yinbin. Third aunt. Not being able to finish Feng Yumu's sentence, the black silk mature woman spoke out and interrupted her. Feng Yumu, think clearly. Your dad is also lying on the hospital bed. You cannot save the old man. Do you even disregard your dad's life? Don't forget, your dad was injured to save you. I know. Looking at Feng Chanan, whose head was broken and bleeding, Feng Yumu's eyes were wet and red as he compromised. That's a good boy. Seeing Feng Yumu's look of pure lust that was so charming and lovable, LV Yanbin licked his tongue as he laughed evilly. You, don't be afraid. Tonight brother LV will treat you very gently. Hearing Lu Yanbin's flirtatious remarks, Feng Yumu closed her eyes and tears flowed from her eyes. See this scene. Ms. Chon wanted to say something, but she was speechless for a long time. On one side, the innocence of her daughter, and on the other, the life of her husband. Which one? Mr. Chon couldn't even part with it. Chang'an, I know, you will not let your daughter suffer. But what about you? Will you blame me? Will you? Struggling again and again in her heart, just as Ms. Zhuang was planning to take care of her daughter. However, he saw Suwen smilingly walk over to Feng Yumu's side and pacify him. Miss Feng Yumu, what are you crying for? A person who was about to die. How could he slight you and defile your innocence? Hearing Su Wen's words, the Feng family members present froze in unison. Lu Yanbin even looked at Su Wen with eyes like an idiot. Kid, you're not used to me picking up girls? You have to find your presents? A person who was about to die? Are you talking about me? Not bad. Su Wen nodded intriguingly. You, who can't suppress the Feng family's evil? And if you do, you'll die. What a joke. A mere earthly demon. Lu Yanbin, would be unable to suppress it? Don't impose your incompetence on me as well. Lu Yanbin, am not like you. Lu Yanbin looked condescendingly at Su Wen. I am the successor of Master Bitterless. Su Wen, get out of the way. Don't interfere with Lu Yanbin's quelling of my father's evil. Seeing Su Wen flirting with Lu Yanbin for being the one who will die, Feng Sun and the crowd suddenly came over with dissatisfaction and grunted. Feng Sun, why Don? We just listened to Su Wen and put out the long ji ding? Ms. Zhuang thought about it. She walked up and persuaded bitterly. Don't let Lu Yanbin subdue the evil, or my daughter will not be able to do it. Mr. Zhuang could accept the loss of the Feng family's long ji ding, but Feng Yumu's loss of innocence was something that Mr. Zhuang really had no way of accepting. Zhuang Linman, what are you fooling around with? Striking out at the long ji ding? How did you say such treacherous words? Aren't you afraid that dad will disown you as his daughter when he wakes up? Fanzan frowned and questioned Zhuang Linman. Zhuang Linman was momentarily speechless. Feng Sun continued again. Zhuang Linman, not to mention whether or not it's a good idea to sell a township antique like the long ji ding. What if our Feng family sells the long ji tripod, and in the end, dad and big brother don't wake up? When the time comes, won't we still have to beg Lu Yanbin? Moreover, our Feng family has chilled LV Yanbin's heart, and when the time comes, LV Yanbin will ask for a lion's share. Then I'm afraid, it won't just be your daughter's innocence that has to be sacrificed. This latter sentence, Feng Xuan was whispered next to teacher Zhuang's ear. Hearing Feng Sugi's admonition, Mr. Zhuang's face went white for a moment. Yeah, in case the Feng family made a bid for the long ji tripod, and in the end, Elder Feng and Feng Chang'an still had bad luck, then, wouldn't the Feng family still have to beg Lu Yanbin? Mom, I trust Suvan. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Feng Yumu suddenly stepped forward with a serious face and said, I believe that as long as the Feng family makes a move for the long ji ding, Grandpa and my dad will be safe and sound. Believe? Feng Yumu, you're a woman in your 20s. Why don't you understand anything at all? What's the use of you believing in Su Wen? Is Su Wen a Feng Shui master? Has he studied Feng Shui at the Qin Tian supervisor? It's true that he's good at medicine, but there are specialties in his profession. And just because he's good at medicine doesn't mean he's good at Feng Shui. Feng Xuan wrinkled his eyebrows and glared at Feng Yumu. That's right, Feng Yumu, don't add to the confusion here. If just any doctor can quell evil for people, then why did the royal family of Kyushu create the Qin Tian supervisor to teach the art of Feng Shui? Why don't we just let those doctors exorcise the evil spirits? Feng Yumu, sacrifice yourself for the sake of your grandfather and father. A member of the Feng family began to accuse Feng Yumu of not being responsible. Faced with a crowd of relatives counting down, Feng Yumu finally chose to remain silent. And that's when Lu Yanbin had already walked up to Elder Feng with yellow paper in hand. Kid, open your doggy eyes and learn Feng Shui properly from your master Lu. How dare you blabber about me not being able to suppress a small earthly demon? You are truly ignorant and ridiculous. Glancing provocatively at Su Wen, Lu Yanbin directly pressed the yellow paper in his hand onto Elder Feng's eyebrows. Barely. As the yellow paper came into contact with Elder Feng, in an instant, the yellow paper flared out a wisp of black eerie flame, but the Tao is the only one with a golden body. Overlay my body and see it. Hear the unheard, and encompass heaven and earth. Nurture the herd and receive 10,000 times. Give me the town. Seeing the appearance of this black fire, Lu Yanbin mouthed the Xian sequence while he took out a bull-sized wooden bell from his pocket. Jingle bells. Shaking the wooden bell 3 times towards the black fire. Immediately, Lu Yanbin directly snapped the wooden bell onto the black fire. Buzz. The next second, the temperature of the entire Renji clinic began to plummet. So cold. The sexy woman in black silk from the Feng family couldn't help but shiver. Strange. Why is this floor all frozen? Feng Wenkang even realized that a layer of white frost had appeared on the wooden floor under his feet. This is a feng shui technique. A feng shui technique that can change the sky and the earth. It's really powerful. Mapleshade admired. And the words just fell from his lips. Suddenly, with a click, the wooden bell in Lu Yanbin's hand cracked all of a sudden. Immediately after, the cold ice under everyone's feet dissipated. And in its place, a wisp of black flame loomed. How is that possible? Seeing a ball of black flames engulfing his body, Lu Yanbin was startled. A mere earthly demon. How dare it backfire on me? Humph. Give me scatter. Quickly taking out a lightning-inducing stone from his bosom, Lu Yanbin placed the lightning-inducing stone on his brow. Enchanted even more. There are thunderbolts inside. The thunder god's hidden name. The cave wisdom intersects. The 5 airs soar. And the golden light appears quickly to override and protect my body. Boom. Crackle. A thunderous sound instantly resounded through the Renji Medical Center. Immediately afterward, the black flames enveloping Lu Yanbin began to collapse. Witness this scene. Feng Sun and the others even looked at Lu Yanbin adoringly. Master Lu Yanbin can actually attract lightning? This is a rumored immortal tactic. Ha! Awesome! So awesome! Hearing the crowds boasting, Lu Yanbin only said without being humble, some unorthodox Ghost Valley tactics. Not worth mentioning. He was saying, just to the side. Su Wen couldn't help but shake his head and show his compassionate gaze. Boy, what's that look in your eye? Seeing Su Wen staring at himself with the eyes of a dead man, Lu Yanbin immediately shouted in a furious rage. Immediately, kneel down and apologize to me, or else today, you have to die. Lu Yanbin, I think the one who should kneel down should be you. Glancing at the furious Lu Yanbin, Su Wen only said nonchalantly, you were smart enough to use the lightning attraction technique to suppress the baleful qi. Not realizing that this act had already hastened your death, because the evil of the Maple family is not an earthly fury at all, but a grieving spirit fury. If you kneel down and beg me now, and apologize to Miss Feng Yumu, I can renew your life for 1 day. Otherwise, after 3 breaths, you will die. As soon as Su Wen opened his mouth, Lu Yanbin laughed coaxingly. Ha ha ha, kid, are you playing the clown for your master Lu? What grievous fury? Do you know feng shui or not? The last time the grievous spirit fury appeared in Kyushu was 200 years ago, and at that time all the people who contracted the grievous spirit fury all died. No one was spared. You don't want to tell me that a grievous spirit fury that hasn't come out of the world for 200 years would be encountered by a small clan of the Feng clan, do you? Don't be whimsical. Evils like the grieving spirit fury have long since been born with spiritual wisdom. They simply won't strike out at a small family like the Feng family, and it's even more unlikely that I, Lu Yanbin, will die in Jinling. Lu Yanbin was about to speak again, when he saw Su Wen suddenly extend 3 fingers. Lu Yanbin, 3 breaths have passed. Slow down. I'm going to go fuck myself. Pust. Lu Yanbin was about to insult Su Wen, but as a result, his face turned crimson for a while before his body began to twist and wither. What's going on here? The pain in his internal organs startled Lu Yanbin, and immediately after, he realized that his life breath began to drain away rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Yanbin was left with his last breath. My body? Looking at the body that was constantly drying up and depleting, Lu Yanbin's gaze was instantly replaced by endless fear and despair, and he raised his head with great difficulty, just in time to see Su Wen looking at himself with a smile. Help me, little brother, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to. At this instant, Lu Yanbin finally believed Su Wen's words. Original, the evil of the Feng family is really not an earthly bane, but a grudge bane. Lu Yanbin, it's already too late. Facing Lu Yanbin's bitter plea, Su Wen only shook his head expressionlessly. Not too late. I'm not dead yet. As long as I'm not dead, everything has a chance. Su, little brother. No, Master Su, save me, please, save me. As long as you save me, I can be an ox to repay you. Pust. Before Lu Yanbin's words fell, his gaze became dim for an instant, and immediately afterward, his entire life came to an end. No! Before dying, Lu Yanbin knelt on the ground with a dull expression. There was chagrin and remorse in his heart. Why? You don't listen to Suvin yourself? Why? He has to be so arrogant and untouchable? If there is a next life, he must not be so rampant. Seeing Lu Yanbin's cold corpse lying still in the Rinji Medical Center. In an instant, the Maple family members present were all messed up. At the same time, they looked at Su Wen with some complexity and scorn. No wonder. Hua Cheng'an of Jiangnan province called Su Wenyan, an immediate scene. What's the difference between that and the King of Hell's order? Su Wen said Lu Yanbin would die in 3 breaths. And he did. 1 breath is not too much. 1 breath is not too little. Back then, Master Bitterless refused to listen to me and died in the Lu family. You, Lu Yanbin, likewise disobeyed me and died in the Rinji Medical Center. You Lu Yanbin are really the successor of Master Bitterless. Looking at Lu Yanbin's corpse, Su Wen shook his head with a light smile. At the same time, he walked over to the disoriented Feng Yumu and pacified. Miss Feng Yumu, now that Lu Yanbin is dead, you don't have to worry about having your innocence defiled by him. Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Yumu's eyes were wet, and she directly cried out, unable to strain her emotions. Oh, Su Wen. Thank you. While crying, Maple Moon Emo walked forward, and she churlishly hugged Su Wen. Being a woman, the importance of innocence cannot be overstated. If she could, Feng Yumu naturally didn't want to be sullied by a man like Lu Yanbin. But none of the relatives of the Feng family present helped her, which made Feng Yumu helpless. Yet there was nothing she could do. When Feng Yumu was in despair, it was Su Wen, an outsider, who brought her a glimmer of warmth and hope. This touched Feng Yumu's heart. Miss Feng Yumu, men and women are not related. It is better to let go of me. Looking at the sobbing Feng Yumu in his arms, Su Wen squarely said, Yes, I'm sorry, Suvin, I was out of line. Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Yumu's shapely body slightly trembled, and her pouring city appearance was instantly replaced by a blush, and then hastily let go of Su Wen, and buried her head, somewhat not daring to look at Su Wen's gaze. See your daughter's shyness. Zhuang Linmin beside him, however, showed a thoughtful look, and just then, clunk, the chandelier of the Rinji Medical Center suddenly fell from the sky. Fanzhen, look out! Feng Wenkong reminded Feng Xuan in succession, but it's still late. Just listening to the fluttering sound, Feng Sun's head directly let the huge chandelier smashed his head. Even if Feng Sugi was a martial arts practitioner, but the day he didn't become a martial arts master, Feng Sugi's head would still be as fragile as a normal person's. Ah, my head. Covering his mangled head, Maple Sugar lay wailing on the ground in a state of disarray. What's going on with your Rinji Medical Center? Why did this chandelier suddenly smash down? Seeing the several Rinji Medical Center nurses casting glances, someone from the Feng family immediately rebuked angrily. It's the screws of this chandelier that are loose. A small nurse checked the chandelier and she spoke weakly. Loose screws? Feng Wenkong was about to get angry, but Su Wen in the crowd said meaningfully, This is the grieving spirit fury at work. If your Feng family doesn't put out the long Ji Ding, then in 10 minutes, he will die. Reaching out and pointing at the head-broken maple fir, Su Wen said intriguingly, You're saying I'm going to die? Mapleshade's body stiffened. Second uncle, third aunt, just listen to Su Wen and hurry up to get the long Ji Ding out. I don't want anything to happen to grandpa and father. Feng Yumu hesitated as she once again looked up at the Feng family members present. Yes, everyone, Master Lu Yanbin is dead. No one can help our Feng family to quell the evil. It's better for us to listen to Su Wen. Zhuang Linmin chimed in. No way. The long Ji Ding can't make a move. After a struggle in his mind, Feng Sugi suddenly shook his head. Feng Sugi, you're crazy. If you don't make a move for the long Ji Ding, you'll die. Zhuang Linmin looked at Feng Xuan with disbelief. If the other people in the Feng family refused to make a bid for the Longji tripod, Zhuang Linmin could still accept it. But Feng Xuan, he's in critical condition. Sister Shuang, I was only smashed on the scalp by the chandelier. How could I die? If you ask me, this Su Wen is just being an alarmist, trying to covet our Feng family's long G tripod. Mapleshade said with a grim gaze. No way. Su Wen is not that kind of person. Feng Yumu immediately retorted. Uncle Sugi, just now Lu Yanbin didn't listen to advice and he died. Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Louis Yingbin is Louis Yingbin, and I'm me. It's not the same. Mapleshade was unmoved. Upon hearing this, a few members of the Feng family were somewhat unable to sit still. Feng Sugi, why don't we make a move for the long Ji Ding? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. You are the cornerstone of my Maple family. Nothing can happen to you. To these Feng family members, they could care less if Liu Yanbin died or lived. But Maple Shade died. That would be a big loss for the Feng family. After all, Feng Xuan was the Feng family's 4th grade martial artist, considered a very powerful expert in Jinling City. Second brother. Third sister. The Longji tripod is a treasure that father bought with a lot of hard work, so I really have no way to get it out of my hands. Feng Sun shook his head in a serious manner. What's more, if he, Su Wen, says that I will die, will I really die? I, Maple Fur, have grown up in Jinling City. I have never heard that any person practicing martial arts would be smashed to death by a chandelier. Not bad. I support Brother Sugi. Our Feng family will not bid on the Long Ji Ding. A maple man in a suit behind him chimed in. This, just as the other Feng family members were looking at each other in disbelief. Feng Su suddenly raised his head and said to Su Wen, Dr. Su Wen, there is no more business for you here. Please go back. Still the same words. Our Feng family, it's impossible for us to make a move for the Long Ji Ding. My fate is my own and not heaven's. I, Feng Sun, a 4th grade martial artist, will not have my fate decided by your 3 words? Want me dead? Unless a martial artist above the 7th grade strikes at me, I won't. Clunk. Without waiting for Feng Sugi to finish his sentence, a brick suddenly flew outside the window of the Rinji Medical Center. The brick was like a meteor, impartial, and hit Feng Sun's face squarely, and with a loud bang, Feng Sun's teeth were smashed out 3 times, and his face swelled up at once. Maple Fur? Are you okay? Seeing Feng Sugi lying on the ground with his head tilted towards the sky and convulsing, the Feng family members in the Rinji Medical Center were startled. Feng Wenkang even hurriedly walked up to help Feng Xuan up and muttered in confusion. Strange. How could a brick suddenly fly over? It's the construction site next to it that's under construction. The bricks, it seems, flew from the next site. A small nurse thought for a moment as she explained in a whisper. Site construction? Hearing those 4 words, Feng Wenkang fell silent. I thought to myself that Mapleshade was too unlucky. The construction site next to the Rinji Medical Center is less than 500 meters away. This kind of unwarranted disaster could also be encountered by Feng Sun? Ah, I groove. Hearing the conversation between Feng Wenkang and that little nurse, Feng Sun, whose nose was bruised and swollen and whose head was bleeding, completely collapsed. Seeing him get up, he directly stomped the blood-stained brick beside him into powder. Fanzan, where are you going? Seeing Feng Xuan heading out of the Rinji Medical Center, Feng Wenkang's face tightened. I'm going to get the head of that construction site killed. Maple Fur growled angrily. S. Dare to hit my old man with a brick? I want him dead. Fanzan, come back. Teacher Zhuang stopped Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan, Dr. Suwan has said that your bad luck is due to the grievance spirit fury. And now the top priority. It's for you to hurry up and strike the Long Ji Ding instead of running around. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, you'll be dead. Right now. 5 minutes had passed since Suwan had said that Feng Sugi would die in 10 minutes. In other words, there's not much time left for Mapleshade. I'll die? Ha ha, Zhuang Linman, don't be an alarmist here. There's no way I, Feng Sun, will die. What a bullshit grudge fury. I, Feng Suo, don't believe in those things. I only know that the Feng family, it's impossible for them to make a move for the Long Ji Ding. With a hideous laugh, Feng Xuan ignored Zhuang Linman's obstruction as he directly rushed out of the Rinji Medical Center. Results. Bang. An out-of-control bus came along and hit Mapleshade head-on. Click. Even though Feng Sugi was a martial arts practitioner, he was only flesh and blood, not a martial arts master. And without the strength to protect his body, Feng Sugi couldn't withstand the rush of the bus. Only a boom was heard. Feng Xuan, who had only left the Rinji Medical Center, was sent flying back with a hard impact. His body lay moribund at the feet of Feng Wenkang, his legs and hands completely broken. Maple Fur? Looking at the unrecognizable Feng Sugi, Feng Wenkang's pupils stagnated. How did this happen? Mr. Chong was also stunned by the bloody Maple Sugi. Where's the doctor? Quick, hurry up and set his bones. After one of the Feng family members came back to his senses, he instantly pointed at Feng Sun and ranted at the little nurse of the Rinji Medical Center. A few of the junior nurses looked at each other. Then they shook their heads bitterly. We don't know how to pick up bones. Won't? What a bunch of losers. Where's the doctor who can set bones? Tell him to get his ass over here. That Maple family man was speaking, and as a result, his body froze. Because it wasn't long ago that Elder Feng was also looking for a doctor who could set bones, but to no avail. What to do? Nowadays, Jinling City simply can't find a doctor who can pick up bones. Then Feng Sun Mapleshade's wife sat straight down on the floor and cried. The other Maple family members fell silent. Quick, Make a move for the long Ji Ding. Suddenly at that moment, a voice of horror and awe rang out in the Rinji Medical Center. The person who opened his mouth was no one else. It was Mapleshade, who lay dying in a pool of blood. Before, Feng Soon did not believe in evil, boasting that my life is not by me. The result is that he is getting closer and closer to death. Eyes on. With one foot through the ghost gate, Mapleshade was genuinely panicked. He didn't dare to gamble or question Suwon anymore, because he doesn't want to die. Feng Sugi, you really want to make a bid for the Long G tripod? Ha! Weren't you the one who said before that the Long G tripod was a treasure that father had bought with great difficulty, and that you couldn't make a bid for it? A Maple family member hesitantly looked at Maplewood. Treasure thing? Old me is dying. Still treasure? Feng Soon roared and urged. Hurry up and make a move for the Long Ji Ding. Immediately. Immediately. Alright, I'll go and take the Long Ji Ding out of the Feng clan's treasury. After that Maple family man said that, he hurriedly left the Renji Medical Center. After this Maple family man left, Feng Sugi looked up numbly again. His voice strained and trembling as he inquired of Zhuang Linman. Zhuang, Sister Shuang, how much time has passed since the 10-minute deadline that Dr. Suwon spoke of? I still have a few minutes to live? At this moment, Feng Xuan no longer dared to say that Suwon's words were alarmist. First a chandelier falls, then a flying brick cross, and finally an out-of-control bus collides. Having personally experienced the despair and powerlessness brought about by bad luck once, how could Feng Xuan still have the courage to question Suwon? Now in the eyes of Maplewood, Suwon is the king of hell. Whoever he says dies, dies. Feng Sugi, now that 7 minutes have passed, you should be able to live for another 3 minutes, Zhuan Linman said as she hesitantly looked at Su Wen beside her. Dr. Su Wen, am I right? Wrong, it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Su Wen said meaningfully. 2 minutes and 15 seconds? I'm about to die. Mapleshade froze in place with his face ashen. At this point, he was chagrined. He was remorseful. Why, didn't you listen to Su Wen earlier? Second uncle. 2 minutes. Is it too late to strike the Long Ji Ding? Feng Yimou walked to Feng Wenkong with her jade legs as she asked in a grave and uneasy tone. I don't know. Feng Wenkong shook his head feebly. Treasures such as the Long Ji tripod have a high price tag, and the general gentry are simply not capable of taking over the Long Ji tripod. Just when Feng Yimou was at a loss for words, Feng Wenkang's phone rang. You say you can't sell the Long Ji Ding? No one will take it even if you lower the price by half? What about the Jiangnan mansion? Okay, I know. I'll contact the Zhu family. After hanging up the phone, Feng Wenkong had an ironic and ugly face. Second uncle. How is it? Did Long Ji Ding make a move? Looking at the annoyed Feng Wenkong, Feng Yimou cast her gaze expectantly. Feng Xuan also eyed Feng Wenkong. No, Old Five said to lower the price by half. The magnates in Jiangnan province are not willing to acquire Long Ji Ding. Right now I can only contact the people of the Zhu family in Nanling. I hope the Zhu family is interested in Long Ji Ding. After saying that, Feng Wenkong began to call the Zhu family. Results in a minute. With a bang, Feng Wenkong's cell phone fell to the ground. His eyes red and choked as he looked at Feng Soon. Soon brother, Zhu family also refused to acquire Long Ji Ding. In that case, there's no way for our Feng family to make a bid for the Long Ji Ding? I'm going to die soon? Feng Soon's body froze in place with an icy coldness. Then his eyes reddened and he shed tears. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. While saying this, Feng Soon kowtowed to Su Wen in despair. Dr. Su, I beg you, please save me. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have questioned you. It is I who have eyes and do not know what I am doing. What do you mean my life is up to me? That's all bullshit. My life is all up to you. Dr. Su Wen, why don't you save my uncle Sugi? Looking at the lowly Feng Soon, Feng Yimou's shell teeth bit her thin lips, and she couldn't bear to look at Su Wen and said, yes, Dr. Su Wen, save my Sujadai. When Feng Wenkong saw Feng Yimou pleading with Su Wen, he similarly flung himself on his knees. Dr. Su, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please save Feng Su. The other Maple family members also knelt down. That's just it. For the sake of Miss Feng Yimou and Teacher Zhuang, I'll save your Feng family one last time. After Su Wen said that, he made a call to Chen Baifu of the FOU Chamber of Commerce. Soon, Su Wen hung up the phone. He stretched out 2 fingers to Feng Yimou. Miss Feng Yimou, your Feng family's Long Ji Ding, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is willing to take over. But the price is only this number. 200 million? Feng Yimou froze. Not bad. 200 million. Su Wen nodded. He knew that when the Feng family had bought the Long Ji Ding, it had cost a full 500 million. However, it was impossible for the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce to take over the Long Ji Ding at the original price. Uncle Sugi, what do you think? is $200 million okay? Feng Yumu didn't rush to agree, but subconsciously asked Feng Swan. It comes down to this. She, Feng Yumu, was just a junior of the Feng family and was not qualified to decide the price of the Long Ji Ding at all. This, Dr. Su Wen, can you add another $50 million? $200 million is just too little. I'm afraid my father will wake up and scold me for being a loser. Mapleshade thought for a moment as he looked pleadingly at Su Wen. Yes, Dr. Su Wen, the Long Ji tripod the Feng family, spent a full $500 million to buy it. $200 million out of pocket is just too much of a loss. How about a half-price discount? Feng Wenkong also laughed bitterly, but Su Wen was unmoved. Just $200 million. But Feng Sugi was hesitating, but he saw Zhuang Linman walk up to him and whisper, Feng Sugi, you only have the last 40 seconds of your life left. Hurry up and think clearly. What? 40 seconds? Hearing this, Feng Sugi realized that his legs and feet, which had been broken by the impact, had begun to fester. Dr. Su Wen, $200 million is $200 million. Deal. Not being able to think too much, Feng Su hurriedly said to Su Wen, our Feng family is willing to offer $200 million for the Long Ji Ding. Good. Then you have the people from the Feng family send the Long Ji tripod to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Just as Su Wen opened his mouth, Feng Wenkong hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Also at this very moment, 40 seconds passed. Feng Sun, are you alright? Looking at the dying and weak Feng Sun, Mr. Zhuang was afraid that the other party wasn't breathing. Zhuang, Mrs. Zhuang, I'm still alive. Ha ha, I'm still alive? Mapleshade was looking up at the sky with excitement and laughing. Weird stuff. It happened. The only thing that could be seen was the blood scars and bones on Maple Fur's body, which were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Almost a blink of an eye. The slightest injury could no longer be seen on Mapleshade. How is that possible? Su Zhendi's injuries? It's actually healed? Feng Wenkong was dumbfounded. Look guys, Old Master and Feng Chanan's injuries are also healing. Maplesham's wife exclaimed. The people of the Feng family cast their gazes. Fruity, Elder Feng and Feng Yumu's father's injuries had indeed disappeared. Is this a miracle? Feng Yumu froze in place dumbfounded. Such an incredible scene only gave her the illusion that it was like a dream. Because the Luyu Chamber of Commerce has taken over the Long Ji Ding, the grievous spirit fury will no longer target your Feng family. As for the injuries left behind by the grieving spirit fury, they will likewise fade away. Seeing the surprise of the Feng family's crowd, Su Wen calmly explained. Then who will the grudge fury target? Will it target the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? In the future, when the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce learns about this, will they come after our Maple family? Feng Yumu thought of something for a split second, and she couldn't help but look at Su Wen worriedly. Don't worry, there are people in the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce who can suppress the Long Ji Ding, so there's no way for the spiteful spirit fury to target the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce. Su Wen smiled inscrutably. Anyone subdued? Feng Yumu was first stunned, followed by her thought of the Nanling Zhu family. Yeah, the Luyu Chamber of Commerce was the property of the Nanling Zhu family, and the Zhu family had a rumored martial arts grandmaster in attendance, so how could they not be able to suppress a small royal object? What? Where is this place? What's happening to me? Just as Feng Yumu was pondering, a confused voice suddenly came from beside her. Dad! Seeing Feng Chanan waking up, Feng Yumu's eyes reddened as he directly jumped into the other party's arms and choked. Oh, Dad! I thought I would never see you again. While crying, Feng Yumu told her father about Su Wen. What? The Feng family sold the Long Ji Ding? And sold it for $200 million? Elder Feng, who had also woken up, heard the conversation between Feng Yumu and Feng Chang'an, and he instantly glared at Feng Sun with a thunderous rage. Asshole! Who told you to sell the Long Ji Ding? Dad! That Long Ji Ding? You can't not sell it. Seeing Elder Feng cast a reproachful gaze, Feng Sun explained tearlessly. If I don't sell the Long Ji Ding, I will die. You, and big brother him, will also die. Fuck you. Elder Feng slapped a wind light on Feng Sun's face. I am old and strong. How can I die? You white-eyed wolf. How dare you curse me to death? Dad, calm down. I mean it. It's true. Even Lu Yanbin died. I almost died too. Mapleshade screams and states what happened at the Renji Medical Center. What? Master Lu Yanbin is dead? Elder Feng was acquainted with LV Yanbin. The other party, however, was the closed disciple of Master Bitterless, the top Feng Shui master in Jiangnan province. Yeah, isn't Lu Yanbin's body lying there? Feng Sugi pointed down at Lu Yanbin's corpse. Looking at Lu Yanbin's cold corpse, Elder Feng suddenly fell silent and didn't say anything. It's come to this. He already knew in his heart that Mapleshade's words would not be false 7 out of 10 times. Dr. Su Wen. Thank you for saving our Feng family. After a few moments of speechlessness, Elder Feng got up and bowed to Su Wen. It was my Feng family's foolishness. I should have listened to Dr. Su Wen's words earlier and made a bid for the Long Ji Ding as soon as possible. Grandpa Feng. Although the Feng Moon Chamber of Commerce has taken over the Long Ji Ding, just in case, it would be best for the Feng family not to see any guests starting today. So much for that. The grudge fury. Then, should not be able to find you. Su Wen smiled and said to Elder Feng. Not seeing anyone? Elder Feng froze. That's right, Su Wen said as he added a twist to his words. Of course, it only needs to be a month without seeing the guest. Good, Dr. Su Wen. Don't worry, within a month, our Feng family will absolutely not see any guests. Whoever comes, we won't see them. Without waiting for Elder Feng to open his mouth, Feng San swore. In that case, I will leave first. You guys take care, Su Wen said as he was about to leave Rinji Hospital. Suvan, let me give you a ride. With a wonderful, sexy, gentle and generous figure, Feng Yumu caught up with Su Wen with her slender jade legs. She was walking side by side with Su Wen, her pretty face red and charming. Ms. Feng Yumu, you go back. There's no need to send me off again. Beside the East Lake in Jinling City, Su Wen smiled and said to Feng Yumu, I'll be home soon. Suvan, looking at Su Wen beside him, Feng Yumu's expression suddenly became very serious. Can I ask you a question? You asked. Suvan nodded. Have you had a good time in the Lu family? Feng Yumu stammered for a long time, and then, in a whirlwind, she raised her head, and her gaze cleared to meet Su Wen's. Having a good time? What do you mean? Su Wen was a bit bewildered. That is, do the Lu family treat you well? Is Lu Evening Feng treating you well? Feng Yumu took a deep breath as she said one word at a time. If Lu Evening Feng is not good to you, then I can. Lu Evening Feng is quite good to me. Without waiting for Feng Yumu to finish her sentence, Su Wen smiled and said, Lu Evening Wind is my wife. How could she treat me badly? It's that Lu Xianyi. Sometimes it's annoying, but I don't bother with her, no matter how. Lu Xianyi is also Su Wen's childhood friend, the girl he liked when he was young. Su Wen really can't do an Lu Xianyi flip. Yes, just be good to you. I was worried that Lu Evening Feng wouldn't treat you well. Looking at the warm and happy smile on Su Wen's face, Feng Yumu inexplicably lost something in her heart. She forced a smile and squeezed out a smile, and sincerely said, Su Wen, if Lu Evening Feng treats you badly in the future, you can come and find me. At that time, I will marry you. Ha! Su Wen was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Feng Yumu to say such words. But, I'm kidding, don't take it seriously. Seeing Su Wen's long silence, Feng Yumu took the lead to break the quiet atmosphere. Su Wen, since you're almost home, then I'll go home first. Good. Be careful on the road. Suvan nodded. The moment Feng Yumu turned around, the corner of her eyes was a flash of a little tears. But soon, Maple Moon Mu then wiped away her tears with her hand and quickly faded into the stream of people. Half an hour later, Feng Yumu returned to the Feng family villa. Back so late? Was the confession to Su Wen rejected? Seeing his daughter coming home, Feng Chang'an came up to him. Dad, what are you talking about? What confession? I'm not. Feng Yumu Jiaoshan blanked her father. No confession. So why are you crying? Feng Chang'an smiled and shook his head. Since you were a child, you can't lie. Your eyes are so red from crying. What is it if it's not a confession that was rejected? I just. Feng Yuanmu was about to defend herself, but Feng Chang'an soothed. Alright, good daughter. After all, Dr. Su Wen is a married man, and it's only right that he rejected you. In the future, you also try not to bother Dr. Su Wen, so as not to let people gossip. Since you like him, you should wish him and Lu Evening Feng well. Let me give my blessing to Su Wen and Lu Evening Feng. Feng Yumu buried her head as she thought for a long time before she choked out. I can't do it. After saying that, she ran back to her room in tears. This kid. Looking at Feng Yumu who had locked himself in his room, Feng Chang'an let out a long sigh. Alright, just leave Yumu alone. It's not easy for her to like someone, but as a result, the other person even has a name. Mr. Zhuang came over to Maple Chang'an. When did Yumu fall for Su Wen? Feng Chang'an asked curiously. How am I supposed to know if you ask me? My daughter is so old. It's hard to believe. She tells me everything. Mr. Zhuang didn't have the good sense to say. The other end. Villa Luna. Su Wen had just returned home when he received a call from Li Guifeng. Mom, you wanted to see me? Su Wen was a bit curious, because usually, Li Guifeng never calls him. Su Wen, are you busy at the moment? Li Guifeng's shushing voice came over the phone. Not busy, Su Wen answered truthfully. It's good that you're not busy. It's good that you're not busy, Li Guifang said with a smiling face. Suwan, Mom has stewed chicken soup for you. Come over and try it. Otherwise the chicken soup won't taste good if it gets cold. Chicken soup? Suwan couldn't believe it. As far as he remembered, Li Guifang couldn't wait for herself to leave Lu Evening Feng. How could the other party kindly give herself chicken soup? Suwan, come over quickly. Mom is waiting for you at home. Without giving Suwan a chance to refuse, after Li Guifang finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone. In this regard, although Suwan guessed that Li Guifang's solicitude for nothing might be fraudulent, but as Li Guifang's son-in-law, he had no way to refuse the other party. Half an hour later, Suwan came to Li Guifang's house. When Suwan, Lu Evening Feng, and Li Guifang lived here, the house was still a bit crowded. But now that Li Guifang is the only one living there, the house is quite empty. Gu, my good son-in-law, you're finally here. Seeing Suwan walking, Li Guifang immediately smiled and brought a bowl of chicken soup, and said with a warm face, come on, quickly taste Mom's handiwork. This is a wild chicken from Mount Lushan in Jiangnan province. The flavor is not only good, but also a great tonic. Drink such a bowl of chicken soup. I promise Late Wind will give you a big fat boy next year. Giving birth? Looking at Li Guifang, who had a very different attitude towards herself than she did at Lu's clinic, Suwan thought about it for a moment as he hesitantly said, Mom, did you get into trouble in Jinling City? Need me to take the blame? If you do get into trouble, just tell me straight away and I can help you out of trouble. With Suwan's connections in Jinling City nowadays, it was no big deal for him to help Li Guifang solve some troubles. Good son-in-law, what are you babbling about? What backstabbing? How could Mom be that kind of person? If I really caused trouble, I would naturally take the blame. There's absolutely no way I'd let you take the blame, Li Guifang said as she tugged on Suwan's hand and placed the chicken soup in Suwan's hand, then impatiently urged, come on, good son-in-law, drink the chicken soup first, otherwise it will get cold. This, facing the enthusiastic and attentive Li Guifang, Suwan did not know what to say for a while. Come on, have some chicken soup. Li Guifang lifted Suwan's hand to put the chicken soup to her mouth. Okay, I'll drink. Suwan knew there was no way to disobey Li Guifang, so he simply drank the chicken soup in front of him in one gulp. Gollum, chicken soup in the belly, with a warm and savory flow. But soon, Suwan then detected a hint of something unusual, because this chicken soup actually has the scent of witchcraft in it. Is it an illusion? Suwan wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. Witchcraft is an extremely evil cursed power in Kyushu, with a source even older than compulsion. But the problem is, Li Guifang, an ordinary person in Jinling City, how could she know witchcraft? Mom, I'm done with the chicken soup. Just as Suwan was about to ask Li Guifang where she bought the ingredients for this chicken soup, Li Guifang directly flipped her face and said, finished? Why don't you get out of here? Why are you staying at my house? Do you want to dabble in food and drink? When Suwan gets home, it's already evening. He sat down on the couch and exhaled a cloudy breath. Next, this turbid gas then transformed into a hideous skeleton slowly dissipating. It really is witchcraft. Seeing this scene, Suwan was already sure that the chicken soup that Li Guifang had given him earlier had indeed been tampered with. But, Suwan was an immortal cultivator. The curse power contained in that chicken soup had no effect on him. But even so, Suwan still couldn't figure out why his mother-in-law wanted to harm him. Honey, I'm home. Just then, creaking, the door to the Moonlight Villa slowly opened. Wearing an OL uniform and black high heels, Lu Evening Feng returned home. Honey, have you eaten? Seeing Lu Evening Feng walking towards him, Suwan smiled and asked. But the next second, Suwan's face changed, because at the moment, his wife Lu Evening Feng was emitting a bizarre black smoke around her body, which was filled with a cold and piercing coldness. Beyond that, Lu Evening Feng's vitality was also being deprived by this black smoke. It is the Great Witch's curse? Suwan did not expect that not only had he been hit by sorcery, but even his wife Lu Evening Feng had been hit by sorcery. Honey, what are you looking at? Is my makeup smeared? Seeing Suwan staring at herself all the time, Lu Evening Wind walked to the mirror with her tall jade legs and murmured after her. My makeup didn't go off, because Lu Evening Wind was just an ordinary person. She couldn't even see the black smoke around her. Evening Breeze, did you drink the chicken soup Mom made? Suwan quickly stepped forward as he held his wife's hand and asked. No, I didn't have any chicken soup today. Lu Evening Wind shook his head. Didn't drink? Suwan was silent as he pointed his two fingers at his wife's palm, wanting to forcefully erase the curse from Lu Evening Feng's body. Results. Lu Evening Feng, however, screamed miserably, and shuddered her delicate body. Hubby, it hurts. You're hurting me. Evening Wind, bear with me. Suwan's deep gaze flickered out of a green-colored light haze. But the next second, pust. Lu Evening Phone but a mouthful of blood spat out. Immediately after, Lu Evening Phone could not bear the pain. She directly fainted. Evening Breeze? Seeing his wife unconscious, Su Wen's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect it. The Great Witch curse in his wife's body was so deeply rooted that it could not be annihilated. Once Su Wen forcibly erased the curse in Lu Evening Fang's body, then Lu Evening Phone might be in danger of losing her life. Since there's no way to erase the Great Witch curse in Evening Wind's body, we'll have to tackle it at the source. Su Wen's gaze surged with a few moments of gloom. 3 hours later, Lu Evening Phone woke up from his coma. Honey, why did I suddenly fall asleep? Lu Evening Wind leaned on Su Wen's shoulder in a bird-like manner. She pinched her eyebrows and asked with an embarrassed face, "What time is it now?" "It's 10 o'clock at night," Su Wen replied. "Ha, it's so late," Lu Evening Phone said as an afterthought. "Hubby, have you eaten? I'll go cook for you." "No, I've eaten. It's the chicken soup your mom made for me." Su Wen smiled. "Chicken soup? When was my mom so nice? Didn't she always hate you?" When Lu Evening Wind was puzzled, she then turned her words around and said, "By the way, Su Wen, after you left the Lu family villa, my grandmother fell into a coma. Originally I wanted you to come over and treat my grandmother, but Lu Xianyi and the others didn't believe in you, and they had to let Zhou Ziling go and invite Hua Chang'an from the Jiangnan mansion. No harm done." Su Wen didn't care and said, "Su Wen, do you think, Dr. Hua Shen can cure my grandmother?" Lu Evening Phone still didn't know that she had been cursed by the Great Witch. She was instead worried about the safety of her old lady Lu. "Hua Chang'an? He can't cure it," Su Wen replied with certainty. "Can't be cured? What should we do then?" "Su Wen, why don't we make another trip to the Lu family villa?" Lu Evening Wind was talking, but Su Wen interrupted her. "Evening Wind, there's no rush for Grandma Lu's compulsion. How can you not be in a hurry? Didn't you say before that my grandmother wouldn't live more than a month?" Lu Evening Wind's eyes reddened. She was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. "Su Wen, I only have one grandmother. I don't want my grandmother to leave me. Count on me to beg you." Evening Wind, don't cry first. I won't let Grandma Lu die. But before treating Grandma Lu, I would like to ask you if you have told anyone else your birth date?" Su Wen asked with a solemn gaze. As far as he knows, only tampering with the birth date would cause the curse power to be ingrained in Lu Evening Fang's body. My birth date? Lu Evening Wind didn't understand why Su Wen would ask this. She subconsciously shook her head and said, "No." "And does anyone else know your birth date?" Su Wen asked again. "My mom knows my birth date. As for others, no more." Lu Evening Wind recalled. She said sardonically, "Your mom?" Thinking of the chicken soup that Li Guifang fed herself, Su Wen secretly nodded and didn't say anything. Early the next morning, Su Wen then found Li Guifang. Even though the fetal insect compulsion in old lady Lu's body was also imminent and needed to be exorcised as early as possible. But for Su Wen, old Mrs. Lu's life is definitely not as important as her wife's. Not to mention, previously at the Lu family villa, Su Wen had planned to expel the fetal insect compulsion for old Mrs. Lu, but Lu Xianyi and the others kept blocking it. Since this was the case, don't blame Su Wen for disregarding the sentiment. "Su Wen, how come it's you? What are you looking for me for this early in the morning?" Li Guifang heard the knock on the door. She slowly opened the door, followed by Su Wen at the door. Immediately her face chilled, revealing a displeased color. "Hurry up and get out. My home does not welcome you." With that, Li Guifang intended to close the door, but Su Wen tugged on the door, not letting Li Guifang close it. "Let go." Li Guifang glared at Su Wen warningly. "Mom, I want to ask you, don't call me Mom." Without waiting for Su Wen to finish his sentence, Li Guifang coldly snorted. "My daughter will leave you soon. If you are smart, roll back to your big mountain by yourself." "Mom, did you tell someone else about Lu Evening Fang's birth date?" Facing the aggressive Li Guifang, Su Wen only asked stiffly. "What birth date? I don't know what you're talking about. Get the hell out of here." Hearing the word birth date Li Guifang was obviously a bit weak, but she deliberately pretended to be confused, while not forgetting to push Su Wen with her hand. "Mom, Lu Evening Wind has been tampered with. She's in danger now. Hurry up and tell me, who exactly did you tell Evening Wind's birthday to?" Seeing Li Guifang slamming the door with one force, Su Wen said bitterly, "Dangerous?" Hearing this, Li Guifang laughed instead. "Su Wen, I think it's only dangerous for my daughter to be with you." "Mom, I didn't lie to you. Someone tampered with Lu Evening Fang's birth date and 8 characters, causing her to be cursed by a great witch. She will die, and I can save her. Bang. Not waiting for Su Wen to finish his words, Li Guifang directly closed the door. At the same time, Li Guifang's cursing voice came from the door of the room. "Bullshit great witch, bullshit curse." Su-won, don't pretend to be a god for me here. My daughter is fine as can be. She won't die. And she doesn't need you to save her even more. A few more knocks on Lee Guifang's door. But in the end, Su-won, however, could not get any response. As a last resort, Su-won had to come to the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. President Su. Good morning, President. In the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce, an employee greeted Su-won one after another. Have Chen Baifu come to my office. Speaking to the receptionist, Su-won waited for Chen Baifu in the chairman's room. Soon, Chen Baifu carried a cup of coffee and respectfully placed it in front of Su-won, and curtly said, President Su, you're looking for me? In the past, Chen Baifu was also very polite to Su-won, but that was mostly jealous of the Nanlingzhu family and the people behind Su-won. But at the moment, Chen Baifu's politeness towards Su-won was from the bottom of his heart, because Chen Baifu knows, Su-won was a rumored martial arts master. Manager Chen, go help me investigate what people my mother-in-law has been in contact with in recent days. Looking at Chen Baifu, Su-won said in a low voice, since Li Guifang refused to say who she had given Lu Eveningfang's birthday to, he had to find out for himself. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go investigate. Although he didn't know why Su-won wanted to investigate his mother-in-law, Chen Baifu didn't dare to disobey Su-won's order. After all, it's in Gangnam province. A martial arts master? It was already a big person who was sufficient to judge his Chen Baifu's fate. What's more, Su-won could not only be a martial arts master. Behind him, there was also a super powerful family like the Nanlingzhu family, busy all morning. Eventually, Chen Baifu, through the Luoyu Chamber of Commerce's network of connections, found out who had been in contact with Li Guifang in the last 3 days. Mr. Su, these are the people who have crossed paths with your mother-in-law in the last 3 days. Placing a stack of photos in front of Su-won, Chen Baifu also pointed at one of the photos and said, this woman's name is Ji Ziru, and she is the person who has been in the most frequent contact with your mother-in-law over the past 3 days. The two have met 9 times. 9 times? Su-won picked up the photo and looked at it twice. Pictures of women. It was a young girl who was much younger than Lu Eveningfang. She had a long black braid and a pair of deep, starlight gazes that gleamed as if they carried many stories. Where does this maiden live? Su-won raised his head to inquire about Chen Baifu. If nothing else, Li Guifang should be the one who told this young girl called Ji Zero about Lu Eveningfang's birth date. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for two people to meet 9 times in 3 days. She lives in the Yushan neighborhood of Jinling City. Do you need me to bring her here? Chen Baifu asked tentatively. No, this maiden is dangerous. I will go to her myself. After Su-won said that, he directly got up and left the Luoyu Chamber of Commerce. Half an hour later, Su-won arrived at the Yushan neighborhood. I had thought that it was a residential house in the city of Golden. Results? This Yushan neighborhood, after all, is the poor district of Jinling City. The houses in the neighborhood, a clear silo, and very dilapidated. The street lamps on both sides of the road, but also all rotten. Ji-Zi-Ru, I told you not to go home. I told you not to go home. Oh, Dad, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Just came to Yushan neighborhood. Su-won then heard a young girl's sorrowful cry from not far away. Jizuru? Hearing the name of the beaten young girl, Su-won thought that he had misheard. He slowly walked over. Then he saw a young girl around 20 years old was curled up in the corner of the silo. The young girl held her head in her hands, half of her body crouched tightly, and in the presence of a young girl. Instead, a drunk with a bottle was punching and kicking the young girl with the deep, bright eyes. She's Jizuru? Pointing at Ji-Ziru, who was bruised all over her body and did not dare to resist in the slightest. Su-won subconsciously asked the residents of the Yushan neighborhood beside him. Yes, she is Ji-Ziru. Alas, Ji-Ziru is too pitiful. Her mother died early and her father is still an alcoholic. Not long ago, Ji-Ziru's father couldn't afford to drink, so he sold her to a neighborhood punk. Ji-Ziru refused and fled. However, her father still refused to let her go, and directly called the police to arrest Ji-Ziru. How in heaven's name, you say, could there be such a cruel father? The grandmother beside Su-won said while she couldn't stop shaking her head. As the saying goes, a tiger's venom still doesn't eat its son, but Ji-Ziru's father, there is no difference at all between him and a beast. At those words, Su-won was silent and stood in place. He looked at the delicate girl in front of him with bloodstains all over her slender arms, and couldn't really associate her with a sorcerer. Of course, sometimes seeing is not always believing. Su-won was not in a hurry to leave, but planned to observe for a while. If Ji-Ziru was not the sorcerer who cursed Lu Eveningfang, then he would have walked away. But if it was really this young girl who had cursed his wife, then don't blame Su-won for being ruthless. Yo, Ji-Bean, beating your daughter again? Suddenly at that moment, A teasing laugh came from the alleyway of the silo. Immediately after, an inch-headed punk with a couple of yellow-haired young men came to the drunkard named Ji-bin. Yes, it's Brother Wang. Seeing that inch-headed punk, Ji-bin no longer beat up Ji-ru, but instead put down the bottle in his hand and greeted him curtly. Brother Wang, do you smoke? I'll go get it for you. Take your mom. Don't give me that smirk. Wang slapped Ji-bin in the face and said in a cold voice, Ji-bin, the $20,000 you borrowed from me before, when will you pay it back? This. Upon hearing that Brother Wang is here to collect a debt, Ji-bin's face immediately showed a touch of difficulty and embarrassment. After thinking about it, Ji-bin compensated and smiled and said, Brother Wang, it's like this. I'm a little tight lately. That $20,000 owed to you. Can you delay it for a few more days? You can rest assured. When my daughter's scholarship is sent down, I will definitely return it to you with interest. Drag it out for a few days? Looking at the coy Ji-bin, bang, Wang directly kicked over. I'm going to fuck you. Ji-bin, last time I saw that your daughter lost her pity, so I let you delay for 10 days. And you're still delaying now? Ji-bin climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He didn't even dare to look at Brother Wang's gaze. Instead he whispered, Brother Wang, last time, really, last time, less nonsense. Today, either take the money or, I'll chop off 2 of your fingers. As soon as Wang's words fell, stepping, a few yellow-haired youths behind him directly walked up and pulled Ji-bin's hair. One of the yellow hairs even took out a fruit knife from his waist and put it on Ji-bin's hand, and asked expressionlessly, which 2 fingers you want to cut? Choose yourself. Don't, Brother Wang, don't cut my finger. Seeing the sharp fruit knife, Ji-bin was so scared that he was on the verge of crying. After thinking about it, he suddenly pushed Ji-ru, who was curled up in the corner, in front of Brother Wang. Brother Wang, my daughter is pretty and has a good figure, or else you can take her to KTV to accompany her. When she earns $20,000 sometime, you can let her come back. Oh, surnamed Ji, are you planning to sell your daughter to me? Hearing Ji-bin's words, Wang was first stunned, followed by his gaze as he unkindly sized up Ji-ru, though Jizuru was now huddled in the corner of the silo with bruises and cuts on her face and arms. But that doesn't take away from her proudly good looks. Although she was only 20 years old, Ji-ru's legs were long and slender, her lips were soft and full, her curves were beautiful and concave, and under the sunlight, her skin appeared to be even more white and delicate, like a layer of smooth silk, which people could not help but want to touch. Not bad, Brother Wang. I'm going to sell my daughter to you to cover the debt of $20,000. You see. Ji-bin looked at Wang curtly. As a result, his words just fell. Wang then walked forward and lifted Ji-ru's chin with his hand before nodding his head in satisfaction. Well, not bad. Looks can indeed be good. Has a few looks. There was a pause. Wang threw Ji-bin a bank card. Ji-bin, don't say I'm taking advantage of you. I'll buy your daughter for $100,000. It's only $100,000. Ji-bin heard Wang is willing to buy his daughter. He was first a joy, but followed Ji-bin's face then revealed a few hesitation. Wang, my daughter is still a college student. You see, cannot add a few more money? College students are rare these days, and my daughter is a third-rate student at the University of Communication. I'm not asking for more, just another 50,000. Ji-bin thought for a moment as he tentatively quoted a number to Wang. Results. Snap. Wang directly slapped Ji-bin's face. Surname Ji, I give you face. Your want. What kind of thing are you? Bargaining with me here? 100,000 is too little? Fine then. Just 20,000. 20,000 for your daughter. Don't. Brother Wang. 100,000 is not a bad deal. Just 100,000. The money goes to me. My daughter goes to you. Ji-bin covered his face that was slapped red as he hurriedly put away the bank card handed by Brother Wang, and coldly said to the green girl huddled in the corner of the silo, Ji-ru, from today onwards, you are Brother Wang's woman. Hurry up and get lost. Seeing you bitch makes me sick. Ji-ru was verbally abused by her father. She only bit her thin lips in death, but she didn't dare to resist, because she knows, what happens when you resist yourself is that you get punched and kicked by Ji-bin. Damn you, Ji-bin. Who are you calling a bitch? From today onwards, your daughter is my Brother Wang's woman, so keep your mouth clean. With a thumping kick to Ji-bin's stomach, a yellow-haired punk behind Brother Wang cracked his mouth. Brother Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Ji-bin apologized repeatedly. Let's go, little beauty. Go roll with your Brother Wang. With one arm around Ji-ru's shoulders, Wang said wistfully, don't worry, Wang will, tonight, definitely love you and make you go from a young girl off to a woman. Ha ha ha. As Wang's words fell, Several yellow-haired punks behind him also laughed evilly. GZ, if you follow our brother Wang, that's a blessing you've cultivated in your past life. Do you know what our brother Wang's nickname is in Jinling City? Hey, 10 wolves in one night. Tonight, Wang guarantees to make you horny and let you enjoy the ultimate pleasure on earth. Let you understand the joy of being a woman. These punks flirted with GZ recklessly, to which GZ only grabbed the pole in the corner and refused to go with Wang. Seeing GZ not leaving, Wang was instantly unhappy. Little beauty, what do you mean by that? Your father has already sold you to me. Why are you still sticking around? GZ, hurry up and go with Wang. Lousy doesn't want you anymore. From now on, you're brother Wang's woman, and you'd better serve brother Wang well. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. When Jibin saw Wang looking at him, he immediately understood and came over to urge GZ to leave. Dad, I'm begging you. Will you not sell me? Gathering her courage, GZ looked up at Jibin with red eyes and aggression, her clear and bright gaze leaving behind a little tear stain. I'll fuck you up. Jibin slapped GZ in the face. Not selling you? Then you'll give me the $20,000 you owe brother Wang? If it weren't for your scholarship never coming down, would I have to hide all day? Now, immediately, right now, follow Wang. This time, when those punks saw Jibin teaching GZ a lesson, they didn't stop them. Obviously, they also felt that this woman, GZ deserved to be beaten. Dad, I'll give you $20,000. I'll give it to you right now. GZ cried as she pulled out a wad of money from under the bricks behind her, the very same scholarship she had received from Media University. Ha, you bitches actually have money? Seeing the money in GZ hand, Jibin snatched the money. He counted it. No more, no less. Exactly 20,000. Dad, I've already given you my scholarship. Can you stop selling me? Seeing Jibin greedily put away $20,000, GZ asked with incomparable despair. Not for sale? Why not? I can't be happier that you bitch can sell for $100,000. Ha ha. After Jibin laughed out loud, he curtly said to Brother Wang, don't worry, Jibin, am a sincere person, and I won't go back on my word when I said I would sell my daughter to you for $100,000. Dad, why are you? GZ looked at Jibin with disbelief and red eyes. Why? You have 20,000, do not give me earlier. Just give me now? Tell you. It's late, Jibin said. He directly retreated to the side, no longer paying attention to GZ cry at the hotel. Little beauty. Looking at the weeping, churlish GZ Wang somewhat impatiently chirped. Walk with me. Results. GZ however, broke away from Wang. I won't go with you. Oh, seeing that GZ still dared to resist himself, Wang instantly laughed. Little beauty. It seems that you don't understand your situation. Ha! Your father took my money and you won't go with me. What? Yuji family father and daughter think that I, Wang Xiaodong, am a philanthropist? Dad, you quickly return the money to Wang Xiaodong. GZ sniffed, and she immediately looked at Jibin for help, but Jibin shook his head unkindly. I don't have any money. Dad, just when GZ was at a loss for words, suddenly, Wang Xiaodong grabbed GZ with one hand. What are you doing? You let go of me. GZ kept struggling, but as a weak woman, how could she be stronger than Wang Xiaodong? What for? Oh, GZ since you're not leaving, then I'll sleep with you here. Wang Xiaodong smiled wistfully, and as he spoke, with a bared sound, he directly tore GZ upper body skirt, and suddenly GZ jade-like alluring shoulders were hidden. Gee, that's some skin. Ha! After all, a college student is young. Looking at GZ blowing skin, Wang greedily licked his tongue. No, don't. GZ broke down and wept bitterly. For crying out loud, Wang Xiaodong also started to take off his own clothes, and Jibin and a couple of yellow-haired punks stood in the alley of the silo watching. Brother Wang, when you play with this woman later, can you play with her for us too? A yellow-haired punk stared straight at GZ jade legs. He really couldn't resist asking. No problem. Wang Xiaodong nodded his head with bravado. They are all brothers in their own families. When I sleep with GZ, you guys can play with her as much as you want. Play to death all you want. Saying that, Wang Xiaodong looked at Jibin again with a smile on his face. Jibin, later on, do you want to play with your own daughter as well? Me? Jibin did not expect Wang Xiaodong to ask this, and he did not know how to answer for a moment. At this time, Wang Xiaodong added, Jibin, as long as you play GZ, I can give you another 50,000 alone. Really? Upon hearing that there was money in playing GZ, Ji Bin immediately nodded his head without hesitation. No problem, brother Wang. I'll play Ji Ziru later as well. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm your daughter. Hearing Ji Bin's words, Ji Ziru froze in place as if she were a wooden chicken. Then she had more than tears in her eyes. But she was unable to resist Wang Zhaodong and these people. Ji Ziru, to tell you the truth, you are not my real daughter at all. Looking at the desperate Ji Ziru, Ji Bin sneered. Your mother gave birth to you with another man behind my back then. That's why Lao Zi hates you so much. Oh, right. Didn't you keep asking me before how your mom died? Ha ha, I'm the one who pushed her off the cliff and got a huge insurance policy. The more Ji Bin said, the more hideous his gaze became. Your mom's bitch deserves to die. And you bitch deserves to die too. Hearing her father's words, Ji Ziru was like losing her soul as she sat down on the floor in a state of disorientation. She didn't expect it, her own mother, to be such a woman. Again, she didn't realize that it was her father who killed her mother. But Dad, my mother betrayed you, so why are you making me bear my mother's fault? In the midst of her heart as if she were dead, Ji Ziru suddenly rushed at Ji Bin with red eyes and questioned him. Why? Ji Bin sneered and shook his head. Just because you have your mother's bitchy woman's blood flowing inside you. His words had just fallen. Bared. Wang Zhaodong had completely ripped off Ji Ziru's skirt. At this moment, Ji Ziru was only wearing close-fitting clothes, looking like a sexy creature. It's beautiful. Wang Zhaodong was about to tug on Ji Ziru's close-fitting clothes, but Ji Ziru suddenly turned around and slammed her head hard into the wall of the silo. No good, brother Wang. This Ji Ziru wants to kill herself. Seeing the dead-faced Ji Ziru, the several yellow-haired punks beside him were startled. Quick! Stop her! Don't let her die! This is a plaything I paid $100,000 for! Wang gave an order. Stepping, a group of punks suddenly pounced on Ji Ziru. But it's still late. They couldn't catch up with Ji Ziru at all. Finally, can we be relieved? Mom, I missed you so much. Before dying, Ji Ziru thought of her own miserable and pitiful life. This cold world, it is not worth her retaining. Eyes on. Ji Ziru's head was about to hit the wall hard, but at that moment, Ji Bin ran out of nowhere, and he directly tripped Ji Ziru with a foot. Poof! Ji Ziru fell to the ground unclothed, her knees and palms covered in blood. Dad? Ji Ziru crawled on the ground. She never thought that Ji Bin would stop her from going to her death. Ji Ziru, you're my daughter. You can't hide your eyes from me when you want to die. Ji Bin indifferently walked to Ji Ziru. He pulled his daughter's hair before throwing it in front of Wang Zhaodong. Brother Wang, enjoy yourself. Ji Bin, you did well. Wang Zhaodong threw Ji Bin 10,000 yuan. A reward for you. Thank you, brother Wang. Ji Bin thankfully replied. Seeing that she had fallen back into Wang Zhaodong's hands, Ji Ziru completely broke down. She was tearing up, seemingly in silent defiance. What's all the crying about? Wang Zhaodong slapped Ji Ziru's face. Go hit the wall. Ah, you are not quite capable of it? Go ah? Ji Ziru's body curled up and trembled one after another as she was beaten. Bitch one, I won't let you die. You still want to die? Wang Zhaodong said. He directly pulled up Ji Ziru's hair. Come on people, turn on the live broadcast for me. I want the entire Jinling city to see the image of Ji Ziru. This bitch, being toyed with by me. Yes, brother Wang. Several of the punks took out their cell phones at once. No, don't turn on the live stream. I'm begging you, don't. Ji Ziru hurriedly held her body in a death grip as she cried and wailed in pain. But Wang Zhaodong was unmoved. Seeing this, Ji Ziru's heart completely despaired. But just then, a sigh, however, suddenly came from outside the silo. A little too much. The person who came was none other than Suwon. Originally, Suwon had come to investigate whether Ji Ziru was the sorcerer who had cursed Lu Evening Phone. But I never thought. Suwon actually saw the scene where Ji Ziru was humiliated. Kid, who are you? You want to meddle? On the count of 3, I'll disappear from our brother Wang's presence right away, or else you won't see the sun of Jinling City tomorrow. A yellow-haired punk said as he started counting down with a direct bark. 1, 2, not waiting for this yellow-haired punk to count to 3. His body then instantly flew backwards, and then came a hysterical wail. Wang, brother Wang, my leg was broken by this kid's kick. Looking at his little brother whose body was twisted and lying on the ground dying, Wang Zhaodong immediately frowned and glared at Suwon. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I'll give you 3 counts. Either get lost or die. Take your pick. Suwon said expressionlessly. You. Wang Zhaodong was about to open his mouth, but at this time another yellow-haired punk stabbed Suwon with a knife. Little brat, you dare to threaten my brother Wang? Give me death. Pust. There was blood dripping down in front of Wang Zhaodong, but the one who was injured was not Su-won, but the yellow-haired punk holding a bayonet. Just see this yellow-haired punk body trembling lying in a pool of blood. An arm, on the other hand, was completely broken. You have 2 more counts. Looking at Wang Xiaodong, who had a face of fear and trembling, Su-won said without emotion, "Kid, count yourself out. However, you have offended me today, and this is not over." Wang Xiaodong had already been scared out of his wits by Su-won's tactics, and after he dropped a harsh sentence, he ran away without looking back. "Are you okay?" After Wang Xiaodong left, Su-won draped his jacket over the disheveled Ji Ziru. Thanks. Ji Ziru's eyes reddened as she choked back tears and replied to Su-won, "Jizuru, who is he? Say, is this kid your man? You bitch. At a young age, you start looking for a man. You really are a bitch just like your mom." Seeing that Su-won had stepped in to save Ji Ziru, Ji Bin beside him immediately cursed angrily in anger. "Dad, I'm not looking for a man. I don't know him." Hearing Ji Bin slander himself, Ji Ziru immediately shouted with a red face, "You don't recognize it? Humph. It's a joke. You don't know this kid. Why would he fight over you?" While Ji Bin said that, he walked to Su-won and said nonchalantly, "Kid, I'm warning you, hurry up and get out of here. Ji Ziru is my daughter. There's no way I'll agree to you two being together." With that said, Ji Bin yanked up Ji Ziru's hand and said in a chilling voice, Go to the hotel with me. You must sleep with Brother Wang tonight." "Dad, I'm not going." Ji Ziru struggled to shake off Ji Bin as she said shakily, "Dad, I've already given you my scholarship. I'm not accompanying Wang Xiaodong." Snap. Ji Bin ruthlessly slapped Ji Ziru's face. "Not accompany? Laozi have sold you to Wang. You do not accompany. Do you want Laozi to accompany? Ji Ziru, I tell you, if you do not sleep with Brother Wang today and let him vent his fire, I will get you dead now." As he spoke, Ji Bin picked up a long stick from the alley of the silo and slammed it against Ji Ziru, without the slightest intention of pitying her. Seeing this, Ji Ziru hurriedly curled up in the corner with her hands on her head. It seemed to have gotten used to being beaten by Ji Bin, but this time, Ji Ziru waited for a long time, and she didn't feel any pain on her body. Subconsciously raising her head. Immediately afterward, Ji Ziru saw that the long stick in Ji Bin's hand was held by one of Su-won's hands. "Kid, you let go of me." Seeing that Su-won dared to stop himself from beating his daughter, Ji Bin broke out and cursed, "What kind of thing are you and dare to meddle in my old man's family affairs? I'm going to count to 3. If you don't let go, believe me." Snap. Not waiting for Ji Bin to finish his sentence, Su-won was an ear slap on his face. "Bastard, not even sparing your own daughter. You are really a father in vain. Little brat. You dare to hit me?" Ji Bin lunged at Su-won with open teeth and claws. "I want you to die." Boo! Before Ji Bin could get close to Su-won was kicking Ji Bin to the trash can of the silo. "Who did you say you wanted dead?" Walking up and pulling Ji Bin's hair, Su-won asked one word at a time. "Ah, you little yakuza. How dare you hit me? I'm going to get you killed." Snap. Su-won slapped him in the face. "I want your family broken." Snap. "I want you." Snap. A few slaps down, Ji Bin was already bruised and swollen. His mouth was full of blood. At this moment he didn't dare to scream anymore. Instead, his body shrank together, trembling unceasingly. "Don't you hit my dad." Seeing Ji Bin dying, Ji Ziru ran over and pushed Su-won away as she said with red eyes, "I'll call the police if you hit my dad again." "Yes, call the police." "Ji Ziru, hurry up and call the police and arrest this little yakuza." Behind him Ji Bin shouted hysterically, Ji, I saved you from the abyss and you want to call the police to arrest me? You're a bit envious, aren't you?" Seeing Ji Ziru take out her cell phone, Su-won asked without changing his face. Hearing Su-won's words, Ji Ziru was unable to call the police for a long time. After thinking about it, she said to Su-won with red eyes, "You go. Thank you for today. But as you can see, my family, my life, is broken beyond repair, and there's no way I can repay you. I don't need you to repay me. You only need to answer me one question." Looking at the despondent Ji Ziru, Su-won suddenly said, "You can ask whatever you want." Ji Ziru didn't reject Su-won. In her opinion, Su-won saved herself, and the price, just for her to answer one of Su-won's questions. This was no different from pie in the sky already. "Why did Li Guifeng give you Lu Evening Fang's birth date?" While Su-won opened his mouth, he kept his gaze fixed on Ji Ziru's eyes. "What Li Guifeng? I don't know what you're talking about." Facing Su-won's question, Ji Ziru only shook her head blankly. "I've investigated you, and in the past 3 days, you've met with Li Guifeng 9 times. You." As Su-won was talking, Ji Ziru chided with some impatience. I said I don't know Li Guifeng. Are you annoyed? You leave quickly, or I'll really call the police. Seeing Ji Ziru's emotions get out of control at once, Su Wen was silent. He told the other party his phone number. Ms. G, this is my phone number. If you remember about Li Guifeng, remember, tell me. I can't think. Ji Ziru threw the note with the phone number directly into the trash can in front of Su Wen. Seeing this, Su Wen wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't force Ji Ziru to do so, and instead, he helplessly turned around and left. After Su Wen left, Ji Ziru then breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had thought of something terrible, but not waiting for her to celebrate. Snap! Ji Bin directly slapped her in the face. Bitch a bitch, how dare you let your man hit me? Dad, that man is not my man. Ji Ziru choked. I'll fuck you up. Where would Ji Bin listen? He directly tore Ji Ziru's hair towards a room in the silo. After leaving the Yushan neighborhood, Su Wen sighed bitterly, because he didn't understand why Ji Ziru had to deceive herself. This is because the other party can't help it? But on Ji Ziru, Su Wen did not feel the curse of witchcraft. It shows. Jizuru wasn't threatened. Master Su, so you're here. Just as Su Wen was thinking hard about Ji Ziru's reason for deceiving him. Wow! A black Mercedes Big G stopped in front of him. Immediately after, Jiling City's underground leader Yang Wubiao and Chen Beishan and the others walked down from the Mercedes. It's you guys? Seeing Yang Wubiao's crowd, Su Wen coldly asked, looking for me for something? Master Su, I'm not hiding from you. Today is little brother my birthday. I have prepared a birthday banquet in the Marriott International Hotel. Can you please invite you to participate? While Yang Wubiao opened his mouth, he had been very nervous and expectant. After all, to be able to invite a martial arts master to a birthday banquet, Yang Wubiao was considered to have mixed it up. Birthday? Looking at the harmless Yang Wubiao, Su Wen wanted to refuse, but he thought of something else, then said in a commanding tone, which one of your men is in charge of the area in Yushan subdivision? Call him up at night. I have something to ask him. Afternoon. Undeterred, Su Wen came back to his mother-in-law's house. Mom, Su Wen had just knocked twice on the door, and as a result, Li Guifeng's unsympathetic and furious voice came from inside. Su Wen, get lost. If you dare to knock on my mother's door again, I'll call the police. Mom, did you give Lu Eveningfang's birthday to a woman named Ji Ziru? Su Wen frowned and asked. Roll on. I don't know what you're talking about. What birthdate? What Ji Ziru? I don't even know. Li Guifeng said without mercy. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything from his mother-in-law, Su Wen turned around and left. And Su Wen just left. With a creak, Li Guifeng opened the door. Her cold and gloomy gaze looked at Su Wen's back, then sneered. Su Wen, don't blame my old lady for having a cruel heart. If you want to blame it, only blame it on the fact that you were born in the countryside. A countryman. Li Guifeng, will never allow that my daughter and you, a country bumpkin, stay together in white. From the mother-in-law's house, Su Wen came to the village of Dongjiao. Now that the project in Dongjiao village is functioning normally, Lu Eveningfeng has to keep an eye on the project every day. Honey, what are you doing here? On the construction site, Lu Eveningfeng, who was wearing a helmet and an OL uniform, saw Su Wen walking, and she immediately greeted him, her gaze curving into a willow leaf, and asked gently, You're off work so early today? When do you get off work? Su Wen asked with a smile. I'm still early. There's a stake well to be drilled at the site today, so I guess I'll be busy until late. Lu Eveningwind said as she took Su Wen's arm and snickered. Hubby, I was sleeping at noon and dreamed of you. Oh, dreaming about me what? Su Wen was curious. Dreaming that you moved on. I was furious and cried at that time. As Lu Eveningwind said, she didn't forget to pout and blank Su Wen. Hubby, you can't fail me. Don't worry. You're my life. I won't fail you. Su Wen swore. He would die if he left Lu Eveningfeng. No matter what, Su Wen would not fail Lu Eveningfeng. As for Lu Eveningwind, when she heard that you are my life, her pretty face turned red for a split second. Then she hugged Su Wen. Hubby, I'm coming home late today. Why don't you? Let's go eat first. No, I'm going to a friend's birthday party this afternoon. Su Wen stopped talking about Yang Wubiao. Okay, go ahead then. Before leaving, Su Wen gazed deeply at his wife again. Today, the Great Witch curse in Lu Eveningwind's body was even worse than yesterday. Keep this up. It was only half a month before the life breath in Lu Eveningfeng's body would be devoured by the power of the Great Witch's curse, and there was no way to reverse this process, not even Su Wen. For unlike a compulsion, which is a solid entity, the curse of witchcraft is a nebulous, non-existent phantom. 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Wen arrived at the Marriott International Hotel as promised. Good day, Master Su. Good day, Master Su. Good day, Master Su. Downstairs of the Marriott International Hotel, one of Yang Wubiao's minions saw Su Wen walking. They bowed and saluted in unison. That attitude was as respectful as a grandson meeting his grandfather. Master Su, please, our brother Biao is already waiting for you at the Imperial Pack. Chen Beishan curtly walked to Su Wen, and he led him to the largest box in the Marriott International Hotel. In this box today, in addition to Yang Wubiao, there were several sexy and flirtatious actresses wearing red ultra-short dresses and black high-heeled shoes. These actresses, all of them are locals of Jinling City, appeared in some works, but none of them were very hot. Master Su, you're here. Yang Wubiao, who was talking and laughing with his arms around a few actresses, saw Su Wen arrive at the Imperial Bag, and he immediately got up and saluted. Yang Wubiao, have you brought the people I asked you to bring? Glancing at the coy Yang Wubiao, Su Wen walked to the sofa and sat down. Brought it? Of course I brought it. Master Su, your command. How dare I not take it to heart? Yang Wubiao said as he clapped his hands and called out to the door of the Imperial Bag. Come in. Tap. A black-clothed, inch-haired, middle-aged man with a green tiger tattooed on his arm walked in curtly. I've met Brother Piao. I've met Master Su. This middle-aged man knew how to greet Su Wen and Yang Wubiao. At the same time, there was still some fear and scorn in his eyes when he looked at Su Wen. Apparently, he had also heard that Su Wen was a martial arts master in Jiangnan province. Master Su, he's Zhao Erguang. The Yushan neighborhood in Jinling City is the area he's in charge of. Pointing at the lowly middle-aged man in front of him, Yang Wubiao smilingly said to Su Wen, Zhao Erguang, come here, I have something to ask you. Su Wen said expressionlessly. Master Su, you ask. Zhao Erguang fartily walked to Su Wen. This woman, Ji Ziru, do you recognize her? His eyes fell on Zhao Erguang. Su Wen asked one word at a time. Jizuru? Zhao Erguang fell into reminiscence. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yang Wubiao on the side coldly said, Zhao Erguang, you'd better think clearly before answering. Understand? Upon hearing this, Zhao Erguang racked his brain, and soon, he came to a realization. Ah, Master Su, I remember. Ji Ziru is Ji Bin's daughter. Ji Bin is a notorious drunkard, and every time he gets drunk, Ji Bin beats his daughter. After a pause, Zhao Erguang suddenly asked tentatively, could it be that Master Su has your eye on that chick Ji Ziru? If Master Su is interested in her, I will arrange for her to lie in your bed tonight. I won't hide it from Master Su. Ji Bin's grandson was selling his daughter a while ago. 100,000. Should be able to buy Ji Ziru. 100,000? When Yang Wubiao heard this, he directly threw Zhao Erguang a bank card. There's $1 million in there. Tonight, get a room and have Ji Ziru wash up and wait for Master Su on the bed. Apparently Yang Wubiao also thought that Su Wen was looking at the woman named Ji Ziru. Yes, Brother Bill. I'll go make the arrangements and make sure it's done beautifully. Zhao Erguang was already thinking about what uniform he would let Ji Ziru wear to accompany Su Wen tonight. But at this time, Su Wen coldly said, who told you that I want Ji Ziru to accompany me? Ah, not accompanying Master Su? Then who? A friend of Master Su's? Or a relative? Yang Wubiao blurted out, but Su Wen grunted. Shut up. Wow. In an instant, Yang Wubiao covered his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, Su Wen looked at Zhao Erguang whose body was trembling again. Zhao Erguang, tell me all about Ji Ziru's experiences in Jinling City over these years, especially experiences that involved birthdays, involvement of birthstones. Hearing Su Wen's order, although Zhao Erguang was doubtful, he still told Su Wen truthfully about Ji Ziru's past in Jinling City over the years. Same time, just as Su Wen was attending Yang Wubiao's birthday banquet, downstairs at the Marriott International Hotel, Ji Bin arrived with her daughter. Get in there. With a kick on Ji Ziru, who was wearing a black lace halter and heavy makeup. Ji Bin's voice was full of coldness and impatience. Dad, please, leave me alone, leave me alone. Ji Ziru flung herself on her knees in front of Ji Bin, her eyes filled with tears and helplessness. Put your mom. Wang is already waiting for you at the Marriott International Hotel. Hurry up and get your ass in. As Ji Bin said that, he directly pulled Ji Ziru's hair and then arrived in the box where Wang Xiaodong was. Brother Wang. Ji Bin curtly greeted Wang Xiaodong. Now in this box, besides Wang Xiaodong and a few punks, there were also a few accompanying women wearing long black dresses sitting in the box. But, these escorts were too far behind Ji Ziru in terms of face value and figure. As soon as he saw Ji Ziru coming, Wang Xiaodong immediately pushed a flavorful escort in his arms away and greedily beckoned to Ji Ziru. Ji Beauty is here, ah, sit. When Ji Ziru hesitated, she heard Ji Bin's cold urging voice behind her. Ji Ziru, hurry up and sit over there. Don't let Brother Wang wait for you. Or do you want Lousy to rip your clothes off now? In the way of Jibin's persecution. Despite her reluctance, Ji Ziru could only step on her trembling jade legs and slowly came in front of Wang Xiaodong. Looking at Ji Ziru's blown-out skin, Wang Xiaodong reached out and ruffled her hair and greedily inhaled it. How beautiful. It seems that your father has specially dressed you up in order to please me. Being lightly treated by Wang Xiaodong, Ji Ziru only bit her thin lips with her shell teeth and endured silently. Beauty Ji, do you know why I want to see you today? Seeing Ji Ziru's body constricted and not speaking, Wang Xiaodong suddenly asked. No, I don't know. Jizuru shook her head. How could you not know? Today your man beat up Laozi's men in Yushan neighborhood. You wouldn't think that this matter. Just let it go. Would you? Wang Xiaodong said with a smirk. Brother Wang, you've got it wrong. That man who beat you up is not my man. I don't know him at all. Thinking of Su Wen who had previously relieved himself in the Yushan neighborhood, Ji Ziru immediately shook her head in denial. No? Wang Xiaodong first froze, followed by his snapping slap on Ji Ziru's face. I'll go to your mother's unrecognizable. A young man you've never met before dares to offend Laozi in Jinling City? Brother Wang, I didn't lie to you. I really don't know that person. Ji Ziru covered her face that was red from being slapped, her eyes brimming with tears. Really don't recognize it, do you? Wang Xiaodong got up and boom. He pressed Ji Ziru's head on the wine table and then poured wine on Ji Ziru's hair. Gollum. As the liquor entered her nasal cavity, Ji Ziru only felt that it was hard to breathe and she couldn't catch her breath. Help! Help me! Dad! Help me! A bloodshot gaze looked toward Jibin in the distance, and Jizuru pleaded in a sad voice. But Jibin is oblivious to what is happening to his daughter. See this scene. Ji Ziru was completely chilled. Ji Ziru, if you want to live, call your man now and tell him to get his ass over to the Marriott International Hotel. Looking at Ji Ziru who was constantly struggling on the wine table, Wang Xiaodong said one word at a time. Brother Wang, I don't have that person's phone number. Ji Ziru gasped forcefully. Witnessing the scene of Ji Ziru on the verge of death, the several Marriott International Hotel escorts beside her all sucked in a breath in unison. Although they sympathized with Ji Ziru, no one dared to intercede for Ji Ziru. After all, behind Wang Xiaodong, but Zhao Erguang is the third-grade martial artist of Jinling City. On top of that, Zhao Erguang is also the younger brother of Yang Wubiao, the leading snake in Jinling. No phone? Seeing Ji Ziru keep her mouth shut, a few moments of impatience surged in Wang Xiaodong's eyes. Ji Ziru, my patience is limited. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't call that little Yakuza who offended me, don't blame me for destroying your whole family. Hiss. Hearing the words exterminate your entire family, Ji Bin was immediately startled. He repeatedly smiled to Wang Xiaodong Dao. Brother Wang, you calm down. Calm down. I have that little punk's phone number. As he spoke, Ji Bin began to rummage through his body. Soon, Ji Bin found the phone paper that Ji Ziru had thrown in the trash can in the first place. And on the phone paper, it was Suven's number. Brother Wang, this is that little Yakuza's phone number. Handing over the crumpled up phone paper filled with a putrid odor to Wang Xiaodong, Ji Bin was afraid that the other party would be a fish in the pond, so he hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Brother Wang, I've brought you Ji Ziru. I still have to make a trip to the hospital, so I'll be leaving first. That's the right call, isn't it? Looking at the insincere Ji Bin, Wang Xiaodong coldly asked. That's right. That's absolutely right. That phone call was given to my daughter by the little punk himself. Ji Bin swore. You do realize what happens when you lie to me, don't you? Wang Xiaodong narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. I know. I'm just a small person in Jinling. I just ate bear heart and leopard guts. I wouldn't dare to cheat you, Brother Wang. Ji Bin squeezed out a curt and complimentary smile. Okay, get lost. When Ji Bin left, Wang Xiaodong disgustedly picked up the crumpled phone paper, which he placed in front of the dying Ji Ziru. Now, call your man and tell him to get his ass over here. Looking at the putrid phone paper, Ji Ziru hesitated in her heart for a long time. But in the end, she didn't take out her cell phone to dial Su Wen's number, because Ji Ziru didn't want to harm Su Wen. Anyone with eyes can see that. Today the Marriott International Hotel was a Hongmen banquet. How could Ji Ziru let Su Wen risk his life, even if Su Wen is investigating Li Guifeng? What? Ji Ziru, you don't want to call your man? Seeing that Ji Ziru didn't call for a long time, Wang Xiaodong wasn't angry. He instead took out his own cell phone and dialed Su Wen's number. Soon, the phone was picked up and Su Wen's calm voice came from inside. Which one of you, little brat, remember me? As soon as Wang Xiaodong heard Su Wen's voice, his forehead veins rippled, and his entire body clenched his fists in death, his face grim and sinister. As a result, Su Wen's words made Wang Xiaodong even angrier. Don't remember, motherfucker. Today in the Yushan neighborhood, you beat up Lao Zi. Now you know who Lao Zi is? Wang Zhaodong growled. Oh, so it's you. What? Looking for me for something? Want to get beat up again? Su Wen asked with a smirk. Little Yakuza. You less give me a playful smile. Tell you, your woman is now in my hands. Want to save her? Within half an hour, roll to the 702 box of the Marriott International Hotel. Otherwise, I want your woman to die. Wang Zhaodong gritted his teeth and threatened. My woman? Su Wen thought of Lu Evening Feng at the first moment. He was about to ask Yang Wubiao to send someone to step on the 702 box, when Ji Ziru's voice rang out on the phone again. Don't come! Don't come! This is the Hongmen banquet. HM? Hearing Ji Ziru's voice, Su Wen slightly froze. He had thought that the woman in Wang Zhaodong's mouth was Lu Evening Feng. Unexpectedly, it was actually Ji Ziru. Grass. Ji Ziru. Who let you talk? Give the old man quiet. There was a sound of a slap from the phone, followed by Wang Zhaodong coldly saying to Su Wen, Kid, I'll only give you half an hour. If I don't see you after half an hour, you'll be waiting to collect Ji Ziru's corpse. After saying that, Wang Zhaodong directly hung up the phone. Master Su? What's wrong? In the imperial package of the Marriott International Hotel, Yang Wubiao and Zhao Erguang saw Su Wen's low face, and both of them looked a little nervous and cautious. It's okay, I've got some impromptu business. I'm going out, Su Wen said, and he left the imperial bag. Seeing this, Zhao Erguang and Yang Wubiao looked at each other. Both of them were a bit at a loss for words for a while. In the meantime, in the 702 box of the Marriott International Hotel, Wang Zhaodong pulled Ji Ziru's hair with one hand, played with the crumpled telephone paper with one hand, and said to a junior beside him, Go, bring me an hourglass and start counting down half an hour. Yes, brother Wang. A punkass placed an hourglass in front of Wang Zhaodong. Looking at the slowly flowing hourglass, Ji Ziru, on the other hand, said with her eyes red with hatred, Wang Zhaodong, give it up. That person is not going to come. I've said it all. I don't even know him. Kill me now if you can. I've lived enough of this cold world anyway. Deep in the heart, Ji Ziru never thought that Su Wen would come to the Marriott International Hotel. Because it's impossible. No one is going to come to the Hongmen banquet to die because of a strange woman. Who would have thought that? Just as Ji Ziru's words fell, creaking, the door of the 702 box was pushed open. Immediately after, Su Wen arrived in front of Wang Zhaodong and the others. Crap, that fast? This kid is open? Looking at the hourglass only counting down 1 minute, Su Wen appeared in the 702 box. The small punks present were all a bit shocked. Wang Zhaodong was similarly stunned, but very quickly, Wang Zhaodong's face showed a playful smile. He smiled but not laughed and said to Ji Ziru, Ji Ziru, you still dare to say that this kid is not your man? I just called and he came to you, caring about you so much. What are you guys if not dogs and boys? Why did you come? Hearing Wang Zhaodong's flirtation, Ji Ziru asked Su Wen with incredulity and disbelief. I was told to come, so naturally I came. Looking at Ji Ziru, who was covered in alcohol, Su Wen walked step by step to Wang Zhaodong, and indifferently said, You will be given half an hour to think of your last words. I miss your mom. Wang Zhaodong took out his walkie-talkie and said come on, tap. In a matter of moments, dozens of men in black rushed to the 702 box. These men in black, wearing sunglasses and holding Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands, all looked fierce and unkind. Not good. They are dead soldiers raised by Yang Wubiao. Seeing these men in sunglasses and black clothes, Ji Ziru instantly thought of something, and saw her face turn pale as she said to Su Wen, You run! These dead soldiers are not ordinary people. Their strength is terrifying. Any one of them is comparable to a first-grade martial artist. Thinking about all the rumors about dead soldiers in Jinling City, Ji Ziru couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Su Wen. She knows that Su Wen is very powerful and can easily swing Wang Zhaodong's little brother, but even more powerful. When faced with a dead soldier, it will also be unarmed and unbeatable. Run? Oh, this kid offended my old man in Jinling City. Where can he run to? Wang Zhaodong directly let someone weld the door of the 702 box, followed by his stride to the sofa and sat down, and intriguingly called out to Su Wen, Kid, aren't you very capable of fighting? I'd like to see how well you can fight. When the words are finished, Wang Zhaodong said to those sunglasses black men without expression, Go on. First unload this kid-ass limbs to the old man. Remember, don't kill him, because the old man wants to make his life worse than death. Yes, a man in black sunglasses holding a Mitsubishi bayonet slashed at Su Wen. Because these dead soldiers helped Yang Wubiao deal with the aftermath all year round. They belonged to a group of people living in the shadows of Jinling City, so they had never seen Su Wen, and they didn't know that Yang Wubiao had recognized a master in Jinling City. Gziru. Watch well. Your man will soon be wasted by me. Seeing Gziru beside her frozen in place with a dull gaze, Wang Xiaodong sat beside her with great deep meaning and said, Wang Xiaodong, you beast, come at me if you can. Why are you implicating innocent people? Knowing that Su Wen was already on the ropes, Gziru went crazy and roared at Wang Xiaodong. You've lost your conscience. You have no conscience. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Conscience? Looking at the red-eyed and crying Gziru, Wang Xiaodong suddenly laughed. Gziru, these days, how much can conscience be worth? 300 or 500 ah. With that, Wang Xiaodong looked at the escorts in the 702 box again. Do you guys say that conscience is worth money? No, it's not worth it. Those escorts were stared at by Wang Xiaodong. Their bodies trembled as they squeezed out complimentary smiles on their faces. Gziru, do you hear me? Conscience, it's not worth anything. In this world, what's worth money is always the fist. Whoever's fist is hard, is in charge. As the words fell, Wang Xiaodong raised his head and stood up his chest as he assumed a victorious stance. As it happens, in this acre of Jinling City, my Wang Xiaodong's fists are hard, while your man, his fists are not as hard as mine, so he will have to die. You. Looking at the unstoppable Wang Xiaodong, Gziru opened her mouth, but was unable to say a single retort in half a day. Yeah, if her fists were hard enough, would Ji Bin humiliate her? If her fists were hard enough, would Wang Xiaodong have slighted her? The answer is no. Just a shame. Gziru, a weak woman. Her fists, not hard at all. I hope in your next life, you don't mind your own business. Sighing and looking at Su Wen's back, Gziru closed her eyes, unable to bear to look directly at the other party's face. But the next second, Gziru then froze as she heard hysterical wailing sounds resounding one after another from the 702 box. Ah, my leg is ruined. My eyes, my hand is broken. When Gziru opened her eyes, the image that entered her eyes made her pupils widen and her breath catch. How is this possible? In box 702, the black-clothed sunglasses man who was foaming at the mouth was lying all over the place. Su Wen, on the other hand, stood unharmed. Wang Xiaodong was also stunned by Su Wen's methods. He had thought that, by calling for dead soldiers, he could easily solve Su Wen, which had been thought. You have 20 minutes to think of last words. Looking at the numb-eyed Wang Xiaodong, the corner of Su Wen's mouth rose and intrigued. What the hell are you? Looking at the harmless Su Wen in front of him, Wang Xiaodong swallowed hard. Previously, he only thought Su Wen was a young man with good hands, but I didn't expect it. How could the opponent's strength be so terrifying? I'm the one who wants you dead. Su Wen unhurriedly addressed Wang Xiaodong. Dao, take my life? Wang Xiaodong first froze, followed by him thinking of something. His face could not help but reveal a hideous and insane smile. Ha ha ha, kid, I admit, you do have a few skills, but if you want to take my life at the Marriott International Hotel, that's just a fool's dream. Not afraid to tell you, my Wang Xiaodong's elder brother is Zhao Erguang of Jinling City. As it happens, my brother Zhao is at the Marriott International Hotel to talk to Master Biao. As long as I make a phone call, my brother Zhao will come over to the 702 box. Do you think, at that time, you will still be able to take my life? At the end, Wang Xiaodong's tone was even more threatening and intimidating. Sensible. Immediately kneel down and apologize to Lao Zi. And in the future, give Lao Zi as a dog in Jinling City. Or else, I'll call Zhao Erguang now. You shout. Su Wen was unmoved by Wang Xiaodong's clamor. Okay, you kid has guts. Looking at Su Wen with a look of heaven and earth, Wang Xiaodong's eyes flashed haze. Followed by him without saying anything took out his cell phone and made a phone call. Brother Zhao. It's me, Xiao Wang. Right, I was beaten in the 702 box. Well, that kid is rampant. You bring a few more people over. See Wang Xiaodong calling Zhao Erguang. Gziru, who was drenched in alcohol, uneasily walked up to Su Wen. Hey, what are you still waiting for? Quickly run ah. Zhao Erguang is Yang Wubiao's man. Even if you can fight, you can't afford to offend a big shot like that. Are you concerned about me? Looking at Gziru's worried appearance, Su Wen only smiled calmly. Instead of caring about me, why don't you tell me why Li Guifeng gave you Lu Evening Feng's birth date? I'm more curious about this matter. What Li Guifeng? All told you. I don't know her. Seeing that Su Wen was mentioning Li Guifeng again, G0 intentionally avoided the matter. She turned her words around and said, Zhao Erguang will be here soon. If you don't leave, then I'll leave. Saying that, G0 really left the 702 box. Bitch, get back here. Seeing that the prey in his hand escaped, Wang Xiaodong was about to go after it, but as a result, With a snap, Suwen slapped Wang Xiaodong in the face. Have you thought of your last words? You just run around? I miss you big time. When my brother Zhao comes, I'd like to see which of us will say our last words first. Covering his face and glaring at Suwen, Wang Xiaodong's gaze was as eerie as if he was eating someone. And he just finished. Tap. There were low footsteps just outside box 702. Immediately after, Zhao Erguang walked in with a group of people. Zhao. Seeing his big brother Zhao Erguang, Wang Xiaodong was like finding a life-saving straw. He ran over helplessly in a row and cried in a low voice. Woo! Big brother, you have to be the master for little Wang. As the saying goes, beating a dog also depends on the master. But this little brat, he repeatedly humiliated me. Simply not putting you, brother Zhao, in his eyes. You hurry up and kill him. Reaching out and pointing at Suwen across the room, Wang Xiaodong gritted his teeth and growled. Oh, someone actually dares to bully my Zhao Erguang's little brother in Jinling City? Zhao Erguang glanced up at Suwen. It's not glancing okay. At a glance, his entire body, however, froze in place as if he were a wooden chicken. Humph, little brat. See, my brother Zhao is angry, and your time to die has come. Seeing Zhao Erguang's body constantly trembling, Wang Xiaodong thought that the other party was shaking with anger, so he gloated and taunted Suwen. And still let me say my last words? What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of clamoring in Jinling City? I'm going to count to 3 and say my last words right now. Otherwise, you won't get that chance. Hearing Zhao Erguang's words, the escort in the 702 box also looked at Suwen sympathetically. Honestly, Suwen's action of rushing to the red face in a fit of anger just now had indeed made their hearts feel good. It's just a shame. Young people do things too impulsively and recklessly. Now Zhao Erguang is here. The fate that awaited Suwen would only be one of total destruction. Alas. Thinking of this, one of the escorts all shook their heads and sighed, not looking favorably on Suwen. But the next second, Zhao Erguang's actions, however, left these escorts dumbfounded. It's not just them. Even Wang Xiaodong, the person in question. He looked at Zhao Erguang in disbelief. Zhao, brother Zhao, why are you kneeling down? As Zhao Erguang's body trembled afterward, he actually plopped down and knelt in front of Suwen on the spot. Brother Zhao, is it your old cold legs that are acting up? I'll help you up here. Wang Xiaodong subconsciously had to help Zhao Erguang up. Results. Snap. Zhao Erguang directly slapped Wang Xiaodong's face fiercely. Get lost. Don't touch me. Brother Zhao. What are you doing here? Wang Xiaodong covered his face in some confusion. However, Zhao Erguang ignored Wang Xiaodong and instead said to Suwen in a low voice. Master Su. I'm sorry. It's me who didn't control my little brother. I didn't know that this grandson, Wang Xiaodong, had eaten the heart of a bear and dared to offend you. Master Su? Hearing Zhao Erguang address Suwen, Wang Xiaodong was even more confused. Brother Zhao, who the hell is this kid? Why are you being so respectful to him? Also, when did we have another Master Su in Jinling City? How come I don't know? You don't know. Zhao Erguang raised his leg and kicked Wang Xiaodong in the small of the back. Boo! Wang Xiaodong's body flew out backwards, directly smashing the wine table in the 702 box. Wang Xiaodong, let me tell you, Master Su is the martial arts master of Jiangnan province. Even Master Biao doesn't dare to offend him. He can only serve him as a dog. You, a brother in a brother, actually dare to speak out against Master Su in Jinling City? Come on, man. Give me this grandson Wang Xiaodong to feed the fish in the Xiang River. Zhao Erguang gave an order, and at once, several men in black came behind him and yanked Wang Xiaodong's hair. This kid is a martial arts master? Master Biao is his dog? Hearing Zhao Erguang's words, Wang Xiaodong froze and sat paralyzed on the ground. The moment, he really panicked. At the same time, Wang Xiaodong did not understand how Ji Ziru, a female student of the Media University, could climb up to the martial arts master of Jiangnan province. Master Su, I'm wrong. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize Tai. Please, spare me this time? When Wang Xiaodong returned to his senses, he immediately pleaded to Suwen. That attitude, as respectful as it could be. Pity. Facing Wang Xiaodong's pleading, Suwen only turned a blind eye and said, Wang Xiaodong, you still have the last 3 minutes to say your last words. If you don't say it, you really won't have a chance. No, don't, Master Su. I don't want to say my last words. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Looking at the expressionless Suwen, Wang Xiaodong's legs became wet, and an odor came from him. Vomit. Upon smelling this odor, the escorts in the 702 box started to dry heave one after another. Snap. Zhao Erguang is even an ear slap on Wang Xiaodong's face and cursed. Wang Xiaodong, I Master Su let you say your last words. You don't understand human language, right? Wang Xiaodong looked at Su Wen in despair. He opened his mouth and was just about to explain the aftermath. As a result, Su Wen coldly said, 3 minutes have passed. Wang Xiaodong, you no longer have a chance. No, I still have a chance. Boo. Without waiting for Wang Xiaodong to finish his sentence, Zhao Erguang directly picked up a wine bottle and ruthlessly smashed it on Wang Xiaodong's head. Click. The wine bottle is in pieces. At the same time Wang Xiaodong fainted. Take it away. Looking at the head broken and bloodied Wang Xiaodong, Zhao Erguang's gaze was hazy as he said to his little brother behind him, from now on, I don't want to see Wang Xiaodong as a person in Jinling City. You guys know what to do, right? Got it. Got it. Master Zhao, we know the rules. A few punks said curtly, and they took away Wang Xiaodong. After Wang Xiaodong left the 702 box, only then did Zhao Erguang look at Su Wen with a compensatory smile and constraint. Master Su, I swear, I really didn't know that grandson Wang Xiaodong had messed with you. To be honest, I'm not familiar with Wang Xiaodong at all. Okay, you don't have to explain. Su Wen interrupted Zhao Erguang, not in the mood to listen to the other party's explanation, but instead turned his words around and said, you continue to talk to me about Ji Ziru's matter. Okay, I'll say. Downstairs at the Marriott International Hotel, Ji Ziru came out of the 702 box, and instead of going home, she wandered back and forth downstairs. So, that guy hasn't come out in so long. Something didn't happen to him, did it? Had I known this, I would not have abandoned him. But why did he have to ask me about Auntie Li Guifeng? What is his relationship with Auntie Li Guifeng? Again? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Ji Ziru's heart became. Finally, she gathered her courage and prepared to rejoin the Marriott International, but just go to the door. Jizuru, however, flinched and chickened out, especially when she thought about some of Zhao Erguang's deeds in Jinling City. It gave her the chills. Never mind, I'll call the police. After a few moments of hesitation, Ji Ziru took out her cell phone, but just as she was about to call the police, tap, a figure walked out from the Marriott International Hotel. It was no one else but Su Wen. You're okay? Seeing Su Wen, who was unharmed and had no injuries at all on his body, Ji Ziru stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous and dumbfounded. What? You're dying for me to have something? Looking at the shocked Ji Ziru in front of him, Su Wen asked rhetorically. No, didn't Zhao Erguang come to trouble you at the Marriott International Hotel? Ji Ziru voiced the doubts in her mind, but instead of answering, Su Wen curiously asked, haven't you already left? Why are you still here? I'm afraid something will happen to you. Don't feel comfortable with you. Ji Ziru just opened her mouth. Her face suddenly turned red, then she hastily defended. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. I mean, you offended Wang Xiaodong in order to save me, and I'm afraid that you'll be killed by Wang Xiaodong's people. No, Wang Xiaodong's men can't beat me to death, Su Wen said as he walked to the curb and waved for a cab, and turned back to Ji Ziru. Come up, I'll take you home. Hearing the word home, Ji Ziru's eyes darkened a little for a moment. She opened her mouth, then lowered her head with red eyes and said, I don't have a home anymore. My father sold me to Wang Xiaodong. If my father knew that I escaped from the Marriott International Hotel, he would not let me go. At those words, Su Wen was instantly silent, and after thinking for a moment, he added to Ji Ziru, get in the car first. Without waiting for Ji Ziru to speak, Su Wen directly dragged her into the car. 15 minutes later, Su Wen brought Ji Ziru to a B&B hotel. This B&B hotel, it was invested by the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, and as Su Wen was the president of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, he was naturally the big boss of this B&B hotel. What are you doing bringing me to a bed and breakfast hotel? Looking at Su Wen, who was checking in at the front desk in front of her, Ji Ziru's slender jade legs with scars subconsciously took 2 steps back as she looked uneasy and nervous. When you come to a bed and breakfast hotel, of course you sleep. What else could it be? Su Wen said without a trace of anger. Sure enough, I knew that you and those people are actually the same. The reason why you saved me and stood up for me, to put it bluntly, is that you coveted my beauty and wanted to sleep with me? Seeing Su Wen not pretending to be a gentleman anymore, Ji Ziru smiled to herself. That's fine. It's better to be trampled on by you than to be defiled by a beast like Wang Xiaodong. However, let me say it first, only tonight, I will give you my innocence. First thing tomorrow morning, we don't know each other. I won't bother you, and you stay out of my life. What are you talking about? Hearing Ji Ziru's self-talk, Su Wen frowned slightly. When did I say I want to sleep with you? You don't sleep with me, so you bring me to a hotel? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ji Ziru looked at Su Wen with red eyes. Don't pretend. You men are all the same. Only conquest and women in your eyes. But I'm warning you, only tonight. Nervous, Suwon spat as he handed GZru the processed BNB checking card. Take it. Didn't you say you were homeless? This is a permanent resident card for the BNB hotel. You can stay as long as you want. When you're not staying, remember to leave your card at the front desk. After saying that, Suwon didn't bother to pay attention to GZru. He directly turned around and walked out. What are you doing? Seeing Suwon leave, GZru suddenly called out to him. Go home. Suwon indifferently said. You're not sleeping with me? GZru's delicate body trembled. Her pale complexion was tinged with surprise and disbelief. Why would I sleep with you? Are you pretty? Suwon sneered. Don't be too presumptuous. You wait. Seeing Suwon walk out of the door of the BNB hotel, GZru hurriedly chased after him. What else do you want? Suwon asked impatiently. What's your name? GZru looked up at Suwon. Although she was bruised and her hair was full of the smell of alcohol, but her gaze was as clear as a pool of water under the moonlight. Very clean and bright. Suwon replied. My name is GZru. GZru introduced herself. I know your name, so you don't have to say it again. Suwon had just opened his mouth when he saw GZru extend a hand to him. Give me your cell phone. Here. Suwon handed his cell phone to GZru. GZru saved her phone number and said with a light smile, This is my phone number. When I have money later, I will return the money for staying at the Folk Hotel to you. Leave a phone number. You're not afraid you won't find me. Looking at GZru, whose smile healed, Suwon then calmly said, I don't need your money. So what do you need? GZru blurted out. I need you to tell me why Li Guifeng gave you Lu Evening Feng's birth date? Suwon repeated the previous question once again. I've said I don't know Li Guifeng. Why do you people keep asking? GZru's gaze was evasive, somewhat afraid to meet Suwon's eyes. The birth date that Li Guifeng gave you involves a person's life, and I want you to tell me who actually took that birth date. Suwon asked relentlessly. Before, he had thought that GZru was the sorcerer who cursed Lu Evening Feng, but after learning about GZru's childhood from Zhao Erguang, he knew that the young girl in front of him couldn't be the sorcerer who cursed his wife. There is someone else who is really behind this. Suwon, I really don't know Li Guifeng, and I don't know anything about birthdays, so don't ask, okay? GZru said. She showed a tired face. Suwon, it's getting late. I'm a bit sleepy. You should also go home early. Good night. With that said, GZru turned directly back to the BNB hotel. Seeing GZru's back, Suwon sighed. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of forcibly forcing GZru to tell the truth, or searching his soul, but he was a bit intolerant, because after GZru was searched, the only fate that awaits her is death. Of course, this was in the case that Suwon still had patience. If Lu Evening Wind was not going to live long, then he would not be polite with GZru anymore. Just as Suwon sent GZru to the BNB hotel, Jinling City, Lu family villa, Zhou Xiling brought a white-haired old man to find Lu Xianyi's crowd. Mom, Xianyi, I've brought Dr. Hua. Pointing at Hua Chang'an, who was immortal in gray at the temples beside him, Zhou Xiling said with continuous complacency. Of course he's smug, because at first, Zhou Xiling had never even thought that he could invite Hua Chang'an from Jiangnan province. He was just mentioning a mouthful of Lu family things to Hua Chang'an's cousin, which had really invited Hua Chang'an, such a royal doctor of Jiangnan province. Zhou Xiling, however, did not know. The reason why Hua Chang'an had come to the Lu family was because Hua Chang'an knew that the wife of Yama Suwon was a member of the Lu family. This trip to the Lu family, Hua Chang'an's intention is to make friends to visit Suwon. The result is to come to the Lu family for a long time, and Hua Chang'an has not seen Suwon, which makes him lose his mind. Greetings, Divine Dr. Hua. It is truly a blessing for my Lu family that Divine Dr. Hua can come to my Lu family. Divine Dr. Hua, have some tea. The Lu family members present were pleasantly surprised to learn that the white-haired old man Zhou Xiling had brought with him was the legendary Divine Doctor of Jiangnan province. Lu Qinqin even patted Zhou Xiling's shoulder and kept saying, good son-in-law, husband, thank you, for always working hard for my Lu family. You've worked hard. Lu went on looked at Zhou Xiling as she said with affection. It's great to be able to marry you. Went on, we're all family. What's the point of being polite with me? Zhou Xiling looked at Lu went on favorably. After all, I'm not like some losers who can only talk nonsense besides playing the clown. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members present also thought of Suwon for a moment, and their gazes could not help but surge with gloom. Lu Xianyi was even more contemptuous and said to Zhou Xiling, brother-in-law Xiling, don't mention that country bumpkin. It's just bad luck. Okay, I won't mention it. Let Divine Dr. Hua treat Grandma Lu first. Knowing that the Lu family all hated Suwon and loved themselves, Zhou Xiling politely said to Hua Chang'an, Divine Dr. Hua, Please also make a move to save our Lu family's old lady. I beg Divine Dr. Hua to take action and save my mom. As soon as Zhou Xiling finished speaking, a few elders of the Lu family knelt on the ground with a thud. A few of you get up. Make it so. Make it so. Seeing these kneeling Lu family members, Hua Changnan hurriedly helped each other up. Whatever. These Lu family members were the in-laws of the king of Yin, and Hua Chang'an, a royal doctor of the Jiangnan province. How could he dare to bear the kneeling of the other side? Don't worry. I'll do my best to cure old Mrs. Lu. Promising a word to the Lu family members present, Hua Changnan walked over to the unconscious old lady Lu and began to check the other party's body. It's good that this isn't checked. One check. Hua Chang'an's face, however, changed. How? How is that possible? Divine Dr. Hua. What's wrong? Do you have a cure for my mom's illness? Lu Qinxin, who was sitting on the wheelchair, saw Hua Chang'an's face look downcast, and she couldn't help but ask nervously. Everyone, I would like to ask first, has your Jinling Lu family ever offended the forces of Ningzhou province? Seeing the Lu family all looking at him, Hua Chang'an thought about it and he wrinkled his eyebrows as he asked, the forces of the Ningzhou province? Lu Wenong didn't understand why Hua Chang'an asked this, but she still answered truthfully, our Lu family has never offended the forces of Ningzhou province. Are you sure? Hua Chang'an's deep gaze stared straight at Lu Wentong. I'm sure. Lu Wentong nodded heavily. That's really strange. Since your Lu family has never messed with the forces of Ningzhou province, why, then, did the fetal insect compulsion from Ningzhou province appear in old Mrs. Lu's body? Hua Chang'an just opened his mouth. Wow. The entire Lu family villa is dead silent. All the Lu family members looked at each other in disbelief, and in everyone's eyes, there was shock and bewilderment. What's going on with you guys? Did you guys know about the fetal worm compulsion? Seeing the pupils of the Lu family members present tighten, Hua Chang'an was curious and asked, because the tire worm compulsion in the eyes of the Ningzhou province, that is also a rare compulsion. Under normal circumstances, with the status and heritage of the Jinling Lu family, they should not have heard of this kind of compulsion. Dr. Hua, are you sure that my grandmother has a fetal worm parasite in her body? As far as I know, the cost of refining a single fetal insect compass requires at least $1 billion. Our Lu family doesn't know any of the forces in Ningzhou province, so how could they possibly spend such a heavy amount of money to frame my grandmother? Lu Xianyi thought about it, and she couldn't help but speak. Could it be that you're mistaken? Because Dr. Dong said before that in my grandmother's body, it's impossible for there to be a fetal insect compulsion. Dr. Dong? Oh, Dong Changhai of Jinling City, right? What the hell does he know about medicine? Since you guys are willing to trust him, then you should go find him for treatment. I'll take my leave. Seeing Lu Xianyi comparing herself to Dong Changhai, Hua Chang'an's heart suddenly had some fire in it. He put down a word of farewell and turned around to leave the Lu family villa. Divine Dr. Hua stay. Divine Dr. Hua please stay Seeing Hua Chang'an, who had already walked to the entrance of the Lu family villa, the Lu family hurriedly called out to him. Lu Xianyi also hurriedly bowed her head guiltily and apologized. Divine Dr. Hua, don't be angry. I didn't disbelieve you. It's just that at first, Dr. Dong spoke with too much conviction, and I was, for a moment, a bit unable to tell the difference. But I know that you, Divine Dr. Hua, as the #1 divine doctor in Jiangnan province, your medical skills are naturally not comparable to Dong Changhai's. Humph. Seeing Lu Xianyi bowing her head and giving in, Hua Chang'an then stopped his footsteps, then coldly asked, your Lu family, do you have horse blood? Horse blood? The Lu family looked at each other in dismay, and Lu went on was even more puzzled. Divine Dr. Hua, I don't know if you want horse blood is it? Healing. Hua Chang'an said with an expressionless face. This? The corner of Lu Wentong's mouth twitched. Horse's blood can still cure diseases? What? You don't believe in the old man either? Hua Chang'an looked at Lu Wentong indifferently. If he hadn't known that Su Wen had married a woman from the Lu family, I'm only afraid that, by now, Hua Chang'an would have already left the Lu family. No, of course I believe in Divine Dr. Hua. I'll have someone prepare the horse's blood right now. Lu Wenong said in fear as she hurriedly took out her cell phone and made a call. Soon, a servant of the Lu family came with a basin of horse blood. Miss Lu, this is the horse blood you need. Divine Dr. Hua, is this portion of horse blood sufficient? Looking at the old-fashioned Hua Chang'an, Lu Wentong asked curtly. Well, that's enough. Hua Chang'an said as he took out a stack of silver needles from his sleeve and then stained the needles with horse blood. Go! When all the silver needles were dipped in the horse's blood, Hua Chang'an gave an open-handed wave. Whoosh! 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 The 7 silver needles took on the shape of the Big Dipper's 7 stars and landed in the center of old Mrs. Lu's brow without any discrepancy. In the meantime, Put, the old lady Lu violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately afterward, the old lady Lu, who had been in a coma, actually turned awake. Awake! Grandma's awake. Divine Dr. Hua is truly a divine doctor. A disease that even Dr. Dong couldn't do anything about. Dr. Hua cured it with a few stitches. Worthy of being the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province. This medical skill, it's simply awesome. Seeing old Mrs. Lu open her eyes, many of the Lu family members present were somewhat excited and elated. After all, if old Mrs. Lu is critically ill, then the fate awaiting the Lu family is only afraid, and it will also be very bleak and miserable. Oh, Grandma, you're finally awake. Lu Xianyi choked and snuggled into old Mrs. Lu's arms as she cried. I thought I would never see you again. This is, for me. Gazing around, immediately afterward, old Mrs. Lu remembered her illness. And this is? Suddenly, old Mrs. Lu's residual light saw Hua Chang'an, who had some déjà vu beside her. But for a moment, old Mrs. Lu, however, couldn't recall Hua Chang'an's identity, and only felt that this white-haired old man looked somewhat familiar. Grandmother, he is the imperial doctor of Jiangnan province, Hua Chang'an, and it was my old gong who went through a lot of trouble to invite Dr. Hua. Lu Wentong took the initiative to say, my family's Xiling knows that you're sick, but he's worried sick, seeking medical treatment everywhere in Jiangnan province, unlike certain granddaughters-in-law. In the end, Lu Wentong was even more ashamed to talk about Su Wen's name. What? This is Divine Dr. Hua from Jiangnan province? Learning that the first divine doctor of Jiangnan came to the Lu family villa, Lu old lady was immediately flattered. No wonder. She always felt that this white-haired old man was somewhat familiar. Feelings? The other party is actually the first divine doctor of Jiangnan. I've met Divine Dr. Hua. I'm truly fortunate to have you come to Jinling City to treat me. Old Mrs. Lu was incomparably polite as she bowed to Hua Chang'an. After a pause, she smiled again and looked at Zhou Xiling beside Lu Wentong. Xiling, thank you. For the sake of Grandma, you didn't hesitate to use your connections to invite Divine Dr. Hua. This favor, Grandma remembers. In the future in the Lu family, whatever you want, give it to Grandma. I will fulfill you. Grandma is polite. We are all family. You are sick. How can I stand by and do nothing? Zhou Xiling said in an unassuming manner, and the words just fell from his lips. He saw Hua Chang'an casting an odd glance. Divine Dr. Hua, what are you looking at my family Xiling for? Can it be that he has some kind of disease? Noticing that Hua Chang'an's eyes kept falling on Zhou Xiling, Lu Wentong beside him couldn't help but feel a little nervous and worried. Little friend Zhou doesn't have the disease. Hua Chang'an shook his head. That's good. Lu Wentong breathed a sigh of relief. But the next words from Hua Chang'an silenced the entire Lu family villa. Even though little friend Zhou does not have a disease, this situation of his is more serious than having a disease. Being a man. And yet it's pretty pathetic to be lifelong inactive. What? Lifetime? Lifelong inactivity? Hearing these 4 words, Lu Wentong's face changed in an instant. It's not just her. Lu Qinxin, who was sitting in the wheelchair, also had her pupils stagnate. Divine Dr. Hua, you're not joking, are you? Xiling's brother-in-law can't get it up for life? Can't it be that his yang can't get up? As soon as Lu Xianyi opened her mouth, she realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she hurriedly changed her words. Can't get it up? Hey, there are some private words that I won't say. We are all men. I still have to give the face that I should give. Hua Chang'an smiled meaningfully and did not break down Zhou Xiling's secret of not having a penis. But even so, Zhou Xiling's face was also red hot. At the same time, in his heart, he had already cursed Hua Chang'an's 18 generations of ancestors. Grass. I really have a cerebral palsy. Actually inviting Hua Chang'an, this stupid guy, to the Lu family. I should have known. I should have saved Grandma Lu from death. At this moment, Zhou Xiling felt that remorse in his heart. People say he doesn't lift. He could still retort, as if he was facing Su Wen for example, and directly insulted Su Wen as a jumped-up clown. But who is Hua Chang'an? The other party is the #1 miracle doctor in Jiangnan province. This kind of medical skill is famous in the 9 states of the doctor said that he does not lift. Zhou Xiling want to refute? Zhou Xiling can't even find the words to refute. Because, in the face of absolute authority, any words are pale and powerless. Honey, it's okay. If you don't lift, you don't lift. As long as that's still there, we can find a way to cure it. Looking at the mortified Zhou Xiling, Lu Wentong vocally soothed a sentence. Immediately afterward, she pleadingly looked at Hua Chang'an. Divine Dr. Hua, my husband's incontinence. Do you have a prescription here that can cure it? For how much? Our Lu family is willing to buy it. A prescription? Hua Chang'an smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. In little friend Joe's case, you won't be able to get better with medicine. This, Lu Wentong was about to say more, but Zhou Xiling interrupted her. Alright, Wentong, don't ask. Don't make it difficult for Divine Dr. Hua. Honey, it's okay, I know it's the kind of thing you're ashamed of. But, I'm willing to face it with you because, well, we're married, aren't we? Seeing that Zhou Xiling was ashamed to plead with Hua Chang'an, Lu Wentong was unconcerned and said to Hua Chang'an, Divine Dr. Hua, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about your husband's condition. Seeing Lu Wentong look at himself, Hua Chang'an directly shook his head indifferently. Just kidding. If it is an unusual failure, Hua Chang'an prescribes a few prescriptions to regulate it, and maybe he can still make Zhou Xiling male enhancement again. But the problem is, Zhou Xiling's lifeblood is gone. How can it lift something that's not there? Lift it out of thin air? Bound to do nothing? Seeing Hua Chang'an rebuffing so decisively, Lu Wentong's face was a bit lost, but she still forced a smile and said to Zhou Xiling, Hubby, don't be frustrated. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, and it may be possible that Divine Dr. Hua isn't a divine doctor in the area of men's medicine. When Grandma is cured, I'll accompany you to Jiangnan province to find an expert in male medicine, and at that time, I'll definitely find a way to cure you. After Lu Wentong finished speaking, she saw that the expression on Zhou Xiling's face didn't have too many ripples, so she bit her thin lips again and said, taking a step back, even if you, Zhou Xiling, don't have a lifelong lifelessness, I still love you. Go, Wentong, don't crow here. I think there will definitely be a male specialist in Jiangnan province who will cure Xiling's incontinence. Lu Qingqin in the wheelchair passed Zhou Xiling an encouraging look. Xiling, Mom believes in you. I also believe in Xiling's brother-in-law. Lu Xianyi smiled. Xiling, if there's anything you need Grandma's help with, just say it. Grandma is still counting on you to have Wentong give us some big fat boys for the Lu family. Old Mrs. Lu looked amiably at Zhou Xiling. Seeing that the Lu family was cheering themselves on, Zhou Xiling was a bit touched in his heart. But, he can't really lift it, because his dick was unloaded by Yang Wu Biao. Think about it. Zhou Xiling almost lost his voice, but just at this moment, poof, the originally healed old lady Lu actually spat out another mouthful of black blood. Immediately after, old Mrs. Lu, who had only just woken up, fainted again. Grandma? Mom? Seeing old Mrs. Lu collapse, all the Lu family members present were stunned. Their gazes turned to Hua Chang'an beside them. Then they nervously and uneasily asked, Divine Dr. Hua, what's wrong with my mom? How did she fall unconscious again? Let's see. Hua Chang'an walked quickly to old Mrs. Lu. He placed his hand on old Mrs. Lu's pulse. There are actually 2 fetal insect compasses in your body? When he found out that there were 2 fetal worm compasses in old lady Lu's body, Hua Chang'an's face went pale and powerless for a while. Feng Kai. He had used the 7-star Ghost Gate needle recorded in the Shinnong vegetarian scripture to suppress the fetal insect compulsion in Mrs. Lu's body, but this 7-star ghostly needle suppresses only 1 fetal insect compulsion. 2 of them? Hua Sung'an was at his wit's end as well. Dr. Hua, my grandmother's illness. Seeing that Hua Chang'an didn't say anything for a long time, Lu Xianyi asked fearfully, I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, I can't do anything about Mrs. Lu's situation. Strictly speaking, Mrs. Lu doesn't have the disease, she just has 2 fetal insect compulsions in her body. If you don't kill the 2 fetus parasites, then, old Mrs. Lu is only, I'm afraid, not long to live. Hua Chang'an's words had just fallen. Lu Xianyi just sat down on the ground with a soft body. When Lu Wentong heard the words not long to live, she was even more anxious as she looked at Hua Chang'an. Divine Dr. Hua, then you hurry up and kill the 2 fetal insect compulsions in my grandmother's body. As long as we kill those 2 fetus parasites, my grandmother will live, won't she? I'm sorry, with my medical skills, there's no way to kill the fetal insect compulsion in old lady Lu's body. The fetal insect compulsion is a parasitic compulsion, and the moment it appeared in old lady Lu's body, it means that the traces of the two's lives have long been connected as one. Hua Chang'an sighed and shook his head. No way to kill? Lu Wentong's delicate body trembled as her pupils froze in place with godlessness. Divine Dr. Hua, if you don't have a way to kill it, then others should have a way to kill the fetal worm compass, right? Lu Xianyi thought of something, and she rushed to speak as if she had found a life preserver. Not bad. In Kyushu, there is indeed someone who can kill the 2 fetal insect compulsions in old Mrs. Lu's body. Hearing Lu Xianyi's inquiry, Hua Chang'an did not hide it. Who was that guy? A Lu family member couldn't wait to speak. Yen, King, Master. Hua Chang'an said one word at a time. even in his eyes, there were a few moments of adoration and solemnity. Yama? It had long been not the first time that the Lu family members present had heard the three words Master Yen, and as early as when Mr. Chiu had come to the Lu family as a guest earlier, they had learned about the existence of Master Yen from Chiu Fulong's mouth. It was rumored that the other party was a great man standing at the top of the 9 states. Even the Zhenguo war god was like a moth to a flame in front of Yama. Divine Dr. Hua, then do you know where to find Yama? Lu Qinshin's eyes flushed red as she looked at Hua Chang'an. To say that the entire Lu family, who would least want old Mrs. Lu to fall, that would undoubtedly be Lu Qinshin, because her daughter's name is not Lu. Once old Lady Lu died, and the Lu family divided up the inheritance. The amount of inheritance that Lu Wentong could share would definitely be far less than Lu Xianyi and Lu Evening Wind. The Lu family members. Where to look? Seeing that one Lu family member was looking at him with bated breath, Hua Chang'an didn't answer directly, but instead said in an inscrutable manner, far away from the sky, but close at hand. Far away? Near? Lu Xuanyi and Lu Wentong looked at each other, and there was some bewilderment and incomprehension in both women's gazes. Divine Dr. Hua, can you say it more clearly? Lu Xianyi's mother, Kong Man Yun, asked. However, Hua Chang'an was silent. He tapped Zhou Ziling's shoulder meaningfully, and then left the Lu family villa without looking back. Dr. Hua, seeing Hua Chang'an leaving, several Lu family members were going to chase after him, but when they reached the door of the Lu family villa, where was Hua Chang'an's shadow outside? How is it? Dr. Hua Shenhe, watching the Lu family members who had gone after Hua Chang'an return, Kong Manyun's voice tightened. Dr. Hua has gone. We didn't catch up with him. Those few Lu family members lost their smiles bitterly. So, what should we do now? Where are we going to find Yama? A Lu family junior directly cried. Before Divine Dr. Hua left just now, he said that he was far away and near, and he also tapped Zhou Ziling's shoulder. Could it be that, in fact, Zhou Ziling is the rumored Yama? And didn't Mr. Chiu also say before that Yen is in Jiangnan province? I don't know who said it. In an instant, the Lu family villa fell dead silent. Zhou Ziling, are you really Yama? After a short period of silence, Lu Wentong looked violently at Zhou Ziling beside her. At the moment there was surprise, anticipation, and even more apprehension and anxiety in her eyes, because Lu Wentong couldn't even dream of it. How could she marry a big shot that even Mr. Chiu had to climb up to? If that's true, wouldn't she, Lu Wentong, be picking up a great bargain? The biggest leak in Kyushu. Wentong, calm down first. I'm not a Yama king. I can't save Grandma Lu either. Looking at Lu Wentong's surprise, Zhou Ziling smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew the dreadfulness of the king of hell, so he didn't have the courage to pretend to be that great man, for fear of inviting heavenly trouble. So it's not. Seeing Zhou Ziling shaking his head, a few moments of loss flickered out of Lu Wentong's eyes. But soon, she then forced a smile and said, it doesn't matter if it's not Yen. Our family Ziling is already very good. That's right, Ziling was able to hire a divine doctor like Hua Chang'an. He's much better than that punk Su Wen. Lu Qinshin had just opened her mouth when Lu Xuanyi laughed softly. Third aunt, what is he? Su Wen. How is he qualified to be compared to Ziling's brother-in-law? That's right. Lu Wentong nodded her head in agreement. A stinking hick. Not even qualified to lift my husband's shoes, she was saying. A Lu family junior in the crowd then said thoughtfully, since Zhou Ziling's brother-in-law is not the king of hell, could it be that, in fact, Su Wen is the king of hell? After all, our Lu family has only had cousin Lu Wentong and cousin Lu Evening Feng marry in recent months. Is it possible that the far away and near in the mouth of divine Dr. Hua is referring to Su Wen? Lu Yi, usually I tell you to read less novels, but you don't listen. Now it's good. You're starting to talk nonsense. As soon as that Lu family junior's words fell, Lu Xianyi glared at him in a bad humor. Su Wen? A stinking country bumpkin. And a Yen king? Is he worthy? Whose Yama can't even get a bride price and has to go to the mountains to pick wild mushrooms? Whose Yama couldn't find a job and had to go to the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce to be a janitor? Whose Yama can't even cure third aunt's disability? Can only clamor for attention and play the clown in my Lu family villa? Lu Xianyi aggressively asked a trio of questions. It immediately made the young man named Louis not say anything, until half a day later. Louis Tsai smiled awkwardly. Cousin Shen Yi, I was joking. Why are you still taking it seriously? I just casually said it. Su Wen certainly can't be Yama. He wasn't supposed to be. Lu Wentong grunted. If Su Wen were the king of hell, if he had come to the Lu family in the first place, would he not have married Xian Meter's sister and had to marry Lu Evening Feng, a disabled person? That is to say, Xian Yi is the Phoenix Lady of Jiangnan province. Where can Lu Evening Feng compare? Okay, don't even mention Su Wen. What's the point of mentioning a country bumpkin? How bad luck. One of the Lu family members was talking, when suddenly, the phone of Lu Xianyi's mother, Kong Man-yoon, rang beside her. What? Really? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Kong Man-yoon excitedly said to the Lu family present, good news, heavenly good news, the old lady's disease is saved. Kong Man-yoon, why do you say that? Lu Qinshin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Kong Man-yoon. It's a friend of mine. Fong told me that before the Fong family's Zhuang Linman was seriously ill, the Fong family invited the Hua divine doctor who failed to cure Zhuang Linman, and in the end, Zhuang Linman was cured by Yen. Kong Man-yoon said in a shocking voice. What? The Fong family was able to invite both divine Dr. Hua and Yen to cure them? The Fong family still has this kind of heritage? Kong Man-yoon, that friend of yours isn't lying to you, is he? Upon hearing Kong Man-yoon's words, one of the Lu family members' expressions were a bit unbelievable and incredulous. To say that the Fong family was able to invite divine Dr. Hua to cure them, they didn't think it was strange, but they were truly a bit unconvinced that the Fong family could invite even Mr. Chiozayama, who had to climb high up the ladder. Xin Xin, Xian Yi, don't worry, that friend of mine is a partner of the Fong family, he definitely won't lie to me. As Kong Man-yoon spoke, she hurriedly pushed a wheelchair from the Lu family villa and said to Zhou Xiling, quickly put the old lady on the wheelchair, we'll go to the Fong family now. Good. Zhou Xiling went up without saying a word and carried old Mrs. Lu on her back in the wheelchair, but it's the labor of this moment. However, it left Zhou Xiling sweating and panting. Xiling, you're too vain, aren't you? Looking at Zhou Xiling, who couldn't catch his breath, Kong Man-yoon somewhat sympathetically said to Lu Wentong, when your grandma's illness is cured, you quickly take Zhou Xiling to see a male specialist. Aha! Lu Wentong nodded heavily. At those words, Zhou Xiling was red-faced, itching to find a crack in the ground. Half an hour later, the Lu family members brought the unconscious old lady Lu to the luxurious Fong family. Results. Just after arriving at the Fong family, the Lu family members were informed of a bolt from the blue. The Maples have all moved away to the countryside of Jiling City, avoiding visitors. This Maple family, what do they mean? We ask them to do something and they just play disappear? It's like they're deliberately avoiding us. Lu Wentong ducked her feet in anger. Lu Xianyi also looked at Kong Man-yoon in confusion. Mom, what's going on with the Fong family? I don't know, Kong Man-yoon said as she took out her cell phone and called her friend. Results. Her friend didn't know why the Maple family was playing missing in action. Who else can contact the Fong family now? Lu Qinshin opened her mouth to inquire. Can't get in touch. Lu Wentong shook her head. I called Fong Yumu just now, but the result was that the phone was turned off. I also called my buddy at Maple's house, and again, it's off. This Fong family, running to the countryside for no reason. Phones off and avoiding seeing guests. What are they up to? Aren't they afraid that there are other powerful families in Jiling City to take their place? A Lu family member complained, but Lu Qinshin beside her sneered. If I look at it, it's this Fong family that has climbed up to Yama and wants to draw a line with us, the other powerful families in Jiling City. Hearing Lu Qinshin say this, the Lu family members present all felt it made sense, because if the Lu family climbed up to Yen, then their eyesight, for sure, would not be limited to Jiling City, but would want to move to a bigger stage. This damnable Fong family, in the past in Jiling City, our Lu family and their cooperation is also quite close. Even a few times the Fong family encountered trouble, is also my Lu family to help. Now it's good. The Fong family developed, climbed the rich and powerful, immediately and we draw the line. Do not communicate with each other? They're really something. Kong Man-yoon clenched her fists as she said with a grudging gaze and some hatred. Mom, don't be angry. The Fong family has met a nobleman, and it's only human for them to look down on us, the gentry of Jiling City. After all, there are only a handful of things that are meteoric. I only hope that the Maple family won't fall out of favor in the future, or else. Looking at Kong Man-yoon, who kept stomping her feet and complaining beside her, Lu Xianyi's gaze was grim as she made a soothing remark. Who can say what will happen in the future? It's just that right now, we can't find the Fong family, that old lady's illness. Looking at the unconscious old lady Lu in the wheelchair, her face purple and black, Kong Man-yoon couldn't stop shaking her head. Upon hearing this, the other Lu family members also fell into silence. Why don't we go directly to the countryside of Jiling City to find the Maple family? Suddenly at that moment, a member of the Lu family opened his mouth to propose. Looking, wheelchair Lu Qinshin shook her head. How can I find it? There aren't 10 or 7 of the countryside around Jiling City. Moreover, the countryside is full of mountains and farmland. Their Fong family is bent on avoiding the world and intentionally avoiding us. We can't find them at all. What about the old lady's illness? Before, Divine Dr. Hua could say that only the King of Hell can exterminate the 2 fetal insect compulsions in the old lady's body. Right now, if we want to cure the old lady, the only way is to find someone from the Feng family, that Lu family member added. In the depressing atmosphere, someone suddenly had a bright idea and said, "Right. I remember didn't Suwon say before that he could cure the old lady's body of the fetal insect compulsion? If we really can't, let's call Suwon over to give it a try." Suwon? Upon hearing these 2 words, all of a sudden, the Lu family members present looked at each other, because at first in the Lu family, it was indeed Suwon who was the first to say that old Mrs. Lu did not have the disease, but was parasitized by the fetus parasite. Xian-yi, then call Suwon and ask him to come over and try. If Suwon can't cure the old lady either, our Lu family will go to the countryside to find the Feng family again. Kong Manyun thought for a moment as she turned back to the tall and sexy Lu Xianyi beside her. "Mom, are you really going to let Suwon cure Grandma?" Lu Xianyi said with some reluctance. "I think it's better to forget about it. Suwon is simply a clown. How can he possibly cure Grandma? Suwon is really something, and now third aunt is still in a wheelchair? That's right. I think it's better for us to just go down to the countryside. There's no need to beg that punk Suwon at all." Lu Wentong also hummed. "Alright, Wentong. Say less. I know Suwon and Zhou Xiling have a grudge, but at this time, your grandma's life is the greatest." Wheelchair Lu Qinshin looked at the reluctant Lu Xuanyi. "Xuanyi, quick, call Suwon." Lu Xianyi stomped her foot, her shell teeth biting her thin lips, looking aggrieved. "Fighting is fighting, but you guys don't hold too much expectation for that punk Suwon." Saying that, Lu Xianyi took out her cell phone and dialed Suwon's number. Soon, the phone was picked up and Suwon's puzzled voice came from inside. "Lu Xianyi? What are you looking for me for?" "Suwon, where are you? Hurry up and die over to cure my grandmother." As soon as she heard Suwon's voice, Lu Xianyi shouted condescendingly, "Cure? Cure what disease? Didn't I say before? Grandma Lu is not sick." Suwon asked rhetorically. "It's that bullshit fetal insect compulsion. Get your ass over here and finish them off for me," Lu Xianyi said unforgivingly. She had thought, after he had called Suwon himself, the other party would immediately come to the Lu family villa to expel the fetal worm compass for old Mrs. Lu. Who would have thought that? Suwon's next words, however, made Lu Xianyi so angry that she almost smashed her cell phone. "I'm sorry, I don't have time to treat Grandma Lu recently. You Lu family will go back a little first." Man, you, say, sh, what? You dare to tell our Lu family to move back a little? Who do you think you are? I let you cure my grandma. That's because my Lu family sees your pity, sympathizes with you, and gives you a stage not to be a clown. If you don't hurry up and come to the Lu family to thank me, you dare to let my Lu family go back a little? You, toodaloo. Lu Xianyi was about to break into cursing Suwon when, as a result, Suwon was already hanging up the phone. Asshole. With a bang, Lu Xianyi finally couldn't hold back her temper and directly dropped her cell phone. "Xianyi, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? What did Suwon say?" Looking at Lu Xuanyi's stormy and fiery appearance, the Lu family members present were all a bit puzzled. Suwon said he doesn't have time to expel the fetal worm compass for Grandma right now, and to let our Lu family go a little bit backward. Lu Xianyi said one word at a time through gritted teeth. Let's move back a little? Suwon, he's crazy, isn't he? Doesn't he know that human life is at stake? And what is he occupied with? Can it be greater than the old lady's life? Upon hearing Lu Xianyi's reply, one of the Lu family members had some dissatisfaction and indifference in their hearts. Lu Qinshin on the wheelchair even said to Lu Wentong, "Wentong, hurry up and call Lu Evening Phone and tell her to get her ass over here. I'd like to ask her what Suwon really means." "Mom, I don't think there's any need to call Lu Evening Phone at all." Lu Wentong, however, shook her head and said, "If you ask me, Suwon, he simply can't cure Grandma and expel the fetal insect compulsion, so he purposely said that we, the Lu family, would be allowed to move back a little. After all, what could he possibly be busy with? A stinking janitor? Imperative. It's that we hurry down to the countryside and go to the Maple family. Only the Maple family can contact Yama." "Right. Let's hurry down to the countryside." As soon as Lu Wentong's words fell, Lu Xuanyi also gritted her teeth and said, "I don't even want to see those two, Suwon and Lu Evening Phone, right now." One Lu family member looked at each other, and in the end, they didn't insist on calling for Lu Evening Phone, but instead took old Mrs. Lu to the countryside. Jinling City, Moon Season Villa. Lu Evening Wind saw Suwon hanging up the phone. She asked with some curiosity, "Hubby, who is looking for you this late?" "No one." Suwon smiled. Immediately after he walked to his wife's side, his voice gentle, "Are you tired at the construction site today?" "Tired. Lu Evening Wind leaned against Su-Wen's arms in a bird-like manner, but being tired is also very happy. Because before, I was confined to a wheelchair with nothing to do. Now that it's a bit of its own thing, I feel happy instead. At least I don't have to be an invalid. You were never an invalid in the first place. Su-Wen favored Lu Evening Fong into his arms. And just then, wow! A thick black smoke emerged from Lu Evening Wind's fragrant shoulders, which transformed into a huge skeleton that was now staring intently at Su-Wen. Su-Wen also detected the skeleton, and his face sank slightly. Honey, are you okay? Seeing Su-Wen's face not looking good, Lu Evening Wind asked with concern. She was not able to see the skeleton behind her. I'm fine. Su-Wen shook his head. Then he tapped Lu Evening Fang's shoulder. It's already late. Go to bed early. Early the next morning, after Lu Evening Wind went to the eastern suburb village, Su-Wen came to the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. The employees of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce greeted Su-Wen one after another. Mr. Su, this is this week's work schedule. Take a look through it. Chen Baifu walked over to Su-Wen with a form, but without waiting for Su-Wen to go through the forms, his phone rang. It was actually Ji Ziru who called. Ms. Ji Ziru, what is it that you are looking for me for? Picking up the phone, Su-Wen smiled and asked, but you've changed your mind and intend to tell me why Li Guifang gave you Lu Evening Fang's birth date? Su-Wen, thank you for helping me out at the Marriott International Hotel yesterday. I'd like to treat you to a meal. On the phone, Ji Ziru stopped talking about Li Guifang and Lu Evening Fang. She instead changed her words. Buy me dinner? Su-Wen was slightly stunned. Where did you get the money? As far as he knows, Ji Ziru's money all let Ji Bin cheat away. The other party is not only homeless, but also penniless. It's the school subsidy for poor students. The school teacher called today and said the state aid came down. After Ji Ziru finished speaking, she was afraid that Su-Wen would refuse and asked in a low voice, where are you? Should I go find you? Just come to the Foxtrot Moon Chamber of Commerce. Su-Wen didn't reject Ji Ziru. After all, only Ji Ziru knew who actually wanted Lu Evening Fang's birth date. Half an hour later, Su-Wen received Ji Ziru's phone call once again. Su-Wen, I'm already downstairs at the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. Come down quickly. Good. As Su-Wen said that, he intended to leave the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. But that's when Chen Baifu, however, handed over a car key. Mr. Su, this is the company's car for you. It is convenient for you to travel. What kind of car is this? Su-Wen asked curiously, because before, he had never driven a car. It's a Bentley Custom GT 200. Chen Baifu curtly said, there are only 3 of these cars in the world, and I've trusted a lot of contacts to get one. With pleasure. Su-Wen smiled as he casually picked up his car keys and left. Soon, Su-Wen drove to the entrance of the Foam Moon Chamber of Commerce. Get in the car. Pulling up beside Ji Ziru, Su-Wen rolled down the window and said, aha. After Ji Ziru sat in the car, she looked around with her eyes and followed and saw a letter B on Su-Wen's steering wheel. Su-Wen, this BYD of yours is pretty cool. How much did you pay for it? When I graduate, I'll buy one. Jizuru said innocently. Girls don't know much about cars in the first place. Ji Ziru also heard from her classmates that BYD's car logo has a letter B, so she took Su-Wen's Bentley for BYD as a matter of course. Bid? Hearing these 3 words, Su-Wen inexplicably wanted to laugh, but he didn't have the intention to show off his wealth, and only casually said, my car isn't cheap. You can't afford to buy it when you graduate. You'd better get another one. Che, who are you looking down on? I'm a third-rate student of the Communication University. When I graduate, I'm sure I can go to work in a listed company, and by then, my salary will be at least 10,000 a month. Being belittled by Su-Wen, Ji Ziru somewhat gambled and sulked. 10,000? That's quite a lot. Su-Wen let out a sigh of relief. Of course it's more. How much do you get paid a month now? Is there 8,000? Ji Ziru said unforgivingly. You guess? Su-Wen asked without answering. I bet there isn't. Ji Ziru grunted. Then she gossiped. Su-Wen, yesterday at the Marriott International Hotel, why did Wang Xiaodong let you go? Is it true that Zhao Erguang didn't come to trouble you? Last night at the B&B Hotel, Ji Ziru thought about it all night. Except for this possibility, she really couldn't understand why Su-Wen could retreat in the 702 box in one piece. If you tell me why Li Guifang gave you Lu Evening Fang's birth date, I'll tell you why Wang Xiaodong spared me. Looking at Ji Ziru, who had doubts written all over her face, Su-Wen smiled calmly. I don't even know Li Guifang. How can I tell you? Ji Ziru was afraid that she would misspeak. She directly turned her head away. If you don't say it, forget it. I don't dare to be interested in your business yet. As the 2 men talked, Su-Wen had already driven to the restaurant that Ji Ziru had spoken of. Arrived. parking the car in front of a seafood restaurant. Immediately after, Suwon realized that this seafood restaurant with a somewhat shabby facade was actually not open. "Gee, are you trying to buy me air?" Turning back to Ji-Ru, Suwon asked with an odd expression. Ji-Ru also didn't expect that this seafood restaurant was actually not open. Her pretty face slightly reddened. "Suwon, let's change to another restaurant. What do you want to eat? As long as the per capita doesn't exceed 100, I'll treat you." "What about the 101 per capita?" Suwon casually asked. Also, Ji-Ru thought about it for a long time before she compromised and agreed. But just as the two of them were about to change places to eat, suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind Ji-Ru. "Ha, senior sister Ji, you're here too? Xiang senpai?" Seeing Wang Shangxiang from Media University, Ji-Ru politely greeted. "Good day, senior sister. It's just right to meet you. Today our young master in Bin from the Media University is treating us to dinner. Why don't you come along too?" Christina Wang smiled. On Bin? Hearing this name, Ji-Ru was somewhat repulsed in her heart. She squeezed out an ugly smile. "Sister Xiang, I won't go, right? We're all from the same school. Why are you so formal? Let's go." As Wang Shangxiang said, she directly took Ji-Ru's arm. In the way of Christina Wang's enthusiasm, Ji-Ru couldn't refuse. She could only helplessly say to Suwon, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have dinner with Xiang's senior sister at this moment. Wait for the next time. I'll treat you." "Good." Suwon nodded as he turned around and was about to leave. But Wang Shangxiang said to Ji-Ru in a bad mood, "Sister Ji, why did you let your friend go? Wouldn't it be better to call him over for dinner? That's not good, is it?" Ji-Ru hesitated. "What's wrong with that? Young master in Bin's family owns a company. They're not short on money. To him, inviting one more person to dinner and one less? There's no difference at all." Wang Shangxiang said. She enthusiastically stopped Suwon. "Little brother, don't go away. Why don't you go eat with us?" "Okay." Suwon looked at Ji-Ru. He didn't refuse. A few moments later, Christina Wang brought Suwon and Ji-Ru to a restaurant. The decor of the restaurant is great. The gold and blue. As soon as she came in, Ji-Ru couldn't help but lament. "Xiang senior sister. It shouldn't be cheap to eat in a place like this, right? What do you care if it's cheap? Anyway, it's young master on Bean's treat." As Wang Shangxiang was talking, a young man wearing a white suit and a famous watch walked up to her. After this young man saw Ji-Ru, he was visibly stunned. "Ji-Ru? Why are you here?" "And Bin, just now I met Ji-Ru on my way, so I called her to come over for a meal with me. We're all from the same school. You shouldn't mind, right?" Looking at the puzzled Bin, Wang Shangxiang took the initiative to explain. "It's okay, I don't mind." As Bin was talking, another student from the media school arrived at the restaurant. But, when the student saw Ji-Ru, he but exclaimed, "Ji-Ru, you're here too? Could it be that you and my brother Bin got back together? No wonder. Before, brother Bin said there was a happy event. Ha ha, so it's sister-in-law who has come around." This walking student just opened his mouth. The expression on Wang Shangxiang's face then became very odd. "What sister-in-law? Sister Xiang, don't you know? Ji-Ru is my brother Bin's ex-girlfriend." The glasses-wearing, somewhat obese student grinned. Ex-girlfriend? Wang Shangxiang inhaled a breath. No wonder. Before Ji-Ru was not willing to come to eat with Bin. Feelings are so Feng Yan, I didn't know that Ji-Ru was Bin's ex-girlfriend. Christina Wang said to the obese student. There is a saying. She didn't say. That is, if she knows the relationship between Ji-Ru and Bin, she is only afraid that she will not shout Ji-Ru over. "On Bin, are all your friends here?" The store manager asked if I wanted to order. At that moment, a tall woman wearing a black wraparound skirt and sexy lace stockings walked in the restaurant. This tall woman was about 1.75 meters in height. Her slender figure was like a summer willow, soft with a straight uprightness. Every curve was like a carefully carved sculpture, full of feminine softness. She came to Bin's side and took the initiative to take Bin's arm in an imploring manner. "Bin, is she?" As his eyes fell on the flirtatious woman wearing pink high heels, Feng Yang froze. I thought to myself that Bin had too much guts, didn't he? Ji-Ru was still standing here. How dare you let this tall woman hold your arm? Aren't you afraid that Ji-Ru will be jealous? Feng Yang, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Dong Si-Yen. Seeing Feng Yang looking at himself dumbfounded, Bin knew that the other party had misunderstood him, so he said nonchalantly, "She's your girlfriend? That Ji-Ru?" Feng Yan was a little taken back for a moment. Ji-Ru was called over by Xiang Wang on an impromptu basis. I didn't know she would come. As Bin explained, His gaze fell back on Soo-won behind Ji-Ru. And this one? It's my boyfriend. Without waiting for Soo-won to speak, Ji-Ru did not hesitate to lock eyes with Bin. Your boyfriend? And Bin's face changed slightly. His gaze carefully sized Soo-won up twice before he wrinkled his eyebrows and said to Ji-Ru, "You're looking for a boyfriend so soon?" No. And Bin still likes Ji-Ru in his heart. As for Dong Sion, that's just his bedmate to amuse his loneliness. Originally, and Bin was planning to wait until he was tired of playing with Dong Sion, then walk back to find Ji-Ru to get back together. But I didn't expect it. Ji-Ru actually had a boyfriend. This made Bin a bit unable to accept it for a while. Of course, if you, and Bin, can find a new girlfriend so quickly, why can't I? Ji-Ru, find a new boyfriend so quickly? Ji-Ru rationalized to Bin. Her words, directly disliking Bin, was dumbfounded. Or Dong Si-yen beside him relieved the situation. Bin, since your friends are here, let's go into the box to sit. Don't block the way outside. Good. Bin gave Ji-Ru a complicated look as he walked towards the restaurant's Pegasus box without looking back. Xiang senior sister, why don't you guys eat? I won't eat. After Bin left, Ji-Ru turned to leave. Don't, G, we're here now. Why don't we eat before we leave? Wang Shangxiang tugged on Ji-Ru. We haven't gotten together for a long time either. Yes, sister-in-law. Ji-Ru stayed together for a meal. Feng Yang just had to say sister-in-law, but thought that Ji-Ru and Bin did not get back together, so he quickly changed his words, fearing that someone would misunderstand. Savin, what do you mean? Ji-Ru didn't make a decision, but looked at Soo-won beside her. I don't care as long as I'm with you. Soo-won spread his hands. However, his words made Ji-Ru's pretty face blush slightly, thinking that Soo-won was quite capable of getting into his boyfriend's role so quickly. However, Ji-Ru didn't tear Soo-won apart. Instead she laughed softly and said, then stay for a meal before you leave. When the crowd arrived at the Pegasus box, many of the Media University students in the box threw unexpected glances at Ji-Ru. Apparently they didn't expect Bin's ex-girlfriend to show up either. Ji-Ru, your boyfriend looks unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from our school, right? After Feng Yang sat down, he curiously asked Ji-Ru. Well, Soo-won all graduated and went to work. Ji-Ru acted like she knew Soo-won well. Graduated? Then where did he go to school? Feng Yang asked again. Hearing his words, Bin and the others also looked at Soo-won. At the Foxtrot Chamber of Commerce. Ji-Ru didn't hide it. Luyu Chamber of Commerce? The 4 major chambers of commerce in Jiangnan Province? TSK. Ji-Ru, you can find a boyfriend. Can what? A person who works for the Luyu Chamber of Commerce is far worse than our young master Bin. Our young master Bin is the successor of the Yin clan after graduation. An inch-haired student who knew that Bin still liked Ji-Ru said conspiratorially. After a pause, he didn't forget to say to Soo-won, Soo-won, I think Ji-Ru isn't suitable for you. You guys should split up before it's too late. Zhao Shan, are you sick? How is Soo-won not suitable for me? Ji-Ru scraped the inch-haired man hard. How would a woman who has been protected by a lion accept a mediocre life? The inch-haired student named Zhao Shan said one word at a time. Ji-Ru, ask yourself. Soo-won is a wage earner. Can he really protect you? Nonsense. Soo-won is a martial artist. If he can't protect me, can you? Ji-Ru looked at Zhao Shan with the eyes of a fool. Yesterday at the Marriott International Hotel, if it wasn't for Soo-won stepping forward, I'm afraid she would have been defiled by Wang Xiaodong and the others. What? A martial artist? This guy is a martial artist? Hearing the word martial artist, Zhao Shan, who had been disdainful of Soo-won a second ago, immediately stood in awe. After all, it's in the city of Golden. The status of a person who practiced martial arts was superb. However, when Bin heard the word martial artist, he was a bit unimpressed. What's wrong with martial artists? Our family has also hired quite a few martial artists as guards to watch the courtyard this year. To put it bluntly, the martial artists at the bottom are only a little more powerful than ordinary people. And in terms of status, they are far inferior to the plutocrats of Jinling City. Even if I take out a few $1 million, I can buy the life of a martial artist. As Bin opened his mouth, his gaze was filled with superiority and complacency, as if to say, he himself could make a martial artist like Soo-won suffer from all kinds of disasters as long as he was willing to do so. Young'un, a few $1 million can really buy a martial artist's life? Hearing Bin speak eloquently about martial artists, the group of students in the Pegasus box all cast astonished gazes. Do you guys think that martial artists are noble? Oh, the noble ones? Those are the martial arts masters and martial arts patriarchs. Unusual martial artists really aren't as scary as you think. As Bin spoke, he didn't forget to say to GZRU, GZRU, how many grades of martial artist is your boyfriend? Do you need me to do the math for him? How much money can buy his life? No need, GZRU said coldly. I guess GZRU's boyfriend isn't a powerful martial artist. Otherwise, why would he need to work at the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Shan, who had spoken earlier, laughed. Even a less powerful martial artist. That's still better than you. Zhao Shan. GZRU glared at Zhao Shan. Yes, better than me. You GZRU can really find someone to compare with. Why don't you compare your boyfriend to Mr. Xiao? Compare it to Secretary Chen? What's the point of comparing to me? A little chicken? Zhao Shan said in a depressed voice. I'd love to. As GZRU was talking, a waitress in a maid's outfit came to the Pegasus seat box. Several of you. Would you like to order now? Order up. Everyone's almost here. Ambin nodded. Here's the menu for our culinary restaurant. The maiden girl handed a menu to Enbin. But Enbin didn't look at the menu. Instead, he said with bravado, first, serve all the signature dishes of your store. That wine. The uniformed maid asked again. The best wine. The whole 10 bottles. Not enough to order more. Enbin said with immense generosity. Good. Young master. I'll go prepare the drinks. Seeing that Enbin was so bold, the uniformed maid even changed her address to Enbin to young master. Wait for the uniformed maid to leave. Suwon casually picked up the menu and looked at it twice. It's not looking good. At a glance, the corner of Suwon's mouth twitched slightly. Because the dishes of this restaurant, the price can no longer be described as expensive. It is simply sky high. $30,000 for a bottle of plain water? Is this a dark store? Out of kindness, Suwon said to GZRU beside him. GZRU, tell your classmates that it's best for them to eat somewhere else. The food here is very expensive. I'm afraid your classmates can't afford it. For Suwon, he could certainly afford to consume the drinks and food in this dark store. But Zhao Shan and the others? It's all a bunch of college students who just don't have the money to spend at this shady store. Okay, GZRU answered. She looked up and said to Enbin, Enbin, why don't we eat somewhere else? My boyfriend said that the food at this restaurant is too expensive. Too expensive? Hearing these 3 words, Enbin was first stunned, then he let out a giggle. Ha ha, GZRU, where did you find a poor boyfriend from? Are you sure he's really a martial arts practitioner? What kind of martial arts practitioner is too expensive to even eat a meal? Put. As soon as Enbin's words fell, Zhao Shan and Feng Yang and the others in the Pegasus box couldn't help but laugh. Among them, Enbin's girlfriend Dong Xiyan was even more conspiratorial. GZRU, Zhao Shan is right. You hurry up and split up with your boyfriend. How can a man who can't even afford to eat food be willing to spend money on a woman? And, is your boyfriend really from the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce? If I remember correctly, the salary of the Full Moon Chamber of Commerce should not be low, right? How come Suwon is so poor? In the face of Dong Xiyan and the others questioning, GZRU opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this time, Enbin directly took out a bank card and placed it on the table, and meaningfully said to Suwon, Su big martial artist, the restaurant you can't afford to consume, and feel expensive wine and food, doesn't mean that I, Enbin, can't afford to consume it either. Understand? This man, there's still a gap after all. Some people are born in Rome, while others, who have struggled hard all their lives, remain cattle and horses. Speaking of this, Enbin said to GZRU with a spring in his step, GZRU, I'll pay for today's consumption. You can eat at ease, don't leave. Otherwise, if you really leave, your boyfriend won't bring you here to eat such expensive cuisine in the future. Ha ha ha. Enbin purposely bit the word expensive very heavily, which instantly drew giggles from Zhao Shan and the others. Looking at the generous and bold Enbin, GZRU was neither to leave nor not to leave. And that's when, suddenly someone pointed at the bank card Enbin took out and exclaimed, This seems to be the black gold card of the Jiangnan Provincial Bank, right? Black and gold card? Feng Yang and the others only felt that the name was somewhat unfamiliar, and they curiously asked, what is the black gold card? A black gold card is a bank card that you can only apply for if you have more than $5 million in deposits. In other words, Bin Xiao's worth today is at least $5 million. That classmate who opened his mouth earlier said with envy and jealousy. After all, $5 million would be astronomical to 99% of the students in Jinling City. It's startup money that can change your destiny. But for Ambin? And yet it's just a plain old deposit. Sure enough, there is ultimately a gap between people. This? $5 million? Black gold card? I go. Bin Xiao in the end is Bin Xiao. This is too rich. Big man give me a leg hair. Zhao Shan and the others only knew that Enbin had money, but they didn't know exactly how much money the other party had. Now someone is telling the truth about the threshold for saving money on the black and gold card. It was only as an afterthought that they realized that Aman Bin was so wealthy. Oh, the black and gold card is nothing. My dad said that when the project is finished this year, he will give me a diamond card from the Bank of Jiangnan Province. Seeing a group of students casting admiring eyes, and Bin said in a modest manner, "A diamond card? How much money does that require to be deposited?" Dong Xian, and Bin's girlfriend, had light in her eyes. She thought to herself that she had really picked up a treasure. Her boyfriend was so rich. Not much, just $20 million. As Bin said, he didn't forget to look at Su Wen playfully. Great martial artist Su, seeing this card, you should understand that this meal today is just a drop in the bucket for me. And, as a man, a word of advice, don't be too cheap when it comes to women. You can't afford to consume a single meal. Think it's expensive, and frankly, a little too that. Patting Su Wen's shoulder, Bin thought of something else, and the corner of his mouth suddenly rose as he said, "That said, great martial artist Su, if you're short of money these days, you can consider coming to our family to become a yard guard. Didn't Ji Ziru say you were a martial artist? My family treats martial artists very well. 30,000 per month for a first grade martial artist, 60,000 for a second grade, 120,000 for a third grade, and so on, and there are all kinds of benefits. It's not necessary." Without waiting for Bin to finish his sentence, Su Wen shook his head expressionlessly. "You're in family. You can't afford to invite me yet." "Can't afford it?" Hearing Su Wen's words, not only did Bin freeze, even Dong Xian, who was heavily made up next to him, froze for a moment, a good half hour. Only then did Dong Xian return to her senses and sneer. "Gu, Su the martial artist, you're really bullish. Going to a culinary restaurant is too much of a consumer. But you actually can't look at the treatment that my husband is giving you? Forget it, Xian. You don't pay attention to Su Wen. There are people that are just pretentious, obviously poor to death, but they have no eye for anything. Even my cousin who is still in high school goes to a restaurant to eat. It won't be too expensive for him to be an adult." Ha! Beside Dong Xian, a female student wearing a clean white sari glanced at Su Wen, her gaze filled with disdain and sympathy. He thought to himself that Su Wen was at least a martial arts practitioner. Actually, in the city of Jinling mix so shabby. Since Grand Martial Artist Su said that I can't afford it, then I'll take back what I said just now. But, if Grand Martial Artist Su's girlfriend wants to eat cuisine, and Grand Martial Artist Su thinks that spending is too high, you can come to me. You don't have any money. I have plenty of money to treat Ji Ziru to cuisine. Being rejected by Su Wen, Bin wasn't angry. He instead put on a meaningful stance. However, Su Wen said with a smirk, "Let's forget about inviting Ji Ziru to eat cuisine. After this meal today, you're going to be broke. So why don't you think about it first and ask for food where to go in the future?" What do you say? Let me think about where to ask for food." Bin glared at Su Wen with a gloomy face. If he didn't know that Su Wen was a martial arts practitioner, he would have just slapped him over. "Great martial artist Su, you've gone too far with this joke, haven't you? How much does a meal cost? Young master Bin is worth $5 million. Would he go broke and beg for food? Are you kidding?" Zhao Shan in the box scolded Su Wen unhappily. "That's right. $5 million. You could have bought this restaurant. What's this talk about Bin going bankrupt? It's simply laughable. I've never heard of going broke eating a dish. Ha ha. Su Wen, just because you're poor yourself and would go broke eating a dish doesn't mean that Bin is as poor as you are. Okay? You can't use your situation to bind Bin. Are people the same as each other?" For a while, Feng Yang and the others began to fight for Bin, but Su Wen didn't bother to explain. He knows. How grandiose is Bin now? How miserable will he cry later? "Su Wen, are you short of money lately?" Hearing the crowd pointing at Su Wen, Ji Ziru suddenly came to Su Wen's side and whispered, "If you're short of money, I can give you. You have money?" Su Wen unexpectedly looked at Ji Ziru. He thought that this female student was quite kind-hearted. "Well, the school's poverty subsidy paid out 6,000 today, and the private money I usually save, it's almost a small 10,000. Ji Ziru's face reddened as she said somewhat sheepishly, "If you need it, I'll give it all to you. Just consider it as paying back your rent in advance." Jizuru knows. Su Wen must have spent money to help her find a B&B hotel. "No need. I'm not bad." Su Wen laughed and shook his head. "But hide your money well. Don't let your father rob you." I know." Hearing Su Wen talk about Bin, Ji Ziru's eyes flashed with sadness and grief. And just then, the maiden girl who had left earlier folded back into the Pegasus box. She looked at Bin with a very polite tone. "Young master, may I ask whose car is that GTR at the entrance?" "My, what's wrong?" Bin said as he fell in line. "Could you please move your car? The customer in the store next door has complained." the uniformed maid said helplessly. Okay, I'll move the car right now. When Bin moved the car back, Zhao Shan said with a look of fascination. Brother Bin, when did you change the GTR? Rich just mentioned it last week. Bin smiled without losing his manners. Not much money, it's all toys. Envious, when can I get a GTR as a toy? Yeah, well, it's a GTR. It's a GTR, a man's ultimate dream. A male student at a prestigious media university envisions driving a GTR. Instead, it was Dong Xian. These female students, who wondered, what is GTR? Supercar, old speed, 1 foot on the gas. Whoosh, it's gone. Zhao Shan introduced himself pompously. Speaking of supercars, I suddenly remembered that the Blue Mountain Park next door seems to be hosting a sports car race just today. The prize money is $1 million. Christina Wang said thoughtfully. Really? As soon as he heard about the sports car race, Bin was instantly excited. He's considered a member of the sports car scene nowadays, so of course he wants to see the big game and race against different racers. Really? Here's the poster for the contest. Wang Shangxiang took out her cell phone and found the competition poster and handed it to Bin. I'll go. There's actually a talented racer from Jiangnan province, Chen Yanzi. After seeing the supercar race poster, Bin immediately clapped his hands. Good. Unconditional enrollment. This race, I love it. Go. Let's go to the Blue Mountain Park now and watch me wind up. The words fell out of his mouth, and Bin got straight up, somewhat impatient to get to the sports car race. Now, Xiao Bin, aren't you going to eat? Seeing that Bin had already pulled open the door of the Pegasus box, Feng Yang and the others were stunned. Waiter, how long before we have our food? Bin called out to the uniformed maid. Young master, the cooking of the dish you ordered is rather time-consuming. It will take about 2 more hours, but the appetizers are ready and can be served at any time. Would you like to serve them now? The uniformed maid's voice was pasty and gentle. No more appetizers for now. We're going to the Blue Mountain Park next door for the racing competition at this time. Here's my number. Contact me when the meal is ready. Bin handed his business card to the uniformed maid. Following him he smiled and said to Wang Shangxiang and the others, who else drove? Sign up unconditionally to go and have fun together. Bin Xiao, my cherry, or forget about it. A good place to go. Drive out the race? Isn't this a pure disgrace? That's just it. It's all a sports car scene. I'll keep my Citroën out of it. The students in the room shook their heads, seeing that no one was giving him face. Bin frowned and said, Zhao Shan, where's your Audi A4? Want to go play a game? My Audi A4 tires don't work. I haven't gotten them fixed yet, so forget it. Zhao Shan shook his head awkwardly. He knew that Bin had called out to himself to find a backstop. Okay. Since none of you are going, I'm going to go play by myself, but you guys have to accompany me and cheer me on. Otherwise it's too meaningless for me to be alone. Bin was talking, but he saw Ji Ziru whispering to Su Wen. Su Wen, aren't you going to have some fun? As I remember, your car also runs fast. Upon hearing Ji Ziru's voice, in an instant, the crowd in the Pegasus seat box cast their gazes. Savin, you drove too? Bin narrowed his eyes as he asked with interest. Yeah. Suvin was driving. Without waiting for Su Wen to speak, Ji Ziru beside him admitted. What kind of car does Suvin drive? Bin said intriguingly, a martial arts practitioner. The car he drives shouldn't be cheap, right? Suvin drives a BYD. Ji Ziru fell in line and said. Results. Her words fell, but the students in the room couldn't help but burst out laughing. BYD Also, even eat cuisine is too expensive. Martial arts practitioners, and can drive how good a car. But BYD cannot participate in sports car competitions. I see. Su do martial arts or do not play, Zhao Shan said with a wry smile. Otherwise, Xiaobin's GTR would be at the finish line, and Grand Martial Artist Su's BYD would still be wandering around at the start. Several female students who didn't know anything about cars were amused by Zhao Shan's remark. In response, Su Wen didn't bother to show off his wealth, saying that his car was a limited edition Bentley. After all, there's no Jeju. With his status, there was no way he could have crossed paths with people like Bin. It's true that the BYD is a bit low grade, but the sports car race at Blue Mountain Park is a no-threshold entry requirement. Su Wen, do you want to have some fun? Unlike Zhao Shan's view, Bin was the one with the corners of his mouth rising as he very enthusiastically extended an invitation to Su Wen. But Su Wen said expressionlessly, not interested. Forget it if you're not interested. Bin didn't force Su Wen either. Soon, a group of media school students went to the Blue Mountain Park next to the restaurant. Phew, so many people in Blue Mountain Park today. Looking at the passers-by coming and going, Christina Wang sighed with emotion. It's the same as shopping at the mall. You guys wait here, I'll go ahead and sign up. Speaking to Dong Si Yen and the others, and Bin drove the GTR to enroll. Not a moment too soon. And Bin then got his number plate for the race. What number are you, Mr. Bin? Dogleg Zhao Shan asked attentively. Number 3. I'm going to be up in a minute, and I'm going to show you what it means to wind up. As soon as Bin's words fell, his girlfriend Dong Xian sent an affectionate hug. And Bin, be careful, don't drive too fast. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Bin smiled with conviction. 5 minutes later, the radio in Blue Mountain Park started shouting out Abercrombie's number. I'm off to the races. A foot of gas on the GRT and a buzz. Bin joined the sports car race. The Blue Park track is large, with a 2-kilometer lap, while the entire race totals 5 laps, essentially ending a round in about 10 minutes. Holy shit, Bin is so fast? As soon as the first round of the sports car race started, Zhao Shan saw Bin's GTR far ahead. Worthy of being Brother Bin. When he says win sprints, it really is win sprints. Feng Yang also admired. Look guys, the driver of car number 4 seems to be a professional driver. Seeing that the information of the first round of contestants began to be introduced on the big screen of Blue Mountain Park, Christina Wang couldn't help but lose her voice and exclaimed, "Ha, Wu Bao Wu of the Jiangnan Province Crack Wind Racing Team, for God's sake, it's really a professional rider." Feng Yang glanced at the information of the contestants, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bin Xiao is also too awesome. Right. First timer, and he surpassed the professional drivers? What's this called? The god of car descent. A few of the male students began to brag about Bin. However, there are still students who know how to analyze the car. Wu Bao 5 drive the car is a small steel gun. No matter the engine or acceleration, are far less than the GRT. If Wu Bao 5 also drive the GTR, I guess Bin Xiao has no way to take the lead. Joke, can he afford to buy a GTR? Does he really think that GTR is a Chinese cabbage? No money? That's right, can't run is can't run. Have to rely on the car is not good? People are different. Some people are still born in Rome. The female students who didn't know anything about cars cunt. They don't know what it means to be a small steel gun. They only know that Aberdeen is far ahead on the track. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Wow. And Bin's GTR was the first to cross the finish line. Took the first place in the first round. Bin Xiao is awesome. Young Bin, you're practically my idol. What Bin Xiao? That's called Binchation. Seeing Bin drive up in his GTR, Zhao Shan and the others kissed their asses. Suddenly a female classmate pushed down Gziru, and then playfully tasted. Gziru, now are you especially regretting breaking up with Bin? No, I don't regret it. Gziru shook her head without thinking. Do not regret? Che, you're not lying. Bin Xiao car skills first class. People also handsome. And money. This is a proper golden son-in-law. Ah, you're good. You don't treasure it when you meet such a treasure of a man. You have to date a poor martial artist who drives a BYD. I really don't know what you're thinking. The woman had a pitying tone. In response, Gziru only said that Bin and I are not suitable and said nothing more. And that's when the second round of sports car racing also began. And in the end, a professional driver took first place in the race. Then the third and fourth rounds. Wait until the 5 preliminary rounds are over. Next, the top 3 riders from each round advance to the elimination rounds. Bin Xiao, go for it and try to take first place in the elimination round as well. Hearing the radio in Blue Mountain Park start to call out Bin's number, Feng Yang and the others cheered. No problem, since he took first place in the last round. And Bin was also much more confident at the moment, and he was seen swearing and letting out a bold statement. If it's not the top 3, I'm going to eat shit. Xiao Bin, there's no need to be so cruel, right? Zhao Shan sucked in a breath. The elimination rounds can be full of professional drivers. Professional drivers count for nothing. My GTR punches professional drivers and kicks amateur drivers. Today I, and Bin, am the god of cars in Blue Mountain Park. And Bin was speaking glowingly, but he saw Su-Wen behind Gziru shaking his head vigorously. Great martial artist Su, what do you mean by shaking your head? Looking down on my and Bin's car skills is it? Staring up at Su-Wen, and Bin asked irritably. After all, there is no Su-Wen. He could woo Gziru tonight. Your car skills? Su-Wen looked at Bin twice with a smile. He said meaningfully, you call stepping on a gas pedal a car skill? It's not just a matter of having feet. Any random schoolboy from the road can come and drive a GTR and probably go faster than you. Grass. Surname Su. What do you mean? You say I'm not as good as an elementary school student? And Bin, who was still being touted by the crowd a second ago, directly stormed out. If you have the ability to drive your BYD up and run a lap with me. Let's see who's an elementary school student between the two of us. There's no need for that. I'm afraid I'll get to the end of the line and you'll still be on the gas at the start. Suwon narrowed his eyes and said, You. Ambin was just about to be shocked, but the referee of the Elimination Chamber match had already urged him to get to the match. Driver number 3, please hurry to the start and wait. The elimination race will begin immediately. Hearing the referee's voice, Ambin didn't bother to talk nonsense with Suwon. Surname Su, I'll go to the match first, and when I turn around, I'll settle the score with you. Let's see which one of us is the elementary school student. Actually, you could have just given up. Suwon smiled intriguingly. Anyway, how you compare? You'll be at the bottom of the list. You still have to eat shang. It's really not worth it. Although Ambin was furious, he really didn't have the heart to argue with Suwon when he thought that the elimination rounds would start soon, so he drove the GTR to the racetrack with a kick of the gas. Wait for Abin to leave. The tall Dong Si-yen was not happy. GZ-ru, what does your boyfriend mean? He doesn't dare to drive his BYD to the track, so he's jealous of my boyfriend's driving skills? At least he is a martial arts practitioner. Why is his heart so small? That is, GZ-ru, you have to hurry to change a boyfriend. Said what casually from the road to find an elementary school student over to drive GTR are faster than Bin Xiao. Laughable not laughable? Who dares to drive a schoolboy? This is not pure law blindness? Dong Si-yan's words fell. Zhao Shan will be gloomy. That's right, GZ-ru. We all support you to break up with Suwon. I used to think that people who practice martial arts are very powerful, an existence I can't afford to reach. But after meeting Suwon today, I realized that I was the one who was naive. There are actually martial arts practitioners who think that eating food is expensive? I really big speechless. There is even more funny is, Suwon driving a BYD, actually said that his car skills than driving GTR been less powerful? Come on, that's a GTR. Does he even know what a supercar is? A short-haired woman behind Zhao Shan even rolled her eyes straight and said, You guys stop. I'm not breaking up with Suwon. Faced with a crowd of classmates urging for points, GZ-ru bit her thin lips and shook her head. She wasn't even dating Suwon. So how could she score points? Just now in the Pegasus box said that Suwon was his boyfriend, but it was just a bit of a gamble when he knew that Bin had talked about his new girlfriend. No points? GZ-ru, what's so good about this Suwon? Why do you have to be with him? What do you figure him for? Bid? Or his money? But is he rich? I really don't understand how you think. Seeing GZ-ru relying on Suwon, Wang Xiang and the others all sighed in unison. And just then, boom! It's officially the start of the sports car knockout at Blue Mountain Park. Quick look! Bin Xiao is number 1. Bin Chaixin is number 1. Witnessing Bin's GTR rushing at the front of the track, Zhao Shan suddenly danced with excitement. Suwon, see, my boyfriend came first. What else do you have to say? Humph. Saying something about Bin going to the elimination tournament will be the bottom of the list and will eat shit? You're ridiculous. Is it true that all of you who practice martial arts like you like to mouth off? As I said before, only stepping on the gas pedal is not considered car skill at all. It's only really fast when you're fast at a curve. Facing Dong Si-yan's questioning, Suwon only lightly said, the next corner, and Bin will be in the bottom of the list. That's a load of crap. Dong Si-yan glared at Suwon in a chilling voice. No matter how many corners, and Bin will be far ahead, because he is the god of the car in the Blue Mountain Park. A martial arts practitioner like you who drives a BYD doesn't understand the speed of the GTR at all. Just as Dong Si-yan toed the line and screamed, unthinking, Feng Yang's face beside him suddenly changed. Not good. Bin Xiao was overtaken. What? Hastily raising her head to look at the arena, she followed Dong Si-yan's delicate body with a shiver, because today the race is on the field, and Bin, who was originally far ahead, had become 7th. And there are still cars that are constantly overtaking Bin. How did this happen? And Bin's speed, how did it suddenly slow down? Dong Si-yan was a bit overwhelmed. Is it that GRT is broken? No, it's Bin Xiao slowing down when he turned. A student who knew how to drive analyzed. Slow down? Why slow down? Dong Si-yan was even more confused, because there's no way to turn without slowing down. That student answered very patiently. No slowing down? No turning? Dong Si-yan repeated, her eyes flashing with bewilderment and disbelief. But I see that none of the other race cars are slowing down, because those cars use drifting through the corners. Zhao Shan suddenly said with a sullen face, the only thing that won't reduce the speed of the car's turns is drifting. Drift? Doesn't this and Bin know how to drift? Dong Si-yan had a disheveled look on her face, because at this moment, Bin's ranking had dropped to the bottom one, exactly as Suwon had said earlier. Alright guys, Bin's top 3 are not guaranteed. You can go prepare him for Shang. With his hands resting on his head, Suwon teased with a bad smile. Suwon, shut up. Dong Si-yan's face turned red as she said in annoyance. What's your hurry? The race has only just begun. My Bin has only passed one corner. Next, he will definitely catch up. Yeah, I'll see then. Suwon also didn't refute Dong Si-yan. The minutes ticked by. Gradually, Zhao Shan and the others completely despaired. Because not only was Bin unable to catch up with the car in front of him, but even, he was overtaken by the rest of the field by a full lap. Damn, how do these race cars go so fast? In the GTR, Bin looked at the racing car in front of him overtaking his own. He was a little broken in his heart. My old car is a GTR. How can those broken little steel guns overtake my car? I'm not convinced. No. His heart roared and growled. But no matter how unwilling Bin was, he could hardly change the fact that he was at the bottom of the elimination rounds. The moment he saw the name on the big screen, Bin hated to find a place to drill into. Oh, my friend, running pretty fast in a straight line? At that moment a racer passed by Bin. His tone was playful. Who doesn't know how to step on the gas? You. Bin didn't bother arguing with his opponent. A loss was a loss. He's a young master of a plutocracy. If he loses the race, he'll still be worth $5 million. It won't affect the course of his life at all. Young Bin, are you okay? Seeing Bin drive up in his GTR, Feng Yang and the others had worried faces. They were all afraid that Bin wouldn't be able to handle the blow if he lost the match. It's fine. It's just a track race. I also didn't expect that the elimination race would actually change the track. Alas, this time, I was the one who took it lightly. But next time, I'm sure I'll get a top 3 ranking. Clenching his fists, Bin heaved. As a result, when his words fell, Suwon on the side narrowed his eyes and said, don't do it next time first. Hurry up and eat the siang this time. Said you don't need to go to the competition. You can just give up. Why do you need a head iron? Hearing Suwon's laughter, Bin's face instantly became incomparably pale and unsightly. Surname Su. Just now, Bin Xiao was just joking with everyone. Casually speaking, what are you competing here? That's right. Bin Xiao raced with a group of professional drivers and was only one lap behind, which is already excellent. And you want him to eat xiang? Deliberately disgusting, right? If you want to eat xiang you go eat it yourself. We Bin Xiao don't eat it. How careful. Hearing Su Wen's words, in an instant, the students of the Media Academy present cast unhappy gazes. Dong Si-yan, and Bin's girlfriend, even said in a conspiratorial manner, Su Du Wu sure. You're not making any sense, are you? Look down on my family and Bin's car skills. Capable. Driving your BYD and he ran a lap. What's the point of yakking like a pussy? That's right. Su Wen, if you have the guts, let's run a lap. Didn't you brag about your car skills before? And you said that I can only step on the gas pedal. Not as good as elementary school students? Who wouldn't be able to do it without practicing? If you're a man, then get on the track. And Bin saw that his girlfriend had found himself a step down, and he instantly clamored to Su Wen with a chest. If I lose to you, don't talk about eating xiang. I'll run naked directly from Blue Mountain Park. Forget it. Looking at the arrogant Bin, Su Wen indifferently shook his head. I'm too lazy to race with you. Che, if you don't dare, you don't dare. What's the excuse? Seeing Su Wen not agreeing to race with Bin, Dong Si-yan sneered with her hands on her chest. If you don't dare to compare, you should stop bragging here about your car skills. Not bad, great martial artist Su. You said you drove to the finish line in 1 foot, and Bin Xiao was still hanging around at the start, only to say forget it in the next foot. Too lazy to race with Bin Xiao? Are you a hypocrite or not? If you're so capable, prove yourself on the track. Or are all of you martial arts practitioners so cowardly? Just like you. Where do you get the face to make Bin Xiao eat shit? Zhao Shan bristled as he had a look of contempt. The rest of the media school booed. GZ Ru. Why Don? You let your boyfriend and Bin Xiao run a lap? He said big words after all. If he doesn't get on the track, I'm just afraid it won't end well today. Noticing that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit delicate, Wang Shangxian took the initiative to find G0 who didn't say a word. Seeing Feng Yang and the others looking at her, GZ Ru thought about it, and she awkwardly said to Su Wen, Su Wen, why don't you just drive the BYD and Bin Xiao for a lap? It's okay to lose. Deep in her heart, GZ Ru didn't think that Su Wen's BYD could beat the GTR, because she squared up her knowledge of the GTR. She likewise understood the meaning of a supercar. Just as well, since you've opened your mouth, then I'll drive over and run a lap with your classmate. Without waiting for GZ Ru to finish her sentence, Su Wen mercifully said to Bin, originally, I didn't want to abuse you. You, on the other hand, are interesting. You have to seek abuse. Looking for abuse? Oh, what a joke. Driving a broken BYD. You crazy? I'll take you down in a minute. As Bin said, He walked straight to his GTR while rolling down the window and waving at Soo-won. Still not bringing your BYD over? Take it easy, Soo-won said as he turned to drive. 10 minutes later, buzzing, a silver and white Bentley pulled up next to Bin's GTR. Isn't that a Bentley? Am I blind? Grand martial artist Soo actually drives a Bentley? Seeing Soo-won driving a Bentley, Wang Shangxiang and the others were stunned. Bentley hair that damn is BYD changed a Bentley car label. My cousin is in the Bentley 4S store work. Soo-won drove this kind of Bentley. I have not seen it all. Just as Wang Shangxiang and the others were horrified, Zhao Shan suddenly sneered. Think about it, Soo-won can't be driving a Bentley. Ji Ziru is Soo-won's girlfriend. She even said Soo-won's car is a BYD. Can this be false? It's probably Soo-won's love of face, deliberately changing the BYD's car label to Bentley. Dong Si-yen shook her head with a face of contempt. But this Soo-won is really ridiculous. Someone who is too expensive to eat a single dish, but still has to be vain enough to change a Bentley? Men, don't they just like to pretend? This Soo-won typically spends a small amount of money to pretend to be big. 2 words, dejected. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter of the students beside her, Ji Ziru was somewhat puzzled. What BYD to Bentley? She doesn't get it at all. And, what's a Bentley again? Is it more powerful than Bin's GTR? Just as Zhao Shan and the others laughed at Soo-won for changing the car label to pretend to be a good guy, on the track, Bin also saw Soo-won's Bentley. Is this your car? Bin stifled a laugh as he questioned Soo-won. Nice. Soo-won nodded in acknowledgement. But, this BYD of yours, you've changed it in a decent way. Ha? No, it shouldn't be called BYD now. It should be called Binyati? Ha ha ha. Bin a face of ridicule. After a pause, he was again serious and didactic. Unfortunately, BYD is BYD after all. Even if you change the Bentley logo, it is difficult to change the fact that your BYD engine. It's the same thing with being human. Some people, with their superficial splendor, being a martial arts practitioner and working at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, are supposedly beyond 99% of the people in Jinling City. But what happened? Actually eating a cuisine is still too expensive? It's really hard to say. As the rich young man of the Jinling City Zaibatsu, the Bentley group would invite Bin to every new car release. But this Bentley that Soo-won drives? Bin had never seen it at all. This means that Soo-won's car, it can't be a Bentley. Rather, BYD changed the car label. Bin, whether my car is a BYD or a Bentley, it has nothing to do with you. You'd better worry about how you're going to end up losing the race later. Looking at Bin who was pointing at himself, Soo-won only opened his mouth indifferently. You're saying I'm going to lose to your Binyati? Looking at Soo-won, Bin suddenly laughed out loud in an overbearing manner. He, great martial artist Soo, there are some heavenly words that you can just fantasize about. You don't need to say them out to shame people. What kind of car do I drive? And what kind of car do you drive? GTR will lose to BYD? Even a science fiction movie wouldn't dare to do that, right? Regarding Bin's provocation, Soo-won didn't bother to say anything else. Instead, he said expressionlessly, cut the crap and start. Ref, come here a minute. Bin calls out to a track judge. 3, 2, 1, race, start. As the referee counted down to the end, Bin kicked the gas and with a whoosh, his GTR went straight out of the starting point. Great martial artist Soo. See, this is the speed of the GTR. Your BYD will honestly eat dust at the back. And you dare to say that I'm not as good as an elementary school student? It's really ridiculous. You, just when Bin thought that he had lost Soo-won to the shadows, which was once thought. Whoosh. Soo-won's car has driven past the end of the track, the bleachers at Blue Mountain Park, with the match between Bin and Soo-won officially starting. Zhao Shan and the others had taken on a posture of sitting back and watching the show. That's Soo-won, pretentious and vain. I'd like to see how he'll end up when he loses the match. That's right, driving a BYD and having to point at Bin Xiao's GTR is hilarious. I don't even dare to comment on Bin Xiao when I drive a BMW X3. Can't Soo-won keep a low profile? Now it's good. Being racked up on the track by Bin Xiao. I guess he's going to lose face soon. Ha ha ha. In the midst of the crowd's laughter, Dong Si-yen suddenly said to Ji Ziru in a serious tone. Ji Ziru, when the competition is over, you have to properly remind Soo-won, so that he doesn't go around pretending to be better in the future. In case he pretends to be on the head of a bigwig in Jinling City someday, then the consequence. It's not as simple as clamoring for a fight but rather, it's going to kill someone. I know. Looking at the condescending Dong Si-yen, although Ji Ziru didn't like the other party's attitude, she still responded with a forced smile. Speaking up, Soo-won's character is, indeed, a bit flamboyant. Not to mention yesterday at the Marriott International Hotel, Suwon had the same unruly posture when he faced Wang Xiaodong. In Jizuru's opinion, yesterday, Wang Xiaodong must not have called out to Zhao Erguang. Otherwise, Suwon's end would probably be very miserable. Just as Jiziru began to think about how to remind Suwon later, suddenly, the atmosphere of the scene was, for a moment, dead silent. Dong Xian and the others who had been laughing and sneering, even more so, the corners of their mouths directly twitched, completely unable to laugh. What's going on with you guys? Jiziru was a bit puzzled, but when her eyes looked at the Blue Mountain Park's racetrack, her entire being instantly dawned on her. It turned out to be Suwon who had already finished the sports car race. This? How is this possible? Suwon won, so can be BYD's speed? I'm not going to blink, am I? Bin Xiao hasn't even started yet and this is already over? At this moment, Dong Xian and the others were a little less calm. It's not that they can't accept that Ambin loses. Just now, in the elimination match, Bin lost, but they still think that Bin is very powerful and can compete with professional drivers. But they can't take it. Aberdeen had just pulled out of the start of the track when Suwon won the race. This description is for Suwon drives a BYD with performance, tires, and engine that are far superior to the GTR. It can't be Suwon's car. It's really a Bentley, right? I don't know, which student exclaimed. At that moment, Zhao Shan and the others looked at each other, completely speechless, until well into the morning. It took a male student who knew about cars to shake his head. Even if it was a Bentley, it couldn't have been that fast. Yeah, the Bentley is a business car, and even the highest-end Bentley's performance is comparable to that of a GTR. So how can it be so much faster? Just as the crowd was wondering why Suwon was so quick, the people from the restaurant suddenly called and said that the meal was ready. Let's go, shouted Bin Xiao for dinner. Hanging up the phone from the restaurant, Zhao Shan stopped talking about Bin losing the match. Right, let's go eat first. I'm not afraid to laugh at you guys. I've been hungry for a long time already. Soon, Dong Xian and the others found a disheveled Bin at the moment, with a skeptical look. His gaze was vacant and lifeless, his face even more blank to the core. Obviously, Bin couldn't figure out why his GTR would lose to a BYD. Young Bin, the people at the restaurant said the food is ready. Let's go eat. Zhao Shan looked at Bin curtly. Ha, didn't Bin say he wanted to eat Xiang? This meal, I see there is no need to eat it, right? Suddenly, a voice that seemed to be laughing rang out. He saw Suwon slowly drive up in his Bentley. Suwon, didn't you just win a crappy sports car race? What are you so proud of? Yes, your car skills are great, but so what? Your car skills are no longer great, but you still eat food that is too expensive? You can only play with women that Bin Xiao has played with? Dong Xian said in an indignant voice. And my homon Bin has to eat Xiang when he loses a match. You don't have any punishment at all when you lose a match. Is this fair? Yeah, it's not even fair. Feng Yang and the others coaxed. Xiao Bin doesn't have to eat Shang. For such an outcome, Suwon had expected it, and he didn't bother with these students. Instead, he said with a great deal of deep meaning, I let Bin eat Xiang for his own good. After all, the cost of eating Xiang can be too much lower than the cost of eating cuisine. Eat Shang is so good, why don't you go eat it? Dong Xian sneered. Also, do you think my family in Bin is like you and can't afford to eat cuisine? If you don't eat Shang, you don't eat. However, Bin must be prepared to be reduced to a beggar. You have only been reduced to beggary. Dong Xian cursed. She no longer bothered to take care of Suwon, but instead gently said to Bin, Bin, it's only a matter of losing a match. You don't have to mind too much. After all, in your life, you have already won Suwon too much. If it wasn't for Jiziru, a rich young man like you would never have crossed paths with Suwon in your lifetime. Yes, young Bin, losing just one race is no big deal. Let's not say Suwon is a great car driver. Even if the global racing champion is in front of you, it's still not a small car. Don't dare to offend you. Zhao Shan complimented him repeatedly. Well, you guys are right. Losing a sports car race is just that. An insignificant little thing indeed in my long life. With this thought, Bin was in a much better mood, and he saw him raise his head and look down at Suwon, and then exultantly said, Suwon, your car skills are indeed impressive. So be it. I'm not going to bully you, and I won't eat show, but I can give you a chance to change your fate. My father happens to be short of a driver. You're such a good driver. Why don't you come and be a driver for my father? 1 month's base salary is $500,000. Seeing as you're a martial arts practitioner, I'll give you an extra $500,000. 1 million a month. Hiss. As soon as Bin's words fell, Wang Shangxiang and the others beside him immediately looked at Suwon with envy. $1 million a month? What kind of concept is that? In 1 month, the average person can become wealth-free and change their destiny. Young Bin, You're too nice, aren't you? Su Wen is bouncing around so much in front of you, and said that you will go bankrupt and be reduced to a beggar. And you are willing to help him get rich? And being a chauffeur is so much better than being a guard watching the yard, and the status is also high. Feng Yang couldn't wait to exchange lives with Su Wen in the next second. Feng Yang, what do you know? This is called generosity on Bin Xiao's part. As Zhao Shan said that, he glared sourly at Su Wen again, and then said with red eyes, Su Wen, young Bin has been merciful enough to let you get rich, so why don't you hurry up and kneel down to thank him? You've really gotten lucky. Do you know who young Bin's father is? That's the boss of the Yin Consortium in Jinling City. Even the world racing champion isn't qualified to drive for his father. You're good. You picked up a heavenly chance for nothing. Yes, Su Wen, hurry up and kowtow to Bin Xiao. After this your life, you will never have to mind the expensive cooking again. Xiang's senior sister was also jealous, just when all the students thought that Su Wen would kneel down for Bin. Results. Su Wen, however, seemed to be smiling. Let me give Bin a kowtow? Is he a beggar worthy?